You dressed up as a dying cancer patient, and as soon as you opened your eyes, you saw young me wanting to die with you. You instinctively tried to stop her, but your weakened body had no strength. You watched as the sharp fruit knife was about to pierce her wrist. At a critical moment, you activated the system. Singing could save your life. Pay later, and you were given 7 days of life. In the next moment, a overwhelming memory floods into your mind. You scream in pain. The familiar scene fills you with despair. Yes, you have time traveled again. In the first life, you incarnated as a terminal brain cancer patient, burning yourself out in a limited life. In the second life, you became an abusive husband, finally establishing bits of trust and affection with your wife and daughter. You were celebrating your daughter Cece's birthday before the time travel, but suddenly found yourself in the body of a young man in the late stage of cancer. You thought the bitter past was over, but everything returned to square one. Waking up again, you see 3 worried faces. You have finished receiving the memories. This body is still called Ling Yuni. Your girlfriend Yang Mi is a popular actress. Although you are a scumbag who often flirts, she is devoted to you and even willing to die for you. The simple middle-aged couple in front of you are your parents. You are an unqualified son, but it doesn't stop them from loving you. You closed your eyes wearily, a sense of sadness filling your heart. The person who was by your side a second ago has become a bubble in the next second, and it's another body that could collapse at any time. Now you don't have the mind to care about others. You haven't said a word for 3 whole days. Yang Mi and your parents thought you couldn't accept reality. Despite their worries, they didn't dare to show it in front of you, only secretly wiping tears away. Son, have some porridge. You haven't eaten anything for days. Your mother's face is filled with a pleasing expression, saying in a pleading tone. You looked up at Aunt Lin, not knowing when her black hair had grown many white strands. The wrinkles on Uncle Lin's forehead deepened, but he still forced a smile, though his back seemed a bit more hunched. You learned from memory that being an only child, they always indulged you, which in turn nurtured your spoiled and rebellious nature, showing them no respect on a daily basis. Looking at the 2 careful faces in front of you, your heart softened and nodded. You, also take a good rest. Don't exhaust yourselves. Due to not speaking for too long, your voice is a bit hoarse, but it made your parents so happy that they almost cried. Not only are you willing to eat, but you also care about your parents. Your son has become sensible, but it was exchanged for cancer. The price seems too high. Yuri, Yang Mi, who just walked into the ward, looked at you timidly. This popular female star, known for her beauty, had eyes swollen like peaches at the moment, looking very haggard, clearly having a bright future ahead. She must marry you, wearing a wedding dress. She wants to marry you with all her heart. You sighed. What a silly girl you are, so devoted and sincere. Even for the sake of those who care about you, you must pull yourself together. Since you have taken over someone else's body, you must take responsibility for it. With only 4 days left on the countdown of life, you must hurry. You search through memories in your mind, pondering before speaking. Ru Yen, do you still remember Tang Lei? Back in school, he was my best friend. His girlfriend Ding Xiang has been gone for 3 years. He once told me that he wanted to write a song for Ding Xiang, to keep her in memory this way. I wrote a song for him. Can you help me deliver it to him? But in your current state, can you still write songs? Yang Mi asked hesitantly. Why? Yes, give me paper and pen. As you speak, struggling to get up, Yang Mi suddenly panicked. Don't move. I'll go get it for you. The paper and pen were quickly brought to you. You gripped the pen with effort, sweat already covering your forehead. It really hurts. Seriously ill. Maybe this is just how it feels. You write very slowly. Every word, every note is particularly laborious. It took more than an hour, and you finally finished the last word. If possible, let Tang Lei sing this song as soon as possible. Let this song be heard by more people as soon as possible. After saying this, White Gap took a deep breath. His eyes went black, and he could no longer support himself and fainted. The patient can't hold it up. Perform resuscitation. Where's the doctor? Get the doctor. Cardiac stimulation. Ventilator. Faster. More power. There was panic on the scene. Doctors soon arrived and began to perform final checks and resuscitation for White Gap. Boss Yang was right outside the hospital room, holding the song that White Gap had just written, already sobbing uncontrollably. A few hours later, the doctor walked out. The patient just overexerted his energy and fainted. It's not life-threatening for the time being. Moreover, the examination just now suddenly revealed that some of his vital signs are actually slightly better. Hearing the doctor's words, Boss Yang immediately brightened up. Doctor, do you mean to say, he's better? The doctor shook his head. It's probably the final flashback, which has happened to many patients at the end. The doctor said a little heavily. After so many years, having seen life and death, This doctor is also becoming more and more convinced of the word metaphysics. Many patients experience some sudden improvement before they finally pass away. And at first doctors think this is a good thing, that the patient is saved. But as more and more examples came to light, he realized that these patients who suddenly appeared to be improving were invariably already close to death. This is probably, as the old folks used to say, a flashback. So, it could also be said that White Gap's life was, this time, really coming to an end. 7 days, the patient's life will be supported for another 7 days at most. The doctor said this at the end. Boss Yang stayed in place in a daze, not moving a muscle. After a long time, she slumped down in front of the glass and glanced at the White Gap. White Gap was still asleep, sleeping quietly. Boss Yang smiled, then turned to leave. It's not too late. It must still be too late. She made sure that White Gap, at the end of her life, heard the song and saw it sung together by many, many people. It has to be fast. It has to be fast. The doctor said there are 7 days left, but what if the White Gap doesn't make it through 7 days? So the faster the song gets sung the better it must be. White Gap, rest well. When you wake up, I'll definitely give you a surprise. Boss Yang said silently in his heart. Boss Yang found Tang Lei phone, said the general situation, then asked him to meet in the mountainous area where his girlfriend was teaching. His girlfriend's name is Clove, a college student and a teacher in the mountains. Clove is a kind girl, that batch of a lot of college students to go to the mountains to teach, but stayed behind only her. She said she found the meaning of life here. She wants to help these children. She also said that it's really hard and tiring here, so no one wants to stay, but because of that, if she leaves again, then there's really no hope for these kids. Tang Lei had objected and refused, but in the end he chose to respect it. After all, it's a good thing. Tang Lei had also thought that when he had saved enough money, he would go there to build a real school, and then spend the rest of his life there with Ding Xiang. As long as you love each other, it's paradise there. Dreams are rich, but reality is often bone-chilling. One day 3 years ago, a flash flood erupted in the mountains, and the school, which was already in a state of disrepair, was swept away, with 2 students trapped inside and unable to get out. Lilac tried to swim desperately toward the 2 children, using all her strength to get both of them to safety. Once the last one had been pushed out and pushed to safety by her, Clove had no more strength and disappeared into the floodwaters. People say she walked away with a smile on her face. The floodwaters receded, and when she was found, she was a cold, dead body. Why don't good people always get rewarded? Coming to the mountains, Boss Yang thought about the story of Clove's former life and couldn't speak for a long time. Soon, Tang Lei arrived as well. The 2 of them first came to Clove's grave, and after paying their respects to Clove, they sat down at the grave. White Gap, how many more days? Tang Lei lit a cigarette and slowly asked. Boss Yang had already talked to him about the general situation of the White Gap. There are no days left. And this song? It's his last wish. Boss Yang returned, then looked at Tang Lei and frowned. I remember you didn't used to smoke. It's been through a lot and it's smoked. Don Ray said. My girlfriend left me 3 years ago, and now my best friend is also leaving. One is leaving as soon as he said he was leaving, not even letting me even have time to prepare. The other one is okay. He told me when he was about to die, and said that he wrote a song for me, saying that it was his last wish. Don't you think I should be thanking him? All this moment, still thinking of me. The White Gap is not wanting to upset you. Boss Yang explained for White Gap. I know. It's all for my own good. It's just. Tang Lei glanced at Boss Yang. Don't you think that the one who lives is the one who suffers the most? Boss Yang didn't say anything. It may be true that people can get over it once they die, but the living have to suffer for a long, long time. It hasn't been easy for Don Ray over the years. Okay, give me the song. Seeing that Boss Yang didn't say anything, Tang Lei said, tomorrow is the anniversary of Clove's death, so I'll sing this song tomorrow. If I can't even fulfill my best brother's last wish, I think I'll die in peace. We'll sing tomorrow. Boss Yang agreed. The sooner the better. On her social media, Boss Yang posted that she will be webcasting for the first time tomorrow. In the age of short videos, a single live broadcast by a web celebrity can make an event known all over the internet. Not to mention a big star like Boss Yang who has millions of fans himself and carries millions of traffic. Let more people hear the song. This was the fastest way Boss Yang could think of. Early in the morning of the second day, Boss Yang and Tang Lei came to Clove's grave early. Today is the anniversary of Clove's death. But they weren't the first to come. When Boss Yang arrived, there were already hundreds of people at the grave, all villagers here. Every year, on this day, these villagers come here to pay their respects to Clove, who they say is the best person they've seen in all these years, and left her life here, so they can't be without a conscience. Don Ray explained. Boss Yang didn't say anything, his eyes were a little bit sour. The first thing she did was turn on the live stream. On the other half of the live screen, Boss Young wrote briefly about Clove. The fans swarmed in just as the show started, and when they saw the scene and then the words, most of them basically understood what was going on as well. The initial excitement of the fans quickly became heavy. Such a sad story for all to empathize with. The villagers stood in the back, while at the very front of the grave stood more than 30 children. The younger ones are 6 or 7 years old. The older ones are 14 or 15. Back, with a shout from one of the children at the front of the room. A loud reading ensued throughout the entire graveyard in a neat and tidy manner. In the beginning of man, nature is good. Sex is close. Learning is far away. If you don't teach, your nature will change. The way to teach is to specialize. If jade is not faceted, it will not become a weapon. If a man does not learn, he does not know righteousness. As a son of man, you are a young man. Kiss your teachers and friends, and practice your manners. Word by word, the voices passed over the graves as if this was still the same schoolhouse it once was, and the same lilac teacher who had given them lessons. The three-character classic is what Ding Xiang made them memorize in the beginning. She said that this is the national essence of China, and that it must not be forgotten, and that by learning this, one basically learns to be a human being, and that a person who spends their whole life, no matter if they're poor or not, must learn to be a human being first. Tang Lei's voice had choked a little. Grave. One child moved 2 steps forward and rushed to Mr. Lilac's grave, kowtowing heavily. Teacher, this is the essay I won this year. The name of the essay is called My Dearest Teacher. I wrote about you, and that judge teacher said that my writing was so touching that he wanted to cry, and I said that I wrote it in tears because, well, it's a true story. And teacher, I miss you. After reciting the 3-character sutra, the student who had taken the lead said with tears in his eyes. Then one student after another moved forward. Teacher, Erden won't bully me anymore because I'm not afraid of him anymore. You used to tell me that only when you're strong, others won't bully you, and now I've done it. But teacher, can you still see it? Teacher, this is my homework for this semester. It's extraordinarily neatly written, and all the other teachers have given me an excellent grade, so I brought it over today for you to check. Teacher, I didn't drop out of school. I'm still going to school because you told me that the only way out for us is to go to school, and I'll stick to it. And I'll listen to you later and get out and go to the big city, and then come back and help more people, just like you. Teacher, we miss you. One student after another cried. It is a teacher's responsibility to preach and teach. But for these students, Ms. Lilac is not just a teacher who preaches and teaches. She is a light in their dark lives, and it is Ms. Lilac who tells them so. Study hard, and if they keep going along this path, they'll be able to get out of whatever they're in now. It was this light that gave them hope. At that moment, Tang Lei took a guitar and slowly walked towards the very front. Everyone here recognized who Tang Lei was and knew that this was Ms. Chloe's former lover. So, none of them stand in the way. Tang Lei sat down in front of the grave and slowly sat down. Fingers flick on the guitar and the lilac intro comes in. The music is gentle and low. Tang Lei's voice floated throughout the grave. You say you love lilacs best because your name is her. What a melancholy flower. What a sentimentalist. When the flowers are wilting. When the picture is framed. What a delicate flower that can't hide from the wind and rain. How many beautifully woven dreams I've had in my life. And so hastily you go, leaving me with a lifetime to hold on to. Aren't the lyrics about lilacs? The flowers wilted. The picture was frozen. And then in the wind and the rain, you just hurried away. Those beautifully woven dreams. Let it go. Don't think of me, and don't get attached. My life is like the flickering meteor that used to bloom with the most beautiful luster. All the people at the scene were crying. On the pop-ups, there was even more sobbing. Marred, Boss Young, you pay for my tears. You made us cry the first time you opened a live stream. Can you bear it? Is this story true? Are there really such gentle and kind people in the world? May there be no hurt in heaven. May there be no more sorrow on this earth. That's what makes sense live. There are always a lot of touching stories in the era of wind and snow. And there are always a lot of people who can't let go of their feelings inside the ivory tower. Tang Lei recalls a scene from his time with Lilac. And the song is sung with even more devotion. That grave is full of flowers. How you long for beauty. Look at the hills. Do you still feel alone? Listen to someone singing that favorite song of yours. Oh, how much of the world's prosperity. No need to be attached to it from now on. The yard is planted with lilacs, blooming with beautiful purple flowers. And I'm here with her, guarding her for the rest of her life. You're gone, once and for all. But what about the people who still miss you in the world? Tang Lei finally couldn't hold it back any longer and cried his heart out. Everyone in the audience choked up. Among those children who had just been memorizing the 3-character classic, there were 2 children who even stumbled and knelt down in front of Ding Xiang's grave. Mom, we're here. Mom, I'm sorry, if we hadn't been so naughty and playful, maybe, you wouldn't be dead. Mom, this time I got first place in the school. Here's my report card. Take a look. I won't let you down. I'll study hard. Mom, you said that you would most like that one day to see that there are no more children in this mountainous region of ours who can't go to school, and I swear that when I grow up, I will fulfill that wish for you. Mom, if there really is a parallel world, if time can be repeated, you must remember. Next time, don't save us. Mom, can you still see us over there? If you can see us, please remember that we miss you. In the midst of all this crying, the broadcast is over. Boss Young didn't say anything on air. She knew she didn't need to say anything more. This song is destined to explode and touch many, many people. Young Nini's first live broadcast was met with tears across the internet. Lilac, the most beautiful girl, may there be no hurt in heaven. The most infatuated boy, Tang Lei, silently guards his departed girlfriend with a song about lilac flowers that makes everyone's heart ache. Without exception, these headlines stormed the Hot 100, and Boss Young's live clip video is on fire. On this day, almost everyone in Dacia would talk about this matter. A company office. Why are your eyes red? Did you have another fight with your husband yesterday? He didn't make a move, did he? No, just watched a live stream on the way to work earlier. A live stream can make you like this. You're too sentimental. What live stream? Tell me. I'll take a look. I'll tell you. These are just to trick people like you into tears. I'll never cry. This red-eyed coworker found an edited video of Boss Yang's live broadcast and sent it over. Half an hour later. I thought you didn't cry? Why are you crying too? I'm not crying. It's just the wind getting in my eyes. The coworker who had just sworn that he would not cry was still talking tough. Then, after watching this video, he suddenly slammed his phone heavily and turned his head, his face heavy as he looked at the colleague who had just sent him the video. Where can I donate? Where can I donate to these children in the mountains? I can't take it anymore. I have to do something or I'll have a hard time for a month. An elementary school. Video clips of Boss Young's live broadcasts were released in every class. All the teachers were crying through it. All the kids were red-eyed too. Children. Some empty words and big words. I don't want to talk about them today. I just want to tell you that you are sitting in this classroom with clear windows today. But there are still many, many children who don't have the means to go to school. And the world is still in need of many, many more Dingtao teachers. If one day, if it's possible, I hope that everyone, like MS, Lilac, has a share of heat and light, so that love fills every corner. A charitable fund. Our donation channel for children in the mountains has received more than 8 figures so far, which is more than we've ever received in a month. A staff member reported. It's because of that video, isn't it? The leader didn't look up, just said lightly, yeah, MS. Lilac is really so pathetic. The staff member's tone was a bit heavy. There are many more of these tragedies in our current Dacia, and we still have a long way to go, but right now the 10 million or so should do a little good. The leader said leisurely. Contact the officials of the mountainous region where MS Clove is located, and say that our charity fund wants to use a sum of money to build a road for this mountainous region, and see if they can cooperate. When the road is open, so is everything. A music platform. Is it possible to contact Tang Lei? Tell him we want the exclusive rights to Lilac Flower, and give the highest price. If we can't reach him, we'll contact Boss Young. He must know him, no matter what the cost. We have to give it a try. Although the lyrics of this song can't be said to be a classic, but through a touching story, it's bound to create a short-lived big hotspot in the society. As long as we can seize this hotspot, it's bound to skyrocket our paying subscribers within a short period of time. This is a great opportunity for our platform to seize market share. We must not miss it, and we must not allow our competitors to get the jump on us. The music platform director said. A music company. Now all of our employees. The top priority of our work is, signed Don Ray. Tang Lei itself now has such a large amount of traffic. After a little packaging, it can become a first line as soon as it debuts. I don't know how many people are staring at this piece of fat meat. It's definitely a surefire business. Find a way to reach out to him, and give the contract price directly to the first tier. And let's keep in mind that this isn't just about signing a singer, but it's also a big benefit to our company's publicity. So we're getting down to business now, and I'm announcing that whichever one of you can sign Don Ray, then he's our next head of the music department. The general manager of the music company bullied and gave death orders to everyone. The impact of a song is huge. It began to make a lot of people in the society start to pay attention to those children who live in the dark. And the charity fund also has a lot more donations to help at least for a period of time, to help some of the poor mountainous areas. Even some official departments have acted accordingly. Lilac Blossom was a huge hit, making everyone salivate. And Don Ray became the new hot chick in showbiz. A lot of things have to go in the right direction. While the internet is forgetful and there are many things happening in this world every day, there may soon be the next hotspot for everyone to focus on. The song, Lilac Blossom, suddenly bursts into flames for Don Ray, who will also soon be forgotten in the corner by the crowd. But it's enough to at least move thousands of people for a moment. Don Ray didn't choose any of the music companies, he gave an exclusive interview. It's an official interview. Thank you Don Ray for joining us for this exclusive interview. I know that by now Mr. Don Ray has received dozens of media offers, but the only one that chose to do so was us. So I thank you again for coming. The official host was courteous. No, maybe I'm just a bad talker myself. Kinda dumb, so I'm just a little unsure of how to handle these things for a while. Tang Lei said modestly. I can see that it's not stupid. It's sincere. And only someone as sincere as you could write a song like that. A good host doesn't embarrass the guests from start to finish. However, Tang Lei frowned when he heard this. No, I think you misunderstand. The song, I didn't write it. Ha! The hosts were taken aback. Isn't this song about you and your girlfriend? Because Lilac Flower was bursting into flames on the livestream. It didn't specifically credit the lyricist, but everyone knew that the song was about Tang Lei and his girlfriend. So they subconsciously assumed that the song was made by Tang Lei specifically for his girlfriend. The story is mine, but the song is not. When Tang Lei said this, his mind thought of White Gap, who was still in the hospital and whose life was in danger, and his entire body became sad. And who wrote the song? The moderator asked. The writer of this song is called White Gap, my best friend in my life, and an extraordinarily talented person. Don Ray introduced it this way. So where is he now? Did he come to our site today? The moderator pursued the question. For exclusive events like this one, there's usually some sort of family and friends group. So, most likely, White Gap will be in there as well. If it's true and that it's possible to see a talented musician, then this episode could be a double whammy. However, Tang Lei shook his head, his eyes red and almost on the verge of tears. No, he's not. He can't come. Seeing Tang Lei in this state, the host was a bit puzzled in his heart. Is there something wrong with him? It feels like you seem a little sad at the mention of him. Sorry, no. Tang Lei ultimately didn't tell White Gap about the situation. I was just thinking about something that happened earlier and didn't control my emotions. I'm sorry. The moderator didn't press the issue either. Guests don't want to talk and they don't ask. It's basic hosting skills. The song Lilac Blossom was a hit on the air, but at the moment we've found out that it's not online on any of the music platforms yet, which makes a lot of people who want to download the song regret it. So I'd like to ask here on behalf of all the fans, do you have a preferred music platform right now? Thank you, everyone, for keeping me waiting. I've made my choice. Don Ray said. Everyone's ears perked up as well. They're both big fans of the song, Lilac Blossom. This song will be released all over the internet and free for life. Tang Lei said word for word. What? The words came out and instantly surprised everyone. Free on all platforms. I couldn't have heard it wrong. Could I? In this world nowadays, there are still free things? I really don't need to. I've already filled up my membership anyway. So one more song won't matter. This Tang Lei couldn't be a rich second generation. Doesn't like money at all and singing is just his hobby? Speculation was rife. Indeed. Even if people don't know exactly how much money Don Ray will lose if he chooses to make the whole platform free, but they also know that it must be astronomical. Unbeknownst to him, it was revealed just a few days ago that a song that caught fire more than 10 years ago is, to this day, bringing in several $1 million a year, not to mention the likes of Lilacs, which have exploded in popularity recently. Did you choose to release it for free across all platforms because of your kindness and desire for more people to hear the song? The host made a good enough case for Don Ray. However, Tang Lei shook his head and, no, it's not right, not because of my goodness, but because of the song's creator, White Gap. This was requested by White Gap. He said that the song itself is hoping that people can pay attention to people in some poor mountainous areas, and he hopes that, no matter what time of the year it is, as long as people can hear this song, they can think of who it is for, and it can inspire great love in their hearts, and that's good enough. The room erupted in applause. Even the host stood up and gave a thumbs up. Let's give credit to the White Gap. However, it's only natural for creators to write good songs, singers to present beautiful music for everyone, and then ask for a certain amount of payment. While White Gap forgoes this income, is it because this Mr. White is not short of money? The host suddenly has a heavy curiosity about White Gap breakthroughs. No, who isn't short of money? Tang Lei looked at the ceiling and said in a sad tone, it's just possible that White Gap has, well, no use for that money. Can't use it? The moderator was even more puzzled. It's nothing. He wrote the song. It's what he wanted. And I absolutely respect that. Tang Lei no longer wanted to continue this topic. Boss Yang had talked to him about it while he was singing this song. Well, let's give it up for Mr. White Gap. One more time. The host also no longer pursued the question. After doing so long as the host, the detection of words and colors has been his most basic skills. Mr. Tang, I would like to ask you one more question on behalf of everyone, about where you are going after this. It is also a matter of concern among many fans. Now that you have thousands of fans, will you follow the trend and make your debut in the entertainment industry next? Which music company will you sign with? What are your plans for your future music career? This is really a concern for many people. Almost everyone thought that Tang Lei would definitely take this opportunity to make his debut, then become a star and rake in the money. After all, such opportunities don't come along very often. Many have even begun to shade that he will, in the future, surely, the world consume his ex-girlfriends and then get a deep love persona and miss it for the rest of his life. This kind of thing is moving at first, and it gets tiresome after a lot of talk. Yet again, Tang Lei shook his head. I'm not planning to debut, and I'm not signing to any music company. My next plan is simple. I want to settle in that small mountain village and go wherever I can to be a paraprofessional teacher. It's Chloe's wish, and I've really grown to love those simple children there over the past few years. Of course I'm not going to give up on music. I'm a songwriter myself, and I'll continue to write songs there if I have time left over, and continue to sing them for people when I get the chance. When everyone thinks I'm going to change, I just want to show everyone that there are at least two other things in this world that never change, and that's love and kindness. That's what Don Ray said, and he was indeed prepared to do so. In that small mountain village, accompanying Clove, accompanying the children, walking a road not traveled today, and living a life free from the world. How much of the world's prosperity, from now on, do not have to worry about? How is that not a blessing? The other side, hospital service. White Gap slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Detecting that lilac flower has been successfully released and has inspired the kindness of countless people, hereby rewarding the host with a life value of 10 days, with a current life remaining of 14 days. There were 7 days left, but the release of the lilacs plus the fermentation in the community took 3 days. So, with the system's reward, White Gap would have 14 days of life left. Not bad at all. The White Gap has been satisfactory. It wasn't a huge difference in life value, but at least it was a hope. The host's impact effect rating for this lilac release is A. The redemption system is hereby opened. Exchange 1. Long-term exchange. The host can exchange 30 days of life value for 1% health value. When the health value reaches 30% or more, the host can get rid of the terminal disease. When the health value reaches 60% or more, the host can be basically normal. Redemption 2. Emotional enhancement. After redeeming this, the emotions expressed in any recreational work the host writes afterward will be more easily felt by the listener. Redemption requires 11 days of life value. There you go. White Gap looked at the two exchanges and shook his head helplessly. One simply can't afford to replace it himself. Another. I just came in and lost my lifesteal again, and have to ride backwards for a day on my own. However, the reward was tantalizing. Emotional enhancement. Doesn't that mean that you'll get twice the result with half the effort when you write songs in the future? But, dare to change? There are 3 days left after the change. In 3 days, can you write a song that moves the world and evokes thought in the heart? White Gap was a bit hesitant. At this moment, Boss Yang and Tang Lei walked in, and after hearing the news that Bai Guy had woken up, they rushed over at the first opportunity. When he came in and looked at the White Gap, Boss Yang's eyes instantly soured. White Gap, are you okay? Did you see it? The lilacs were released. Lots and lots of people liked it. Tang Lei is grateful to you, and the children in the mountains are saved. White Gap nodded softly. Not by much. He was still weak, and nodding his head took almost all of his strength. Don Ray walked over to the hospital bed, but he didn't cry. What's the point of pretending? Get up. We still have to play the game together all night. I've dropped to gold without you playing with me for the past few days. Hearing Tang Lei's words, a smile appeared at the corner of White Gap's mouth. Get up. Can't get up. And in the future, you'll play less. Don Ray's emotions broke down in a flash and he choked back a sob. You, tell me, if I had let you stay with me a few less all-nighters in the first place, you wouldn't be. Now, would you? White Gap gently shook his head, the tips of his fingers gently touching Tang Lei. No, nothing. You, what are your plans for the future? Debut? White Gap still cares about his best friend. No. Don Ray shook his head. To be able to sing a song for Ding Xiang, and also let almost all of China hear me sing, my dream has been realized. I am satisfied. The next days, I will be in that small mountain village, accompany Ding Xiang, accompany those children, and then, if, speaking of which, Tang Lei glanced at White Gap, if If later, in case you really, where you go to? I'll stay with you guys and not be alone. Whitegap didn't say anything. Despite the system, he really didn't have much confidence in his future. It's too hard. All it takes is one unsuccessful attempt to, perhaps, literally say goodbye to the world. At that moment, a nurse walked in and began to change Whitegap's medication. The nurse skillfully did a good job together, then turned her head and saw Boss Yang. This nurse froze in place all of a sudden, rubbing her eyes with both hands, her eyes full of incredulity. Honey sister? Yang Mi hurriedly made a shushing gesture and nodded, then pointed to the Whitegap, signaling this nurse to keep her voice down. The nurse understood and hurried to lower her voice. Sister Honey, it's me, Mao Bui. The nurse took off her mask, revealing a face with a bit of baby fat, and looked at Boss Yang with a smile. Fluffy? Boss Yang was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Mao was a contestant on a variety show that Boss Yang recently appeared on, and Boss Yang was a judge on the show. It's a music talent show, but Mauve is not too popular in this talent show and is on the verge of elimination. Sister Honey, I'm a nurse myself. I'm just an ordinary person who likes music. The dream has been chased. It has to return to reality. It has to eat right. Mao smiled bitterly, recognizing his current situation very clearly. Boss Yang sighed softly. She had seen this kind of thing many times. The entertainment industry had countless people breaking their heads trying to come in every day, but most of them retired in disgrace after being stood on their heads. Ordinary is fine. Ordinary is real. Boss Yang could only take such comfort. Mauve smiled. I'm most afraid of doing nothing in my life, and saying that ordinary is rare and precious. It's alright, Mimi. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely sing again. Go ahead and get busy. Just holler at me if you need anything. The nurse who was supposed to be here today is off, so I'm in charge today. With that, Mauve turned around and tried to get out. Wait for. Whitegap's weak voice rang out. I want to write you a song. Whitegap uttered the words with difficulty. The moment Mao came in, he realized that there were several songs in the system that matched Mao 100%. That's definitely not something to let go of. No. Boss Yang looked at Whitegap with red eyes. No, absolutely not. Your body can't take you like this anymore. Boss Yang's refusal was firm. I'm afraid, if I don't write, I really won't have a chance later. Whitegap spoke weakly. But, you write songs and it hurts. It hurts. Boss Yang is really heartbroken. Don't worry. I'm fine. Whitegap insisted. The scene brought tears to the eyes of everyone present. What kind of scene is this? A dying man, in the last moments of his life, is still going through the motions of writing a song? The love of ideals can, at times, really transcend life and death. No need. Brother, I've seen your persistence and the meaning of the dream. I won't give up. Don't worry. This is already the most precious gift you've given me. Mauve cried. He felt that it was his words just now that had impressed Whitegap. Someone who is terminally ill and whose days are numbered is still holding on to what he loves and still giving himself encouragement. Then what reason is there for one to give up? Give me a pen and paper. Whitegap persists. The crowd couldn't argue with Whitegap, so they could only put pen and paper in front of him. Whitegap endured the excruciating pain and wrote word for word. Mauve's tears never stopped when she looked at him. He no longer cares how the Whitegap writing gets the song to fire. The mere sight of this scene was shocking enough to forget for the rest of one's life. Half an hour later, Whitegap handed the paper to Mauve. This song, it suits you very well. You have to carefully figure out the feelings in it, and, perhaps, come out on a different path. The system had already told Whitegap that the song was a 100% match for Mao. And the song, make sure you release it soon. After finishing those two sentences, Whitegap fainted heavily once again. He just used his 11 days of life value to redeem his emotional enhancement. Now that he's extremely weak. The doctor rushed over and gave the patient a physical examination. The doctor grimaced as the examination was completed. Who told him to write songs? He must stop writing songs immediately. You are burning the lives of your patients. It's murder for money, you know? The patient originally had 5 days to live. Now, after testing, there are only 3 days left at most. Why would you let a critically ill patient continue with such intense work as writing songs? Are you demons? The doctor had a bit of a rant at the end of his sentence. He's responsible for his patients. It's his job. Only 3 more days? Boss Yang weakly asked. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice at this point. Why hadn't he just been more forceful in stopping it? Why did he watch Whitegap torture himself? Even if she could only live for 2 more days. That was all she had right now. Mauve was sobbing even more at this point. He held the song in his hands as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It's too heavy. It's a song that a patient, with his own life, wrote for himself. What else can one do to repay him? Don't cry. It's White Gap's own choice. Maybe this way, he'll have less regrets on his deathbed. If it's hard, listen to him and get the song released as soon as possible so he can hear it before he dies. Tang Lei said softly in a comforting voice. That's right. Mauve raised her head. It was the only thing he could do now. Sister honey, for tomorrow's live broadcast, I want to change my song and sing this one. Yang Mi nodded. All of it. She'll take care of it. A contestant, especially one who was about to be eliminated, can be given a hard time for changing songs on the fly. But with Boss Yang's curiosity, absolutely not. After saying that, Mao Mao left the hospital room. He went back to his rental house alone and sang the song over and over again. Every note, every bite, he demanded perfection from himself. Because, with this song, it's not just him. Harry sang it, and it felt like the song was written about him. Singing about being alone and helpless for so long. The more Mao Mao sang, the more depressing his mood. Stood up, took a sip of the nearby erguotu, went to the window, and looked out of the window alone and quietly. By this time, the hour was late in the evening. The evenings in the city always make people sad. When one gets off work, the traffic and the sea of people merge into a patchwork. Lonely people will look bleaker. Mao Mao did not say a word, looking out the window at a large and small intersection. People in the city are running around and busy for life. Do they really want to live like that? Who on this earth has it easy? Suddenly, Mauve felt herself, as if she suddenly understood the song completely. This one, for people like me. The next day, the recording site of Tomorrow's Children, contestants and mentors alike arrived early, and on the big screen, the latest popularity ratings of each contestant were displayed. Mauve is in the top, bottom of the list. Today is an elimination match, and everyone thinks that Fluffy will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Today, hey, in fact, I've always been quite optimistic about this Mao Mao. Always feel that he has some humanistic temperament. This kind of temperament, rarely seen in the entertainment circle. I did not expect. Humble looked at the big screen and lamented. He's just here to make up the numbers. He doesn't know basic music theory. If it were up to me, I wouldn't even let him come. It's only right that he be eliminated. Blossom stepped forward, bristling. Humble gave him a look and didn't say anything. There's no need to talk. After all, the two are not in the same industry. Flowers does the law, while the others sing the song. Boss Young, who are you expecting today? Humble turned to Boss Young. Boss Young looked at the picture of Mao Mao on the big screen and said quietly, I'm here today, just for one song, the one that Mauve is going to sing. The song was written by White Gap. No matter how it was written, Boss Young would feel that it was the best song in this world. Ha! Humble grew his mouth. You know, it's not like they've been taping a show together for 1 or 2 episodes. Boss Yang is not a professional singer, and is more in the position of a listener to comment on the contestants. However, in the first few issues, she hadn't shown much interest in Mauve, although she wasn't as mean as Hannah. How? Surprisingly, did you expect him this time? Boss Yang, did you, get the wrong person? Humble asked incredulously. Yeah, what's so good about that gross thing? He doesn't know anything about music. He can't even compose. What did you expect from him? Flower chimed in. Boss Yang shook his head. Believe me, the song that Momo will be singing in a few moments is going to blow everyone away. Hearing this, Humble was even more curious. At the same time, he was a little more excited about Mao Mao's performance today. The recording started soon after. On the scene, various banners danced across the audience stage. When the flowers come out, the gods and demons retreat. When Flower draws, China is shocked. Humble, you're my forever man. Boss Yang is the prettiest. Honey, I love you. The atmosphere was crazy with countless people waving glow sticks and colorfully writing different names on their faces. The draft has officially begun. Each contestant did their best to perform, and at the same time, their popularity ratings increased by varying degrees as they finished their performances. Mauve was placed last. At the moment he was backstage, incredibly nervous. It wasn't the first time he'd been on this stage, but there was no other time that made him so nervous. This time, he was not only representing himself, he was also carrying the expectations of the White Gap. Luckily, it was all in time. Brother, bye. Hang in there. I'll be on in a minute. At that thought, Mao Mao held a small bottle of erguotu in his hand and poured a heavy gulp into his mouth. The spiciness of the white wine instantly grossed out the feeling of comfort. The wine is strong. Momo has always had this problem, and a few sips of white wine during a stressful time relieves it quite a bit. Mauve, I heard you changed your song this time? The change is still a new song. Backstage in the contestants' lounge, some of the contestants who had already finished their performances spoke out when they saw Mao Mao in this state. Mauve nodded, nervousness keeping him from speaking. Changing songs on the fly. That's a big no-no. And even though your grades aren't great right now, you can't play like that. The player, perhaps with good intentions, said softly, don't be a dog with a rat, mind your own business. Can't you see that people have given up? Now they are all here drinking wine. How dashing. This is broken. No, this is called having self-knowledge. Another player taunted. Ha ha ha, that's right. The road of showbiz is not for everyone. Some people just don't know what they're doing, and now that they know it's hard, they're starting to act like cowards and drink their way out of it. I think, Mao, why don't you just abstain from the competition and go up there to humiliate yourself? Teacher Hua told me that this time, he's definitely going to eliminate you. More and more players began to taunt. Only, Mauve was on cloud 9 and didn't care a bit. I'm not going to lose today, because the song I'm singing today was written with my life. By this time, the host of the scene had begun to call for Mauve to come out. Mauve slowly walks out from backstage. He was steady with every step, because he knew that today would be the day that would change his fate. Seeing Mao go out, the group of contestants backstage first froze for a moment, and then, one by one, they began to get indignant. Mud really can pretend. The bottom first place has what cattle? See that dejected look? That's right, it's disgusting, and it's written in life. Why don't you just die? Drunken talk. Ha, I think the man is stimulated and completely stupid. These people still despise Mauve. Mao had already walked to the center of the stage at this moment. His baby fat face was flushed, the smile at the corner of his mouth was simple, and the whole person looked very cute. Hello mentors, I'm Fluffy. As was the norm, Mauve greeted a few of her mentors first. Xian smiled as he looked at Mao. Honestly, he loved this child from the bottom of his heart. Xian also knew Mao's current situation, and picked up the microphone, just about to utter a few words of encouragement, when suddenly, a pungent smell came. A strong odor of white wine reached the tutor's desk. Humble was greatly shocked and looked at the furry in front of him and asked, Did you just have a drink? Fluffy took 2 steps back in some embarrassment. Yeah, was it discovered? Humble was even more surprised. There had never been a contestant that would drink before going on stage. How much did you drink? Not much. I'm not really a big drinker because drinking, it's not good for you, Harry explained. So how much did you really drink? Humble continued to press the issue. About a bottle. I'll go. Humble shrugged off the microphone breathlessly. 1 bottle. White wine. Isn't that a lot? An ordinary person, drinking a bottle of white wine, probably can't even get out of bed now. It's amazing that this Harry guy is standing around right now, and he's going to be performing later on. Sure enough, it's a handsome. So why do you drink? Flower this was interjected. Because. Mauve smiled. Because the booze is strong. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. Many viewers were also stunned by this once-in-a-lifetime scene at this point. I'll be damned. This guy's a cow, drinking before he goes on stage. And there's no one else? Mao wine strengthens one's courage. Whoever doesn't give me a pass in a while, I'm going to go crazy with alcohol. In case I hurt anyone, it's not good. You guys take care of yourselves. Flower, why am I suddenly a little scared? Security guard, get closer to me. It feels like this bottom one today is definitely going to be a whole lot more alive. So what kind of song did you bring us today? Humble skirted the topic. After all, there isn't any rule on this show that says contestants can't drink before they go on stage either. For this loophole, they now have no choice but to ignore it and let the show go on. The name of the song is People Like Me, Mao said quietly. Then, sitting quietly in his chair, he took out his guitar and strummed the first note. Are you living as the person you want to be? Are you happy with what you have now? Do you remember when you were a child? You used to think that you were the center of this heaven and earth, and that everything in this world was supposed to revolve around you. But then, when you realized how ordinary you were, did you ever feel a twinge of loss? Perhaps. In this busy world, many people have forgotten to dream of anything. But everyone is also pretty sure that their childhood dream was certainly not a suite and a car. Before opening her mouth to sing the first line, many things flashed through Mauve's mind. 1,000 words in one sentence. It's the lyrics. A good person like me should have lived his life splendidly. How is it that in the end, after more than 20 years, he is still floating in the sea of people? A smart person like me has long since said goodbye to simplicity. How is it that I still use a love affair for a bruise? How many other people have you met who are as lost as I am? As searching as I am, as bumbling as I am? At the scene, there was a sudden silence that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's faces were stony, unsure of what they were thinking. Think of someone, something, or yourself? Touchingly, many viewers broke down in tears. Say to yourself as a child, I'm sorry for not living the way you wanted to. 33 years old, nothing accomplished. 2 children, Stressful. 2 failed business ventures. $300,000 in debt. Now life is tight. I can't hold on. A good person like me should have lived a splendid life. How is it that more than 20 years have come to an end? But I have fallen on my face with you. I sold my dreams for firewood. Suddenly so sad. I'm not some kind of a miscreant. I'll pick up the flyers on the side of the road. I'll give up my seat on the bus. I'll give money to beggars. I don't have a messy relationship. I try, but why is it just so bad? This feeling of being unwilling but unable to do anything about it. It makes every heart sink. And Mo's voice continued. How is it that a vulgar man like me, who never likes to pretend to be deep, suddenly wobbles when he hears an old song once in a while? A coward like me, who leaves a few points for everything, how once would have thought of defying the odds for anyone? How many people are there in the world who are as lonely as I am, as stupid as I am, as unassuming as I am? Boss Yang cried. The tears couldn't stop flowing. What the others heard may have been a story, but what Boss Yang heard was really an accident of life. White Gap, are you okay? The song is sung by Mauve, but isn't it also your regret for the world? The greatest fear is to go through life without doing anything, but to say that the ordinary is precious. All others have to accept is their own mediocrity. But why do you? Why do you have to accept your own death? Your talent has just been revealed and you are leaving this world forever. Are you also resigned to the fact that this fate is not fair? That's why you always want your own songs to be performed quickly. And you hope, while you can still open your eyes to the world, to see for yourself, your dreams blossoming. Humble was silent, too, has always been a character with a ruined reputation. In the early years, a song of serious snowfire in the north and south of the Yangtze River, a shot in the arm, young and ambitious. Then, it's just like a passing cloud of smoke that is forgotten, mocked, teased, and slowly faded out of the entertainment industry. Since then, he's had one goal in mind. Read again, read for as long as it takes. During that time, he's done a lot of things that boggle the mind, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything as long as he's popular. Now he did. Back in the center of the spotlight. But, someone as stupid as him. Can anyone in this world empathize? Will someone as inexplicable as me have a heart? Mauve sang the last line quietly. This sentence is like a steel knife, cutting hard at Humble's heart. End of song. A brief silence entered the scene. A good song is always easy to sing into people's hearts. Great song. When I first heard it I didn't know the meaning of the song, but when I heard it I was already a person in the song, thinking about what kind of person we should live as in the intertwining of contradictions. I really want to kneel down for you, Humble commented from the bottom of his heart. Then, he looked at Boss Yang who was crying uncontrollably. Honey, you're very emotional. Is there something you want to say? Boss Yang wiped her own tears and tried her best to hold back her emotions. However, her voice remained low. I love this song, and I've been thinking about how he sings it so perfectly on stage. So would the guy who wrote it feel like happy when he saw it? Boss Yang thought of the White Gap. Did you see it? Hearing this, Humble nodded as well and asked it Mao. By the way, Mao, on the information of this song, the creator written is not you. Can you tell us about this creator? He must be an exceptionally outstanding person. Even, it could also be a music industry big shot. There was a lot of commotion at the scene when this statement was made. What? He didn't write this song? Why is it that when he sang it just now, I always felt that the song was so natural to him, as if it was supposed to be his? That's right, don't you guys notice? He and this song are a match made in heaven. I believe that absolutely no one can sing this kind of contradictory and tangled lonesome feeling. This should be tailored specifically for him. I'm going to go. This songwriter is definitely special. This kind of customized song is the hardest to write. Many in the audience were curious about the creator. And can you tell us who this creator is? Humble asked. Mauve paused for a moment. Her head quickly lowered. Her eyes red. Look at this. Surprisingly, on the verge of tears. What's going on here? Humble was all a bit confused for a moment. Did you say the wrong thing? Mauve took a long moment to look up. He bit his lip gently and said in as calm a voice as he could manage. The writer of this song. His name is White Gap. White Gap. An unfamiliar name. Is this a newcomer to the music scene? Isn't that? Humble was instantly interested. Where is he now? Can you introduce me? I'd like to discuss some musical matters with him. Good songs are the most important for a singer to remain evergreen in the entertainment industry. That's why a great songwriter is every singer's dream. He may not be available. It was only after a long time that Mauve slowly said. He didn't say the current status of the White Gap after all. He just said the name of the White Gap. The name, he thought, should not be so obscure. Even if, maybe White Gaps won't be needed anytime soon. Teacher, can we hurry up with the scoring? I'm afraid that in a while, It'll be too late. Mao suddenly said this again. He was really anxious now. He wanted to go back as soon as possible and tell White Gap that he did it, that he didn't let him down. He was afraid that if he delayed a little longer, it would be too late. The doctor said it was a White Gap with 3 days to live, but as a nurse how could he not understand the kind of situation that White Gap was in? At any moment it could not hold out and leave this world forever. This statement startled several of the judges. What's the situation? And the urging to get it over with? This is a real first for a big girl in a sedan chair. Hannah even looked up at Mao Mao, her face actually disdainful. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. Mao Mao, you are just rotten. Listen to what you just said. Those sitting here are your seniors. You don't even know the most basic manners. What kind of climate do you think you can become in the future? I'll be honest with you. I've never had any expectations of you. You know, your tunes have never passed muster with me, including this one. With people like me, if you really don't know how to write a tune, I suggest you go and learn how to do it properly. Or, go to a conservatory and find a student and have them write it for you. Both are better than the one you have now. Hannah said a lot in one breath. He had already made up his mind to give this move a good look today. You're okay. Boss Yang frowned when he heard half of it. Hannah's words made her uncomfortable. What tune? What specialty? I don't know. But, I just think it's a good song. And it gets to my heart. And that's not good enough? Normally, Boss Yang would just put up with it. However, the song was written by White Gap, and she must not tolerate it. Sister Honey, after all, you are not a professional. There are some things that you may not be able to read. Hua is still trying to defend himself. I can't read it, but aren't you guys writing songs for us to listen to? Boss Yang directly interrupted. I believe that this song like me, this time will be able to fire the whole of China. And you, after so many years of debut, have you ever had a song fire? That's a tough enough sentence. It was also the first time that Boss Yan was so tit for tat. In the entertainment industry, being smooth was a must. But this time, concerning the White Gap, she could never tolerate it. What Hua Hua was going to say was choked out by Boss Yang. He turned his head to look at Boss Yang with some surprise in his eyes. What's with this bitch today? Is that one coming? How can you choke so much? However, because of Boss Yang's curiosity, Flower could only break her teeth and swallow them. Well, both of you are right about the benevolent thing. And since the furry players on the field are in such a hurry, let's start scoring now. Humble rushed out to round up the crowd. The scoring rules are simple. The 3 judges account for 50% of the score and the live audience 50%. Scoring begins. Humble and Boss Yang gave it a straight-up perfect score. Boss Yang didn't have to say much. Whether or not it was fair to the other contestants, her heart wouldn't allow her to score a second one. Humble's statement is also simple. The other players were good too. But Mauve, today, performed more like a miracle. Hannah gave it a 60. He was now grimacing the entire time, clearly upset about what had just happened. But it has been harmless. The live audience, in the end, gave it a score of 99-14. With all the points added up, Mauve is already a deserved first in the field. After the scoring was over, Mauve hurried backstage and grabbed a few things that belonged to her before trying to leave in a hurry. Yo, it's not easy. Ah, the blind cat touched the dead rat, took a first place, came in and did not even say hello. Let me tell you, I do not know how many times I have taken this first place. Are not as crazy as you. Shame on you. Some of the contestants started taunting Mauve, but Mauve didn't care. He was full of one thought now. Go back. Hurry back to the hospital. Because, he was afraid it would be too late. He was going to tell White Gap that he got first place singing the song. An accomplishment he never thought possible. It's a great song. Really great. Though today is just a taping and the airing won't be until tomorrow night. But Mao Mao believed that after tomorrow, this song would be a fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River. And it would definitely move countless people. That's the most important thing right now. Ignoring no one, Mao hurried out of the studio, tears streaming down his face as he went. Today was too dreamy for him. It seems like you really might be realizing your dream soon. With this song, maybe I can actually keep singing on stage afterward. But the price of getting it all is too heavy. It's the White Gaps that are worsening. It was the White Gaps' already small number of lives that added insult to injury. Mauve is having a hard time. White Gap had helped fulfill his dream almost with his life. And what could he, himself, do to help him? Can't do anything. Thinking about it, Mao Mao's heart was like a knife cut. Fluffy, where are you going? At that moment, a voice came. It's Boss Yang. Honey, I'm going back to the hospital. I want to sing the song again at the hospital. I think he'll be able to hear it. Harry hurried back. White Gap is still in a coma, and it's not clear if he'll wake up. But what must be done must still be done. Just as well. Come along. I'll go too. It'll be faster in my car. Mauve nodded. Boss Yang's assistant drove, with Boss Yang in the back and Mao Mao in the passenger seat. The car was fast. The three men soon arrived at the hospital. Mao Mao and Boss Yang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries as they got off the bus and headed straight for White Gap's hospital room. Is he awake? When he arrived at the hospital room, Boss Yang immediately asked to the hospital nurse. The caretaker shook her head. No, there hasn't been. The doctor just came by and said that all the vitals are still basically normal, but they're basically supported by the medication, and if they were on the shelf of an ordinary person, they'd probably be. By now, Boss Yang didn't say anything. Now the daily medical bills for White Gap are a high number, but neither White Gap's family nor Boss Yang are bad. For them, as long as White Gap could live one more day, they were willing to spend as much as they could. Now, White Gap's parents are still running around trying to find better medical treatment for him. It was rumored that over at Eagle Jam, a new drug had recently come out, and when White Gap's father heard about it, he rushed over. He said that no matter what the cost, he would bring this medicine back. That's the hope. White Gap's mom is still in front of White Gap's hospital bed at the moment, and in the last moments of her son's life, she will stay with him until the end no matter what. Seeing this scene, Mao Mao sighed deeply. He sat down, took out his guitar, and began to sing the song that White Gap had written for him. A good person like me should have lived his life splendidly. How is it that in the end, after more than 20 years, he is still floating in the sea of people? White Gap mom just heard the first sentence and burst into tears. It's a song written by her son, and possibly the last. The doctor also gave permission for Momo to come to the ward and sing. The doctor said that, perhaps, this was not the way to go. After all, White Gap is, right now, really in need of some kind of miracle. If the song had given him a stronger desire to live, the deterioration might have been slower. Mauve sang more seriously this time than she had earlier. All the nurses who knew what was going on inside were wiping tears from their eyes. What a profound song. Perhaps it is true that only those who are experiencing life and death can have such an epiphany. The ward was silent, with only Mauve's song floating about. Will someone as inexplicable as me have a heart? When Mauve's last line was sung, White Gap's mom had burst into tears. The child White Gap is bitter, and has been bitter since he was a child. She cried. His dad and I were busy growing up and basically left him alone. And at that point it always seemed like it was enough to feed and clothe him and have a better life than the vast majority of them. And that was the greatest love we could have for him. And yet, we never know exactly what it is that he wants. When White Gap was small, the aunt of the family once told me that the boy was a bit withdrawn, often sitting alone in the yard for hours at a time. And sometimes he would talk to the stray dog at the door. He asked the stray dog if he was going home. The stray dog did not speak. He added, "Go home. You are happier than me, because you have a mother at home." But at that time, when we heard about it, we always thought it was just a little kid. Just grow up slowly. All that stuff. No big deal. Then in middle school, Gap began to rebel. Once, I specially rushed back to try to attend his parent-teacher conference. I wanted to surprise him. I went to the school with great excitement, and in the school, not a single person knew me. I found his class, and said that I was Gap's parent, and the teachers all showed their astonished expressions. After almost a year of middle school, it's the first time my teacher has seen me. Teacher called White Gap out for me. White Gap looked at me and didn't come flying at me as he thought he would. His eyes were cold and scary, and said something I'll never forget in my life. He said, "Auntie, who are you looking for? Mistaken child, right?" I was so angry. It was the first time he and I had ever gotten that angry. And even, I hit him. White Gap didn't say a word, and waited until I had thrown all my tantrums before he looked at me, once again, coldly, and asked me, is a mother just responsible for bringing a child to term? I was devastated and spoke to his dad about it. But, his dad said that the kid is still young and rebellious and that he'll be fine when he's older. When he went to high school, this kid got good grades and got into a good university. But when it came to choosing a major, we had another disagreement. We wanted him to study finance and management, and inherit our company in the future. Whereas he, on the other hand, wanted to study music, saying that it was his dream. And his father got angry, cursed at him, and even threatened him, saying that if he studied music, he would never come back to this house for the rest of his life, and he would never be able to take a penny from the family in the future. White Gap is also very stubborn. He coldly smiled and said, "Asked us, in addition to money, you can give me what? Respect me even a second?" From that day onward, Gap never returned home, and all the tuition fees for college were earned by his own part-time job. I'm heartbroken. How can I not be heartbroken? I secretly went to find the White Gap. I hope that he can give his father to go to apologize. Our father and son, What can not be said? I have been looking forward to that day. Later, I finally waited for that day. That day, Whitegap knelt down at the door, saying that he was sorry, that he might not be able to honor us in his life, and that before, it was all his fault. And then, there's that terminal diagnosis. Speaking of which, Whitegap's mom cried even harder and had almost sobbed uncontrollably. That diagnosis took away almost all of her hope. Whitegap's mom raised her head and choked up, asking to Boss Yang and Mao Mao, You say, he is sick, is not tired, is not too aggrieved from childhood. If we can give him a little more care before, don't sulk with him, is not it will not be. The boy told me the other day that he wanted me to have another brother, and he said that when he had a brother, he must never treat him as he had been treated, so that his brother could have a real home, and that he was afraid that we would be alone when he was gone. The boy has thought of us until now, but is there any chance for me to say a word to him? Son, mommy was wrong. Whitegap's mom cried and flopped down next to Whitegap's bed. Looking at the Whitegap mom, Boss Yang gently patted her back. It was just that she didn't really know how to comfort. The heartbreaking cries made the whole ward even sadder. Can you hear the Whitegap lying on the bed? He just fell asleep quietly, not moving a muscle. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the evening of the second day. The latest installment of Tomorrow's Children is also finally with you. When people heard Mao Mao sing this song about people like me, a lot of people started to lose their minds. Not a word about me. Not a word about me. Is a man like me still a man? Sings about everyone who once pretended to be extraordinary but now accepts the ordinary. There are tears in my eyes as I listen, but I dare not let them fall. The meaning of the song is me. It's you. It's him. It's her. All are people with stories. Life is not easy. Move forward. Hey, I'm in my 30s and still accomplishing nothing. Still lost. Why is this happening? I remember a time when I wasn't like this and hate myself now. Well, there's a lot of work to be done after the emotion. Trying to stay alive. Unexpectedly, the song went to everyone's heart at once. Harry's online approval rating quickly rocketed from the bottom of the list to the top of the list. All the major short video platforms. As long as the short video of the song, the number of views are super high. Twitter buzz. 3 of the top 5 are about this very thing. No. 1 on the Hot 100. Tearjerker of the year. People like me. Was there ever a time for you too? The third of the hot searches. The biggest dark horse of Tomorrow's Children. From being eliminated immediately to an overnight sensation. How legendary is Mao Mao? Hot search number 5. Tomorrow's Child ratings break new highs. All of it points to one thing. Mauve was on fire. People like me. On fire. However, at this point in time, Mauve, who was bursting at the seams, didn't choose to celebrate, nor did she look any happier. He sat in the ward of the Whitegap and recounted everything that had happened tonight, like a student reporting his grades. Teacher, I didn't let you down. I did. Teacher, you really are an extraordinarily awesome person, and your name will definitely be remembered by many people in the future. Thank you, teacher. Can you hear me? You must be able to. Mauve choked on her words. If he hadn't written a song for himself in the first place. Mr. Bye. Should not be like this, lying here. He really can't afford this heaviness. I can hear you. At that moment, a weak voice rang in Mauve's ears. Mao snapped his head up, and then he saw Whitegap slowly open his eyes. He wiped his eyes hard to make sure it wasn't an illusion. Awake! Mr. White is awake. Really awake, Mauve exclaimed. And the few people behind Mao Mao also rejoiced at this moment and rushed forward. They didn't know how scared they were, afraid that Whitegap would just keep sleeping like this and never wake up again. Don't talk yet. Hurry up and call a doctor to check Whitegap's health. Boss Yang took the lead in stabilizing his emotions and stopped in front of the crowd and said, That's right. The most important thing now is to see how Whitegap's body is doing first. Everyone nodded. The doctor soon arrived and after shooing them out of the room, he began to perform a physical examination on Whitegap. The Whitegap is very cooperative. In fact, he now, more than the doctor, knew the state of his current body. Just now, the reward from the system had arrived. Renewal, 5 days. Now Whitegap has 6 days of life left. This also means that Whitegap's health is not much better. There was no way around it. 30 days of life expectancy to exchange for 1% health. Not enough health for him to be truly out of danger. Now he has a long way to go. System, how can you be so stingy? A song that is so hot for someone like me is now number 1 on the hot search, and only rewarded for 5 days. The last time the lilac flower wasn't so hot, it was rewarded for 10 days. While the doctor was checking, Whitegap started chatting with the system in his head. He had to figure out the system a little more. The system will only give the host rewards through the rules. The lilac flower triggered people's concern for the children in the disaster area. There is a greater social impact, so that more children in the disaster area to feel the love. So the reward is more. People like me just triggered people's feelings about themselves. The subsequent social effect has not yet been fully discovered, so the reward will be low. White Gap kind of listened. Lilacs not only inspire true feelings in people's hearts, but subsequently, they do benefit some of the children in the affected areas. That's what makes the truth system give more rewards. System, you mean, it has to inspire greater kindness in people for the rewards to be greater, right? White Gap asked again. Yes, but not comprehensively. The system replied. This system is a true emotion system. Love, affection, friendship, kindness, touching, pride, can all be called true emotions? As long as the host can make more people produce more of these emotions and have a positive impact on society, all of them can be rewarded more. For example, if the host writes a love song to make more people aspire to love, this can be called positive influence. If this song makes more people start to believe in love, or even have love because of this song, then there will be a follow-up reward. The system also thoughtfully gave an example of a white gap. Got it. White Gap understood. The idea is that more rewards can only be earned if there are entries that promote good deeds. For example, some confessional divas for more confessions. Some patriotic songs can make more people feel more national pride. Some inspirational songs that can make more people meta. These have the potential for more rewards. And people like me. It's a song that laments the fact that you're not as good as you'd like to be, and it gets to one's heart. But it's true that there's not a lot of positive energy, so less rewarding. System, I have another question. You settled so early. How do you know that someone like me won't be unable to give power to people in the future? A one-shot deal like yours. A one-word deal. A deal where you say how much you want. I'm not convinced. White Gap called out again in his head. Yeah, why should it say what it says? Just because it's a system it's awesome? The system is absolutely open, fair and equitable. And if in the future the host's works, including the host and the singer, bring greater positive meaning to society, then the system will also provide additional rewards at any time. So please rest assured. The system with no sand in its eyes explained once again. Now the White Gap was completely relieved. To put it bluntly, the system is 8 words. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. You just do the work. And the rest, don't worry about it. In that case, White Gap had a plan in mind. The doctor's examination was quick. After all the results came back, the doctor breathed a long sigh of relief. The results are good. The spread of the cancer is slowing down, and all the vital signs are still there. So it looks like we may have a few more days to live. When the doctor's this conclusion was told to Boss Yang and the others, everyone was immediately happy. Getting better? Does that mean White Gap is saved and he doesn't have to die? Definitely. Mr. Bai is so nice and auspicious. God won't even take them. These people start thinking about the best things. The doctor, however, shook his head gently. It's a good thing, but it's not all good. Why? Everyone looked at the doctor in confusion. Didn't you just say it was getting better? Did. Everyone dared not think further. Because they fear that worst. White Gap is getting better. Most likely because of a drug we used. But this drug is like drinking hemlock. The drug works, but it also has strong side effects. Now the patient is improving, which is good on the surface. But the side effects of this drug also make the likelihood of a miracle at the White Gap infinitely closer to zero. Though, in itself, the possibility of a miracle is remote. The doctor's words were heavy. After hearing this, everyone was silent. They are heartbroken about the White Gap. Seeing White Gap like this was harder on them than anyone else. But can they blame the doctors? Maybe without this doctor, White Gap wouldn't even have made it this far. So, I can only complain that God is unfair and jealous. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. After a few moments of silence, Mauve choked back a sob and said, if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for Mr. White writing songs for me, there's a chance he wouldn't have been so weak. There's a chance he wouldn't have needed to use that medication. And there's a chance a miracle would still happen to him. I'm still a nurse. I know all this. I should know all this. But I made Mr. White write the song for myself. I'm not human. I'm selfish. Although no one blamed him, Mao Mao was now blaming himself immensely in his heart. It's not a song he's singing. It's the life of the White Gap. The doctor sighed. Now that the patient is awake, you can go in and take a look. Remember, don't show too much emotion so that the patient doesn't get agitated. He can't stand much more tossing and turning. The doctor said at last, and then he turned away. Although he was accustomed to seeing life and death, his heart still ached every time he saw such scenes. The 3 men outside the ward calmed down and re-entered. White Gap's mom poured a glass of water for White Gap and thoughtfully asked if White Gap was thirsty. Boss Young quietly looked at White Gap from the side, his eyes extremely gentle. Mauve, on the other hand, was a little constrained, fidgeting on the edge of the bed. There were two nurses next to the three men, constantly recording some data. As White Gap looked at these people, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard everything Harry just said. Congratulations. It really has nothing to do with me. It's all about how well you write your songs. Mauve's head bowed even lower. Everyone else's success was joy, but his, more than anything, was guilt. Or you sing well, you just lack an opportunity to do well in the entertainment industry in the future. I believe you. You will be able to become a superstar in the future. White Gap encouraged. However, Mauve completely broke the defense. Mr. White, thank you, he said sincerely. Before I met you, there was no rebellion in my life, no early love, and the first half of my life was as plain as a glass of plain water. I studied a major I didn't like, did a job I didn't like, and I thought that's how my life was going to go by. Life at the hospital was very busy, taking care of patients a lot, and my schedule was so busy that I rented a small room near the hospital to make it easier to get to work. My house was so small that I could only fit a bed and a table, and I worked in a hospital, and I was so used to seeing life and death that over time I started to become sad, and then I became numb. During that time, I had almost forgotten about my own dreams. Every day was just about dealing with sterilized water, white sheets, and countless patients, and I thought that was all I was going to do for the rest of my life. Mr. White, it's you. You're the one who gave me back my hope. You're the one who made me pick up my dreams again. You're the one who pulled me out of a puddle of life. I really don't know how to repay you. People like me caught fire, and Mauve's popularity became #1 in Tomorrow's Children. In a way, he's already a star. All of this was brought to him by the White Gap lying in his hospital bed. A dying man gives his life new meaning. He, on the other hand, could do nothing. Thinking of this, Mau Mau's entire body was particularly hard to bear, and he could no longer say a word. Mau Mau, if you really want to thank me, then promise me one thing, White Gap said slowly. What is it? You name it, whatever it is, I'll do it. Hearing these words from White Gap, Mau Mau's entire body became a bit agitated. He really, wants too much to do something for the White Gap. This first song like me, get the proceeds, give me 60%. Ha! Mau Mau was a bit surprised, but answered immediately. Of course, Mr. White Gap, you originally wrote this song. Even if you take it all, there won't be any problem. We can sign a contract. You can take 100% of the proceeds. I don't want anything, though it didn't occur to me that the last thing White Gap wanted was money. But, no matter what the reason, Mauve felt it was what he should do. The song has already brought him immense fame and could even keep him going in the entertainment industry. For that matter, he had taken advantage of the situation. No, White Gap shook his head slightly. No, don't need to sign a contract, and you don't need to give it all to me. You take what you deserve. This part of my money, I want you to do a favor. Can you take this money, donate it all to the needy, the poor mountainous areas, the Hope Project, all can. Pop. After hearing this, an apple held in Mau Mau's hand fell to the ground in a flash. White Gap teachers. He choked back a cry. He couldn't wait to slap himself several times now. White Gap, knowing full well that he doesn't have a few days left, but now, thinking about doing more good? He wants money just to give more poor people some warmth. And yourself? What did you just think to yourself? To measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. It's amazing that they're still questioning White Gap's last-minute request for money because of greed. Contrast that with Mr. White Gap. One is really too small and insignificant. Mau Mau. You just use your own name to donate. Just call the Dream Fund, so that all the people who have a dream can have the opportunity to be extraordinary? Can you? White Gap braced himself and said this again. No, absolutely not. Mauve shook her head vigorously. Mr. White Gap, the money is fine. It's okay to donate it all, but I can't use my name. You can't be so unknown. You should let everyone know who it is, who is helping them. Oh, also, is it still necessary? A bitter smile appeared on White Gap's face. Maybe tomorrow I won't be around. Do they know about me? Is it even necessary? Don't be ridiculous. White Gap's mom interrupted him in tears. The nurses around them were also red-eyed. A person, on his deathbed, is still thinking of others, still thinking of doing good. What kind of greatness is this? White Gap shook his head vigorously. Mom, I'm fine. I will try to survive and stay with you a few more days, White Gap said with difficulty, and then looked at Fluffy again. So, let's donate with the name of the song, shall we? And hopefully, with this song, it will move them in some way. Mauve nodded heavily. How could he not agree? Mr. White Gap, don't worry. I'll donate every penny of all the money. I promise. No matter what whether you're in or not. These words, after all, Mao Mao did not have the heart to say. Seeing Mao Mao agree, a satisfied expression appeared on White Gap's face. The system has said that these songs will be able to move more people later on and the rewards will increase. So, doing some good with the name of the song might do the trick. Thanks. Thanks, Mauve. I'll write you another song. No. Hearing these words from White Gap, Boss Yang didn't even think about it and directly rejected with a stern voice. No, White Gap, you absolutely can't write another song. I don't agree. I won't agree to anything you say this time. Twice when he wrote songs, White Gap fainted twice, and Boss Yang's heart ached twice. She was really afraid that if White Gap wrote one more time, she would really never wake up again. Yes, son, let's not get it. Let's get some rest and relax. And when you get better, you can write whatever you want, White Gap's mom also advised. However, White Gap still stubbornly shook his head. If I don't write, I really won't have time. Fluffy, give me some paper and a pen. No, no. Seeing this scene, Mao Mao also shook his head frantically. Mr. White Gap, no, really no. I'll walk well in the future, and I'll write my own songs. You've already helped me enough. You can't consume your body anymore. Will you all consider this my last wish? White Gap said weakly. He really didn't have the strength anymore to explain. All he wants now is to be able to write songs as soon as possible. But every time you write a song, it really hurts. Mauve still can't bear it. I'll hold out. Maybe write it. I'll have to be more comfortable in my heart, White Gap insisted. Momo looked to Boss Yang and White Gap Mom. These two hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they gently nodded. When a man is dying, he can do whatever he wants to do. Paper and pen were brought to the White Gap. White Gap half sat up, picked up a pen with difficulty, and wrote down 2 words. Saddening. This song, he believed, would take Mao to the top for good. White Gap writes very slowly. With every word he wrote, everyone's heart clenched. They were afraid that, at some point, White Gap would suddenly fall. Finally, half an hour later, the dissipation was complete. White Gap didn't fall either, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When is the next show? White Gap handed the song to Fluffy and opened his mouth to ask. 3 days later, Fluffy replied dully. Tomorrow's Child was supposed to air on Mondays. However, since the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days, it was decided to add an extra installment on an ad hoc basis. In 2 days, they're going to do the next taping. 3 days, in time, with 6 days left on the lifespan and the demoralization airing in 3 days. That means that there's still a chance. However, White Gap also knew that this was only a stopgap measure. Tang Lei had already returned to that small mountain village, and now just relying on a single Mao Mao to renew his life was definitely not enough. More singers must come. White Gap put his eyes on Boss Yang. Maybe, we'll have to rely on her from now on. However, now Boss Yang was extremely disgusted with the matter of writing his own songs. It's not easy to get her to help herself. Momo was completely mesmerized after seeing the demoralization. It's a song that goes deeper than someone like me. People like me who sing about themselves, who dissipate their sorrows, sing about life, coupled with that special holiday, Mid-Autumn Festival. It's hard not to be on fire with this song. After getting his demoralization, Mao quickly left the hospital room, and instead of staying on to work at the hospital, he dove headfirst into the practice room that the show had set aside for the contestants. He had to have the song perfect. From morning to night, meals were brought in by others. Mao practiced over and over and over again. Even the band's teacher was a little impressed with how crazy he was. Didn't he just take first place? There should be no danger of elimination for the time being, right? Why is he working harder than before? That's not sparring. That's playing for his life. I seriously doubt now that he will last until the day of the match. Want some persuasion? Forget it. Look at that expression. If we go over to persuade now, we can probably be eaten by him. The two band teachers were whispering to each other that. The next morning, Mao Mao walked out of the studio wearing 2 black circles under his eyes, just in time to meet Boss Yang, who had just come over. Boss Yang had the same 2 dark circles under his eyes. Momo knew that it must have been another night of taking care of the White Gap and staying up all night. Mao Mao walked quickly to Boss Yang. Sister honey, Mr. White, how is he? How is he? Boss Yang shook his head. It's not good. It's just hanging on by a thread. And sometimes, when I see him suffer so much, I'm tempted to give up. The mention of the White Gap was hard on Boss Yang. Mauve sighed as well. 2 more days. He looked to the sky and said quietly. Yeah, 2 more days. It must be in time. With that, Mauve left alone. He wants to take a little break. Then, keep practicing the song. After Mao left, Boss Young continued to walk towards the program. The taping is tomorrow, and today, the crew will give all the guests a meeting about some notes. Boss Yang had just entered the program when she saw, walking towards her face, Flower. In the last recording, Boss Yang did not give the slightest bit of face to his hard dislike, which made Flower feel uncomfortable. Although in the final cut, the segment didn't make the cut and didn't cause much of an uproar. But, showbiz itself is a hello, me, everyone place. Boss Yang is so faceless. Hannah had to ask for it face to face. Boss Yang, have I offended you in some way? Blossom stepped forward and asked straight to the point. Boss Yang froze. What do you mean? To be honest, lately, almost every day was so busy between taking care of the White Gap and work that it was almost impossible to separate them. So many things were passed over and forgotten by Boss Yang. Being asked so suddenly by Hua Hua, for a split second, he really didn't react a bit. Don't pretend. You did that to me on the last show and said I didn't have a masterpiece. You don't not remember now, do you? Hannah was very nonchalant. Although Boss Yang's curiosity was greater than his, he had already given Boss Yang face by being there at that time. If he continued to concede, it would look like he was being bullied. Oh, that thing, Boss Yang reacted, but was not the least bit concerned. Don't get me wrong. I'm just voicing my opinion at work. You can stop listening if you feel uncomfortable. Boss Yang, you're going to do a lot of damage to me if you're not careful like that. Don't you think you should apologize to me? Hannah is aggressive. Apologize? Boss Yang shook his head. This person had already violated his own bottom line by denigrating White Gap song. And now, he was even demanding an apology. How is that possible? Flower, is there that bit I said that's not true? If you have time to toss and turn with me here, why don't you study how you can write something that everyone will love? And when the time comes, it'll be useless for anyone else to say anything. Boss Yang didn't bother with Hua Hua and just turned around and left. Hua Hua looked at Boss Yang's back as he left and became even more furious. Yang Mi, don't you just love that what's his name Mao Mao? I'm telling you, his vocals and tunes just don't work. I'll get him eliminated. For sure. Boss Yang ignored it and didn't even stop in his footsteps. So much like a little kid. That was the last thing she mentally gave Hannah. 2 days later, the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Tomorrow's Child Encore is officially with viewers. Because of the last installment, the addition of People Like Me, this issue just kicked off and was significantly more popular than usual. People Like Me, this song. Have you guys listened to it? I've been on a daily single loop for the past few days and I just can't get tired of hearing it. Me too. It's just so good. I came to this installment just for Mauve. Love him so much. That's right. How long has it been since the Chinese music scene has produced a song this good? I can't even listen to the songs nowadays. All day long I learned to bark like a cat and a dog. Songs are still good only if they can be sung to the heart of a person. I wonder what song Mao Mao will sing today. Will it be as good as Someone Like Me? Don't even think about it. That song would take almost 10 years to come out. It's impossible. Thank God there's one. Then I expect to be disappointed. I have a high sense of anticipation. Right now. For Mauve. After the last installment, Mauve's popularity did increase substantially. Whether in front of the TV or live, there were a lot more people coming to see him. On the site, Harry had the most banners. This made Humble happy. Mao Mao is his most optimistic player. Watching his favorite students step by step towards success. This is the most gratifying thing a teacher can do. It looks like Harry has become the ace of our program. Humble said proudly. Boss Yang also nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. After all, most success is, in a sense, White Gap's success as well. I'm sure he'll get better. Boss Yang said firmly. However, Humble shook his head. It's too hard. For Someone Like Me, this song, it's a double-edged sword, giving Mao a huge amount of popularity and giving him the #1 spot. But also, it's giving people a sense of anticipation for him. If his next song isn't as good as this one, then the sense of anticipation will start to wane. And in the end, he may be a flash in the pan. And, with a song of such a high caliber from Someone Like Me, it's honestly not possible. Even for songwriters who are already exceptionally mature, to write 2 songs in a short period of time. So, in all likelihood, this song will not be as good as the last one, and people's sense of anticipation will wane and their curiosity about him will slowly fade away. Humble is right, because that's what he really experienced. When he was just starting out, he also went through a talent show, and his song Serious Snow was on fire. Smug and ambitious, he thought at the time that he would have a bright future. However, everything good is just a mirror image. The blip is all over him. After Serious Snow, his new songs were underwhelming and he was soon forgotten by this entertainment industry. It was only in recent years, after all these years of wear and tear, that the thick and thin Humble returned to the limelight. So he knew that a start that was too high could be a flying start, but it was more likely to be a heavy fall off a cliff that hurt more than anyone else. So, you don't trust Mauve? Boss Yang looked at Qian Qian and asked. Humble didn't say anything. At that moment, Hannah suddenly came over. Qian Qian, you're right. This Fluffy is just lucky. She won't be able to go too far at all. Not to mention this song, even the last one was just claptrap. Just like the kind of short emo videos you watch every day nowadays. Just check it out. Nothing nutritious at all. I've never had any expectations for him. Really, he can only fool people like Boss Yang who don't know anything about music. Today, we both must make real Chinese music shine. We must eliminate this what's his name. Flowers is here to pull allies. As he spoke, he also intentionally glanced at Boss Yang a few times. It means, today, I will do what I say. This Mao Mao, I will eliminate it. It's not up to you to decide who to eliminate. Although, you are the judge. Boss Yang smiled faintly, pressing on not caring about Hannah. She had faith in Mauve. No, she had faith in White Gap. Humble sighed as well. Blossom, let's just watch the game. First, he didn't want to get involved in that kind of war. The game continues. Mauve, for once, thought he was even more nervous than the first time. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon is full outside. It was a holiday of delegation rounds. It is also a holiday for countless travelers who miss their loved ones. When Mao walked up to the stage and said his Mid-Autumn Festival blessings as he bowed deeply to everyone, someone who was attentive saw the tears in Mao Mao's eyes. Humble is such an attentive person. He looked at Mauve and then at the song Mauve would soon be singing today, and sighed softly. Mauve, I saw you crying. Are you crying over this song today? The name of this song is Fading Sorrows. Do you want to sing a song like this on this day to talk about the sorrow of parting? Humble asked 2 questions in a row. Mauve shook her head. No, Mr. Humble. I have never shed a tear over any birth or separation, because I think that the parting of people who are still alive is the second most romantic thing in the world. Because every time we meet after we have parted since then is a reunion, and a reunion is the first romantic thing in the world. So this song is not about parting, it's about life. Yes, after hearing this, Humble was the first to applaud. There was even more applause in the room. Harry made a wonderful point. Blossom, however, shook her head. Mao Mao, how old are you? Do you think you're qualified to talk about life? He wouldn't miss a chance to taunt Fluffy. Ha! Mauve grimaced. Mr. Hannah, the meaning of life is not in his length, but in his width. There are people who live their whole lives and don't always live. And there are people who live only a few years and live all the time. Well said. Boss Young applauded outright. Just like music, some people are hot and don't have a single song. And some people aren't very hot and have a lot of songs. The intended object is obvious. Serves you right. Who let this flower flirt with the White Gap song every time? The cat protecting Boss Yang certainly wouldn't let him go. It seems that Boss Yang is very fond of the Mao Mao contestants. Is it true that you also have a good relationship in private? Hannah began to shade. No, I'm definitely not as close to Momo as you and Baiken. Boss Yang pinpointed a meaningful smile that appeared at the same time. Hannah's face immediately changed. Is it? Found out about yourself? His heart fluttered a little. Ha ha, don't make a fuss. Flower was also once Baiken's music partner and admired Baiken. This is something that many people in the circle know. So this is just a metaphor. Boss Young. Humble rushed to relieve himself, not caring if it was getting worse. Next, let's talk back to business. Harry contestant, I noticed you didn't drink this time. Are you getting more comfortable with our stage? No. Mauve shook her head. It's because, this time, I'm drinking all the wine in the song. With those words, Mauve closed her eyes. Live. The prelude to the demoralization begins to play. A young man does not know sorrow, but goes up to the next level, and up to the next level, for the sake of a new word. And now I know all the sadness. I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it, but I say the sky is cooler in the autumn. This song of sadness is actually for the sake of giving new words, or but the sky is cool and good autumn. As Mauve opened her mouth, the answer became clearer to the crowd. When you walk into this merry-go-round with all your dreams and thoughts on your back, all colors of makeup on all colors of faces, no one remembers what you look like. 3 rounds of drinks later you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song, listening to him get drowned out in the din. You pick up your glass and say to yourself, entering a social occasion like the pleasure grounds, where all sorts of people show up with all sorts of masks, only to realize that no one has the same soul as you, and there is nowhere to talk about it but hiding in the corner. Alone. A person is either alone or mediocre. Perhaps. This is life. At the family reunion table, many people suddenly put down the chopsticks in their hands, closed their eyes and began to listen to the song. I wonder what went through their minds. It's like 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. There are also 1,000 dissipations in the ears of 1,000 listeners. Somewhere in Daxia, by the side of a bridge, a depressed man who was meeting out his life alone in the big city sobs to this song. The scenes in the song look like his life. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, in a humble rented house, a middle-aged man gently poured himself a glass of wine, then drank it all in one go, and said in his heart, "My relatives at home, how are you?" The family reunion of the family feast. 7 aunts and aunts came, dozens of people. They have to talk and laugh, and a just graduated college students alone in the corner, holding a cell phone, do not know what to play. The whole person is more like a daze, and once in a while, someone remembered him, asked how the job is. He also just smiled, said okay. The college student suddenly looked up when he heard the song. There are many scenes like this. As Mao Mao sang, their various emotions, too, became more and more complex. A cup to the sunrise, a cup to the moonlight, awakening my yearning, tenderizing the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of rain in your heart and frost under your eyes. A cup to my hometown, a cup to a faraway land, guarding my goodness and urging me to grow up, so that the road north and south is no longer long from now on, and the soul no longer has nowhere to rest. A glass to tomorrow, a glass to the past, to support my body, to thicken my shoulders, though never believing in the so-called mountain highs. Life's too short to be nostalgic. A glass to freedom, a glass to death. Forgiveness for my ordinariness, dispels confusion. Well, always scribbling away after dawn. Sober people are the most ridiculous. 8 glasses of wine for all of them. For all teenagers, young adults, middle-aged and older. 1 glass after another. Mao Mao made a total of 8 toasts. Each cup is deeper and more biting than the previous one. Because these wines are each person's story, each person's poem and vision. The unruly nature of youth, the wanderings of youth, the commitment of middle age, and the relief of old age in the face of death. This song is like a yellowish dream. In the story of Huang Liangyi Dream, the scholar in his dream married a dainty wife. High school scholar, a lifetime of smooth and successful, earned the name of life after life, and finally, when he was about to breathe his last, suddenly awake, but realized that it was all just a dream. Looking back at the shopkeeper, the pot of sorghum has not yet been cooked, but the scholar has already finished his life. It's like this song. It's always a scribble after dawn, and the sober ones are the most ridiculous. What is ridiculous is better than a dream. The song also touched a lot of people on the pop-ups. The words are written in such a way that I want to kneel. Listening to the song, I feel like there are 2 of me. One full of expectation, one dusty. 2 people sitting looking at each other, pouring 1 glass after another, drinking until they end up unconscious, drinking until my heart is stained with expectation, drinking until my dusty heart is eroded by the rain, and after the hangover is over, there is nothing but the sun burning, and I'm sober too. Fading sings about life, but if it's full of love, all I can say is you're full of it. I'm most afraid to listen to the song of sadness. Why sober people are the most ridiculous. You're sober watching yourself fall into that endless abyss, falling all the way down, sober knowing that it shouldn't be like this, it can't be like this, but there is nothing you can do. That feeling of powerlessness, that watching yourself as a sober bystander, it's hopelessness, it's despair, it's inches. Maybe I died a long time ago, in a damp childhood, in screwed up relatives, in broken ideals, in powerless feelings, in memories, but in fact I am still alive, living in the pressure of life, living in the corners of society, living in the opinion of bystanders, living in the expectations of my loved ones, living in my childhood dreams. Okay, don't all mourn. Those who are sick go to the doctor. Those who have work go to work. Those who are lonely, if you don't mind, I can accompany you to talk. Those who are out of love, you can also drink a glass of wine with me. And if it still doesn't work, I can invite you to eat my cooking. All be happy. After all, the story will continue. The life lessons of the pop-up gods are often more profound. It's hard to imagine that this is a song written and sung by a 20-something. Mauve brings out the mood of the song. It just didn't surprise him at all. It's an insight into life from someone who was going through life and death. Can it not be profound? Mauve raised her head slightly. Mr. White, can you see now? I did it. I lived up to your expectations. I guess that's the best gift of all. After the song, the scene was still long in the tooth. Good to hear. Humble was the first to applaud. Mao Mao, I originally thought that you would have entered a bottleneck since your first song. At least for a short period of time. You won't be able to have a song of the same level as one. After all, good songs aren't mass-produced. They need time. They need to be experienced. And it seems to be true when I watched your performance today. today's song is indeed at a different level than the last one. And, because, this one is going to be on a higher level. Fade Away. A song that makes me want to bring you to your knees. A song that has the best lyrics I've seen in years. Mauve, once again you've taken me by surprise. And I'd like to ask, what is it that you're trying to convey with this song? It's a middle-of-the-road question. Momo looked at Humble, and her mind seemed to go back to the man who was still in the hospital bed. Don't give up. Don't give up. Hearing Momo's reply, Humble frowned. He thought of a million answers. Thoughts about life, confusion about the present, nostalgia for the past. Yet, it never occurred to me that this was the answer. Is this an inspirational song? How come I didn't hear it? Don't give up. Don't give in? Is that really what this song is trying to say? Humble trailed off in confusion. Mauve shook her head. No, that's what I'm trying to say. And that's what I'm trying to say to the writer of the song. Trying to say, I believe that if you don't give up and don't give in, you will get a miracle. Now, we all need such a miracle. Okay. Hearing Mao Mao say this, Xian Shen became even more curious about this author in her heart. Mauve, it seems like you haven't been able to introduce the composer yet, and I think a lot of people in the room are interested in this author. A lot. So, can you talk to us briefly about this author? Mao looked up at Boss Yang. Boss Yang's face was expressionless. Mauve took a deep breath and nodded. He still felt that it was necessary to let people know that there was a very talented composer, a musical genius, in this world. White Gap shouldn't be so unknown. He's a very talented man, Mauve said. He wrote this song, Fading Sorrows, and the one before it, People Like Me, including Lilac Flower, which was on fire the other day. The whole room was dumbfounded by these words. What? The songs I've been enjoying listening to lately were all written by one person? It's too metaphysical, isn't it? Who the hell is this guy? Bullshit. I'm ready to offer my knee. 3 tear-jerking songs. Mud. I'm a man in his 30s. I've cried 3 times recently. And you're telling me it's all because I've been screwed by a guy. Who the hell is this guy? How come it's even better than my girlfriend? Humble was also a bit surprised. Oh, then can you tell me his name? Which one of the music industry seniors is it? He felt that someone who could write 3 such excellent songs in a row must be an amazing senior in the music industry. His name is White Gap. Mauve said his name. White Gap. I don't think I've heard that name before. A lot of people find it unfamiliar. What kind of person is this? Yes, it's true that White Gap is not well known in the entertainment industry. Although Tang Lei had mentioned it once in an interview at that time, not many people remembered it, including Humble. White Gap. Mr. White, is he an old-timer who's been studying music for years? Humble asked again. A talented songwriter is especially important to him. After all, it's not like he's Flower, who can do spells and good work is his lifeline. It would be nice to get to know someone like that, who could, perhaps, be of great use later on. No, Mauve shook her head once more. He's young, even younger than me, and he's an exceptionally talented man, and I haven't known him for very long, and yet, he's already the person I respect the most. I'm just saying his name today so that the world will remember him. His name should not be so obscure. Of course, he may never appear in front of everyone, but that doesn't stop people from remembering him. So can I meet him? I always have respect for people with talent. Humble asked. Undeterred, Mao looked meaningfully into the distance. There may be no chance. Ha? Humble was a little confused, but Mauve no longer wanted to continue the conversation. There was no way he could tell what was really going on with White Gap without the consent of White Gap himself or White Gap's loved ones. Teacher, can we start scoring? Harry changed the subject. Humble sighed softly. Maybe. It's this White Gap that has a weird personality and doesn't like to meet strangers. It was the only reason Humble could think of. We'll talk about it later when we get a chance. Just as Humble was preparing for the next session, Blossom's voice came in at an inopportune moment. Oh, it's a stunt, isn't it? This person. I think it's just that the lyrics are written in a passable way. The tunes don't work at all. Xian, don't brag too much. Although the entertainment industry nowadays is all about the commercial mutual admiration type, but we can't do too much. And, Blossom looked at Mauve once more, disdainfully. Mauve, you're in such a hurry to score. Do you think you're assured of first place? This Flower, she really doesn't miss a beat. Mauve smiled calmly. If it had been in the past, he might still have felt hard and frustrated. But now, he doesn't care anymore. No one can understand the significance of these 2 songs better than he can. So he has long cared nothing for any denigration. No, just do grades matter? One thing that someone recently taught me is that no matter what the situation, no matter what the predicament, you have to hold on to your dreams, even if tomorrow is the last day of your life. So winning or losing is, perhaps, not that important to me at this point. That's a good point. Hannah looked coldly at Mao. But I still don't feel good about it. Harry, are you so fond of clowning around with these pretentious words? Do you think that adds up? Isn't it funny? He has gone out of his way to start bashing Mao Mao today. Many people at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They all thought it was strange. 2. This Flora. How did Fluffy offend him? As for this, although this Hannah wouldn't say anything nice before, it was never like today. Boss Yang even raised his eyebrows and 4 words came out of his mouth. Are you okay? Flower. Are you unable to see others as good? This song, if 100 people listen to it, 99 of them will think it's good. You're the only one who's special here. Do you not understand it, or are you doing it on purpose? You don't know music. Flower's face immediately darkened and she said coldly, most people say it's good. So isn't it still good music? Isn't that why you write songs? So we can listen to them? Boss Yang asked directly in return. Is it possible, do you think, that no one in Daxia understands music? Only you understand. Hua Hua looked hard at Boss Yang but couldn't say a word. He wouldn't dare to actually say that most people in Daxia didn't know music. It's smashing your own job. In the entertainment industry, the so-called stars actually rely on their fans. What are they without everyone's favorite? So, Hannah was huffing and puffing at this point, but couldn't say a word. Alright, let's start the scoring. I'll start with myself. I just think it's a great song. I cried from start to finish when I listened to it. It touched me deeply. So, in my case, it deserves a perfect score. Boss Young was the first to show his scoring card. Humble followed suit and gave it a perfect score. On the big screen, the scores of the live audience were also rubbing off. By the looks of it, another record-breaking run is on the cards. Hannah watched it all. A feeling of despair rose from the bottom of his heart. He knew that once again, the furry wishful thinking that he had tried to eliminate today had come to naught. The night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. A song of elimination of sorrow came out of nowhere and sang to the hearts of countless people. Even an official message was released, with the official social media accounts putting up links to the demoralization, accompanied by a poem. The water flows even more when you draw a knife to break it, and you raise a glass to dispel your sorrows. This line paired with the song instantly stuck in the hearts of countless people. Soon, a circle of friends, a tweet, copied the format. On this day, the whole of Daxia was filled with sadness, especially the owners of those companies. Normally, they are in the company. They are harsh and stingy with their employees. A businessman full of brass. A vulgar person who counts every penny. But on this day, late at night, at 2 o'clock, a song of dissipation coupled with a text that only feels like it can find its way back to you in the dead of night. The whole thing was so much more literate. This trend is getting worse. In today's increasingly downturn of the Chinese music scene, the dissipation of sadness, as if it has become everyone's literati. Mao Mao, too, has become the hottest newcomer in the Daxia music scene. In the meantime, Imperial Airport. A plane from Eagle Jam had just landed when a dusty middle-aged man with a doctor-looking white man hurried off the plane. Dr. Smith, we have to hurry. The doctor said it's a miracle my son is even alive right now. He could fail at any moment, and I'm afraid if we get there late, it'll all be too late. This middle-aged man was White Gap's father, who had previously gone to Eagle Sauce to look for a new type of drug for White Gap's sake. The new drug was now in his arms, and he had brought back the internationally renowned doctor. Mr. Smith. Boss, bye. Don't be anxious, trust me. I have had many years of clinical experience. There have been many terminally ill patients who have lived for an extra month to half a year in my hands. According to the words of your Daxia, I'm the one who can snatch the life from the hands of the king of Hades, and as long as your son still has a breath of air left in him, I've got a way of letting him live a little longer. This Smith is kind of a half Daxamite. But, Boss White, I have one request. You must listen to me. My patients, from now on, must immediately stop all behavior that harms their lives, especially writing songs, which, this is simply a figure of speech. At the mention of this, Smith was furious. He had read White Gap's profile before, and when he learned that he had recently written 3 songs in a row, he broke into a fit of rage at the time. This is no medical ethics. This is irresponsible to the patient. Those huaxias attending doctors are sorry for the clothes they wear themselves. Writing songs is a very consuming physical and mental work. Let a terminally ill terminal patient to do such a thing. It is simply to give them torture. This is particularly cruel. Don't you worry, Dr. Smith. White Gap's dad sighed softly. He was also puzzled by this behavior of White Gap writing songs. I would never allow my son to write songs again. Never. The 2 men hurried to the hospital. And the other side. White Gap is in the hospital at this time. Despite the system, White Gap felt that these treatments had been better than nothing. But to make sense of it all, to make loved ones worry less, he still chose to cooperate. Today, while waiting in the treatment room, There was another person next to White Gap. The man didn't look too old. Just in his 20s. Just, come here. It's also basically a matter of knowing what's wrong. White Gap sighed softly. Sufferers aren't just themselves. This young man with a pale face and an earphone in his ear was surprised to see White Gap for a moment. Then he shook his head and gave White Gap a smile. Possibly, he was also surprised at the age of the White Gap. You like music? White Gap looked at the headphones in the young man's ears and took the initiative to ask. The young man nodded. I'm a music teacher, and I'm listening to our choir sing. A choir that I'm single-handedly responsible for, and they're the most beautiful angels in this world. Can I hear it? White Gap asked. The young man took off his headphones and handed them to White Gap. Just after putting the headphones to his ears, White Gap heard a neat, pleasant chorus that sounded professionally trained. After listening for a while, White Gap took off his headphones. That's great to hear. You're amazing, White Gap quipped. The young man smiled back. That's for sure. We've won awards. This choir is the thing he is most proud of in his life. Now that it's almost time for the college entrance exams, we were going to sing a song to cheer on all the college students next year. And now, at this point, the young man suddenly lowered his head a little. It's not possible now. I heard that many people left the choir after I left. My family didn't agree with it, and the school didn't support it. I was the one who pushed to get it, and when I couldn't, it fell apart. It's just a shame about the kids. They really love music. That's the reality. In this present dasha, the pressure of the entrance exam is increasing day by day. All the hobbies will go to give way for this one exam. There is no excuse for this. What's your name? White Gap asked quietly. Govan, the young man replied. How much longer? Gao Fan froze, but then he realized what White Gap was asking and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 2 months. Go for it. White Gap swings for the fences. Go for it. It's two terminally ill patients encouraging each other. By this time, the treatment room was ready, and White Gap and Gao Fan began the painful treatment in turn. The treatment was over, and on his way back to his room, White Gap saw a group of children gathered next door to his room, waiting anxiously at the door. These children were green and young, but the worry was clearly visible on their faces. White Gap knew that this must be that Mr. Gao's student. He must be a good teacher to be loved by so many children. Seeing White Gap coming over in his wheelchair, these children consciously made way. Boss Young pushed White Gap to the middle of the children, and White Gap suddenly waved his hand, signaling to stop. He was right in the center of the children, smiling at them as he asked, Are you here to see Mr. Gao? Yes. Many children answered at the same time. And what kind of person is Mr. Gao in your minds? White Gap asked again. He was a particularly good teacher. One kid said. Yeah, he taught us a lot of things. The children began to talk. Some of them even with choked voices. We are students, but as we get older, we feel the hopelessness of the world. Our biology teacher told us that there is no absolute fairness in the world, and that even the human heart is skewed to the left. The history teacher said that the past is history and there's no going back. The gym teacher said the same starting line and you can't catch her. The English teacher said that the third person is singular. The geography teacher said it's not easy to meet you when the world is so big. Math teachers say that when the process is wrong, the result is wrong. They're all right. That's the reality. That's the cruelty of this world. But only Mr. Hai tells us that time will tell us all the answers and that love heals everything. Mr. Hao said that he would also take us to sing a song, hoping to teach us how to face it through song. We want to fulfill Mr. Gao's last wish. White Gap was silent, without another word, letting Boss Young wheel him to his hospital room. The ward was soundproofed so well that the flurry outside could no longer be heard. Boss Yang was also a bit silent after hearing what had just happened. All young lives, all good people, but all going to death soon. Heartbroken but unable to do anything about it. After an hour, White Gap's dad and Dr. Smith came to the hospital. Seeing the White Gap, Dr. Smith immediately held a discussion with the hospital's attending physicians. He is internationally renowned in his own right, and the hospital has given great importance to such a doctor. Dr. Smith made a quick decision after looking at all the data on the White Gap. The patient's basic condition is fully compatible with the administration of the new drug, and I recommend that, from now on, the new drug be administered immediately. But, the side effects of this drug haven't been fully figured out yet, will they? Local doctors are still a little apprehensive. Don't worry, Dr. Smith said. This drug has actually been subjected to a multi-phase clinical study abroad, with good results, and no significant side effects have been found. And also in this case of the patient now, is there anything else you can do? It's the truth. Although doctors are in the profession of saving lives, they are also the most helpless when faced with some problems. A dead horse is a dead horse. It was the saddest sentence they felt. Use of new drugs. Things were set in silence. After taking the new medication, the white gap was strictly monitored. Dr. Smith even dared not even blink his eyes for fear of missing a single bit of data. After several hectic hours, White Gap was wheeled out of the testing room, and Mr. Smith, too, breathed a sigh of relief. The patient's physical condition is good. After taking the new drug is even more obvious effect. All vital signs have been, to varying degrees, strengthened, although very weak, but at least it is a good sign. According to the current situation, the patient's IQ can still hold on for another week upwards. Everyone got excited at that statement. So does this mean that there is a possibility of healing the white gap? If this new drug is used all the time, then will he be able to live all the time? Doctor, thank you. You must save White Gap. You must save him. They really need this good news so badly. Dr. Smith, however, shook his head. As a doctor, he had to tell these families the truth. This new drug doesn't cure cancer. It only slows its spread. And I'll do my best to press on and live a little longer. But you should always be prepared for the worst. White Gap was in the hospital bed and heard it all. Except that he knew that all of this was, in fact, due to the system. The reward for the song, Fading Sorrows, has arrived. Another 5 days of life. Subtracting those 3 days recently passed, he now has 8 days left in his life value balance. That's basically in line with what that Dr. Smith said about a week. But that's fine. There was a formal reason for everything. And even if something happened in the future, as long as it wasn't too much, he shouldn't be pulled out and examined like a guinea pig. The most important thing right now is, that's 8 days to have to write another song. But, it's too hard. You have to write a song that gives strength to many people, not like the two Mo songs, where the song is good, but, the positive energy is average, and the rewards are not much. Previously, White Gap had discussed with Boss Young, asking her to bring some long-established artists over and help write songs herself. However, Boss Young didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. It's already his greatest mercy to allow White Gap to write a song, and he's helping him find someone? That's just delusional. White Gap was helpless. He had to come up with a plan soon. At that moment, as the door to the ward was opened, the children's voices came once again. Teacher, pick a song for us. We'll make sure to practice it and sing it to you. Teacher, you'll be fine. We're still waiting for you to go back with us and reorganize the choir. These childish voices suddenly made White Gap's eyes light up. High school? Students? If you write a song for them yourself, some strength for those seniors. Definitely a big feat. White Gap had also experienced his senior year, and the thought of those painful and joyful days left his psyche with mixed feelings. If only, at that time, there could have been something to give yourself some strength. What a warm and fuzzy thing that would be. The truthfulness system. I'm sure you can give yourself more rewards, too. Think about it and do it. White Gap immediately raised his head and said to Boss Young, Can you get me another pen and paper? I still want to write a song. No. The two words came out not just from Boss Young, but from White Gap's parents. Mr. Smith. All four of them at the same time. No, absolutely not. White Gap, it used to be that I was away and they let you. Now that I'm back, I'm telling you, as long as I'm around, you're never allowed to write another song. White Gap's dad said firmly. Yeah, son, so no more writing, no more writing, okay? Just stay with mom and dad for a few more days so that mom and dad can see you a few more times. Just think of it as mom begging you, okay? White Gap's mom cried again. A strong woman's whole life is surprisingly vulnerable now that she is facing the death of her son. White Gap, you promised me the last one would be the last song, so keep your word. Boss Young chimed in. Now that I'm your primary care physician, I will never allow my patients to do anything to harm their lives. It's my responsibility and ethics as a physician. Dr. Smith's face was also grave. White Gap shook his head helplessly. They were all doing it for their own good, but there was no way he could explain the reason for it. Sister Honey, do you remember that teacher Gao? That's the teacher those kids were waiting for outside just now. White Gap said slowly. Boss Young nodded. Mr. Gao's greatest desire is to hear these kids sing another song, to have these kids fulfill their musical dreams, and I want to help him. But can you think of yourself first? Boss Young exclaimed. She didn't know why. Why at this point in time? This White Gap was still thinking about someone else. Did you think about yourself? About us? When you did all this? Do you know how many people would be sad with you if you were gone? We're trying so hard to keep you alive. So just listen to us, okay? White Gap shook his head gently. I've thought about it all, and it's because of that I wanted to go ahead and write the song. I don't want to die. Who would want to abandon this flowery world if they could live? But I'm more afraid. I'm afraid of what you guys will do if I go away. It's the living who suffer. You guys take me for everything. When I'm gone, you guys have to have something to miss. White Gap spoke quietly. So now I want to keep writing songs. I want to leave more of a mark on the world. And if one day I do leave this world, I think when you guys read this, maybe it won't be so hard. It's the only thing I want to live for now. When White Gap finished, there was a deathly silence in the ward. Occasionally there were a few slight choking sobs, but no one spoke. What else can they say? Can they still go and blame White Gap for not knowing what's going on? Especially that last one. It's the only thing I'm living for now. This one sentence was like 1,000 pounds of stone that shook everyone's heart. Every one of them knew that White Gap was still alive now, relying on drugs, but even more so, on his own willpower, his desire to survive. Would it be a good thing or a bad thing if it did take away the last of his faith? All eyes turned to Dr. Smith. He is the only professional here. Dr. Smith hesitated for a long moment, shook his head, and sighed softly. Hey, bring him a pen and paper. He knows that sometimes science can't explain everything, and for a terminally ill patient, sometimes hope is more important than treatment. At White Gap's insistence, he was finally given another chance to write a song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This is what he wanted to write about today. After more than half an hour of agonizing, with everyone gripped by their hearts, the song was finally finished. Seeing by Gap put down his pen, Boss Yang went forward and gently wiped the sweat on by Gap's forehead with a towel, his heart indescribably distressed. Mr. Gao should be living next door. I'd like to go over and see him if I can, White Gap said after resting for a while. At this time, Gao Fan had also finished his treatment, and the students who had come to visit him had been driven back by him quite a bit. When White Gap came to Mr. Gao's ward, the ward was inside. Only 2 students were still accompanying him. Teacher Gao was a bit surprised to see Bai Gap come in, but still greeted him warmly and sat down. Mr. Gao, I heard that your choir is still preparing a choral repertoire. I have a song here. See if it fits. White Gap went straight to the point and handed over the paper in his hand. Mr. Gao took it, but in his heart he was still a bit unimpressed. As a music teacher, he certainly knows how hard it is to compose. Not just anyone can write. So, he thought of the song more as a plaything for this patient who shared his fate, and he watched it with some carelessness. Take a good look at the lilacs that have been a big hit lately, and people like me, who are dissipating their sorrows, are writing about him, Boss Yang said irritably. Only then did Gao Fan raise his head slightly, seeing the masked Boss Yang, and soon, his eyes became surprised. You're Yang Mi? Gao Fan still recognized Boss Yang. Boss Yang hurriedly put his finger to his lips and made a shushing motion. Keep quiet. Teacher Gao nodded. While thinking of what Boss Yang had just said, he immediately felt that the song in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. He began to look at the song more closely. Song title, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Very nice name. Mr. Gao went on to the next page. Soon his eyes were moist. I'd rather have all the pain hidden in my heart than forget your eyes. Give me the courage to believe again, to cross the lies, to embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the night, brightest star in the night sky, please light my way forward. Every word is written on the heart. Mr. Gao looked up at the White Gap. Is this really for our choir? White Gap nodded. We're both people who are going to be escaping the world soon, but I think we should always leave something behind. Something to teach some people how to deal with it. How do I face it? Mr. Gao looked to the song and then to the White Gap. Yes, teach them to face it, more than anything else. Thank you. White Gap laughed. He was really happy from the bottom of his heart to see these works recognized. I am going to get up and I'm going to bring this song to the kids. Mr. Gao struggled to sit up. There is much more to come. A new song to be arranged, taught to the children to sing, and even a rehearsal for the unification. Mr. Gao wanted to make the song perfect. Are you still okay like this? White Gap gently patted Mr. Gao. Don't hold up. You forget who's standing next to you. Boss Yang will make it alright. Trust her. White Gap looked to Yang Mi. Yang Mi smiled helplessly and, during this time, she was like a tool person. I'll find the best teachers to teach them, and I'll also give them the best stage. Mr. Gao, don't worry. Right. White Gap also comforted. Your job now is to get well, live well, and make sure you see the day when the children sing. Yes. Mr. Gao looked at White Gap and Boss Yang and burst into tears. It's a song written for the choir. It's a song to cheer on the seniors. And it's a song, more than anything, that can empower countless people. Boss Yang doesn't want to live up to this song. In addition to finding the best teacher she could, she had to find the best platform for this performance. Boss Yang thought left and right, and in the end, she decided that she wanted to be on a special National Day program on an official channel. For this idea, Boss Yan used up almost all of his contacts. Finally, after layers of scrutiny, especially when the organizers of this show saw this song about the brightest star in the night sky, they made an instant decision to adjust the program and put this song on. However, they demanded that it was live and had to go through their rehearsal the day before the broadcast. Boss Yan patted his chest and said it would be fine. She then contacted Mr. Gao's school and told it the news. As soon as the school heard that it was an official channel, the National Day Special program was taken seriously from top to bottom, and immediately expressed full support. After all, it would be a great promotion for their school. Everything is going well. The children rehearsed even harder, and even when the teacher left, a few of them would gather in groups, discussing what the teacher had just taught them. They knew that this performance might be the last time Mr. Gao would see them perform. Now, they are not for the so-called music dream. They are full of only two words: pay back the favor. They want Mr. Gao to see the best in them. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a short distance from the National Day, just 3 days. 2. That night, all the kids in the choir were nervous to stay backstage. They especially seemed more constrained when they saw characters that they usually only saw on TV, coming and going backstage. The National Day Special is not a party in the traditional sense. This can be said to be once a year. For an inventory of the dacha, look back. Take stock of the past year's accomplishments and look back to the days when the martyrs bled and died. Tell everyone that while we have a good day today, we must not forget history. The artists that make it here are national treasures and veteran artists, national teams. They are the only ones who can truly perform these great moments. For the choir kids, these were scenes that they hadn't seen before. Everyone is busy and no one has too much time for them. Only the accompanying teachers, comforting the children over and over again. Boys, don't be nervous. Everyone, take a deep breath. Make sure you take a deep breath and calm yourself down so you can give your best in a while. Think about Mr. Gao. Think about how hard we've been working night and day for the past few days. And Mr. Gao is watching us right in front of the TV. So we've got to go for it. When you get up there, don't look down. Don't look at the crowd. Just pretend it's all cabbage down there. Just play as well as we usually do. You can do it. Listening to these words, and the children gradually calmed down. It will soon be their turn to take the stage. At this time, in front of the TV, both Mr. Gao and White Gap were on guard. They had two journalists next to them, and this was the story behind the song. And these two journalists wanted to do a documentary. Soon, it was time for these kids' programs. Before hitting the stage, the official moderator, Sardar, stepped into the center and said quietly, "I've heard this saying that some people say that students in China are the most likely to fail out of all the students in the world because they face the most brutal exams in the world. That's right, and we've also been told by countless teachers and parents that it's a sin to have no vacations, no hobbies, no recreation, and even the slightest thought of having fun in your senior year. The college entrance exam. It's 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. A single point of difference can eliminate tens of thousands of people. Your parents didn't spend half their hard-earned money to send you here to sleep. So countless people have told me that senior year is the hardest day and he never wants to go through it again in his life. That being said, I want to ask you all a question about what sustained you through those days. It's that line about how you can go to a second-rate college, but not live a second-rate life. It's still the same line. Bleed and sweat without tears, and leave success and failure without regret. Or, maybe it's this next song? The choir came out, each child in a white dress. The piano sounds. The conductor began to wave his baton. The children's neat and pleasant voices came. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear? The loneliness and sighs of the heart of the one who looks up. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember? The figure that once walked with me and disappeared into the wind. On the big screen at the scene, scenes of senior students studying hard night and day were shown. From the time the sun is still up, to the time the moon hangs in the sky. Young people nowadays are complaining about 996, but they forget that in their youth, there was once a period of life that was even more miserable and tiring than 996. But back then, they didn't complain. Because, they have something they have to deal with. Gacho, how can I be inferior to someone who has studied so hard in the same classroom? You can only pass if you work hard. You can only excel if you work hard. That is, if the heart is in the right place, then there is no question how disheveled you are and how complacent the people you hate are. When you hear the word juvenile, you should be repulsed by mediocrity. Someone has to win, so why can't the winner be you? I can accept failure, but never my unstruggled self. I can't turn back until I reach victory. Every word on the big screen stung deeply into every heart. With this song, it's as if people have returned to the battlefield where there is no smoke, cried, and thought of my senior year. I remember the last period of my senior year. Because of the pressure, smoking was caught by the vice principal. Send me a sentence. Remember a lifetime, may you close the pen cover the moment, with a warrior to close the sword into the sheath of the pride. And then I did it. I got into a good college, but no longer have the opportunity to say thank you to that vice principal. I had a breakdown my senior year of high school, and I remember at the height of my breakdown, a couple of my hairdressers videoed me together that night and said something to get me to pull through, and they said, 5 or 6 of our guys aren't going to college, except for you, and you're going to see what college is like for our brothers. I remember a resource book that said, I've never been to your city, but I've brushed up on the questions from your place, and it was a really painful and enjoyable time. Since my senior year of high school, I've never gone to bed before 12 o'clock and never gotten up after 6 o'clock. Every day is to do questions and memorize. Do questions and memorize. In fact, next year's college entrance examination is not terrible, only to be able to afford the parents and teachers to their own care and love, but also to be able to afford their own efforts in these 3 years. I hope that later in life there will be a lot of cloudiness to create a beautiful twilight. There is blue sky if you have a dream. I believe that you will be able to see it. Cheer up. Countless people in front of the TV woke up their kids who were in their senior year of high school. Listen to this song and maybe you'll find the answer. Parents have stupid mouths. They look to their children but they don't know how to communicate. This is a song that might tell their children that mom and dad are always there for you. Some dormitory building. 6 or 7 kids in a dormitory gathered around a computer. The dormitory was silent. However, a slight choking sound soon came out. It's not that they feel bad. It's just something that touches the softest part of their heart. The alma mater where the choir is located. Each one listened to the song in silence. Before their eyes, that ordinary yet great figure, Mr. Gao, seemed to appear once again. Mr. Gao is a terminally ill man, but is teaching everyone how to cope. The song continues. I pray for a transparent heart, and eyes that weep, to give me the courage to believe again, to cross over the lies to embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the darkness of the night, brightest star in the night sky, guide me closer to you. Teenagers cry and let out their emotions. Cry and move on to a life full of unknowns. Cry and be brave about not having a date. Every second of this life comes with a variety of challenges and setbacks. But the truth is that all these challenges, all these blows, are just a lie. And if you are brave enough to face them, you will eventually cross over to face, to overcome, to love. The choir performed perfectly. They really made a lot of people feel empowered. But, at this time, in the ward, Mr. Gao was originally smiling all the time. These children from the basic skills to now can tacitly cooperate. Our Mr. Gao has been paying. Now, watching them slowly come into their own, and seeing that they can walk the path of chasing their own dreams, Mr. Gao felt heartfelt relief. Thank you, White Gap. This thank you was said from the bottom of Mr. Gao's heart. It's fine. In fact, it's all because of you, Mr. Gao, White Gap said politely. Only, this time, Gao Fan didn't pretend with him anymore. He looked at the television and shed crystalline tears as he watched the familiar children. I'll die in peace if I can see them like this. After saying these words, it was as if Mr. Gao had let go of the last attachment in his heart, and with a shallow smile at the corners of his mouth, he, like this, slowly collapsed. Mr. Gao, Mr. Gao, what's wrong with you? Quickly, call a doctor. Mr. Gao has fainted. Don't panic everyone. Get out of here while I do the emergency treatment. There was a flurry of hands and feet in the ward. Soon, a few people from White Gap were cleared out of the ward. Everyone was waiting with apprehension. However, this time it wasn't too long a wait. 5 minutes later, the doctor comes out. The patient's vital signs have completely disappeared. Condolences. Those were the doctor's last words. Mr. Gao didn't leave any last words. He just, quietly went away. Perhaps, he left happy. The 2 reporters on the scene wiped tears from their eyes and were the first to communicate the news to the program. It was with a heavy heart that the backstage crew of the show told Sasha, the on-set host, about this harsh reality. The brightest star in the night sky finished singing and the choir kids were told not to get off the stage yet. With heavy steps, little Sam walked to the center of the stage. He looked back at the children and suddenly felt that his next words were so hard to say. It's just that, in this world, all people have to learn 2 words. Face it. Like the song just now. The brightest star in the night sky will give people courage. Was that a good song earlier? Little Sam started with this question. Good to hear. Everyone on the scene shouted. Behind every great song is a more moving story. And this one is no exception. Little Sam said quietly. These choir kids, all students of an ordinary middle school, have not undergone much professional training, have no generous family background to support them, but they, in the end, have come to the stage and can be here to give such a wonderful performance to the whole country. behind all of this is one name. Mr. Govan. He is the former conductor of this choir and the founder of this choir. His story is simple. He is just a music teacher, a 28-year-old boy. Every day he goes back and forth between the podium and the keys. He loves every kid who has a dream. In their middle school, if you like music, you can join Mr. Gao's choir. He will patiently start from the beginning and teach every kid to read music, rhythm, everything. It's safe to say that the hero behind this choir is Mr. Govan. However, Mr. Govan is not with us today. He may never be able to come. When he said that, Sachi's voice was a little choked. Just now, I got the news that Mr. Gao has left us forever. Before today, he was already suffering from a serious illness and his days were numbered. And today, just as the choir sang this song, Mr. Gao also closed his eyes forever. They say that Mr. Gao left with a smile on his face. May there be no hurt in heaven, and let us, too, observe a moment of silence for Mr. Gao. There was silence. Some of the emotionally fragile ones have even shed tears. The parting of life and death is always the most difficult to accept. None of the kids in the choir were right, except that a slight choking had been suppressed. It's not that they don't want to cry in pain. Just, Mr. Gao said, as long as you stand on the stage, you have to be worthy of the stage, even if it's hard and bitter. So, they want the nation to see them at their best. At that moment, the teacher in the front row who was conducting in place of Mr. Gao had tears in his eyes and threw his baton heavily. I pray for a transparent heart, and eyes that weep, to give me the courage to believe again, to cross over the lies to embrace you. Whenever I can't find the meaning of my existence, whenever I'm lost in the darkness of the night, the brightest star in the night sky, please light my way forward. This time the choir sounded even more beautiful and touching. Mr. Gao has gone to heaven, incarnated as the brightest star in the night sky, and he will surely be in the sky to illuminate every child here as he continues his journey. On the pop-ups, everyone was moved. Teacher, though I don't know you and I'm not your student, have a good trip. Teacher, too young, God's jealousy, may you have a good journey. There are so many students shedding tears and sending off. Sufficient. God is not fair. Why is it so cruel? He is only 28 years old. How can he tell his parents and family to live? Just when he was about to enjoy his happiness, you deprived him of it. Thank you, teacher, for bringing a pure choir to the world. Travel well. The heaven of music lies ahead. Tears are the most worthless thing, but what else can we do now but shed them? The sky was still drizzling at this time, as if it was also grieving over this scene. Right. Once again, little Sam's voice rang out. This song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was written by M.S. White Gap, as was Lilac Flower, Fading Sorrows, and People Like Me, which brought us to tears earlier. Although I don't know Mr. White Gap, and I don't know exactly what kind of person he is, but through these few pieces of his music, I know that he must be a very kind person, and I thank him for fulfilling his dying dream for Mr. Lilac, for Mr. Gao, and for shining a light on so many people as they move forward. Many people were also surprised once again to hear this. They had lost count of the number of times White Gap had brought them amazement. Why was every song you wrote so solid? Many people have a big question in their mind. What kind of person is this White Gap? I just wonder how they would feel if they knew that this was also a poor man struggling with life and death. The story ends here, and all know that this song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, will be a source of strength in the hearts of countless people. There is a reality to this story, so do a search. This song really gives a lot of people strength. After the show, the song was posted online, and in the comments section there were countless people speaking their minds. It's so hard to run with your first love for 6 years, but you can't get your family's blessing. It was hard to steal the account book to do the marriage license, but no money to dress up the wedding car to meet the bride. It was hard to pay off the debt, but was forced to take his wife and children to leave the home where he grew up. The brightest star in the night sky. Please guide me to stay strong. The first college entrance examination, 563 points. Almost to my favorite university. I decided to repeat, but the whole family is against it. I even threatened to run away from home. Now more than before, more hard and more crazy me. After spending a year day and night, the most recent simulation, only 540 points. I sat on the rooftop, looking at that one after another little star, listening to the and cried, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you tell me if I'm wrong? Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. It's a great song to listen to in despair, and he can really give people the strength to face the world again. In one's life, one's greatest fear is to suddenly understand a song. There are countless comments like this. Mr. Govan's story also touched everyone. Official news. Dacha News. Almost all authoritative official media outlets reposted this one story. Mr. Gao Fan is the hero behind this now exploding choir. And he says he doesn't care how hot it gets or what awards he wins. The fact that the students are really enjoying the music is the biggest testament to me. Farewell Mr. Gao. To Van. To Gao. You are the brightest star in the night sky. Send off Mr. Gao Van. There are songs in heaven. All of these headlines recognize the greatness of this ordinary teacher. A few days later, the memorial service. All the kids in the choir had a hard time, and they sang the song once again. Looking at the portrait of Mr. Gao Fan's voice and smile, they could no longer control their tears. Some people die, but he lives forever in the hearts of everyone. He truly became a shooting star, the brightest star in the night sky, wishing that a shooting star could always light the way for these children to go forward. White Gap wasn't a part of all this. He looked at Mr. Gao's picture and was indescribably sad. Although they hadn't known each other long, the same dedication to one thing had made the two long ago confidants. If there was a next life, they would have been exceptionally good and good friends. Now he felt he was much luckier than Mr. Govan. At least he had the system. He had a hope. Today, he had another thorough checkup. At the end of the inspection, every one of them was all smiles. The results of this inspection were excellent. Dr. Smith said that at the current state of affairs the patient is conservatively estimated to live for at least another month or so. The new drug is surprisingly effective. White Gap didn't retort. The brightest star in the night sky. This song system gives a reward of 30 days. It's true that the more positively energizing the song is, the more rewarding it will be. As for Mr. Smith taking credit for it all, the White Gap backfired. At least, what he couldn't explain, someone could explain for him. Once the treatment was over, White Gap returned to the ward to rest. What he didn't know, however, was that at the moment his name was causing an uproar in the entertainment industry, especially a cell phone. Viewers netizens marveled at Mr. Govan's story, but the pros are marveling at White Gap's creative abilities. Some kind of music studio. The owner of the studio is a female singer who used to be very hot, but in recent years, for various reasons, it seems to have been forgotten in the corner, so the studio has become a bit dismal, with only 3 or 4 die-hard employees, still holding on here. This female singer's name is Zhang Xiaohan. He was at the top of his game when he debuted, and when he was young, he had also taken the whole of Daxia by storm. Just then, because of something that wasn't their fault, slowly, it was forgotten. Now they have a great opportunity to turn it around. Zhang Xiaohan is currently participating in a singer variety show, Mango's I Am a Singer. This variety show is the hottest music variety show for everyone right now, and Zhang Xiaohan has almost pressed his entire fortune in order to participate in this program. As long as they do well on this show, then a reflop is not in the cards. But things aren't going so well right now. Zhang Xiaohan has been fading out of the entertainment industry for too long, and this, coupled with his previous negative press, has left his popularity in tatters right now. A couple of ranked scores were not very good. Any more of this and it may soon be obsolete. Everyone on the team was worried. That day, when Zhang Xiaohan heard the story of the White Gap, a certain nerve in her body seemed to be suddenly tugged. This White Gap, can it be contacted? I have a feeling that if I can get him to write me a song and perform it on the next installment, then we can definitely get out of our current predicament. This isn't reliable, is it? The staff said. Let's not talk about whether he can write it or not. Can the audience buy a new song on a program like this? It's too risky, isn't it? No. Zhang Xiaohan shook his head. I have a feeling he can. How can I find him? The staff went through their address book and even asked several people in the industry. Unfortunately, it came to nothing. No one knows this White Gap, so if we want to find him, we may only be able to do so through Tang Lei, Mao Mao, or Yang Mi. Yang Mi? Zhang Xiaohan was thoughtful. Deng Ziki working group. They were also sad at this time. Their situation is very similar to Zhang Xiaohan's, but a little different. Ziki is a newcomer who also participated in the program I'm a Singer, and she did quite well in the beginning as she wowed everyone with her voice. However, after the initial novelty, her weaknesses were soon exposed. There are no masterpieces, and most of the work is just covers. This kind of person can live for a while, but definitely can't fire for a lifetime. So now Ziggy desperately needs a good song to be his masterpiece. White Gap. The name came into her sight. Sister Ziki, we don't have any contact information for Mr. White Gap right now, so if we want to find him, we might need to contact Boss Yang, and more musicians. They weren't as desperate to find the White Gap as the two above them though, but the vast majority of them have become interested in White Gap as a person. List Mr. White Gap as a first-tier composer, and if you have the opportunity to work with him in the future, make sure you pay attention to it. I think this White Gap, in the future, is likely to become the godfather of a generation of music. In the meantime, the first hospital in the imperial capital, DR. Smith is working on a new treatment plan with all the doctors who have been involved in the White Gap treatment. Also attending were White Gap's parents and Boss Young. These are the people closest to White Gap at the moment. The cooperation of these people is necessary if the treatment program is to be followed through. Now the treatment effect of the new drug is good. The patient's cancer cell spreading speed is obviously weakened. And according to the latest test, the patient's physical function has some improvement. We are now optimistic about the patient's future. We are confident that the patient will live longer, or even break the record of the survival time of late-stage cancer. That's good news. Gap. He can live another month. 1 month. Yes. Both of White Gap's parents' faces showed joy, and they even wept with joy. There's no better news than that. To see White Gap alive for 1 more day would have been their own greatest expectation. But, next, there are a few things that we must do. Dr. Smith said with unusual seriousness, the patient must immediately stop all behaviors that harm his life, especially writing songs. Before, in order not to let the patient down, we did not stop it, but now the situation is different. In order to ensure the efficacy of the new drug, and for the sake of the patient's life, we will strictly control all the patient's clothing, food, housing and behavior. You should know that this is not just to let the patient prolong his life. It's more of a scientific research. That's right. This is the first time a new drug has been used on a patient, not a clinical trial. The findings embodied by the patients have important implications for Dr. Smith's research. Even just now, the next paper needs the results of this one. So, this time, he's aiming for a treatment plan. At that moment, in the lobby of the hospital, there were 2 sneaky figures that were hovering around. They covered themselves in coats, sunglasses, and tall hats. The outfit quickly sparked a lot of attention. Holy shit, what do these 2 do? Can't see the light of day? Isn't it a star? Only stars dress like that on TV. Stars my ass. Have you ever seen any celebrities queuing up in the hospital lobby? They all have private doctors? Let's see. Isn't this one of those walking $500,000 they talk about on TV? $500,000? You don't say. If one is $500,000, wouldn't that make 2 $1 million? I'll go. Won't that be my dowry money for marrying our village's little flower? That's right. These 2 people were none other than Zhang Xiaohan and Tang Ziki. They inquired through various channels that Boss Yang came to the hospital today, but they couldn't get through to Boss Yang's phone when they called him. Seeing as the next installment of I Am a Singer is about to begin, none of their vocal tracks have been finalized yet, so the 2 can only come to the hospital to try their luck. Mud. Have the assistant go to the front desk and ask what's taking so long. Both men cursed in their hearts. They also noticed the strange stares around them. Now they could only avoid the gazes like a headless fly. Hello, your IDs please. Finally, the hospital security guards spotted the 2 of them as well. They didn't think it was some walking $500,000 at the time, and they were a little more worried about whether it could be some specialized medical malpractice organization. These people do this all the time, looking for every opportunity. The 2 men froze and looked at each other, probably recognizing each other as well, and shook their heads helplessly. Zhang Xiaohan is older and has experienced more things. Step forward. Hello, our identity is a bit special. Can we go to the security room first? I'm not bargaining with you. Please cooperate with the inspection. The security guards were not polite at all. They just pulled out their electric batons and bared their teeth. Zhang Xiaohan. They were already conspicuous, but now that the security guard had done so, they attracted even more attention. A bunch of people surrounded it in 3 layers. See, I told you they weren't good people, and now they're being stopped by security. My goodness, I was late in getting started. 2 of them are $1 million. The security guard got the jump on them. Little flower. I'm sorry, just let them remove their masks right here. I'm going to see what kind of people these 2 really are, and by the looks of it, girls. The various voices around them were growing. Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki had no choice but to remove their masks. Then the scene was silent for a few seconds. Then a louder noise erupted. Crap. I'm not fucking blind. Am I? Deng Ziki? Zhang Xiaohan? This isn't a walking $500,000. This is 5 million. 50 million yikes. OMG. I've seen a living star today and I'm already excited. Click. Click. The incessant sound of cell phones taking pictures came from all around. The security guard who was blocking in front of the 2, at this time, also had some embarrassment. The whole person was more restrained. For a time, he actually did not know what to say. It was Zhang Xiaohan who reacted first. Can you take us to the security room now? Yes, the security guard said busily, and then several security guards blocked in front of the 2, escorting Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki. Everyone was also relieved when they came to the security room. Luckily it didn't cause any major commotion. Two teachers, what are you doing here? The security guard asked politely. We're looking for Boss Yang. Yang Mi. Ha, Big Mimi is with us? The security guard was even more surprised. Boss Yang was well disguised every time she came. Plus, she had basically punched the doctors and nurses in charge of White Gap, too, and not many people had been aware that she was here on a regular basis this whole time. I think, should be in. Can you check for us? Ziki chimed in at this point. Yes. The head of security immediately called and contacted the front desk. A few minutes later, the head of security hung up the phone, then shook his head softly. I'm sorry, the two teachers didn't find out any information about Boss Yang. Ha? No? Both were a little disappointed. So, then can you help us find out if Mr. White Gap is here? Zhang Xiaohan asked with the attitude of beating a dead horse. Yes, the head of security certainly wouldn't say no. Once again, after a few minutes, the guard turned his head with a pleased look on his face. Yes, check it out. Check it out. There is indeed a White Gap, currently in the ICU. I don't know if it's the one you're looking for. Can you take us there? Ziki said excitedly. She had a feeling that this man must be the one they were looking for. She asked the people around Boss Yang. During this period of time, Boss Yang often came to this hospital. If it wasn't Boss Yang himself who had problems, then he must have come to take care of a patient. And this patient was most likely White Gap. But she hadn't really thought about White Gap getting anything very serious. After all, who thinks above cancer in the first place? The security guard told the two the room number of the ward and also arranged for another colleague to take them there. At this point, because everyone else was in a condition seminar with Dr. Smith, so there were only two people in the ward, White Gap and a nurse. Get some rest. It's been a busy day with all the hustle and bustle, White Gap said as he looked at the nurse who had been busy. It's fine. I'm not tired. To be tired. Boss Yang is the most tired one. She basically stayed awake the whole night. If it wasn't for the fact that she's now going to attend a seminar on her condition, this job wouldn't have been my turn to do it at all. We all say that she's an Iron Man, a big star. I really can't imagine being able to make it this far at all. Hearing this, White Gap felt a pang of pain in his heart. Boss Yang, it's really not easy. As long as there was time, she stayed by White Gap's side at all times, and even at meals, she hugged a boxed lunch and ate it on the side. As he ate, he glanced at the White Gap a few times. A lot of people advised her to rest for a while, but Boss Yang just shook her head every time, saying she wasn't tired. Bang bang bang. There was a knock at the door. Is that Mr. White Gap? Someone asked. The nurse glanced at White Gap, who nodded gently, and she walked to the door and opened it. Zhang Xiaohan? Deng Ziki? The nurse's mouth immediately dropped open when she saw the two men at the door. What are you guys doing here? Hello, is that Mr. White Gap inside the ward? Zhang Xiaohan asked politely. Yes, 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 the nurse replied busily, hurriedly inviting the two inside. This is Mr. White Gap, the author of that brightest star in the night sky the other day, and he's really exceptionally talented. Without waiting for the two to open their questions, the nurse was the first to introduce herself. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan were both happy in their hearts. Sure enough, it wasn't the wrong guy this time. However, looking at Bai Gai's pale face, there was still some apprehension in their hearts. Mr. White Gap, your body? It's fine. Minor. White Gap immediately replied, his heart indescribably happy. What these two men had come to see him for. The result was obvious. This is what it takes. He was worried about who he was going to write a song for next, and this just came to him. You guys are looking for me to write songs, right? White Gap asked directly to the point. Ha? Yes. Yes. Being so direct was a bit disconcerting for the two. Isn't it usually the case that there's a polite business exchange before we get to the point? It's just that the current White Gap doesn't have that much time to be polite. Okay, I can write for you, but if you ever use my songs, you must promise me two things, White Gap said directly. What is the request? The two men began to be led by the White Gap. First, I demand that these two songs be sung as soon as possible, and by whatever means you can. It must be made to meet the world as fast as possible, and preferably this time can be kept within 2 weeks. Secondly, I want 50% of the revenue share of this song, and this 50% doesn't have to be given to me directly. I want you to set up a charity fund in the name of these two songs, and all of the proceeds have to be donated to the needy. If you say yes, I can start writing now. These two requests are not excessive. Just how do the two of them feel now that this White Gap is reliable? They didn't even ask them what song they wanted. They just said they could write it for them, and it felt as if they would definitely use the song written by White Gap. Is it the artistry or is it? Mr. White Gap, we can accept all the requests you've made. and if we're satisfied with this song, we'll sing the competition on the next installment of the I'm a Singer stage, which is just 3 days from now. It was Zhang Xiaohan who spoke first. She was going to take the gamble anyway. Me too. With Zhang Xiaohan as a model, Ziki immediately stepped forward as well and said, "Okay, give me a pen and paper and I'll start now." The system itself has representations suitable for both, and writing them out is not the least bit of a chore for White Gap. However, the nurse, hesitated. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan didn't know what was going on with White Gap. No. The nurse just wanted to stop it, but when she saw the sharp eyes of the White Gap, she couldn't say anything in her throat. "Did you two bring a pen and paper?" White Gap asked to Ziki and Xiaohan. Brought it." Ziki hurriedly found a pen and a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to White Gap. "Thanks." White Gap sat up and went straight to work on the song. The intense pain caused sweat to break out on his forehead once again. Every time he writes a song, it hurts. The nurse had a hard time watching and wanted to stop it many times, but when she saw how persistent White Gap was, she didn't know whether to say anything or not. Ziki and Xiaohan also sat quietly on the sidelines. As far as they were concerned, the sweat on White Gap's forehead right now was from racking their brains and being tired from writing songs for them. It also gives them something to look forward to with this song. The time just went by minute. Half an hour later, with 2 songs completed, the White Gap is now in better shape than before and the work rate has improved. "You guys take a look," White Gap struggled to say. Just handed the song to both Xiaohan and Ziki before either of them had a chance to look at it. Once again the door to the hospital room was opened. It's White Gap's parents, Boss Young, and Dr. Smith. They had just finished a meeting and were now ready to come to the ward to see the White Gap. "Xiaohan, Ziki, why are you guys here?" Boss Young was still surprised to see the two. "How did these two get here?" "We came looking for you, and when we didn't find you, we looked for Mr. White Gap first," Xiaohan immediately replied. "She and Yang Mi are kind of good friends." "Oh." Boss Yang lowered his head, suddenly saw the paper in Xiaohan's hand, and then looked at the White Gap. The pen scattered to the side as well as the even paler face. At once, it all made sense. "What are you guys doing? You guys aren't letting him write songs again, are you? Who are you to do this? Why are you doing this? You're killing people. You know that?" Boss Yang could no longer control his emotions. Boss Yang completely exploded. Just now they were talking about absolutely banning White Gap from writing songs and this kind of behavior that hurts their lives. "Now, if anything happens to White Gap, I won't forgive you," Boss Yang cried out. White Gap's parents also walked over to White Gap's side at this time, their mouths opening and closing, but they didn't utter a single word of reproach after all. Dr. Smith even had a dark face the entire time, and his eyes were as sharp as knives when he looked at Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki. Xiaohan and Ziki were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Just writing a song? Why does it seem like they've done a great evil? Honey sister, what's wrong? Ziki weakly looked at Boss Yang. Xiaohan was also on the sidelines, fidgeting. Boss Yang looked at the two of them, wanting to curse but unable to do so, and finally stomped his foot helplessly inside. What else could she say? "Let me tell you," Dr. Smith said coldly, "the one who wrote the song for you just now, White Gap, is my patient. He is now in the terminal stage of cancer, and an activity like songwriting which greatly depletes his mind and energy is something that is likely to seriously damage his life itself, and he is counting down the days to his life. You're asking him to write songs, and that's the equivalent of trying to get money. So now I am ordering you, as the attending physician, to leave this ward. You are not welcome here." "Ha? What?" Ziki and Xiaohan were stunned. They were surprised for a moment that they couldn't believe what they were hearing. White Gap teacher he. No way. No how. That's the truth. White Gap's dad jolted to his feet. "They've all spoken politely just now. If you're sensible, get out immediately now or I won't be polite." "Uncle, I'm sorry for." Xiaohan didn't know what to say anymore. "I don't want to hear it." Papa White Gap interrupted her heavily. "I'm just a father of a child right now. I've been holding back all my temper in talking to you guys. So if you're kind, take pity on me and the baby's mom. We don't want to have to go through a temper tantrum in the last moments of our child's life." As he spoke, he pointed a finger toward the door. Xiaohan and Ziki looked at each other, silently shook their heads, and could only turn around, walking towards the door. "I'm the one who's going to write it for them." White Gap's voice came from behind. "Also, you guys have to remember our agreement to make sure these 2 songs come out as soon as possible." When Xiaohan and Ziki heard these 2 words, their eyes suddenly became moist. They didn't turn around. They just nodded heavily at the same time as their answer. Out of the hospital room, the two didn't leave. They stayed right in front of the hospital room for a long time. "Sister Xiaohan, Do you think we did wrong? If I knew that Mr. By Gap is in this condition now, I definitely wouldn't have let him write a song. I definitely wouldn't. Do you think if we do this will Mr. By Gap's condition get worse? Mr. White Gap is such a good person. How could he have this kind of disease? Ziki said a lot in one breath. Her heart is really special in particular about blaming herself right now. Ziggy, do you know what I was thinking? Xiaohan had experienced more and was calmer at the moment. I was thinking, actually we should have discovered a few of Mr. White Gap's previous songs a long time ago. Lilac Flower, Fading Sorrows, People Like Me, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Each song has thoughts about life, nostalgia, and even determination. If Mr. White Gap wasn't the person he is now, how could he have written this kind of song? He's still so young. We should have found out a long time ago. I'm still thinking about the 2 requests that Mr. White Gap made with us. At the time we all thought it was very strange. Now I understand. He was afraid. He was afraid that he wouldn't see it. He wouldn't see these 2 songs actually being sung. So he wanted us to publish them as soon as possible. The sooner the better. And that these songs might be his children, his heart and soul, and even more so, his life. Mr. White Gap is also a really kind person who was still thinking and doing something kind in this situation. So, Xiaohan cried. She had been through a lot, betrayed by those closest to her, and she no longer believed there were good people in the world. But now seeing the White Gap, she was suddenly shaken. It turned out that in this world, in the place where she could not see, there were always some people, some light, illuminating this earth. At that moment, Boss Yang pushed open the door and walked out. Xiaohan and Ziki's eyes immediately surrounded them with eagerness. Yeah, I'm sorry, honey, we really didn't know that. Ziki was busy just trying to apologize. Boss Yang waved his hand, interrupting her and, at this point, she had also largely calmed down. I know I don't blame you guys. White Gap is like that sometimes. He wants to write songs to the bone. Maybe this songwriting thing is much more important to him than it is to any of us. When Boss Yang said this, there was a surprisingly strong smell of vinegar. Maybe it wasn't jealousy. Boss Yang was not understanding why all the people who were closest to White Gap and loved him the most wanted him to live longer, while he had been so bent out of shape. Are these people really less important to him than those songs? Still, now that it's written, I hope you can get to the songs as soon as possible. And it's kind of a favor I'm asking of you to be able to let him hear the songs he wrote while he's still alive. Don't you say that. Xiaohan said hurriedly. How much longer does Mr. White Gap he have? Xiaohan asked weakly. That was one of the things she was wondering about. The doctor said before that there was still a month to go, but he's written 2 more songs, and the update still won't be known until the latest tests are over. A month? Ziki exclaimed. It was really hard to imagine that the person who had just written a song for him turned out to have only a month to live. Why is God so unfair? Boss Yang, don't worry, I'll do everything that Mr. White Gap has instructed me to do within this month. I promise. That's what Xiaohan has to promise. She looked up again at Boss Yang, who was a bit tired at the moment. Mimi, you have to take care of your rest as well. Look at you now. Your face is full of haggardness and you have a lot more wrinkles. I'm fine. Boss Yang just lightly returned those 3 words. Xiaohan sighed softly and didn't say anything else. She could tell that Boss Yang really liked Mr. White Gap. Ms. White Gap is in such a state that she won't put it down no matter how she eats it. Perhaps, this is love. A love that suffers together, through thick and thin. After leaving the hospital, Xiaohan and Ziki said their goodbyes and went back to their respective studios. When Xiaohan returned to the studio, the first thing he did was to take out the song that White Gap had written. The ward was so chaotic just now, and White Gap had almost just finished writing the song when Boss Yang and the others came back, so he never had the time to take a closer look. But Xiaohan has decided that no matter how well the song is written, he will go for it in the next installment. That's her promise. Xiaohan opened the paper. The title of the song, Invisible Wings, 5 words into the eyes. Not a bad name. Xiaohan continued to look down. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. This song is simply the best song she has ever seen. She believed that as long as this song was once released, it would definitely become his masterpiece. No, not just a masterpiece. It would become a golden song, a classic, and it would be popularized decades and centuries later. What an absolute treasure. Xiaohan got excited and she tried humming a couple lines. As it turned out, she realized that the song had none of the rustiness she had felt the first time she got another song. Singing it is simply natural, as if the song was born for her and she was meant to sing it. While Xiaohan was excited, the figure of Mr. White Gap suddenly flashed through his mind again. Her heart heaved at once. Mr. White Gap, who wrote such a great song, is about to leave this world. Is this really what God envies? No. The more Xiaohan thought about it, the harder it became, and he suddenly shook his head heavily. No, she didn't want that to happen. What must she do? Xiaohan was alone and thought quietly for a long time. Suddenly he stood up as if he had made a decision of some kind. Meanwhile, at Ziggy's, she was looking at the song White Gap had given her. Bubbles. It's as if the song was made for her. It coincided with a previous relationship she had been in and simply sang to her heart. Mr. White Gap. This is a genius. He gave himself such a great gift. But what can one do for him? Ziki was in deep contemplation. What does a dying man really need most? On the other side, Xiaohan just briefly matched the song with the band twice before not continuing to practice. It was Invisible Wings. As if it was already in her bones. As if she had sung it 1,000 times and could perform it perfectly with a little practice. So Xiaohan now has one thing she wants to do more than anything else. She walks among the hospitals and shoots a variety of videos. She's going to do this Invisible Wings song in her own way. More perfectly. 3 days later. I'm a singer performing live. I am a singer is used in the form of live broadcast. All are some famous singers in the field competition. Each person's strength itself is extraordinary. The competition is naturally also exciting to the extreme. Before the show even started, there was a sea of people inside and outside the arena. It's finally starting. I've been waiting all week and it's killing me. I love Li Jian. And that Baikal song from the last show was just beautiful. Don't talk nonsense. The champion this time is definitely still our Han Hong. Mr. Han, which is at the national team level. You're all wrong. Don't you know who the fill-in singer is this time? It's Flower. When Flower comes out, who will compete? The Flower ancestor. Invincible in battle. 1,000 years of unity. Yes, that's right. I heard that Hua Hua also brought his new song this time. It said that this song is the best one he's ever written. It's especially meaningful. It's sure to be a big hit. Hua Hua's strength is even stronger than those of the national team, I think. Didn't you guys read the tweets? Both Xiaohan and Ziki said that they have a secret weapon this time and are aiming for first place. So don't you guys pay attention to it? Both of them are about to be on the verge of elimination. What's there to pay attention to? I guess it's just another smoke bomb to pull popularity. If you want to pay attention to it, you should still pay attention to those big names in front of you. That's the real pinnacle of music. In fact, this program is still missing some people. If when like Zhou Jieluen, Zhang Shuiyu they can come, then it's a real music festival. Alright, it's about to start. Hurry up and get in. Don't get too many people in later. This show has thrown off the heat of Tomorrow's Children by 10 blocks. It's deservedly the #1 music variety show right now. Singers backstage. Singers at this time one by one are also very nervous, especially those few singers who didn't do well in the last installment. There will be an elimination in this episode. The I Am a Singer program eliminates one singer in 2 episodes, and the one who has a combined ranking of the bottom of the 2 episodes will have to leave the stage. For these singers who have been addicted for a long time to be eliminated, they will also feel it is a shame. Alright, everyone, don't be too nervous, didn't we all say so? Come here just to have fun. Don't care so much about winning or losing. Han Hong, who was ranked first in the last issue, said to the group, she is at no risk of being eliminated and at this point is one of the easiest. The people looked to her and they all just smiled and didn't say anything. Everyone's sorrows and joys are different, and no one wants to lose, even if this is just a contest with no prizes. Ziki walked up to Xiaohan. There were some things that only the two of them knew here. Sister Xiaohan, are you going to sing that song by Mr. White Gap this time? Xiaohan nodded. That's her promise. I can sing too, Ziki said heavily. Sister Xiaohan, this time we must work hard and take the first and second place. Not for us. Xiaohan's hand that was fixing her makeup stopped with a jerk. The pale figure appeared again before his eyes. Go for it, she said heavily. That's right. This song, it's not for them, it's for White Gap. Yes, you guys do have to cheer. Just then, a not-so-friendly voice came. It's Flora. He pushed the door open and came straight through. Because, if you don't cheer, then one of the two of you will be in a position that belongs to me. There's nothing wrong with that statement yet. However, there was no waiting for the two Ziki and Xiaohan to reply. Blossom then continued again. But even if you try, one of the two of you will definitely get the spot, and you'll have to think about how to beat each other. Xiaohan and Ziki's faces darkened at the same time. This Flower. Should I say he has a low IQ? Or should I say he's too crazy and confident? Then we'll see. Ziki didn't bother to talk to him. I think, for once, you're going to go back how you came. Xiaohan isn't one to be messed with. The fireworks had already erupted before the show even started. I'm the singer to begin with. The first singer to take the stage was fill-in singer Flower. It's his confidence. He said he was going to rock the house. I don't know if it's confidence or arrogance. As soon as Blossom came on stage, The whole room erupted in applause. Here comes Blossom. Here comes Blossom with a new song. Here comes Blossom with a new song to us. What kind of demons and monsters? What kind of beautiful women drawing skins? Can't compare to one voice of our Hua Hua. Ha 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 ha. Our Hua Hua is the most bullish existence in the entertainment industry. Came here just for this song. It's the happiest thing to hear a new song from Hannah. Go Hannah. Flora, I want to give you a monkey. Soon. Amidst the shouts of the crowd, the title of the song appeared on the big screen at the venue. Cancer. Lyrics and music by Flower. Many people were shocked to see the name. Is this an anti-cancer song? It seems kinda relevant. That's right. I've seen the promotion of this song before. It's a song for cancer. It's a charity song. Our flower pattern is just big. This is an idol. I can't wait to hear it. And I'm ready to go 5 for 5. And backstage at the singer, when Xiaohan and Ziki saw this word, a strange look appeared on their faces at the same time. They thought of the figure at the same time. The strong man who was still battling cancer. White Gap, are you okay? Are you in front of the TV right now? Will you watch us sing today? On stage, the intro has been played. Just when everyone was ready to enjoy this new song by Hannah in peace and quiet. Suddenly, woohoo, aha, yada yada yada. A ghostly cry came. Hua Hua's entire body was extremely twisted, and her entire body appeared to be in great pain. All of them were dumbfounded. What's wrong with this guy? Sick? Should I call 120? Or is that the intro to the song? All of them, harboring questions, insisted on continuing to listen. But, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, the howling continued, showing no signs of stopping. The audience at the scene, including those in front of the TV, were all confused. What is this? Practice? How come it's exactly the same as the jumping gods I saw when I was a kid? The pop-ups were noisy at this point. Holy shit, just turned on the program and thought I'd swiped to a ghost movie. Scared the hell out of me. This song has made me cry. It's so touching. This song expresses the emotion of Zhuge Liang's longing for love but having to screw his girlfriend's mom for the sake of his basketball career. In short, just one word. Screw. To screw. The work can be cold, but not evil. The performance can be spiritual, but not psychic. The art stems from inspiration, but not from the spirit house. And your brother had better be grounded, not grounded in the house. However, Hannah's fans are not buying this at all. The song Cancer perfectly shows how cancer cells change at different times, and people around you don't really listen until they've been through it, and you guys just don't get it. This is a piece of vocal experimental music, and a musician who dares to play vocal experiments is an area that requires an extremely high level of musicianship to possibly explore. So shut up quickly, you barflies. Speech reveals patterns, and Cancer is so artistic and thought-provoking that maybe it's not quite right for some people to appreciate it. After all, they can't read it either. Singer backstage. Many people also had different faces. What does this song say about this song? Han Hong was a little unsure how to comment. Do you think, when he sings it the second time, it will be the same as the first time? Li Jian joked. It's kind of like Disturbed and not quite. It's supposed to be a song of vocal experimentation. Maybe I'm not at that high of a level to appreciate it. Musical maestro Lu Call also said, Flowers is no less than a musical ghostwriter. And in front of the TV, White Gap and Boss Yang have been watching the TV. White Gap, do you think this song really speaks to how cancer patients feel? As a cancer patient, White Gap feels absolutely empowered to speak out. White Gap shook his head. If someone sings so expresses my state of having a disease, then I think the singer is sick. Who has cancer in this state? It's annoying. If you're really sick, you won't be so nervous. You'll be relieved after you're nervous and scared. Who goes crazy until they die? And it's really harder to hear this song when you're sick. I don't feel like it's from a patient's heart, like the Grim Reaper is coming to take someone away. Cancer patients should be more scared to hear it, right? I'm not spitting on the song being bad. It's pretty artsy, but it could be used in a dub. After hearing White Gap's tirade, Boss Yang was directly happy. Why didn't I realize before? You're quite a poisonous talker. I'm being realistic. By this time, Hannah had also finished the song. He took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. The song I just sang is a song without lyrics. It's an art song I wrote specifically for cancer. So it might be a little bit depressing because every time I sing this song it hurts too. I force myself to create the feeling that I'm hurting myself. It's very painful, but if I don't do that I won't be able to tell people through this song to take good care of your own body. Many people on the scene actually shed tears. See, that's how generous our flowers are. And no one even understands. Blossom, we love you and will always know you. Just for the opinion of the song. He's also a deserving #1 today. Seeing this kind of reaction from the scene, Hannah smiled contentedly. That was the effect he wanted. With a reaction like that, how could he not win? Even if they can't beat those old-timers who have been famous for a long time. But it's not a handful to win against an over-the-top singer and a newcomer. Blossom gets off the stage and the host starts the curtain call. Next, let's welcome our second singer, Zhang Xiaohan. There was loud applause. Zhang Xiaohan is very dry today. Short sleeves with jeans. The whole person comes out as if there is a kind of power. The song I'm going to sing today is also for the terminally ill. Zhang Xiaohan's first sentence directly stunned the crowd. Holy shit, what kind of day is this? Why is it all about this theme? Is this the I'm a Singer special? All the songs are for cancer patients? I feel like this is a hard fight with Hannah with a temper I like it. Zhang Xiaohan, a past its prime female singer. What is she going to compare with? She's taking her head and comparing it to our flower She's completely making a fool of herself. I just hope it's not another song I don't understand. Zhang Xiaohan didn't care about these discussions at all as she took a deep breath. She just wanted to perfect the song now. It's a commitment to the White Gap. In front of the TV, White Gap also became serious. It's a song he wrote and he takes it more seriously than anyone else. The name of the song. It's called Invisible Wings. The title of the song was revealed. But what everyone expected. The intro was delayed. A video suddenly appeared on the big screen at the scene. It's hospital after hospital. Pale face after pale face. What's this about? Everyone's interest was sparked by the scene. Soon, everyone in the video started talking. It may be a bit sad and hopeless to say this today. Who would have thought that the bouncy 27-year-old me would be diagnosed with terminal lung cancer? Really? I couldn't believe it when it was laid out in front of me. My friend asked me every day why I was hospitalized, and I was really afraid to tell him. And my mom and dad were in tears every day. A very pretty girl cried. Hi, everyone. I'm an 80-year-old cancer patient. 33 radiation treatments. 6 chemo treatments. My hair is gone. My whole body is getting thinner and thinner. And sometimes I look at the ceiling and literally think, or else, that's it, that's how I'm going to end my life. A very sad thing to say from an 80-year-old. Still recognize me? See if my face has gotten bigger? It's from the hormones. Look at my hair. Is it almost gone? This is from chemotherapy. Why do I still insist after suffering so much? It's a college student. I'm not scared. I'm just scared for my mom and not having anyone with her ever again. A kid with leukemia says so. In the hospital. In the ward. In that one white environment. Desperate patients say desperate things. The song hadn't even been sung yet, and many people couldn't hold back their tears. And at that moment, the intro to the song slowly started. Every time, are wandering alone in the strong. Every time, even if it is very hurt, also do not flash tears. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me to fly. Fly through the despair. Not to think. They have a beautiful sun. I see. Every day the sunsets change too. I know. I've always had invisible wings. That take me flying and give me hope. Good to hear. Zhang Xiaohan's sweet, high-pitched voice is simply a perfect match for the song. Every word gives strength. Very positive lyrics. Like a desperate child who is stubbornly marching against the wind and waves. Really nice song. The pop-ups, too, were bowled over in droves. I feel like my ears are pregnant, and I'm responsible to say that this is the best song I've heard in the last few years. No, the last decade or so. I am a member of the exam army, every day immersed in an endless sea of questions, but the more I like the more I feel that I cannot. I am afraid to let down the hopes of many people. Really afraid. So much so that now I am a little bit of neurasthenia. Suddenly heard this song. I feel that I am full of strength again. Thank you, Zhang Xiaohan. From today onwards, is my idol, my eternal god. YYDS. That's when the big screen on the scene. Those cancer patients just now are showing up once again. I know I have to be strong. I also know that the darkness is only temporary. The light also needs energy. I will be optimistic to face this next thing. The doctor said as long as I insist on treatment, there is a great possibility that it will get better. I believe that the light will shine on me. All beings suffer. I hope that those who are suffering today will see this video. See that in the face of the disaster, I can be so optimistic, and I can also have a little hope in life. Optimistic me can also have a little hope for life, the very pretty girl said. I don't want to die yet. After going through a tough mental struggle, I feel that everything is not so scary. I don't want to give up. I want to try my best. I didn't ask why it's me. I just know that I have to try my best. I actively cooperate with the treatment. I read books when I have nothing to do, trying to calm myself. My favorite teacher came to our city to give a speech. I tried hard to sit on a stool and listen to it. At that time, sitting was an exhausting thing for me. I believe that all the problems are not a problem. I will carry through. That 80s girl laughed. Why should I insist? Because I'm still young I still have my mom and dad so I have to insist. I believe that the disease is not so terrible. I will overcome it. The state of college students is powerful. Mom, don't cry. I'm going to get through this. Let's do it together. Dad, why don't you guys have another little kid because my stomach hurts and I'm afraid I won't last. The little child's words brought tears to everyone's eyes. What is said is weakness. What is buried in the heart is strength. Finally, a set of data appeared on the big screen at the scene. 53% of cancer survivors were diagnosed within the past 10 years, 47% survived more than 10 years, 18% survived more than 20 years, and 67% were age 65 and older. This is an encouraging statistic, and it shows that if we are strong, if we persevere, we can, potentially, live and beat cancer. Zhang Xiaohan's voice was even more high-pitched at this time. I finally see all my dreams blossom. Chasing young, how loud the song is. I'm finally soaring, gazing with my heart without fear. Flying as far as the wind will take me. It was an outburst. It's as if all those in despair see hope that parked wings will carry them through all their suffering. Crying, compared to them, we are so blessed that we at least have good health. Yeah, living, more than anything. I think of my dad. He was a tough cancer fighter. Never said anything about the pain or the pain. The only thing he hung on to was, I haven't seen my grandchildren yet. I can't die yet. This is the real anti-cancer song. Like that mage just now. What a mess of shit. Cancer has been so painful. None of us want to feel it, but when it really meets him, we also have to be brave to face it, but also psychological eternal survival of this hope. I think this song could seal the deal. Absolutely. The song finished. All erupted in the loudest applause. Flowery just now. 10 times 100 times more enthusiastic. In front of the TV, White Gap also had tears in his eyes. Xiaohan, have a heart, White Gap said silently. Boss Yang also nodded his head heavily. They all knew that Xiaohan had done all this for Bai Gai, all in the hope that he could be strong enough to face it all. Turn around, and if you see her, thank her for me, White Gap instructed Boss Yang. Boss Yang nodded. Whether what Xiaohan did was useful or not, as long as he had this heart, he should be thanked. I'm a singer live. Zhang Xiaohan finished the song and didn't rush off the stage. The host, Mr. Ho, came up with a round of applause. Thank you MS. Xiaohan, thank you for bringing us such a nice song. I have a question for you. Where did you get the inspiration for this song? It's the people who are strong in the midst of terminal illnesses, right? Zhang Xiaohan nodded. Yes and no. I didn't write this song, so I don't know where it was inspired by, but I believe it's filled with 2 words, hope, and that's something no one can deny. I wanted to sing this song to life because, a few days ago, I went to the hospital and saw a terminally ill person who was still holding on to his dream, and I realized that there are so many people in this world who are holding on in despair. I want to do something for them, and I've decided that I'm going to donate $5 million to the Cancer Fund. And, in the future, all the proceeds from this Invisible Wings song will set up a new charitable fund that will be used entirely for the cause of fighting cancer. Immediately after these words, a very loud applause rang out. Good man, really good man. $5 million plus the entire proceeds of a song. How much money is that? This is the real idol. Beautiful, good singing, excellent professional ability, and so kind. This is the love bean we should go after for real. In fact, Zhang Xiaohan has been very difficult over the years. After so many years of overstaying her welcome, just ask the young people nowadays how many more recognize her. Several times I occasionally see her news. All of them are in financial straits. This song must be her turnaround. But she can donate all of this money without any hesitation. Such a person. What else can we say? That's a real cancer fighting song. And I don't have a lot of skills to do much, but I'm definitely giving her my vote today. Backstage of the singers, all the singers also took a breath. These people were all professionals and understood even more what this decision of Zhang Xiaohan represented. Is this hype? Blossom said this silently. Hype? What hype? Han Hong was instantly displeased. She's one of the few people in the entertainment industry who genuinely enjoys being charitable, and over the years, she's also done almost everything she's worth to this cause. This Invisible Wings can definitely become a golden song. The income of a year is estimated to reach more than 8 figures. Right, even if the heat goes down in a few years, a conservative estimate is that there can be more than 7 figures. All of this money is donated to let you hype like this. Are you willing to do it? Even if it's hype. I hope the more hype like this the better. And that such an operation is beneficial to society and can help more people. Han Hong still gave Han a face. She couldn't look at these fresh meat nowadays. Everything seemed to have a purpose. She was close to saying, is it that you think everything is dirty because your own heart is dirty? That's right. Look at everything with kindness in your heart. Then the world is kind. And after all we've seen today, I think, we should do something about it too? Li Jian, a musical poet, said. Everyone fell silent as well. Only Hannah remains still always dark. Mud. Damn it. Spoil yourself. At the scene, Mr. He also kept applauding. And he was also deeply moved by this kind of action of Zhang Xiaohan. All proceeds? This is something you've already discussed with the creators, is it? Not all of the proceeds of a song go to the singer. Except for the platform's cut. And the person who originated the song? I'm sure that's what he wants. Zhang Xiaohan said quietly. Then he must be a kind man too. Can you tell us who he is? His name is White Gap. White Gap. Hearing this name, Mr. He couldn't help but exclaim. The name is no longer unfamiliar to most people. Lilacs. To kill the sadness. People like me. The brightest star in the night sky. Now add a song about invisible wings. Definitely a veritable musical genius. But then they hardly ever show up in the entertainment industry. Some people say that this person is like the sweeping monk in a martial arts novel. A hermit master who usually doesn't make a move. But as soon as he makes a move, it's a shocker. Others say he's the secret martial art of the music industry. Find him and you're off to the races. Now Zhang Xiaohan's song has undoubtedly added another strong bargaining chip to both arguments. Is Mr. White Gap there? What kind of person is it? Can you reveal more to us? I'm sure many people are particularly interested in him right now. Mr. Ho pursued. Zhang Xiaohan shook his head. All I can say is that he's an exceptionally nice person. But as for his specifics, I think I should respect Mr. White Gap. It was an expected answer. That's what Harry, Don Ray, said before. There was nothing Mr. Ho could do. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Xiaohan stepped off the stage. And the third performer on stage was Deng Ziki. Song title, Bubbles. Deng Ziki took a deep breath without any nonsense. All she had to do today was perfect the song. That's all. Foam in the sunlight. Is colored. Just like the lied to me. Is happy. Pursuing what is right or wrong. Your lies. Based on the fact that you still love me. A beautiful bubble. Though a flash of flowers. All your promises. Though they are all too fragile. But love is like a bubble. If you can see through it, what is there to be sad about? Good to hear. Even the few big names backstage couldn't help but perk up their ears in praise. This song, it seems like something. It's a little different than her old style. That's right. Deng Ziki used to be known for her soaring high notes, extreme high notes, and hijinks. But in the middle of the song, she kept her voice extremely low, at least from what I could tell so far. It's like a girl who's been hurt by love and deceived by lies. Speaking in silence about her experience makes for a depressing trip for everyone. A depressing feeling of dark clouds filling the sky. This just won't rain. Many of the viewers in front of the TV couldn't help but turn up the volume at this point to hear it more clearly. However, beautiful bubbles, though a flash of flowers, all your promises, though all too fragile, love is supposed to be a bubble. If you can see through it, what's so sad? The most beautiful flower, bloomed and then withered. The brightest star, a flash and then fell. Love is a bubble. If you can see through, what sadness? Ziki is still the same Ziki. The treble is still the same. The extreme high notes instantly pierced the eardrums of countless people. Scalp tingling, goosebumps falling. This is a common feeling among all viewers. King Bomb, absolute King Bomb. Awesome. Another ceiling song. That was awesome. 3 originals today and the remaining 2 besides number 1 drove me crazy. Those 2 high notes. They were so good. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching TV. The audience no longer knew what adjectives to use to express the shock of the moment. There was only one thing on their minds now. Today was definitely the best installment of I'm a Singer in all the time it's been on the air. Duncan is still performing extremely well on stage. All of her form went into the song. The stage presence drives everyone crazy. Even Hannah in the background had her mouth open. There's something about this singer. A few other people backstage were starting to get stressed at this point. What is this? What's all the fuss about today? Even if they were all long-famous music industry veterans, they couldn't help but feel a lack of confidence at this moment. After all, these 2 songs are, literally, bugs. Who wrote this song? After a few moments of silence, Lou calling in the background asked. The rest of them immediately looked down at the information. However, both soon shook their heads. The profile is blank for the author field. Only Zhang Xiaohan had tears in her eyes. White Gap, did you see that? Are you satisfied with our performance today? We, for one, did not let you down. On stage, Ziki's singing has come to an end. With tears in her eyes, Ziki looked away, as if, in this way, she could see the face of the White Gap. Thinking about White Gap writing songs for them again is scene after scene of forced pain. At the time, they thought the sweat on their foreheads was from overusing their brains, but now they realized that it was pain. Ziki's heart suddenly hurt and ached now. Maybe after today both she and Xiaohan could have a good life and both would have a good name today. But the thought that this consumed possibly the life of the White Gap was overwhelming to her. Ziggy, Great show. And that's a new song, isn't it? At that moment, Mr. He walked onto the stage. Can you tell us a little bit about who the songwriter is? Zeke nodded. White Gap. What did you say? Mr. He couldn't believe his ears for a moment. He thought he must have heard wrong. How is that possible? Did White Gap write 2 songs for 2 people at the same time? That's never going to happen. Ziggy laughed and picked up the microphone, suddenly raising the volume. I'm here today to tell you all about it. There is a genius in this world. A true genius. And he is White Gap. The song, too, was written by White Gap. He's the most talented musician I've ever met. And his name should be remembered by all. This time the sound was clear and unmistakable, reaching every ear. Once again, everyone's mouths grew wide. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Another White Gap? Where in the world is this great god from? After controlling the son of tomorrow before, now this is running to control I am the singer? White Gap, yes. I'm the legendary man behind the curtain. White Gap, this is not in the jungle, but the jungle is all about my legend. Do you guys think there could be a possibility that this White Gap he's not a person but an organization? Otherwise how could he be able to write so many songs so quickly? And it hasn't even shown up yet. Upstairs this has been discovered by you, so I'll show my cards. I'm the elder of this organization. Do you want to join? If you want to join, please micro me $500 enrollment fee. I'll be your introducer. On stage, Mr. He once again asked Deng Ziki about the specifics of the White Gap. Ziki hesitated for a long time, but still chose not to say anything. She believed that even if Bai Guy stood here, he wouldn't bother to tell about his condition. Such a great person would definitely not try to gain sympathy by all this. He would only fight death by silently guarding his ideals in the border between life and death. People like that should be respected, not pitied. He doesn't need pity either. The I'm a Singer program continues. It's just that the Pearl was a bit of a bore for the audience. Even though the next show was filled with some big-name singers, the final result was also expected by all. Invisible Wings, number 1 and well-deserved. Bubbles, ranked second, deservedly so. Both of these contestants, who were about to be eliminated in the last installment, all rose from the dead. As for the Cancer of Flowers, think of it as a joke. Twitter buzz. White Gap's name is even more firmly at the top of the list. The evening was a feverish search for whiteness. A white horse is a unicorn's talent. And if you get it, you get showbiz. The real big man behind the music scene. I was White Gap's elementary school classmate, and he chased me when he was a kid. $50 for a picture of White Gap as a kid. White Gap is the heir to a powerful family. Playing music is just his hobby. Along with Don Ray, most social media platforms are on fire. Even that middle school where the choir was before was not immune. Countless people were after news of the White Gap. Of course, it's the I'm a Singer contestants who are most eager to hear the White Gap news. Zhang Xiaohan and Tang Ziki both got first and second place once they sang White Gap song, which gave them a great shock. If they could get a song like that for the next installment as well, wouldn't that be steady? The most eager of such thoughts are the rain god Xiao Jintang and the dolphin voice Zhang Lianin. Neither of these scores are particularly good. Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki's story gives them hope. In the meantime, in the hospital ward, Boss Yang just hung up the phone in his hand and helplessly looked at White Gap and smiled. How many calls is this today? 13. White Gap replied with a smile. Since there were so many people who wanted to find White Gap, the people who could find out that Boss Yang knew White Gap would definitely not be in the minority anymore. So, it's been a busy day for Boss Yang. You've got more business now than I ever had at my busiest. And you'll get it later. Boss Yang pretended to be angry and said, when I write another song in the future, tell them not to say my name. What? As soon as he heard White Gap's reply, Boss Yang immediately became furious. And you're going to write a song? Do you really not want to die? I tell you, I don't care if you want to write songs again. I can't care. I won't live if you die. Big deal. We'll both die together. You're on your own. Boss Yang directly started to threaten. White Gap smiled. He doesn't blame Boss Yang. He knew that it was a sign of love from Boss Yang. There were some things he had no way to explain, but he still felt happy. I promise you I will live. Don't you realize that since I started writing songs, my body, more and more, has improved? From the beginning where I was going to die right away, to now where I will most likely live for another month, perhaps. This is the benefit of writing songs. Isn't that what the new drug is for? Boss Yang shook his head and said, both, I guess. Mood is the best doctor, and I'm really happy to be able to write songs. Boss Yang was silent. For a while, she didn't know what was right and what was wrong. The other side. I'm a Singer backstage. This one was weird. The live broadcast had ended, but none of the singers wanted to leave. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan, who everyone was looking at, had different eyes. There is greed, jealousy, envy, and anticipation. Xiaohan, you're not being interesting enough. Even I hid it from you to find Mr. White Gap. No, there's something good, you can't hide it alone. You must share it. Han Hong, who had always been straightforward, said directly. She and Xiaohan are very good friends and have supported Xiaohan unconditionally when he was down and out. She also helped a lot with Xiaohan's comeback. Many people say that Xiaohan was recommended by Han Hong to come to this season of I Am a Singer. Yes, and Ziki, the other day you told me there were no more songs, but it turned out that you hid such a big king bomb. No, I'm not convinced. I want it too. Zhang Jie also said. On the program set, he admired Deng Ziki and the two of them had a good relationship, so they spoke more casually. Mr. White Gap is extremely musically literate, and such a character should really be recognized. Lu Calling is also of great interest. Geez, you two come on. Do you know what such a composer means to us musicians? It's like the Tang monks meet inside the Journey to the West. If you help us introduce it, everyone will remember your goodness. Rain God Xiao Jinting was a bit anxious. Yeah, no matter how much it costs, we want Mr. White Gap to write a song for us. So just help us out with the specifics of the payoffs and split pins. We can all talk about it ourselves. Zhang Liangyin also said. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohan and Teng Ziki both frowned. What does that make them say? Can they say it? That situation with White Gap and his relationship with Boss Yang. Once it's known, it's all going to cause an uproar. So, the two looked at each other. Or Zhang Xiaohan took a step forward and said, don't be in a hurry. It's not that we're intentionally not saying anything, but, Mr. White Gap's situation is really a bit special. So can we wait until we've questioned Mr. White Gap before telling you the results? Don't worry, we'll be the first to tell you. There was some disappointment on everyone's faces when they heard this, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Then let's do this for now. Let's all build a WeChat group. If once Mr. White Gap wants to see us, you guys can send a message inside the group to let us know. And no matter what the circumstances are, I'll rush there. Li Jian said. That was all the crowd could do for now, and everyone dispersed for the time being. Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan were the last to go. They walked to the door and looked at each other. Are you going too? Zhang Xiaohan asked. I'm afraid it's too late. Deng Ziki said heavily. Mr. White Gap must be lucky. Zhang Xiaohan comforted. There must be a lot of people out there right now who want to find Miss White Gap. We have to go over there first and tell Boss Yang that if they don't want to be found, then we must make sure that Boss Yang is prepared beforehand. You're right. With some sadness in their hearts, both men got into their respective cars and headed for the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, this time, the two weren't embarrassed like last time, and walked straight to White Gap's hospital room. Boss Yang was still with White Gap at this time. White Gap is sleeping. Boss Yang's eyes were red, and his whole body looked tired. It's a world away from the big Mimi who flirts on screen. Honey, you stayed up all night again? Ziggy said heartily. Yang Mi smiled. It's okay, hold up. Then you have to take care of your body too. Don't boil yourself down first. Xiaohan chimed in. I just wanted to spend more time with her. You guys are here? What's up? Seeing Boss Yang's stubborn look, Xiaohan and Ziki felt even worse in their hearts. After all these years in the entertainment industry, they have long stopped believing in love. Until you see Boss Yang, it can be described as a perfect girl who almost has the ultimate wealth, beauty, but they were shown this extreme love. Ask what love is in this world, and you'll be taught to live and die together. Enduring his grief, Xiaohan continued. The two songs we sang were great, and Mr. White Gap is really a very talented person. We heard him, and he was pleased. Boss Yang's eyes looked like a white gap, and there was actually a proud look in his gaze. That's what he likes in a man who can shine his brightest even when he's terminally ill. It's just that after this song, there are a lot of people who want to hire Mr. White Gap to write songs for them. And there must be a lot of people out there right now trying to find you guys. So if you don't want to be found by others, it's better to plan ahead. Xiaohan stated the purpose of their visit. Boss Yang shook his head. I guess I can't hide it. Actually, ever since White Gap started writing songs, I knew this day would come sooner or later. You can find me through all sorts of channels. So can everyone else, including the paparazzi. So there's no point in hiding it. When the time comes, I'll make a statement and tell everyone the truth about White Gap. And White Gap will be transferred to a private room in intensive care for the next few days. So if you guys need anything in the future, just contact me. Healing, and it needs to be quiet. Xiaohan and Ziki didn't say anything. Boss Yang did the right thing. Only, they still can't say what they don't feel in their hearts. If they hadn't insisted that White Gap write songs for them, then there's a chance that White Gap wouldn't have been known by anyone else and wouldn't have gotten into this kind of trouble. Why are they being so selfish? hurting the life of a terminally ill patient and causing him so much trouble for himself. Say sorry to Mr. White Gap for me, Xiaohan said quietly. Me too. Ziggy reddened. What can they say now? No, nothing to be sorry about. A voice came out of nowhere. The three men's eyes flickered at the same time and, it's the White Gap. White Gap woke up. I'm the one who has to thank you, White Gap said weakly. Thank you for your final decision that may allow more peoples to be saved. And thank you for bringing more attention to those of us who are going to die. Don't say that. Hearing White Gap say that, he couldn't hold back his own tears any longer. If we had known then that you were in the situation you're in now, we wouldn't have let you write songs. For sure. Ziki really regrets it. White Gap shook his head. Don't be like this. In fact, life is very simple. Do what you want to do. Love the people you want to love. Get everyone's recognition. Feel the warmth of this world. This is the meaning of life. Just when we feel that life still has a long way to go, but we never cherish it, only by truly experiencing life and death will you know that being strong sometimes requires a push from others. And only by truly going through the rain yourself will you desire to go and hold an umbrella for someone else. That's why I should thank you. You're the ones who make my songs that may give strength to someone when they sing them even after I close my eyes. You're the ones whose actions may help patient after patient crying in despair to not be alone anymore. I'm in a situation where I'm still able to do what I want to do most. And I think that's been a godsend. Hearing this, Boss Yang gently held White Gap's hand. He thought of the time when White Gap had just gotten sick. When he had, alone, said nothing to anyone, despaired alone in a corner. And he had even thought of it this way, to just die quietly alone, dragging no one down. How desperate he was then. He was only in his 20s. His life had just begun. He said that during that time he thought countless times about getting it over with, that he was afraid to face it all and chose to die because he was afraid of something. So during that time, he didn't contact his parents, and he let the world isolate him when he split from Boss Yang in the most decisive way possible. Those days are heartbreaking to think about. So sometimes Boss Yang has been wondering if refusing to let White Gap write songs and not letting him do what he loves is a good thing or a bad thing, and if it will make him go back to that ice cellar world again. Don't worry, Mr. White Gap. I'm going to keep doing these things all the time, and I'm going to do it in your name because, really, you're the kindest and nicest person I've ever met in this world. Ziki said this with all seriousness. It was just that when she thought that such a good person might soon disappear completely from this world, she felt an overwhelming heartache. It suddenly occurred to Ziki that she had once seen a movie like this, in which the last line said this: life is a train to the grave. There will be many stops on the road. It is difficult for someone will be accompanied from the beginning to the end of the walk. When the person who accompanies you to get off the train, even if you do not want to leave, but also to be grateful, and then waved goodbye. So goodbye to the time to be a little bit more forceful, because every word spoken may be the last sentence. Every look may be the last look. Xiaohan hadn't said anything, and the two of them stayed with White Gap for a while longer before leaving the ward. When they were almost at the entrance of the hospital, Xiaohan suddenly stopped. I want to go back. Ha? Ziki was startled, suddenly a little puzzled by Xiaohan's decision. What are you going back for? I want to take care of the White Gap, Xiaohan said firmly. Doesn't Mr. White Gap have Boss Yang to take care of him? Ziki still felt a little puzzled. Xiaohan sighed and looked at Ziki as some memories came flooding back to him. Do you know my story? What Mr. White Gap said just now suddenly made me see life in a new light. I debuted early. I was on fire early. I was on fire all over Dacia when I was 19 years old, and I was springing back then, and you felt everything was so good. At that point in time, Yo felt surrounded by all good people, gave all the money I made to my mom to help me with the chores, and I sang in peace that everything was going to be okay. However, a few years later, I suffered a heart attack due to overwork and my life was in danger. I had to stop all my work to go for treatment because all my money was with my mother at the time, so I called her to go and ask her for $1 million for the treatment. However, speaking of this, Xiaohan suddenly choked a little. Yet at that time my mother told me that she wanted money to borrow it herself. She had no money. I was like a thunderbolt. I had given her at least $20 million over those years. Why did she even give me this little money when her daughter is now in critical condition on her sick bed? Then I scraped together and borrowed enough money to pay for the surgery. And just after I was able to get out of the hospital, I went and found her, and I asked her where my money was, and it wasn't really the money that I cared about at all, and I was really chilled out, and I wished that she'd had some hard feelings and told me that it wasn't that she didn't love me. As it turned out, the truth of the matter was that my mother, behind everyone's back, took a lover who not only transferred all my possessions, but also saddled me with a huge debt. I had nothing at the time and my mother didn't give a damn about any of this, instead demanding that I pay her over $1 million in child support every month from now on. So what could I do? Who has ever felt that kind of despair? I refused her request. And then she let it slip that she was going to destroy me. And of course she went ahead and did that. And she started to go on and on and on and on and on in all sorts of media faces, saying that I was ungrateful, that I had all sorts of bad habits, and even saying that I was going on drugs. Is this something a mother could do to her daughter? When a falsehood comes out of a mother's mouth, a lot of people naturally believe it, and none of my defenses had one iota of effect. My mom did, and she really destroyed me. At that time, my best BFF, who was unknown when I was on fire, I made music with her, took her on all the shows, and finally, she made it too, and I really consider her my best friend. But, at the hardest time of my life at that time, this best friend of mine was being interviewed and she said this. She thought that someone who didn't honor their parents would definitely be a bad person. I can still not take what others say seriously, but even he said that. Clearly she knows everything. How can she talk about me like that? I haven't trusted anyone since then, and I'm full of malice towards the world. Later in life, I felt that the world is just dark. They say that flesh and blood is the most important and reliable, but even my mother can betray me. What else can be trusted in this world? This was the last thing Xiaohan wanted to bring up from the past. It's just that today, seeing Mr. White Gap, something suddenly touched my heart, that he's still thinking about shining a light for others in such a situation. And that Boss Yang is still that unrelenting even though he's doing so well in the entertainment industry. All of this makes me feel that there is still love in this world, so I want to stay. I want to make Mr. White Gap feel a touch of warmth as well, and I also want to find my true self. Ziki looked at Xiaohan for a long time. She was young and hadn't experienced too much yet, so there are some things she doesn't understand yet. Doesn't Mr. White Gap have Boss Yang to take care of him? It's not easy for Boss Yang. Look what she's been through. I'll go over there too. Maybe I can even help her share a little. Xiaohan was adamant. Ziki didn't try to persuade anymore. The two parted ways right in front of the hospital. Boss Yang was a little surprised to see Xiaohan back. However, by the time Xiaohan said her purpose, Boss Yang hesitated and agreed. Boss Yang had more or less heard of Zhang Xiaohan's story, so for her to agree, she was more hopeful that Xiaohan would come out completely. It's a way to save some merit for the White Gap. Between life and death, sometimes one can't help but believe in something. I'm a singer on WeChat. 8 Sakochi, did you get a letter? What did Mr. White Gap say? 8 Xiaohan, I've waited for the flowers. Didn't sleep all night. Just looked at the WeChat group. Mr. White Gap, I miss you so hard. Many people were still urging Deng Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan. They desperately wanted to know about White Gap. 1,000 calls. Finally, with countless urges, Xiaohan sent a message. Don't be anxious. We've already communicated with Mr. White Gap. He'll make a public statement soon, so everyone be patient. As soon as the news came out, the WeChat group immediately exploded. Holy shit, we need to plop down in front of the computer and wait like that group of netizens? We all know each other so well. Can't we have some inside information? Screw the mentality. Screw the mentality. No, I'm not taking that answer. Announcing it there. The media or his personal social media account? That media? And which one is his personal account? Xiaohan didn't reply again. In fact, it's now impossible for the White Gap not to come out and clarify. The internet is abuzz with all kinds of rumors. Some kind of self-published media. Trading songs for beautiful women exposes the greedy nature of the White Gap. I have a friend who knows the White Gap. They are insiders. According to him, this White Gap, in fact, is a completely big colored demon. Men looking for him to write songs, to pay a very expensive price. Women looking for him to write songs, that is very simple. As little as 3 days. More than a week, accompanied by the line, hey, I didn't want to say anything, but my conscience must make me be honest about what kind of a person he is. These self-published media outlets, they will do anything for heat and eyeballs. Some unscrupulous media outlet, White Gap and Boss Yang had to tell the story. According to our newspaper reporters tracking investigation, we found that the now hot White Gap and all-in-a-line actress Yang Mi has an ulterior secret. White Gap is already married and has a child. The family is well off. Writing songs itself is just a hobby for him. In a certain accidental opportunity, Yang Boss, after discovering his talent, then take the initiative to stick up, now has been White Gap's main room to find out. It is said to be making a big fuss. This period of time, Yang Boss almost did not appear in front of the public, put off a lot of work, may also have something to do with this matter. Talk about a nose for a nose. True kindness or false morality? Is White Gap really a saint? The Gentleman's Sword, by Buchuan? He's a man of virtue and morality. But he's a man of evil? I have to say, these self-publishers and tabloid journalists are still very good at carrying the beat. Netizens were split into two factions at this point. There is no love in this world without a reason. There is no hate without a reason. And there is no good to people without a reason. This white gap, again to help the disaster area, again to fight against cancer, but also to make himself mysterious. This is not just to set up a persona. By the time the heat is up, the debut directly becomes the top stream. This kind of drama, I've seen a lot in these 2 years. I've always felt that everyone's work can represent everyone's character, and that the work is the truest expression of his heart, and every one of Mr. White Gap's works touches the heart, so too he must be a good man. I'm sure. Yeah, I say you guys just listen to the songs properly. What's the point of thinking nonsense? Does it matter to you what people do? These songs have touched us and given us strength, and that's enough. How it doesn't matter. Artists should have ethics. He will be a public figure in the future. If we let our children idolize someone who has no morals, that is going to be will teach the children Also, you guys say, why doesn't this white gap come out? He is a songwriter. What can't he come out? There must be a demon when things are out of the ordinary. A person usually does some good things. That is definitely a greater guilt in his heart. And I don't know what kind of things he has done to hurt the world in the past. In fact, a lot of people have questions like that. Is there really a Buddha in this world? Is Buddha born into existence? White Gap. Almost every one of his songs has caught fire, but from Tang Lei before him, who announced that Lilac Blossom was completely free, to Mao Mao behind him, who is also reportedly now ready to donate all the proceeds from his 2 songs. The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is defined as a charity song in its own right, not to mention Ziki and Xiaohan behind him. Is it true that such a person who is completely indifferent to personal gain and loss exists? Why would he do that? People always want to put a reason on everything. White Gap and Boss Yang couldn't help but smile as they watched this. They also had to admire the sheer size of these people's brains. Don't these people know that rumor mongering is against the law? White Gap said helplessly. Nowadays, the laws of Daxia have too few punishments for these people who create rumors on the internet. That's why they are so unscrupulous. Boss Young explained. This is one of the reasons why we artists are walking on thin ice. We bear the thousands of honors brought to us by our fans. We have to bear the bad words they may speak to you at any time. The road in the entertainment industry is sometimes like crossing a one-way bridge. If you are not careful, it's the difference between heaven and hell. Xiaohan was deeply moved by all this. So are we going to publicly enlighten our program now? It's me who has to tell these people not to think that the internet is beyond the law. White Gap asked. Boss Yang nodded. Say it. First, there's the first bat. White's group released an official message. Bai Gap is the young proprietor of Bai Clan Group, the only son of the founder of Bai Clan Group. And now for all kinds of news on the internet that defame our young proprietor. We, Bai Clan Group, have adopted a zero-tolerance attitude, and will pursue their legal liabilities from all rumor mongers regardless of any cost. At the same time, in this statement, the Bai Group directly posted several lawyers' letters. Those bloggers with evil intentions just smiled slightly at the corners of their mouths when they saw this. You think I'm scared of a letter from a lawyer? Do their line. A lot of things they themselves understand. These companies generally send these things, are just scare people, and do to others to see. If you really want to be more serious, labor and injury, but also not necessarily have the effect, fools will do so. But this time, White's group just wants to be a fool for once. Just as these people were disdainful, suddenly they received a call at the same time. This is so-and-so court. The Bai Group is suing you for rumor and defamation, and claiming 10 million yuan for related damages. 10 million. The men were dumbfounded. What followed was a constant trembling of the legs, the limbs, the whole body. Is it so bad to just post something eye-catching online? $10 million is more than they can afford to lose. But these people didn't sit around and wait, and soon they contacted lawyers they knew well. We can't take this case. It's a very unwise choice to go against the Bai clan for this matter of yours. The exact amount of the claim will be decided by the court. But if your rumor is established and the other party is able to provide relevant evidence to prove their loss, I'm afraid this amount will not be less. The White Group is a big company. It's still easy for them to find some evidence. I advise you to think about how you can gain people's forgiveness and make their hands a little lighter. There's really nothing we can do on our side. The answers made him drop like a stone. There are some things to be afraid of being more serious about. And when a behemoth gets serious at any cost, then some little things can become big things. The first thing these people think of is to rush out and apologize. Post all the news online and tell everyone that everything is bullshit. But that opportunity is long gone. When they logged into their accounts, all of them were greeted with a pop-up that said, "This account is permanently blocked." Netizens also found this news unbelievable. The White Group's young proprietor? My God. I've heard of this company. It's a behemoth. It's ranked high in Daxia. The son of such a big company. What do you want and what do you not have to live by selling songs? The little money from selling songs is not even a month's pocket money for people. right? What's so incomprehensible about this kind of person taking some pocket money to do some good deeds? White Gap, I'm in pain. If I can't write a good song, I'm going to go home and inherit billions of dollars. Someone please help me. The rich man's world is beyond our comprehension. Followed by the second bullet. Boss Young opened her personal account. White Gap and I have known each other since we were kids. Elementary school classmates. Middle school classmates. Childhood sweethearts. No matter what others say. Once upon a time it was you. Now it's you. And it'll still be you. A very simple official announcement text. The text was launched and quickly retweeted by White Gap's parents. White Gap's mom, the only daughter-in-law of the White family. The best maiden for Little Gap. White Gap dad, since childhood. You are the one we watched grow up. Walked through countless storms. Now you can still not leave us alone. This is our greatest gratitude. The White family is your forever home. The sweet 3 tweets made all the gossip go away. People, this is a childhood friend. Too small. Who said the little 3? These people are really bad. Believe in nonsense. Not afraid of dying in the hell of tongue plucking? So sweet. In fact, I wanted to say before, those who said that Boss Yang wants to join a luxurious family, what kind of brains are they? Does Boss Yang need to join a luxurious family? She herself is a magnate. She herself is a famous family in the Beijing circle, and now her career is developing so well. Ah, my goddess has been robbed. My wife has thrown herself into someone else's arms. I feel like I've lost my love. Marred. From today onwards, White Dog and I are enemies. Knife in hand. Kill White Dog. What does White Gap look like? Anyway, I'm getting curious about him. Online curiosity about the White Gap is getting heavier, including many in the circle. They saw the news of Boss Yang and White Gap's official announcement, and immediately, one by one, they called. Some of them were so highly respected that Boss Yang had to take them. Teacher Lu Wake, I'm sorry, but White Gap's current condition is not suitable to see anyone. He's got some situation right now and he's not seeing anyone. Yes, it's a retreat. I don't know much about these musician things. Anyway, it's just that he said he can't see anyone for a while now, and I'll be the first to let you know once he can. Thank you for your understanding, Boss Yang patiently explained. I'm also thankful to Mr. Lu Wake for finding a good reason for her to do so. Suddenly there was some inspiration, and it was not appropriate for anyone to disturb it while it was being created in seclusion. These people have also expressed their understanding. Then, in response to the growing number of people online asking about the White Gap, Boss Young sent out a second tweet. White Gap is in closed-door creation. It's not suitable to appear in public for the time being, so please give us a quiet environment. They didn't choose, in the end, to tell the most critical situation. This is the opinion of the White Gap. He said that fighting cancer is his own business, and if too many people know about it, it will affect his state of mind. Boss Young honored his idea. The hospital was contacted and the White Gap was transferred to a highly confidential intensive care unit. Just, these actions, however, could not stop the enthusiastic netizens. Countless people began to think of all sorts of ways to find the whereabouts of Baikai. Cracked. The location of Boss Yang's tweet is in the hospital. Is Boss Yang sick? Or is Mr. White Gap sick? Which hospital is it and do you have an address? Yes, it's in the bloggers comments section. My god. Isn't this the same hospital where Tang Ziki and Zhang Xiaohan were photographed a few days ago? What did they go there for? They all chose to change songs after they went there. It seems like we're getting closer to the truth. Networks are powerful. Even the Bai group couldn't completely control public opinion on the internet. Soon, more and more evidence emerged. The real deal, the singer of Lilac Blossom, Tang Lei, has also been to this hospital before. There were photos on the internet at that time. We didn't even care. A reporter contacted Tang Lei to ask about White Gap, but Tang Lei refused to be interviewed. You can go back and see that in one of Tang Lei's previous interviews, the host asked him if he was a creator who didn't lack money. Tang Lei's answer was that maybe he won't be able to use the money, a statement with deep meaning. I don't think that line means anything either. White Gap is the young owner of the White Group. The money earned from one song is probably something he really doesn't care about, so Tang Lei said he didn't need it. No. At that time, Tang Lei's expression was sad. So he must have something difficult to say. Once again, Don Ray's interviews have been rehashed, adding a layer of mystery to the matter. But that's just the beginning. Shocker. Harry was a nurse before he was famous, and this is the hospital he worked at. So is there a possibility that it was Mauve who met Mr. White Gap in the course of her work, and since then there has been, for people like me, a dissipation of sorrow. Mao Mao once said 6 words when he finished singing about eliminating sorrows. Don't give up. Don't give up. These 6 words, who did he actually say them to? Another person broke the news that the choir that sang The Brightest Star in the Night Sky before, the founder, Mr. Gao Fan. The hospital where he died after a long illness is also in this place. All the songs produced by Mr. White Gap are related to this hospital. Is he really sick? A very bad news. I checked this hospital. This is the most famous tumor hospital in Dacia. The best treatment is tumor. Impossible. How can a cancer patient write songs? This is absolutely impossible. I would rather believe that Mr. White Gap is just having some health problems right now. It's absolutely impossible for him to get cancer. Maybe it's Boss Yang. These days Boss Yang has been in the hospital, and Boss Yang's relationship with Mr. White Gap has blown up. Could it be that Boss Yang is Mr. White Gap's spokesperson, and it's Boss Yang who's sick? Brains are not enough. They're just going to explode. Who's sick and what exactly? Everyone has such a question. This whole thing is becoming more and more like a spy drama. And at this point, looking at so much news online about the I'm a Singer contestants, also in deep thought, their new WeChat group was buzzing at the moment. Han, didn't you guys say that White Gap was in seclusion? How come the internet says he's sick? Li Jian, things on the internet are true and false. Don't believe too much. Xiao Jinting, which one of you can still get through to Boss Yang's phone right now? Wait online. It's quite urgent. Why do I keep calling all the time and keep turning off the phone? Did this chick pull the plug on me? Zhang Liangyin, I can't get through. I've changed 4 cell phone numbers. All of them are unavailable. Sun Man, 8 Deng Ziki, 8 Zhang Xiaohan. The 2 ants come out and explain it to us. Everyone is going crazy. Lu Ju, yeah. From my perspective, I think White Gap is an exceptionally good musician. If he really has something going on, we still need to help if we can. After all, I think he's the hope of our Dacia music scene. Flower, isn't I the hope of the Dacia music scene? When did it change? How come no one told me? Some trumpet, upstairs. Don't make trouble. You're the hope of the Dacia Mage Corps. Not a trade. Flower, blast. Don't you dare tell me who you are. I'll fight you. Deng Ziki, everyone don't quarrel. I just met Mr. White Gap. He is quite good. Everyone don't worry. Xiao Jinting, you seem to say everything and nothing. Zhang Liangyin, agree +1. Li Jian, don't line up in formation. People have said it's fine. Then respect them. Each find their own mom. Each go back to their own home. Han, yes. Learn respect. Sun Moon, learn to respect +1. Zhang Liangyin, respect +2. Lu Call, respect +3. Xiao Jinting, +10,086. The formation was still lined up. Deng Ziki was also relieved to see that at the end of the day, everyone was clear to send the word respect. Okay. People didn't press the issue or make the next move. Mr. White Gap should not be disturbed. Only, Ziki was still too naive. Imperial capital. 6 different directions. 6 cars heading to the same destination at the same time. Are you sure? Are they really still there? In one of the cars, a chubby middle-aged man wearing a mask asked, "Brother Call, don't worry. A friend of mine is Boss Yang's assistant. She told me. It's definitely here. It's designated right." Lu Call nodded. Xiao Jinting's car. Still trying to hide it. And these people are just inking away when they do things with them. And they don't know the first thing to do. At all. Tang is right. The agent nodded busily. Han's place. Sister Rainbow. In your position, is it still necessary to go to the White Gap so much? You have so many good songs. The assistant asked. Han shook her head. It's different. I feel that White Gap is a truly good person. And the world needs people like that. Zhang Liangyin's car. Sis, would it not be good for us to go private like this? What's wrong with that? Zhang Liangyin said. Regardless of what's going on with Mr. White Gap right now and whether he can help us write a song or not, our attitude like this can at least leave a good impression. At least show our sincerity. It's called being one step ahead of others. Do you understand? Well, this hospital was destined to be very busy this night. Half an hour later, these people were all about the same distance away from the hospital. So one after another they all arrived at the hospital entrance as well. Since they were all celebrities, none of them chose to go in directly, but waited at the door, letting their assistants go in first to explore the situation and inquire about White Gap's ward. A couple of assistants walked in one after the other, looking around furtively and making their way to the guidance desk. Hey, isn't this the assistant of Brother Lu Wake? Why did you come to the hospital so late? Not feeling well? Just after arriving at the guide desk, before he had time to ask, Li Jian's assistant and Lu Call's assistant bumped into each other. Ah, right. Lu Call's assistant was instantly a bit embarrassed. My wife is having a baby. Why don't you come and take a look? What are you doing here? My sister-in-law is having a baby too, so I came to check it out. Both faces were a little unnatural. At that moment, a third man came running. Guidance. I'd like to ask, Little King, why are you here? Before the words were finished, the two assistants said almost simultaneously. Xiao Wang turned his head, saw these two people, and instantly panicked as well. Two brothers? Why are you here too? My daughter-in-law is giving birth today. Guide, how do I get to the birthplace? We also have children. The two brothers explained awkwardly. The nurse at the guide desk was happy. Three of you. Are we a tumor hospital here? Are you guys giving birth to Neza? At this moment, the other three assistants also arrived. And seeing this farce, the six of them looked at each other and smiled, instantly understanding everything. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the hospital, several of the masked stars recognized each other as well. Brother Call, why did you come to the hospital at night? I've had a bad stomach lately. I've only been eating 3 bowls at a meal, so I came over to check on you. Han Hong, I'm the same. I have a bad stomach and I can't eat without meat. Brother Call, Sister Hong, this is a big problem. We can't put it off. Yeah, can't work too hard. Your body comes first. Why are you all here? What's wrong with all of you? I have hemorrhoids. I have irregular periods. I have a mouth ulcer. Brothers and sisters, look carefully. This is a tumor hospital. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Everyone froze, then looked at each other and laughed. It's all in the unspoken word. After another 10 minutes, a couple of assistants came out as well. They all get the same answer. The guide said that there is no information on this patient. White Gap, are we looking for the wrong one? The 6 stars immediately darkened their faces. Finding the wrong one? How is that possible? I asked Ziki before I came here, and it was in this hospital that they saw Mr. White Gap. There's absolutely no mistaking it. That's right. I also contacted Boss Yang's assistants over there, and they said that Boss Yang hasn't gone back since, so he should be right here. Could it be a transfer to another hospital? This place is full of oncology patients. That is, cancer. And Teacher White Gap has written so many songs in this period of time, so surely he wouldn't be a cancer patient. So it's not like he's already been switched to another hospital. Don't talk nonsense. Who says that the tumor hospital must be cancer patients inside will also have other patients? Besides, tumors are also divided into benign and malignant. Don't argue. Let's wait for me to make a call and ask Ziki and Xiaohan about it. Li Jian stopped everyone from arguing and quickly dialed Xiaohan's phone. At this time, the hospital is following the busy Xiaohan felt the cell phone vibration, took out the phone, came to the caller ID, hesitated for a moment. Li Jian. To be honest, Xiaohan still had a good feeling about this well-mannered and gentle male. So, eventually, she got on the phone. Hey, Ken. Xiaohan, there's something we're asking you. Mr. White Gap, is he in this Imperial Capital First Tumor Hospital? Mr. White Gap, what do you want with him? Xiaohan panicked a little. Nothing, to participate in I'm a Singer. We several almost all came. Brother Calling and Sister Rainbow are also there. We just want to pay a visit to Mr. White Gap. Now they are all waiting at the entrance of the hospital, but the guide desk said that there is no such person as Mr. White Gap. So I asked you what's the situation? Ha, you're all in front of the hospital? Xiaohan panicked even more. Yeah, what's the problem? Li Jian heard something wrong. No, nothing. Xiaohan explained in a panic. Jian, you, wait a moment, I will ask for you. After saying that, Xiaohan hurriedly hung up the phone. Only Li Jian was left in a daze. Xiaohan said she was going to ask and asked us to wait. It'll have to do. There was little else the crowd could do. On the other side, Xiaohan hung up the phone and immediately found Boss Yang. Boss Yang was accompanying White Gap this time. Honey sister, I have something to tell you. Just say it here. It's fine, Boss Yang said. Xiaohan was a bit torn, but thought about it and said it. Sister Honey, Sister Lu Call, Mr. Han Hong and the others. They're at the door now. They want to see Mr. White Gap. What should we do? Ha, Boss Yang was also shocked. How did they find this place? Let them come over, White Gap said from the hospital bed. It's not possible to hide it like this all the time. And besides, it's not something to be ashamed of. No disgrace. Disgrace, Boss Yang said heavily. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your head. It's the thought of meeting more people and writing more songs. Do you want to live? Didn't the doctor say so? I'm getting better, White Gap said stubbornly. Dr. Smith said that's a function of the new drug, not your writing a credit, and that if you didn't write the song, the efficacy might be even better. Boss Yang directly interrupted. In fact, Boss Yang also thought in his heart about what exactly was the reason, but he ultimately chose to believe the doctor's words. After all, this is science. White Gap stopped talking. Boss Yang looked at him and could only continue helplessly. It's fine to let them come, but this time you have to listen to me. You can't try to make decisions on your own, and if you don't say yes, Then I'm going to go and make them go now. Okay, 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 I'll listen to you alright. White Gap compromised. In his heart, he was thinking that even if he couldn't promise these singers to write songs this time, there would definitely be opportunities in the future if he left a contact. Only then did Boss Yang turn his head to face Xiaohan. Let's go out and greet them. With that, the two headed for the hospital doors. Soon, they saw these people. Lu Call. A few people saw Boss Yang and immediately greeted him with excitement. Shoo! Boss Yang immediately made a gesture of silence. This is not the place to talk. Go inside. The others naturally understood what Boss Yang meant, and the others followed behind, soon riding the elevator to the highest floor of the hospital. This floor is the most confidential floor of the hospital, which is not inexpensive and is usually prepared because of some needy people. Lu Call and the others understood at a glance. No wonder their guide desk hadn't checked for White Gap. It was only when he reached the highest floor that Boss Yang stopped. You're all here for the White Gap, right? The crowd nodded. Seeing this situation, they actually understood a lot in their hearts. White Gap him. Is he seriously ill? And you, big sister, you don't look too good. You must take care of your rest. Han Hong asked. In this place, Boss Yang appeared in front of them alive and well again. So the only one who was sick could be White Gap. And the odds are that Boss Yang's exhaustion is probably, well, exhaustion from taking care of White Gap. Is everyone looking for a White Gap to write a song? Instead of answering this question, Boss Yang continued to ask. Right. Several people said timidly. That might be a disappointment to everyone. White Gap right now, is not fit to write songs. Boss Yang still felt heartache when he said this. We meet the White Gap? Lu called out to ask. Boss Yang hesitated. Alright, but, I have one request. Whatever you see or know today, never say anything to the public. That's my only request. Boss Yang spoke solemnly. Looking at Boss Yang's serious look, the others nodded. Don't worry, honey, I promise, I won't say anything. Sister honey, do you still not trust my character? After being an entertainer for so many years, I've learned how to keep secrets without learning anything. Yeah, honey, we can all sign a non-disclosure agreement with you. I can also. Seeing the crowd like this, Boss Yang also put down her heart. In fact, she has some understanding of these people, all in a circle, and also know that these people's character is good, so she dared to make this decision. Boss Yang moved forward and led the crowd to a hospital room, gently pushing the door open. The crowd was immediately stunned by the sight before them. They had thought countless times about what Mr. White Gap would be like, but they never expected this scene. First of all, there was the age of the White Gap, probably only in his 20s, delicate enough to face but hard to hide the weakness and pallor. Secondly, there were the tubes all over the body, the various monitoring instruments, a scene that they had only seen on that one time, except on television, on a very sick old man. Some of the emotionally vulnerable ones simply covered their mouths. This is Mr. White Gap. What happened to him? Him, terminally ill. The doctor said, and now it's basically just on the old medication to keep him alive. Boss Yang silently uttered these words. Everyone's heart fluttered. They had thought of the worst possible outcome countless times, but never like this. A musician who has written so many great songs is a sick, terminally ill man whose time is running out. Is it really hopeless? Also, how much longer? I don't know. Boss Yang shook his head. Maybe a few more months, maybe any time. No one can say for sure. Hey, don't talk about this nonsense. White Gap interrupted Boss Yang's words, then flashed a hard smile at the crowd. Great, everyone, honestly, it's the first time I've seen so many stars, or living stars. No loss in this life. White Gap's words made the crowd laugh. Mr. White Gap, you're the real star, Li Jian said in a deep voice. You guys are trying to get me to write songs, right? White Gap asked directly without further politeness. He was tired and worn out with every word he said now. White Gap. Before White Gap could finish his words, Boss Yang directly became anxious. Don't you forget what you promised me. We can't be too rude when we have friends coming from afar. I can still hold out. White Gap spoke insistently. But every time you write a song, it hurts. Zhang Xiaohan couldn't help herself at this point. Her voice was a little choked. Every time he thought of White Gap writing songs for her with his illness, he felt very hard, and regret. Yes, it's regret. If he hadn't had to come himself, chances are that White Gap wouldn't have been in so much pain, and he could have possibly lived a few more days. It was then that the crowd realized what White Gap had been going through during this period of time. Han Hong, in particular, was somewhat unable to control her emotions. I was wrong. Han Hong suddenly murmured. I'm using money for charity, but you're using your life. suffering from a terminal illness, but enduring severe pain, writing songs and creating songs, and donating all the money earned to the needy. Mr. Whitegap, you're the truly great person. Han Hong meant this passage sincerely. She figured it all out. No wonder. Lilac is free across all platforms. No wonder. Mauve had just become famous and started a fund. No wonder the middle school choir can sing so movingly. No wonder. Xiaohan and Ziki made that decision. This is all because of the White Gap, a terminally ill man in his 20s, not complaining about God or injustice, but using his last strength to hold on to his dream and his desire to help more people in the face of his illness. Isn't such a man the greatest of all? It's a story that could be written in a textbook. I'm a singer and more than that, I'm a teacher. Lu Calling also spoke up, and he had another identity, that of a music professor at the university. I was once asked by one of my students what the meaning of music really is, and I never had an answer. But now that I've seen MS White Gap, I think I've found the answer. And it's all about blossoming into the greatness of life, no matter what the moment. The others were even more silent. Only White Gap sighed. Don't stop talking. Let's just hurry up and write the song. I don't have much time. Upon hearing this, everyone unanimously rattled their heads. No, 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 Mr. White Gap, you should never write another song. It's hard enough for us to see you like this. How can we bear to let you write songs? We're already so honored to meet you this time. You don't need to waste any more energy writing songs for us. You really don't. That's right. To be able to see this sincerity and pursuit of music from you is already the greatest gift. As for the songwriting thing, there's really no need. Mr. White Gap, I beg you to stop writing songs. These singers have even started using the word beg. It's not polite. It's all genuine. A good song is important, but if that song is a life for a life, then they'd rather not. After all, there's nothing more precious than life in this world. Can I have a pen and paper? White Gap is still holding on. Do you want to die? Boss Yan was completely anxious, and the volume of those 5 words got much louder. Lives aren't as important as songs. White Gap said this with unparalleled clarity. Lives are more important than songs. Those 5 words exploded into everyone's head like a bomb. Hard work and diligence can make a person successful, but to get to the top, it has to be love. This is the moment when everyone gets it. How did White Gap manage to write so many great songs in such a short period of time? Because, in his world, music is bigger than his life. Shame on myself. Speechless. There's no other word for it than respect. Everyone thought silently. Only, they still chose to refuse. White Gap could care less about his own life. How could they be so selfish? Mr. White Gap, we just came to see you this time. We really don't need to write a song. Yeah, we just wanted to see who it was that could write so many great songs. If we do need new songs in the future, we'll definitely come to you. Don't worry. The congregation spoke first and said. Boss Yan also cast a thankful glance at them at this time. White Gap, can't ever write a song. White Gap also smiled helplessly. Then we'll look forward to the future if there's still a chance. If they didn't want it, he couldn't just shove it down his throat. There was nothing White Gap could do. His remark about if there was a chance later touched another one of those fragile nerves of these people. For these people, there may be many more tomorrows, but for the White Gap, they are few and far between. There must be another chance. Lu called heavily. If God had his way, he believed that maybe a miracle soon would happen. After these people had exchanged a few more pleasantries, they got up and took their leave. White Gap's body needed rest, and they really weren't fit to stay too long. Boss Yang dropped them off at the hospital entrance and thanked them once again. Thanks guys. If it wasn't for you, maybe I wouldn't have been able to stop that guy again today. Not at all. We actually did nothing. The crowd was a little embarrassed. Since when do you have to be thanked for refusing someone to write a song for you? Hey, I won't say anything else, but please keep the matter of the White Gap a secret and don't ever say anything about it. Boss Yang instructed once again. Don't worry, we know. The crowd nodded solemnly. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, they are well versed in what to say, what not to say, and how to keep secrets. However, honey girl, you also have to take care of yourself. If you can't, find a few more caregivers. Look at you now. How can you still look like that great beauty who is pouring out of the country? The whole person is almost out of shape. Han Hong said with concern. Bloodshot eyes, pale face, thick dark circles, and even a few wrinkles. A quick glance shows that Boss Yang really hasn't had it easy lately. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Boss Yang smiled indifferently. The caregiver has hired. White Gap do not know how long. I want to spend more time with him. These days have less Han help. I have been kind of easy a lot. The crowd sighed. Boss Yang's words have come to this. What else can they say? There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Whitegap underwent a new round of physical examinations. This is the second full examination Dr. Smith has done on him. Whitegap was naturally extremely cooperative. In fact, right now, through the system panel, he probably knows more about his situation than Smith does. Remaining life, 62 days. A little over 2 months. Invisible Wings awards 40 days of life and 10 days of foam. Whitegap feels that this has nothing to do with Xiaohan's hard work going to the hospital and interviewing terminally ill patients for the video. Those videos really made a lot of people feel alive. It's also a good indication that positive songs are rewarded more. All in all, it's a good thing. It was just that it also made Whitegap a bit helpless. If this full examination, being found to be even better for himself, then Dr. Smith's authority was not intended to be stamped out once again. By then what he says may be holy writ. It's much harder to write songs on your own in the future. It wasn't as if Whitegap hadn't thought about directly exchanging his life value for a health value, so that he could still continue to use the same kind of certificate he used to have. His greatest wish before he died, to continue writing songs. However, looking at the number of 62 days, Whitegap shook his head helplessly. You can redeem 1% of your health for 30 days. If one redeemed all of them, one would only have 2 days left, which was playing with one's life. And one certainly couldn't do that. But what would be the point of redeeming only 30 days and still prolonging one's life and still proving that Dr. Smith's treatment was effective? The Whitegap was a headache. And Dr. Smith, who was at the detector, couldn't help but smile with joy as he watched set after set of data coming from Whitegap's body. Even he kind of wondered if he was dreaming. It was all a bit too surreal. Whitegap's health improved rapidly. And not only did the cancer cells not continue to spread, they showed signs of receding. Is the new drug that effective? If you continue to use it this way, will it really attack cancer? Will the cancer cells actually be eliminated? At least for the time being, it does seem to Smith that this possibility exists in the case of Whitegap. Smith couldn't help but start fantasizing about the future. He was the one who developed this new drug. And if this starburst could really prove to be effective against cancer in the end, then it would be a miracle in the history of medicine. A Nobel Prize? The respect of the world? Isn't this all in hand? Or even, oneself will be the one who will go down in history. The more Dr. Smith thought about it, the more excited he became. Of course the effect is not obvious yet. He can't make a big deal about it and publicize it yet. But Smith at least sees hope. So, maybe it's greed. Maybe it's a rush. Maybe it's overconfidence in yourself. Driven by these statistics, Smith made a decision against his ancestors. He called for his assistant. Jack, I remember that our new drug would work better with a complementary medicine, right? Jack froze, but answered. It's true that there is such a supplemental class of drugs, but it's still in the clinical trial stage and not currently available for use. Smith shook his head indifferently. The clinical trial phase is in its final days. There's been no problems before and nothing will go wrong in the final days. There's no need to be so careful. Now that the patient's condition has improved, I have decided that he should be put on a complementary class of medication and the dosage of the new medication should be increased. Jack was completely confused and couldn't even believe his ears a little. Prof. Smith, follow the process. There's no process. Smith interrupted him directly. There's no need to be so careful. Now that the patient's condition has improved, we should step up our efforts. And most of all, this year's medical research conference will soon be held. Time waits for no one. Dr. Smith was adamant. The assistant didn't say anything more, though she was still a little worried. As a rule, drugs that have not undergone full clinical trials are not to be used on patients. It's just that Mr. Smith, right now, is a little crazy. Although he is a world-renowned doctor, the assistant knows that Smith's biggest obsession right now is that there is a major breakthrough in the field of medicine. He's not looking for money now. He's looking for fame. So, much ado about nothing. Use complementary medications and increase the dosage of the new drug, and I'll be responsible for any problems. Dr. Smith made the decision straight away. Next, unbeknownst to everyone, the amount of drugs in the Whitegap, unknowingly, increased. Of course Dr. Smith wasn't idle, keeping a closer eye on the medical monitoring of the Whitegap. Usually no surprises come out of it. On the second day of increasing the dosage, there was a sudden and dramatic change in all the body data of Whitegap. All bodily functions are failing at an extremely rapid rate. This speed exceeded everyone's expectations. What's going on? What's going on here? Why has the patient suddenly changed so much? And what have you done? Seeing this situation, the doctor who originally treated the Whitegap couldn't sit still and rushed directly to Dr. Smith's office, questioning loudly. I don't know. Dr. Smith was also a bit flustered. Now is not the time to pursue who's right and who's wrong. Hurry up and save the people. there are still people among doctors who understand. Soon, White Gap was taken to the resuscitation room, where all resuscitation means were used and a more thorough examination of his current condition began. Outside the salvage room, the people who take care of the White Gap are more anxious than one another. What's going on? What's going on here? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Didn't we say everything was going in the right direction? Could it just be a normal side effect? Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, let's hear what the doctor has to say in a moment. Oh my poor son, don't leave your mother behind. It's a mess out there. At that moment, a nurse came out of the emergency room. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand and her face was very flustered. Nurse, how's the patient in there? Is he okay? The crowd immediately gathered around. The nurse looked at everyone inside. Here's the sick note. See who of you will sign it. Some words always need to be said by someone. Critical illness notice. Those 5 words made the sky seem to fall in everyone's heart. Critical illness notice? How can you be critically ill? Doctor, are you mistaken? Yes, doctor. Didn't my son always say he was doing fine? There must be a mistake. There must be. The nurse shook her head. The patient's vital signs are already dropping rapidly now. And if you don't sign now, resuscitation won't be possible inside. So you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. The nurse could only do her job and say what she had to say. Upon hearing these words, White Gap's mom's eyes went black and she fell heavily to the ground all of a sudden. Auntie? Auntie? The scene became even more chaotic. In the end, it was White Gap's father, who had experienced more, who took the lead in calming down, endured his grief, and signed his name to the critical illness notice. White's mom was also rushed to the resuscitation room. Boss Yang watched all this. She didn't go to take care of White Gap's mom. Not to mention she didn't take a look at that critical notice. She just squatted at the door of the resuscitation room and didn't say a word. She didn't know why all this had suddenly come about, and that despair that had been there at the beginning filled her heart again. Originally, this time with good news after good news, she had improved and she felt there was still hope for everything. But now, the way Boss Yang was squatting alone was heartbreaking. Xiaohan gently walked over and also squatted down, patting Boss Yang's back. Honey, don't feel too bad. Maybe the epidemic isn't that bad. You need to take care of yourself first. A slight choking sound came from Yang Mi as she held her head. She was strong. She had always been outwardly strong. A queen. And even during the time that White Gap had been sick, she had pretty much been on both sides of the fence, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a day. All of them thought she was a femme fatale. Xiaohan was heartbroken. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. What else could she say? But only after a while, maybe 2 minutes or so, Boss Yang then stood up. Except for slightly red eyes, the whole thing was back to that strong look. I can't go down. There's still so much I need to do. After Boss Yang finished the sentence, he walked straight forward alone. White Gap is sick, and she's going to take White Gap's place, to take care of White Gap's mother. Just, what cruelty lies behind this strength? Xiaohan's eyes were moist. Inside the resuscitation room, the White Gap was dying. In fact, he didn't even understand himself why he was suddenly like this. Distinctly, the system told him that he still had more than 2 months to live, and by all rights, he should be in better shape than before during this period of time. Why the sudden deterioration? White Gap was in his head, looking to the system. At this point, the system panel had undergone a sea change. The life value drops drastically. The life value that was still 62 days old was now, like a stock inside a bear market, dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. System, what's going on here? White Gap asked anxiously. A large amount of life-stimulating hormones have appeared in the host's body, causing the host's already fragile body to be overloaded and severely overdrawn. If it wasn't for the fact that the host had accumulated some life value before, I'm afraid that the host would have died by now, the system said emotionlessly. What? White Gap was alarmed. Why does it suddenly look like this? Hasn't my treatment regimen always been the same? Why is this suddenly happening? White Gap didn't understand. No, the host suddenly increased the use of a hormone-like drug today. And there is also a complementary drug that allows this hormone to be 100% effective, which has led to the current evil. Originally, if this drug was only used in small amounts, it wouldn't cause much harm to the body, so this system hadn't been reminded of it before. However, the situation happened too suddenly, and by the time this system wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Mud. White Gap instantly thought of that new drug. This Dr. Smith, he's harming people. So is there anything else we can do now? Now was not the time to go after who was responsible. The first thing White Gap had to do now was to survive first. The system was silent for a moment. By this time, White Gap's life value was getting lower and lower, and where there were over 60 days before, it was now in the single digits. At this rate, it's not a good idea to say that he's going to die in this operating room. System, is there any other way? Come on, White Gap urged anxiously. Hey, the system actually anthropomorphized inside. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and riches are in heaven. To help you renew your life is itself a matter against heaven. Now that such a situation has arisen, I can only use up all of my energy to leave the last 7 days of your life. Next, I will fall into a deep sleep. Perhaps, when I awaken the next time, it will be the next host. That means that these will be my last 7 days and nothing more, right? White Gap asked heavily. There was a time when he was so close to survival that he thought he could actually live. Now, it finally became a real will-o'-the-wisp. It was a feeling he had felt once before the system had arrived. Just, this time, however, was much more difficult than the first time. I don't know. For the first time the system did not give a definitive answer. I've run out of energy before, but I changed masters every time I awakened. Maybe, it's fate. I need lots and lots of energy every time I awaken. 7 days? How is it possible? Goodbye my lovely host. You are the strongest and kindest host I've ever seen. Interested, and the speed of true love value, the fastest I've ever seen. I'm so happy to have had such a great time with you. I won't forget you. The system's voice was getting weaker and weaker, until finally it can no longer be heard. Then, the White Gap felt intense pain in his body, as if his internal organs were shifting. This severe pain, just for a moment, so that he could no longer hold on to the blackness in front of his eyes, fainted, and at this point, the resuscitation has also come to an end. The resuscitation just now lasted close to 10 hours and all the doctors were exhausted. When the doctors came out, White Gap's father, Boss Young, immediately gathered around again. Well, how's the White Gap? Is he okay? What's the situation now? Everyone was in a hurry. The lead doctor darkened his face and gave Smith a look. Dr. Smith's eyes flickered a little. The patient is still in a coma. It's anyone's guess if he'll wake up. Ha! These words were like a deadly bomb that made Boss Young almost unable to stand. Why? Why is it like this? Wasn't things fine before? Why is it suddenly like this? You ask him. The black-faced doctor gave Dr. Smith a cold look. The crowd looked at Smith suspiciously. This was an accident. Dr. Smith reddened and stammered. This is not an accident. This is medical malpractice. No, this is a crime. This is murder for profit. The black-faced doctor was outright furious. White Gap's father also noticed something was wrong at that moment, and turned his head to look at Dr. Smith, asking coldly, "What's the situation?" Dr. Smith lowered his head, speechless. "Have a seminar on the condition. What's going on right now? And need to tell everyone everything, and the families need to attend." Dr. Blackface said once again. The crowd nodded. 10 minutes later, everyone was in the conference room. Dr. Chang, what's going on? Just after taking his seat, White Gap's dad asked with a gloomy face. After so many years of traversing the business world, he had already keenly sensed that this time, the matter was not that simple. Dr. Chang is the same black-faced doctor from before. The patient's condition is very bleak. His body functions are declining rapidly, and he could lose signs of life at any time. But what caused this was not accidental, but man-made. The first sentence is the king's bomb. Artificial? What man-made? How is that possible? Dr. Zhang, we're guarding White Gap 24/7. Absolutely no one is trying to harm him. Dr. Zhang once again looked coldly at Dr. Smith. That's for him to ask. Dr. Smith, we found a large amount of hormones in the patient's body, and it was this hormone that completely broke down the patient's already fragile body altogether. If I remember correctly, this hormone should only exist in one drug, and that is the new drug that Mr. Smith brought, right? Once again, everyone looked at Dr. Smith, but, the previous situation proved that this new drug is effective, and you have tested this new drug, and it was you who gave your consent before giving it to the patients. Mr. Smith is still trying to make a strong case. Yeah, you're right. Dr. Zhang directly interrupted him. But we didn't give you permission to privately increase the dosage, or even use auxiliary drugs to make this hormone take full effect. You know, with such a large dosage, this hormone, if it takes full effect, even a normal person may not be able to stand it. And you even gave this to a terminally ill patient. This isn't murder for money. What is this? The patient's health was already in trouble, and I did it in the hope of a miracle. Dr. Smith explained weakly. Miracle? What miracle? Seeing Dr. Smith like this, Dr. Zhang became even more angry. Do you have any scientific basis for using such a high dose? Have there been full clinical trials? As far as I know, the results of the clinical trials on the use of this drug in large doses are not yet fully available. Are they? If you dare to use a drug that has not yet yielded complete results, Do you still deserve to be a doctor? What are your intentions? A questioning voice. It also made everyone in the room listen to what it was really like. Turns out the culprit in all of this is this Dr. Smith. It can't be my fault. Dr. Smith is still thinking of shirking his responsibilities even now. Pop. Whitegap's father couldn't look at it any more completely, and slapped the table so heavily that the entire tabletop trembled, obviously using a great deal of force. It's you! Whitegap's father pointed at Smith. His face bruised, his eyes as if he wanted to kill. Extremely angry. Surprisingly, it was you who tried to harm my son. Ha ha ha, it seems that I haven't been out of action for too long, and the Jung who has forgotten the legend of what I had to do. Whitegap's father laughed angrily. Men, bring him down to me. Smith, you'd better pray that my son is alright, or I'll have you buried with me even if I have to give up this old life. In an instant, the door to the conference room was opened, and several large men dressed in black walked right in, walked up next to Dr. Smith, and picked him up in one fell swoop like he was a small chicken. I am a pretty country. You have no right to do this. You are going to cause a diplomatic conflict. This responsibility you cannot afford. You might as well think of yourself. My lawyers will find you soon and it will be a question of whether or not you'll ever be able to go back to the pretty country. Then, Whitegap's father looked at the large black-clothed men. Take him down to me, and remember, he's not to take half a step without my orders. Yes. A couple of big men carried Smith straight out the door. No, you can't do that. What you're doing is illegal detention. I'll file a complaint against you. I'll sue you. You're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Dr. Smith is still barking at the dog. When Dr. Zhang saw the scene, he also frowned and looked at Whitegap's father with some worry. Mr. White, will this? No way. Father Whitegap said coldly. A doctor who can't make any big waves yet. Dr. Zhang, what's more important now is the situation of the Whitegap. What else we can do? No matter how overbearing and majestic Whitegap's father had been just now. At this moment, when he uttered his last words, he was just a normal father. Whitegap's father looked at Dr. Zhang earnestly, desperately hoping that Dr. Zhang would tell him that there was still a way out. However, Dr. Zhang still shook his head. Before it was possible to go for a last-ditch effort through surgery. Now the patient's physical condition no longer allows for surgery. Within 48 hours, if he wakes up, then there is still hope for everything. If he doesn't wake up, then it may. Dr. Zhang didn't say the last sentence, but everyone knew what the last sentence meant. Whitegap's father's entire body suddenly shook as he listened. Mr. White. Seeing Whitegap's father in this state, Dr. Zhang also had some intolerance. Maybe everything isn't so bad after all. Patients have performed miracles many times, and this time, it's bound to work. Whitegap's father steadied himself and his eyes reddened. There must be a miracle. Dr. Zhang, I beg you. You must do everything you can to save him, no matter what the cost. I'm willing. Dr. Zhang nodded heavily. The crowd exited the conference room, every face heavy. Young. Whitegap's dad suddenly called out to Boss Young. In the case of the small gap, don't tell his mom yet. Whitegap's mother did not attend the condition seminar and is still in the hospital room after fainting earlier. Boss Young nodded without saying anything. She was afraid that as soon as she opened her mouth, she would no longer be able to hold back her tears. 48 hours. 48 hours of fighting death. They wanted time to pass faster and for Bai Gai to wake up soon, but were afraid that time would pass so fast that Bai Gai would actually leave them. These 48 hours have been an ordeal for everyone involved. Whitegap had been inside the ICU, where everyone couldn't get in, but someone had been guarding the ICU door. They're all waiting for a miracle. There is a church in front of the hospital. In the early hours of the morning, Xiaohan walked into the church. Have you been praying here all night again? Looking at the red-eyed Boss Yang, Xiaohan said heartily. Aha. Boss Yang nodded. We're all materialists. You know, it doesn't work. Xiaohan was truly heartbroken. She was afraid that, before Whitegap knew what was going on, Boss Yang wouldn't be able to carry on. I don't care. I just want him to live. Boss Yang choked back a sob. But sometimes, Providence plays tricks on people. Ziki also called and said she wanted to go to the hospital to see MS. Whitegap. Xiaohan asked when. Ziggy said just for a day or two. Xiaohan suddenly got hard and said, come on, if it's not too late. At this point, the ICU, after the system ran out of energy, and after experiencing the drilling pain, Whitegap gradually awoke. The moment Whitegap opened his eyes, the nurse, who had been guarding the area before the test, became excited. Wake up. What a wake. I'm not asleep yet. Don't try to hoodwink me. It's not even time for us to switch shifts. No, it's the patient. The patient is awake. What patience? I just want to sleep now. The man turned one more time. Then, suddenly, as if realizing something, sat up with a jerk. What did you say? Patient awake? Yes, eyes have been opened. Quickly, go and inform the doctor. Woke up, finally woke up. A miracle happened. It really happened. A few minutes later, doctors, nurses, everyone who cared about this white gap, all gathered in the ICU. The doctor was straining to do all the tests for the white gap. The white gap is very cooperative. As he was being examined, he was thinking in his head about everything that was coming next. He had already called the system in his head just now. With no response, the system had literally gone into a deep sleep. Whether it will awaken again is anyone's guess. The system finally said that he could give white gap 7 more days of life, which would be 6 days if you counted the day he was unconscious. 6 days. What else is there to do? Is there any point in doing anything? Once again, white gap felt despair. Miracle. This is really a miracle. The patient's body seems to suddenly have a kind of magical power. Froze and pulled him back from the ghost gate. Every time the patient got better before. It seems to have such a strange thing. We don't know what it is. We can only call it a miracle. During the examination, the doctor said with sudden excitement. This sentence made White Gap's heart flutter. Miracle? Energy? Yeah, the appearance of the system was a miracle in itself. And every time he had made people feel true love before, the system had fed an energy back to his body. This energy, will it make the system wake up again? White Gap was suddenly excited. He found hope again. A hope of awakening, and a hope of living on his own. But who wants to die when they can live? It's only 6 days though, but he also has to give 1,000,000%. Immediately after that, one plan after another gradually presented itself in White Gap's mind. No matter how bumpy the road ahead was, he was going to try and give it a go. The examination was over and White Gap was wheeled out of the ICU. When he saw Boss Young, he said, with all his might, in a soft voice, trust me, I will survive. Believe me, I'll survive. Boss Young heard it. It's such a sad but helpless statement. Living is a simple thing for most people, especially in the great years of your 20s. But now, why is it so hard for them? After taking White Gap to the ward, the doctor found them. The patient's current situation can't be said to be too good. Originally we have given up on resuscitation. It is the patient's body suddenly appeared a kind of magical power. Froze and pulled him back from the ghost gate. We can only call this kind of power the desire to live. The patient wants to live. He really wants to live. Just, Dr. Chang paused, for a doctor to watch his patient die alone, with that despair and unwillingness in his eyes. This is a pain that every doctor cannot bear. Everyone at the scene was even red-eyed at the same time. He wanted to live. He really wanted to live. This sentence was like a 1,000-pound stone that pressed down on the bottom of every person's heart, gasping for air. They don't want to ask why anymore. They've asked why too many times in the meantime. Is there anything else we can do? White Gap's father asked. Dr. Zhang slowly shook his head. There is such a thing as the desire to live, which is said to be miraculous. But there will come a day when it is exhausted and the patient's various bodily functions fail, which is irreversible. So, Dr. Zhang sighed softly, closed his eyes, and still managed to get the last word out. Stay with the patient more during this time. Let him do what he wants. Let him eat what he wants. Let him drink what he wants. It's almost a death sentence. Everyone immediately panicked. Is the really hopeless? No. It can't be. It won't. Doctor, there must be something else you can do. There must be. White Gap, he's still so young. Please save him, please. There was weeping. Dr. Zhang silently turned around and left the place. He had seen this scene too many times, but each time he still couldn't bear to watch it again. The scene was sad for a long time, but it was White Gap's father who stood up first. In addition to the sadness, there was more than a little bit of viciousness on his face. Smith, I'm going to make you pay for this, White Gap's father said fiercely. He knew that to deal with Dr. Smith kin was not such a simple thing. Smith had a high reputation in the pretty country. If something happened, it would definitely trigger a strong international public opinion. When the time comes, things will not be so good. But, no matter how much it cost, White Gap's father would make them pay in blood. Someone has to come out and take responsibility for the White Gap. Xiao Yang, you go to see Xiao Gap more often in the next few days and stay with him. Don't worry, no matter what happens to Xiao Gap in the end, you are the only daughter-in-law of our Bai family. Boss Yang nodded heavily. She didn't want to think about anything right now. She just wanted to quietly stay by Bai Guy's side. Every minute, every second, not a moment away. All the news was not told to White Gap's mother. White Gap's mother wasn't in too good of shape right now, and they were afraid that, once they knew more, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Boss Yang stayed by White Gap's side. She tried her best to look less sad. He wanted to keep White Gap happy during these last years of his life. It is just that the patient's physical condition is always best known in the patient's own mind, especially with the White Gap and the help of the system. How long do I have? White Gap asked from the hospital bed. Don't talk nonsense. You'll live a long life. Boss Yang shook his head. I'm in my own body and I know it. Honey, I want to ask you something. White Gap braced himself and continued. You say. Boss Yang's tears almost couldn't be held back once again. I want to keep writing songs. White Gap voiced his answer. What? Boss Yang had thought of many things, but, no matter what, he had never expected that White Gap's last request would be this. No, your body right now is probably because of. Do you still think it's because of the songwriting? White Gap interrupted her directly. Maybe the reason I've lasted so long is because of these songs, and to be able to see these songs being sung, to be able to touch so many people, to be able to see the significance of my existence in this world. Maybe that's what keeps me alive. Boss Yang was silent. Yeah, Dr. Smith's treatment plan has been proven wrong, yet White Gap still persisted for so long. Could it really be because of these songs? But she still couldn't make up her mind. Writing songs, every time, White Gap's hurt. A lot. If my life really stops here, I want more people to hear my voice, and I want more people to know my story. And if, in fact, my story touches more people, and more people find the strength to live, so that they can live, maybe, I'm not really dead. And, I hope, if I can leave more behind, then if I really like it, won't you all have more to hold on to, and be less sad, and be able to keep holding on? White Gap's voice was soft, but, it spoke seriously. Boss Yang's tears were finally held back. It turned out that Bai Guy was still thinking about them now, afraid that they would be too lonely in the future, afraid that they would be too sad in the future. That's why he wanted to do this. That's why he wanted to endure the pain and continue to write songs. White Gap, when are you going to really think about yourself? Promise me, okay? White Gap said once again. Boss Yang wet his eyes and nodded gently. Yes, that was her answer. White Gap doesn't have a few days left, so let him do whatever he wants. Couldn't he, himself, now, do all he could to help him? Yes, I will do all that you do. Your story will be told to everyone, and I promise, you will live to see it all. White Gap laughed. Being able to get Boss Yang's support was more important to him than anything else. Get in touch with those 6 people who came to see me earlier for me and tell them I want to write songs for them. Yes, Boss Yang can agree to anything now. Thanks. White Gap uttered those 2 words. Boss Yang shook his head. I don't want to hear those 2 words. I love you. White Gap immediately changed his words and said in a deep voice. Boss Yang was stunned for a moment and suddenly turned around in a bit of a panic. For any girl, these 3 words are the most lethal. Do you know how long it's been since you've said those 3 words to me? It's not that I won't talk about it. It's that I'm afraid if I do, it'll be harder later. White Gap said silently. Then why say it now? Boss Yang still hasn't turned around. I'm afraid I won't have a chance if I don't say something. This time, even White Gap himself didn't know if he could survive it or not. Is there really much hope when the system has given up? Maybe it's just as he said. It would be the best ending to leave a little more of a mark on the world. I love hearing those 3 words, Boss Yang said quietly. Then, she walked out of the hospital room. All the emotions of the whole person could no longer be suppressed. Crouched down and hugged her head, crying non-stop. Silent crying. There is nothing more cruel in the world. After crying for a while, Boss Yang slowly stood up and wiped his tears. Next, she's going to make everything perfect. First, she logged on to her social networking site account. Originally a top-tier streamer, her social networking site had long since surpassed 10 million followers. With red eyes she began to write the story of the White Gap, including her relationship with White Gap, which she didn't want to hide anymore. Here's how the article reads. I was never single, and I was once happy, because I had the love that all girls in the world wish for. Childhood sweethearts, 2 little ones, a lifetime of one person, all the beautiful words that can be found in my body. God has treated me well, and I'm grateful. That's right, I've always had a boyfriend. His name is White Gap. He's the best man in the world. He's very talented. He's a lilac, someone like me. Fading sorrows, the brightest star in the night sky, invisible wings, Bubble songwriter, all those songs, he wrote them. Write lilac flowers, he said. Always feel a lifetime is very long, but in fact it is often a moment, until almost to the end of life. Only to know the life of the regret is how important. He wrote this song is to make up for the regrets of Mr. Lilac's life, but also hope that more people can be concerned about Mr. Lilac's life. Concern for the children can make the life of all people happier. When writing about people like me, he said that looking back on his life, It seemed like he had done a lot of things, and it seemed like there were a lot of things he hadn't done yet, and that it was a life that was so mundane, and that most people were so mundane, that he hoped that all the mundanes, like him, could find the meaning of life. Writing about dissipation is more about his feelings about life, a glass to freedom and a glass to death, and speaks to the true meaning of it all. Writing about the brightest star in the night sky is power. Power for those children, power for the last power in Mr. Gao's life, and power for all people. And White Gap hopes that he can teach some people 2 words. Face it, Invisible Wings is more of a positive song. Everyone with invisible wings will fly higher. The bubble, perhaps love, perhaps the White Gap's own life, bursts like a bubble at the touch of a button. White Gap just hopes that the world can leave more traces of him and bring more touching with his limited life. That's right, as many of you may have guessed, White Gap is a sick man, terminally ill, just went through a resuscitation, and the doctors say it's probably, well, just a matter of days. So, I would like to ask, those unfriendly voices on the internet, you guys say that Bai Kai is selling his name, he is clamoring for fame, he is playing a very, very big game of chess. When a person is what even living is, does he still have the mood to play chess? He didn't need money. He didn't need fame. He said to everyone he spoke to that he could get that portion of the proceeds and set up a charitable fund for all of them to donate to those in need. He just wanted to leave a little bit of himself in the world. He just didn't want to make more people feel despair. It's just that he himself has suffered more despair than probably anyone else. No one agrees that he writes songs. All those who see him writing songs think it's the cruelest and most brutal torture in the world. Every time he writes a song it hurts and yet no one can stop him. Some say it's the power of ideals. Some say it's the miracle of life. And some say it's the kindness of the White Gap. White Gap says that whatever it is that moves people, that's enough. It's a long article, and I'm not writing it to all what attention. I just think that what White Gap did deserves to be remembered by the world. May all life be treated with kindness and may all setbacks pass. White Gap's wife, Nini Young. After clicking publish, Boss Yang made another call to his PR team, asking for all of his own company's PR resources to go all out to promote these articles. With all these resources fueling this article, Boss Yang's article instantly sparked a furor when it was released. What? White Gap has a terminal illness, and it's terminal? In a matter of days? Actually, we should have thought of that a long time ago. The oncology hospital. What else could be sick in there? These are my favorite songs lately. I didn't realize they were all sung by one person. I cried watching it. I really cried. White Gap, hang in there. You guys don't know how painful cancer is. I had to have my family just go through that. They were at the end of it. That weakness, that pain. It was hard for me to watch. It's really hard to imagine that White Gap can still go on writing songs under these circumstances and still write such great songs. I only have 2 words for this. Respect. Go White Gap. In a year's time, I've been through life and death as well. Through 8 chemo treatments, 25 radiation treatments. A million possibilities should exist, right? I made it through. Then I won't go down. Nothing can make me go down. I'll get stronger. White Gap. You will be able to do the same. Why is it that my heart suddenly aches for Boss Young? The person she loves the most is lying on the hospital bed, while she herself can't do anything about it, and at any time she has to experience the pain of being separated from the yin and yang. Is it the dead person who suffers more? Or is it the living person who suffers more? Boss Young, you must hold on. That's right. From now on to Young Boss Road to Powder. Star official announcement of, saw a lot of, star to this kind of thing hiding, is more common, but, official announcement and a terminally ill patient I still see for the first time. I don't believe that this is for the sake of booming eyeballs. Yang Boss this kind of curiosity, and also long ago do not need this kind of thing. This kind of thing is a double-edged sword. If in the future, the White Gap goes away and Boss Yang marries another, then how much public pressure will she be under? She must have already prepared for the worst. Yeah, Boss Young has indeed prepared for the worst. That intention is not how she's going to be later. It's a White Gap. Leave for good. Leave this world. Completely without a trace. As for herself, with White Gap gone, what is the point of her existence? She doesn't know. At least not for her right now. Perhaps, in the future, under the best quackery of time, she would start a new life. But never now. As soon as this article by Boss Young was posted, in addition to the uproar from netizens, those familiar with the White Gap were dumbfounded. They'd been following the White Gap, but all they'd heard before was good news after good news, and they thought everything was looking up. However now, Boss Young's phone began to be ringing off the hook all the time. It's all about asking about the White Gap situation. Boss Yang's answer was also very simple. The literal meaning of that article. She really didn't have the strength to explain too much. Everyone understood it too. Maybe the White Gap, really, is on its last legs. Perhaps miracles, after all, Have a moment to fade from the magic. Tang Lei is still in that small mountain village. See this message. Originally thought that has long been heart like steel but still red eyes. White Gap. My best friend. You still can't hold out? He retweeted this post from Boss Young and wrote at the end, brother, the lilacs are in full bloom. I remember you once said that it was impossible for lilacs to be in full bloom in this small mountain village. Under these circumstances, but they are blooming nicely and luxuriantly. I'll be waiting for you to come and see them together. Go for it. Mao Mao has now quit his job as a nurse and he has realized his dream of becoming a real singer. His talent began to blossom from that moment as well, with Fading Sorrows and People Like Me, two songs that seemed to open up his veins and made him suddenly learn to write songs, with one original after another coming out of nowhere. Every song is profound, especially the latest Mako Mako City, which has that line in it, trouble with the pain of swallowed recognized, not to others, who has not yet failed a few. Expensive time. I don't know how many people's friend circles have been swept away, but now, he still felt the pain in his heart. These pains found him after all. Mauve retweeted with tears in her eyes. Teacher, brother, I don't know what to call you. My parents gave me life, but you, Mr. White Gap, taught me how to live. Mr. White Gap, I set up several charitable foundations according to your idea, and now we have helped many people, and all those children say they want to meet their benefactors, and I've always been thinking that, when you're a little bit better again, we'll get together and go. Mr. White Gap, promise me that we'll definitely go together once, okay? This retweet got a lot of likes, especially Humble. He was one of Mao Mao's favorite mentors, and had been at pains to keep asking Mao Mao about Mr. White Gap, but Mao Mao had been avoiding the question, and at one point in time had made Humble feel a little angry. Now he understood everything. Don't blame Fluffy, he just wanted White Gap to have a quiet place to heal, but his heart was still heavy. He commented underneath Mauve's quote, in life, a confidant is rare, and a bull is even rarer, and Mr. White Gap is a great man. High school choral ensemble. These kids are lucky and miserable. Luckily, they caught fire throughout China through the song Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and many of their music-loving children were tapped by some art schools for training, and many of their parents changed their minds and decided to honor their children's dreams. Tragically, in a short period of time, they may have to go through the death of two teachers. Mr. Gao has gone to heaven, and now, the author of the song Brightest Star in the Night Sky, the one who really gave them hope of enlightenment, may also leave at any time. Having to go through life and death twice in such a short period of time could also be a test for these kids. They saw the article without Boss Young. They didn't do anything but once again, in front of the camera, sing the song. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the darkness of the night, the brightest star in the night sky, please light my way forward. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear? The loneliness and sighs of the heart of the one who looks up. As they sang the last line, each child made cheering gestures with tears in their eyes. MS. White Gap. Go for it. As for Ziggy, the first thing I did when I read this article was to run to the hospital. She was afraid that once something was lost, it was the regret of a lifetime. She felt guilty, and she always felt that if it hadn't been for her last song, things might not be as bad as they were now. Even though many people told her that the song had nothing to do with the incident, she could never forgive herself. So, like Xiaohan, she wanted to be by White Gap's side in the last moments of his life. Maybe it's because it's moving, or maybe it's just to atone. Xiaohan doesn't even have to say it. She stayed at the hospital. Tears could no longer be cried. And one thing she and Boss Yang had learned was to pray in church, all night long, with more devotion than the most devout believer. Maybe there's something miraculous about this kind of nothingness. That was all they could do. Right now. As for the 6 superstars who came to the hospital later, it was too late for them to be surprised, too late for them to grieve, too late for them to even make any statements. Boss Young's call came through. Could you guys, if you have time, come back to the hospital? It has to be quick. It has to be quick. And it better be now. White Gap wants to meet you guys. He wants to write you a song. He may not really be able to. This is his last wish. I beg you, must grant him. Boss Yang ended up using the word beg. The 6 superstars didn't even have a little bit of nonsense. They were hesitant at first because they were worried about White Gap's body. But when they heard Boss Yang say that, all of them immediately put down the work in front of them and rushed to the hospital from different directions of this city. In any case, regardless of the quality of the song, they're going to go for it, and they're going to take it seriously. Because it's about honoring life. It's about supporting ideals. Of course, White Gap produces the best. That, and he hasn't pulled a collapse yet. Soon the 6 men arrived at the hospital. This time, they traveled lightly and went straight to the top floor. Boss Young has been waiting for a long time. Thank you all. Without further ado, I will now take you to the White Gap. Boss Yang expressed his gratitude, but didn't want to have too much nonsense, and led them straight away. Time is running out. The White Gap is really running out of time. Every second they delayed was, perhaps, one more second of danger for the White Gap. These people didn't have any nonsense. Their faces were all a bit gloomy, and they followed Boss Yang to the White Gap's hospital room. When they saw White Gap's current appearance, everyone took a deep breath. What's going on here? Why is it suddenly like this? Last time, it wasn't like this last time, was it? That's right. I don't know how much worse the White Gap is now compared to the last time. Although the White Gap from last time was also weak, his face was still able to see some human color, and although his voice was not loud, he could at least be heard clearly. But now, a face as pale as a dead man. See the crowd come to the White, instinctively want to move the mouth, but, forcefully opened and closed for a long time, but did not make any sound. The situation has worsened many times over from what it was before. If they had only felt shocked when they saw Boss Yang's article before, they now realized what true despair was. Condition has been deteriorating. Was able to say a few words when first resuscitated. Now, Boss Yang couldn't bear to say more. Hey, some sighed softly, but didn't know what to say to comfort. What else can be said in this situation? Xiaohan, take the paper and pen. Boss Yang added. Ha! With these words, even the always knowledgeable teacher Lu Calling exclaimed in shock. Don't! Can White Gap still write songs in this condition? Yes. Han Hong nodded heavily as well. Even if we could write, we couldn't bear to sit him up. It would be cruel to life. Everyone followed suit with a nod. Even if the next song could make them an emperor and a diva and bring them countless fame and fortune, they would not be willing to take it. However, Boss Yang wanted to cry a little, and she looked at everyone for a long time before uttering a sentence. Let him write. God knows how hard it was for Boss Yang to say that. It was his last wish. I used to think that he was spoiling what little life he had left by writing songs under these circumstances, but he said that if it wasn't for these songs, he probably wouldn't have lasted a long time ago, and I don't believe in that, but it was his last wish, and I love him, and I want to be with him. Maybe, these songs, they'll make him last a little longer. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. At that moment, the White Gap on the hospital bed, not knowing where the strength came from, suddenly moved. Then, he strongly supported his body. That is, he used his fingers to move his body upward little by little. The bucket-sized beads of sweat dripped incessantly on his forehead. However, his actions never stopped. Gritting his teeth, surprisingly, he sat up little by little. I can. After doing so, White Gap uttered those 3 words with force. Everyone burst into tears. White Gap endured great pain doing all this just to show them that he could do it, that he could write songs, even if it hurt, even if it was bitter. He could. The song is more important than life. Xiaohan, give me the pen and paper. This time White Gap's voice was much clearer, and he seemed to be getting used to the pain. This is also the second time White Gap has said those 5 words. The song is more important than life. Anyone can say big words, but there are a few who can actually do them. White Gap was physically doing just that as he gently held the pen and began to write the first note. With it came intense pain. This is a kind of pain that cannot be described in words. It feels like a knife cutting in the stomach at one time. One by one, it hurts into the heart and lungs, and at another time, it feels like millions of worms drilling into the body. Numb and sore. Death is a momentary event, cancer pain is endless. Death is a blessing in the face of even this kind of pain. But White Gap just gritted his teeth and endured. For himself, and for all those who love him, he must finish these 5 songs. Every note is written in blood and tears. Many people at the scene turned away, tears bearing down their eyes. They really didn't dare to look at it and couldn't bear to see this kind of scene again. What is writing songs with your life? That's it. What is a brother more important than life? That's it. For 6 songs, White Gap writes very, very slowly. It was a full afternoon, close to 6 hours, before he put down his pen and finished the last note. Instead of 6 hours of work, he was tortured for 6 hours. The moment White Gap put down his pen, everyone could see the relief on his face, as if in this life, he no longer had any regrets. After writing, write, I have one request. Sing as soon as possible, the sooner the better. After saying this, White Gap collapsed heavily. Everyone was in a panic. Only Boss Yang shook his head, then petted White Gap's head. It's okay, he's just tired. Let him rest for a while. People who have been sick for a long time and who have been taking care of patients for a long time will have some medical common sense. The moment he saw White Gap fall, Boss Yang's first glance was on the instruments that monitored the life condition of the White Gap. Soon, she let go. The doctor in this case had said that White Gap had just fainted and that it was nothing serious. Then let him get some rest. Boss Yang picked up a pen and paper. 6 sheets of paper, each with a song, and at the bottom of each song was the name of each person to whom it was to be given. Boss Yang divided it up and handed it to each person separately. The paper was light, but each person who received it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. It's a song written with life. Remember White Gap's last words, if you can. 2 days later, on the next installment of I'm a Singer, sing these songs. It's kind of like my Yang Mi owes you guys a favor. Boss Yang concluded with a reminder. Don't, Boss Yang. You mustn't say that. This is what we owe to you. To White Gap. This song, we will definitely go for it. Don't worry, Big Mimi. Take care of yourself too. Don't boil yourself down. Yeah, White Gap will make it through. For sure. So don't you dare fall down yourself while he's making it through. Everyone is expressing this determination and concern for Boss Yang. The truth is that there are times when people don't need consolation in situations of extreme despair. How can a man with a dead heart be revived again? Boss Yang just wanted to stay by White Gap's side these days. White Gap's mom doesn't know about this yet. All of them told his mom that the White Gap was healing well and just needed to be closed for a while. They didn't know how long they could hide it. There was so much information on the internet that it might be known if they were slightly inattentive. And they could only try to keep the White Gap's mother in as little contact as possible. White Gap's father came to see White Gap once a day. Only the viciousness in his heart worsened with each visit. He put all his hate on Smith. If it wasn't for this insatiable doctor, his child wouldn't be lying here right now, in so much pain. Boss Yang was a little worried about the state of Bai Gap's father, but after she hesitated a few times, she didn't try to persuade him after all. He knew White Gap's father, a strong man who had weathered the storms for so many years and would never do anything he wasn't sure of. And to be honest, the hatred in Boss Yang's heart is probably not one bit less than White Gap's dad's. Not one bit less. On this day, without saying a word after seeing White Gap's father exited the hospital room and rushed straight to where Smith was being held. Dr. Smith was having some kind of seizure at this point. You let me go. You can't do this to me. I'm a citizen of a beautiful country and you have no right to do this to me in your place. The man is still arrogant. At that moment, White Gap's father walked in. He looked grimly at Smith. Smith, on the other hand, saw White Gap's father, and the whole thing went even crazier. Boss Bai, let me tell you, what you're doing will bring you big trouble. I'm not an ordinary person. You're illegally detaining me, and when the time comes, all of you will be in bad luck. White Gap's father smiled coldly. My son is about to die. Do you think I care about the word bad luck? Could there be any more bad luck than this? 2 questions directly dumbfounded Dr. Smith. The White Gap thing did have some consequences because of his selfishness. Seeing that Dr. Smith was silent, White Gap's father continued. Don't think that your status is your get-out-of-jail-free card. In this day and age, a private person has no value. As long as I, the Bai clan, can pay a large enough benefit, do you think someone will give a dead man a head start? Even if you've saved some lives before. White Gap's father spoke calmly. But Mr. Smith heard every word as if he were a man. That's right. His madness lies more in the panic in his mind. He understood better than anyone else that now that he had fallen into the hands of these people and that he had made a huge mistake, his life had long been out of his control. In this day and age, the legal system applies to the vast majority of people, but those people definitely do not include those at the top of the pyramid. White Gap's father, no doubt, was one of the people at the top of such a pyramid. The more Dr. Smith thought about it, the more he panicked. The sound of his voice began to tremble as he spoke. No, can't be like this. You guys absolutely can't be like this. Boss Bai, you are really beneficent. If it's not for the new medicine that I brought, maybe this son of yours can't even hold on to the present. So in a sense, I'm your benefactor. You can't do this to me. A benefactor? It seemed like White Gap's father had never heard such a funny joke before. An executioner who had put his own son in jeopardy, almost on death row, was claiming to be his benefactor. White Gap's father didn't want to bullshit Smith and just turned around. You better pray that my son pulls through, or the day he dies will be your last day on this earth. That one sentence put Smith on ice. As a doctor, especially having once been White Gap's attending physician, he knew White Gap's current physical condition better than anyone else. Let's just say that it's hard to save even the great Romans. So, no, Boss Bai, I am wrong. Whatever compensation you want, I can give you, as long as you let me go. I beg you, let me go. He finally started begging for mercy. White Gap's father still smiled coldly. What compensation could be more important than the life of your own son? Ridiculous. He's living too well. My son is suffering in the hospital, suffering all the torture. What makes him live so well? From now on give me all the means to make him suffer. As long as I can keep a breath in, The rest, all the rest. I'll take the burden. What can drive a person crazy? Extreme hatred. Yes, boss. Several people answered. Whitegap's father walked out alone. Behind him had come Smith's heartbreaking shouts. In the meantime, I'm a singer-programmer. They got 6 applications at this point. 6 head-scratchers. What's the situation? What's this about? 6 singers want to change their songs at the same time, and all of them are new songs. Is this taking our I Am a Singer stage as a current new song release? If something happens, who can afford to take the responsibility? One of the program's counselors growled. This is the first time this has happened on our I Am a Singer stage. I've been on the phone with every singer and they are adamant that they have to change their songs. The other assistant director frowned. Well, did you tell them that it was a breach of contract and that we could claim damages? The first assistant director said reluctantly. Nobody cared about that. They said they'd rather break their contract than sing new songs. I've never seen them so determined. It's a rare thing in all of show business. Showbiz has always been about smoothness, has always followed a balance, and rarely has this kind of singer been so adamant about confronting the show's crew about something. So what did the boss say? The assistant director asked helplessly. Still in there, probably communicating too. The other man looked over at the office. It was an emergency situation and their director was inside doing his best to deal with it. It took a while before the director came out of the house. The others hurriedly turned all their eyes to him. Boss, how's it going? Did those people compromise? It's simply irresponsible for these people to do so. We must not condone it. That's right. Make sure those artists know who calls the shots on this show, day in and day out. It's just spoiled. They don't know our boss's temper. Think back then a diva, and our boss play temper. Our boss directly cut all his footage. In the end the diva is not obediently come to apologize. What are these people? All of them are holding up this director. However, the director's next words shocked all of their ears. Agree with every single one of them and have all of our music team work overtime. We must make this show perfect. What? Everyone's jaws dropped at those words. Boss, are you okay? Did you say the wrong thing? Fever? Wasn't it just a while ago? They're still in the middle of the unbelievable. They have been working with this director for many years and know the temperament of this director, who has always been a man of his word and extremely controlling. So, this time, the 6 singers collectively forced the palace. This is not a question of changing the song. This is a question of who will not be able to see who will say what in the future. This big director should never agree. Did you guys know that the songs they changed this time are all by the same person? The director asked the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. It had happened so suddenly that they hadn't even bothered to look. This time every single one of them sang a song written by Whitegap, a terminally ill patient. Some people let out gasps of surprise, but more than that, there was silence. The name had been ringing in their ears for the past few days. Do you have any more comments? Everyone shook their heads. Whitegap. The name is enough. Everyone lives on the set for the rest of the show, and the next installment, I hope, will be our best one yet. After getting permission from the program, the 6 singers were even pouncing on the studio night after night. Time is short, task is heavy. They have to familiarize themselves with each song quickly, and they have to get the most out of their performance on stage, so they hate to use 1 minute as 2 o'clock late at night. Lu Chang walked out of the recording studio somewhat tiredly. He is arguably the oldest of these singers, and this kind of round-the-clock work makes him feel a little overwhelmed. Walking out of the recording studio, Lu Ju just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw, similarly walking out, Li Jian. The 2 men looked at each other, and Li Jian spoke first. Brother Call, how are the preparations going? It's okay, the song feels like it was made for me. It's still relatively easy to pick up. How about you? I feel the same way, and I've stumbled across a couple of other people in the last couple of days who feel the same way. So, wouldn't you say? Li Jian looked at Lu Call. Are you saying that the songs themselves were written by Whitegap, combining each of our styles? But it can't be. We watched him write it. How can he be so familiar with the details of each of us in such a short time? The techniques, some things that even the music teachers around us may not know completely. Lu Call was filled with incredulity. Indeed, Whitegap may have heard each of them sing, but definitely not too many. By listening to the songs one might be able to tell what suits each of them and what doesn't. But, it's absolutely impossible to catch their details, some of their little habits, with such precision. In all his years in the music industry, he hadn't seen anyone like this. There is a type of person called a genius. Li Jian said so leisurely. There's only one explanation. Lu Chang also nodded, and at the same time, thinking that Bai Guy's life was now hanging by a thread, his heart became even harder. How is Whitegap doing now? Li Jian shook his head. He doesn't know. In fact, Each and every one of them desperately wished to know about White Gap's situation, but none of them dared to ask. They are afraid to hear the worst one. I'll go practice a few more times. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Li Jian got up and walked back to the studio. Lu Kal looked at the vast night outside, sighed and stood up, also heading towards the recording studio. He ran head-on right into his assistant, who had just packed up his things. Brother Kal, I'm packed and ready to go. I'd like to practice a few more times. What? The assistant was immediately dumbfounded. Brother Kal, don't you want to die? Lu Kal's footsteps paused, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There is a man who is more desperate than I am? He's talking about White Gap. What's it worth for them to do all this compared to White Gap not wanting to kill himself writing songs? Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the latest installment of I'm a Singer is about to go live. Inside and outside the arena, it was already crowded. Did you guys see that? This edition of I'm a Singer. Until now the program hasn't released the list of songs, and I've heard that it's because all the songs will be original this time. That's why the program is keeping mum. Is this influenced by the last installment of Xiaohan and Ziki? Those two originals did make my head spin. So are they all going to learn? Aren't they afraid of turning over in the gutter? These days it's all about the old songs being good. The quality of the new songs is abysmal. The Chinese music scene is dead. If it wasn't for the last installment of Xiaohan and Ziki holding up the fort, I don't know how long it's been since I've heard a new song. It's a pity that this installment of Xiaohan and Ziki have both retired and dispersed, and it is said that they will directly participate in the final resurrection tournament, and there is no explanation of what the reason for this is. Alas, the heart of the perpetual intention of hard to be peaceful. Some people say it's because of Mr. White Gap. After all, White Gap wrote those two songs they had last time. What the truth is, I don't know. Actually, all the songs written by Mr. White Gap are very good. I just don't know how much longer I can listen to them. Yeah, how much longer can I listen? Zhang Xiaohan and Deng Ziki, after seeing the latest situation of the White Gap, directly chose to withdraw from the competition. They felt that being able to stay by White Gap's side was more important than anything else in this situation right now. Even if it's just to return the favor. It was White Gap that gave their music a new life. Meanwhile, I'm a Singer backstage. An assistant dressed in a rather enchanting outfit hurriedly walked into Flower's lounge. I've inquired. Flower. The reason why the program group didn't announce the list of all the songs this time is because all the songs sung by everyone are originals. That's right, all of them are originals. That's why they have to be kept secret beforehand. This is a good news. These old singers just rely on the previous have a few songs that can listen to. If compared to the original, who can be better than Flowers you are? The assistant was very excited. Hannah was happy to hear that. Almost all of the original songs in the Chinese music scene over the years would flop. They're the only fresh meat with a huge brain-dead diehard following that goes crazy no matter how well they sing. So, originally, he wanted to take advantage of the originality last time and steal the limelight hard for once. I didn't expect to run into a White Gap, but not this time. He already knew that Bai Kai was terminally ill and didn't have a few days left. How could he possibly write another song in this condition? So who can stop Hannah? And at this point, every one of the other 6 singers on the program was silent. They all stayed in their respective lounges, their faces stony, not saying a word. For a few of them, this is no longer a game today. Winning or losing doesn't mean anything anymore. Because, there will only be one winner today. The White Gap. Does he count as a win? Little by little, time passed, and soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer has officially begun. He and Mr. Wang Han had the stage, and as the ace hosts of Mango Channel, there was no one more qualified than them to host this live broadcast. This time, their faces were surprisingly devoid of any smiles. They already knew all the stories, and even though they hadn't gone to experience it for themselves, their hearts still felt heavy. Hello audience, welcome to today's edition of I'm a Singer. As always, start by saying hello to all the viewers. When the applause subsided, he continued to speak. Today, it's a special day for me as a singer. For myself, and even, perhaps, the most challenging day of my career. That's right, today's I'm a Singer. Today's show has more significance. Today, it's more like a one-man concert. Mr. Wang Han also said. These 2 sentences also managed to pique the curiosity of many. All the audience on the spot looked at the 2 teachers in confusion. A concert? Alone? Aren't there 7 singers? How can you say there's one? All 7 singers, today, will be singing their new songs. And 6 of the singers, singing new songs, all came from one person. The 2 hosts continued. Hearing the host's words, a name came to all the audience's minds at the same time. but quickly shook his head again. No way. How could it be him? Boss Yang's article all said that White Gap has cancer and doesn't have a few days to live. Now I guess it's hard to even move. How can he continue to write songs? I guess it's a music mogul that the show has found, and this episode is designed to promote this guy. However, before anyone could think clearly, the moderator's voice came through once again. He's the White Gap. Wrote about dissipation, invisible wings, the brightest star in the night sky. People like me, bubbles, white gaps of lilacs. Mr. Ho specifically explained. What? Is it really a white gap? Out of everyone's expectation. Isn't White Gap out of days? How can you still write songs? Just writing a couple songs on paper shouldn't be too physically demanding, right? So he can still write? No. I graduated from music school, and in case you guys don't understand, it takes a lot of heart and soul to write a song, and the labor required to create a song is definitely not much lower than all that physical labor. So, it's understandable if it's a stock item from before White Gap. If it was actually created on the spot, I can't imagine that one being the picture. Aren't you guys worried about the quality of these songs? Could it be that the program group is using any song to rub off on this heat? White Gap's previous songs were all gems. Be still and watch. The answer will be revealed soon. That's right. The host of the show stopped talking nonsense and just announced the first singer to come out. The first one for out of the gate is Lee Jian. He took a deep breath and, alone, took one step towards the stage. He's the first one. He's the opener. And he's got to be good at this first bat. And at that moment, in the hospital, Bai Gap was lying on the hospital bed, with Boss Yang and Xiaohan sitting beside him, and the three of them were quietly watching the TV. Xiaohan says that maybe a lot of things are providential. White Gap had been in a coma and the show was about to start and he suddenly woke up. Seeing Li Jian appear, White Gap's eyes went to Boss Yang. Listen well, I was full of you when I wrote this song. Boss Yang was a bit surprised and nodded, becoming more interested regarding the song. The title of the song had appeared on the TV screen. Song title, A Lifetime of You. Singer, Li Jian. Lyrics composed by White Gap. Sure enough, it's a White Gap. Seeing this name appear on the screen, the boss's heart was mixed, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Li Jian was in the center of the stage, and by now, the music had started. Because I dreamed you left, I woke up from crying, watching the night wind blow across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? In the first sentence, Boss Young broke his defense. Her eyes moistened as she looked to the White Gap. I can feel it. White Gap was an inexpressive person, and even before he knew about his condition, he rarely said anything like I love you or something affectionate to Boss Yang. However, Boss Yang also knows that White Gap really loves her. This kind of love that runs in both directions is always the most beautiful. Perhaps all of White Gap's love will be in this song. Thinking of this, Boss Yang listened more attentively, waiting for the day when I grow old. Will you still be by my side? Watching those odes and lies, slowly drifting away with the past. Li Jianda's voice continued. On the scene, many in the audience were mesmerized. Good to hear. There's a sense of going back to college. That youthful, naive age, and that one innocent love. White Gap, as usual, doesn't disappoint anyone. Yes, even some of the pros in front of the TV or on the floor couldn't stop nodding at this point. It's a ballad, and in this day and age, where ballads aren't as hot as they were back in the day, it's a song that will, no doubt, become the new representative of the genre. At this point, most people have a figure looming in their minds. Someone one once felt would be a lifelong protector. Now gone. It's just that the wind has blown away and many sad memories have degraded, leaving behind only that fondness. On the scene, many people couldn't help but close their eyes and begin to immerse themselves completely in the music. Li Jian looked down at the bottom, and he knew that with this song, he had succeeded. How many people have adored your youthful looks? But do you know who is willing to bear the relentless change of the years? How many people have come and gone in your life? Do you know that I have been by your side all your life? Chorus. Like a regret. More like a promise. I regret that the years are merciless and have hurriedly taken away a lot of beauty in life. Commit to a lifetime of you and love will not change. These lines directly elevate the song. More than that, it has plunged countless people into memories of, cried, really cried. Years later, we are no longer young, no longer infatuated, no longer crazy, bravely running towards their favorite. But I know that this song will be able to stay in the memory, in the quiet growing up, in the time that never returns. Ha ha ha. Suddenly thought of the past, the previous high school game. Often go to the internet cafe all night, sitting in front of a long-haired girl, a very long kind of. Every time to play class sleep she will always be tied hair let go. Many years after the reunion will find that she cut short hair. Still so beautiful. Asked her why she cut. She said in fact, she does not like to stay long hair. Stay long hair is to her back often stay up all night teenagers to be able to sleep a peaceful sleep not to be found by the teacher. Why do I just want to cry when I hear it? Don't you guys have any feeling that this song was written by Gap for Boss Yang? Boss Yang expressed her love for Gap with an article, and Gap responded with this song. Only all the beautiful things in this song are things he can't do. He won't have the day he grows old and can't accompany her to have a lifetime. No, he's already accompanied Boss Yang to the end of his life. That's right. In the hospital room, Boss Yang was already in tears. Whitegap gently held Boss Yang's hand. He said softly, "Folk guitar. Youthful feeling, can't go back to the old days. In fact, when I wrote this song, I have been thinking about the days when I was in college with you. How pure and simple it was. No worries, no illnesses. How much I wanted to walk with you for the rest of my life. Forgive me, I may not be able to do it." This is a genuine statement from Whitegap. After the system went dormant, he really didn't have any confidence that he could get through this. If this really was the end, he wanted to say what was in his heart. There's always a scene that gives you deja vu and a song that makes you cry. After hearing what Bai Guy said, Boss Yang cried even harder. She knew she shouldn't cry, especially not in front of Whitey, but she just couldn't help it. I know all about it. Boss Yang cried and nodded his head. We've gone through life, haven't we? I've been with you up to 99 and I'm happy. When all has been seen plainly, is there an insistence that remains in the heart? Li Jian is still vocally singing on stage. Only, a few people are happy and a few people are sad. Wait until the song fades. The scene suddenly became very, very silent. I'm a singer backstage. Several of the singers applauded as hard as they could. Li Jian performed really well. In the past, because of the competition in place, they would always have some worries in their hearts after seeing the singers in front of them perform very well. After all, if it's a competition there are winners and losers. Only this time, they were going to applaud Li Jian from the bottom of their hearts. Well done, Mr. Whitegap would be especially pleased if he could hear it. There is something about this moment that seems to go far beyond winning or losing. Stage. Seeing the end of the performance, Mr. He purposely waited for a while before slowly walking onto the stage. He wanted to leave some time for Li Jian to enjoy everything on this stage alone. The audience on the stage was silent at first, and then there was thunderous applause, and only when the applause dispersed did Mr. He slowly walk onto the stage. It's good to hear. It's really good to hear. Mr. He said as he walked. Heavenly, pure music. I don't know how to describe this song. I'm sure that even in the future, many years from now, this song will be picked up a lot, and I'm also sure that at that time, when this music plays again, a lot of people will be able to see themselves as they were when they were young. What Mr. Ho said was on the level. Thank you Mr. Ho, Li Jian said politely. It's indeed a great song. I loved it when I first got it, so I'd like to thank someone here. Mr. Whitegap, who is the one who brought everyone, brought the world such a great song. Hearing Li Jian talk about the Whitegap, all the people's hearts heaved a little more. How's the Whitegap? Now, is there anything you want to say to Mr. Whitegap? I think it's possible. In front of the TV, that Mr. Whitegap is visible. Li Jian looked toward the camera, his mind thinking of the pale young man. Could he really see? Boss Yang, be strong. Mr. Whitegap, hold on. Li Jian ended up saying only these words. All words pale in the face of life. So, the musical poet Li Jian expressed his thoughts in the simplest of words. It's very sincere. Sometimes the simplest things are the truest instead. But, Mr. Li Jian, I have another question I want to ask you for everyone. Mr. Ho continued. In fact, many viewers have a question in their mind. That is, how did Mr. Whitegap write the song under the current situation? Upon hearing this question, Li Jian's brows immediately furrowed. Thinking about all the scenes of Whitegap writing these songs at the time, that painful memory hit me once again. He couldn't empathize, but just thinking about that state of the Whitegap way back then, it was as if he felt a sharp pain in his own body. That's just a form of torture. Write songs with your life. Li Jian thought for a long time and finally said those 4 words. Yet many people at the scene, including Mr. He, still had questions on their faces. Writing songs with your life. These 4 words sound cruel. Yet, they still don't solve the confusion in everyone's mind. Li Jian shook his head. I don't know how to describe it. Mr. Whitegap spent a full afternoon writing these 6 songs. Not because he was thinking about it, but because he was really in pain. I could see his gritting of his teeth and the bucket of sweat beads on his forehead. But I really don't know how he did it. There was no way I could empathize. Li Jian really didn't know. Mr. Ho nodded. Indeed, there is no real empathy in this world. So none of us can experience the real pain that Mr. Whitegap felt at that time. However, our program team also contacted the hospital and got a surveillance video, which recorded the whole process of Mr. White Gap writing these 6 songs. Of course this video is too long and we did some editing, but still, we hope that everyone can feel the power of life through this video. Here's the video the show got after contacting the hospital and asking permission from White Gap's family. Many people on the scene heard that there was such a thing, and at once, they, too, became interested. The show is awesome. It's getting all this stuff. This video must be cut down. When I turn around and educate my child, I will let him watch this. Let him look at people, how they work hard, suffering from a terminal illness and still insist on their dreams. And then look at you, every day, except for eating is sleeping. It's the first time I've seen how someone writes a song. However, when the video appeared on the big screen at the venue, just the first image shut everyone up. I'm a singer stage, live on the big screen. A video plays slowly. It was a hospital room with white walls, white medical staff, and white sheets. This white, right off the bat, gives off a depressing feeling. In the video, when White Gap's face appears in the middle of the screen for the first time, phew, all those who saw it couldn't help but take a deep breath. What kind of face is that? Ghastly white. No blood at all, ghastly white. Like what? It's like a person who has been suffocating for 10 minutes and is on the verge of losing his last breath, dying and about to die. White Gap's entire body was filled with various tubes. Boss Young was at his side, visible in the video, and White Gap wanted to reach over and gently shake Boss Young. His fingers moved slightly, the entire palm of his hand trying to lift up with force. However, that hand only went upwards a little bit before falling down again. He really doesn't have the strength. How can someone like that possibly write another song? All of them were both heartbroken and filled with questions. Their tears had been unstoppable like a flood. There was dead silence. All they could do was go quietly and dumbfounded as the video continued to play. At this point, the White Gap in the video suddenly spoke. Give me a pen and paper. How can you write songs when you look like this? Someone asked. Take a life and write a song. Just 4 words made everyone's heart clench. They used to think that these 4 words were just an exaggeration, but now they suddenly realized that perhaps this was the truest representation. Then, only to see the White Gap forcefully move his body. Just a moment ago even stretching his hand with all his might could not be done. At this moment, unexpectedly, little by little, let himself half sit up. It's just that every move White Gap makes requires a big breath, and even though the respirator is giving him oxygen at full force, he still doesn't feel enough and feels uncomfortable. White Gap's facial expression was extremely grim, an agony of being tortured by pain. He's really hurting too much. Immediately afterward, White Gap took the pen and paper, and his weak body made him unable to even hold the pen, dropping it several times. It's so hard to do this right. White Gap finally started writing songs. Beads of sweat beaded on his forehead. His hospital gown was already completely soaked with sweat. His teeth were clenched tightly, and every now and then a twisted expression appeared on his face. Truly, every word is a form of torture. But he didn't stop, writing word after word with all his might. He's in a race against time. Don't write it. Someone on the scene made a noise like this. Yeah, don't write it. Are these songs really that important? Is it necessary to torture yourself like this at the end of your life? Many tears were shed. The video is only 3 minutes long. Just those 3 minutes were enough to make it a thrilling experience. The truth behind these great songs is so brutal that, however, the moderator said, in this state, the White Gap lasted for 6 hours. 6 hours. What kind of concept is that? The crowd there just watched and felt like they might not even make it through a minute. And the White Gap. What sustained him to do it? Ideal? Everyone was shocked. Oh my god. That's how these 6 songs were written? Tearful. Really tearful. Heartbreaking. White Gap. Take a break. Is he really not going to live? Is there no hope at all? This is one of the saddest videos I've ever seen. The pop-ups were full of similar queries. On the other hand, I'm a singer backstage. All the singers left the lounge and came into the hall. They watched the video on the screen, and every one of them had indescribable feelings in their hearts. Even though they've all seen it with their own eyes at one time or another, it's still hard. Hey, when I think of the scene when Mr. White Gap wrote a song for us at that time, I want to smack myself hard. I'm really too inhuman, too cruel. Why did I let a terminally ill patient suffer so much? I feel like I can't forgive myself for the rest of my life. Female singer Zhang Liaonin said with tears in her eyes. Maybe because she was a girl herself, she was a little more sentimental too. All we can do now is to do a good job with this song. And after all that Mr. White Gap has done, we definitely can't let him down. Lu called out in a deep voice. Yes, it's the only thing they can do. At that moment, Li Jian also came back from backstage. Seeing the crowd, Li Jian smiled slightly. I'm okay with that, right? Could be. Great. Mr. Li Jian. That's awesome. The crowd was complimentary. Li Jian smiled once more. As long as I don't fail, Mr. White Gap, I'm satisfied. That's probably what every one of them in here is thinking. They all wanted to sing the song as best as they could. Wanted to give the best performance they could. Not for the fame, but just for the one who took his life to write the song. The second one up is Zhang Liangyin. She stabilized herself and everyone gave an okay sign and walked up to the stage. The title of her song, called Let's Say Yes. The lyrics are naturally white gaps. Inside the ward, seeing Zhang Liangyin come out, Bai Guy frowned and, why don't we hold off on that song? What's wrong? Boss Yang asked suspiciously. I'm afraid I'll cry. White Gap said silently. At this time, on the TV, Zhang Liangyin's voice had already come out. Okay, one sentence chokes the throat. The city, when the mirage in the background. We are, like, separated by an entire universe. Goodbye. It's all gone. It's a great song. Zhang Liangyin's voice was gentle. Really gentle. Just the lyrics. Why are they so sad? It's like we're separated by an entire universe. And goodbyes go out the window. Hearing this sentence, Boss Yan once again looked at the White Gap. Her eyes seemed to ask, is that what you want to say to me? Is the yin and yang a universe away? Goodbye. In a few days, you'll be nothing, right? White Gap, have you really given up? Boss Yang's heart was indescribably hard. Zhang Liangyin's voice was still echoing. We said we would never let go of the hands we hold for each other. But reality says that love alone is not enough. And when we come to the fork in the road, you go left, I go right, and we are both too stubborn to turn back. We agreed to be friends even if we were separated. Time said we couldn't say hello again from now on. We met again in the crowd. You became so thin. I still fell into your eyes. The person who writes the song uses his brain. The person who sings the song uses his heart. And the person who listens to the song uses his feelings. I'm not afraid that the music is too good, but I'm afraid that the lyrics are in my heart. On the pop-ups, many people were tickled with stories in their hearts that they didn't want to bring up. The fog lifted that morning. More than fog. I was already in a bad mood, and listening to it brought tears to my eyes. The fork in the road. Should I choose a better future or stay in my hometown with someone who treats me badly? Of course, there were more people who thought of White Gap and Boss Yang. This bitter couple. We said we would never let go of the hand we hold for each other. But reality says that love is not enough. Yeah, what's the use of having love when life and death are so far apart? So heartbreaking. Forked intersections. One goes left. One goes right. One lives. One dies. Is this the metaphor Mr. White Gap is using? The forked intersection is life and death. There's no way for either person to turn back. And that line, time says that it's impossible for us to greet each other again. But if there's a possibility that we meet again in a dream, I'll still fall deep. How much does White Gap really need to be able to write this song? Why can't lovers be lovers? This damnable God. In the hospital room, White Gap also began to silently shed tears. The doctor said he wasn't cut out for emotional ups and downs, and he did his best to keep himself calm. But this love, he can't afford it. If tomorrow, he was going to die, he felt most sorry for Yangmi, a woman who really loves him. So, Boss Yang, can you promise me that you'll go live your own life? Just like the next song is going to be. Zhang Liangyin's song continues. We said we'd grow old together to see the fine water flow, but we'll become someone else's so-and-so, and come to the fork in the road. You to the left and I to the right. We both forced ourselves not to turn back. We said we'd meet again inside the next eternity. Love will live after then like knuckleheads. Next time if encounter. You don't be so skinny. I want to fall into your eyes all the time. It's the absurdity of incorrigible love. Is that okay? Go be someone else's so-and-so. All strong and don't look back. Can we talk about this? White Gap looked at Boss Yang, deep and desperate. We agreed that you'd live well from now on. Okay? Boss Yang reddened his eyes and shook his head vigorously. The White Gap sighed softly and, one can't always hold on to something or someone. Everyone around you is moving forward. So promise me, don't get stuck where you are. Forget about those ill-timed regrets. As beautiful as the blossoms will be, life is about trees that bear fruit. This was the last hope of the White Gap. Once Boss Yang had given him a feeling of martyrdom. He was afraid, and this time it was the same. So, he wants a commitment. What about you? Boss Yang asked softly. Me? White Gap smiled bitterly. Do I have a future? Let us meet again in the next time and space. And in that construction, I will make sure to raise you fat. I will make sure not to let you be so skinny. I will fall all the way to you. I will go to feel this incorrigible love. It's just that everything is in the next time. White Gap, do you remember a few months ago when you suddenly broke up with me? Boss Yang suddenly asked. White Gap nodded. Of course he remembers. At that moment he had just found out about his terminal illness, and in what he thought was a great way. He told Boss Yang on WeChat that he wasn't in love anymore, and that he wanted to break up. It was, he thought, a man's last dash at his lover. Boss Yang smiled and continued, "You know what? In fact, I never let go of you during that period of time, but I always told my friends that I had let go of you, but I couldn't lie to anyone about my heart. I wasn't willing to let go of you. Why even the final parting was across the screen. Sometimes I was thinking that if I could see you one more time, maybe the ending would be different. So, one day, I finally looked for you like crazy and I realized that you, the bastard, had been lying to me all along. From the day I knew the truth, I had only one thought. I wanted to stay with you until the last moment, so I don't want to think much about what will happen later, and I don't dare to think about it. Can you understand?" Boss Yang didn't utter a promise in the end, but, "I want you to say it." White Gap looked more deeply at Boss Yang. He was really afraid that one day Boss Yang would do something he couldn't think of. "Promise me, okay? I'm really scared," White Gap added. Xiaohan and Ziki both twisted their heads away, unable to bear to look any further. Who says there is no true love in this world? Boss Yang also finally sobbed uncontrollably, and with all his might, he nodded his head and, two people who are wholeheartedly for each other are, at this moment, making the most painful choice of all. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. White Gap stuck out his little thumb with vigor. Boss Yang also gently extended his finger over. The two played the most childish and sincere game like little children. It would be nice if time stopped when I was a kid. After doing this, White Gap finally took a long breath. The stone in his heart finally dropped a bit. "Don't be difficult." White Gap pretended to be relaxed. "I'm telling you, when I get well, I'll open a hospital that specializes in treating people wounded by love. The Chinese medicine will be called Meng Patang. The Western medicine will be called Desperate Love Pill. The four will be called Water of Forgetfulness. And the name of the hospital will be called One Cut, Two Breaks. Then you must put me in the ICU." Boss Yang finally stopped crying. On the stage, Zhang Lianin's voice continues, over and over again. Singing cried the White Gap. Singing cried Boss Yang. Singing cried the two hosts, but also sang cried millions of viewers. Another golden oldie. And then think back to the agonizing scene of White Gap writing these songs on the video just now. Everyone's heart was in the wrong place. It would really be a loss to the music scene if White Gap left. I've never seen such a talented person. He should have been the pride of everyone in this era. He should have been shining all the time, and yet, had to use the last remnants of his life for the final burn. He brought us so many great songs, but there's a chance that he will leave us with a lifetime of regrets. In the background, "Mr." he said quietly. "No, Mr." Wang shook his head. "The sun will rise tomorrow, and the darkness will eventually pass, and we must believe in miracles. They will happen. Yeah, it's bound to happen." Seeing Zhang Liangyin finish singing, the two teachers once again walked onto the stage. "Pretty voice. We had a deal. Believe in miracles and there is hope." Mr. Ho said so in his first sentence. He has some double entendre. Zhang Liangyin is an old friend of his. When it was from the Mango Channel talent show, that time, Mr. He is also the host. When the youthful Zhang Liangyin encountered difficulties, Mr. He said these four words to her, "Believe in miracles." Then the miracle really happened, and Zhang Liangyin achieved good results. Mr. Ho's second level of meaning is of course to tell all the people, pray for the White Gap and believe that a miracle will happen. 2 chapters in 2. Feel like splitting the chapters will affect coherence. And then, if you see this, give it 5 stars, give it a bookshelf, and the author will explode with good stats. Just how much heartbreak do you have to go through to realize that living isn't easy? Believe in miracles. Zhang Liangyin said with red eyes. So is there anything you want to say to the group now? Mr. Ho asked. Zhang Liangyin looked into the distance. That's the direction of the hospital. I have something I want to say to Boss Yang. The rain will always stop. The sky will always clear. The road is still to be traveled. Please remember to be strong. We will all be by your side. Zhang Liangyin didn't say much, but everyone fell into silence. Yeah, if. We say if. White Gap's departure is a foregone conclusion. So how can Yang Mi, who loves him so much, bear all this? I remember reading a quote once. If your favorite person passed away, initially you will not be so painful, because you cannot slow down, but instead the most sad is in the time after. Will be in some unintentional moment to think of him, have seen he ate the food, used a cup, nose sour, tears, remember he in the how good it should be. Perhaps only those who have experienced it will understand. The most painful part of losing someone is not the moment you lose them, but every moment you think about them later. So who's the worst off, the living or the dead? No one knows. Boss Yang may have to go through this soon. Once you leave, you will never return. And goodbye is only in your dreams. What a cruel phrase. On the pop-ups, a lot of people had sour eyes. Boss Young, tough. He probably just went to the other side to be with you. Bah, upstairs. Mr. Whitegap isn't dead yet. What kind of talk is this? A miracle is bound to happen. Yes, a lover is a lover. I believe that Boss Young, after this experience, will be even more beautiful. Those who have not cried bitterly in the long night are not enough to talk about life. Pain is a must lesson in life. So, no matter how the final ending, I believe that Boss Yang will be reborn from the fire and even more beautiful. Mr. He said silently. Zhang Lianyin also nodded heavily. The third singer on stage was Han Hong, a veteran singer, and the title of her song is simple. Dawn. The long night will eventually pass, and the sun will eventually once again 30,000,000 on earth, and it will always be light. Was this song written because of hope? Wang Han asked. Han Hong shook her head. Yes and no. I used to do such a thing back then, many years ago in an autumn. A very touching thing happened. At that time in a tourist area, was running the cable car suddenly crashed, and in the cable car has a family of 3, a young couple, and a 2.5-year-old son. A close call. It is too late to think. However, this young couple, but coincidentally made the same choice to lift the child up high. They wanted to do their best to leave the hope of life to the child. And of course they did, and the boy ended up with only a slight injury to his lip, whereas his parents were not so fortunate, and the child survived and was orphaned. I adopted this child after I heard this story, and this story was known to many people back then, and Mr. Whitegap had heard it, and when he gave me this song, he said to me that it was a song written because of that child, that story, and that it was a song that only you were the best person in the world to sing it. At the time, I was very touched and surprised, because I couldn't understand why a terminally ill patient would have so much time to think about these things. Isn't it enough to fight the disease every day? Whitegap said. Perhaps it is because of being in the darkness, only immense desire for light. I am very painful, but also very happy. I have a good family conditions. There are so many people who love me. I am in the midst of the disease of the light. I hope that this light can be illuminated to everyone in need. To tell these people, the world will always have the brightest star in the night sky, will always be daybreak. The whole room was silent. People didn't know what to say. They just applauded mechanically. It was also at this point that the prelude to dawn slowly began. Han Hong is a powerhouse singer in her own right and a member of the national team. When she picked up the microphone and sang the first line of the song, people's moods sank. It was an autumn day, and the wind was so lingering that it reminded me of their helpless eyes. And right there where the beautiful scenery met me, I heard a loud bang shaking the valley. It was that fall when I couldn't see my dad's face again. He held the beginning of my rebirth on his shoulders. Tears stained my eyes in the darkness. Don't leave. Don't hurt. The song seems to tell a story about a mother's love, about a father's love. Meanwhile, in the screen behind the stage, it started playing some of Han Hong's charity videos over the years. At the clinic site, seeing a sick little girl abandoned by her family, Han Hong left her phone number with the girl and did whatever she could to help her. The little girl asked what her name was. Han Hong wiped her tears and said, "You just call me Superman." The little girl shook her head and said, "You're my idol." "Does Superman still cry?" the little girl asked again. Of course, Superman can cry. At the scene of natural disasters, Han Hong is always the first to reach the front line. She was always kind to children and the elderly without expecting anything in return. There was once a child who was sentenced to death by the doctors. Even the child's parents gave up. Han Hong was unwilling to do so, and took the child back to the imperial capital, and after more than 2 years and millions of dollars, he finally saved the child from the hands of the Grim Reaper. She set up a medical team and traveled to every remote area in China, providing free clinics for all those in need, offering all kinds of surgical treatments, all free of charge, and the team went from just over 20 people to over 500 at the end of the day, and was known as the largest mobile tertiary hospital in China. There are many more such examples. She is deservedly good. Many people broke down in tears. For crying out loud, MS. Han Hong, you'll always be the most beautiful one. In fact, if you guys had known MS. Han Hong's story, you would have understood why she did what she did. Han Hong lost her dad when she was young, and her mom almost never came back, so you could also say that she was basically an orphan as well. That's why she said something like, since all the people in the world didn't love her, let her love others, and that she had gotten caught in the rain herself, so she wanted to hold up an umbrella, like MS. Han Hong and MS. By Gap. In the face of the trials and tribulations that life has given them, they will not complain or feel sorry for themselves, but instead, They will be made to love the world and the earth even more. And that's the real star. That's the brightest star in Huaxia. Yeah. Han Han's voice continues on stage. I saw my mom and dad just walk away and leave me here in this strange human world, not knowing what other risks lay ahead. I want to hold on to his hand. My mommy told me there would be hope again. See the sun come out. My mommy smiled. The day dawned. Dawn. Hospital. Whitegap listened to the song with mixed feelings. Hopefully there will be more. Dawn. Right. Everything will pass. Honey, I want to ask you something. Whitegap said suddenly. Boss Yang was a bit surprised. This was the first time in such a long time that Whitegap had taken the initiative to make his request. In fact, when I was writing this song, I kept thinking that in this world, the one thing I can't let go of, besides you, is my parents, and although you know that since I was a kid, I've fought with them, and it seems like we've never had a good relationship, I also understand that they've always loved me, and everything they've ever done, they did it for me. I'm afraid it's hard for them if I go. It was hard for Whitegap to say the words. I'll take good care of them, Boss Yang said seriously. It was a promise. However, Whitegap shook his head. Not enough. What they need more than anything else is an anchor. And I thought, if I really can't make it, let's just donate whatever organs I still have in me, preferably to a child, an orphan, and then, let my parents and my mom adopt it, so that, maybe, that child will have traces of me in them, and they'll feel like I'm still around. No way. It won't. Boss Yang sobbed once again. What a cruel decision that was. I haven't done my filial piety in my life. Let this be my last bit of filial piety. Promise me, okay? Whitegap pleaded. Throughout the ward, Ms. Han Hong's singing voice still floated. I saw my mom and dad just go away and leave me here in this strange human world, and I would build a beautiful garden for him. I want to hold on to his hand. My mom told me there would be hope again, to see the sun come out in dawn. I want to build a beautiful garden for them. Maybe that's what Whitegap really wanted to say. Boss Yang nodded gently. How else could she refuse? Actually, what is hard for Boss Yang is not the fact that Whitegap is going to donate his own organs. Rather, when Whitegap said these words, it was as if he was giving an account of the night, as if he had already made his end clear, as if he had just given up. Really, is there no hope at all? Han Hong's song, while not as straightforward as the first two, expresses the emotions of the Whitegap, but the feeling for everyone was yet deeper. Why did someone so nice have to die? It's not fair. I am a child of the mountainous area. Before, we have no school here. It is the Lilac Charity Fund. Let us have a school here. My sister and I have school. My mother told me, when I grow up, I must remember to thank one person. That is Mr. Whitegap. He is the one who let us have school. I am also a terminally ill patient, but fortunately I have had a successful surgery and am now recovering well. However, just over a month ago I was deciding to give up on my treatment due to the high cost of the surgery. However, the Invisible Wings charity team found me, and after learning about my situation, they directly advanced all of the medical expenses at no cost. It was they who gave me another new life. And me, I got help too. Ms. Whitegap. Thank you. Me too. I count myself as one. Whitegap hasn't been doing good deeds for very long, but he has also helped many people. All of these people are now stepping up and telling everyone what kind of person Whitegap is. He was exceptionally good and nice, as was Mr. Han Hong. Only, his fate, however, was so miserable. After all that Whitegap has done for us, what can we do for him? Suddenly, such a question fanned out across the pop-up. Yeah, what can we do for the Whitegap? Everyone was silent. They seemed to have realized that there really doesn't seem to be anything they can do. Terminally ill. What a horrible word. There is nothing more painful than being powerless. Let's go pray for Mr. Whitegap. Yeah, we can go do what Mr. Whitegap has been doing. In fact, Mao, Tang Lei, including Xiaohan, have all said that Mr. Whitegap has always hoped that the world can truly be filled with love and that those who are in need can be helped. And even though I don't have a lot of money in my upper body and lower body, I am willing to take out all of my personal money. That's right, everyone who has money contributes money, and everyone who has power contributes power. And together we will pass on the spirit of Mr. Whitegap. I know one of the heads of Ms. Han Hong's charity team. I'll contact him right away and see if I can set up a new account specifically for this. Okay, I'm going to retweet Ms. Whitegap's story to get more people involved. Everyone who's okay can go ahead and retweet it. We'll do that, and when Mr. Whitegap sees it, maybe he'll feel better, and it'll help his health. Let's give this operation a name. It's called Saving the Whitegap. And saving those poor children. Save is a good name. I agree. Then he is. and I declare the rescue officially open." 3 words were spoken, and with a few people taking the lead, the rescue spread quickly. A certain blog, a certain sound, a certain hand. The #1 hot search quickly became 2 words: save. MS. Han Hong's charity team also responded immediately by setting up a special account to support the event and promising that all donations from the event will be monitored by the whole society to ensure that every penny will be put to good use. The power of the internet is strong. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Soon, the story of White Gap became more and more known and more people attended the event. It was a moment when the world really began to fill with love. However, the White Gap's physical condition didn't improve one iota from this. And perhaps he didn't even know about it at all. After Boss Yang agreed to White Gap's last words, White Gap looked like he had let go of all his attachments and, once again, closed his eyes. Some of the smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. Deep inside his brain, the system remained motionless. Not even the rescue activities of so many people could make it show any signs of awakening. Everything still seems desperate. What's going to save you, White Gap? Han Hong didn't say much after she sang Dawn. It's all in the words. The hosts didn't say how each song was scored from start to finish. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you win or lose anymore. The next singer is Sun Meng. When the track he sang appeared in the big screen, everyone was stunned. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Is there such a thing as coincidence? We've just launched a rescue campaign here and you come with a song like this. Is this a theme song for us? I seriously doubt that this song was just written in the 2 minutes just now. That's right. Sun Mumbles is going to sing this song. The name is Salvation. On the stage, Sun Man looks into the distance with tears in his eyes. Everyone's eardrums vibrated when he picked up the microphone and sang the first line. Lighted streets. Suddenly attacked a cold current. Distant tenderness. Cannot solve the near sorrow. Weather in the flow. In the dead of night, I lurk in your wounds. Dreams are hydrogen balloons. Flying away towards the sky. And in the end it all comes to nothing. One is sleepwalking. Like a running rhino. Not stopping until the end. If love needs to stay together, hate needs to be free even more. Love and hate are entangled. Sunman sang at the top of his lungs, his high notes unmatched. The penetrating power of his voice is unmatched throughout the music industry. All the listeners just felt their whole body tingle. It's the ultimate musical experience. Awesome, Sun Meng, to sing and to look good. He's in the position of being the male version of Han Hong and belongs on the national team. Indeed, Lu called Sun Mumble belongs to the King Bomb level singer. Belongs to the national level. The world can also occupy a place. Singing skills have nothing to say. Biting words clearly. Penetrating power. Treble part is a specialty. Hanging the current fresh meat. Talent can be seen. Everyone marveled at Sun Man's vocals. He performed the song to the best of his ability. This diamond-like voice is simply God's food for thought. Now everyone is marveling at Sun Mang's vocals, but not yet feeling much for the song itself. Until the chorus begins. What do I save? When love covers over. Who can bless whom? For whom the heart waits. What shall I save? Love that can see blood. Who can bless, who can immortalize love? What can I save? When love is over. What can I save? Love can see blood? These 2 lyrics came out. A lot of people have hidden pains in their hearts. Boss Young, are you okay? What else can you do to save this precarious love? And at that moment, Boss Yang was outside the door of the resuscitation room. Sunman's salvation drifted through the building's hallways. She wondered to see if she could see the White Gap in the resuscitation room. Maybe, in a few hours, it's Yin and Yang. What will save you, my love? It's okay, Boss Yang. It's going to be okay, Xiaohan gently advised. Boss Yang bit his lip and gently nodded with all his might. Have you notified uncle? Let him come over. This may really be the last time. God knows how much it pained Boss Yang when he said this. What's dead? It's the end, the farewell, the irrevocable. It's a hand you can no longer hold, a temperature you can no longer feel. It's the one thing you can't say anymore. I love you. I can only watch you, a little bit thin, a little bit emaciated, and then without a trace, in this season of depression, fade away together. Who can bless whom? And what love will last forever? Losing you makes everything meaningless again. When White Gap's father received the call from Xiaohan, this strong man was in tears when he heard the news. He rarely cried, and this time he really couldn't help it. He wanted to dial a phone number and tell some people to cut Smith in 1,000 pieces, but halfway through this maneuver, it suddenly seemed pointless to him. What's the point of doing more when his son is going to die? A man's vulnerability is in this moment. What do I save? When love is over and done with. Sun Man was still singing the song over and over again at an extremely high pitch. Each sentence has pierced the hearts of many. Only those who have been there can understand this song. Only those who have been there can gradually realize the meaning of the song's name. There's no turning back from what you've done, and the same goes for love. It can't be undone. It can't be saved. Cherish it. When you've been in a serious relationship and it ends up breaking up, it can be hard to like someone else later on. You don't want to take the time or get to know them. It's like when you're almost done writing an essay but your teacher says you're scribbling and rips up the assignment and makes you write it again. Even though you remember the beginning and the content but you don't bother to write it because an essay took all your energy. Just missing an ending and you have to start all over again. So don't try to save what's lost because he can't come back. When White Gap produces, it must be good. This law still exists. Meanwhile, I'm a singer backstage. The rest of the 5 singers except Flower were in the hall. This song is a match made in heaven with Sun Mang. It suits his voice so well. Yeah, Mr. White Gap put his heart and soul into each song, and each song was tailored to each person. In fact, many of the feelings of these songs are the heartfelt words of MS. White Gap, what do I save? Not only how is Boss Yang going to save her love? Doesn't White Gap love Boss Yang? Now in this situation how to save his own love. AI. The most bitter but the yin and yang are separated. Eternity in the indefinite. In fact, no matter how to sing again, we have no way to feel the mood of the two people. The real farewell will not be as the song sings. There is no long pavilion ancient road. There is no sunset full of sky, but just in a no more than ordinary early morning. Some people stayed in yesterday forever. These singers are also expressing their feelings. It was probably one of the most perceptive nights they've ever had. How is Mr. White Gap doing now? Someone suddenly asked. I don't know. Should I ask Xiaohan? They all knew that Xiaohan had been at the scene, and it wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but they hadn't dared to. So when someone said that, there was a sudden silence. After a long time, Ms. Han Hong just raised her head. Ask, you can't keep running away from it. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and dialed Xiaohan's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Rainbow, what's wrong? How is Mr. White Gap doing? Han Hong asked directly. Xiaohan was silent for a long time, not saying a word, and the whole air seemed to freeze. All the singers were also waiting nervously for the answer, not daring to breathe. Finally, a voice slowly appeared on the phone. Mr. White Gap is in resuscitation and may not make it. What? A sentence like a lightning strike. Sure enough, what is most feared comes to pass. White Gap, has it really come to an end? For a while, not a single person on the scene could utter a word. Silence is now a staple. The phone had been hung up at some point and all heads were bowed. Maybe every one of them is prepared for this, but when it really comes down to it, they still can't get over it. After a long time, finally one of them slowly raised his head. It's Li Jian. I want to go see Mr. White Gap now. Now. Rain God Xiao Jingting raised his head. Yeah, right now. Li Jian confirmed. But the live stream isn't over yet, and we'll still need to go up to the stage in a few minutes when everyone's done singing to see the final score standings. The Rain God continued. It doesn't matter. Li Jian directly interrupted him. I don't know Mr. White Gap and I for a long time. It's a bit pretentious to say how deep our feelings are, but even though we haven't known each other for a long time, I have a feeling that we are like-minded. Just like the story of Boya and Ziki, when they met their soulmates in the high mountains and flowing water. I can feel that Mr. White Gap is a person who really likes music, and he can give up everything for the sake of music. Someone like that is worth giving up something for. After saying that, Li Jian directly picked up the phone and prepared to dial the program director's number. The phone hasn't been dialed. Add me. A voice suddenly came. It was Zhang Liangyin. I didn't think about it that much. I just thought it was what I was supposed to do. Indeed. Han Hong also spoke up. Actually, we can't do anything right now, but accompanying Mr. White Gap at this time of life and death is considered a part of our heart. At least he can not be so lonely. I'll go too. What's it to me to give up all this stuff when he can write songs for us with his life? Add me one after the other. People have voiced their opinions. All of them, including the ones who didn't sing, agreed with Li Jian's idea. At this point, Sun Man had also just finished singing Save and returned backstage. Seeing the anxious and uncertain look on that one person's face, Sun Man was a bit strange. He smiled and walked towards the group, but there was a growing sense that the atmosphere was wrong. What the hell? As is customary, shouldn't everyone now come up and say how well he sings this song? That's how the first few people were treated. Ha? How did it change with you? I sing okay, don't I? Unwillingly, Sun Man spoke up himself. Nice. Pretty good. It's okay. A few people casually replied. Only, this made Sun Man's face even more unnatural. That's it? Could you guys be a little more perfunctory? Hey, what's the matter with you guys? Were you startled by my singing? Why do you all feel like dead people? Sun Man asked directly. Hearing the last two words of dead people, everyone's eyes coincidentally all looked at Sun Man. Sun Man's scalp went a little numb at these gazes. What the hell? He couldn't help but ask aloud once again. Mr. Whitecap might really not be able to make it. What? It was like being struck by lightning. Sun Man's entire body was directly dumbfounded in place. It's exactly the same as everyone's reaction just now. No way. It's true, Li Jian said in a deep voice. We're going to go see Mr. Whitecap now. Do you want to come along? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Sunron was more anxious than anyone else. Just calm down, Li Jian added. You have to realize that if you go now, there's a good chance that you won't be able to participate in the later broadcasts and will have to drop out. Li Jian didn't continue. All are smart people and naturally understand one of the consequences of this. To be honest, there were some people present who didn't care. They themselves were hired by the program to hold down the stage. Their popularity and strength itself was first class. They didn't care about one more program like this to get exposure. But more people, including Li Jian, including Sun Meng, Zhang Liangyin, these people are either past their expiration date or have never been very popular. So they're using this show as a turnaround. They've put a lot into being on this show. If they ever make the wrong decision and get shut down by the show or lose their character again, it's devastating to their future career. Sun Man hardly hesitated at all. Isn't it just a withdrawal? What is this? There are things that are much more important than this show. Yes. Seeing Sun Man's attitude, Li Jian also let go of his heart. I'll call the program director right now. We always have to talk to people no matter what decision we make. The phone was dialed quickly. Hey, director, this is Li Jian. I know. Do you want to ask about the current ranking? I can only tell you, today's performance are all everyone is good. The ranking is very close. Moreover, the ratings of our program has now broken through a new all-time high. I'm already prepared to apply for bonuses for all of you, and increase the publicity. I feel that this time, each of our careers can be taken to the next level. The director was visibly excited. Director, Li Jian sighed softly. I'd like to end the broadcast now. He said the words anyway. The end? Isn't it over? You finished your song. Just rest now. Aren't you hungry? I'll have someone bring you some food? The director hasn't reacted yet. That's not what I meant, Li Jian explained. I'd like to leave the broadcast now, and for the rest of the broadcast, I won't be participating. What? The director listened this time. Are you serious? Nope, Li Jian suddenly reacted. The director was also relieved. Let's just say that this courteous male wouldn't give himself such a hard time. Except for Flower. All 6 of our singers are ready to quit this broadcast at the same time. Li Jian's voice came again. What? The director almost didn't even hold the phone. You. Say that again. All 6 of our singers are prepared to withdraw from this broadcast. Li Jian obediently repeated it again. The director heard clearly this time, and he only felt a blackness in your eyes, almost unable to stand. This wasn't an airing accident. This was a disaster. This was a disaster for his career. These stars, what the hell are they up to? The director's hands were trembling and the corners of his mouth were twitching uncontrollably. Give some urging. Free gifts. 5-star book reviews. Tomorrow. Enough 5-star book reviews 30. 10. 000 words explosion. Do you realize what you're saying? The director asked coldly. We are all adults. You should know the consequences of this and be responsible for what you say and do. The director was no longer polite. They are tearing themselves apart and screwing themselves. It would be humbling to be more conciliatory yourself. The call had been on speakerphone and all could hear what the director had to say. Hearing the director's words, Li Jian once again looked up at the few people around him. Each one nodded softly. Only then did Li Jian speak up. Director, we know, but we have to do it. Actually, the decision was difficult. Perhaps, for Brother Call, Han Hong, such a country was nothing to the brain. But for people like Li Jian, Zhang Liangyin, and the Rain God, it's likely to be a disaster. In the entertainment industry, there is another thing you can't offend more than your fans, and that's capital. By making this decision now, they are playing with capital and putting its face under their feet and stomping on it hard. So it's likely that in the future, all capital will abandon them. When that happens, maybe their path to stardom will come to a screeching halt as well. There will always be people and things in this world that will make you want to go out of your way to be capricious. There's always a moment when you want to be ridiculous for a period of time. Now is the time. They don't know if they'll regret it later. Another person they haven't known for a few days, if at all, to gamble their careers on. But at least now, they don't regret it. As for what happens later, that will come later. Can you give me a reason? The director also sensed that this time it wasn't simple. Mr. Whitecap, It's dying. Li Jian silently uttered these 8 words. Those 8 words are also enough to explain everything. The director froze for a moment and then realized everything. Just think of the mess you'll have to clean up after these people quit. He then got a headache. Okay. The director sighed. While I don't agree with you, I defend to the death your right to speak up. And whatever decision you can make. I'm sure it's what a mature adult really thinks. Just give me a moment. I need to talk to my team about what we're going to do about this one. The director speaks with reason and sincerity. Li Jian also nodded. He couldn't refuse. Well, as soon as possible. After all, there is no waiting over there. Li Jian uttered his last request. Don't worry, I know. With that, he hung up. All 6 singers looked at each other, each with mixed feelings in their hearts. Aren't we being too capricious? Zhang Liangying was a girl after all, and when she saw this kind of scene, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You don't have any advanced communication, and 2, you don't have any forethought, and the show is really quite passive. The rain god also spoke truthfully. This stage was originally built for them, and now that they're all gone, leaving so many spectators, so many staff members, and so many people watching in front of the TV, it's really not easy to handle. One might even say there is no way to deal with it. But, can we not go? Lu Calling asked quietly. No one is forcing them to go, but if they don't go today, can their conscience bear it? White Gap. It's not just that he wrote a song for them, it's that everything he did and every spirit he embodied touched them deeply. Such a man deserves to have them give up something to see him off. You can put all the fault on us. Consider it as we owe the program and the director a favor. As for you young people, if there is any chance in the future, I will think of you. Han Hong chimed in. She could see the apprehension in the hearts of these young men, so this statement was a promise on her part. Everyone was waiting apprehensively for the director's reply. The crew didn't keep them waiting too long. The call came back 5 minutes later. Li Jian, all of you, right? The director asked. Open the public release. I need to discuss this decision with all of you. Yes. Li Jian put his cell phone on the table and turned it on speakerphone. The director's voice was immediately audible to all. Ahem. The director coughed twice first. Hello everyone. I already know about your decision. I respect your decision and have expressed my understanding. Mr. White Gap, although I have never met him, he is also someone I feel admiration for from the bottom of my heart. If not for my duty, I would like to go to the hospital and take a look at this person who has touched China. The director started with an acknowledgement. But there are some things that we have to do. To make a long story short, our decision is that the singers who have performed now can leave, but those who haven't performed yet can only leave after they have finished their performances. And that's the bottom line. After all, this live broadcast is aimed at millions of people, so please understand. In addition, all those who left, all the results of this time will be nullified, and I reserve my opinion on whether or not you can still participate in this program in the future. And when the program ends, in order to give the audience an explanation, I will tell everyone the real reason why you left. The director finished everything with a straight face. It should. Lu Call was the first to speak. He hasn't sung yet, and some of the words would be better spoken by him. In fact, the director has pretty much given them leeway. Not only did they not threaten them with some contract to keep them from leaving, there was no hysterical ranting. It even leaves room for them in the future and doesn't lock them out of continuing on the show. In this way, the capital may also be netted against these people in the future. We can promise that. Thanks for understanding. Lu Cheng expressed his thanks. When you go over there and you see Boss Yang, remember to say hello to him for me. And if there's anything we can do, come and call. The director also sounded a little sad. Alright, the two hosts have been saving the day for a few minutes now, and we're almost done with some of the programs we've plugged in. So let's get the next singer ready to get ready and get on stage. Yes, Lu called and promised again. Then, alone, he headed for the stage. This action directly looked at the rain god behind him. Is there a mistake? Something doesn't seem right. The rain god's mind raced quickly, finally settling on it. Brother Call, the next one up. It seems to be me. Ha! Hearing the rain god's voice, Lu Call also stopped his body. The already weighty figure turned backward, a harmless smile on his face. Oh, I'm old and my heart isn't too good. Why don't we switch the order? I'll go first, and when I'm done I'll just go to the hospital and take a look at my body. Lu Call's eyes were sincere. Just this little trick. How could it be hidden from the rain god? Ha, Brother Call, you have a bad heart? This is a big deal. All the more reason to take a good rest and rest. Singing is a piece of physical work. You can't be tired now. It's okay, I'll come first. You have a drink of water here first. I'll look for the program team to ask for another quick acting heart pill later on, and then go on when you've rested well. The rain gods are smart, too. He knew that this was no time for humility. After hearing the rain god's words, Lu Kal was helpless. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional Chinese virtue. Do you understand? Understood. So you have to love the young. The rain god made a childlike, dopey face. Lu Chang was completely speechless. Why are young people so articulate these days? In fact, they both know it. They're the only ones not singing now. And they're both so at each other's throats right now. Because they all have one purpose in mind. Hurry up and finish singing and hurry up to see the white gap. They're afraid. It's too late. Time is life. I don't care. Lu Chang came straight to the killer. This kind of thing is for whoever gets out first. What's the nagging here? While saying that, Lu Kal walked towards the stage with a six-fold step. The heavyweight figure moves fairly quickly. Walk quickly to the entrance of the passage. The two hosts were stunned when they saw Lu Kal's figure. What's going on? Changed the script again? How come no one informed them? What to host next? Holy shit. It's not the singers who are being tested on this broadcast. It's these two hosts of theirs, isn't it? Both men were dumbfounded. Lu Kal walked onto the stage, adjusted his emotions, and his next sentence directly solved their dilemma. I'm sorry, I just can't wait to meet you all. The next singer to sing is me. Rain God, who was still in the background, was dumbfounded to hear this. This is okay? And no one cares? Poor kid. Everyone gave him a sympathetic look. Society is complicated. And Brother Call is teaching you what society is. Someone chimed in. The others stopped talking nonsense and started packing up their things, ready to go. Soon, the backstage that had been bustling just a moment ago was now left with the rain god all alone. How forlorn it has to be. Stage. Although the host was dumbfounded, he could only make the mistake of announcing that the next singer to take the stage was Big Brother Lu Calling. Lu Kal closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There had been so much flurry just now that he was now going to do his best to dismiss all the distractions and immerse himself completely in the song. It's a must for a professional singer. On the big screen, the song that Lu Chang was going to sing was already displayed. Song title, Starting Over. Singer, Lu Kal. Lyrics by White Gap. When I was young, I was so happy with the spring breeze that I didn't believe in parting on earth. However, when the heavens make you stop, you realize that without realizing it, you have met your last with many people. White Gap. What was your purpose in writing this song? Can you start all over again? The music plays. Lu Kal's bold voice also appeared. All the honors of yesterday have become distant memories. Half a lifetime of toil has been spent. And this night we go back into the storm. I can't float with the waves. For my beloved loved ones, I have to be strong through thick and thin. Just for the sake of those expectant eyes. Lu Chang deserves to be called Lu Chang. The professionalism of national-level singers is just unquestionable. A few lyrics. Just let the hearts of countless people tremble, especially those who are experiencing setbacks. People are in their middle age, but they are losing everything. What courage is there left to stand up? The hardest year. 38 years old and in debt. Wanted to end myself countless times, but I was sorry for my parents. I have to go on. I was laid off today, and it was said that those of us who are going to answer some call to go back to work are going to go back to work, and it's all for the good of the country. But on what grounds? On what grounds do you start all over again? Those who are officials. Why don't you start over? An inspirational song, but I heard the sadness. Business failure, owed a lot of debt. My girlfriend also left me. Fighting for 6 years in the end or nothing. Although I have pain, hate, but I have not been afraid. I have not served, because I believe that the poorest is nothing more than a meal. Do not die will eventually come out. Once smoked 1916 cigarettes to nowadays smoke $10. Once drove a million cars to nowadays give people as a driver. Dignity. Life is even more difficult to insist on. Just for the parents at home look forward to eyes. The pop-up said everything. A good song is always easy on the heart. And at the hospital. One person had also been sobbing at this point. White Gap's father. All may think that the song is an inspirational song, but only he can hear that it was written for him by his own child. Half a lifetime of hard work, some success, some glory for your children. But, on one side is a son in critical condition. On the other side are faltering businesses. He's under pressure he never talks about. Bai Gap had been sick for so long, and as a father, a large part of his mind had been put on Bai Gap. Therefore, the Bai clan group is actually in the dark now, and many shareholders seem to have quietly joined forces, ready to deal a fatal blow to Bai Gap's father at any time. The house is leaking. You can never seem to go wrong with that phrase. But what can he do? Can he fall? He was a man. He had to be strong. And for the sake of his sick son or for the sake of his devoted wife, he could never fall. It's like the lyrics. For my beloved loved ones, I have to be strong through thick and thin, just for the sake of those expectant eyes. That's what his son was telling him. Dad, be strong. You're the only man for mom from now on. Take care of her for me. Just. White Gap's dad wanted to say the same thing. Son, you have to be strong too. White Gap's dad was alone in the car, crying like a baby. The sound of Lu calling continued. If the heart is there, the dream is there, and there is true love between heaven and earth. Looking at success and failure. Life's grandeur is nothing more than starting over. Looking at success and failure. Life is grand, but only from the beginning. But has anyone ever told you that there are some things you can't start over? Life, for example. Once it's gone, it's yin and yang. Who knows if there is an afterlife? As the song drifted throughout the city, the 5 singers were on a fast track to the hospital. White Gap, hold on. You have created so many great songs and given so many people strength. Now, it's our turn. 35 stars, not much more. You guys decide how much more tomorrow. Yeah, change them. Even though they did very little, it was nice to do what they could to make White Gap feel loved in the last moments of his life. That's enough. I'm a singer live. After Lu Call finished singing the song, the 2 hosts hurriedly came up to the stage with a big smile on their faces, wanting to exchange a few pleasantries. Call, great. Every time I hear you sing. I know. Nothing else? Right. Nothing else, then I'll withdraw. Before Mr. He could finish his sentence, Lu Ju directly interrupted him. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. This action could have confused the 2 hosts straight away. What's the situation? Do you know what you're doing? According to the rules, shouldn't it be? Now, a passionate chat about canvassing, some business boasting, and then hello, 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 hello? How is it that you don't follow the rules again? Mr. Lu Call, are you in a hurry? Mr. Wang stammered. He felt that now must be the most humiliating time in his hosting career. It's pretty urgent. Lu Jia was honest. It's even more urgent back there. Look, it's all stomping around. The crowd looked over in the direction Lu Call pointed. Sure enough, the rain god was there, stomping his feet in a hurry and mouthing words. Seeing the host and brother Call's gaze, the rain god couldn't hold back any longer and walked straight forward. I guess it's my turn next. You guys stop chatting. The yellow flowers will be cold in a while. Those guys are probably almost here. As soon as the rain god gets on stage, he starts hyping it up. Now, not only the host, but the audience was dumbfounded. Calling brother and rain god. Is there something wrong? It's the middle of an errand and suddenly you come to sing a song? To be in such a hurry to perform and to be leaving directly after the performance is the first time I've seen that in a long time. Just now, the rain god said that those people will be arriving soon in a while. Do they have guests? Will this program have another heavyweight guest today? Who do you guys guess it will be? The one who can make brother Call and the rain god pay so much attention must have a not small curiosity. Could it be Heavenly King Lu? Or is it Conclusion Joe? I think it must be the national team as well. Otherwise brother Call couldn't have been so out of sorts. Could it be Mr. Tung who sang Heaven? Whose song is going to be ruined again this time? Everyone's guesses kept coming, but none of them guessed it was White Gap. Maybe the name flashed through someone's head, but it was quickly ruled out. How can a terminally ill patient, even if he can write songs, still be able to move freely now? Stage. The 2 hosts were just about to say something else. Rain God just couldn't wait to grab the mic straight away. The next song I'm going to sing is Princess, also by Mr. White Gap. Got it. This is a straight-up job for the 2 hosts. Mr. He and Mr. Wang felt for the first time that he himself was so non-existent and walked off the stage resentfully. The music plays. The boiling sensation comes straight to the surface. It's a rock song. Still a handful of hard rock. Some people on the scene directly let out such an exclamation of surprise. White Gap has written many songs, love songs, ballads in various styles. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of hard rock. Even if there used to be rock songs, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. But that was on the lyrical side or something like that. Straight out of the gate the intro burns the house down. That's a first. Soon, the rain god's voice rang out. The shaking glass of red wine, lips like stained blood, that unusual beauty, hard to pardon sins, who faithfully follows, at best as a squire, with roses at his feet, returns a kiss as consolation. Pity, like dumb music, teaches how to sleep. Unknown incense, suffocating ghosts, sharp heels, how many hearts are broken? Scimitar like brows, defend your secret garden. Blow up. The whole scene blew right up. The rain god's violent voice and the man's ambition to dominate everything. It was embodied in these raspy roars. Couple that with the lyrics of the song. The red-lipped beauty with winking eyes, slowly shaking the liquid in the red wine glass. The ambiguous yellow light in the dim environment exudes a seductive atmosphere. The beauty of the statue as if it were a world apart. It's scenes like this that go along with music like this. What man wouldn't be moved? What man wouldn't fall? All the people on the scene were pumping their fists and soaking in such powerful music. However, the awesomeness that the rain gods have brought to them has just begun. The night is too beautiful, and despite the danger, there are always people who stay up with dark eyes. Love is too beautiful, though more dangerous. May it cost everything over spending 1,000 years of tears. Pain is too beautiful, though humbler, to want to taste pulverized bones. You're so beautiful, though no more words. I'd like to isolate the world with a pile of stones. My princess, I'll dominate your beauty. Powerful explosions coupled with an intense voice, especially the explosion in the last line, which is like trying to light up the entire night sky, is a big hit. The rain god's hoarse and unruly voice had the biting coldness that cut through the night, releasing the suppressed desire for licentiousness under the domineering aura. The song not only expresses his obsession with love, but also hides his belief in music in the same way. But whose is it that expresses? In this heated atmosphere, someone suddenly lowered their head silently. Don't forget, the song was written by White Gap, a terminally ill man. What does it mean that a terminally ill person can write such intense songs? It means that his heart is rolling, that he still loves the world, that he still wants his princess, his love, his music. Suddenly there's some heartache. Rock doesn't die. White Gap doesn't die. Yes, rock and roll never dies. Long live Mr. White Gap. I don't know who started it, but all of a sudden, everyone on I'm a Singer Live was raising their fists and shouting the words at the top of their lungs. Rock and roll is not dead, and Mr. White Gap is not dead. A lot of people are heartened. The vast majority of them didn't know about White Gap's current condition, but every cancer fighter deserved respect, and their words were a genuine blessing. Backstage, the two hosts were also heartfelt. In the entertainment industry so many years ago really have not heard of the White Gap this person. I did not expect to hear that the moment you hear is the peak, but also maybe the fall. Mr. Ho exclaimed. If Mr. White Gap really can't hold out, it's really the death of Chinese music. God gave him the talent to change this world, but didn't give him enough time. Mr. Wang chimed in. No, Mr. He shook his head. White Gap doesn't die. It just withers away. And he's brought enough to Chinese music. After the rain god finished singing, he also hurriedly placed his order after a brief word or two. He had more important things on his mind right now. The last one up was Blossom. It's also the only song that wasn't written by White Gap. The song Flower sings is King and the Beggar. Not like the last time he sang about that cancer. There were no lyrics, just a guy there to match the practice. This song is at least a normal song. Hannah performed with vigor as well. It's just that, with Pearl in front of him, no matter what he does, the audience has a disinterested look on their faces. What's going on? Flower the song. Can't seem to tell what's wrong with it, but it just doesn't feel right. Exactly. It's still full of those 6 songs from earlier and I can't get out of it at all. It's weird to say I was able to get into the groove quickly with every song the previous 6 singers sang. How come I can't with this one? Is it just me or is it Flower? Does it even need to be said? The answer is obvious. Before it was okay, now it's not. So isn't it? Indeed. Goods than goods will be thrown away. People than people will die. Ha ha. Most of the audience made the same remarks. However, Hannah's diehard fans are not happy. Mud, don't pretend you guys don't understand. Our Flower has been making music for so many years. His music is noble and the best to listen to. You guys just don't understand. You're not allowed to denigrate our Flower. Do you guys know how hard Hannah worked to be able to sing for us? With a fever of 45 degrees for a month. All practicing every day. Can any of you do that? Hooray for Blossom. Blossom loves you. Blossom, you're always the best. These comments also dazzled those who had just been there. Is it wrong for them to just be honest? But, in fact, everyone understands it too. After Hannah sings the song it's time for the final vote. Even if Hannah has more diehard fans, they can't compete with the ears of a wider audience. This time, Hannah patted the bottom of the pile and pretty much nailed it. Even the two hosts felt that way. Hey, this song might have been able to move forward a bit if it was in a previous installment, with the gimmick of originality, but this time, forget it. Mr. Ho exclaimed. Indeed, today we have 6 golden songs directly on this stage, and Flower is also destined to be cannon fodder. Mr. Wang chimed in. At this point, the program director's voice suddenly sounded in their headsets. Moderators, there's an emergency that needs to be spoken to both of you. Now, except for Flower. The other 6 singers have left the live broadcast. The two hosts immediately opened their mouths wide. I'll go. What the hell? Do we still need them for the rest of the session? How can this be fun? A cold sweat immediately rose on the two hosts. Don't be nervous. The director's voice came once again. They left for a reason. Mr. White Gap is in resuscitation right now, and according to the latest news from the hospital, it might not work. That's why every one of them is going to see Mr. White Gap one last time. This reason can be truthfully told to all viewers. Also, the rules of the program are the rules. The results of the 6 singers who left this time are all null and void, and Flower will directly become number 1. And as for how to deal with it in the future, it can wait. When you announce this in a while, the scene will definitely cause a riot. So pay attention to the control of the scene, and definitely don't cause a performance accident. That was the director's only request. Both hosts had stony faces. It's a challenge to their careers. Although they were also shocked by Mr. White Gap's situation and their hearts were saddened. They understood that the first thing they had to do now was to take care of what came next. I understand. Director, I'll do my best. The departure of the 6 singers was justifiable, and maybe the bad things can be turned into good things, the 2 hosts said in hushed tones. Then, after they waited for Hannah to finish singing, they walked onto the stage with stony faces. Thank you, Flower, for a great show. It was great, bringing 2 original songs to 2 consecutive shows. Flowers deserves to be recognized as a representative of the new generation in the music industry. Now also, please ask Hannah to wait backstage for a little while, and next we'll announce the final winner of the day. Blossom nodded, though it was a little strange in his mind that he would have been allowed to go and say a few words before stepping down, as was his usual custom. But without giving it much thought, he left the stage. The 2 hosts really weren't in the mood for anything more polite at the moment. They're going to say one now. Big news. All the singers have finished singing, and according to the previous sessions, we should be at the scoring session, but I would say that we don't need scoring today. Mr. Ho started. There were some things he needed to say slowly. If he said it directly in one breath, it would definitely cause a big wave of rendering and the whole scene would be uncontrollable. That's why padding is important. Yes, because every song today, every singer did a very good job. And there were 6 songs today, all from the same person, Mr. White Gap. Mr. Wan added. Many people know the story of Mr. White Gap. He's a strong man who has created so many great songs for us in the midst of a terminal illness. So I don't think there's a winner or a loser in today's game. Because there is something more important than winning or losing. There is a greater power than music. That is life. The greatness of life. Each of us was born in this world, are burning themselves, illuminating others, are for their own dreams step by step forward. But how many times we have fallen down, and then lie down in that pit, do not get up. Feel that why do you have to work so hard? Is it so important to dream or not to dream? So we lived like salted fish, the 2 hosts said to each other. To be honest, I'm the same kind of person. I've also given up. I'm also a salted fish. I think faggotry is far more practical than any dream ideal of my own. Until I saw the White Gap. What could be more difficult than what White Gap is going through right now? Who can say that I am more qualified to give up than White Gap? That video of the terminally ill writing a song moved each and every one of us. And in that painful situation, he is still holding on to his ideals. So, isn't just this one touch, just this one piece of inspiration that we bring to our lives, much more important than the words win or lose? The room erupted in applause. All great truths. That's right, White Gap is still holding out. So who else is anyone to say they're giving up? This is something more important today. The 2 hosts smiled at each other when they saw the reaction of the scene. Wait until the applause dies down a bit. Mr. He picked up the microphone with immense apprehension. Even with all the padding, he didn't know what kind of reaction he'd get when his words went out next. But what comes around always comes around. Is it that hard to get 35 stars? It's only 23 right now. So I need to be able to reach 35 stars tomorrow. Promises count. And 5 more chapters of 10,000 words the day after. What's coming is always coming. Mr. Ho took a deep breath. Some things, after all, have to be said. It's just that all stories, they always come to an end. It's just that the end of some of them is still far away, and some of them are already near. And right now, we've just gotten word from the front that Mr. White Gap's story is, perhaps, coming to an end. An update from the hospital. Mr. White Gap is currently being resuscitated and, most likely, won't make it. There was silence. People don't seem to be able to accept this fact for a while. More than that, I don't know what to say. Wang Han slowed down, picked up the microphone, and continued. We got some information that Mr. White Gap fainted suddenly, and before he fainted, he had 2 wishes. The first wish is for Yang Mi. They are 2 young lovers. Mr. White Gap told Yang Mi that one can't always hold on to something or someone. Everyone around you is moving forward. So promise me, don't get stuck where you are. Forget about those untimely regrets. The blossoms will be beautiful, but life is about trees that need to bear fruit. He was afraid that in case he was gone, Boss Yang would do something bad under the unbearable pain. So he hoped that Boss Yang could In the future, forget about the past and start afresh. A lot of people broke down in tears. This is the umpteenth time they've had a tearjerker. It seems like every time I hear this story, tears can't help but fall. So heartbreaking, so touching. Why can't lovers get married? If the worst happens, how long will Boss Yang be sad? Hey, I feel the same way. I have also experienced the departure of my favorite person. In fact, all things have an end, but only the thoughts do not. And fortunately, the thoughts are silent, otherwise it must be deafening. So scared that the next news is that Mr. White Gap is gone forever. Pray, this is sad news indeed. A man's death is just one more grave for the world, but for people who are in love, that's the whole world buried in a grave. After giving everyone a moment of reprieve, Mr. Wang also took the microphone. Mr. White Gap's second wish. He said that if he really couldn't make it, then he would donate all the organs in his body that could still be used, and if he could it would be best if he could donate them to a child, an orphan. That way his parents could adopt the child, and the child would have traces of his existence in it. He said the one thing he couldn't let go of, besides Boss Yang, was his parents, who needed that one piece of support, so he probably pleaded with Boss Yang to oblige him. White Gap Sensei. In that situation, the thoughts are also of others. This passage made it even harder for everyone. Mud. Thieving God. Look at the kind of thing you've done. Why is it that good people don't get good karma? Operation Rescue. What can we save? We can't seem to save anything. After these two paragraphs from the two hosts, the scene, as well as in front of the TV, became a sea of sadness. They looked at each other and nodded quietly. Though their hearts were equally sad, they know that they did. There is an art to speaking. If they had just said from the beginning that the Six Flavors singer had left the broadcast and might be dropping out, then, the scene will surely cause an uproar, including in front of the TV set. On the internet, it is likely that all the situation will be out of control. But now, it's not the same. With such extreme sadness, many things cause less of a stir. On the basis of having a bigger melon in front of it, then a slightly smaller one would follow without so much as a storm. Just like Mr. Wang Feng in the entertainment industry now, time and time again, perfectly illustrating this point. It's also because of the sudden situation with Mr. White Gap. Mr. Ho spoke up once again. 6 of the 7 singers we have on stage this time have chosen to leave our stage for the time being, opting out of this competition, and they are probably on their way to the hospital right now, all of them wanting to accompany Mr. White Gap on his last journey. After these words, Mr. He looked nervously at the stage. I'm afraid there are some radical fans who just won't do it. Even all the security at the live broadcast site was on standby, fearing that something out of their control might occur. However, all the spectators at the venue froze just slightly for a few seconds when they heard the news. Then, it's the applause that lasts longer than any before it. Well done. Who said the showbiz industry has no human touch? These 6 stars have shown us that there are some things that are more important than winning or losing, exposure, or even future growth. It's one of the most heartwarming, positive things I think they've ever done. A drop of water is worth a spring of water. Mr. White Gap has written so many songs for them, and they are now going over to accompany Mr. White Gap on his last journey. Hearing these words from the stage, the two hosts not only had some surprise in their eyes, but at the same time nodded gently. This thing, it's kind of over. It's a happy situation for all. 2. It won't matter for either the show I'm a Singer or the 6 singers. There will be no impact on the road ahead, and even some bonus points. Then Mr. Wang announced the winner of the live contest. Well deserved. It's our Flower. It's just that. Flowers had an extremely unnatural expression when he went up to the stage to receive the award. No one expected his first championship to come this way. Even those brainwashed fans of Flower couldn't say anything to congratulate her at the moment. No matter how thick-skinned they are, there's no way they can say this title was won on merit. So, without even saying her acceptance speech, Flower left in a hurry. As he left, he was simply a little angry at this White Gap person. Of all the singers, no one was more exposed to the White Gap than he was, though he and White Gap had never met. But, from Tomorrow's Child, his own least favorite mouse sealed the deal with a few songs in a row. This is the White Gap that wrote those songs, and those comments of his own about those 2 songs, as well as the video of Boss Yang disliking him, had been edited by countless people, and had spread extremely high on the internet. It has damaged his image considerably. This time to come to I'm a Singer. It was meant to be a headwind turnaround in a good game of Return of the King, and he put a lot of thought into the songs he prepared for both tournaments. However, hanging by invisible wings and foam in Game 1, Session 2, it's even more of a mouthful. Hannah really has a hard time talking about it. The show may be over, but the story is far from it. The White Gap is critically ill. These 4 words echoed in the hearts of countless Chinese people. The name hasn't been in the limelight for very long. He was like one of the brightest stars in the world. Once he appeared, he lit up the entire night sky. But he is also a shooting star, having shone and now about to fade. Who could ever part with that brilliant, unparalleled moment of beauty? Mr. Whitegap, don't die. Just these 6 simple words have been retweeted by countless people on the internet. In the magnificent rhetoric, cannot represent their current mood? Only kneeling and begging God can let the white gap happen miracle. Countless people and reporters rushed to the Imperial Hospital, but there, it was already overcrowded. In order to prevent accidents, the Imperial Armed Forces were specially sent out to draw a large cordon around the entire perimeter of the hospital. We understand everyone's feelings, and we know that everyone cares about Mr. Whitegap, but there are many other patients in the hospital right now, and they need quiet, and so does Mr. Whitegap's treatment. So it's best if everyone doesn't congregate here, to give the hospital's patients and Mr. Whitegap a good environment for their treatment. The phrase was repeated over and over on the loudspeaker next to the cordon. These words also made many people choose to leave despite their reluctance. That's right. Not interrupting is the greatest gentleness right now. There were some others who stubbornly stayed where they were, just refusing to leave, as if they felt that by staying here they could give strength to the white gap, and here they could know the latest situation of the white gap. All of them didn't make a scene though, they just waited quietly. Perhaps, it's also a form of companionship. More people who know the story of White Gap are also praying for him. They're doing it in their own way. The imperial capital, on this starless night, I don't know when it started. Suddenly, the sky was full of stars. Bright light after bright light in the dark sky illuminated the entire city. That's a peacock. I don't know which one on the internet initiated the offer. This man said, write your wish on a Kongming lantern and set it free. Then it will go to the nearest place to heaven, and God will see it and be kind enough to help you fulfill that wish. Maybe the God in heaven is busy and 1 or 2 they will miss. But let's just work a little harder and post more so they are sure to see it. There was a lot of agreement on this proposal. Countless people searching for Kongming lanterns in various parts of the city. All the manufacturers of the Kongming lanterns worked overtime all night. That's what led to the scene in the imperial capital just now. A starry night without stars. A child asked, Mom, what day is today? Why are there so many Kongming lanterns? Mom said, because today we want to keep someone who has light in their life forever. Imperial Hospital. 6 singers have arrived in succession. They came early, so they weren't stopped outside the cordon. At the moment, they are outside the resuscitation room and are confused. There is nothing they can do in the face of such life and death. The only thing they can do is to be there. Be there for the White Gap's family and for all those who care about the White Gap. If the worst should happen, they're going to go and take care of these people instead of White Gap, and not make what's tragic even more tragic. So, they are silent now. At that moment, suddenly the door to the resuscitation room was opened. A doctor in a white coat stepped out. Everyone immediately gathered around. The patient is in a very bad way. All vital indicators have been getting lower and lower. The patient's family, prepare for a final goodbye. This white lab coat's voice choked a little when he said the last sentence. Even though he was used to seeing life and death, he still felt sad when faced with such a young man who was at the end of his life and continued to write songs with his life. The white lab coat's words were also like a thunderbolt, startling everyone in the dreamtime. No, wouldn't it? Lu Chang grew his mouth. How come so fast? Han Hong also found it unbelievable. Isn't it still being resuscitated? Why do you say there's no hope? Canley even opened his mouth to question. Just, all this they knew was useless. Even if you're not happy about it, what can you do? The toughest one right now would be. Everyone's eyes went to Boss Yang. And Boss Yang, the whole person was crouching on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, with a long oily black hair soft and smooth to the ground, looking like a sad black stone from the back. When she looked up, her otherwise vivid cheeks had lost their color and content due to extreme sadness. No, it won't, Boss Yang muttered, then stood up violently and walked forward as if he was crazy. White Gap won't die. It won't happen like that. He promised me before that he wanted to eat my cooking, so now he's going to go home and make it, to make his favorite, and then I'm going to tell him I can cook, and he'll come down, for sure. This look is heartbreaking for everyone. Yang Mi, wake up. Han Hong caught up and hurriedly hugged her. Yang Mi is in a very unusual state right now. Get real. Don't you want to see White Gap one last time? White Gap won't die. Boss Yang shouted and fought to break free of Han Hong's restraints, surprisingly erupting great strength on his skinny body. White Gap won't die. Won't die. You guys are lying to me. You're all lying to me. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. A bit of the grace and beauty of a star gone. All of them cried. It's the ultimate sadness. And in the resuscitation room, The doctor looked at the white gap lying on the hospital bed and slowly shook his head. Make a last-ditch effort. And if it still doesn't work, give up. He felt no hope in his heart at the moment. All that's being done now is just, well, doing the best I can. White gap in the hospital bed. Deep in the recesses of the brain. Unseen places. The system, at last, slowly awoke. Host. Hard work. Its first words upon awakening were these 5 words. White gap's brain got a little excited. System. It's the hope of life. You're awake. So does that mean I don't have to die? White gap asked eagerly. Some things cannot be reversed, including me. I cannot reverse life and death. The reason why I was able to help you in the past was because your body still had a thread of life. And now that this life, a lot of it, has disappeared, and I can't find it, I've come this time just to say my final goodbye to you. Thank you, host, for providing me with true love energies even in the last moments of your life. Energies that allowed me to awaken early. But all I can do for you now is to allow you to say a proper goodbye to the world. Farewell. White gap's mood hit rock bottom. Just saw hope and instantly went into despair. What kind of mood is this? His mood was overwhelmingly sad, and he spoke silently. Farewell, do I need to say goodbye? I've been saying goodbye for far too long. I've been saying goodbye to the world, to everyone, since before you came, and it's been months now, by my count. So, I still need to say goodbye? White gap issued a query. It's the ultimate in despair. The heart is dead and grieving. I don't really know what words to use to describe it. All the words seem so pale. What has White Gap been going through all this time? From the very beginning, when he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, he chose to break up with his favorite girlfriend, chose not to tell anyone, and carried the burden all by himself. Later, his parents know and are going to walk the last leg with him, but who knows how many times during that time, White Gap cried in secret, alone, where no one could see. It is said that the loss of a child in old age is one of the 3 great sorrows of life. However, how many people know how that dying child feels? White Gap has been capricious all his life, and has just gotten a little bit more understanding, and has just tried to reconcile with his parents, and wants to have a good life as a family, just leave this world forever. He couldn't show too much grief yet, because he was afraid his parents wouldn't be able to handle it. And how is that not a kind of strength? And then later, Yang Ni knows the truth. Dashed White Gap's last dream of being great one last time. Boss Yang wove a dream for him. A dream that you can live to be 99 years old. White Gap reveled in that dream. Happy. Just, the dream would eventually wake up and he would eventually leave. He lived with all his might to reach his dream age of 99. Just to give the story a less than happy ending. Does anyone know how much he wanted to actually live to be 99 at that moment? This discrepancy between the reality and the dream fell out, making him hurt even more. So, the end of the end. He could only say one thing to the woman he loved most. If there is an afterlife, I wish you a life of fine wine and light furs, and a life without worries. And then, the system came up. It's the hope of life. White Gap grabbed it like a lifesaver and kept writing songs while suffering from severe pain under a serious illness. He wanted to live. He really wanted to live. He's only in his 20s. Credit where credit is due. Everything went well. Smith's presence ruined that. Ruined everything. Now, the system said to go and let him say goodbye to the world? Farewell to what? Want to do it again? Have to walk through despair and sorrow again? He couldn't do it, and he didn't want to. When the system heard Bai Gai's words, it was also a little heartbroken when it thought of all that Bai Gai had gone through during this time. Indeed, they were a little too cruel for this young man. Hey, the system sighed softly. I know it's hard for you. It's just that there are some things that you can't really let go of. What else can I do now? The White Gap remained desperate. A lot of people have given a lot for you. The system said silently. Yang Mi, Boss Yang, because of this period of time night and day to take care of you, has defaulted on several works, causing huge losses. In order to pay for these defaults, she owes a huge amount of debt, a large part of which is a usurious loan. Perhaps, now the scenery is infinite. Boss Yang, the rest of her life, will be living for the interest. Your father, whose heart and soul for most of his life, the Bai Group, is now entering a financial crisis, with a broken capital chain and internal shareholders starting to apply pressure at the same time. Your father, too, may not be able to hold out. And that's Smith who did this to you. Aren't you going to make a final end of it? Your mother doesn't know what's going on with you right now. Until the moment you became seriously ill, she realized that you were the only thing she had to rely on. And what will she do when you're gone? After you leave this world, you'll be done for, but those around you will be left in the lurch. What? The more White Gap heard, the more alarmed he became. How do you know that? No one had ever spoken to White Gap about these things, and he had always taken it for granted that everyone was doing well. However, Things don't seem to work out that way. He suddenly remembered the phrase again. A man's death is just one more grave for the world. But for those who are dependent on each other, it is the whole world that is buried in the grave. The system didn't answer Whitegap's question, but just asked again. And now you're going to give up this chance to say goodbye? How many more days do I have? Whitegap asked. 5 days, that's the best I can do. The system replies. 5 days? Whitegap smiled. What can I change in 5 days? The system didn't speak. It may change something, it may change nothing, but none of that is up to the system. Can I have free reign for these 5 days? Whitegap asked again. It could, but it would still be weak. Then there was silence on both sides. I don't know how long the silence lasted. It was only then that Whitegap's voice rang out once more. I accept the 5 days, but there's one more thing I'd like to say. System, you're telling me all this, not really wanting me to change anything, but, rather, wanting me to go and provide you with more energy, right? The system remained silent, not speaking. Whitegap didn't care. In fact, from the day you came into me, we were choosing each other, or rather using each other. You gave me all the civic works of the other world, and as long as they were acceptable and touching, they could provide you with what is called some true love energy, and I, in turn, could use it to gain some insignificant life. What ultimate purpose these energies serve for you, I don't know. We just take what we need, so there's a lot of things that you don't have to care about or look into. After all, there's no free lunch in this world. But now that you're suddenly telling me all this, do you really expect me, in 5 days, to solve everyone's difficulties? It's too hard, even for you. So really, what you have in mind more than anything else is to use these last 5 days to get the last value out of me, to get more of my work out there so that, maybe down the road, it's a little bit easier for you. Am I right? System, Whitegap asked. Actually, sometimes it's not good for a person to be too smart. Remember the saying, it's hard to be confused. The system didn't deny it. I'd like to be confused and be a fool, but I can't, Whitegap said helplessly. Then why did you accept it if you had already guessed? The system asked. Because, Whitegap smiled once more. Because you're still a good system. You haven't done anything harmful. On the contrary, you've done a lot of good things that have helped a lot of people in need. So I believe that helping you won't be a bad thing. Whitegap is now becoming calm. It's just that, system, sometimes you actually don't need so much heart. You're not a human being. Why do you need to learn all this mess from people? Be sincere, isn't it good? The system was educated for the first time. It smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's just that I think it's so unfair to you to say some of these things. Straight out. There's not that much fairness in this world to begin with. I'm used to it, Whitegap said faintly. With a terminal illness in her 20s, Whitegap has been through more than any other person. So there are some things that he looks down on. I'll do that for you because, well, I don't have many friends. And you count as one. And even though I haven't even seen what you're really like right now, I'd still like to think of you as a friend. A friend? The system was stunned for the first time at those two words. Then it actually choked a little on its voice. Thank you. No one has ever said those two words to me. Host, you shouldn't be too concerned about what I just said. There are inherently many things in this world that can't be helped. The system had survived for who knows how long, but it was the first time he had ever heard someone consider him a friend. It was supposed to be emotionless, but it actually had some fluctuations because of those two words. So, it chose to alert the Whitegap, though I don't know if such a reminder is useful or not. Whitegap shook his head. It's okay, 5 days, 5 days to go, 5 days to actually do a lot of things. But, there are a lot of other people who care about you. The system doesn't die. Do I need someone to care and be heartbroken now that I'm like this? Whitegap asked rhetorically. My friend, honestly, at this point in time, I no longer care if anyone feels sorry for me. It doesn't matter. I'll carry it myself when the sky collapses, and if I can't carry it anymore someday, then I'll say goodbye to the world. What about your parents and Boss Yang? What about them? Whitegap's desperation made the system panic a bit. If it wasn't for them, I'd be tired of living one more day in this world. They've done so much for me. And now, it's time for me to do something for them. Here's the answer to the Whitegap. The system doesn't speak. Somewhat ridiculous. Whitegap's current state of being like this was the system's own choice. But now, he had some regrets. Well, may we see you in the next life. After saying this, the system began to make a last-ditch effort to start transmitting what little energy was left for Whitegap that, at the same time as Whitegap's body changed. Inside the resuscitation room, those white coats also noticed something was wrong. My goodness, there seems to be some change in the patient's physical condition. One of the nurses yelled. It's as if a mysterious power suddenly appeared in the patient's body, activating the patient's life. A power that is very similar to those things that, before, occurred in the patient's miraculous appearances. Could it be that a miracle is once again about to happen? The nurse was a little short of words in her excitement. All of the medics rushed back to White Gap as well. Seeing this scene, they all couldn't help but get excited. A miracle. It really is going to be a miracle. Turn up the intensity of all resuscitation instruments to maximum. We're going to help him. Come on. Make sure you hang in there. The resuscitation room was once again busy. However, half an hour later, they realized that it was all in vain. The patient's physical condition is not any better. And even with all the instruments ramped up to their maximum intensity, there is no way to reawaken the organs, which are already almost pronounced dead, to actually wake up again. The patient is just hanging on by an unknown thread right now, the attending physician said helplessly. It was a situation he had never seen before, but he knew it from his years of clinical experience. The patient's death has become almost impossible to reverse. What exactly is this energy? Someone asked. Maybe it's that what's her name Dr. Smith's kind of drug. That kind of drug I've studied. It's just a kind of life-renewing thing. Forcefully activate the last of a person's vitality. As a kind of auxiliary class of drugs is still good, the attending physician said. However, Smith secretly increased the dosage behind everyone's back, directly causing the patient's body to completely deteriorate. But some of the effects of this drug are still present, so it's now starting to work in the body, hanging on to the patient's last breath. But if you want to save your life, you still can't do it. It doesn't have a curative effect. And how many days will the White Gap live? The nurse asked, choking back a sob. The White Gap story really touched her in so many ways. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5, maybe just tomorrow. The attending physician made the final call. Will he awaken in the next few days? The nurse asked again. I don't know. The attending physician shook his head. The drug is a new one, and there aren't many cases of its exact efficacy, so no one will know if he'll wake up or not. Not even Smith, who gave him the drug. The nurse finally shed a tear. If White Gap could wake up and see the world again, it might be God's greatest gift to him. However, if he doesn't wake up and just lies there like this waiting to die, then this period of life will only mean that he will suffer for a few more days. Transfer the patient to the intensive care unit. Resuscitation is no longer relevant. The attending physician made the decision. As the doctors wheeled White Gap out of the resuscitation room, Boss Yang and the others immediately gathered around. But no one made a sound or dared to ask. They're afraid that if they ask, it's gonna be bad. It was the White Gap that left this world forever. The attending physician sighed softly. The patient is alive. Upon hearing those 5 words, someone immediately had an excited look on their face. But the next second, all resuscitation means have been used, and not much has been done. The patient is just hanging on by a thread, and may go at any moment. The present medical conditions, I think, are beyond help in this case. One more sentence that made everyone fall into a pit of ice. Can't do anything about it. Is this a medical death sentence? Many were shaking their heads uncontrollably, their eyes moist once again. So now Mr. White Gap is alive and just lingering? Is there no way out at all? How long does he have? Mr. White Gap hasn't awakened yet. Will he wake up in the next few days? A lot of people asked with a lot of tongue in cheek. The attending physician sighed. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days, maybe just the next moment. No one knows how long he can live. No one knows whether he can still wake up. In fact, the patient is holding on to this breath. Maybe what unfinished wishes or cannot let go of things. If possible, try to help him to complete. Now the patient in fact, every minute of life is a kind of torment. Early relief is also a kind of lucky. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone turned their heads to look at young me. If there was anything that White Gap couldn't let go of, then the unrelenting, life and death lover in front of me is definitely the biggest possibility. Ask what love is in the world, and you'll be taught to live and die together. During the months when White Gap was sick, Boss Yang dropped almost everything and stayed with him day and night. It should be known that a star of Boss Yang's caliber is usually very busy and hectic, and may even arrange all the schedules for the next year, a year in advance. But Boss Yang, he chose to give up almost everything. Having a lover like that deserves to be envied. But, what would be in the mind of a very sick White Gap? Will he be heartbroken? Will he be saddened? Will he be saddened to part with it? Will you be afraid of what Boss Yang will do after you really leave this world? So the obsession in White Gap's mind is Boss Yang? How many people are going to be saddened by this love until death do us part? Being a doctor, the attending physician spoke again at this point. At this moment I do hope that the patient will not awaken. His body functions are close to exhaustion. It is impossible to imagine how much pain he will suffer when he wakes up. Perhaps in sleep this pain will be a little less. There are things he shouldn't say as a doctor. But, he still couldn't help but say it. White Gap's desire for life touched him deeply. Boss Yang had also been sobbing for a long time by now. White Gap was hanging on by a thread because of her. There is no time like the present for Boss Young to feel the love of White Gap. What expression can be more direct than a dying attachment? It's just too cruel. People looked to the White Gap being pushed. There was no trace of blood on his unconscious face, and the corners of his mouth occasionally twitched again and again. Even in the midst of unconsciousness, one could feel the pain he was feeling at that moment. Young, White Gap's father spoke. In this situation at this time, he was the only one qualified to say something. Go and say something to Gap to put him down. We did our best. White Gap's father choked. God knows how tortured he was when he said that. This is letting your own son die. Everyone on the scene turned away slightly, unable to bear to look any further. One is White Gap's father. The other is White Gap's lover. And at this point is talking about how to get White Gap to take his last breath. Who can empathize with what they're feeling right now? Looking at the nurse pushing the White Gap further and further away, Boss Young gently nodded in response. Since nothing can be done, since it must end, then spill it. As for what to do later, we'll talk about it later. Boss Young slowly followed the nurse, step by step. Every step seemed to shake. Young, the voice of White Gap's father came again from behind him. Boss Yang's footsteps paused. I promise you, if you marry again in the future, the Bai family will be the bride price. And if you stay married for life, the Bai family will be your forever home. Tears came to Boss Yang's eyes. That one sentence is enough. White Gap, whether you're still around or not, Yang Mi, am already a member of the White family. Boss Young followed the nurse into the hospital room, and the nurses all left after settling everything down. The others didn't follow. Inside the ward, there were only two people, Boss Yang and White Gap. A miserable smile appeared at the corner of Boss Yang's mouth, and he said softly to the sleeping White Gap. She was sure that White Gap could hear her. For sure. White Gap, we've known each other for a long time. A really long time. I've known you since we were kids. Before I had you, my life was boring. My parents told me from a young age to be well behaved, to know what I was doing, to learn more than the other kids, so at that time, I always felt like life was just endless stress and darkness. Until I met you. You were very naughty. How old were we both at that time? And you took me to skip class for the first time, climbed a mountain to catch butterflies for the first time, and played video games for the first time. Even though I got beat up by my parents a lot during that time, I suddenly felt like life was interesting and my days started to light up. I didn't know what light was before I met you, but as soon as you came you lit up my whole world, so I just thought you were the light. Then we got better and better, and you'd get so mad at me for getting love letters from other boys that you wouldn't talk to me for 2 or 3 days, and you'd even forge a copy of another girl's love letter and bring it over to me to show it off, saying that you weren't unloved, to defend your own pathetic self-esteem. Actually what you don't know is that you're much more popular than I am. It's just that you're a lazy person. I'm the one who goes to school first every day, and the first thing I do when I go to school is go to your desk and collect all those messy envelopes. Do you think I'm particularly bad? How many marriages have I ruined for you? And then we got together like we wanted to, and I thought we'd go on forever and ever. But I didn't realize that your light, so fleeting and yet so beautiful, was a light I'm glad I met and sorry I didn't keep. Speaking here, Boss Yang suddenly choked up. It was the next words that caused her the most pain. But I know that no matter how unwilling I am right now, if I don't move forward, then I'll be buried in the sand. So I'm in tears. I'm turning back every step, but I'm still going to move forward. And I'm sure that time will eventually reconcile with me. And that all of my paranoia, my unwillingness, my pain, and my love, hate, anger, and madness will be reconciled with time. I promise you I'll be good. Live well, live like you want to see me. If you're tired. Boss Yang bit his lip, and with all his might, he uttered his last words. If you're tired, then rest. After saying this, Boss Yang felt a suffocating sensation, as if the most important thing in his heart had suddenly been scooped up. The feeling is called despair. Just when Boss Yang fell breathless, a voice lilted from the hospital bed. I am a light, and I want to shine one last time for you. Boss Yang's eyes snapped open, looking incredulously at the White Gap on the hospital bed. He woke up? Was that sound coming from him just now? Sure enough, White Gap slowly opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth laboriously rose, trying to give Boss Yang a smile, but he moved just a little, and his whole body bared its teeth. Sure enough, the torture you have to go through after waking up is even more excruciating. You, don't move. Seeing the White Gap, Boss Yang immediately shouted, Don, move. I'll go get you a doctor. Boss Yang's entire body was a bit flustered and disorganized. Soon, the attending doctor walked in, and the whole thing was particularly surprised to see Bai Guy waking up, and hurriedly began to do a full body check for him. However, as the attending physician's face grew more and more somber, the miracle didn't happen after all. The patient's body has not improved in any way. The body's functions may still completely stop at any time. The reason why he can wake up now. There are two main reasons. The first one is the new drug that Dr. Smith gave him at that time. That kind of drug stimulates the human body's potential is very strong, and the residual effect of the drug stimulates the patient's last potential. So, he woke up. The other was an obsession in the patient's mind, so heavy that the force of will in him woke him up. But whatever it is, it's not really a good thing. It's going to be even more painful when he wakes up. He's going to have to completely suffer every inch of his skin, every cell to bring him to the point of torture. There's absolutely no torture in the world that can compare to this kind of pain. Moreover, there is nothing more that medical technology can do for the patient's physical condition nowadays, and I can even say that even the possibility of a miracle is minimal, so the patient can do whatever they want to do in the meantime. Listen to the attending physician. Everyone's faces sank again. Every hope ends in deeper despair. Gouge Smith. People like that deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Someone shouted out the words. The fact that the attending physician mentioned Smith just now also reignited everyone's hatred for Smith as a person. Marred. This kind of person should never be allowed to have a good ending. Can't the laws of Daxia sanction him? Someone popped the question. What's the point of killing him? Who can replace White Gap when he has to suffer so much now? Poor Mr. White Gap. You guys? What else does he want to do right now that prompts him to have to wake up? Once again, all eyes looked towards White Gap. Boss Yang even gently held his hand. Gap, let me know if there's anything you want to do, and I'll do it for you. Boss Yang's voice was extremely gentle. I want to go home. Bean-sized beads of sweat oozed out from White Gap's forehead as he clenched his teeth and uttered those 4 words. Go home. Everyone was dumbfounded, probably not expecting White Gap to end up with such a request, but as they thought back, it made sense. Home is always the warmest harbor for everyone. Returning to one's roots and wanting to go home to that safest place at the end of one's life may be an option for many. As great as Mr. White Gap is, it's also ultimately personal. So, he wants to go home. Boss Young didn't dare to make a decision and once again looked to the attending doctor. The attending physician thought about it and quickly nodded. Go home if you want to. There's really no difference between being in the hospital and being at home as long as you have enough. I'll prescribe him enough painkillers. There's no point in controlling the dosage or anything else. A little bit of comfort is a little bit of comfort, I guess. The attending physician agreed to White Gap's last request. In fact, they make these kinds of decisions all the time. Often in their careers, patients who have run out of medicine choose to go home, and they generally choose to honor that. Hearing the attending doctor's answer, Boss Yan looked at White Gap with tears in his eyes and said, Okay, we'll go home. I'll take you home. The corners of White Gap's mouth turned up. In his own mind, he actually understood better than anyone that he still had 5 days to go, and he had many things to do in those 5 days, so he had to get out of the hospital or he couldn't do anything. The attending physician blamed Smith for his awakening, for his own willpower, which saved him a lot of trouble that was going to require an explanation. It would also allow him to focus more on getting to the bottom of his parents' business, Boss Yang's business. So, White Gap thought darkly in his heart, if one is truly a light, let that light shine and glow one last time. After injecting the White Gap with painkillers and the doctor explained all the precautions to the family, White Gap went home. In order to give White Gap the best care, White Gap's father hired him the best caregiver, a professional-grade family doctor. Everything's in place. Finally, after a few months in the hospital, White Gap left and returned to the place where he grew up. With the painkillers, White Gap now had some strength and could at least speak normally. All the stars except Boss Yan also left White Gap's place for the time being. White Gap said goodbye to them one by one. After all, these were sort of people who genuinely cared about him. Everyone's eyes were red as they left. Goodbye, Mr. White Gap. It's just that with this goodbye, it may be true that it's never to be seen again. After everyone left, Boss Yang looked at White Gap and said in a pretentious manner, What else do you want to do when you arrive home, White Gap? From today onwards, I'm your personal maid. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Boss Yang didn't want White Gap's last days to be too colorless. Yes, White Gap was happy too. The painkillers had made him a lot more comfortable. Now he was also in a bit of a mood to joke around. So you'll give the master a smile first? Yes, slave girl, I'll do it. Boss Yang was very well behaved, and all of a sudden, a mesmerizing smile appeared on his face. All right. White Gap deliberately shook his head. Better not smile. It's worse than crying. You seek death. Boss Yang immediately couldn't tense up and waved his small fists to rush up. It's just like old times, hitting the ground running. However, she had just gotten halfway there, as if she had suddenly thought of White Gap's current situation, and her waving fist stopped in mid-air. Embarrassed and saddened, the air suddenly froze. White Gap sighed. After all, there was no going back to the old days. It's okay, I'm fine. White Gap spoke slowly, changing the subject. I've heard that there are a lot of people who care about me online. Why don't we start a microblog so I can get a taste of what it's like to be a star? Yes. Boss Young nodded heavily and, how could she not agree to such a request? What Boss Young doesn't know is this. This is just step 1 of the White Gap. What he's going to do for the next 5 days can probably be described in one word. Sad. Open Twitter. It's not really a big deal. Boss Young immediately helped White Gap apply for an account and applied for musician certification. White Gap is now a public figure in size, so applying for accreditation is a necessary thing. We have all the information. This kind of certification should be quick. We should be able to pass in a while, Boss Yang said with confidence. However, 1 hour, 2 hours. The account is unresponsive. Boss Yang's face immediately became a little embarrassed. What's going on? Is it hard to believe they're off today? It's not the weekend either, Boss Yang said as he refreshed the website. Suddenly, the page has changed. Authentication failed. 4 bloody words appeared in front of the duo's eyes. This is a complete slap in the face. Are those audits sick in the head? All the information is complete. Why did the certification fail? Boss Yang cursed angrily. Don't worry. Good things come in small packages. Let's try again. White Gap soothed. What a good thing to try. Try what to try? How come everything dares to bully me now? The tiger is not powerful. Think I'm Hello Kitty? After saying that, Boss Yang directly took out his phone, found a number and called it. The phone rang several times before connecting. Yang boss? The caller trembled, and it sounded like he rarely received calls from Boss Yang. Boss Yang, however, was not polite at all and cursed furiously. What are you microbloggers for? Why didn't you approve my application for authentication? What am I not complying with? Are you guys out of your minds? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'll cancel my account right now. I won't be aggrieved by this. White Gap looked at her like this and sighed. He knew that Boss Yang being so angry was just a way of venting. It had been too long and too repressed for her. Your own condition. The work thing. Sometimes, just because Boss Yang just doesn't say anything doesn't mean things don't exist. So, now she needs to shout it out. It's just bitter for the little girl across the street. The little girl across the street is Weibo's customer service in charge of premium users. On the platform of Weibo, the average user, they are the ones begging Weibo for some traffic and recommendations. But none of these premium users are big names in the industry. First-tier superstars. It's the face of Twitter, and it needs Twitter to feed them. After hearing Boss Yang's angry voice, the customer service quickly looked through the background records of Boss Yang's account and frowned. You didn't apply for any authentication services. Huh? Customer service asked carefully. Who said there were no applications? Are you guys talking nonsense with your eyes open? I clearly just applied for an account for White Gap just now, and the authentication didn't pass. Why don't you give me a pass? If you don't give me an explanation, I'm not done with you guys today. Boss Yang's anger is still fresh. Just applied? White. Customer service repeated. But when she just repeated to the name, the whole person was like a lightning strike. All of a sudden froze. The words began to speak poorly. White Gap, Mr. White Gap, Boss Yang. Are you telling the truth? Is it really Mr. White Gap? Of course it's true. Do I look like I'm joking? Boss Yang said lightly. Customer service is completely sitting on the fence. Boss Yang, which account did you just apply for? Tell me. I'll authenticate you now. No, I don't have the authority. You wait a moment. Our supervisor? No. Our director? No. The boss of our microblogging is also going to talk to you. You wait a moment. You must wait for me. Say it. A busy signal came from Boss Yang's phone. This girl was scolded silly by me? Boss Yang was a bit confused, probably intimidated by your flooding, White Gap said with a smile. Meanwhile, at Weibo HQ, there is a not-so-small earthquake going on. White Gap is going to start a Twitter account. Customer service was the first to run and tell the supervisor. What? It's not another oopsie, is it? The supervisor was a little incredulous at first. There's so much of that going on these days. After the White Gap caught fire, various White Gaps appeared on the internet. Cancer fighter White Gap, music godfather Mr. White, supreme lover White King. A variety of pirated White Gaps run rampant online. So, the supervisor is afraid that it is an oops. No, it won't. It's Yang boss personally called. She said that she just applied for certification for the White Gap, and the result was directly rejected. Customer service panicked and explained. What? The supervisor jumped 3 feet in the air. Where is that auditor? Get him to clean the restroom for me. Right now. Leaving this sentence behind, the supervisor hurriedly ran towards the director's office. Superintendent. It's not good. White Gap encountered a bug registering Weibo. 10 minutes later, the superintendent panicked and stumbled out of the office as well. Boss, something's wrong. Something's wrong. What's the matter? What's the matter with being so flustered? Mr. White Gap, registering for Twitter, hung up. At this moment, the entire microblogging company blew up. Half an hour later, everyone finally figured out what had happened. All the top brass immediately called an emergency meeting. This is probably the first time their company has gone to a meeting because a person wants to open an account. Mr. White Gap is opening an account. What do you guys think? Homepage publicity, big banners hanging in advance. What's the hottest thing in Dacia right now? It's not the 40-degree heat outside. It's the White Gap. Do you know about the White Gap? If you know it's the hottest, why are you still so petty? It should be given to arrange all the hot searches. The top 3. No, the top 5 of the hot searches. All with this one message. Aren't all hot searches arranged in real time based on heat? How is it arranged? Mud. Are you stupid? People outside can buy hot searches for our own company. Isn't that just a matter of words? I don't think the hot search is enough. I think we should go to the outstation to buy some ads and tell them the news. Money is not a problem. We have to play a big game this time. Are you stupid? White Gap is on fire. But everyone knows that he is terminally ill and no one is sure how many days he can live. Aren't you afraid of spending so much money and ending up with a basket of water? Is it something that can be measured in terms of money? How much heat would it be to choose our platform to record Mr. White Gap's last days? This is a result that no amount of advertisements can exchange for? Everyone was talking about it. In the end, it was the boss who sealed the deal. Don't be afraid to spend money. Don't be afraid to take up resources. Give me what you have to use. White Gap open blog. I want all of China to know. When a thing is set in stone, WCI is still very efficient. The front page of Weibo. The front page of all major platforms. As if you can get on the internet. There is such a message. Mr. White Gap is going to start a Twitter account. Never before has a person opened a social account with such a grand spectacle. The ads were all over the place and the streets were empty. It was almost as if something seismic had happened in Huaxia, and 10,000 people were watching. Some people are still very confused. They yelled at their children. Isn't it just a person opening an account of some sort? As for making such a big fuss about it, the whole thing is like a world war. This social trend nowadays has just changed. Celebrities have become the mainstream. The child looked at his parents with red eyes and shook his head with immense determination. Mom, you don't understand. He's not a star. What star can care for this earth with great love even when she is terminally ill, writing about lilacs and helping millions of children in the mountains? What star can write about the brightest star in the night sky and tell everyone what it means to persevere on a day when you have no hope and no tomorrow? And what celebrity can hold on to a dream and keep creating despite extreme pain? Like me, who is now picking my way through my senior year of high school. No, I'm not as good as him. You think we're chasing after stars, when in fact we're chasing after the love that doesn't exist so easily in this world. To feel the power in the midst of despair. To find the light in our dreams. Dad, Mom, can you understand me when I say this? The parents had a look of surprise on their faces. It was the first time their kids had said something so profound to them. For a while, they were surprisingly speechless. If you don't understand, that's fine. Then please watch, the child continued. Also, zoom in on the screen. See only. Call Lu, introducing one of the greatest musicians of all time. Mr. White Gap at White Gap. Xiaohan, invisible wings that make us fly farther and farther. In fact, Mr. White Gap's story is giving all of us wings to take us flying. At White Gap. Rain God, all those who play music in this world have to bow half their heads in front of him at White Gap. Han Han, he leaves everyone in the dust. He's the most loving man in the world at White Gap. And many, many more such tweets. White Gap's microblog is only officially given a formal opening now. He hasn't posted anything on it yet, but it's already causing an earthquake in the entire entertainment industry. That's not enough. The child switched to another screen. See only. The official media of Dacia released the news directly. All is destiny. Half is not. Thank you for igniting a light in the darkest of days. The great ones live on. Good luck. At White Gap. The parents were straight up stupid. This is what the official word is. Were those just artists? At the age of the parents' generation, Mr. Lu Ju, Mr. Han Hong, is still very influential, not to mention the official media, a medium in which they feel every word is the truth. And underneath White Gap's tweet, though, not a single message was sent from White Gap. The message boards, however, have reached a staggering 100,000 entries. Mr. White Gap, how is your body? Better? Mr. White Gap, I've been listening to every one of your previous works, and I've particularly enjoyed them all. MS. White Gap, I'm a cancer survivor too. Let's do it together. On the other hand, White Gap's home. As White Gap looked at everything on the internet, the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed another smile. Happy, relieved, and a little moved to tears. I want to send my first tweet. White Gap put his hand on the mouse as he spoke, writing slowly but carefully. Don't have much time left. Hope to work with more singers or people who love music. Anyone who wants to book a song with me, please private message. Click to publish. When everyone saw this new tweet, they were dumbfounded. He has to write songs? You want to die? At once, the comments section of this tweet was clear. Mr. White Gap, don't do this. You've left the music scene with enough good music. You should take a break. Mr. White Gap, your body is important, so you shouldn't write songs. Mr. White Gap, living well is more important than anything else. And for all you stars who know the inside story, everyone was dumbfounded in front of the screen when they saw the news. Does Mr. White Gap not want to die? Does he still have a life? White Gap teachers. Every one of these stars was silent, their eyes red. White Gap, terminal late stage. Writing songs is draining the life out of you. He has written so many songs in this time, but he doesn't know enough. He started this Twitter account to continue writing songs. What else is there to say about such a person? Maybe in his heart there really are only those 5 words. The song is more important than life. Yang Ni saw the tweet and immediately quit. Are you crazy? Now what's going on with you? Why are you writing songs? I don't agree. I won't agree to anything you say. However, White Gap just looked at her and smiled slightly. The doctor said to just let me do whatever I want for a few days. A sentence that left Boss Yang speechless. She regretted it. Regretted why she had gotten White Gap such a hateful tweet. His own days were clearly numbered. But then there's the fucking songwriting. Is he going crazy? Come on, don't feel bad. There's another guest coming in a little while. He should be arriving soon. White Gap changed the subject. A guest? Who is it? Boss Young asked. Uncle Chen. You've seen it before. You've kind of watched us both grow up. The second largest shareholder of the Bai Group. White Gap didn't have much to explain. He texted this Uncle Chan to come to the house the moment he was discharged from the hospital, because he knew that he could put the White Group, could put his own father in crisis. This Chen must have gotten a lot of credit. What's he doing here? Boss Yang still doesn't understand. Bai Guy had been sick for so long. He had only met this Uncle Chen once. Not exactly someone who cared about Bai Guy very much. White Gap hasn't answered. And the doorbell rang. Uncle Chan has arrived. Go cut some fruit for Uncle Chen. Seeing Uncle Chan come in, White Gap had the intention to detach Boss Yang. Boss Yang nodded and went to the kitchen. Uncle Chen looked at Bai Guy sitting in the wheelchair, and there was a hint of intolerance in his eyes. Is it still curable? Uncle Chen asked silently. White Gap smiled. The whole thing fell very open. It doesn't matter. What can be cured is called a disease. What can't be cured? That's fate. I'm resigned to my fate. Uncle Chen. It's just that the living can't resign themselves to the fact that you and my father deserve a result. What can be cured is called a disease. What can't be cured is life. When Uncle Chen heard these words, his entire body was stunned and raised his head slightly. What kind of torture could make a young man in his 20s say something that would give him more heartburn than a man half in the ground? Thinking that he had also hugged him as a child, kissed him, and played with him, Uncle Chen's heart suddenly hurt and ached. Uncle Chen, White Gap's voice sounded again. I remember. When I was a kid, you and my dad had the best relationship. At that time, I really envied you, because a phone call from you could make my dad chase after you regardless of the thousands of mountains, while I, no matter how much I cried, could only see the back of it. There was even a time when I kind of hated you. They say that children are the closest thing a parent has to a parent, and everything a parent does is for the sake of the child. But, how did I become raised by a stepmother? Hearing White Gap's recollection, Uncle Chen lowered his head as the past came flooding back into his mind. Yeah, himself and White Gap's father. There was a time when they were comrades in arms, brothers in arms, and robes who could be called upon to come through thick and thin at the drop of a hat. But now, they are also the enemy. What a ridiculous 2 words. Let's just say that things are unpredictable. Little Gap, you don't understand and don't need to be involved in adult matters. Uncle Chen lowered his head and said silently. That was all he could say. White Gap shook his head, ignoring the comment, and continued. Uncle Chen, do you know what I am most impressed? There was this one time. That time I was still small, as if I was still in elementary school. I had a fever in the middle of the night, all burned and confused. My dad was at home, took me to the hospital in a hurry. But just at this time, my dad received a phone call. It's Uncle Chen's. You said that your daughter is also sick. There are only grandparents in the house. I don't know what to do to be good, and asked my dad if he could go over to take care of it. Then, after answering this call, My dad took one look at me and, with hardly any hesitation, left me behind and went to your house, leaving the nanny alone in the house. And with my remaining consciousness at that moment, looking at my dad's back, I really felt like an orphan. You say, what kind of father would leave his own son alone to take care of someone else's daughter? But that's not a joke. That's reality. When this memory was brought up, White Gap's heart was indescribably hard. He was really missing a lot of love as a child. The more Uncle Chen listened, the harder it was for him to hear, and there was some slight redness in his eyes. Gap, it's all in the past. It's not the old days. Yes, before, there was not so much money, not so much interest. Of course, when you are poor you can be a liver. Now you have money. You can change, right? White Gap is also a bit excited. Seeing White Gap like this, Uncle Chen stopped talking. Perhaps having come this far, he had mixed feelings in his heart. Uncle Chen, White Gap continued. I can't control what you adults do, but I can't know about it and pretend I don't know anything about it. What's been going on between you lately? Can you tell me? Uncle Chen's mouth opened and closed several times, wanting to speak. Maybe he's still on the fence. Uncle Chen, White Gap called out heavily again. Just for the sake of me being a dying man, tell me, will you? I don't want to go to sleep forever with regrets. What could be sadder than such a prayer? Uncle Chen's eyes reddened and he sighed deeply. Hey, kid, there are actually some things you don't say for your own good. Your father, a large part of the reason he's come this far, is because of you. What? White Gap was dumbfounded. Because of me? How is that possible? He was full of incredulity. Exactly. Uncle Chen nodded slowly. In fact, Bai's group has been doing very well over the years. As a pharmaceutical company that integrates research and development, production, and sales, we have a lot of qualifications and substantial profits, and we are on the verge of achieving the leading position in the entire Daxia. It all started when you got sick. White's group has many drugs, but one of the most profitable is anti-cancer drugs. The whole of Daxia does not have a few qualified to sell these. White's group is more of the core of the technology. The profits accounted for about 40% of the White's group. Maybe it was your illness that made your father falter. Maybe it was your pain that pierced his heart. This medicine is very expensive. Very expensive. One day, your father suddenly held a high-level meeting. He said, medicine should be an industry of conscience. Now, the whole of Daxia, there are millions of cancer patients. For these people, what we earn is money. What they buy is life. That's why he demanded that the price of Bai Group's anti-cancer drugs be lowered to a level acceptable to ordinary people. Everyone was dumbfounded and thought your father was really crazy. How many people would be harmed by this? And of course none of them would agree. And your father said that he had seen such a patient once, and said something like this. That patient said, $40,000 a bottle of anti-cancer drugs. He ate for 3 years. The house ate away. His family was eaten by him. But who can not meet a patient in the family? And who can guarantee a lifetime of not getting sick? However, faced with this kind of sky-high prices of drugs, he can only wait for death. He does not want to die. He wants to live. Your father also said that his son is in the hospital room right now, and that right now it's terminal, and that he wants to do more for his son. White Gap cried. The usual torment hurt even more. Even more. He didn't even cry. But this time, he couldn't hold back his tears anyhow. And then what? White Gap asked, choking back a sob. And then? Uncle Chen gave a bitter laugh. And then everyone is an adult. Naturally, will not be moved to give up their own interests because of his few words. After all the pharmaceutical groups are now doing this. If they privately reduce the price, then, triggering a chain reaction. Absolutely not as simple as imagined. But your father was bent on using his veto power to force a price cut. And now on the market, the Bai Group's anti-cancer drugs have dropped to unprecedented levels, and were almost always selling at a loss. So, in the following days, countless shareholders approached me, asking me to join forces with them to depose your father as the chairman of the board of directors, and asking him to compensate for all the losses of the Bai clan group during this period of time. I naturally disagreed after so many years of stormy times with your father, and I just told them that I would find a way to persuade your father to give up on this one decision. But your father was too stubborn. I persuaded him many times, all to no avail, and at this time the competitors couldn't sit still, including the official medicine department of Daxia. All of them joined forces. They wanted to cure your father to death. There's a charge called morsel. I don't know if you've heard of it. These people's hearts are much dirtier than Qin Hui's back in the day. It's just too easy for them to find a handle on someone. And even if they don't have one, they can fabricate it for you. And if your father continues to be bent on having his own way, there's a very good chance that he will be imprisoned. I warned your father many times, but he didn't take it seriously, and I had no choice but to make this decision. I'm going to get him out of that limelight. I'm going to be the new chairman of the board, and maybe this way, he can still live his life in peace, without fear for his life, much less jail time. My child, can you understand what I am saying? There are some things that are not by man. My feelings for your father and I never changed. But what made the angel turn into a demon? It's this cannibalistic earth. It's this world. Angels become demons. White Gap cried, with a hard heart. But he was suddenly frank as well. His father was a good man, the greatest father in the world. That's enough. As for the rest, let yourself go. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. White Gap apologized before continuing to ask, but why is the official medicine department also involved? Did my dad affect their interests too? He touched the interests of the whole industry. Although in the current daxia, non-protected drugs like us only need to be filed and the official department can be sold at a reduced price. This kind of filing is usually just going through a process, and most of the drug companies are filing while reducing the price, not delaying the two. But your father's drop is really too much. The filing has not been passed, and the officials are also taking this a day is not a matter at all to say things. If this charge is confirmed, then the buy group will face a huge fine, and your father may even be sued for malicious competition and market disruption. The scariest thing is this official. Once they bite the bullet and your father is so stubborn and refuses to bow down, then when the time comes, Uncle Chen didn't continue. White Gap had a bit of a mixed feeling when he heard all this. It turns out that in this world, good people really don't have good rewards. His own father was just trying to do something good, and he was met with an industry-wide boycott. Is there a place for reason? He couldn't help but remember a quote he had read in a book before. In daxia, ancient pharmacies would post such a couplet. I wish there was no disease on earth, rather than the dust of medicine on the shelf. The banner reads peace in the world. And what about the pharmacies now? Free eggs when you spend over 100. Free laundry detergent when you spend over 188. 15% off site-wide today on Members Day. There are times when hearts are broken and there is really no cure. Uncle Chen, I want to do something for the father I got. White Gap raised his head and said with a firm, though still weak, voice, you might as well forget it. Uncle Chen hurriedly refused. Little Gap, your task now is to get well. Don't worry about anything else. Uncle Chen promises you that I won't let anything happen to your father. How can White Gap go out and do something when he's in such a state that a single move might result in an accident? I'll take care of myself. Uncle Chen, I want you to help me with something. Can you help me find some patients who are taking by group's anti-cancer drugs during this time? White Gap already had some plans in mind. After saying this, suddenly, another voice came. White Gap, what do you want again? Hearing White Gap say that, the door to the room was immediately pushed open, and the figure of Boss Yang carrying fruits walked in, with some huffing and puffing on his face. She had actually been right outside the door for a long time, only that she heard Bai Guy talking to Uncle Chen about something about Bai Guy's father and for a moment felt that she shouldn't disturb, so she didn't go in. It wasn't until he heard that White Gap seemed to be going capricious again that he couldn't help but make a sound. You're not allowed to do anything right now. You're just allowed to stay honest. You hear me? You can't solve anything with your body right now. Instead, you might make everyone worry about you. Boss Yang said solemnly. Yes, Gap. Don't worry. All things by me. I'll fix it. You just need to be good. Then nothing will happen to everyone. Uncle Chen also advised. However, White Gap shook his head. There are some things no one does better than me. I'm a terminally ill person. My dad is doing this because of me and I should do something for him too. Against the officials, the only way to get them to loosen up is to get more people to speak out. To force them, to make the Buy Group into a star-conscientious enterprise, so that all those who have any ideas will not dare to act rashly. And the only one who can do so in a short period of time is me. After hearing this from White Gap, both Boss Yang and Uncle Chen fell into deep thought. Both of them were smart people, and it didn't take them long to figure out the key. You are trying to? Boss Yang asked with wide eyes. White Gap nodded. But, can your body stand it? Uncle Chen is still a bit uneasy. Don't worry, it's not like this thing requires me to throw my weight around. What's the difference between that and staying at home? Being able to do something useful in my current situation actually makes me feel like I'm filled with strength instead. White Gap comforted the two. Also, Uncle Chen, if this matter of mine is accomplished, there is actually a possibility that the Buy Group will be blessed by the disaster instead, and it will not be too much of a role for it to truly become a leader in the pharmaceutical industry in the future. Uncle Chen was a bit distracted. The popularity of White Gap right now, coupled with the fact that he's in such a state right now, if he really goes for it, there's every chance that it'll work out. Just, still afraid to make a decision, he glanced at Boss Yang. Boss Yang was still gently shaking her head. In her mind, she didn't want to bother with careers, with other people, with anything. She just wanted to stay with White Gap for this last part of her life. I promise to do this entirely under your watch and at your every command. The white gap is starting to reassure. You know, if this thing doesn't work, I won't close my eyes even if I die. Besides, you can't stop me. White Gap's determination was unusually strong, just as it was when he wrote the song. It can't be stopped. Thinking about all this, Boss Yang's tears came back to his eyes. You asshole. You're writing songs and trying to do this. Have you thought about me? What would I do if something really happened to you? White Gap was speechless. There were some things he didn't have the means to say, but he knew in his heart. His favorite person. When this time is done, he will definitely let Boss Yang know how much he loves her. The scene went into silence. Not a single person spoke. This silence lasted for I don't know how long. It was only then that Boss Yang choked back another sob. For the last time, and no trespassing. Yes, White Gap agreed with alacrity. It didn't matter what happened to him as long as he could do this. Uncle Chen also stood up and bowed deeply to White Gap, his eyes already moist. He felt cruel even now. Uncle Chen, don't be like this. I'm doing this for my dad. No. Uncle Chen shook his head. I'm thanking you in place of the white group. In place of myself. I can't imagine how I would feel if it was my own child doing these things at the end of his life. And I don't know if the decision was right or wrong. I can only express my feelings in this way. All things are destiny. Half of them are not. After saying this, Uncle Chen left. The only two people left in the room were Boss Yang and White Gap. What are you going to do? Tell me and I'll do it for you. Boss Yang quietly uttered the words. White Gap sighed. He knew that perhaps Boss Yang and Uncle Chen were still blaming themselves for their capriciousness. More perhaps, they were blaming themselves for agreeing to all this. The two were silent for a while, and Boss Yang left the room alone as well. System, do you think I did wrong? White Gap asked in his head. There's nothing wrong with anyone who cares the most. The system said, making a good point, but it also amounts to nothing. In fact, people do not completely despair once, will not know what is their most cannot be cut off, and will not understand what the real happiness. White Gap was just trying to shine some light on something with his last light. None of it is wrong. What is wrong is this world that doesn't give a damn about good people. White Gap is a good man. Boss Yang is a good man. And White Gap's father is a good man. But they, all of them, live a hard life. White Gap turned his head and looked at the computer again. The tweet just now has been out for a long time. And the private message there has become 99 plus. It seems like a lot of people are still hoping to find him for a song date. White Gap clicked on the private messages and read a few of them before frowning. Mr. White Gap, take a good rest and don't write songs. White Gap teacher. I also did not expect my headache because there is a 4.5 centimeters tumor in the brain. Only 21 years old. I did surgery partial stall. Is continuing treatment in the hospital? The family also has more than 2 years old baby. We all work together to carry through. Cheering, the mind to put good. I'm sorry to have met you in this way, and I hope to stay in a good mood and have less pain during treatment. Tell mom and dad they need to be strong. Eat well and live well. Mr. White Gap, we are always behind you and support you. All of them. In that case, none of them are going to ask for a song. White Gap bit his lip hard. He had heard this encouragement too many times. Yet, who wants to die if they can live? But will survive? System, no one is asking for a song date, so it looks like your energy hangs in the balance in the future. White Gap said with a forced smile. Do your best. The system said those 6 words without emotion. Come on, don't pretend. You're not a human being. Your heart is probably in a bad place right now. Don't feel bad. If they don't ask for a song, then I'll write it myself. And when I'm dead, then I'll have someone give it to them. And they won't sing it? It's all about people coming up with ways. White Gap said once again. How much despondency was hidden under the clouds. With that, he got himself a pen and paper and began to write. Painkillers relieve pain, but they don't cancel it. Soon he was baring his teeth in pain again. Luckily, there were many things he had gotten used to. Writing songs under pain is becoming more and more of a breeze for him. I don't know how long it took before White Gap slowly put down his pen and paper. It was so exhausting. As exhausting as going through a war. White Gap leaned back in his chair and gasped. At that moment, Boss Yang walked in once again with a steaming bowl of soup noodles in his hand. Turns out the big star was out cooking. Seeing White Gap's appearance, Boss Yang instantly felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Does it hurt again? Do you want some painkillers? White Gap nodded as several tablets went down his throat. And after a few more moments of reprieve, he sat up slightly, feeling more comfortable, stiffly eating a few bites of the soup noodles made by Boss Yang. White Gap nodded in satisfaction. I just realized that you have a talent for being a chef, so you won't have to worry about starving to death in the future. How can there be any starving people left in this world? Stop it. Boss Yang returned with a half smile. Hearing these words, White Gap's movements that were eating noodles suddenly paused for a moment, but he didn't know how to retort. The two of them had grown up with one complaint or another, but their living situation had never been bad. So for the lowest level of human suffering, one only hears about it, but never sees it. I'm full. White Gap put down his chopsticks. Actually, he only ate a little bit, but it was a lot more for him. Uncle Chen sent some information. Want to take a look? Seeing the White Gap finish eating, Boss Yang said. White Gap nodded. This kind of thing, of course he wanted to see it first. Boss Yang opened his email, and Uncle Chen sent a few videos. Each video isn't very long, but start with Boss Yang opening the first one. The two men then fell into silence. Some unnameable emotions came to mind, but no one knew what to say. In the first video, thousands of cancer patients, standing in front of a pharmaceutical company, demanded that the price of anti-cancer drugs be lowered. In the video, a suited pharmaceutical company executive stands at the top and righteously addresses the group. I know that you have great opinions about the drug prices of the anti-cancer drugs produced by our company, and we have expressed great understanding of your demands, but please be clear about one thing. All the drug prices of the drugs produced by our company are reasonable and legal. If you continue to be so irrational, affecting our normal work, then I'm sorry, we have no choice but to call the police. What a grandiose and well-reasoned statement. We're afraid to call the police when our lives are on the line? What makes you guys sell it for so much? On what grounds? What followed was a deafening cry. How much heartache and resentment there is in the cries. Reasonable and legal medicine, coupled with kind doctors, ended up sending countless patients away. The second video, of a terminally ill patient, is dying and the whole thing is as thin as a skeleton. It looks like it has come down to the wire. How did you get into this mess? The questioner was White Gap's father. There's no medicine. That's all. The patient replied weakly. I just can't let go of my daughter now. When I first found out about this disease, she was still in her mom's stomach for 5 months. At that time I wanted to die every day. Every day I didn't want to live. But as soon as she was born, I wanted to live again. And I especially wanted to hear her call out for a dad. White Gap's father turned his head to drop a tear, and saw a haggard woman at the door holding a wailing child, full of numbness. Maybe, after all, he couldn't wait for that day. There are many more like that. There is perhaps only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. Is there anything else you want to say? White Gap asked suddenly. Boss Yang was speechless for a moment. Even though White Gap was sick, even though she already knew how much pain terminally ill patients suffered, but she's never had a headache over medical bills. It never occurred to her that there were many other people in this world like White Gap who died because they couldn't afford the cure. So what we're doing next is not just for my father. It's also to make some noise for these people. White Gap added. Does it work? The internet has no memory. Boss Yang said she has seen too many things like this. At first moved to tears, excited blood boiling, and then on the second day wake up from a nap. It seems that everything is forgotten. This is now Dasha. As much as you can't do nothing at all. White Gap was somewhat resigned to his fate. There were some things that he couldn't control. When do you want to start? Boss Yang asked again. The sooner the better. Preferably today. I'm afraid I don't have enough time. The White Gap option is live. Rely on his current popularity and status to tell everyone everything. Only this. Those who can't afford to go to the doctor might get some attention from some authorities. And what the White Gap father is doing might get some recognition. Public opinion can be scary sometimes. Boss Yang didn't reject White Gap's request this time, and she contacted Douyin, which was currently the hottest short video platform and had the largest number of live streamers. When Douyin officials heard that White Gap was going to live stream this event, the entire hierarchy got excited. All the resources are tilted. Advertisements are put up for me, and short video pushes. Give me a push to everyone who opens Douyin today. This time we must break the record. Prepare a few more processors. Tell the IT department that everyone must work overtime tonight. And if there's a processor crash, they're all getting the fuck out of here tomorrow. Also, hot search anything for me on, all that can be on, and then contact Boss Yang. Any request just mention it. We can agree to anything. The news was also posted on White Gap's just launched Twitter account. Tonight at 8 p.m, live on Fighting Sound. Don't see me there. Tell a story. Talk for a while. Sing a song. Nothing more. The comments section instantly exploded. What? White Gap Sensei is going live. Honestly, this is the first time White Gap Sensei is going to show his face in front of everyone. Right. Looking forward to it. Didn't see that? He's going to sing one more song. Will it be another original and I'm going to start having one more song in my library? Mr. White Gap, you have to take care of your health. Don't go through the motions to fulfill all of our wishes. In fact, what all of us want most is for you to be well and live. Tonight at 8 p.m. Out of sight, out of mind. See no evil. With this kind of overwhelming publicity, soon, everyone knew about it. The major superstars were surprised when they retweeted this tweet. This white gap, what's going to happen again? Do you really want to die? A few familiar ones even called Boss Yang directly. Boss Yang's response was simple and uniform. It was a decision we made together and to fulfill White Gap's last regret. The last regret. What else can they say? So many sad words, comforting words, encouraging words were said. For now, they can only support. Do you need us to come over and help? The men asked again. Once again, Boss Yang refused. Of course she understood what these people meant by help. Stands, performances, attractions. Just, no need for that. The White Gap is hot enough. And, what they were going to do tonight was much more important than that. The time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. White Gap drank a handful of painkillers in one gulp, and looked at Boss Yang with a bit of panic. It's okay to drink more. I want to be at my best for the camera. I don't want to suddenly collapse in the middle of a live broadcast. White Gap soothed. Live streaming begins. Everyone was shocked when White Gap's pale yet youthful face appeared in front of the camera. Hello everyone. I'm White Gap. When that one self-introduction was done, the pop-up exploded straight away. My god, that's so young, isn't it? I always thought that Mr. White Gap was at least middle-aged and up, but I never expected to be so young looking at this. Just in his 20s. The most important thing is that it's still handsome. Although the weakness and exhaustion on his face can't be hidden, you can still tell that Mr. White Gap is a handsome person, not in the least bit worse than those fresh meat nowadays. Is such a talented and beautiful person really terminally ill? I don't believe it. Suddenly it's even harder. 20 years old, so young to have this disease. God, you're not fair. Tearful at the start. Mr. White Gap, go for it. At the same time, the live feed suddenly started to get colorful. The Rain God delivers a big rocket 10-strike combo. Go for it, Mr. White Gap. Xiaohan delivers an aircraft carrier 20-strike combo. Mr. White Gap, I love you. Zeki sends big rockets for 30 consecutive hits. Mr. White Gap, I love you too. Lu calling to send a big rocket 50 consecutive strikes. White Gap, if the heart is there, the dream is there. Han Hong sends big rockets. Money donated. A little poor. White Gap, hang in there. The sky will always be bright. There are countless others who have sent all kinds of gifts from their online friends. Looking at the White Gap was straight up stupid. Is live streaming that lucrative? It was the first time he had encountered such a scene. The colorful live feed made him feel like he was starting to lose his ability to speak. How does this turn off? I don't need these gifts. White Gap turns to Boss Young for help. Boss Young opened the settings and turned off the reward function, and made the pop-ups in light mode as well. The live room was suddenly much smoother in the eyes of the White Gap. At this time he was also finally able to see the number of people showing on the live feed. Over 60 million. You know, it's only just kicked off, yeah, and it's at a horrific 60 million. The popularity of White Gap is evident. He smiled and spoke a second time. Thank you all for your support. It's just that, I'm here today just to tell you a story and talk to you. So forget about the gifts and all that. Money really might just be out of body for me. Why do some people say collapse it? I feel that my biggest plot setup has just begun. The next plot is the whole book of a high dynasty, conceived a long time. I hope you continue to support. In addition, you can guess. The White Gap will sing what song next. There is a guess right, plus a more chapter. After turning off the gift reward option, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were still densely packed though, but at least it's not the colorful one from earlier. And the page is a lot smoother. Do you guys think I'm miserable? White Gap was in front of the screen and asked this quietly. Everyone in front of the screen froze for a moment, looking at White Gap's pale face. A 20-something, supposedly sunny and cheerful big boy, said this. How bitter his heart was. MS. White Gap, be strong. Although life has given you a lot of trials and tribulations, you have to believe that bitterness comes at the end. In fact, it's not easy for everyone who comes to Earth to make a trip. Life just gives you all the suffering in advance. As long as you get through it, you'll be happy. Once I wanted to be a very special person, and now that I've done it, I'm especially sad, lonely, disheveled, helpless, and tired. And once I thought about getting it over with, it was Mr. White Gap songs and stories that gave me the courage and strength to continue. But who can give you strength? Go for it, Mr. White Gap, go. The screen is full of cheering words. White Gap was a little touched. There are so many other people in this world who care. One is lucky enough. He continued. In fact, during this time, when I see other people being happy, I shed tears, not for any other reason, but because I always feel that I deserve to be happy after such a bumpy journey. It wasn't until the other day that I figured out that I'm not the most miserable person. There are so many miserable people and things in this world that I'm far from it. And I'm lucky. Next, I want to tell you a story. White Gap finally got to the point. Everyone in front of the screen also gradually quieted down and waited in silence. I'm lucky. I'm at least clothed and fed. I have access to the best medicine. The best medical treatment. But do you know how many cancer patients there are in the whole of Dacia? Over 6 million. And about 4 million people die each year from terminal illnesses. White Gap stated a shocking number. Cancer is no stranger to anyone. But it never occurs to you that there are so many people in this world who are battling it. I'm luckier than most people. And you could even say I'm luckier than 99% of the terminally ill people in this world because, well, I don't have to worry about money. But what about the others? Next, without speaking, White Gap silently opened a video. The video is of a girl. A flower girl. I've been fighting cancer for 4 years. The girl's first words were spoken calmly, but many people seized their hearts. Another young life. Their lives are just beginning. The question I've been asked most by people these past 4 years is, are you scared? The girl continued. To be honest, I'm afraid now. From the beginning of the brave, to now frankly, I'm really afraid, because I take the 3rd generation of targeted drugs has been 10 months. Injection and pain these I'm not afraid of. I'm most afraid of is that I'm resistant to the drug. Because, 4th generation of targeted drugs I can't afford to take it. What should I do next? I don't know, but I still want to cheer up, because I am so in love with life. Finally the girl gave a cheering gesture. Many people had tears in their eyes. The stronger she is, the more heartbroken people become. Without stopping, White Gap directly clicked on the second video. The video is of a big, honest, unassuming man. He was carrying bag after bag of cement and doing the hardest work. 3 people in my family have cancer. My oldest son is in the hospital right now. I have liver cancer. My youngest son has passed away from the disease, and I don't know how much longer I have left to live. But as long as I'm alive, I'm going to save my son. Simple words, no fluff, but it still makes it hard for everyone. He is terminally ill and still thinking about saving his son. The man is a hunk and a wretch. Followed by a third, fourth, 85-year-old decorated nuclear weapons worker who couldn't afford cancer drugs had to wait to die. A kid who took cancer drugs to the point of homelessness ended up dying a horrible death on the streets. Every single one of them is the bloody truth. The things that are worse than having cancer are not being able to afford it, not having the money, and having to wait to die. Cried. Really cried. Too realistic. Now I work outside every day. There is an old man on top and a young man underneath, carrying a home loan and car loan. My greatest fear is that my body collapses. What will they do if I collapse? In fact, I understand myself. If I have a disease, I really can not afford to see. They just want to live. What's wrong with them? It's a disease that's really too much for an average family to afford to see. Everyone can't empathize, but it seems like everyone can. In this damn society, living a busy day-to-day life, but seeming to live just for the sake of living. The biggest fear is that your body will fall first. No savings, no days off, no windfall, never enough paychecks, and yet still must bury his head in the sand. After all, living is never about being alone. There is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. Once again, White Gap spoke up. In fact, a lot of cancers are not incurable. There are a lot of medicines that can be controlled now, and as long as they take their medicines normally, they can live for another 10 or 20 years, or even live to the life expectancy of a normal person, which is hopeful, but also despairing, because this medicine is just too expensive. Tens of thousands of dollars for a box, even reaching 6 figures in some cases. How can it be affordable for an ordinary family? The old woman came back to White Gap's mind. $40,000 for a box of pills, home-eaten, house-eaten, everything. But is it wrong that she just wants to live? On the pop-ups, there were also a lot of voices at this point. I'm a healthcare worker, and I'm probably going to get a lot of people spraying me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The cost of research and development for this kind of targeted drug is high, and maybe the drug doesn't cost too much. But if it doesn't sell more expensively and recover the cost of the research and development, then there won't be anyone else in the world who will develop a new drug, and the cancer will never be conquered. This anti-cancer drug is expensive in terms of research and development costs, and the pharmaceutical companies have paid a lot for it, so you can't blame them all. Upstairs you people are just standing around with no sick people in your family, or extra rich. You won't be saying that when you actually have a loved one with a disease and no money. I really want to say one thing. Those of you who speak for the pharmaceutical companies, can you each pay some of your own way and give this R&D cost to them, so that those who want to live can live? Oh, interesting. According to this, in this world, all these medicines are meant for the rich. and the poor deserve to die, right? My dad's cancer. I've sold 3 excavators. I've sold a house, and the next thing I can sell is my life. The pop-ups were noisy. Just who was right and who was wrong? There are actually more good people in this world. White Gap continued. This kind of sky-high drug, a drug that is hard to find. The pharmaceutical company that produces it makes a fortune, and everything is so reasonable and legal. But there are always some strange people who feel that things shouldn't be like this. They feel that money is always in second place before life. There are some people and some things that you always have to experience before you understand. They say that the pharmaceutical industry is an industry of conscience, and that there is some money to be made that is not good for your conscience. So, recently, such a person appeared. This person is very stupid. He is very rich. He is the big boss of a company. He can afford to take the anti-cancer drugs even if they are expensive. Besides, he himself is not sick. Only his family members are sick. Therefore, he entered a lot of groups of sick people, and he wants to save his loved ones. He didn't know until after he went. There were only 2 people in a group of several hundred patients who could barely afford to take the genuine medication. And in an age when a box of medication cost as much as a year's salary for the average person, the most he saw in that group was that so-and-so had gone away a week ago, and that almost every month, several people disappeared forever. There was a young guy who, while waiting for a bone marrow transplant, didn't take his medication to save a few $1,000s, and his condition went straight into an acute phase, and he eventually died inoperable. There was another young man. The couple's combined salary was less than $3,000, and the 2 of them had a daughter to support. So they had no choice but to go abroad to do a clinical trial of a new drug, and they died in just 6 months. There are so many of these examples, and none of them stings this owner's heart. Looking at what his family is suffering, and thinking of so many others who are still suffering because they can't afford their medication, a saying came to him, and one he often told his son, that if you are poor, you are alone, and if you are rich, someone should do something. Some drugs are actually very effective, and you can't die in vain because you can't afford them. So now there's an affordable drug on the market, an affordable anti-cancer drug, and thousands of cancer patients have seen the light. This drug is the anti-cancer drug produced by Bice Group. The price is affordable to ordinary people. Some pharmacies have been able to buy, but this kind of affordable medicine is not legal, because his price is too low. The price of the drug filing did not pass. Competitors began to suppress. Even some people found the patients who buy these drugs to tell them that it is illegal, so that they do not go to buy. They don't understand those patients, not to mention anyone who can buy this medicine, which is not to save their lives. So these patients coldly say to them, even if it is illegal, so what? We want to live. Who will save our lives? Mortal bodies are compared to gods, and at this moment this owner is a god in the hearts of his patients, and in my heart. Speaking of which, the pop-ups were full of clear admiration. I know this kind of medicine. Now some pharmacies are sold. It is indeed very cheap, and the effect is also particularly good. I have a patient at home. He has eaten for 2 months. All the body indicators are all normal. Thanks to this hero. Only after experiencing true despair can we completely understand what kind of talent is worth chasing. What kind of talent is a real star, a living god, giving hope to so many families. White Gap looked at the pop-up and smiled. He needs that understanding. He does, and so does his father. But what people don't know is that just because of this price cut, it moved too many people's cheeses, and the owner of this company is now struggling, facing charges and possible jail time. And the Buy Group has been suppressed by many companies and has suffered losses one after another. The owner of Bice Group said that he can't go down. He can't go in or give Bice Group to someone else. Not because of money. His closest people are almost gone. Money doesn't mean anything to him anymore. It's not the business that he cares about. He cares about what will happen to all those patients when he's gone. Who else can give them cheap medicine? So, he's been toughing it out. Maybe until the day he can't hold it together all the time. Speaking of which, White Gap cried, "Dad, you've worked hard. Are you tired of doing this? Does the heart get tired? Why can't there be a way out for every good person in this world?" The number of people watching this live stream is up to 400 million at this point. Except now the pop-ups are surprisingly quiet. No one knew what to say. There was just heartache. The backstage of Fighting Voice, the people who were there now, had surpassed their record high number of people online. What should have been a time of cheering was drenched in tears for everyone. They don't know why. Who to blame? As if no one is at fault. Maybe, that's the line. When I turned over the history of Dacia, this history has no era. Crooked every page is written on the 4 words of benevolence, righteousness and morality. I couldn't sleep horizontally and looked carefully for half a night before I could make out the words from the cracks of the words. And all over the book, 2 words were written as cannibalism. The business is called the White Group, And as it happens, my last name is White. White Gap slowed his emotions for a very long moment before continuing again. That boss is my father. Maybe he wants to do this because of me. I'm the son of the White group. What you call a rich kid. But I'm also a patient now. A sick man. A man waiting to die. When you're dying, you think about things. And I think my father was great. He wasn't guilty and he wasn't wrong. So I want to tell people about these things. And if you can, fulfill my last wish to make some noise about my father and make a life for all cancer patients. My father said that he is not a hero, not to mention a god. He is the same as all people, are just an ordinary person, with 7 feelings and 6 desires, with all the bad things that all people have. But the ordinary is the most worthy of respect, and what he is doing now is to let more people can be ordinary for the rest of their lives. Someone guessed right. 3 more chapters tomorrow. He said that all he did was to guard the mundane. White Gap's voice grew calmer and deeper. So, next, I'd like to sing a song for you. Boss Young handed over the guitar. Seeing this scene, many people in front of the screen stared in disbelief. What? White Gap is going to sing? Looks like this is the first time he's sung in front of everyone. Can he still sing in this body? He's lived with his life for his dad and for those who can't be cured. Yes, money is no longer of any use to him. And a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Besides, he himself is in the last stage of his life. And he is doing this for his loved ones, and for those who suffer. Before the song was even sung, I suddenly felt a little bit like crying. Their family are all good people, but they all suffer from the injustice of fate. I want to cry but I can't. It's hard. The name of the song is just plain. White Gap said faintly, and then the music started. Soothing and calming intro with a gentle lilt. White Gap's voice was low and calm, mesmerizing as soon as he opened his mouth. Maybe far away or yesterday. Here or on the other side of the river, the long road turns clutching sadness and joy. People get together and people get separated. Let go of the right and wrong to know the answer. The bravery of living, there is no God's halo. You and I are born ordinary. The bravery of living, without the aura of God. You and I were born ordinary. White Gap's voice does not have any high and passionate, but it is like a hidden sea with huge waves, sending all the emotions that are too late to be told in detail to you once again, gently and heavily. How brave does it really take to live? No one knows. This song is not just about those fighting cancer, but all the ordinary little people. The hardship, courage and transformation of the little people are also flowing in the mournful lyrics, which seems to be a moving confession in tribute to fate. The pop-ups were quickly engrossing and moving. Suddenly I thought of a video from last year, when there was a typhoon and a man tried to hold up a minivan in the gale and was crushed to death when it fell down. When the video was first circulated, many netizens were laughing at how he was so stupid. And then they realized that it was a new van he had bought to support his family and had spent all his savings. This skinny figure was eventually crushed by the burden of life. This earth is really too bitter. Let go of right and wrong to know the answer. This is the cruelty of life. The world laughs at me too crazy. I laugh at others cannot see through. Listening to this song, I suddenly fell into sadness. And this sadness lasted for a long, long time. And I was afraid of getting sick myself. Afraid of my family getting sick. Afraid of not being able to pay for tomorrow's accidents. And that's maybe the sadness of being ordinary. Mr. White Gap, go for it. This is the first time Mr. White Gap has sung. And maybe it will be the last. But I will always remember this song. He will give me strength. The pop-ups are literally snotty. And too many people in this community have too much going for them. The sound of the White Gap continues. Recognize regret and heartbreak. Life is long and short. Beating heart grows vines. Willing to fight for danger. Fall into the grayness, fall into the abyss. Dirt-stained face. No aura of God. Hold on to the mundane in your hands. No regret in this heart and this life. The fire of life has been lit. What constitutes fighting for danger? And what kind of life can cause you to fall into the gray and into the abyss? A video appeared on the live feed. It was a godman, handcuffed, standing on a courtroom bench. The expression was sad but relieved. There's no money. What then? I can't let her die at home. I can't strangle her. The big man cried out the words. He committed a crime, carving the hospital's official seal and cheating the hospital for 4 years, totaling 170,000 medical bills. A few years ago, at the age of 36, he was forced to be laid off from his job, and in the same year, his wife was diagnosed with uremia. The high daily costs added to the already poor family's woes, and soon the family was out of pocket. He started borrowing money from his relatives and neighbors, who were scared of him and avoided him. He said, should borrow all borrowed. Where there is still money people hear his daughter-in-law has this disease. And he said, big brother, you're a bottomless pit, cannot be filled. She lived a day you have to bring 5,000 yuan account. Sometimes, some things, or forget it. He understands the reasoning, but he still can't let go of his wife who has been with him for most of his life. Could there be a darker life than this? He decided to forge an official seal and stamp it on the hospital's payment slip, the only way to keep his wife alive. He knew it was illegal, but he had no choice. Is this a real fight for danger? Someone asked him, aren't you afraid of letting yourself in one day for doing this? He said, he's afraid. He's afraid of nothing else. He's afraid of his wife and his children. And later on, if he's not around, no one will care. Who will care? During this time he worked hard to subsidize his family by pedaling 3 wheels every day. Dirt-stained face, no God's halo. Hold the hands of the ordinary. This heart, this life has no regrets. The fire of life has been lit. Maybe he did. Everyone shed tears when they saw this. Some people are willing to kill their wives in order to cheat on their premiums, while others are willing to break the law in order to save their wives. What do you call love? Why is the truth all so cruel? Video conversion. Switched to the White Group. White's group is losing money after drug prices were reduced. In desperation, White Gap's father announced a pay cut for all employees. One thing that was expected to cause a furor, but to my surprise, not a single person had a complaint. We know that the owner is not making money and losing money right now, and he's been very good to us, so we should be in the same boat now that we're in trouble. We're not making money now. We're saving lives, and with more money or less money, we can still live. But if we don't have this drug, and if this drug doesn't come down in price, then many people won't be able to live. So even if I didn't want the money, I'd still keep working. There are some things you do not do. I do not do. Then who else will do? A person's whole life can not just for themselves, but also have a conscience. White boss opened a good head. As long as he does not lie, we have to go down this road. Employee after employee said the most sincere and moving things. One may save another, but not millions. White Gap's father was saving thousands of people with his own life. Why don't people like that get good karma? The son is going to be gone, and most of his life's struggle may be gone, even with jail time. On what grounds? What's wrong with this society? 600 million people on the air, crying into a ball. Cried, really cried. I'm a nurse. I'm a malignant tumor patient. Listening to this song, I fall in tears. Cancer patients are too difficult. Facing how to face the future of work, family, face themselves, too difficult, too difficult. The work, the hospital makes me too embarrassed. I feel like I'm going to be driven to death by the hospital work. Such a person doesn't deserve to suffer like this. I suggest that we all join together to plead for White Gap's father. He's not at fault and he hasn't broken any laws. Maybe today we can stand by and watch when we see something like this, and tomorrow we can stand by and watch when we see the same thing. But when disaster happens to us, who else will lend a helping hand? I don't have any skills, but I'm willing to contribute my own share of strength. White's group. I'll remember that. In the future, as long as I'm buying medicines, as long as they have it in their house, I'll only buy this brand. Me too. I checked that Buys Group still has a lot of common medicines that everyone can use at a fair price. So everyone will buy their medicines from now on. Such a good man. We mustn't let him lose. Joint petitions, buying medicine, all the things we have to do. Come on, count me in. Count me in for a +1. Thousands of people on the pop-ups were expressing their determination. White Gap looked at these words and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. This was what he wanted, and he was sure that after today the story of the White Group would become a household name. He didn't know how well that would work. Time will tell. After such a long time of live broadcasting, White Gap suddenly felt his internal organs begin to ache, and beads of sweat once again appeared on his forehead. The painkillers are getting shorter and shorter. White Gap glanced at Boss Young, who immediately understood and took out the pill bottle. Only, she was still a little hesitant. How about resting? White Gap shook his head gently. Now that he had so many viewers, so many people supporting him, he was going to have to finish what he started and give everyone a perfect broadcast. When the painkillers arrived, White Gap purposely turned around to avoid the camera, grabbed a handful and drank it in. It's just that this action was still spotted by many attentive viewers. Mr. White Gap, you're drinking medicine again. This action breaks my heart. Mr. White Gap, rest if you're tired. We're especially satisfied to be able to look at you. Thank you for fulfilling our wishes, for giving us another song that is so beautiful, and thank you to your family, for doing such a great job and getting well, which is what we all share. Mr. White Gap, rest. Well, you can't be too tired. The pop-up screen full of swipes was full of words telling by Guy to rest and heartbreaking by Guy. It wasn't that they didn't want to see more of White Gap, they were just worried that he was too tired for his body to handle. There is truth in the world. White Gap once again sat in front of the camera, into the microphone, looking at these pop-ups very touched, clearing his throat not to want to say something to everyone. However, The words had not yet left his mouth. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the door to the live room was pushed open viciously. Turning his head to look, a slightly haggard middle-aged man was standing outside the door, his eyes red, obviously having just cried. "Who told you to do this?" the middle-aged man asked coldly, his tone icy and frightening. "Dad? Uncle?" White Gap and Boss Yang spoke out at the same time. The visitor was none other than White Gap's father. White Gap's father didn't respond to the two men, coldly looking at Boss Yang as he walked straight in. "Yang, I asked you to take good care of my son, and this is how you take care of him? Who gave you the right to make him do this? Is he still physically capable of doing this? If something goes wrong in the middle, who's responsible? Who can be responsible?" A questioning voice made Boss Yang speechless. "How do you explain it?" "There's no way to explain it. Dad, I'm the one who wants to do this." White Gap spoke up in defense. "Can you do what you want?" White Gap's dad got more emotional. "Do you realize that if anything happens to you, how will your mother live? How will I live? What makes you so selfish?" White Gap's father actually had some tears in his voice when he shouted at the end. I just want to. For you." White Gap swallowed and tried to explain. "I don't need it." White Gap's father interrupted him directly. "I'm your father. I don't need you to do anything for me, let alone trespass. I can handle all of it. So if you do all of this right now, I can think you're a good boy. I'll be touched. I'll be angry. Exceptionally angry. Ever thought about how you'd let me live with this for the rest of my life if something should happen to you? Live with the guilt? Can you bear it?" A line of questioning was like a knife stuck in himself, in the White Gap, in Boss Yang, and in the hearts of all the viewers. Everyone could tell that White Gap's father was really angry, but also really loved his son. There was silence. Every one of them didn't know what to say. White Gap's dad, red-eyed, walked over to the live computer, muttering under his breath, "Turn it off. Turn it all off. We're not live. We don't need it. Nothing." However, when he looked up and saw the dense pop-ups, those words were like bullet after bullet, instantly breaking his defense. Cry like a man. On the pop-ups, most people were swiping. "Uncle, don't be angry. Don't scold Boss Yang. Don't scold Mr. White Gap. They're good people. You're good people too. They're all good people. This may be Mr. White Gap's last wish, so let him do it. You're both the most important people to each other. Don't hurt each other. We'll support you. Support the White Group. Good people can't be without good rewards." One of the most moving broadcasts I've seen this year. No, probably the most moving broadcast I've seen in my entire life. Looking at these pop-ups, White Gap's father burst into tears and choked on his tears in front of everyone. Thank you all. I'm not angry. Yang, White Gap, are good kids, exceptionally good kids. I have no right to be angry with them. I was hating myself. I was angry with myself. I'm incompetent. I'm useless. I can't do anything. I can't save anyone. My wife is sick and I can't do anything about it. My son is sick and I can't do anything about it. I wanted to do something good for them, to save up a little bit of merit, but I ended up making a mess of it as well. And even the worsening of my son's condition was caused by me. It was caused by me finding a heartless doctor. It's all me. It's all my fault. I've never been there for them properly as a mother and son. I always thought it was a long time. The future was far away. I had enough time. But now, I hate myself. I really hate the fact that I can't wait to die. If my death will put this all to rest. Now, my son has become like this, but also because of my matter. Sitting here to beg everyone, to please everyone, his body at any time may fall here. Never wake up, but he still did this. All for me. For me, such a useless father. I still deserve to be a father. Do I still deserve to be a father? Do I still deserve to be a human being? I don't know. I really don't know. What am I going to do if they do have an accident? I don't dare to think. I really don't dare to think. A man in his 40s bawled on the air. Although he used to be a Dacia statement hefty entrepreneur, often on the rich and powerful list, and had experienced countless storms, but now, he's just a helpless man. All the strength and bravery evaporated at this moment. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. Uncle, don't cry. Uncle strong. We will all always be there for you and with you, even if one is rich and capable. In the face of such natural and man-made disasters, what difference is there between them and ordinary people? Such a person is not guilty of anything, and the White Group is the best pharmaceutical company. The pop-ups are still supporting it. 3 chapters are offered. And then, now 24-hour rush is around 400. Tomorrow Saturday, if it can break 500, continue to add more. In addition, many people ask me, why so sad? Perhaps, the author is also experiencing despair. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support. Life cheer. Cheer together. Yeah, not guilty. The pop-ups are flooded with comfort. The man crying in pain in front of the camera. How many people are going to be ruined in this world? Uncle, don't cry. We know we're wrong, Boss Yang advised with tears in her eyes. All along, she had felt that Bai Gap's father was a strong man, a man who could not be defeated by anything and was always tough. She could not have gotten so far in the entertainment industry without the help of White Gap's father, both explicitly and implicitly. But now, he was once again the most vulnerable man in the world. The contrast is heartbreaking. This consolation didn't do much good. White Gap's father had completely broken down, and he slumped over the table, shedding tears like nobody's business. What kind of despair does a father have to face to lose his voice and cry in public? Maybe he needed such a vent too. Outside the room where the broadcast was taking place, there was a man sitting quietly, thinking, it's Uncle Chan. He had known about this broadcast from the beginning, and although he hadn't been in the broadcast room, he had been quietly waiting next door. He was afraid of some accident, where he could be the first to deal with it if something unexpected happened. However, the arrival of White Gap's father breaks it all. Listening to every word that White Gap's father said, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. What a strong man this was once. Back then they had just started a business. In that era when cash was king, White Gap's father had just withdrawn a sum of money from the bank and was targeted by a few hooligans, and in order to protect the money, the old white man was knifed 3 times on his body, and he was hard-pressed not to let the money be snatched away. When Uncle Chen found him, the blood-covered father of White Gap, with a smile on his face, said just 3 words, the money's not missing. Uncle Chan said he's stupid. Money is not as important as life. Old White just giggled. The wounds on his body were shocking, but he didn't shed a single tear. And now, it's being beaten down by the beatings of life. Uncle Chen stood up and took a deep breath, then walked to the live room and gently pushed open the door. There were things he had to face. Old White, don't cry. I'm to blame for this. I made them do it, Uncle Chen said as soon as he came in. He wants to take some responsibility. When White Gap's father heard this voice, he slowly raised his head and looked at Uncle Chen with a surprising hint of coldness in his eyes. Why are you doing this? White Gap's father's voice was icy, cold to the bone. Even though Uncle Chen had 1,000 reasons and had prepared himself time and time again before this questioning still left him unable to say a single word. I can give you anything you want from me, White Gap's father interrupted. I can give you the money. I can give you the power. I can even give you the Bai clan group. I can give up everything now. I can give you anything. But why do you still come to torture my family? Isn't it enough to torture me? No, that's not true. Uncle Chen blushed and tried to explain. Old Chan, again, White Gap's father interrupted him heavily. They're all I've got. Really, and you know how much they mean to me. And even if I've done some things that have hurt you guys, haven't I made you guys enough money over the years? Not enough for you to allow me to do what I want to do with my son in his last hours? White Gap father is word for word desperate. We're brothers, Lao Chun. I've always thought so before today. And even if you choose not to be on my side now, and are going to join forces with them to try to screw me over, I still think so. But today, it's different. Me and you, decades of friendship, broken. Hearing the last 2 words, Uncle Chen was struck by lightning and stood in a daze. They had been close. They had been close to each other. They had been comrades in arms who could give their backs to each other. Today, but it went to the breaking point. Perhaps there would be many more variables in the future. But now Uncle Chen suddenly had a feeling of all-consuming frustration in his heart. The old White, Uncle Chen murmured. However, White Gap's father had turned his head and stopped looking at him. The cutoff is happening right now, Dad. Seeing this scene, White Gap finally couldn't help himself. I don't blame them. I really don't. I'm the one who had to do it. Can you do this thing alone? White Gap's father asked coldly. There was no way he could blame his son. Was there any use blaming someone who didn't even have much of a life? So, he chose to take it out on someone else. Life sometimes needs excuses. I forced them to do it. White Gap continued. He couldn't watch his father literally have nothing and break with everyone. Dad, you know what I'm most afraid of? White Gap's dad looked at White Gap, his lips moving several times, but not a word came out. My greatest fear is that you have no hope. White Gap continued. Dad, I really might not have a few days left. I know it, everyone knows it too. People just don't talk about it. I've been thinking about what you guys are going to do if I'm gone. People have to have something to live for? Something to look forward to. You once said that the White group was your second child. I just don't want your second child to disappear as well. White Gap's father cried, again and again. It's always heartbreaking to know what you're doing before you die. No, it's Dad's fault. Dad's useless. White Gap's father cried. Nobody's right. Yang Mi, Uncle Chen, everybody's right. Dad, don't blame them. okay? White Gap's father cried and nodded. How else could he refuse? White Gap laughed. Whether it was true or not, at least at the moment he was happy. It's funny to think about the old days, when we, father and son, were either arguing or in a cold war every time we met, always feeling like we were right, like an ingrate, and now that I think about it, why bother? Dad, let's reconcile and be the best father and son we can be. White Gap opened his arms, the two clung to each other, moving, really moving. Maybe men express their feelings in different ways. My dad and I are also. When we meet, we quarrel. Do not meet and still think of each other. See this scene? I want to say with my dad, Dad, I was wrong. In the future we masters. Good. I wish they could have stayed like this as father and son. I wish it was all a script and all fake. The pop-ups are full of comments like, some are even beginning to hope that this is scripted. Of course, that's impossible. It's all true. There were a lot of friends of White Gap's father watching this live stream, looking at this business tycoon in this state. No matter if it was a cooperative rival or a business partner, they all had mixed feelings in their hearts. Alibaba's boss Ma posted a tweet. Everyone will have a period of exceptionally difficult time. Career setbacks, life obstacles, the departure of loved ones, the love of the terrified. Through, life will be open, not through. Time will teach you how to shake hands with it. Do not be afraid. We know each other for a long time but do not know each other. But I still say a word. There is a need to. You can look for me. Penguin Twisted Vine is a close second. A man can be disappointed, but not despair. Tired to walk a little slower, but never backward. Before we met at a business gathering, your talk and laughter, your change of heart gave me a lot of strength. Just the world is unpredictable. I believe that you can carry through. Or in other words, my phone is open for you 24 hours a day. There are other people from all walks of life, from all the tops, who have been tweeting. Wanda Wangboss, Du Een, many. You could tell that White Gap's father still had a good reputation within the business community. It was just that those companies in the same industry as Bice Group didn't take a stand one by one. The impact of this broadcast may have touched them in more ways than one. Maybe they need to think more in the face of profit. What White Gap's father did affected an entire industry. The broadcast came to a close with a reconciliation between White Gap and his father. This broadcast broke a lot of records. Record number of people online. Highest level of discussion. It's just that no one pays any attention to that. Scene after scene during the broadcast deeply rooted in every heart. It's just that a lot of things need some people to take the lead. The purpose of the White Gap is to alleviate the crisis of the white group through public opinion. It's important to take the lead. It was while White Gap was still thinking about who to go to for help in his head. People in the entertainment industry who have been helped by White Gap have come forward without fail. Maybe this move will make them offend some capital and will make their future path in showbiz a bit difficult. But there are times and things that shouldn't be looked at only in terms of benefits. Harry was the first to update his Twitter account after the live broadcast. After experiencing a few bursts of fire from the children of tomorrow, he was now the hottest new generation singer in Daxia. How many more people have to be drowned in the vastness of the night? In the darkness when can we see the light? We can't let the people with the light fall into the darkness. The white group is good. The White Gap teacher has to father is not guilty. The second one is Chung Shu-han, who has been a big fan of MS. White Gap. Invisible Wings has brought her back to the center of showbiz once again. Great love needs each and every one of us to guard it. Go, White's group. I hope the officials can give justice. The next one just got bigger and bigger. Mr. Luke Hall. I may be about the same age as White Gap's father, but I'm ashamed to say that I don't have the same courage as he did, and I'd like to call him a warrior of this age. And warriors don't deserve injustice. MS. Han Hong. It's hard for a person to want to do something. It's even harder to want to do something good. Empathy. Those who want to do really good things need the understanding and support of each and every one of us. White's group. Go for it. White Gap father and son. Go for it. Rain God, may all rain pass. Go White's group. Deng Ziki. True love won't be a bubble. Love will last forever. Go Pax group. There are also many people who aren't really close to White Gap who have also spoken out in support. Sky King Lu even said directly on social media in the form of a video. Moved. Shocked. Aggrieved. Resigned. I don't know what kind of emotion I am feeling right now. I hope the authorities can seriously look into this matter. I think a hero who is willing to help thousands of people must not be a bad person. Faruta La said directly on behalf of the Shangjiang artists. I spend a large part of the year with children in need and I know how difficult it is for those at the bottom of this society, but I still don't think I could be as brave, supportive, and admiring as White Gap's father, and I hope he gets a fair outcome. Gutierrez is the chairman of the Hyunyi Cook Artists Association, and he has the qualifications. Meanwhile, the people of Daxia were all in action. A certain pharmacy. Hello, you've spent a total of $308. counting the discount. $246.80 will do. The pharmacy sales politely said. What? Who are you looking down on? Let me tell you. I'm short of money, but I don't need a discount. You have to sell me at the original price or I'll file a complaint against you. The customer retorted with a straight face. Ha! Pharmacy sales goofed. It was the first time she had heard such an original reason for the complaint. These are medicines produced by the buy group. How can they be sold at a discount? It has to be at the original price. Don't you think so? The customer turns and asks directly behind him in the queue. No price cuts, no discounts. Must be original price. Who made me buy it cheap? And who am I going to get in trouble with? At that moment, the store manager of the pharmacy hurried over. Now that the medicines produced by Buys Group have been sold out, we've made an emergency purchase from them, and they won't arrive until tomorrow. If there's an urgency, we still have a lot of other brands of medicines with similar efficacy to choose from. What? The scene exploded. Sold out? Why do you have such a small stock? Don't you know how to prepare more? Who buys if the brand isn't Buys Group? What bad luck! I'll have to come back tomorrow to line up. The crowd was noisy, but there was nothing that could be done about it, and slowly everyone dispersed. The drugstore sales were dumbfounded. What's wrong with these people today? Aren't they sick? How come the discounts don't want it? Don't want it at a reduced price? Not even other brands? Can you afford to be sick? The store manager sighed slightly. They're buying medicine to cure what's wrong with this society. The White Group's webcast room. At the moment, all the staff are busy. All of their medicines would be instantly snapped up as soon as they hit the shelves. And just like that, there were still millions of medicines waiting below the live broadcast, urging to hurry up and stock up. The host of the live stream was a bit overwhelmed at this point. People need to spend money wisely. It's medicine, not anything else, and by according to their needs. Netflix was outright displeased. Who are you looking down on by wildly lowering prices and making us spend rationally? The moderator was in a hurry. Our boss also said that you should spend money rationally. Tell your boss to mind his own business. Netizens are even more outright angry. The live stream was great and the event far exceeded expectations. However, what everyone doesn't know is this. In the imperial capital's first hospital, White Gap's attending doctor was rushing to White Gap's home in a hurry. Live with disease. The aftermath is still here. Hypnosis 500 or more. Tomorrow 3 chapters. Then, if the hyped up at 600 tomorrow, continue 3 chapters the day after tomorrow. 704 chapters. Everyone cheer. Hyped up don't need money. After the live broadcast, White Gap naturally noticed the public opinion online. Only, his frown remained unrelieved. Nothing yet from the most important place or the most important one. If they don't speak, that means, too, that the crisis is not over. White Gap's father made countless phone calls, pleading for mercy and prying for information. It's done. He can't let his son's hard work go to waste. Being able to make the buy group so big, it's unlikely that he doesn't have people in the officialdom. All the people on the other side of the phone were tight-lipped. Whether they usually call themselves brothers and sisters or have communities of interest, all of them are ambiguous. Not a single bit of useful information was obtained. It made him a little worried. If the officials still continue to cling to this matter, then the crisis of the buy group and the illegal behavior of Buy Gap's father will not go away. The present wind and fire will still be a basket case in the end. Is it really useless? White Gap looked at Boss Yang with a bit of despondency in his eyes. Don't worry too much. It's not that fast. Boss Yang comforted. Buy is different from other things. He affects the entire industry. If once the door is opened and it is said that this matter is correct, how will other pharmaceutical companies of the same type live? Who will make up for their lost profits? After all, they weren't wrong in the strictest sense of the word. So I guess the officials are also hesitating. Hey, White Gap sighed. He understood all of this. He just still had some hard feelings. In fact, the profits of many drugs are still very high now. As long as the patent period has passed, the cost is not much. They can all continue to make money through other aspects. Why do they have to die to this kind of life-saving things? Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Who's too rich for that? Boss Yang said with a bitter smile. This is the society of capital. People eat people? Sometimes, some of our means, they really may not be able to put in their eyes, do their best, just listen to God. After that statement, both of them fell into silence. In fact, none of them have much confidence that they can change things now. I don't know how long the silence lasted. Suddenly, a voice interrupted this. There's news. It was White Gap's father who spoke. White Gap and Boss Yang immediately looked at the computer. But soon, they shook their heads in surprise. They refreshed the page 5 or 6 times and there was no update at all. It's not the official medical account. It's Daxia.com, and Daxia.com has commented on the story. White Gap's father hurriedly explained. What? Both of them opened their mouths wide in surprise and hurriedly clicked on dasha.com. The official medical account is an official medium for the medical profession, and everyone subconsciously assumes that if there is going to be an outcome of this matter, then it will be on this account, and it should be on this account, and dasha.com. This is absolutely official dasha, belonging to the highest level of official media, several levels above these industry accounts. Every piece of content goes through layers of screening. It can be said that the news from dasha.com represents, to a certain extent, the attitude of the highest level of dasha. How could this be alarming to dasha.com? It was too late to think about it, and the two of them refreshed and immediately fixed their eyes on it. For the people to hold the salary of the person, not to make it frozen dead in the snow, the great summer, more will not give up any of the people. The Sky anti-cancer drugs into the health insurance has officially entered the scope of the discussion. Those who contributed to the matter of the pioneers, worthy of respect from any of us. This passage made all three men wet their eyes at the same time. They did. One person can save 10, 100, 1,000, but it won't save millions of people. The only thing that can save the masses is the state. Thankfully, HWA didn't let anyone down and they stepped up to the plate. The glory is that they facilitated the process of this matter and their efforts were not in vain. This is enough. Whitegap even had a sense of relief at this point. Even if he had to die tomorrow, he felt at peace. This segment of dasha.com was just sent out 5 minutes ago. Whitegap's father's phone rang. Hey, old bye. Great. You've done a great thing. That project we worked on before. I've decided that I'll continue to make a 10% profit. We can definitely continue to work together. The one who came to the phone was a company that was on par with Bai's group, and was already considering giving up their cooperation because of Bai's crisis before. Sure enough, there are no eternal friends or enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Whitegap's father hung up after a few polite words. Then, followed by more calls. Hey, old Bai, we've just developed a new drug. See if you can reward us with a share. We'll give you 10%. No, 20% of the profit directly for nothing. Brother Bai, in the past it was all my fault. I don't know what's good and bad. I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Taishan. Min adults don't care about small people. Don't bother with me. In the future, how much of your Bai group's medicines? How many I want to have? Master Bai, do you see that you still lack a son? If you want to lack, I am your son, and a grandson will do. These people are all old and cunning, and they all know it in their hearts. As soon as this official news came out, they all knew that Bai's group would become a benchmark enterprise that the officials would strive to promote, and Bai's group, the brand, would be the gold standard in the hearts of the people. Now as long as you can get a little bit of light from Bai's group, then for future sales, the bills will automatically fly to your waistband. Therefore, at this moment, they all changed their faces and tried their best to please. Whitegap's father was naturally not a fool, and he politely replied to each of them one by one, but did not make any promises. Everything is hard-won. All the glory now is the result of his own son's life. He must be cherished. What to do next on the path of Bai's group was an issue he had to seriously consider and must not make a hasty decision. After working on these competitors, Whitegap's father remained unoccupied. The phone was still showing someone calling in. It was the major shareholders of the Bai group, and the group of people who had jumped most happily at the time to force Whitegap's father to abdicate. Seeing these numbers, Whitegap's father's face immediately changed. For those competitors, he could still understand. In itself, we are all eating from the same pot, and there is no excuse for suppressing each other, for the sake of profit. But these shareholders, they were all old friends who had fought the world with him, and had followed him all these years, from nothing, and had glorified him. However, if they were just fighting for profit, Whitegap's father could still be forgiven. But, those who put the charge on Whitegap Taka's father, these people secretly made a lot of efforts. It's simply a fall from grace. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Whitegap's father picked up the first call and listened for a few moments, and frowned. You don't need to say these things to me now. I'll be holding a high-level meeting in the next few days, so save it for the meeting to explain. And tell your group not to call me now. I want to spend time with my son. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, with the remaining anger still on his face. Dad, don't get too wound up. Seeing the state of his father, Whitegap was a bit worried. It's okay, such a difficult moment has come through. After this incident I've also looked away a lot. When I remove all the company's assholes, I'm ready to be relieved of my armor and return to the field. Whitegap's father said. Whitegap didn't speak again either. He doesn't understand what's going on with the White group. But seeing that now, it seemed to be a fairly satisfactory result. He still smiled, and the first stone in his heart finally fell. Everything seemed to unravel, and Whitegap felt a wave of relief. Then he fell heavily unconscious once more. It's as if it's a break after a strenuous workout. Seeing Whitegap go down once more, the whole scene was once again a handful. Every fall could be a final goodbye. Everyone's hearts tensed again. Where's the family doctor? The family doctor, hurry over. Ventilators, resuscitation facilities, bring it all. Call Dr. Chang and tell him to come over to the house. Quick, it has to be quick. All sorts of sounds, hands and feet. When Dr. Chang got the news, he drove straight to Whitegap's home. The Whitegap is now not just an ordinary patient, but a benchmark for Daxia. Every bit of movement touches the hearts of millions of people. The car arrived quickly. By the time Dr. Zhang arrived, the family doctor had already done the basic first aid, and Dr. Zhang immediately began to do a thorough examination of Whitegap's body. Half an hour later, one good news, one bad news. The good news is that the patient's coma this time around is just some discomfort triggered by overexertion and too many painkillers, and he should wake up soon. The bad news is that the patient's last breath is getting weaker and weaker, and even if he could wake up this time, the next time, and the next time, might actually be the last. Dr. Zhang's tone was sad. Whitegap really was the most unusual patient he had ever seen. He did at the end of his life what others could not accomplish in several lifetimes. People like that don't deserve to die. But, although he was a doctor, there was nothing he could do. A feeling of powerlessness swept through Dr. Zhang's entire body. He slowly stood up and bowed deeply at Whitegap. Dr. Zhang, what are you doing? Whitegap's father immediately picked him up. Dr. Zhang looked up, already in tears. As a doctor who had seen life and death, he shouldn't have been so vulnerable. But this time, brother, don't help me. I'm not doing this for myself. It's for the millions of patients who may see hope because of you. As a doctor, I've seen too many patients who can only wait for death because they can't afford to see a doctor and can't afford to pay the money. And every time I feel ashamed to bear the name of a doctor. So thanks to you, you're letting them see hope. Dr. Zhang's words were very sincere. A healer's heart is the heart of a parent. This is the true heart of the house. If anything, in the past, Dr. Zhang's pity for Whitegap was greater than his admiration. So now, he honors it from the bottom of his heart. Dr. Zhang, it's me who should thank you. A voice came. Hearing this voice, the crowd was shocked. The sound was coming from the bed. It turned out that Whitegap, not knowing when, had woken up leisurely. Are you tired? How do you feel now? Are you thirsty? Hungry? Seeing that Whitegap was awake, Boss Yan was the first to pounce on him and ask. I'm fine. Whitegap is still a little weak. I just heard everything that was said just now, including the part where Dr. Zhang said about my condition. There was a sudden silence. It was as if they suddenly didn't know how to deal with the Whitegap. Just now, Dr. Zhang said that Whitegap's health condition is irreversible, and maybe next time, it will be the end of the line. How cruel this is to a young man in his 20s. No, it's fine. Seeing that everyone was silent, Whitegap exited and comforted. Being sick for so long, I've long been ready. Just, Dr. Zhang, Dad, Mimi, there's still one thing I'm relieved about. You said. Whitegap's father had blurred his eyes once again. Son, you name it, whatever it is, Dad will do it for you. A son's wish before he dies. A father will do it even if he has to put his life on the line. No, there's no need to get all grandiose. It's not like I'm going to die anytime soon. Whitegap tried hard to smile and advise. Dad, I don't worry about you when I'm gone because I know you're a strong man and you can hold up. I'm worried about my mom. I used to think that I wasn't important to you two at all. That you had too many more important things to do. And that I would always come second, third, fourth, or even further down the list. Until now, I didn't realize that. Maybe, I'm all my mom has. What will she do if I'm gone? What a know-it-all kid. Everyone's eyes could no longer hold back the tears. At this point in time, he's still thinking about someone else. Whitegap's mom did break down. Since the last time Whitegap was taken to the resuscitation room, she's been sick and is still in the hospital. Everyone just hid the condition of her Whitegap from her. In between, Whitegap visited her a few times, and it was only after seeing her son alive that Whitegap's mom began to cooperate with the treatment. Whitegap and her made a pact to live together until they were 99 years old. But now, Whitegap might not really be able to do it. Don't worry, I'll take care of your mom, I promise. Whitegap's father choked back a sob. Whitegap, however, shook his head slowly. No, is not enough. It's not care that mom needs, it's hope. My mom has cried in front of me more than once. She said she was sorry for me. That she shouldn't have left me alone when I was a kid, shouldn't have left me alone to endure so much. She said that she was to blame for this illness of mine, that if she could have taken care of me from a young age like all the other moms did, maybe I'd be in good health right now. I've said a million times that it's fate and I don't blame her, but she's just in that bullseye and can't get out of it. So, I would like to ask Dr. Zhang, my parents are not too old. Both are less than 50. If it is possible to have another one with their current physical condition? Whitegap looked at Dr. Zhang. No. Before Dr. Zhang could say anything, Whitegap's father screamed again. No, Gap, you're our only son in this life. We don't want any other kids. Not, Dad. Whitegap cried out heavily, or at least he felt he had used all his strength. Nini and I used to say that if I died, I'd donate my remains, preferably just to an orphan child, and then you'd adopt it, so that he'd have traces of me in him, and maybe you'd be better off. But then, I thought it still wasn't right. He wasn't me after all, and maybe it would be harder for you guys to watch. So I thought if you could have a kid like me and watch him grow up, you'd slowly forget about me. This is my last wish. Word for word, Whitegap's father had been sobbing uncontrollably. Could there be a better son? Why couldn't God have given him more time? Whitegap looked at Dr. Zhang once again, waiting for his answer. Dr. Zhang sighed silently. I've given both your parents a full body checkup before. Your father's health is fine. There shouldn't be any problems. But your mother, who is very weak right now, is at a high risk if she gets pregnant, and besides, the chances of your mother conceiving naturally are not very high. What about that test tube? Whitegap seemed to have expected this answer. In vitro requires surgery and requires the woman to be physically conditioned in advance to be able to do it in the right condition. Your mother won't always cooperate, and if she doesn't want to, there's nothing anyone can do. That means there's still a possibility of test tubes, right? Whitegap pursued. It can only be said to be a theoretical possibility. Dr. Chang replied. It's possible. Whitegap repeated the phrase twice. Let's just forget it. Your mom's so stubborn. She'll say yes? Whitegap's dad slowed down a bit and dissuaded once again. The two have been together for decades and know each other's temperaments too well. On my mom's side, I'll talk. I'll beg. There's always a way. Whitegap is not dead. At this time, Boss Young, who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly jumped upwards with his eyebrows and opened and closed his mouth several times before he made up his mind to open his mouth. Actually, don't really have to go to that much trouble. If the older couple had a grandchild, it could have the same effect. Grandson? The crowd was stunned for a moment by Boss Yang's words, and then seemed to react immediately, staring at Boss Yang in a daze. Yes, I do. Even Boss Yang was a little shy when he said those words. I also want to be able to have a child with Whitegap. Whitegap, I don't know what I'd do if you were gone. And if I could have a child, maybe I could be a little stronger too. 3 chapters offer. Today 600 hyped. I guess it cannot be reached. Tomorrow Monday, if you can get to 550 hyped, continue to the day after tomorrow to add more. More 100 more plus a chapter. Hyped do not need money, just need to move your fingers. Everyone point a little. Thank you. Let me feel a little popularity is good. Receiving confirmation. Everyone's eyes widened. How did Boss Young have the courage to have a child with a terminally ill patient, almost destined to be raised alone from the moment the child was born? Ahem. Whitegap's father coughed twice. Xiao Yang. This is a matter of a lifetime. You can't be impulsive. He felt he needed a reminder. I'm not impulsive. Yang Mi said quietly. The biggest regret in life is that I met the most special person in my life. But I also know especially well that we will not be together forever. But the long road of life. You accompany me for a ride. And I will miss you for a lifetime. The rest of my life, I can only be spent in thought. There is a child. Perhaps I give myself the mercy. Boss Yang rarely expressed his emotions so directly, but his actions over such a long period of time had long since spoken for themselves. Her relationship with Whitegap is etched in stone until death. Silly girl. Whitegap's father didn't know what to say and sighed silently. Boss Young smiled and didn't say anything. Stupid is as stupid does. What else can you do? In her heart, she understands more than anyone else that she and Whitegap can't go together, but she still put her best foot forward and bet everything she has. She does not bet that she can win, but seeks her own not to regret. She is not stupid, she just do not want to leave regrets. This kind of powerless love hurts the most. Boss Yang looked at Whitegap as if waiting for his answer, but after waiting for a long time, Whitegap never said anything. The scene was silent. Boss Yang couldn't help himself and frowned. What, you don't want to? Whitegap, we've been in a relationship for a long time, but it seems like you've never really gotten me. Don't you want to? These 2 naked words made Whitegap's old face blush. Don't be ridiculous. Whether there is nonsense or not you know in your own heart. I just want a child now. Is it hard? Can't you do it for me? I'm a girl because of this kind of thing all lowly. Begging you is not enough? Boss Yang seems to not care about anything anymore at the moment, and dares to say anything. When a girl can say something like that in front of everyone, it only means that your love is deep and true enough. The others looked at each other in disbelief. White Gap let out a bitter laugh helplessly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that, in my current body, can I still do this? If we can't do it we can test tube it. Boss Young came right off the bat. Besides, you're not terminally ill in that area. What's not allowed? And I asks Dr. Zhang, even terminally ill patients, in some cases, can also cohabitate, but also help physical and mental health. What a word for tiger and wolf. White Gap was completely dumbfounded, his eyes looking towards Dr. Zhao. This bitch really asked you such a revealing question. Dr. Zhang nodded awkwardly. Theoretically, it's possible. Receiving confirmation, White Gap was speechless and shook his head as he continued. I can't move 2 times now, and it takes half my life to stand up. Can I still do that kind of exercise? White Gap is not unwilling. What man does not fantasize about that day, and his favorite person, all together? It's just that now that you're in this situation, and you're going to do this kind of thing, it's not love, it's cruelty. Cruelty to Boss Yang. I can move if you don't. Seeing that White Gap kept refusing, Boss Yang was so anxious that he could say anything. You don't stop until you get what you want. White Gap was dumbfounded. For the first time I realized, Boss Yang turned out to be a man of nature. But, White Gap sighed. Even if everything were possible, would my body, the child I give birth to, be healthy? Hearing this question, Boss Yang was stunned and suddenly somewhat speechless. It was as if she had thought of a lot of things, but had forgotten only this. Dr. Zhang, you're the professional, so tell us. White Gap looked at the doctor again. It's not that cancer patients can't have children, but we usually recommend early onset or recovery, and the White Gap, having already gone through too much chemotherapy, can very much affect the child's health if chosen out of the blue. Dr. Chang answered professionally. What about test tubes? Doesn't this one pick the best sperm? Isn't that possible too? Boss Yang is still undeterred. It depends on the patient's physical condition. I can't make a judgment. That means it's still possible, right? There was a bright light in Boss Yang's eyes. As long as there's a 1 in a million chance, that's hope. Maybe, but even with the most sophisticated testing, there's no guarantee that it's foolproof. And a person grows over a lifetime, over several decades. And just because something can't be seen now doesn't mean he won't relapse over the course of those decades. So I'd advise you to be cautious. Dr. Zhang ended with a reminder. However, Boss Yang acted as if he hadn't heard these words and kept mumbling with his mouth. It's good to have hope. It's good to have hope. Right now, she couldn't think about the future. She would try anything if there was hope. Mimi. White Gap finally couldn't help himself and interrupted her with a voice. Wake up. The birth of a child is the crystallization of love. A new life. We are the ones who need to be responsible for him for the rest of his life. I also want to have a child of my own with you. But don't you understand Dr. Zhang's words? It's not suitable. We can't leave the risk to the next generation. I don't care. Boss Young has gone a little crazy. I can't manage anything right now. It's hard for me. Every time the doctor sentences you to death, my heart dies with you. I don't even know how much longer I can hold out. And you're asking me to think about the future? In fact, when it comes down to it, everyone is suppressing their emotions. They often act less sad and try to be as calm as possible. But, all it takes is a little tiny trigger and it's an explosion. So did the father of the White Gap in the live feed, and now Boss Young. But all the things in the world can't change just because you explode. Still shaking his head, White Gap shouted, do you want to go through this pain again? Hearing these words, Boss Yang's entire body seemed as if he had been struck by lightning, and he looked at him in a somewhat wooden daze. The look is truly heartbreaking. White Gap was also a bit unable to bear it, and his tone became gentle once again. Mimi, I mean, if something happens to the baby later on, it would be another blow to everyone. And I've been through how painful this process is, and I'm afraid the story will repeat itself again. Young Mimi cried, silently, and she didn't bother insisting on anything more. She was convinced. No, maybe, she's just heartbroken. How many more people are going to walk through the vastness of the night? And what kind of ending is this life and death love going to come to? Everyone was silent, looking at these two poor lovers with indescribable heartache. I don't know how long the silence lasted. White Gap finally slowly raised his head and looked at White Gap's father. Dad, I want to go see my mom. White Gap's mother was still hospitalized and had tried to report the good news every time they met before. But this time, everyone knew what White Gap was up to. Can your mom stand it? Whitegap's dad is still a little worried. I'll try to say it politely. Okay. Whitegap dad nodded, then turned his head to look at Dr. Zhang again. Dr. Zhang is also the primary care physician of Whitegap's mother, and there are still some situations that he knows better. Go tomorrow. The lady will have another treatment today, not for mood swings, and I will be present tomorrow. In case there are unforeseen circumstances, they can be dealt with in time. Okay. Having decided on this matter, Whitegap breathed a sigh of relief and he was running out of time, and a lot of things had to be done urgently. Dad, where is that Smith now? Whitegap asked again. There was an icy chill throughout the house at the sound of that name. For this Smith, every one of them hated him with a passion, and Whitegap could feel the pain on his skin even more. Originally, with the help of the system, things are looking up. This Smith changes everything. Let the system crash and fall asleep, letting one's hopes of life almost disappear. So this Smith, he wanted to meet. I've got him in custody. Don't worry, I won't let him go. Whitegap's dad returned harshly. Take me to him. I'd like to know what this man who put me through this is really thinking, Whitegap said. Whitegap's dad hesitated a bit, but quickly nodded. Now that Smith is under his complete control, there should be no danger. Alright, Dr. Zhang and I will stand guard outside the door. You can call us anytime if anything happens. With that said, the group drove to another villa. Then, Whitegap's dad took Whitegap, Dr. Zhang, and Boss Yong, a total of 4 people down to the basement. Smith is right here. When he was at the door, Whitegap didn't let anyone else in. He wanted to talk to Smith alone. Opened the door. In the dim light, when Whitegap saw Smith for the first time, his whole body was shocked. What's the situation? Whitegap was dumbfounded. The Smith in front of him had long since lost the civilized manner in which he had been treated, and the whole man was pudgy, cloaked, and had all kinds of wounds on his body, emitting a foul odor. Obviously, he's not having a good time here. Whitegap covered his nose. Not a trace of sympathy in his heart. Still recognize me? Hearing the voice, Smith's drooping eyelids lifted slightly, and seeing the Whitegap, he suddenly gained a trace of strength from nowhere and struggled to get up. It's you? Fuck. I'm telling you. Let me go. Let me go right now. You're breaking the law. If they don't hear from me for a long time from the pretty country, they'll definitely send someone to investigate, and then you'll all be finished. All finished, you know? This Smith was also a tough guy. Being tortured like this, his mouth was still hard. Whitegap smiled coldly. Dr. Smith, do you think it's still useful to threaten that for someone who's about to die? Or someone you've killed? Smith was stunned. His mind seemed to think of something, and his struggling movements stopped, his whole body frozen. Whitegap didn't care and continued. In fact, I came here to ask you a question. You clearly know that you can't overdose on that kind of medicine, and I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to harm me? This was a question that Whitegap had never been able to figure out. Dr. Smith is Whitegap's father, an internationally renowned expert who came over from the pretty country at great expense, and is absolutely top-notch, both in terms of cost and whatnot, and there is no doubt about Dr. Smith's expertise. So why did he make such a cheap mistake? Smith didn't say anything, just silent. What? Don't even have the courage to tell the truth to a dying man? Whitegap continued to ask. Ahem. Smith didn't know if he was choking and coughing twice just as he was about to open his mouth because it was hard or what. No reason. Whitegap. In fact, I don't lack money. I have been practicing medicine for so many years. I have long been famous and rich. So do you know why I came here? Whitegap didn't say anything. Because I saw your medical record. At that time when I saw that case, my whole body was stunned. In my opinion, you should have been a dead man at that time, but you are miraculously still alive. I think that this is a chance given to me by God. My new medicine is for this kind of damn people to renew their lives. There is simply no better test subject than you. Whitegap nodded. That time would have been when the system had just appeared and he had just renewed his life once. So here I am. Smith continued. When I came to China and finished examining you for the first time, I knew I came to the right place. You are simply the perfect test subject for the new drug. I have no other pursuits in my life. I just hope to get the highest awards in the medical field. And this new drug, it carries all my dreams. After trying the medicine on you twice, I found that the results were surprisingly good. Even better than I had imagined. Your vitality was growing stronger, and you were absorbing the medicine to a state I hadn't imagined. So I think you can afford to increase the dosage if you do. But of course, more importantly, the World Medical Congress is about to start, and I need to come up with a stronger case to improve my competitiveness. There is only one way to do this. Increase the dosage. If it were an ordinary person, of course I would not dare to do this, but I think you must be able to withstand it. Because you are too good at absorbing this kind of medicine. You must be able to. Results. Smith didn't go on, and didn't have to. After hearing this, Whitegap only wanted to laugh bitterly. As it turns out, it was the system that caused Smith's misunderstanding, and the system's renewal of his life made Smith think it was the effect of his medication. Is it all your own fault or is it your fate? But no matter what, it doesn't change the fact that Smith is seeking to kill people for their money. Just for some bullshit honor of yours, you're going to use me as a test subject? Whitegap was a little angry. So what? Smith looked coldly at Whitegap. I've seen a lot of dead people in my life, and in my eyes, none of them are as important as my medicine. Beasts, madmen, brutes. Whitegap cursed viciously. Yeah, I'm the crazy one. Smith seemed to have really gone crazy, and the whole thing actually became unusually arrogant. Can you kill me? Do you dare to kill me? I'm a pretty country person, and a pretty country person with status. Even though you can torture me, you will never dare to kill me. Eventually I will go back and continue to live a life of brocade. And you won't be able to see that day. Ha ha. Whitegap smiled coldly. Other people don't dare to kill you, but do you think I, a person who is about to die, still don't dare? There is only one life for every person. One life for one life. It's quite worth it. More rushes. Just a little bit more. When the rushes come, I'll add more. Come on everyone. Smith was stunned. Then, as if suddenly reacting to something, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. You can't do this. You'll bring disaster to your family if you do this. You can't kill me. Absolutely not. He's not afraid of torture. He's afraid of death. If a man who is going to die kills him, what can he do? Even if a pretty country will stand up for him? Kill a dead man? In fact, it's the Whitegap that's fearless right now. You can harm me. I can't kill you. Is that right in heaven? Whitegap said coldly. No. No. Smith screamed in panic. By guy, you have to know that without me, you wouldn't have been able to live until now. If not for my medicine, you might have died long ago. So I'm your savior. It's me who renewed your life. You can't be beneficent. Smith yelled as if he had grabbed a lifeline. Ha! Whitegap sneered twice. Without the system, he might actually believe this Smith's bullshit. But now, he thought the man was a demon. Maybe he really does have medical skills and great expertise, but definitely no medical ethics. Such people don't deserve to be doctors. Seeing this ass-kicking look on Smith's face right now, Whitegap didn't bother to bullshit with him anymore. Don't worry, I can still live for a few days, and you can continue to live for a few days, and when we really have to go on the road together, I will definitely not leave you behind. After saying this, Whitegap turned around, leaving only Smith, who was shouting at the top of his lungs behind him. Deafened. That's the effect that Whitegap is going for. After fighting cancer for so long, he understands one thing better than anyone. The real cruelty is not death, but the days waiting for it. The time of waiting when you know that the butcher knife will eventually come to your neck but you don't know when he will come is the most torturous. Smith. Enjoy. Having met Smith, Whitegap has nothing else to do today. Back in his room, he excused himself from the crowd on the pretext of wanting to take a break, and then, once again, took out the notebook in which he had written the song. Time was running out and he was going to try to write as many songs as possible. After lifting his pen and writing for a while, he was drenched in sweat once again. Though he had prepared himself for it, he still bared his teeth in an uncomfortable grimace every time the pain came. This is simply not a human suffering. No amount of painkillers will provide complete relief. That's it. Whitegap clenched his teeth and held on for 4 or 5 hours before he finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed on the bed. By this time, it was 11 p.m. Whitegap had just rested for a while and felt slightly relieved. Suddenly, the doorknob of the room was gently twisted. A sinister figure walked in. It's young me. Boss Yang was only wearing a thin nightgown, and her already proud figure was emphasized even more at this moment. Even the terminally ill Whitegap couldn't help but feel a rush of blood. What are you doing? Whitegap hurriedly raised the quilt to his chest and looked at Boss Yang warily. Wimpy. Seeing Whitegap's appearance, Boss Yang said contemptuously. Never seen a man so wimpy. It's not like I can eat you, Boss Yang said as he placed his own quilt on Whitegap's bed. Dr. Zhang said that your current physical condition isn't suitable for you to be without anyone around, so I'll just have to resign myself to sleeping with you tonight. Aggrieved? Is that a fucking complaint? Whitegap clearly saw a sense of conspiracy in Boss Yang's eyes. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a naked lamb. Mud. Whitegap felt extremely insulted. Isn't that kind of look usually given by guys to girls? That is, they are now bullying themselves out of shape. Otherwise, it's not your turn to be a dick. Are you sleeping? Boss Yang laid down on the bed and saw Whitegap's still stiff body half-sitting, and asked without any good humor. Sleep. White Gap hurriedly agreed. And in a flash he was under the covers, closing his eyes and trying to keep his mind as empty as possible. Just as White Gap was trying to suppress himself, suddenly, two slender arms wrapped around him, and one jade leg even hitched onto his body. What good man could stand such a temptation? White Gap wanted to refuse, but just smelling the ethereal fragrance of Boss Yang's body, his nose couldn't help but greedily suck on it, and for a while, he was actually a bit reluctant to give it up. Sure enough, a gentle land is a hero's grave. Forget it, life is like rape. Since you can't fight it, you might as well enjoy it. White Gap completely gave up on the treatment, and a pair of hands gently hugged Boss Yang as well. It was in this moment of intentionality. Suddenly, a sob broke it all. It's Boss Yang. At some point, she had burst into tears. How? What happened? White Gap asked in alarm. White Gap, are you in a lot of pain and suffering? Boss Yang huffed. Ah, no. White Gap was a bit puzzled. However, Boss Yang cried even more. Right. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm too selfish. In fact, what I said during the day I really mean it. I just want to come at night to try to see if it's possible or not. But I really didn't know that you were in so much pain. So much pain. I really don't hurt too much. White Gap is really kind of at a loss for words. Don't lie to me. When I hugged you just now I could feel that your whole body was wet. And you still forced yourself to tell me that it didn't hurt. I know that you love me, and I shouldn't be so selfish, but I promise you that I, Yang Mi, will be your person in this life, and what we can't finish in this life, let's finish it in the next life. As he said that, Boss Yang let go of White Gap, carried his own bedding off the bed, and laid it out briefly on the floor before lying down again. I'll sleep on the floor today. That should make you feel better. Remember to call me if anything happens. Seeing this series of tawdry maneuvers of Boss Yang, White Gap really wanted to cry. I'm not in pain. I'm really not in pain. It was very comfortable just now. But, the stubborn Boss Yang could no longer listen to any explanation. White Gap, I know you love me, but I can't disregard your feelings because of my selfishness. You need to stop talking. The more you talk the more guilty I'll feel. I'm going to bed. The night passed quickly. Nothing happened after all, even when a man and a woman shared a room. The next day, everyone was up early, because, today, White Gap is going to see his mother. He would persuade his mother to give him a brother in his place. When he reached the hospital entrance, White Gap's father was still a little worried. Son, you'll talk it over later. If in case it doesn't work, just wait and figure it out later. Your mom's body right now. I know, Dad. Don't worry. White Gap walked in. Walk into the ward. White Gap's mom saw White Gap and a rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gap, there you are. Feeling better? Looking good today. White Gap sat down in front of the hospital bed, also smiling. Well, the doctor says I'm getting better and better. And your test results yesterday were good. So I'm sure that everything will be fine. That's good. That's good. There's no better news than that. White Gap mom nodded her head in a woodpecker-like fashion. Mom, I think, when we're all better, let's all stop being busy. Let's all stop arguing. Let's go out together as a family. Travel, play, and take a good look at the world. Okay? White Gap began to envision the future. Good. White Gap's mom smiled back. When I was a child you always said, you want to go to see the pandas, want to go to play roller coasters, want to go to a lot of places in Dacia. At that time I always said, the future is very long, when there is time to take you to, said, and then forgot. This time certainly do not go back on their word. And so on this time we are all good. We want to go to all those places to go again. The family neatly. It would be nice if there really was a later. White Gap thought in his mind, and there was some sadness in his heart, but he continued with his face as normal. Yes, the family is neat and tidy. That is, Mom, I think our family is too little. Even if we add Mimi, there are only 4 of them. It's not lively. I've told you before. I want a younger sibling. You said, if we can have another little brother or sister in our family, and the family goes out in a hot and bustling manner, that would be so nice. White Gap got down to business. Recently I heard Dr. Zhang say that there is now a means in medicine that can help you and Dad have another child. And when I heard that I felt that it was tailor-made for me, that this was meant to fulfill my dream. Mom, why don't you and Dad try it? After saying this, White Gap began to nervously wait for her mom's answer. However, the smile on White Gap's mom's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by despondency. What about you? White Gap's mom asked quietly, no longer smiling as she had earlier. White Gap was a bit confused. Aren't I right here? I'm asking about a whole family. And this whole family, does that include you? White Gap's mom's voice was calm and quiet, but it was like a knife to White Gap's heart. Of course it's included. Haven't I been here the whole time? Mom, What are you babbling about? White Gap pretended to be relaxed, but White Gap's mom didn't even care. She seemed to already know something and asked directly, honestly, tell me, how much longer? White Gap was silent. How does he answer that question? Seeing that White Gap didn't say anything, White Gap's mom suddenly shed tears. Perhaps, White Gap's reaction had dashed even the 1 millionth hope that remained in her heart. All the speculation is true. Son, I gave birth to you. Can I not know what's going on? All of you lied to me and told me you were fine. But mother and son, are you fine? Can I not know? White Gap's mom cried harder. Mom, don't cry. It's okay. It's really okay. White Gap gently wrapped her arms around her mom and kept persuading her. Mom just lay on White Gap's shoulder, and I don't know how long it took before she gradually stopped crying. Mom's not crying. Mom's not being difficult. Mom's just regretting it. Regretting doing that to you when you were a kid. I remember one time, when you were 3, or was it 4, just getting a little bit of a handle on things, and your dad and I were busy, and while other people's kids at least had their grandparents, we pretty much left entirely to the babysitter. One night, very late, the nanny called me in the middle of the night, asking me when I could come back. I said what's wrong? She said, nothing, just a little heartbroken this child. Today during the day, the child asked me, why everyone else has a mom and dad. He did not. I said, your mom and dad are working hard to earn money for you. After earning money to buy you good food, good drink, fun, the future can also go to the best school. The child half a day did not say. Later, I then asked the child again, do you blame your mom and dad? The child looked at me with big eyes and said he didn't blame. He knew that his mom and dad worked very hard. That is, if he had the chance, he would like to tell his mom and dad that in the future, he could eat no food, drink only water, and not play with toys, and that he could study well, so that he wouldn't have to go to a very expensive school, and then could his mom and dad not work so hard, and come back to spend more time with him. Another time, I saw my child talking into the camera. You guys put cameras in your house for your children's sake. You would often talk into the camera and the child thought you were right there. He kept yelling into the camera that day, Daddy, come home. Mommy, come home. Mommy, Daddy, I miss you guys, and I cried out watching it. The boy was really good. He folded a little star every day. He said that he would fold one a day and when you guys came back he would stop folding them and bring them to you. And as a result, when I saw them, I counted them. And in a year's time he folded 361 of them, which means you guys only came back for 4 days. That's why I'm calling you today. I want to ask you if you have time to come back. This child, it's really too pitiful. At that time the nanny said all cried. I was also very touched. So I said there is time to definitely go back. The nanny happily hung up the phone. But the next busy, I forgot again. Gap, since I was a child, I owe you so much. I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to make up for it. White Gap's mom said sobbing. Cry. Say what you have to say and maybe feel better inside. No, it's fine. It's over. It's really over. I've never actually blamed you guys. White Gap was still comforting. White Gap's mother slowed down for a moment, stabilized herself slightly, and began to continue again. Then you grew up, and you wouldn't say things like that anymore, but you became more and more independent, and understood so much that it made our hearts ache. And in high school you were really understanding. And one time, I came home, and saw your cell phone without comment, and saw your chats with the doctor, and realized that you just recovered from an illness and had been hospitalized for more than half a month. When I questioned why you didn't tell me, you said you were afraid I'd worry, and I said aren't we family? Why don't you have even a little bit of trust? You're just too much of a loner. You look at me coldly, said you admit, you are alone, but do you want to be like this? You say that when we were young we left you behind for work, and came back to see so many 2 or 3 times a year as if on charity. Can you not be alone? It's loneliness. It's true that children who lack love mature early. There are many, many more things like that, and now that I look back and think about it, son, I don't deserve to be your mom. I owe you so much. Left behind children. The word appeared in White Gap's mind. His childhood. That's what it was. Except he was a stay-at-home kid with no clothes. Who can understand the heartache of this? White Gap's life has not been easy. Hearing her mom say that, White Gap's heart was in her throat and she slowly shook her head. Mom, stop talking. When I was a kid I resented it. I hated it. Why everyone else got to have mom and dad neatly together and I had to be alone. Growing up, I probably called out to my aunts far more often than my mom. But I looked away a long time ago. At that time I thought it was because you guys didn't love me, and thought I was just an orphan, nobody's child. So it was hard for me, until later. Once I was in elementary school, you gave your aunt a vacation and stayed home with me, and as a result, the two of us went out to eat. ate something unclean, and got food poisoning. Food poisoning is really painful. At first, nausea and vomiting, then it felt like the whole world was spinning. Dizziness, there was no way to stand up. I fainted. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital. The doctor told me I had a great mom. You saved me. He said that's the power of a mother's love. He'd never seen a person with food poisoning that deep and still managed to run out and call someone. Some say that God is not everywhere, so he created mothers, and that motherhood can create everything. Then I watched the surveillance, the one I still have saved on my phone, and I cried as I watched it. And I don't know where you got the strength from, as you stumbled toward the door, falling 3 times in the short distance, but you held on so strong you couldn't allow yourself to pass out. And each time you did everything you could to get back up, and, eventually, to call for help. From that day on, I knew my mom loved me and that I wasn't an orphan, so I didn't complain. Hearing this memory of White Gap's mom smiled back. Every mother does it. It's nature. White Gap smiled and patted his mom's shoulder as he continued. Later, I grew up and rebelled, and ran away from home, saying that I want to sever all relations with you, but I know that during that time, you have been quietly prying for news about me, observing me in the dark, and every time I changed my place of residence, I could always somehow receive some parcels, which were put inside. All of them were things that I loved to eat, and you also secretly gave me money to call me to contact the side of my friends and let them take care of me. You really did many things. It's just that back then I was too ignorant to think that you were doing all these things as a child's play, and never even said a word of thanks, hellbent on proving myself. It's funny when I think about it. We are all family. Why are we so competitive? I am a child for the first time and many people have taught me how to do it, but I still didn't do it right. White Gap is a little self-conscious. No, don't talk about yourself like that. You're doing a good enough job. Instead it's me. I'm a first-time parent too, and it's a mess. White Gap mom soothed. So, White Gap suddenly looked at his mother very solemnly. If there's a chance to start this all over again, do you want to start? Hearing these words, White Gap's mother trembled as a great sadness came from the bottom of her heart. Of course she knew what White Gap was talking about, and she knew why White Gap was doing it. She knew better in her heart that the more White Gap said this, it meant his days were getting fewer and fewer. A son, when terminally ill, cried out for a sibling. What a cruelty this is. White Gap's mom was speechless, tears falling in big drops. Seeing her mother in this state, White Gap sighed slightly. Mom, I used to write a song that I want to show you. White Gap handed a book to his mother. I always used to say that I love writing songs and music and you guys always thought I was playing around and never looked at it. So I looked at it once today. The mother wiped the tears from her eyes and the first thing that came into view were 5 large letters. Angel wings. White Gap's mom looked down. Falling leaves with the wind will go wherever, only to leave the sky beautiful. Had fluttering figure, like the wings of angels, crossed my happy past, where love once came, still retains yesterday's fragrance, that familiar warmth, like angel wings, across my boundless heart. Just those few words brought tears back to White Gap's mom's eyes. It's a desperate song. Every word reveals a goodbye, and perhaps what White Gap is trying to say is that he is a shooting star, beautiful in the sky, and then permanently dissipated. What should I do to keep this beauty? White Gap's mom didn't know that and couldn't hold back the tears with all her might. Looking at her mom, White Gap also had mixed feelings. He knew very well in his own heart that his health was getting worse every day, and he didn't know when he would suddenly leave. Really fast. Think of the past. The doctor said there is a chance. He took the medicine well. The system said it can be renewed. He tried his best. It's like everything's still a mirror image. If indeed that day suddenly he was gone, he really hoped that the world would remember that there had been a boy named White Gap who had come to the. Thinking about it, White Gap couldn't help but start humming. This song, Angel's Wings, may be the last song they ever sing. Believe you're still here. Never gone. My love is like an angel guarding you. If life up to here, from now on there is no me. I will find an angel to love you for me. White Gap's voice was soft, and there was no accompaniment in the ward, but it was this original flavor that zapped the pain even more. White Gap's mom got it. If life till here, henceforth without me, find an angel to love you for me. He hopes that after he dies, another person will take his place, take care of himself and pass on the love. The more you know, the more your heart aches. No one can replace you. White Gap's mom choked back a sob. Time will heal everything. White Gap said quietly. I know it's hard for you guys to accept someone new, but it's actually quite easy. After all, he'll be your child too. And I've thought about it a lot, and I suddenly feel that I'm actually a test case. To teach you guys to learn how to be parents, and to teach me to learn how to be filial, and that only after going through this can we all realize that we haven't done enough, and that's why we've got so many of regrets. Now God has given us the chance to make up for all this, and how I wish that if that day did come, you could take my brother or sister and tell me at my grave that you did it, and I would be especially happy to see them smiling happily. So, Mom, promise me, okay? It's a little cruel to know what's going on. White Gap's mom was crying and nodding her head, having sobbed uncontrollably. White Gap laughed. He did. White Gap stood up and wiped away a tear, then turned and smiled. Mom, remember to tell him that he has a brother who loves him too. After saying that, White Gap left the hospital room. He was afraid he couldn't help it if he stayed any longer. This feeling hurts too much. Boss Young had been behind him all along, including in the hospital room. Just from the beginning to the end. She didn't say a word. I don't know how long it was before she asked after seeing White Gap stabilize a bit. What about me? Huh? White Gap was a bit confused. What do you mean? What about me? What are your plans? Boss Yang asked quietly. No emotion audible in his tone. White Gap, I'm not stupid. Do you think I can't see it now? You are doing your afterlife. You want to arrange everything. You helped Uncle. Solved his company's crisis. You helped Auntie. Let her have a support in the future. Then, it should always be my turn next. I especially want to know, what is your arrangement for me? White Gap froze in place, not knowing what to say. Boss Yang smiled and continued. Are you going to introduce me to a few people and entrust me to someone else? Or are you going to go ahead and break up with me? Preferably in another Blue Bloods play, so that I hate you completely? No kidding, how could I possibly do that? White Gap said awkwardly. I'm not kidding, it's very much your style. Boss Yang coldly looked at White Gap. Gee, it really won't. I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. White Gap said perfunctorily before trying to pull Boss Yang out of here. However, Boss Yang directly shook off his hand and looked at White Gap, saying seriously, I tell you, I don't care what you think. I don't know what you're going to do, but it's better not to do anything. It's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. You wait for me. I'll do everything you need to do. I'll take care of your parents for you. I'll fulfill your dreams for you. When this is all done, I'll go to stay with you. In fact, there are so many people around me right now who want to introduce me to someone. They say it will help me come out quickly. It's not like I'm not wanted, but I love you. Even if you turn into a monument later on, then I still love. White Gap stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. He was touched and heartbroken. Maybe he can really get it over with after he dies, but the living will have to suffer permanently, and he knows it. Boss Yang must be feeling something lately. She's been very direct in a lot of her comments. White Gap sighed and gently hugged Boss Yang, biting her lip. Don't say anything silly. It's my greatest wish that you're all well. After convincing the mother, Dr. Zhang immediately set up an IVF program for the two, a series of conditioning programs as well as the best medications. This made White Gap believe that soon, there would be a younger sibling of his in this world. You just can't see it for yourself. With the first two things done, there was only one more thing White Gap wanted to do, and one of the hardest things to do. Boss Yun's debt. This is actually one of the things that confuses White Gap the most. As per White Gap's understanding, Yang boss this kind of curiosity. Dasha first-line actress. Now the popularity is also at its peak. Such a big star, even if there is some debt, should also have the ability to pay back. A lot of things can also go to talk about. There is no need to make a fish out of water. After all, Boss Yang's money-sucking ability is still very impressive. But, based on some of what White Gap knows, those loan companies simply ignored Boss Yang's request for negotiation. It was directly two choices. Either pay back the money or expose it and get out of the entertainment industry. In this age of profit, that's quite out of character. Someone must be working from it. Must find this one too. But how to find it? A lot of people flashed through White Gap's mind. Xiaohan, Ziki, Han Hong, Lu Ju. These people include the mainland, Hong Kong, and Treasure Island. The latter two are even old-timers in the entertainment industry. Wouldn't it know something? Just as White Gap was about to inquire with these few people one by one, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. White Gap looked at Boss Yon suspiciously. Did you order takeout again? Very few people knew about this place, so when someone usually came, it was either Boss Yang's delivery or her takeout. Boss Yang shook his head. You don't remember buying anything? But went ahead and opened the door anyway. Standing at the doorway were two middle-aged men, one suited and booted, calm and dignified, the other with his head held high and a heroic air between his eyebrows. Hello, who are you looking for? Boss Yang asked politely. May I ask if this is Mr. White Gap's home? One of them asked. Boss Yang nodded, but didn't let them in, but continued to ask. What do you want with him? The White Gap is hot right now, so what if it's two crazy fans? Receiving Boss Yang's confirmation, the two men at the door also smiled. finally found it. Hello, I'm Zhang Ying from Daxia's Ministry of Culture and Propaganda. And this is Wan Guozhong from Daxia's military. We're here to find Comrade Whitegap and talk about some things. Is it convenient? After these two introduced themselves, Boss Yan was directly dumbfounded. You, are Director Zhang? Boss Yang stammered with his mouth wide open. She had never heard of that Wan Guozhong, but Zhang Ying, she had heard of him like thunder. A powerful director of the Daxia Ministry of Culture and Propaganda. It can be said that 90% of the people in the entertainment industry are looking at people's face to eat. If you offend him, no matter how hot you were before, there is only one end. Gray left. Such a person even made a personal visit to Whitegap today. The world is crazy. There was another one, although Boss Yang didn't recognize him, just by name. Daxia Military. Those 4 words are bluff enough. And it could be seen that Director Zhang maintained absolute respect for this Wan Guozhong both in and out of his words, as if Wan Guozhong's status was still above him. What kind of level would that be? Boss Yang didn't dare to think about it, and after a brief moment of surprise, she hurriedly sidestepped. Please, come in. Whitegap's health condition is not very good right now. You two rest and rest first. I will go and ask him first. Boss Yang, who was a top-tier streamer and had read countless people, was actually a bit nervous at the moment. Such a powerful person could not be seen even by her before. Whitegap, what the hell did you do? If you push 500 tomorrow, you'll get 3 shifts the day after tomorrow. 4 shifts if you get 600. And so on. It's up to you guys whether I can die of exhaustion or not. Boss Yang told Whitegap about the visitor. Whitegap was also surprised. What's the situation? In his memory, he didn't recall that he knew such a great man. What are they doing here to see themselves? With questions, Whitegap walked out in his wheelchair. And when he saw the two of them, he first said very politely, "Hello there, I'm Whitegap. I wonder what you two came to see us about." Zhang Ying and Wan Guozhong were a bit surprised to see the Whitegap and looked at each other with deep helplessness in their eyes. Mr. Whitegap, I've always heard about your story, but I never thought that it would be so serious. That's right. At this moment, the Whitegap, pale, the face cannot see a trace of blood color, special thin, eyes deep set, eyes without spirit. At a glance you know that the disease is not light. It's okay, I'm used to it. The phrase "I'm used to it" tells how much pain the Whitegap is in. Just tell me what you guys want to see me about, provided I can still do it. He knew that nothing was wrong, and these two must not have come to see him specifically. Hey, Zhang Ying sighed. I'm not going to lie. We were going to ask you for a song date, but looking at your current situation, Zhang Ying couldn't bear to say the latter words again. Yoga? Whitegap was even more puzzled. That's a little out of character. What kind of song deserves these two big names in person? If they just give an order, which ace composer in the Chinese entertainment industry will not rush to them? As for making a special trip to see yourself, you're famous, but not to this extent, right? The thing is like this about song, is very significant. Soon will be the National Day. This National Day is the 60th anniversary of the founding of Daxia. The top and bottom of the country is very important. The above asked us to do 2 things. The first, to enhance the national pride of all people. These years it is not easy for us. After a few generations of hard work, we almost managed to make all people live in peace and work in contentment. So, we have to be grateful, to sing the praises of our motherland, to love our country. Zhang Ying said. The second thing is to not forget the national shame. There is a folk argument now that the war has been over for so long. We should have forgiven them for the small days as well. And it's not just one person who feels that way, but a whole bunch of people. Mud. Anyone who says such things is a traitor. Before Zhang Ying could finish his words, Wan Guozhong, who was born in the military, ruthlessly interrupted him, looking furious. They're not even qualified to say that. The days they have now were made possible by the bloodshed and sacrifice of those people. Whitegap, do you know how many days it takes to starve a person to death? Do you know how much water the human body contains? Do you know how meat sheds its bones the fastest? Whitegap shook his head. Does this have anything to do with what we're talking about? It's weirdly scary. Ha! Wan Guozhong laughed coldly. Humans can last 60 days of starvation with just water and no food. The human body has a water content of 78%, and it is fastest to freeze meat to -30 degrees and pour boiling water on it to remove the bones. How do you know these things? Whitegap is a little creepy. You learned that in the military now? Because all of these data were experimented out by the small days alive with the bodies of Chinese people. The first conclusion is that they experimented out with Chinese men. The second conclusion is that they experimented out with Chinese women. And the third conclusion is that they experimented out with Chinese children. Wang Guozhong continued. Whitegap, right now you're scared shitless just listening to me. And our predecessors were directly confronted with these demons at that time. Yet today, Someone dares to say forgiveness in a big way. What kind of face do they have to say forgiveness? On what grounds? White Gap was silent. Everyone has learned that part of history in history books, but it seems like time has changed and those have become just books. It's not a matter of concern, and many people have gotten over it by now. Seeing by Gap's silence, Zhang Ying hurriedly came out to round up the conversation. Old one. Today we're here to find White Gap for a song date. We'll talk about the other have-nots later. Then he continued to the White Gap. Comrade White Gap. Actually, even though this is the first time we've met, we've already worked together once before. We watched that live broadcast of yours 2 days ago, and that message released by Daxia. Com was also something we strongly contributed to. Of course we're not here to take credit for it. The reason why we're here to see you today is because we feel that you and your father are good people with big hearts, and that a song written by people like you can only really fulfill our purpose. It's just that we didn't realize that your health had deteriorated to such a state. Never mind. It's all fate. After saying that, Zhang Ying stood up and wanted to leave. After seeing White Gap, he suddenly felt that he shouldn't have let someone so weak write a song. I didn't say no. Seeing Zhang Ying standing up, White Gap said quietly, "Ha, your body?" Zhang Ying opened his mouth wide. "I told you, I'm used to it," White Gap said with a smile. How could he not do this thing? Just for the one time they helped White Gap's father, he couldn't not do it. That message from Dasha, calm was, in a sense, what turned the whole thing around. Even White Gap mentally understood that this Zhang Ying was using a soft knife to hope that White Gap would agree by bringing this matter out now. But it doesn't matter. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. Why not do something that makes such absolute sense when you're going to die anyway? Where there's so much bending. Listening to the conversation between the two, the straight-laced Wan Guozhong couldn't stand it again. White Gap, you can write on writing. Cannot write we will never make it difficult for you? If anyone dares to take other things to blackmail you, you will talk to my old Wan. My old Wan absolutely not let him go. Man, death is afraid of what? Sick afraid of what? Capital also received a bullet that year. Now not still alive and well? Lao Wan. You. Zhang Ying's face was a little hard to hang on to. However, Wang Guozhan's passage had won White Gap's favor. Brother Wan, if it weren't for my body, just for your paragraph, I should have toasted you twice. But unfortunately, nowadays, I can only substitute tea for wine. Mimi, go get some tea. Okay. Yang Ni turned and went to the kitchen. Seeing Yang Ni leave, White Gap turned his head. He was deliberately sidetracking Boss Yang. Two big brothers, I can write both of these songs, and I will send them to you as soon as possible. But if the songs I write can satisfy you two big brothers, I would like to ask you for two things. The first thing, Yang Ni is my girlfriend. She has given a lot for me, but unfortunately, I may not be able to accompany her to the end. But I know that she has recently encountered some troubles. The ins and outs of these troubles are not clear to me, so I would like to ask the two of you to help me to find out about it. I can't just leave her in a mess. In fact, Bai Gai's words were addressed to Zhang Ying. As an official figure of Daxia, it must be much easier to look into these matters. I've heard something about this. Go back and I'll ask. I'll give you the specifics soon. Zhang Ying did not say that he would help him to do it, and as a veteran of the officialdom, it was impossible for him to say such words. Just said to ask for him. This is enough. In itself, there is no friendship. Dare to go against Boss Yang's people must not be idle. Why should they find things for themselves? White Gap continued. The second thing is that if my two songs are lucky enough to make it to your eyes, I'd like to be able to put the name of Boss Yang's company on them. Both are for Boss Yang. White Gap knows that if these two songs do make the cut, it's not how much he earns that matters, but rather a symbolism. Two national songs, when requisitioned, are the equivalent of adding an imperial sword to this songwriting company. It means a lot to this company down the road. Zhang Ying thought about it and nodded. I can promise you that, but with the caveat that this creation company needs to be vetted and not tainted in any way, including the founders. That's natural. White Gap promised. Zhang Ying's passage makes it clear that you can add the name, but you have to clean up the recent incident with Boss Yang. Come on, talking to you people is just murky. Wan Guozhong was impatient again. White Gap, first of all, thank you for being able to make a move. I don't care about other songs. This second song, I hope you can be a little bit more heartfelt. This song is not written for other people. It is written for those millions of martyrs. It is the war of the protectorate of the country with the pretty country a few decades ago. The heroes who buried their bones in a foreign country. I am a soldier. I won't say the polite words, but, as long as you write the song well, I Wan Guozhong promised that I owe you a favor. Brother Wan, don't say that. White Gap said hurriedly. No, this song means a lot to me, to our whole army. If you can, I'd like you to come with me. We'll shoot some more promos. You can go and see them live. Maybe they'll inspire you. It's not too far away. It's right here in the Empire. And of course we'll take care of you. We'll provide the doctors who come with you and everything. Wang Guozhong looked at the White Gap, his eyes revealing seriousness. Yes, give up your life. White Gap nodded. Magnificent. Wang Guozhong exclaimed in admiration. Then it's not too late. We're leaving now? The man is also a hothead. Okay. What else could White Gap say? Seeing that White Gap agreed, Wang Guozhong immediately stood up and began to make phone calls to arrange the specific itinerary. Zhang Ying looked at this and smiled helplessly. Alright, Lao Wan, I won't accompany you guys. Bai Gap still entrusted me with something. I'll go and do it. So take care of the Bai Gap brothers. Then he added to the White Gap. Remember, 2 songs. The first one glorifies the country's prosperity and the second one is, don't forget the shame of the country. Remember the heroes. I look forward to your answers. Thank you in advance for Brother Zhang as well. White Gap also said politely. Soon, Wang Guozhong arranged everything. After Boss Yang knew that Bai Gap was going out, he frowned and was a bit unhappy in his heart, but he didn't say anything on the surface, only offering to follow along. Of course White Gap wouldn't refuse. The military vehicle drove the way, and the group soon arrived inside a military camp. This is where they were filmed. Arriving at the destination, White Gap saw many familiar people. Most of them are veteran actors, and even if there are younger ones, they are still recognized as powerhouses. It's just not usual for the state to step in. Boss Yan was even more wide-eyed. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang Yubin, Mr. Tang, my god, what have I come to? Although Boss Yang is a top-tier top streamer, he is respectful in the face of these veteran actors and actresses. These old actors also politely waved their hands to Boss Yang, and a few of them who were familiar with each other even said that they could get together after they were busy in a while. Boss Yang naturally nodded his head and was flattered. After walking for a while, Wang Guozhong said, I'll take you to meet the director here in a few minutes, and you can look over some of our scripts that might help you write songs. White Gap nodded. That was the purpose of his visit. Walking onto the set, before he could go introduce the director, Wang Guozhong suddenly frowned. What's going on? A fight? In the center of the shot, an actor is holding a script right in front of the director, looking as if he's about to throw in the towel and quit. Isn't that Wu Xing, the hottest martial arts star and director right now? Several movies are big sellers. What's the matter with him? Aggrieved? Several people rushed forward to see what was going on, only to see. Wu Shak took the script and turned to the director. I can't do this play. You can change. Bullseye sure is putting down the gauntlet. What's wrong? The director asked. What kind of drama is this? I shoot this kind of subject matter is to promote patriotism, not to have to shoot what to fight the little kid god drama. Director. Wu Shak said righteously. What kind of script did you give me? This character of mine took about 20 people, killed more than 300 people, was shot more than 20 times, and finally, ended up being saved. Under the banner of patriotism can't be made up like this, right? The director snapped and stood up, both eyes gleaming as he stared at Wu Shak. What did you say? In July 1953, a counterattack of the Protectorate War was fought. Wang Platoon Leader's company was ordered to hold 2 unnamed heights. After the instructor's sacrifice, Wang Platoon Leader led only the remaining 30 or so comrades, held out for 4 days and 4 nights, repelled 38 enemy attacks, and annihilated more than 400 people. And after the receiving troops arrived, they dug Wang Platoon Leader out of a bomb crater, and his whole body was covered with 38 single holes in his body, for serious injuries, and after 4 days of rescue in the hospital, he really lived. Wu Shak froze, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. It turns out that all the impossible was once done by someone. The director continued. Do you want to ask this second-class hero who personally received his military honors 2 years ago? Why? At that time, he didn't follow the script? How can rocks be used for defense when bullets are gone? How can urine and bark be used for hunger when water and dry rations are gone? The director had gotten a little choked up. In contrast, my script has been pretty conservative. Wu Jing held the script in his hand, his eyes moist. At this moment it was as if he felt that this script weighed 1,000 pounds. Can we act now? The director asked coldly. Can't act. Wu shocked with a sobbing voice. The director is a bit silly. Wu Jing's tears were finally unable to hold back and came out of his eyes. I'm not worthy. White Gap stared at this in a daze, with mixed feelings. Guess what the next 2 songs are? Guess the right one plus 1 more chapter. Plus the chase is just a few dozen short. Everyone try hard tomorrow? By the way, the story written in this chapter is true. You can go to search. Heroic deeds should not be forgotten. It's a true story. It was a miracle created by the people of that time with flesh and blood. No one knows what it's like to face death better than White Gap. Suffocating, powerless, trying to grab at every straw to save his life. But there have also been people in this world who have chosen to die for the dreams in their hearts. Don't they want to live? No. They just think there are more important things than staying alive. White Gap didn't say anything and continued to follow Wan Guozhong forward. Not far away is another cruise filming location. There were very few people filming. Only one pretty countryman in the center and one Chinese. The pretty countryman walked forward and looked at the Chinese man and asked, "Washa, you and I were at each other's throats on the peninsula earlier. Do you remember that incident?" "Poof." The Chinese man smiled coldly. "I'm sure I remember. Weren't you guys going to be home by Christmas?" "Ah. Stop. The pretty countryman hastened to interrupt awkwardly. "No mention of this Christmas. No mention of this Christmas. At the beginning of the war, the then unbeatable pretty country had threatened to settle the battle before Christmas and lead all the soldiers back to pretty country for Christmas. Eventually, it became a joke. And mention what?" the Chinese said. "On May 28, 1953, one of our squads attacked a position and found only one small soldier alive, unarmed, carrying a landline, yelling into this microphone. But our men couldn't understand what the hell he was yelling." Hearing this, the seated Chinese man suddenly sat up. No longer the light-heartedness of a moment ago, tears falling down. The pretty countryman was a little surprised, but continued. At that very moment, a whole bunch of shells split the sky. The Wahini cried even more. "Hey, what are you crying about?" The pretty countryman couldn't help himself and asked suspiciously. No, you go on." The Wachovia choked back a sob and waved his hand. The heavy artillery fire along with the pawns and the people around them were all blown away. The squad that we attacked up there only had 3 survivors in the end, and my uncle was one of them, but one of his legs was blown off, and up to the moment he was carried down, he couldn't understand why the artillery shell struck so fast and so accurately, and, to this day, he hasn't figured out what the hell that little soldier was shouting about. The pretty countryman looked to the Chinese, wanting an answer. "I'll tell you what he said," the Wahhabi cried. "What he's saying, dear chiefs, comrades, is that victory is always ours? For victory, fire on me." It was because of these words that our artillery was able to find the exact position to hit you fast and accurately. He used his life as a coordinate, and it was his comrades, with tears in their eyes, who fired at him. The pretty countryman's mouth grew wide in disbelief. "Ha, how did you? You know that? It's not just me who knows. All of us in China know that heroes should never be forgotten." Then came a real image on the big screen. A soldier shouted at the top of his lungs that, "Fire at me, fire at me." After reading this paragraph, White Gap sighed deeply. On the side, Wan Guozhong, his face full of seriousness, tears welling up in his eyes, quietly saluted a military salute. "Maybe these things are in the past, but every time I think back, there's always a breath in my chest that I can't hold." White Gap was so repressed and uncomfortable that he didn't want to look at it, and followed Wan Guozhong to a room. It's Wang Guozhong's office. Entering the office, Wan Guozhong picked up a pack of cigarettes on the table and casually tried to light them, and when his afterglow glanced at the White Gap, the movement of his hand suddenly paused. "Don't mind? It's okay." Only after hearing these words did Wan Guozhong light his cigarette and took a very comfortable and violent drag. "What does it feel like?" Seeing Wan Guozhong exhale a puff of cigarette, White Gap asked, "You've never smoked it?" Wang Guozhong was a little surprised that this stuff wasn't rare. "No." White Gap shook his head. "Growing up, not smoking, not drinking, and still not living to 99. It's kind of sad to think about sometimes." Wan Guozhong froze for a moment, as if this suddenly remembered that the person in front of him is a terminally ill patient. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, suddenly a little embarrassed to ruthlessly crushed out on the table. "It's okay. A cigarette won't save me or hurt me," White Gap said with a smile. Wan Guozhong sighed and looked at the man in front of him with a forced smile. White Gap continued, "In fact, I used to think, why can't I live all the time? Why can't I die? Why am I so sad? I don't say it on my lips, but in fact, I'm quite resentful in my heart. But today, it seems like I've suddenly looked away from some things, see these for a faith, and choose to throw head, spill blood. They may not be as old as me, they are even less enjoy all the things that now enjoy, but chose the most tragic way. In exchange for we can now live in peace and happiness life, they are using their lives to carry the weight of the front. So compared to them, I should be contented. Knowing, is this the White Gap's sensibility?" The words were uttered at the age of 20-something, years that should have been greeted with a sunrise, but instead saw the sunset fall. Wan Guozhong didn't know what to say. He knew the story of the man in front of him, and in the last moments of his life, he was still doing everything he could to help others. That's a big reason why Wang Guozhong wanted to give him this song. Now, even more than ever, he felt that the decision was the right one. because this man had the same temperament as those heroes, looking at death as if it were his own, and being blasé about life. I'm not as good as you, Wang Guozhong said heavily. You and those people were just in a different era, but what you did was the same, and if you were in that era, I'm sure you would have been a hero too. Joking aside, how can I compete with them? White Gap waved his hand. However, there's still one thing I don't understand. Wang Guozhong. No, I should call you General Wan. According to your position and rank nowadays, you shouldn't still be so preoccupied with this kind of thing, right? How do you know? Before Wang Guozhong could finish his sentence, White Gap's hand pointed behind him. Wang Guozhong turned around and smiled helplessly at the sight of a military uniform he hadn't had time to put away, with a general's star on it standing out. A dress betrays everything. This is something that even someone in a higher position would not be able to do, Wang Guozhong said with a bitter smile. I mean, you're supposed to have a lot more important things going on in your position than that on a day-to-day basis, right? White Gap asked, undeterred. Whether a thing is important or not is in how you see him, Wang Guozhong said quietly. My name is Guozhong. This name was given to me by my grandfather, but I've never met him. I'm 52 years old this year. The Protectorate War happened more than 70 years ago. I wasn't even born at that time, but my grandfather, my father, all fought in that battle. My grandfather was in his 40s when he fought in this war. Don't know his exact age. Neither did my dad. It seemed like people didn't really care about that in those days. My dad was only 16 at the time. Wang Guozhong began to recount this episode from the depths of his memory. My grandfather was a battalion commander at the time. My dad was a private under him. My dad said he never felt fatherly love because my grandfather was stricter and tougher on him than everyone else. When other people made mistakes, my grandfather would say, "It's okay, don't do it again next time." And when my dad made a mistake, my grandfather would say, "Get out of the way. You're a fucking loser." My dad said that when he was a kid he always thought his grandpa didn't love him, and even hated mine for a while, until later he realized that on the battlefield, severity is the deepest form of love. When the Protectorate War began, my grandfather led the first batch of troops to the battlefield, and they were ordered to hold a high ground that was heavily fortified in front of them, with no reinforcements behind them, and the order they received was to defend it to the death for a week. My dad said that the night before he went to guard the heights again, my grandfather found him and for the first time, instead of scolding him, he gave him a nest egg, which was the best grain in those days, and only sick and meritorious men were entitled to it. But my dad wasn't thankful for it. He directly threw that nest egg in front of my grandfather, and arrogantly said, "Is it a bear or a hero? Let's see you on the battlefield. I don't want to hear you call a son of a turtle again in my life." My grandfather laughed, picked up the nest and put it on the table, and said, "Then wait until you're on the battlefield and you feel entitled to eat it." The fighting was terrible. There were just too many planes and artillery from the pretty country. They were under heavy shelling 24 hours a day. The heights were bombarded and shortened by several meters. All the men were exhausted. They were lying in the snow, just living on one breath. My grandfather was the battalion commander, but in that situation, he was no different from a private soldier. The enemy planes detected where they were hiding. Dozens of planes swarmed over. My grandfather looked at the planes in the sky, decisively gave the order to move, and told the company commander that if he died, the company commander would be the battalion commander. If the company commander died, then the platoon commander would be the battalion commander. Even if there was only one soldier left, we had to hold the line until the 7th day. After saying this, my grandfather took 2 men, and charged forward. They were going to draw fire from the enemy planes. They were going to buy time for the transfer of the large force. These 3 men fired violently into the sky, and then ran off in the opposite direction, and never came back. My dad said he went looking for the body afterward, but it was all broken arms and legs and blood along the way, and he couldn't find it. There is no time on the line. The living still have to continue to fight. 7 days, a comrade fell, a soldier sacrificed. My father is very brave, every time in the forefront, but, perhaps it is lucky, he countless times to escape from death. He said, it is Grandpa saved him. Hard military qualities several times to let him live. Grandpa's soul is also protecting him. Even so, he still lost a leg. The war was over. He was sent to the rear to recuperate. Soon China was going to carry out the second offensive. The commander was on parade. My father was in the back watching this parade. In a shout to the sound of tears, when all the people shouted, he used all his strength and sent out the greatest and the saddest sentence of his life. 8th Reconnaissance Battalion, 481 men due, 1 man present. Hearing those words, the whole room was silent. The commander looked at this little soldier in a wheelchair with tears in his eyes. That back looked so small to him, but his eyes were so resolute when he turned around. Speaking of this, Wang Guozhong burst into tears. as if scene after scene from that era appeared before his eyes. "How is your father, uncle, doing?" White Gap asked, choking back a sob. "Dead. Not 40 years ago. Too many injuries. His body collapsed a long time ago. It's a miracle he survived that long. The last thing he said to me when he died was that he missed his dad, that he owed his dad an apology, and that the nest egg, it was the best nest egg he'd ever eaten in the world. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to tell the ignorant people of this world that there was a generation of people who fought and suffered for 5 generations to have the happy life that they have now. And some of them died, but he lives forever." White Gap was in tears. Some people die, but live forever. This may be the true meaning of life. White Gap gave a quiet and substandard military salute to Wan Guozhong, which was the highest form of respect. Wan Guozhong returned a military salute. Straight and solemn. Definitely finish the job. White Gap is like a soldier with a solemn commitment. Wan Guozhong nodded. When he left the barracks, Wan Guozhong left a phone number for White Gap, telling him that he could be reached for anything. White Gap nodded. On the way back with Boss Yang, he stayed silent, recalling the scene of the day. "Got shot 32 times and didn't die. Fired at me, and the great 8th Battalion." Everything seemed to be telling White Gap one thing. Death isn't scary. What's scary is when you press on and don't live. In this moment, Bai Guy suddenly felt that the mind was clear. He looked at Boss Yang and gently wrapped his arms around her. "I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid of anything." Boss Yang was a bit confused and unsure. "What's the nerve?" White Gap smiled and didn't say anything. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was a message from Zhang Ying. He'd already sent everything White Gap had asked him to do to his cell phone. White Gap hurriedly opened this document. 5 minutes later, he was stone-faced. Sure enough, things are far from simple. Is Boss Yang being counted? He doesn't have a few days left to fix this one? White Gap's heart drummed and his face was a little worried. A little hyped-up gift to give the author some incentive to add more. Things are not good. Zhang Ying's material was written clearly that Boss Yang had offended the Xiangjiang Xiang family. Xiangjiang is a relatively special place in China. The Xiang family in Xiangjiang is even a special family. Almost all of China knew that before the return of Hong Kong, the Xiang family was one of the 3 major societies on Hong Kong Island, controlling almost half of Hong Kong's entertainment industry. Master Star, Fat, Wah, all had been forced by them to make movies at one time or another, and there were scandal after scandal back then. And after the return of Xiangjiang, they were the fastest to transform and the first society to announce their support for the official daxia, so they survived that big wave of change. Now, they're keeping a much lower profile and slowly turning into a seemingly formal entertainment company. However, no one will forget the bloody storm they once brought. How could Boss Yang offend them? According to Zhang Ying, this is probably due to the fact that over the years, the film and television industry in Hong Kong has been in a decline, and it is no longer as prosperous as it was back then. Once upon a time, Hong Kong movies were popular throughout China and even exported overseas. Today, all that is gone. In its place is the rise of the hinterland. It's not uncommon for a movie to gross $1 billion, $2 billion or even $5 billion. It made their eyes glaze over. It also made them set their sights on the current top-tier superstar, Boss Yang. Of course, Boss Yang's recent doings had given them the opportunity to capitalize on Boss Yang's default and borrow money, and they were going to ruthlessly tie Boss Yang to their warship. It's not a good thing. If they really got their way, then with their virtues, almost Boss Yang's entire showbiz career would be treated as a puppet, with no more autonomy. Even scarier, the Xiang family is a society, and although they are now low-key and whitewashed, don't think that they are honest people. What happens in a company like this, with Boss Yang, a beautiful first-tier superstar? White Gap didn't dare to think about it, and he definitely couldn't let this happen. After reading all the information, White Gap started to look worried. What should be done about it? Originally, he used to think that losing some money and then finding some connections should be just about enough. After resolving the matter of the White Group, White Gap knew it shouldn't hurt his family to take out this money. But now, these people are definitely not in it for the money. That's not a good thing. Zhang Ying was quite careful in his work and left the phone number of Xiang Huaxiang, the head of the Xiang family, at the end of the information. White Gap considered this for a long time and took advantage of an unoccupied time to dial the number. In any case, he had to make contact with the head of the Xiang family first. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hello, is this Boss Xiang? White Gap was polite. Who are you? The caller didn't answer White Gap's question, but asked directly. I'm White Gap, Yang Mi's boyfriend. White Gap didn't hide anything, since he was going to solve it. Let's get to the point. White Gap. Hearing the name, the caller was a bit surprised, but then it was as if a realization had dawned on him. I know you. You've been hot lately. It's an honor to let Boss Xiang know. And at the risk of interrupting, Boss Yang should know what I'm in for. White Gap spoke in a calm voice, but it gave off a sense of imperative. Siang Boss smiled. White Gap's self-reporting at the beginning had made his purpose clear. Ha ha, straightforward enough. You seem to be a bit different from the rumors. A terminally ill patient can still have such an aura. It's kind of a character. But, toward the boss the words changed. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, even if you are Yang Mi's boyfriend. Boss Xian was quite facetious and didn't reject it outright. But between the lines, there is only one meaning revealed. No matter who you are, I won't give this face. Boss Xiang, matters between men should be settled by men. Why make things difficult for a woman? White Gap certainly won't give up. Ha ha ha. Xiang Huaqian smiled. After all these years, few people dared to bargain with him. Brother, let me advise you. There are some things you can't talk about. Do you know how long I've waited for this one chance? I'll give you an explanation. White Gap said in a deep voice. I don't lack money. The White Group is rich and powerful. I don't care, and I don't lack power. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Xian Huaxiang said it more clearly this time, almost directly saying the three words I don't want to see. I will give you an explanation as Yang Mi's boyfriend. White Gap said coldly. Xian Huaxiang froze for a moment, and for a moment he actually didn't know what kind of medicine this kid White Gap was selling in his gourd. How is it that Xiang Huaxiang, who has been running the Jianghu for decades, would also be afraid of a person who was about to die? At that time, if you're not satisfied, it's not too late to reject me again. White Gap agitated. Ha! Xiang Huaxian laughed once again. People who are going to die are the worst. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you in the biggest private room of the Imperial Hotel. After saying that, Xian Huaxian directly hung up the phone. Finally an appointment. White Gap smiled and put the phone down. But the very moment he put down the phone, his heart suddenly felt the ultimate sadness. Facing the Xiang family, what could he do? Zhang Ying had only sent the information but hadn't said a word about helping him. The meaning was obvious. There was too much involved in the Shangjiang matter for him to do anything about it. Facing a veteran society, perhaps, he had only one way to go. With his life. There is no 100% certainty in this kind of thing. White Gap can only try his best to have a clear conscience. Maybe it really is the end? White Gap turned on his computer, and for some reason, he opened his Twitter account for the first time. After applying for accreditation, he opened it very few times. The account was still overflowing with private messages, but none of them came to him to ask for a song date. His one message welcoming major artists to collaborate is still at the top. This may be the single biggest failure of an advertisement in the world. White Gap laughed bitterly and began to read the message. Brother White Gap, I don't know you but I still want to say to you, go for it. I'm 12 years old but I've been fighting cancer for 4 years now and I'm still going strong. I'm sure you can too. And I have a dream right now to one day sing a song with Brother White Gap. There was a time when I wanted to end it all. When I heard the seagulls cry sadly. When I floated between the waves and drifted without boundaries. And some people say that when a man is bent on dying, it must be because he has lived hard. And some people say that there is nothing wrong with saying goodbye in time if you feel too tired. But I still didn't go to my death because I still have beloved loved ones together. Cheer up. 2 years ago, I had a bad breakup with my boyfriend, lost my job on my own, and became seriously ill with a lung infection and a mortality rate of over 70%. I was like, forget about not treating it, just die. But then I looked at my mom and dad so old and still chose to live. I'm glad I didn't die, didn't give up. White Gap, you see, everything is really nothing as long as you get through it. There was no one to pull me through the dark part. I pulled myself out of the abyss. Without that person, I'll just be my own wonderful one. Go for it, White Gap. White Gap's eyes moistened as he watched. There are so many other people in this world who care about him and give him strength in a variety of ways again. White Gap picked up a handful of painkillers and shoved them straight into his mouth before shaking his head violently. Then he pulled out his laptop. He wanted to live, too, but what had to be done had to be done. After writing for an unknown amount of time, Boss Yang came in, and when he saw White Gap writing a song, the emotion of heartache appeared on his face again. Don't write if you're too tired. Officially you won't be missing these 2 songs. White Gap smiled and looked at Boss Yang, his eyes full of favor and dismay. It's finished, just these 2 songs. You go and give them to them tomorrow. That fast? Boss Yang was a bit surprised. Of course, don't doubt it. Your man is that good. White Gap laughed. Bear-like. I should say, can I have a bad eye? Boss Yang also got a kick out of it. Ha ha. White Gap is happy. Then will you help your man send over these 2 songs in your company's name tomorrow? I made a deal with that side. Ha! It was then that Boss Yang reacted. You're not going tomorrow? I'm alone? I'll pass. White Gap said faintly. Those 2 people we're going to meet tomorrow are big shots. and it will help your future career if you get in touch with them more often. Boss Yang lowered his head and began to grieve again. A certain moment, a certain phrase, or even a certain word can bring out such emotions in her. After hearing White Gap say that, she once again broke her defense. Will there be any more of you? I don't need it. Boss Yang lowered her head. She felt that it was because of her again that White Gap agreed to write a song this time. It wasn't like she didn't know how much it hurt every time she wrote a song. Don't think twice, White Gap hurriedly comforted. I mean for you later. Think for my future. I have a long life ahead of me. These people will help you. Be well alone. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it? White Gap. Boss Yang directly interrupted. White Gap was dumbfounded. The words of comfort were much the same, so what else could he say? But, White Gap, you know? Boss Yang continued. I still can't even think about what I'll be like on the day you really disappear. How I'll live. I feel suffocated every time I think about it. So from now on don't talk to me about what's going to happen in the future. Okay? None of us know if there's a future. What will save you, my love? Listening to Boss Yang's words, White Gap was especially hard to bear, but he couldn't be hard. With the system gone, his hope was gone, and he couldn't afford to screw up anyone else's hope now. So everyone can break down but him, only he who was about to die. White Gap closed his eyes and took a hard breath, then looked at Boss Yang, deep and grave. Mimi, would you die for me? Willing. Boss Yang didn't hesitate to say those two words. No, that's too easy, so let me rephrase the question. Will you live for me? Boss Yang stopped talking and stayed dumbfounded. Don Ray said that the living person is the one who suffers the most at that moment, because he has to feel the grief for the rest of his life. So, if a person has the courage to die, does she have the courage to live? Boss Yang didn't know, and she didn't want to lie to White Gap, so she could only be silent. Another question. Will you live well for me? Seeing that Boss Yang didn't say anything, White Gap asked once again. Living well is what I want to see most right now. With those words, White Gap turned his head. He felt a wave of heavenly wonder. Mud. This room is so shaky. Early the next morning, Boss Yang went alone to deliver the two songs, while White Gap, too, went out early. How tonight ends is anyone's guess. Maybe today is his last day on this earth. So, he's going to see the people he wants to see, and he's going to do the things he wants to do, and he's going to organize everything as best he can. White Gap came to the hospital to see his mom. Mom has begun the preliminaries for IVF, and Dr. Chang says everything is going well, and he's confident that he'll be able to add another healthy child to the White family. White Gap laughed. A bitter laugh. The birth of a new life may be the departure of an old one. That's reincarnation. Adjusting his emotions, White Gap made his way to his mom's hospital bed. Mom, it's awesome, Dr. Chang said soon. I'll really have a sibling. It's great. Yeah, I never thought that I'd have to have another child at my age, but when I made up my mind to start, I suddenly felt a sense of responsibility, and it's all thanks to you, Gap. Mom had a rare smile on her lips. This smile made White Gap happy and sad at the same time. Happy that he's doing the right thing and Mom has new hope. Sad that there will be someone to replace herself after all. That's good. I really want to know what he can look like in the future. Will he look like me? Definitely. Mom has some sadness too. Gap, you'll be able to hold out until your brother is born, right? Definitely. Okay, I insist. White Gap nodded. Mom laughed once again. Okay, Gap, think of a name for your brother. Name? White Gap thought for a moment, but quickly said, let's call him by Jian. Healthy Jian. Don't ask him to be so outstanding. It's good that he can be healthy for the rest of his life. Those two words were also what White Gap wanted most. By Jian, good name. When your little brother is born. I've thought about it. I'll stop working and stay with him every day. Every day. Let him feel love from a young age. Let him grow up healthy. Those days must be very happy. Mom envisioned. Yes, very happy. White Gap said heavily, then lowered his head and whispered with a chuckle in a voice only he could hear. Definitely happier than me. What did you say? White Gap's mom didn't hear it. Nothing. White Gap shook his head. I mean, in the future, you must control my dad. Let him not drink more. The first half of his life's so hard. Should earn enough. Don't take life for money in the first half of his life. The second half of his life to take money for life. And, my dad likes to stay up all night. The most afraid of the heat will have to drink special cool. Also don't care how old they are. The stomach cannot stand it. My dad doesn't smoke. This is very good. That thing is too harmful. Right. You also have to remember to tell him. He has been wanting that chess game. I found it. Put it on his computer. Have time to play chess. Quite good. Hey, that guy your dad. Hearing White Gap say dad, White Gap's mom's words opened up again. He that person. You don't see usually big grin, as if nothing cares. In fact, the heart is finite. That time you left home, your father's mouth does not say, but the heart is also difficult. Your room he let the nanny every day to clean. Once I went in, just take a little something. He saw and I was angry all day. Said I messed up your room. That looked just like a small child, like a child. It was especially funny. It is quite interesting, White Gap said with a smile. The more White Gap's mom said, the more smiles grew on her face. In fact, I also know. He is afraid of things are not the same. Placed in the wrong place. Your traces disappeared. But I just cannot get used to his dead duck mouth hard virtue. All their own biological. What cannot wear face? Must be whole with the enemy as if we do not habituate him. Yes, and no spoiling later. White Gap concurred. It wasn't easy for the old couple when they were young. They were busy all their lives, but their relationship has always been good. So maybe that's what love for each other is all about. Seeing his mom like this, White Gap was much relieved, and after chatting with his mom for a while longer, he left. When he came out, White Gap felt empty inside. What kind of feeling is that? Perhaps, whatever state his mother was in right now, he was having a hard time with it. White Gap was mentally conflicted. I'm afraid that my loved ones will be sad because I'm gone, and that will break my heart. And I'm afraid that they won't be upset. And then, again, they'll feel as if they mean nothing. The mother, who had watched Bai Guy leave, seemed to change her face the moment Bai Guy closed the door, and tears barred her eyes. Mother and child are connected. What doesn't a mom know? Just forcing a smile would be a kindness. After leaving the hospital, Bai Gap arrived at the Bai clan. Although he was the young proprietor of the place, his visits here were few and far between. Getting out of the cab, White Gap fed himself another handful of painkillers. It was only with the painkillers that he was able to temporarily have mobility and look like a normal person. Hello, I'm looking for your chairman, Mr. White. Hello, do you have an appointment? The lady at the front desk is very pretty and has a very soft voice. No, I still need an appointment to see him? Will you ask for me if you white guys are not mixed up in the big time? Perhaps looking at Missy's beauty, White Gap deliberately exaggerated. Sir, you're joking. You can't say that. Mr. Bai is very busy. Even if you're handsome, you can't do whatever you want. At first glance, this receptionist is professionally trained. A simple sentence to explain the reason, and let the visitor cannot be angry, but a little heart. Come on, how do you look handsome in my sickly state? White Gap said with a smile. Brother, you don't understand. The lady at the front desk simply changed her name directly. Your kind is now called morbid beauty, and it's so popular these days. How many people can't learn the essence of it if they want to? Ha! White Gap shook his head helplessly. When did the world start liking Lindsay? It's better to be healthy. Alright, no kidding you. You do me a favor and say that his son came to see him and ask him if he can go up. Son? The receptionist's large eyes blinked twice. Sir, stop it. I still don't know our boss's son? A few days ago, it was also broadcast live. All of our employees watched it. Don't say. You are pretending to be quite like our boss's son. And our boss's son looks almost the same. But it's no use. Everyone knows that our boss's son is a sick person. Look at you with this sick and miserable look. The receptionist's voice grew fainter and fainter, and in the end even faded itself. You can't really be, as in fake, pro-life, White Gap said with a pat on the back. Besides, who dares to come to the Bai Group's headquarters to impersonate the boss's son, waiting to be dismantled? Ha! The receptionist was dumbfounded, and when he thought back that this was really the case, he confirmed a few points in his heart and hurriedly lowered his head to compensate. Yes, I'm sorry, I haven't seen you before. I'll give you instructions. Wait a moment. It's hard to find a job these days, and if you offend a male, isn't that half of your life? Relax, you're doing a great job. I'll put in a good word with you in front of my dad, White Gap soothed. It's true that good-looking girls are born to get good looks. That's good. That's good. Reassured, the receptionist rushed to call the top to confirm, and the whole thing got even more humble after that. Hello, sir, just take the elevator up to the 8th floor, and next time we meet, I'll make sure I don't mistake you for someone else. Will there be a next time when I look like this? White Gap said faintly, turning around, walking towards the elevator, leaving the front desk girl who was frozen in place for a long time. There's no next time. Has the handsome, somewhat frail older boy in front of him really gone all the way? For some reason, her eyes were suddenly moist. The supervisor, who was not far away, was a little surprised to see this scene. What's wrong? It's okay, just winded. When he came to the 8th floor, the elevator doors opened and White Gap saw his dad. Why are you here today? You didn't come when I asked you to come before. Missed you and came. White Gap said with a smile. White Gap's father froze, and his eyes went straight to red. He knows what kind of son he has. Like yourself. Never good at expressing your emotions. What I love you. I miss you. Rarely could it come out of his mouth. He always found it too meaty to say them. But today, the child expresses feelings, but he or she feels worse. Come on. 3 words and you're moved? Are you busy now? Let's talk for a while. White Gap is in a relaxed state. Not busy. Not all the time. I'll take you to the top floor where my office is. White Gap's dad said directly. And then, led White Gap directly to the top floor. The top floor office is large and bright, with a view of the entire city through large floor-to-ceiling windows. I didn't think so, Dad. But you're quite the enjoyer. White Gap sitting on the wide sofa, looking at the traffic on Earth, drinking the tea just made by the assistant, to be as comfortable as possible. Your mom designed it. I'm a person who doesn't talk about it. She said you've always liked to climb high and look far away since you were a child. Making it like this, you'll definitely like it in the future. Maybe then you can come to the company more often. White Gap's father chuckled. What? Planning on letting me take over later from the start? That's for sure. That's what I used to think about. Back in the day when I used to talk to your mom about. White Gap's father began to reminisce. Old and your mom said, we too life hard work is for what? Is not for the child? We both eat several lifetimes of suffering. The child can enjoy several generations of blessings. So at that time, I have always wanted you to learn a business management and so on, and later can be a better son to inherit his father's business. Who knows that you this kid rebellious, had to go to the art of our ancestors for 3 generations. There is a gene for that? You are still stubborn and stubborn. For this, we have been angry for several years. White Gap also smiled. Thinking back to the past, his heart was also mixed. Too young. In fact, you then should not just mouth. Long ago should bring me here to see. Tell me this pile of a piece are mine. I look at these, designated directly kneel under the temptation of money, or you will not do things. Ha ha, you little brat. You're still lecturing me? Who was the one who spoke loudly every day in the beginning about how money is like dirt and dreams are the most important? I think you've just been spoiled since you were a child and don't know how expensive it is when you're not in charge of your family. White Gap's dad laughed too, and rightly so. White Gap nodded. Lack of what only feel what is the most important. Before silly. In order to dream. In order to love. Really dare to die at the drop of a hat. Now think about it. Or comfortable is the most important. Yeah. What's the point of putting up a fight for so long? White Gap's dad sighed. You say your mom, make everything here the way you like it. Think this is love, but never thought that the real love is never these material things, but with the heart to accompany. To grow up. Now I look at these things as hard to bear. If I can do it over again, I'd rather give up the current by group. Just plain and simple to be a father. To be a father who works from 9 to 5 and sees his wife and children every night. That's true happiness. There's always someone who likes it. I don't know why. But it's always easy to be sad in conversation these days. White Gap shook his head and continued. My mom has such a good eye for beautiful decorations, and whoever doesn't like what they see in the future is sure to get the next one. No, there is no next. There is only one master here, and that is you, and no one can replace you. White Gap's father cried again. I like it too, White Gap said quietly. His nose was sore, but he still couldn't cry. He hurriedly changed the subject. Dad, on a serious note, give me some money. White Gap's dad froze, as if he'd never thought he'd ask for this, but quickly came clean and made a call to have his assistant send a card. Our family doesn't have much else, but we have a lot of money. There are a few $100 million in here. Take it and use it first. Tell me if it's not enough. I can still think of a way. Enough is enough. It doesn't take that much to help Boss Yan with the last thing, and the White Gap is for emergencies. And you don't ask what I'm going to do? Aren't you afraid I'm going to toss all this money away? What's there to ask? I'd like to see you toss around more. Talking to people? They say how clueless and dude their son is. It makes their head hurt to be mad at them. I say to them, you guys are so happy. It would be so nice if my son could be a dude too. White Gap's dad spoke from the heart with every word. Besides, I used to see money as quite important. But now, it's really just like that. Our anti-cancer drug will always be that price in the future. And the official department has come over to talk about putting this drug into the health insurance. It's all a good thing. I don't actually make any money by doing this, but when I'm doing this, I feel empowered all over. And that's probably what's more important than money, and that's what you taught me. White Gap nodded. Hearing his father say that, his heart suddenly felt a sense of relief. Father is still the strong man he used to know, and nothing will bring him down. Even if he would lose his voice in front of the camera, even if he had broken his liver for his son, yet the man still gets up and finds meaning in life again. That's enough. Dad, I'm sorry. Thank you. A word of apology for not being able to do filial piety in the future. And an end to the previous ignorance. A thank you for having brought me to this world and I don't regret it. It's time to go about your business. The living always go on. Your cell phone has been vibrating for an hour now, so I'll leave you alone. I'm going to go meet some more people I want to see. I always have a few more friends, and I'm running out of time, so I've got to hurry. White Gap stood up and smiled. Dad didn't say anything, tears streaming down his face. Do something if you want to. What else could he go and ask for at a moment like this? Leaving the office, White Gap didn't leave, but turned around and went up to the rooftop. Mom says he loves to climb high and see all the beautiful things. But what they don't know is that the faraway look he likes is not looking through the glass at the world of nothingness, but standing at the highest place that will be the top of the world. The rooftop of this building gave him that opportunity. Perhaps the maintenance man had forgotten that the door to the rooftop wasn't locked, and White Gap walked right up to it. Here, closest to the sky, he felt peaceful. As he took a step towards the very edge, suddenly a small figure drew him in. I'll go. Why is there still someone here? White Gap fixed his eyes on a 12 or 13-year-old girl, who was lying on the ground, carefully writing something. Are all elementary school students so brave nowadays? You have to be so high up to do your homework. Aren't grown-ups worried? A little curious. White Gap walked over quietly, nearing the little girl. The little girl realized that someone was coming and jerked her head up, her eyes showing horror, and she stood up in a flash, taking 2 steps backward. Who are you? Don't worry, little friend. I'm not a bad guy. What are you doing here? Doing your homework? White Gap hurriedly explained, his tone filled with compassion. However, the little girl continued to feel wary. You don't come over here. The teacher said that strangers are bad people. Don't talk to strangers, they will hurt us. White Gap froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Teacher's right, but you're so wary. Have you met any bad people? Hearing the word bad guy, the little girl's bright eyes suddenly darkened, and her entire face was sad. I don't know. Maybe not, but I'm not afraid of you. I'm telling you, I'm going to die. I'm not afraid of anything. You can't hurt me. The little girl raised her head and said fiercely, Dad? This word made White Gap's mind shake. What's the situation? Is this child like himself? Is he sick too? She was still so young, more than 10 years younger than herself. Are there so many disasters in the world? Don't talk nonsense. Little friend, how old are you? Don't be dead all day. Are you sick? Can you talk to brother about it? Don't worry, brother won't hurt you. White Gap asked with concern. People who are fed up with the suffering of the world can never see others suffer. I'm not sick. I'm fine. Who says you can only die if you're sick? There are more things in this world that are worse than being sick. You don't understand. Perhaps sensing that White Gap had no malicious intent, the little girl's guard was lowered a lot, pretending to be a small adult and said, seeing the little girl drop her guard, White Gap simply sat down directly on the ground as he became curious about the girl. Little friend. In fact, it's a coincidence that I'm also about to die. Do you think we share the same fate? Ha, big brother. Are you going to die too? Do you also feel that it's meaningless to live? Too much pressure? No, big brother. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Really, especially familiar. But I can't remember. The little girl's eyes went wide. Is it online? White Gap reminded. Yeah. The little girl nodded her head like a chicken eating rice. It's on the internet. Our teacher showed us a video of you. It's you. Then you're not a bad person, big brother. Our teacher said it. You're the best, good person in the world. The world of children is always so black and white. Right, big brother. It was as if the little girl suddenly remembered something again. Our teacher said you're sick. Very sick. Is it because you're sick that you're dying? Why don't you stay at the hospital? The doctors are very good nowadays. I'm okay. It's you. Why are you suddenly saying you don't want to live? White Gap asked. The little girl suddenly lowered her head after hearing this. Come to some support to give the author some motivation. Thank you all. Hyping anything? No money. The little girl kept her head down, clutching what she had just written in her hand, and several times she tried to speak. What White Gap found was wrong. What did you write? Can I see it? The little girl squirmed and hesitated for a long time before slowly handing the object in her hand to White Gap. We're both dying, so it should be okay to show you, the little girl whispered. White Gap frowned, taking what the girl had written and fixing his eyes on it, and within a moment, his frown deepened. Human beings have different sorrows and joys, yet the feeling of despair is the same. What kind of devastation has a 10-something-year-old gone through to be able to write like that? White Gap didn't dare to think about it, but he knew that there were many others like this little girl in the world. This was a common problem in China, the same as left-behind children, but more so than left-behind children. Maybe it was fate that brought this little girl to meet herself. Since we're still alive, let's do something about it. Did a lot of your classmates have the same problem you did? White Gap asked. The little girl nodded. Well, I have a very good friend who is just like me. Only, she doesn't have the courage that I have, and I am really not going to make it. So do you want to help them? Or rather, help all the kids who are like you? Think, the little girl said seriously. But I can't do it. I can't even help myself. I can help you. Have you forgotten what Big Brother does? Big Brother can post these things on the internet so that many people will come together to help him, and it will make many people reflect on what they did right or wrong, and maybe all the little kids will have a better time in the future. White Gap thought a lot. Maybe he couldn't solve a lot of things alone, but before he died, he wanted to do more. No, the little girl shook her head hurriedly. Then my mom and dad would know too, and they'd stop me, and I wouldn't be able to die. But if they can stop me once, they can't stop me twice or 3 times, and I just don't want to suffer anymore. The little girl's words were heartbreaking. Do you trust Big Brother? White Gap looked at the little girl sincerely. I believe that my teacher said you were good. The little girl nodded heavily. Then you'll listen to me about what we're going to do today. And trust me, not only will we help more people this time, but we'll also let you see how your mom and dad react when they find out you're dead. Okay? White Gap seduced. It's good. It's just. The little girl looked at the White Gap in confusion. How can I look when I'm dead? Perhaps. She also really wanted to see how some people would react after she left this world. Just listen to me. Seeing that the girl agreed, White Gap directly patted his chest to assure him. Then, he first asked for the girl's parents' phone number, took a picture of the piece of paper the girl had written, and sent it together to Dr. Zhang. Then he dialed Dr. Zhang's number and instructed him for a while before hanging up. Finally, he started fiddling with his cell phone, getting ready to go live. In today's day and age, a cell phone is all it takes to get yourself in front of millions of internet users. White Gap specially avoided the camera from the little girl, which instructed the little girl to only watch obediently and not make any noise before clicking the button to start the live broadcast. At this point, the fight sound backstage. A staff member was yawning and monitoring the data in the background. Suddenly, one of the top names lit up. Hallucinating? This staff member hurriedly wiped his eyes, and after struggling to see clearly several times, his entire blood boiled. White Gap is live, he yelled out. Ever since the last time White Gap broke the record, the staff in charge of him had set his account as a special concern, so that they could be the first to notice any developments. A lot of people were attracted to his barking. However, they were quick to chime in with a snort. What do you think? You're crazy about performance. That's all you need to do once, and you want to do it a second time? We've contacted them all before, and they said that they won't be live streaming for the second time. And that body of White Gap doesn't allow for too long of a live stream. The son of Bai Group, the boyfriend of a big star, cares about this amount of money for live broadcasting? It's time to wake up from your dreams. No one believed it. Everyone absolutely did not. True. Don't believe you see. The staff member blushed and explained. The men then looked to their computers. Holy shit. Really? Did the sun come out of the west today? Don't be ridiculous. It's cloudy today. No sun. Hurry up and tell the boss. Hurry up and recommend it to the front page. This kind of opportunity is used once less. The entire Douyin was busy for a while. The homepage is recommended, and all the advertising space is immediately arranged on all. The effect of the advertisement was immediate. White Gap looked at the so many people pouring in on the live broadcast, but he didn't care too much about it. It was a good thing. After all, the more people there were, the more influence what he said next would have. Like last time, he started by turning off the bounty option. Everyone's big karma's not so bad. Next, he said to all the viewers in the broadcast room, originally, I wasn't going to be on the air anymore. It's nice to go quietly alone without taking up too many social resources. But just a few moments ago, I saw an incident where a girl of 13 committed suicide. A girl who was so distraught that she leapt down from the 20th floor of a building, trying to leave this world. How good it is to be alive. At first, I had been angry at this girl for not valuing life. For me, a man who was going to die, it was the greatest irony of all. She didn't realize that now what he ended so easily was what I wanted most. But when I read the last letter she left to the world, I cried. I cried so hard. What had this child endured to make her so desperate for life? Speaking of which, the pop-ups were stunned as well. What? 13 years old? This child is too willful. She just walks away. Think of his parents? To whom can she afford it? It's so unintelligent. Yes. Is it easy to give birth to him and raise him? Besides, what's so annoying at such a young age is that good people are spoiled. Children nowadays have such a poor mental capacity. They can't move without dying. I've seen several such news stories this year. Perhaps most of the people watching this broadcast are adults, so they are still thinking on their own terms. Ignoring the flurry, White Gap opened the piece of paper the child had given him and read it word by word. Here's what this child wrote. She said, "Mom and Dad, I'm honored to have met you on a trip through life. And if there's an afterlife, let's not see each other again." The first sentence tickled everyone's curiosity. What had happened to this girl to make her write such determined words? You guys don't have to feel bad. Seriously, think about it. It's nothing. It's not me you love anyway. You love me for being at the top of the class, for getting perfect scores on tests, for being praised. But that perfect daughter you all have in mind is just too good to be true. I can't do it. White Gap continued, reading slowly and carefully. The beginning of the school year will be the second year. But you know what? That wonderful elementary school that you all talk about. The easy first year. I carried it all down with my life. So can I expect the rest of the year? The next second and third year of junior high will be nothing to be sorry for. Nothing to be sad about. And anyway, you all said that you don't expect me. What in fact am I? I am the one who brings you honor. The one who is strictly filial. The one who is the instrument of your comparison before your friends. The one who is polite, courteous and gentle before everyone. The one who says you are the best of parents. But what about behind people's backs? I've endured the filthiest insults from your mouths. You're pissed off and happy. I'll just turn a blind eye. It's not much anyway. I'm getting used to it. Aren't I? You guys always say you've eaten more salt than I've ever eaten. But life is more than worth it. And I know a lot of things you don't. And really, you guys taught me those things too. Slaps to the face hurt the most. Then the arms. And finally the thighs. And a little bit better on the back. You don't know that, do you? I do. Being drawn by a wire or belt to the leg is the most painful. Insomnia is caused by being scolded or beaten before going to bed. Lying in the bedroom. Listening to the tirades coming from the master bedroom. And the rest of the time it is used to reflect on the sadness of the day. The Chinese people always love to say that the children are crazy because of the pressure of learning. This is obviously you take your grades too seriously. This year, it is always just so strange. Sitting on the couch on the bed. Lying in bed will always have the right to scold a person who is studying is reading. Not for anything else. Because people are parents. You can call me weak. I'm afraid to face it. Next time 70 in language arts and 80 in math and English. I'll be your punching bag enough. But still, in my life, I have some people I'm sorry for. Not you guys, of course, for whom it was really unexpected that I unexpectedly survived the first year and lived an extra year. 2 in 1 chapter. Giving you close to 2 extra chapters. Can I ask for support? Reading this, the picture of the pop-up has changed. It's so hard. What has this child been through? Let's just say that kids these days are under so much pressure. With school, hope, and a good family surrounding him. No longer in our time. When being fed and not hungry was happiness. What a wake-up call for all parents. Adults live hard lives and kids don't have it easy. The letter is not finished. The little girl wrote a lot. And White Gap was a little choked up by now. Mom and Dad, since we both can't stand each other, why don't we each take a step back? It's not bad for me to disappear. No one will ever be angry at you again. And you'll be able to protect your hearts. And you won't have to go back to shortening your lifespans. It's really quite nice. You're not fit to raise daughters. Maybe a son would be able to handle it a little better. Maybe it's all my fault, but I really tried my best. I just couldn't take it anymore. And it turned out pretty well. So you don't have to worry about me copying people's homework, or handing in my homework, or playing games behind your backs. I have all the cash I can get my hands on in my desk. You said the New Year's money is for me. It's 30,000 in total. I don't want it. I don't want my cell phone. I don't know if the insurance company will have any compensation. It's best if they do. That way, there will be less of a loser's family like me, and you'll all be richer in the future. There is still some money in WeChat. You guys look at yourselves and divide it up. I've basically finished the classes you guys signed me up for. The badminton class told you not to buy it. You guys nonetheless didn't listen to it, but that one seems to be something adults can use as well, right? And please don't worry. I won't stay at home and turn it into a murder house. Don't worry. Take grandma to live with you too. And don't travel to all kinds of places all day long and get scammed by people in the future. There's a blue card on the table. It's our school library card. I've borrowed 3 books from the school. Make sure you return them for me and remember to say thank you to the teacher. And use my pocket money to buy some lollipops for the kids. The brand I always eat is the best. And they can take all the things in the room, they have a favorite too. It is easy to ruin a man. And that is to ruin his childhood. For all the rest, let nature take its course. You have ruined me. So be kind to my brother. And desist. Such injuries are not imposing. Reflect on this one thing. Then leave it to the years. White Gap read it and burst into tears. He didn't know who was hurting deeper and harder from what he was going through right now, compared to this little girl. But the despair is the same. It's hard to be alive. It doesn't matter how old you are. All the pop-ups were crying. Crying. Really crying. Saying things that aren't me, and yet every word seems to be me. Will you die if you fail the exam? Yes. Will die in low self-esteem. Die in the elders' comments. Die in the gossip. They will be in your ears every day nagging. This cannot pass the exams. What future you have? In vain so many years of school. In vain spend so much money. The tongue has no sting, but is enough to kill a person. It rained so hard in the early hours of this morning that I didn't sleep, and it was so nice that the world turned out to be crying hard and loose for me. I don't believe parents can awaken. They are forever high and mighty and self-righteous and don't understand why being a parent is like being on some kind of high ground and thinking that children will always be children and there is no respect and no communication. It's like all of them are empathizing. Is that the pressure of this society? Is that the pressure this society puts on children? Of course there are some older ones who still reflect on themselves, weeping and crying. The parent's love becomes a shackle that binds the child, too heavy, and they don't realize that the child is so desperate that he would rather leave this world. This is the sadness of homeschooling. From today onwards all of my daughter's tuition classes are stopped. Interest classes love to go not to pull down. I can accept my daughter's mediocrity for the rest of her life. Perhaps if each were to look away, life would be less tiring. Looking at the countless pop-ups, how long can this heat last? Or, can there be heat? White Gap didn't know. And perhaps, he never would. Doing the last thing he can do. That's what's on his mind right now. After reading the suicide note, White Gap said only one thing to the camera. May all life be treated with kindness. This is a true story. The author is getting depressed writing this book, but will try to write it anyway. All together. With those words, White Gap went off the air. He has a lot of work to do. The news of White Gap's live broadcast also quickly spread throughout China. One by one, people who were familiar or unfamiliar with White Gap watched the screen of White Gap's live broadcast with mixed feelings in their hearts. The rain god, who was rushing on his way, was standing alone in the pattering drizzle at this moment with a grave expression on his face. His mind was empty as he recalled the scene from the live broadcast just now. Mr. White Gap, aren't you tired? Think more about yourself. The rain god rushed to the sky and said silently. Xiaohan sat in front of the dressing table, tears streaming down her face as the makeup artist had just done her makeup once again. But the makeup artist didn't say a word. Mr. White Gap, you're still helping people even after what happened. How great you really are. Xiaohan looked at the live feed and muttered to himself. Ziki brought the music in her room to the maximum, as if that way, she could mask her sadness. At the moment, a question was running through her head. If he appeared before Boss Yang, then would he be the one accompanying her now? Even if the White Gap was terminal, even if she could only stay with it for a day, she was willing. White Gap says she's the best person she's ever met in her life. As for Mao Mao, Han Hong, Lu Ju, they all felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They couldn't save White Gap. They couldn't save that child. And they couldn't change the current situation in China. A person living in this world is, sometimes, so powerless. Many people from Bai's group also saw this live broadcast. At first they didn't recognize it, but as the images around them became clearer and clearer, many people suddenly felt familiar. Isn't this near our office? It seems to be on our rooftop. White Gap Mail is live on the rooftop. Oh my god. Should we go up there and check it out? Just as they hesitated, someone had long since notified White Gap's dad at some point, and he had long since been rushing upwards in a hurry. However, after all, it was a step too late. When she arrived, White Gap had just left. White Gap's dad stood on the rooftop for a long time and finally let out a bitter laugh. Forget it, let him have everything. He'll call me if he needs anything. He still has that idea. Just have fun and be happy in your last days. White Gap can do whatever he wants to do. Meanwhile, this live broadcast by White Gap caused a furor online. Heat is instantly number one. Only the comments section was split into two factions. I pity the child. And I'm heartbroken. But I don't think you can beat all parents to death. How do you raise a child? It's a difficult question. Why is it hard? Isn't it good to let children grow up happily? Most people are ordinary people. Why do we have to ask them to become dragons and phoenixes? Children nowadays are happy playing games, happy watching TV, happy with anything as long as they don't study. So should we just let them play on and go crazy? Can't say no more. Can't scold no more? You come to tell us how to manage? The results do not look at too much. Pay attention to the child's learning at the same time, but also to pay attention to the child's psychological problems. In fact, 360 lines, line out of the top. Do not necessarily have to study to have a way out. Standing up for yourself. Upstairs, you must not have kids. Seriously, Is it us as parents who take grades too seriously? It's this society. Is this society still comparable to the one we had back then? Without a bachelor's degree? No, maybe not even a bachelor's degree. What can a child do? Can't do anything? So what if they don't work hard? Who does not want to let the child should learn, should play, but sometimes really cannot control? Raised children will know. I actually think what's missing between parents and kids these days is communication. Both think they're right. Learn to communicate and the dilemmas can be reduced by 90%. Maybe one live broadcast doesn't solve all the problems. However, this incident is at least sparking a discussion. And maybe it will also make some parents start reflecting on themselves, and will rescue some of their children from being in hot water. That's enough. Things are always one step at a time. The other side. By this time, Boss Young had already given away 2 songs. She had called director Zhang in advance, so when Boss Yang arrived at her destination, both Wan Guozhong and Zhang Ying were waiting for her. Seeing Boss Yang's figure, the two immediately stood up, writing so fast. White Gap is no slouch. Where's the White Gap man? Didn't he come? The 2 men looked around and saw that Boss Yang was the only one with a look of disappointment on their faces. Boss Yang shook his head helplessly. White Gap is in poor health, so I was allowed to come. Don't worry, I brought the song, so you guys can take a look at it first. The 2 nodded their understanding, also aware of White Gap's situation. After welcoming Boss Yang into the house, Zhang Ying called a few more music professionals to come and watch. The 2 songs were passed around in a few more hands, and the eyes of these professionals grew whiter and whiter, to the point where their hands were shaking and they couldn't even hold the paper steady at the end of the day. It's him, it's him, it's him. Boss, we got our song. We really got it. Awesome, really awesome. This is the most awesome musician in my opinion. Several people were excited. This left Wan Guozhong and Zhang Ying a little confused. These guys are on the national team and have seen countless great songs. So what kind of song could make them lose their minds like that? Is it really that good? Zhang Ying asked suspiciously. Really? It's definitely one of the best songs I've seen in years. No, decades. Boss, you don't understand. Those of us who have been immersed in music for decades, we can still tell the good from the bad. And I can responsibly say that these 2 songs are definitely national treasures. Zhang Ying was even more confused after hearing this. What kind of 2 songs did this White Gap write? Seeing Zhang Ying in this state, several musicians looked at each other and immediately made a decision. Boss, we'll sing it to you briefly so you'll understand. Then, a few people looked at the lyrics to the song, cleared their throats, and began to sing. Their professionalism is unquestionable. 2 minutes later, everyone in the room shut up. Good to hear. It's really good. It's simply heavenly. And the lyrics, the tune, fit everything they wanted perfectly. White Gap, you are like a god who came down from heaven to save them. Wan Guozhong and Zhang Ying were completely convinced. Bull, those are the 2 songs. Where is the White Gap man? I must go and thank him in person. Where is he? I will go to him now. Wan Guozhong slammed the table and said excitedly. This song means something different to him. It's his way of giving a lot of people a piece of his mind. Yes, I'll go too. I'll also apply to the higher-ups for him. For the title of national artist. Such a person. I just hate that I recognized him late. Zhang Ying also stood up. Seeing such a scene, Boss Yang's heart was both happy and sad. Happily, White Gap's talent is recognized and his man is the best. The sad question is whether this recognition has come a little too late. And does any of this even matter to White Gap? White Gap should be home by now. I'll call and ask. Boss Yang picked up his cell phone. Home, isn't he on the air? Yeah. A lot of people were just watching. Several musicians said, live? Hearing those 2 words, Boss Yang was confused. Yeah, I just watched it too. Seeing Boss Yang's puzzled look, a musician took out his cell phone. Look, it's off the air now. It just aired about 5 minutes ago. And it's not live from home. It's like it's on a roof or something. Boss Yang hurriedly looked at his cell phone. Sure enough, White Gap had gone behind her back and broadcasted live. She instantly frowned and opened her mouth without a good reason. Why are you so disobedient? Do you like to be in the limelight so much? Don't you care about yourself? Think about others' feelings too. Boss Yang is really a bit angry. Live broadcasting is an exhausting job, and for White Gap to do so is tantamount to another overdraft of his life. However, the musician from earlier was immediately displeased. Boss Yang, although we weren't very familiar before, I won't allow you to talk about Mr. White Gap like that. He referred to White Gap as a teacher, and there weren't many in the music industry who were qualified for him to call them that. That's right, Mr. White Gap is a role model for our generation, and he's the one who showed us that it's possible to make music with a big heart. He didn't go on air this time to make a name for himself. He did it for a little girl, to save more people like that little girl. It's because of watching him on this broadcast that I've cancelled my kids' piano lessons. and having fun and being happy. White is the most important thing. So much lip service from so many people. Boss Yang was completely confused. What the hell? How long had she been out? And was this White Gap doing something earth-shattering again? Gained so many heavyweight fans? There's a replay of his live stream you can watch. Yes, and there are comments on the internet now, so you can also see how many people he has made start to reflect on themselves. The musician turned on the playback straight away. The three who hadn't seen the broadcast immediately watched it carefully. Soon they were in tears again. Every society has its problems. Nowadays, most people may be well-fed and clothed, but they are not carefree. The little girl's suicide note sent shockwaves through everyone's mind. White Gap, asshole, can't he think about himself? Boss Young cried and complained. But anyone could hear where these words meant complaining. It's heartache. She didn't want White Gap to do anything more earth-shattering right now. She just wanted him to live one more day, one more hour, even one more minute. It's all pathetic. White Gap, Kokeshi, Wan Guozhong said solemnly, the highest praise he could give. If such a person can be given 10 more years, 20 more years, maybe, he can change the whole of China. Zhang Ying also said, that statement is not a joke. It's not just politicians, scientists that can change the world either. Some of society's problems need something that touches the heart even more. On the other side, while Boss Yang and the others were still lamenting these things, Bai Gai had already arrived at the hospital with the little girl. Dr. Chang, is it done? Finding Dr. Chang's office, White Gap pushed right in. White Gap, you can really give me a hard time. I'm a doctor. I'm here to cure people, not to lie. Dr. Zhang said helplessly, healing the sick and saving people can only save one at a time. And this time, maybe if it's done right, it can save countless people. White Gap said with a smile, not embarrassed at all, and pursued the question directly. Okay, how did it go? Did the little girl's parents come? It's coming. It should be on the way. But I can remind you, don't make too much of a commotion. When it comes to attracting too many onlookers, it won't end well. Dr. Chang reminded. Don't worry, didn't my dad charter an intensive care ward at the time? There shouldn't be many people there, right? Let's just go there. White Gap was prepared. Soon the little girl's parents arrived, and the little girl was obviously a little nervous. Big brother, I am afraid. Don't be afraid. In a while you just lie on the bed. Don't move. When you want to come down you come down. Trust big brother, okay? White Gap said gently. The little girl hesitated, then nodded heavily. Big brother, I believe you. Then, White Gap took the little girl up to the top floor, and Dr. Zhang arranged for a nurse to accompany them, and told the nurse to put a little makeup on the little girl. Everything is ready. Dr. Zhang opened the elevator door with the little girl's parents. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator door, they saw a child lying on a hospital bed, covered by a white sheet. The little girl's parents immediately broke down. Daughter, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ya, Daddy is sorry. Daddy shouldn't have done this. Wake up quickly. Two people crying at the top of their lungs. The nurse stood in front of the two men, afraid that they would get too excited and the little girl would slip through the cracks. White Gap watched this scene, and his heart was filled with 100 different feelings. What parent doesn't love their children? It's just that sometimes love is like a knife that can drive a person over the edge. The love is deep and the responsibility is great. Maybe that's the root of it all. My condolences. This is the last letter from the child to you. I live streamed it earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not, but don't worry. I didn't reveal any information about you during the broadcast, and it was the child's intention to publish this letter to the entire internet. Qin Feng said heavily. The child's parents took the letter with trembling, letting them open it only to read it for a moment before the tears broke out again, and the remorse in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Son, say something. Say something to scold mom a few times or slap her a few times. I'm wrong. I'll never force you again. The child's mother fell to her knees in front of the hospital bed, and the kid's dad has smoked himself up. Hard, ridiculous and pathetic. Why do people always have to wait until they lose to no regret? So did my own parents, and now these two. In fact, this child is quite good. She was brought to the hospital when there is still a breath in. She said she does not know why. She is very hard, and self-conscious. Test scores have been in the top of the class, but he just do not know why you are not satisfied. She will not be able to do it, so she chose to leave. White Gap said quietly. It was even harder for the couple. It's our fault. It's all our fault. We wanted too much. We always felt that there was more potential in her. I always felt that we were supposed to give birth to her and raise her and let her do whatever she wanted to do. And we put too much pressure on her. And we really wouldn't have been able to and were really wrong to be a parent for the first time. The more the child's mother cried, the more. Just what use are tears? All good reviews, just not hot. The legendary call for good but not popular? See here friends point to urge more. Thank you. The author is very hard. The little girl's mom's crying wasn't faked and the sadness was real and present. The little girl lying on the hospital bed was also a bit shocked, and her entire body moved slightly. After all, it was a child. And after all, it was her parents who were crying. Whitegap hurried over and gently shook the little girl's hand, signaling her to be quiet first. Many things are a momentary sadness, and after the sadness is over it remains breezy. So, Whitegap needs to know if the young couple is really waking up. Both of you. Things have happened. One must always look back. I heard that you have another son. The sister was worried about her brother when she was alive. So will you still ask for your brother in the future as you asked for your sister? Whitegap asked quietly. The little girl's mom shook her head frantically, sniffling. No, it won't. Never again. Daughter, as long as you can wake up, Mommy promises you that from now on you can do whatever you want. You say you want to go to the amusement park. You want to go to Comic-Con. You want to go to Disney. Mommy will take you there. Right away. As long as you can wake up. The little girl's father was relatively calm, and tears were rolling down his face as he slapped himself hard. Wrong. Really wrong. We always used to think it was nothing. Which one of our generation wasn't beaten up by their parents? And everyone around us did it. So we thought we were not wrong. Never considered that the pressure on children now is not comparable to what we had at that time. And we never reflected on ourselves. But nowadays, we want to reflect, and never get the chance to do so again. Daughter, Daddy was wrong. Daddy is sorry. The little girl's father fell heavily to his knees in front of the hospital bed. It breaks the hearts of those who hear it and brings tears to the eyes of those who see it. Perhaps in this moment, they are truly repentant. Whitegap sighed deeply. I hope you can remember what happened today. Your daughter didn't die. She happened to be seen by me when she was jumping off the building. I saved her. But the next time may not be so lucky. Cherish the person in front of you. Don't wait for the person to be gone in the future and then come back to regret. After saying that, Whitegap turned around and left. He couldn't watch the next scene. That scene of desperation and tears of joy. He envied, but he didn't dare to look at it. Whitegap saved the little girl's life. But who could have saved him? He is also a man who will die. This young couple is fine and they have a do-over. But what about yourself? What about the loved ones around yourself? Maybe that chance really isn't there. Mom! The moment Whitegap closed the elevator, he heard the girl's last voice. Whitegap laughed. What would happen in the future he didn't know. And he didn't know if the parents would repeat their mistakes. But he had, today, at least, done everything he could. May all be happy and good. In fact, Whitegap also knew that this was not the problem of this pair of families, but the problem of this society. The problem of Huaxia. How did he manage to make every age group so tired in this great country of China? There is no country in the world that is as crazy as the kids in Huaxia right now. Whitegap has seen a lot of news. A little boy, who slapped himself furiously after his mom left because he couldn't read the exercises. One after another. Very, very heavy. The pressure is really on. A girl writes her homework until 3 a.m. and can't help but break down and cry when she's done. The girl's sister said, she's really stressed out. She's not doing very well in high school right now, and she's tutoring every day off with little to no downtime. A foreigner was instantly shocked by the Chinese education when he saw the brightly lit classroom at 9 p.m. What's there? It's lit up every night. Is it a factory? No. There's the school. The foreigner is stupid. Stop it. What school has their lights on at 9:20? And what time do their students go home? What time do they go to bed? This is crazy. The foreigners didn't realize that after 9 o'clock, it was still early for students in China. Those seemingly fervent vows of high school entrance exams are actually the blood and tears of every child. Besides, what's the point of even going to college? A girl choked up during a graduation ceremony at a 985 university. If only I hadn't gone to college. If I hadn't gone to college, I would have been able to work as a waitress with peace of mind. But when I went to college, I couldn't pull it off. If I hadn't gone to college, I could have gone to a job that didn't require an academic threshold. Instead of being in a dilemma, like I am right now, I really want to be a manicurist, but if I go for a master's degree, my family definitely can't accept it. Then there was the girl who, because of her family's urging to get married, climbed alone to the roof of her house and cried, shouting at the top of her lungs in the face of those who came to her rescue. I want to kill myself. Will you stay away? I don't want to face my family. Please, let me die. I just don't want to marry just anyone. Am I wrong? Where is the word easy in the life of a Chinese? Whitegap remembers that one of his classmates failed in the midterm and was told by his mother for a whole year that he had slipped through the grades. At that time, every time we met this friend cried non-stop. He said, he did not understand why this, not just this little mistake, also said a whole year. Never said to encourage me words. The tongue doesn't have a stinger, but it really can kill. Haven't seen a single high school student go to bed before 10. Thinking about all this, White Gap also really wanted to say something. Sir, the meaning of reading has changed now. Unconsciously, White Gap walked to a small garden. A back garden of the hospital. Not a soul at this hour. White Gap took out his cell phone and opened the live stream once again. The live broadcast room instantly flooded in with countless people. Is that little girl okay? Is she really dead? MS. White Gap. That suicide note has been making me cry for a whole day now. And I've apologized to my son. Thank you for waking me up. That little girl was really so well behaved. Did he really end his life like that? Mr. White Gap. There must be a miracle, right? Popping up, a lot of people were concerned about the little girl. White Gap smiled slightly. There was true love on earth. Hello everyone. This live broadcast doesn't have any other purpose. Just want to sing a song for everyone. After all, music that no one appreciates is ultimately lonely, and I'm afraid of being alone. The name of the song is Dear Child. No accompaniment, no harmonies. White Gap intends to clear the song. Sometimes it's the most original sound that hits home the most. The pop-ups are many people looking forward to it as well. Wow. Mr. White Gap is going to sing again. And this time he's really picking it up. Listening to Mr. White Gap songs, that's really one less song to listen to. I've already prepared the tissues. Mr. White Gap, you do it. Upstairs, why is it so hard to hear you say that? Dear Child, is that a song for that little girl? Anyway, it's another original. I've just searched and it's not available online. We may be witnessing Mr. White Gap's last song. White Gap's voice sounded slowly. Tiny child, did you cry today? Have all your friends gone, leaving behind loneliness you can't take with you? Beautiful child, have you cried today? Have you soiled your beautiful clothes and can't find anyone else to talk to? Wise child, did you cry today? Did you lose a beloved gift? Searching in the wind, from early morning to sunset. What's the one song that makes you want to cry right out of the gate? What man can make you feel sad at the sight of him? White Gap did. In conjunction with the story of the little girl from earlier, everyone's heart clenched when these two lyrics came out. On the other side, the little girl and her mom and dad were watching the live stream at the moment. Mom, it's this big brother. He's the one who saved me and helped me and told me so many truths. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be able to see you guys right now. The young couple looked at White Gap's face. They didn't see it too clearly just now due to too much sadness. And only now that they had calmed down did they feel that the face was familiar. He's White Gap? The White Gap who writes songs with his life? Yes, that's him. I didn't realize that it was him who saved our daughter. I heard that his health is not good either. It seems that he doesn't have a few days to live. I wish it was scripted. A good man like that shouldn't die too young. The little girl's parents were discussing it. It's not scripted. I'm his attending physician, and White Gap's life is probably just a matter of days. Dr. Zhang silently opened his mouth. White Gap was the most special patient he had ever seen. White Gap, this child's life is bitter. He probably never thought of himself in his life. He can't see others suffer, so he saved your daughter, and he wants to save more people through this story. In terms of saving lives, he is much greater than me. Dr. Zhang's words silenced the two. Truth be told, White Gap was their benefactor, their daughter's savior. But, how should they repay him? In his ears, the voice of the White Gap continued. My dear child, why don't you let me see if you let the wind blow out the candles and walk alone in the dark? Dear child, dry your teardrops quickly. I'd like to accompany you on your way home. White Gap's voice grew louder. The pop-ups were all heartbreaking. I hate myself why I am a sensible child. Why the petulant and crying instead of getting sugar? And I can only say on the mouth that everything is fine. But the heart cannot be comforted. Left to bear the heartache of others will not understand. My grandmother said, why does a baby cry as soon as he is born? Because he knows that to come into the world is to suffer all kinds of suffering and to cry for an uneventful life in the future. Why don't I want to go home? Why do I have to fight every day? Why? More than once I have shed silent tears by myself. And more than once I have told myself it's okay. It will pass. Dear child, there has always been a child in my heart. He is myself. That lonely back. There is no more innocent childhood in this world. And children, nowadays, are under more pressure than perhaps adults. The parents of the little girl on the top floor of the hospital, at this time, as if they had made a major decision, took the little girl and slowly walked downstairs. They, invariably, have to do something. After the song, White Gap took a deep breath. So tired. Now my own body is at the point where I get tired of singing a song. I hope you can enjoy this song. Here, I also tell you that the little girl is not okay. She was saved by us when she jumped off the building. Now everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. For the sake of the privacy of the little girl's family, here I won't say their names. I wish that the whole world is good people." With that, White Gap tried to turn off the live stream. He had a lot of things to do. He had one more person he wanted to see, and he had a dinner party in the evening that he didn't know if he was going to live or die. There's no time to delay. Just as he was about to finish, a voice suddenly interrupted this. "Mr. White Gap, wait." White Gap turned his head. It was the little girl's parents walking up with the little girl. We have something we'd like to say to everyone. Is that okay?" White Gap tinkered with the idea for a moment, but nodded. Since they are willing to face the public, what reason does one have to refute it? With White Gap's permission, the little girl's mother stepped in front of the camera. She cleared her throat, solemnly. The passage was as much for her own sake as it was for White Gap's. There was no way to repay the favor of saving his life, so he could only do what White Gap wanted to do through this. Of course, everything said is also a life lesson for yourself. I'm the mother of the little girl. We're in the hospital now. Our daughter is fine, and White Gap is her savior. But, through this, I think I've seen something that we're all just normal parents, and parents of real people probably don't have as many problems. I'd like to say, the little girl's mom bit her lip. If you are an ordinary parent with little resources and little education, then never do what we did and just push your child, but encourage him more, support him, understand him and praise him. Don't transfer all of your own perceived anxiety, anger, fear, insecurity, and aggravation to your child, which is actually the best education. If a child is mediocre, let him be blessed. If a child is exceptional, let him spread his wings and fly, and accept the mediocrity of the child as if the child never demanded how good we must be. There is an ancient saying that says, "Don't blame your father for your poverty. Don't compare your filial piety to your brother. Don't choose your wife for your misery. And don't be angry with your son." This quote is for myself and for you. Good point. Accept your children's mediocrity, and why should you demand anything from them that you haven't done yourself? Don't push it. Just do your best. There's firsts and then there's downs. Why do you have to be so hard on yourself? Seeing these pop-ups, White Gap was somewhat relieved. He was satisfied to be able to make some small contribution to this society. Just as he was about to go up and say something too, suddenly, a vibration on his cell phone interrupted him. White Gap took out his cell phone and immediately frowned. It was a text message to Wah Kung. I don't know where he got White Gap's phone number from, so I'm sure it wasn't difficult. The text message was also simple. At 8 o'clock in the evening, come alone, or else business is business. White Gap's greatest fear is the word official. Boss Yang defaulted on the loan before, and it was clearly written on the default liability that the other party is able to require her to serve the other company until the debt is paid off. The peculiarities of the Xiang family also make some under-the-table approaches not so easy. If they insisted on being businesslike, things would be really bad. But there should be a turnaround as well. The other party asked White Gap to go alone, so that also meant that they should have other options. Though the program won't be easy, but even if it's a mountain of swords and a dragon's den, White Gap has to break through. Well, thank you all. That's it for today's broadcast. See you next time if you get a chance. After saying that, White Gap directly turned off the live broadcast. After bidding a brief farewell to the little girl and a few others, White Gap was ready to leave. Big brother, can you always be my brother from now on? Looking at the back of White Gap's departure, the little girl suddenly shouted. White Gap's figure paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not turn around. If next time we meet again, I will treat you as my sister. The girl is still young. Maybe she doesn't realize that there are some people who, when they turn around, are for life. After leaving the hospital, White Gap looked at the time. It was only just afternoon, and all morning, White Gap had done a lot of things. Met his parents and saved a little girl. Sometimes it's not that there isn't enough time, but that you're lazy and forget to value it. It's still very early to 8 p.m. White Gap stopped a cab. There was someone else he wanted to see. Don Ray. When he gave the address of that small mountain village in the cab driver immediately looked bitter. Brother, it's not close there. It's out of the imperial capital. Even if you go all the way on the highway it'll take 2 or 3 hours. It's fine. It's as much as it should be, and I'll pay for all of it. White Gap thinks it's the drivers who are worried about the price. The driver shook his head. It's not about the money. It's about the fact that hardly anyone goes there. And if I pull you over, I'll have to come back with an empty car, and I'll have to pay for the gas. So why don't you get a different car? White Gap smiled. It's not money after all? Master, don't worry. After you go, wait for me over there. I have to come back in the evening. As for the price, it's on a chartered basis. I can pay you first. Gotta go. The driver was immediately happy. Money does not earn, son of a bitch. Today seems to be able to have a good harvest. The driver master's skill is very good. All the way to the wind. Very soon, to the foot of the small mountain village. It was over half an hour faster than expected. Now this road is good to go. If you put aside before, you let me come, I do not come. Give how much money cannot. The car does not go. To here to go around the road for 3 or 4 hours. Now well, this new road, directly to the mountains. Then before to save how much matter. The driver spoke with relish of the White Gap also saw the road, which was clean and dry, and indeed much more convenient. He had been here once, many years ago, and he remembered lamenting this at the time. The road to Shu is difficult. That's because Li Taibai must not have traveled here. Otherwise he would have said that the mountain road is difficult, harder than the sky. You can see how difficult this road was at the time. When was this road built? White Gap asked. Just recently, I heard there was a donation, and it only opened a week ago. There are still a lot of good people in the world. Tutor drivers are chatty, and in ancient times, they were know-it-alls. Soon the cab arrived at the entrance to the village. White Gap got out of the car, instructed the driver to wait at the entrance of the village, and walked into the village alone. He didn't inform Tang Lei in advance, but asked a villager for the location of the school and walked over alone. That villager was very enthusiastic. Not only did he point out the way, he also looked at the White Gap for a long time. I think I've seen you somewhere. I'm ass face. White Gap didn't take it seriously. There were a lot of videos of him on the internet nowadays, so maybe it wasn't that uncommon to accidentally see one somewhere. Walking to the school, just as he reached the door, White Gap saw Don Ray, his best friend. Tang Lei was talking to an old man at the moment, his face full of reproach. Li Moncler, I entrusted someone to bring you back the medicine. Are you again did not eat? And how many times have I told you? If you dare to save again, I will tell Big Mother Ah. Li Moncler outlet store had a hefty grin on his face. I'm fine. My own body knows itself. I'm old. I can't live for a few days. What's the point of spending all that money? What I can save is what I can save. I'll take one less medicine. These poor children may be able to eat one more meal. Don't be ridiculous. Don Ray was speechless. Before Clove left, she asked me to make sure I took good care of you guys. And that's my job. Clove. Clove. Lee mumbled the name a few times. Moncler Outlet Store. Clove is a good child. Just a bad life. Your big mom now every time she thinks of her. At night still blah 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 tears. Our village is sorry for her. No, Master Lee. Don Ray comforted. We are uneducated. But who is good to us? We all know. You, Clove, and that friend of yours who built the road for us, are all good people. I heard that friend of yours is also sick. And sometimes I can't sleep and keep thinking, why don't good people live long? This world, unfair ah. Lee Moncler Outlet Store was a little choked up at the end. Tang Lei didn't speak again either, raising his head to look into the distance, when suddenly, a familiar figure came into view. White Gap. Tang Lei suspected that he had blurred his eyes and kept rubbing them. White Gap laughed, took a few quick steps, and patted Tang Lei's shoulder. It's me, coming to see you. Tang Lei's open mouth was filled with incredulity. Are you? Well, during the time that White Gap had been sick, Tang Lei had gone to see him several times, and each time, his days were numbered and his body was weak. However, the man was actually standing in front of himself. It's hard not to. Tang Lei was a bit emotional. Hanging on by the pills. Missed you so I came to see you. A sentence that made Tang Lei fall into the ice again. Hanging on by the pills. Thinking of you. Tang Lei suddenly thought of something bad. A person, only when they feel they are about to die, will do something out of the ordinary. White Gap, did it really go all the way? Come on. It's not like you just found out about me. Show me the kids here. White Gap said with a relaxed smile. Tang Lei nodded heavily. Well, a lot of the kids here know you. Recognize me? White Gap was a bit confused. He had been to the small mountain village a few times when he was well, but he hadn't seen many children. Besides, that was years ago. Lately, he really hasn't been around. Even the last time he sang Lilac Blossom, he was watching from the hospital. So, how can a child here recognize himself? Tang Lei didn't explain, but directly led him into the campus. When he passed Moncler Outlet Store, his face was very excited. His mouth was open and closed, wanting to say something, until he saw Tang Lei waving his hand, and then he held back. All of this struck White Gap as a bit odd. Walking with Tang Lei to the interior of the campus, White Gap frowned. It was said to be a campus, but it was actually an open space surrounded by a few earthen walls, with no playground, no sports equipment of any kind, and all there was dust. In the middle of the playground, there were a couple of dirt huts that, if placed in the middle of the city, might be called dangerous, the kind that could cave in at any time. It's called a campus. There is only elementary school grades 1 to 4 here, and there is only one teacher, and that's me, and the children will go to school in town after grade 5. And now that there are roads and access to the buses, there are fewer children dropping out of school, and it's all thanks to you, Tang Lei said as he walked. Thank me? White Gap was confused. Soon the bell rang. This class is a self-study. When they heard the bell, a group of skimpily dressed children immediately ran out. Dozens of children bustling around with happy faces. Mr. Tang, I was the first to finish my math homework again today, but I didn't talk small. I became a disciplinarian and supervised their studies. Mr. Tang, my brother took the day off today because his shoes broke and there was only one pair left at home, leaving them for me to wear, but we agreed that if I wore them today, my brother would be the one to wear them tomorrow, and he wouldn't take the day off tomorrow. Sentence by sentence, the White Gap said a little heartbreaking. All great, all good, everyone did well today. Now you can go and have dinner with Master Li. Tang Lei, however, has seen it all before. Okay, Mr. Tang, the children spoke back in a chorus. At that moment, someone also saw the White Gap next to Tang Lei. Ms. Tang, is the big brother next to you your friend? Why do I look a bit familiar? Yeah, I thought it looked a little familiar too, like I'd seen it somewhere. The children gave puzzled looks. I remember. This big brother, and that statue in the village, look alike. Yeah, it's practically identical. That statue couldn't be Big Brother, could it? Really? It seems like it really is. Ugh. My mom said that the person on top of that statue is a great benefactor to our village. Without him we probably wouldn't be able to go to school. Is that you, Big Brother? White Gap was completely confused. What a statue. What a benefactor. How come he doesn't know anything? Tang Lei smiled as he looked at the students. You guys are right. This is the Big Brother. But you guys are going to go eat now, and I'll come visit you with the Big Brother later. Okay? Yes. The kids were all excited and obedient, watching the children leave one by one. White Gap hurriedly asked, Tang Lei, what's going on? How did I become a statue? Also, what kind of meal is this at this point? It's after 2 p.m. What place would eat now? It's a long story. I'll explain it to you more slowly in a moment. Anyway, just know one thing. You are their greatest benefactor in this village. What Don Ray said amounted to nothing. As far as meals go, which is a bit of a mountain village, these kids bring their meals to school, and their parents go out early and come home late, and usually don't have dinner until after 9 p.m. So with a midday meal at 2 p.m. or so, they can keep from getting too hungry. Tang Lei said as he led White Gap to the cafeteria. It's just a shabby house where all the kids have a little bench each and they all eat in it. When White Gap saw the rice in the children's black plastic bags, the entire group froze in place. Is this rice? It's rice. It's also just rice. All white rice. Not a drop of vegetables. Is this edible? On a beastly note, so many city families have dogs that eat better than these, right? But these kids didn't feel a thing, taking the white rice balls and eating them happily. Jumanji is so heartbreaking. They're all still growing. Is it okay to eat these? White Gap asked to Tang Lei. I'm used to it. I used to go to college and my teacher said that there are still a lot of people starving in this world and I didn't really believe it. But now I realize that all of this is true. So cherish food, Tang Lei said as he also took out his own meal. Also a bag of white rice balls, plus a few packets of pickles. Tang Lei distributed the pickles to everyone bit by bit. A little bit of salty flavor. Maybe it would not be so hard to eat. Have you eaten yet? Want to share some with you? Finally, Tang Lei asked to White Gap. White Gap nodded. He wasn't hungry, but he wanted to feel the flavor. When the children saw White Gap take the rice ball, one of them immediately stood up. Big brother, it's tasteless to eat it dry like this. I'll give you my pickles so it tastes much better. Big brother, today my mom secretly gave me an apple. Originally I couldn't bear to eat it. I wanted to take it back and give it to my sister at night. Now I'm giving it to you. My mom said that if you eat the apple you'll grow bigger. Big brother, this is a steamed bun I secretly brought. If you don't like to eat white rice, then eat my steamed bun. The children, one by one, did not allow White Gap to refuse at all. And soon, all the savory dishes arrived on White Gap's rice ball. You are our benefactor. Big brother, when I grow up later, I'll treat you to pickles every day. White Gap cried. What a simple, kind child. Maybe this little bit of savory apple buns is the best thing they always take out of the. It's something they usually can't afford to eat. But now, they generously gave it all to White Gap. Compare that to some people nowadays who, perhaps, really are in a blessed state of mind. So cherish the life you have in front of you. There is always someone living a life you can't even think about. White Gap looked at Tang Lei with tears in his eyes. Is there any way we can help these kids? You've helped, Tang Lei said as he took a bite of the white rice ball. Helped? Again. White Gap didn't understand. Since coming to this small mountain village, he had been left with the feeling that he hadn't done anything and that he had done everything. Tang Lei did not rush to explain. Violently stuffed 2 mouthfuls of rice and turned his head to Moncler Outlet Store Li. Master Li, keep an eye on these kids for me while I take my friend out for a spin. With that, he left this so-called campus with White Gap. These are only temporary. They've been ordered nutritious meals, but they won't be delivered until some time later, so that's all they'll have to eat these days, and when the nutritious meals arrive, they should be better, Tang Lei said as he walked. That's okay. White Gap was in a slightly better mood. There are still a lot of good people in the world, and with all that food, these kids can have a better life. Yeah. Speaking of which, Don Ray was also happy, but again, he couldn't be too happy when he thought of the price he'd have to pay to get them. It's just a shame that good people don't live long, and everyone here is grateful to you. Gratitude? This was the I don't know how many times White Gap had heard the word today. Exactly. Tang Lei wasn't going to sell any more secrets. After the lilac flower burst into flames, a lot of people began to pay attention to the small mountain village. Charitable organizations set up an exclusive donation channel, and that road that has just been opened to traffic was repaired with those donations. And for other people, that may just be an ordinary road, but for the people of this village, that's a road that can feed them. That's a road that can give their children a sense of hope. And that's a road that saves lives. Yes, white rice in order to be full is also a blessing. As for those nutritious meals, it's some of Lilac Flower's income to get it. Although we have announced that the song is completely free, but more or less he will still have some income. Nutritious meals, including the cost of building the school building in the future, will be in this. You wrote the Lilacs and you gave up all your income, so do you think they should be grateful to you? Don Ray looked at the White Gap. White Gap smiled, finally understanding all the doubts of the day. I was actually really not thinking about it that much when I wrote that song, but it's not a bad feeling. The White Gap warmed his heart. Don't get carried away. Although you did do one thing you could get carried away with. It's something I'm thinking about metaphysically. How long have Lilac and I been here and nothing has changed? One song from you and it's all changed. Don Ray lamented. This world is like this. People with money and power can easily change everything, and ordinary people can only sink in life for eternity. Don't say that. White Gap heard the helplessness in Tang Lei's tone. At least, you're alive, which is more important than anything. Everyone has everyone's woes, and even if White Gap looks on the bright side, he still envies people who can live. Don't say that. Don Ray shook his head. A cardiac arrest isn't really death. You're really dead when no one in the world remembers you. So there are some who live, but he is dead, and there are some who die, but he lives forever. And you, destined to live forever. Tang Lei pointed his finger forward. Not knowing when, they had already arrived at the center of the village, and there was a statue in a small square in the center of the village. This is probably the statue the kids were talking about. White Gap walked over quickly and looked at the statue, smiling at once. The workmanship was mediocre, but it was clean, and it looked like someone wiped it down every day, and the statue had all the familiar sounds and faces of the White Gap itself. Seeing himself made into a statue for the first time, White Gap was amused and moved. Righteousness every more slaughter dog generation. These villagers don't have much culture, also can't say what axiom, but they know who helped them. For those who have helped them, they are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. So they got this statue, and tell themselves all the time, who their benefactor is. Don Ray also walked over and said softly behind him, enough, really enough, this life has not been in vain. White Gap also moved to say, I only hate myself for not being able to live longer. There are still a lot of these little mountain villages in China. I should have had a few more statues. Perhaps, this is the meaning of life. At that moment, a passing villager saw them both. Mr. Tang, out for a walk? Yeah, had friends over today and came out for a spin. Don Ray replied enthusiastically. It's good to come to friends, now that the roads are better and it's easier for friends to come and go. Halfway through his words, the villager suddenly looked up at the White Gap as if he had discovered something and rubbed his eyes fiercely. You are? Shoo. Tang Lei nodded and immediately made a shushing gesture, signaling to keep quiet. Yes. The villagers couldn't help but tremble and began to mouth off. Tang Lei also immediately left the place with White Gap. At the last stop, they came to Lilac's grave. This is what the White Gap requires. How you longed for the beauty of flowers blooming before that grave. And look at the hills. And do you still feel alone? Don Ray sang the Lilac song again, and the sadness came over him. White Gap was just there, listening quietly, tears streaming down his face, until Don Ray finished singing. If I were Clove and saw you now, I would have slapped you hard twice and told you to get the hell back and live the life you want to live and pursue your dreams instead of, all the time, inheriting her past. White Gap bowed deeply to Clove and said slowly, Clove is a good person. Exceptionally good. She saved the 2 children with her life. But she couldn't save Tang Lei. Is Don Ray really happy? At least in White Gap's memory. Never remembering, Tang Lei said that his dream was a teacher. It's good to do that. Sometimes it feels like she's still there. At least what she wanted to do is still there. And in case there really is a heaven and I see her again, I'll be able to say to her, the children you were most attached to, I made them grow up for you. Tang Lei looked at the tombstone and spoke quietly. He once said that it was the living who suffered the most, because every minute, every moment, every second, one had to live among the memories. The most painful moment of parting is never the moment of death, but every second of every subsequent thought of him. If Boss Yang is like you, then even if I die, I will die in peace. Whether Tang Lei's choice was right or wrong, White Gap didn't know, and there was no way to change it. But he knew that he would never want everyone he loved dearly to live in sorrow long after he was gone. Grieving for a while is enough. Not grieving would make you look like a failure, but it would only be for a moment. And what White Gap would prefer to see was everyone alive and well. Boss Young won't. She's stronger than me. Tang Lei shook his head, then let out a bitter laugh. Alright, let's not talk about that. I don't think you're looking for me today just to catch up with me, right? What's the matter? Say it. Having been a brother for so many years, Tang Lei knew that White Gap must have something to say. Take the lot in front of Lilac, and give it to me. White Gap said quietly. I don't want this piece of land next to me. Although it is said that a friend's wife. You're welcome, but I'm not a chow thief. And I don't have this hobby. I want the one in front. I'm afraid of loneliness. Buried here. When you come to see Clove for some reason, you can also stop by to see me, and talk to me. It's quite good. White Gap is looking for a final long resting place for himself. And the environment here is really good. With mountains and water, and such simple villagers. Sleeping here must be especially comfortable. I'm tired. I may really have to sleep for a long time. Don Ray cried. The best friend, the best brother, at this very moment is talking about yin and yang, and it may be true that when they see each other again, they are really yin and yang. Still, he was keeping his emotions in check. Okay, the land in front is for you. If you really go over there and see Clove, remember to tell her for me that I'm fine over here. And tell her to come back to see me more often when she's free as well. It's been a long time since I've dreamed of her. Tang Lei said silently. The tears had already flowed too much. He didn't want to cry anymore. Don't be so sentimental. By the way, aren't you afraid that I'll double-cross Clove? Brother's face is still quite bearable. Perhaps the atmosphere was too heavy. White Gap joked. Fear not. Clove said she doesn't like your type. Tang Lei looked fearless. Bah, you believe that too. Women are creatures of the mouth. Don't you understand? White Gap was unforgiving. It can't be helped if you don't believe me. Anyway, I've thought it over. If you really dare to do that, then when I go down there too, we'll have a duel in the true sense of the word. A rage for the red face. It sounds tragic. Don Ray was not to be outdone. You're a little body. Are you okay? White Gap wasn't afraid at all. If you can't beat me, I still won't sue. If you're not afraid to kneel on Boss Yang's rubbing board, you come. Don Ray made a killer move. White Gap was speechless. Gotta have it. Can't afford to raise sand while playing. There was a time when they were like that. Fighting and happy. All friends are like that, I guess. When White Gap finished his last sentence, Tang Lei fell silent. His heart is hard as a knife. No amount of joking around can hide the fact that you're about to leave. He sometimes even wondered if he was a spoilsport. Why everyone who was close to him had to die young. One by one. Okay, don't worry about it. Seeing Tang Lei's appearance, White Gap comforted him. If we get there and we really get to see Clove, I'll definitely help you keep a good eye on Clove so the other guys don't have the slightest chance. Promise. Don Ray cried, tears streaming down his face. White Gap didn't try to persuade him any further. He was ready to leave. All the things I wanted to do are almost done and it's time to go to the last one. Tang Lei sent White Gap to the entrance of the village. The two of them walked very, very slowly. They knew that maybe this separation would really be forever. When he reached the entrance of the village, White Gap suddenly saw a hustle and bustle of people not far away. The benefactor came out. Before White Gap could react, a villager with good eyesight immediately opened his mouth and called out. Moment. Dozens of people immediately surrounded them. Benefactor, you're here. Thank you. This is our family's own bracked rice. To make bracked rice noodles. You take it. Don't think it's bad. It's this year's new bracked rice. Benefactor, my son, my daughter-in-law, all fell while walking the mountain road. Never came back. This road is not a road to repair. It is life. You saved the life of our whole village. Benefactor, our family doesn't have anything to show for it. Just this chicken. Authentic chicken from the mountains. I heard my daughter who works outside say that city people like this. Take it and nourish your body. It's the savior of our entire village. One voice, one sentence, all from the heart. Maybe things aren't worth much, but this heart, priceless. Folks, I didn't do anything, and you don't have to thank me. This is all what I should do. You all took these things back. I appreciate your feelings, but the things, I definitely can't accept them. White Gap had mixed feelings inside. No, benefactor, you would be looking down on us if you didn't take it. Benefactor, we don't know how to repay you. These are the best things we can come up with. You must accept them. Yes, what are these things compared to the benefits you've brought us? We won't let you go until you take them. The enthusiasm of the villagers was unstoppable. White Gap was helpless. He didn't have much time to tangle with the villagers here. In desperation, he used his cell phone to transfer $10,000 to Tang Lei, telling him that he took the things first, and this money will be back to make up for everyone. Then he shouted at the villagers again. Thank you all. I'll take the things with me. I've felt everyone's feelings, and if I have another chance in the future, I'll definitely come back to see you again. Finally, surrounded by the crowd, White Gap got into a cab and left the small mountain village. In the cab, the master driver kept sneaking glances at the White Gap as he drove. Remember, I know you. You're the White Gap who writes songs, and you've saved a lot of lives. White Gap smiled without saying anything and grabbed a pill bottle from his arms, directly pouring a large amount and swallowing it in one gulp. The body is holding up a bit more. Dude, can you take pills like that? The driver's master was a little scared watching the action. It's okay, get used to it, White Gap said silently. The driver master also did not speak. The whole person suddenly a little sad, and do not know what is thinking. This time it was soon back to the empire. The time was already after 6 p.m. White Gap got out of the car and tried to pay the fare. However, just as he was about to scan the code, the master driver suddenly blocked the QR code with his hand. This order is free. White Gap was a bit surprised. The driver who was so generous when he first got on the bus, why is he so generous now? Stop it. We had a deal before. What a deal? The driver shook his head heavily. We imperial men. We don't have anything else, but we do have a conscience. And if I were to accept this money today, I wouldn't be able to live with my conscience for the rest of my life. White Gap didn't say anything and didn't continue to insist on payment any longer. A sudden realization dawned on him. Turns out good things happen to good people after all. The cab driver master closed the door, looked at the White Gap, made a gasoline gesture and shouted, "Come on brother, there's nothing to get through." Yeah, there's no such thing as too much. Looking at the Imperial Hotel not far away, White Gap knew that it could definitely get by as well. With 2 hours to go, it's not exactly a rush. White Gap went to the Imperial Hotel and got a room. The system said that he could live for 5 more days. And now, it was already the 3rd day. On his first day, he did a live broadcast, saw his father crying in pain, and wrote a song that, as long as it was mediocre, saved White's group. The next day, he convinces his mother that she should choose to replace herself with a new life, except that the one who will be connected to his blood in the future may not be destined to see it. Today, he had a farewell with someone he cared about. And then, now, he was going to use the last of his energy to help Boss Yang with his final troubles. Of course, time was too short for him to say goodbye to everyone. So, White Gap picked up his cell phone and sat on his bed while there was still time. He's going to record one last video. It was a way to say goodbye to the whole world, and he was sorry to do it that way. Only, there was nothing else he could do. Let the world, for the last time, remember his voice and face. Sitting on the bed, White Gap smiled and looked happy. Facing death with a smile was cool with him. Hey guys, aren't you very surprised to see me here? White Gap spoke in the most relaxed tone possible. I am about to leave this world, but don't be sad. I'm only leaving because my flesh can't carry my soul. I'm just transcending time. So maybe I'm not dying, but instead, I'm relieved. He tried to make death as refreshing as possible. And then, there's my funeral. And I want my funeral to be no dirges, no white flowers, no tears, and, White Gap paused for a moment, then shook his head vigorously. He couldn't be honest after all. It's so hard for a person to live and talk about their own funeral. Mainly because I get a ghoulish feeling when I think that you guys will still show up at my funeral and see me again. And I just want to laugh extra hard. Well, let me slow down a little longer. White Gap clasped his hands together and sighed softly, and his entire body became much more serious. God knows how much sadness he hides beneath that light-hearted tone of voice. Sorry guys, still not holding up, but think about it. In the future, to stay in your hearts will always be my 20-something years. In the future, when we meet in heaven, I am younger than all of you. Think of this. I am still quite content. Sound and face is still there. I am now as not particularly suitable for this idiom. Thank you Mom and Dad. Thank you Mimi. Tang Lei, Mao Mao, Xiaohan and so on, all my friends, thank you for accompanying me through this last part. I am the only one among all of us who has had a close encounter with the god of death, so now I have the right to instruct you on your life. This train of mine has already arrived at the station but you haven't yet. Make sure that you have a good and wonderful life to live, and to remember that loving and being loved is the most important thing in this world, and to hold on to it forever. And I didn't leave you. I just continued to live in your life in a different way. And finally, if you encounter anything in life that you can't get through, you just say my name 3 times in your heart, and I will surely bless you in heaven. After saying this, White Gap couldn't help but shed tears. And finally there's Boss Yang. Mimi, you've always said that I'm not romantic enough, always saying that I've grown an elm. Does this way count as romantic today? Maybe it doesn't count. Maybe I'll never learn those 2 words, but I know that loving someone should be shown through actions. And today, I'm going to do one of the most romantic and loving things I've ever done for you. Something extra cool, and, of course, probably the last thing I'll ever do, but it doesn't matter anymore. Mimi, remember, when I'm gone, under my desk, there's a notebook. That's the last thing I'll leave behind. A song for you and the last thing I'll leave behind for the world. And it's a shame that I've never heard you sing in this life. How I wish there was another life. How I wish there was a you in my youth in the next life. How I wish we could be together all the time. Well, there's no time. That's it. Remember my name. White Gap. White Pony Gap. Mom, give me a different name in my next life. After recording this, White Gap broke out in a sweat. He tried to make it easy on himself, but how many people had experienced the fear of death? Everything is just a forced smile. After saving the video and setting a timer to send it, White Gap was ready to rest for a while and then go solo. He was just lying in bed when the phone rang. White Gap took out his cell phone, a little surprised. Surprisingly, it's Zhang Ying, someone not really familiar. White Gap picked up the phone. Hey, Director Zhang, is the song still satisfactory? Feel free to say if you have any requests. White Gap was polite. White Gap, are you at the Imperial Hotel right now? I'm telling you, hurry up and get out of there. Don't go there tonight. You're in trouble. In big trouble. Zhang Ying's voice was anxious. White Gap was even more puzzled. Zhang Ying was a powerful leader of the Ministry of Culture in Daxia. What on earth could make him so flustered? What's the matter? Uncle Zhang. I said I would talk to Xianghua Xiang about Yang Mi today. It should not be anything, right? White Gap felt that Zhang Ying was making a big deal out of it. Bah! What's Xianghua Qiang? It's not Xianghua Qiang at all. Zhang Ying directly shouted. If it was Xianghua Qiang, I wouldn't have made this call to you. Ever since you asked me for this information last time, I guessed that you wanted to solve this matter. Although the Xiang family is special and not very weak, this matter of Yang Mi isn't that big of a deal. If I step in, this face should be given by the Xiang family. After seeing that song of yours, I decided to help you. I owe you a favor. But when I contacted Xianghua Xiang, he surprisingly turned me down. He told me that he wasn't the one who made the decision on this matter, and he couldn't afford to offend the people behind it. He didn't tell me exactly who was behind it. After speaking with him, I used all my contacts and finally, I knew something. This matter is not Xianghua Xiang at all. He is just a gun on the surface. The real mastermind is someone else. All the traces point to one person. The first dude of Daxia, Prince Li. You should have heard what this person's reputation is in Daxia, so don't go anywhere. Hurry back now and let's discuss everything in the long run. Mr. Li, White Gap's mouth dropped open. How could we have offended him? He found it unbelievable. It's really incredible. This person, Mr. Li, even the commoners of Daxia had more or less heard of this person's story. The Li family, a behemoth in Daxia, known as the Electric Tiger, holds almost all of Daxia's power industry. Their deeds are countless. Back then, the wave of layoffs in Daxia made millions of people lose all their jobs overnight, and some workers in their 40s and 50s, with old people and young people in their upper and lower ages, lost all their sources of livelihood and wailed everywhere. Of these, the Li family deserves all the credit and has the biggest vested interest in them. Domestic companies went out of business on a large scale, and the Li family took advantage of the opportunity to make massive acquisitions at ultra-low prices and amassed countless fortunes. One will be a great success. It can be said that the success of the Li family was truly built on the blood and tears of the people. Of course, to be able to do these things, the background of the Li family should not be underestimated. His ancestor was a patriarch of Daxia, with a high position of authority, now passed on for 3 generations. It is still as good as new. It could be said that whether it was power or wealth, they were at the top of Daxia. So how could such a person go and specifically target Boss Yan? To be honest, they don't need to move much at all if they want to destroy someone. They just need to say one word to make that person not be able to hang around. Even if she was Youngmi, it would just be a little more work. But now, hiding behind the curtain again and letting Hyunghwa-kun come out. As far as it goes, Uncle Zhang, I don't think Mr. Lee would count more than people like us, right? White Gap asked. No, generally speaking it won't. But if this boss Young had rejected him 3 times, do you think this thing still won't happen? Zhang Ying knew significantly more. Yang Mi belongs to the Beijing circle, and her family has some influence in the upper echelons of Daxia, and with her influence, even Prince Lee can't be too blatant. Before, Mr. Lee had asked Boss Yang to have dinner twice and said to the public that he wanted to get to know her for a bit, but, perhaps worried about this Mr. Lee's reputation, Yang Mi found excuses to refuse both times, which made this Mr. Lee lose face, and perhaps from that time onwards, the fuse was planted. White Gap understood. It's not the same time as it was back then, and the Lee family can't cover the world with one hand. Besides, Boss Yang's background should not be underestimated. The reason why Bai Gap and Yang Mi knew each other since childhood was because Bai Gap's parents were classmates with Yang Mi's eldest uncle, who was a professor at the highest institution in the imperial capital and was renowned within the scientific community. Yang Mi's grandparents are senior teachers. This senior teacher is not an ordinary teacher, is the most famous school in the imperial capital of the ace teacher, peaches and plums all over the world, and now a lot of their students have been in important positions. Yang Mi's cousin was even a doctorate from Harvard University, and was said to have been a key cultivator of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. Such a bookish family, although not as flighty as the Lee family, but if once angered, the energy that could erupt was terrifying. Because of this background, Boss Yang's career is going smoothly, and subterfuge is almost unrelated to her. Just didn't realize. This Mr. Lee is so delusional. This Duke Lee was also very smart. He knew that this kind of bookish family had a great weakness. If they were blatantly bullied, it would definitely usher in counterattacks from all kinds of people, but if they looked for a justifiable reason, an excuse that all people couldn't say anything about, then, their energy would be much less. So, he laid such a trap. No man could stand such an insult, and neither could White Gap. At this moment, he was seething with rage. Bastard! I'll make this Mr. Lee pay. Don't say anything stupid. Now it's Yang Mi's handle that has fallen into someone else's hands, so let's settle today's matter first. Zhang Ying hurriedly advised. White Gap, listen to me. It's not a few decades ago, and the time when certain people had one hand on the world has passed. So bear with yourself today and don't go. Things will always have a solution. These 2 sons of yours, we're all satisfied up and down. You know how important this national day is. Once these 2 songs are selected and aired, your popularity and prestige will reach an unprecedented height, and even, some of the top tiers of Daxia will pay attention to you. When the time comes, even the Lee family will think twice before acting, so you mustn't be impulsive now. Zhang Ying spoke quickly as he was trying to persuade White Gap. I know. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. White Gap agreed and hung up. Zhang Ying was right. The current White Gap and Boss Yang had some fame, but it wasn't enough. Since they are not strong enough, they should build up their strength and should not be unassuming. There are few people who have slowly progressed from the entertainment industry to become a big shot on one side. The previous king of Guangdong, Mr. Zhao. It is said that as long as you want to go there to develop, not only the entertainment industry, but even some official leaders, you have to go to personally pay your respects. The master of comedy, Mr. Feng, was a figure who had to be the second row in all national meetings. There are many more hidden greats. When it really came to that point for them, even if they couldn't move the Lee family, it was still possible to make Mr. Lee give up something. White Gap has a chance to be one of them. He even has a chance to be a frontman for Daxia, if only he could write more. In this way, and with the current social ring of mirrors, it really isn't impossible to solve this thing. But, Zhang Ying overlooked one point. That's not enough time for the White Gap. One cannot fight with life after all. Thinking that after he leaves, Boss Yang will be left alone to face all these storms. White Gap's heart was as hard as shards of glass. No, it mustn't be. Even if it was hard, he had to try. It's just that the previous plan is going to have to change. Previously, White Gap felt that Xiang Huashan wanted nothing more than benefits, and with the money of the Bai Group and so many of his own works, there would always be a time when he could satisfy them. Not anymore. White's group, those songs by yourself? What is it in front of the Lee family? Everything still has to be worked out from the beginning. Time was running out, and White Gap lay on his bed, thinking for a long time but still hadn't come up with a clue. If you're here, you're here. It can only be done with soldiers and water. The time was already 7:30 p.m. White Gap simply cleaned up and still came to the largest private room in the Imperial Hotel. And a hope. Hyunghwa-kun sent himself a message to come alone. That means this thing can be talked about. Only what kind of price to pay? White Gap didn't know. He was quietly waiting for the other party to come. Time passes quickly and slowly. In the midst of the ordeal, the door to the booth was opened and 4 men entered. A male in his 30s walked at the front, followed by Xiang Huaqiang, and 2 bodyguards at the back. No need to guess. This male must be Mr. Li. White Gap stood up and tried to put a smile on his face. Mr. Li, Boss Xiang, how are you? There was a slight surprise in Duke Li's eyes, and the corner of his mouth smiled coldly. Not bad, knowing who I am. Who in Daxia doesn't know of Mr. Li's reputation? Only, I'm afraid no one could have imagined that Boss Xiang, who once stomped his feet and shook 3 times even in Shenzhen, has now become someone else's lackey as well. All the padding is done, and the exciting part is about to begin. Hyped up. 1 extra chapter after 600 tomorrow, 2 for 700, 3 for 800, and so on, and it's up to you guys whether the author can die of exhaustion or not. That's not a very polite statement from White Gap. He knew that groveling in the face of this man would be most useless. These people grew up in fine clothes, the so-called compliments, bows, they already do not know how many they have seen, so it's better to go big and fight for an equality. However, Xiang Huashang didn't even get angry at all when he heard this entrenched remark and just gave a bitter smile. This is a good time. A good tree nests in a tree. Duke Li is a moment in time in Daxia. It's an honor for me to follow. That's ass-kissing. Is this still the same Hong Kong society bigwig who made people scared? Is this still the social big brother who once brought brother Chan Lung to his knees? Now he's being disliked by an unnamed White Gap mess, and instead of fighting back, he goes and compliments his new boss. White Gap was kind of looking down on this person, and his words were even more nonchalant. Xiang boss good temperament a good bird of prey. I would be the first time to hear someone compare themselves to a fowl. Xiang boss seems to not only know how to be a man, but also a dog. That's an outright attack. White Gap had anger in his heart. And of course, he did it on purpose. The Xiang Huashang had asked him here, and whether or not he had no choice, he had kind of put him on the spot. More importantly, White Gap wanted to see this Duke Li's reaction. Fighting dogs look at their masters. White Gap wanted to try the depth of Duke Li through Xiang Huachang. Ha! Xiang Huachang remained calm. Back then, Xiangjiang was like the 3 kingdoms in ancient times. The 3 biggest societies were so beautiful. My Xiang family could only be at the bottom of the list, the last among the 3. But now, the other 2 families have left. Scattered. It's not too much to call them lost dogs. Only my Xiang family still exists, and I'm not ashamed of my heart. White Gap. It doesn't matter what it is to stay alive. And it's not stoned. Yeah, they're at least alive and well. It's not too bad to do anything to stay alive. White Gap was silent. Xiang Huachang spoke calmly, but Bai Gai still heard the deep helplessness in his words. Living is never about being alone. Hyung Wakang was groveling not for his own sake, but for the sake of the Hyung family. Perhaps he had forgotten himself, thus practicing this spit in the face. White Gap is not going solo today, nor is he doing it for himself. 90% of the people in this world have a reason to live, and most of that reason is not themselves. Therefore, the world can scold him and insult him, but he lives with a clear conscience. Such a person can be disrespected, but also has no right to accuse. White Gap sighed and stopped talking to Xiang Huashang, turning his head to look at Duke Li. Mr. Li, you've come here today to see us fight? It's wonderful. Mr. Li looked as if it was none of his business. White Gap, I suddenly think you're very interesting. I haven't met anyone this interesting in a long time. With that, Mr. Li directly sat down, and gestured for Bai Gai to sit down as well. Don't think too much. Everything today was arranged by me. I don't know you, but I've heard something about you. It's amazing. In just 1 month, without showing your face a few times, you've become the hottest figure in the entertainment industry. If you can stay alive, I really want to take you in. Duke Li spoke calmly, but the contempt underneath this calm tone made White Gap uncomfortable. It's just a flashback, and when one has no more to live for, one lets go of everything. White Gap said politely, there are a lot of people who don't have a life, but there's only one White Gap. Mr. Li poured himself a glass of wine, still with some appreciation in his tone. White Gap didn't understand what he meant by that, but he didn't want to be polite anymore. Mr. Li, I definitely can't be compared to you. The purpose of my visit this time is to solve my girlfriend Yang Mi's matter. As long as you give a chance, let White Gap do whatever you want. Straight to the point. Come straight to what you want. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Mr. Li laughed loudly and indulgently. It's been a long time since I've met someone who dares to talk to me like that. White Gap, since you're the one who begged me, aren't you going to prepare anything? Prepared the money, prepared the latest works, but the moment I saw Mr. Lee, I knew it was in vain. Aren't these things taking out a slap in Mr. Lee's face? White Gap remained unassuming. The Lee family couldn't see any of this. Not even the Bai group. They couldn't see it. Well said. Mr. Lee drank a large glass of wine directly in one gulp. Other people chase you, hold you, for those bills, fight to the death. But for me, those are waste of paper. I say a word. I do not know how many people rushed to send me. And you guys, what are you called now? Stars, idols, but do you know what you were called in ancient times? The lowest one of the 3 religions and 9 streams. The bitch is heartless. The playwright is unrighteous. You and the bitch. There's no difference. You're a bunch of other people's playthings. That's tough enough to say. In one sentence, the entire entertainment industry was called out. White Gap's face was also slightly gloomy. However, he still held back. He had to put up with whatever was said when he was asked. I don't think Mr. Lee came here today just to taunt me. What do you want me to do to give this face? Face? Mr. Lee shook his head. White Gap, do you know why the Lee family is so brilliant now? Mr. Lee suddenly changed the subject. This left White Gap a little confused. He was just a rich boy before, or a rich boy who didn't really like to socialize, and he really didn't have any knowledge about this. We are a knife. No, say knife lift our Lee family. We are a night pot. Night pot, you know what it is for? Getting up in the middle of the night to pee. That's what our Lee family is like. All the dirty, rotten, disgusting things, we do them all. When people see us, they will cover their noses and walk by, to make a disgusting comment. Mr. Lee continued. White Gap was even more confused. This Mr. Lee, what kind of path? Not only did he curse others just now, but now he's even cursing himself. Such a person made 2 words pop up in White Gap's heart. Crazy. That's right. The feeling that Mr. Lee gave him right now was that of a madman. A complete madman. We're a knife. A disgusting knife. But it's a knife that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. And especially now, after what needs to be done is done, and the knife is tainted with more and more filth. A lot of people just don't see eye to eye with it, and they hate to get rid of it, and say that they've never used it. But this knife also wants to live. No one doesn't want to live, but there are people who don't want him to live. What should we do? Then continue to be crazy. Tell everyone that this knife can not only hurt others, but also the one who holds the knife. Those who are not afraid of death, come and try. Anyway, the barefoot is not afraid of the shoes. That's why the Lee family is still alive now. He's like a tiger now. He must always show his fangs. Once someone realizes that the tiger is getting old and not as damaging, that's the end of the tiger. Mr. Lee said much more in one breath. White Gap didn't even know why he was telling himself that, but he also heard a lot. The Lee family, a notorious family. There are a few things that a lot of people know. First, there was the wave of layoffs that swept across the whole of China, and the slogans were shouted quite loudly. Reduce the burden for the country. Start up again. And start over. But the vast hole for several years. Smashed are the workers' iron rice bowl. Those who have the power and influence. Shifted. As usual, eat good food and drink spicy. It is always the people who suffer. Perhaps that's when the workers began to be left behind. How many families have been torn apart? How many people have been killed overnight? I remember the time someone flirted with such a sentence. A lifetime, the best of youth dedicated to the factory. People in their middle age laid off, but also have to say that under the good. It was the Lee family that ended up taking the fall for this. Even, at that time, all the things that came out of the head were run by them. Many of the older generation still grit their teeth when they mention that part. The second piece is the price of housing. How many people's blood is sucked out of a common area? The people have worked hard all their lives for a suite, but by your hand, 100 square meters of housing themselves may only be able to use 70 square meters. The remaining 30, that's called the public spread. This concept was also introduced by the Lee family. Real estate developers are making a fortune, and the people are getting screwed. Even after many foreign countries have cancelled this one, Da Xia still enforces it. It's never been hard for ordinary people to stay alive. Since then, the people have hated the man who started it all. There are many more such things. So, when Mr. Lee said that the Lee family was a sword, White Gap understood some of it. Just like the ancient Hushan, no matter how much he coveted, he was only the emperor's depository. However, the world's most corrupt official is Hushan, who is reviled by all. Qianlong was a good emperor in the history books. However, White Gap, if the Lee family wants to live now, they must be arrogant. They must make it so that everyone can't offend his dignity. Yang Mi, bookish. I asked her out twice and was rejected. Maybe she thinks it's nothing, but do you know what the outside will say about the Lee family? Duke Lee looked at the White Gap. They will say that the Lee family is not working, they can't even handle a star anymore. Something like this, if it happens once, it will happen a second time. And over time, everyone will feel that the Lee family, the teeth, can't move the bite. So, such a face, do you think I can give it to you? Even if I wanted to give it, would the Lee family agree? Mr. Lee asked coldly. White Gap lowered his head. Mr. Lee made it very clear. Exceptionally clear. It has to do with the current situation of the Lee family. After all the nasty things that were done back then, the knife was tainted with too much public resentment. So it's time to give up. Whether it's to stop doing these things in the future or to get a new knife. The Lee family, all of them can't be used anymore. But the knife is not left to chance. He is so sharp that he can wound not only those who are innocent, but also those who hold the knife. So the Lee family became epileptic and flighty, because they know that this is the only way they can live on. So, the matter of Boss Yang is no longer simply a conflict between two people. More than that, there will be a lot of people with ulterior motives watching. This matter is not big, but the butterfly effect, the Lee family cannot afford to gamble. Thinking about this, there was some despair in White Gap's heart. Is there really no way out? No, can't give up. White Gap looked up. Mr. Lee, you set up such a situation today. You shouldn't just want to explain this to me, right? Of course not. Mr. Lee took another drink. It's a game of cat and mouse. I've never thought everyone was selfish. And all of a sudden a man says to me that there's a man who'd give his life or his death for another. And I don't believe it. And the people who can say those things, I think they're people who don't know what real death is. And I've seen too many of those kinds of people over the years. I'm different. White Gap said faintly. I'm a dying man myself. So death or no death, I've already looked down on it. No, Mr. Lee interrupted him heavily. A person who is about to die would rather wish to live. How strong is a person's desire to live? Have you ever seen those people on the operating table, begging the doctors to save them once? It's worse than a dog. So a person on the verge of death will want to live more, even if they can only live one more day. Mr. Lee's eyes gleamed with a look of conviction. White Gap sighed softly. You don't understand me, much less love. Mr. Lee, let me tell you a joke. When you were a kid, have you ever eaten that kind of bubble gum? It's the kind of candy that chews sweetly and blows out bubbles. It was one of our favorite snacks when we were kids, but there has always been a saying that these lollipops can only be chewed, not eaten, and that if you swallow them you will die. When I was small, every adult said so, and we took it at face value. I was a childhood friend of Yang Mi Xiao. When I was small, she had a lot of snacks, and would share them with me, and I loved to look for her, because there were lots and lots of yummy things to eat. But one day when I went to find her, she was squatting and crying extra hard. So I asked her, what's wrong? Who bullied you? And she looked up, her face full of tears, and cried, White Gap, I'm going to die. I'm swallowing the bubble gum. I'm definitely going to die. I was panicked and convinced about this thing that she was dying, and I didn't know how to comfort her. And when I saw that there were 2 pieces of uneaten bubblegum next to her, I just snatched them up and shoved them in my mouth, swallowing them without chewing them for a few moments. I said to Young Mi, I swallowed it too, and I'll die with you. Yang Mi looked at me and suddenly stopped crying, and then said, why are you so stupid? Wouldn't it be better if I died alone? I said, I don't know. It just suddenly struck me that there's no point in me living if you're dead. Of course, in the end, none of us died, but we all always remembered the incident. And Yang Mi always said that from that day on, she knew that there was a boy who would die for her. Do you understand this story? White Gap raised his head and looked at Mr. Lee. Perhaps it's because you've all been raised to live in the midst of deceit and have never known what feelings are. Duke Lee was enraged. Don't try to coax me with stories of children playing house. Then I'll give you a chance now. One life for another. Do you dare? Today to the end of the day is 550 hypes. Not 600. But tomorrow or add a chapter. Just try hard. The activities continue. Hypes over 600 will add more. Please readers tired me. A life for a life. Duke Lee threw a dagger directly onto the table. Children's matters are also taken out to say, you eat dinner sit at the children's table? Do you want me to praise you for opening your sinuses early? Or do you want me to say that you are childish? White Gap. Real death is not a mouthful. Take this knife and stick it into your own chest. The rules of the Jianghu. If you want to get rid of your karma, you have to have 3 knives and 6 holes. I pity you. Just 1 knife. How about it? Dare you? Duke Lee spoke louder and louder, looking at White Gap playfully. It's a game of cat and mouse. And Mr. Lee towers over the masters of this game. He looked at the White Gap, his eyes full of indifference to life. And he did it just for fun. Is 1 cut enough to make you lose face? White Gap asked quietly. 1 life for 1 face. No loss. Duke Lee returned indifferently. White Gap laughed. Yes, he actually laughed under the circumstances. In White Gap's current physical condition, a knife running through his body would not be killing him. Mr. Lee had a saying that was right. No one would not want to live. Even if they could only live for 2 more days, no one would be willing to give up. At this moment, White Gap thought a lot. There's so much he hasn't done yet. Love with Yang Mi has yet to blossom. To see his siblings born, to have a concert of his own, to hear his 2 carefully prepared songs come out. It seems like there's always something to do. But, does he have a choice now? Isn't it worth it to trade 2 days of your life for Boss Yang's freedom? Even if he didn't know if this Duke Lee in front of him would keep his word. However, it didn't matter. People don't know anything after they die. Let the back be the back. This Mr. Lee is still really a bit perverted. At the thought, White Gap froze violently, as if something in his mind was trying to grab hold. He thought long and hard about it, something suddenly dawning on him, and then, laughing harder. Seeing that White Gap was smiling, Duke Lee frowned. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly saw something, and I didn't realize until now that, Mr. Lee, in fact, the one who's really pitiful, is you. White Gap completely let go. Mr. Lee jolted to his feet. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Do you know that you are now a fish on my plate? If I want you to die you have to die. Is death scary? White Gap stared fearlessly at each other. It's living that's suffering, isn't it? Especially, living like you. Mr. Lee, a dirty knife is dirty, a stinking night jug is stinking, and flaunting it is just garbage in other people's eyes. Just like an animal that dances in a cesspool, and people walk by with their noses covered, not afraid of you, but feeling disgusted. White Gap's 2 sentences were murderous in every word. That's just a deranged thing to say. Duke Lee's face grew darker and darker. Behind him, Xian Huashang even directly and heavily slammed the table. A mountain-opening knife appeared in his hand at an unknown time, shouting, "I'll chop you up." The 2 bodyguards next to Mr. Lee grimaced, and the 2 blackened gun muzzles were already aimed at White Gap. 1,000 pounds, just waiting for Duke Lee to give the order. White Gap wouldn't even have a chance to stab himself. White Gap smiled faintly and looked at Duke Lee without the slightest bit of fear. When a person decides to let go of everything, then he really has no desires. He sneered back. What? The master hasn't spoken yet. When the dog can't sit still? Mr. Lee, I'm doomed to walk out of this room today anyway. Do you even dare not listen to the last words of a dying man? Silence. Dead silence. Duke Lee looked at Bai Guy with interest. There was indifference in his eyes and more surprise. This silence is suffocating. Let him talk on. I don't know how long the silence lasted, but Mr. Lee slowly spoke. Xian Huachang's few people put down the weapons in their hands resentfully. White Gap smiled and continued. The weak never like to make excuses for themselves to cover up their insecurities, their weaknesses, their fears, because they understand better than anyone else that they're right on the edge of a cliff, ready to go to pieces at any moment. It's the truth, and it applies to ordinary people. Scum will make excuses for themselves. I just don't learn. I'm going to learn more than anything. Employees who don't perform make excuses to themselves. I'm just unlucky and didn't meet that great of a client. The owner will also make excuses for himself. Now it's just a bad market. It has nothing to do with me. Excuses are sometimes just for bravery. Just like Duke Lee. He says they're just a knife. All victimized by those above them. The reason for this is simply fear. Thinking about this, White Gap directly asked Duke Lee, Mr. Lee, if one is truly arrogant enough, how would one need an excuse? Mr. Lee didn't say anything. White Gap knew that he had guessed correctly. That's the way the world works. The god of learning doesn't make excuses for himself. The pin-up doesn't. And neither do the really good entrepreneurs. Powerful people don't need excuses per se. So, White Gap continued to ask, the Lee family, it should already be shaken by the storm now. And you, Mr. Lee, are that one scapegoat, right? In fact, in the past, I've always had a thing I couldn't figure out. Mr. Lee is arrogant and domineering, and does things that people and gods are furious about. Yet, the Lee family still lets him be the head of the family, and lets you do everything that comes out of the family. Is the Lee family no one left? Which big family dares to do so? So much so, that now, the public opinion in the whole of Huaxia is no longer about how abominable the Lee family is, but how perverted Mr. Lee is, as if you are the real culprit. Now, I understand. This move to divert hatred used wonderful. The Lee family that has done so many dirty things, need to give everyone an explanation, because now the great Xia does not need the Lee family. The Lee family's destruction on the nail, but how to give this explanation? It can't be ended in one pot? At this time, Mr. Lee appeared. In order to make it perish, you must first make it crazy. the Lee family decided to let you go crazy, let you make a mess. Even if you don't make a mess, it won't work. There will be people who will force you until everyone hates you to the bone, until everyone feels that all the bad things are done by you. Then, this explanation is enough to qualify. You die. The Lee family will still be the Lee family. Even if the power is not as good as before, at least it can be preserved. Am I right, Mr. Lee, the outcast of the Lee family? Word for word, Duke Lee's face grew darker and darker, like a dark cloudy sky that could drip water. In fact, many people know about this matter and can see it, including yourself, including Boss Xiang behind you, all know it by heart. So, Mr. Lee, with a life like this, don't you think it's pathetic? White Gap asked. In fact, White Gap said a lot, and he was testing the waters. A person who has been repressed to the extreme for too long is going to be perverted and do a lot of things that normal people can't understand. If Mr. Lee was really this kind of person, then there would not be the slightest bit of reasoning to speak of. Okay, he hasn't exploded so far and should still have his sanity. Then there would be something to talk about for the rest of the day. And White Gap had to do his best to make sure that Duke Lee didn't trouble young me in the future. Duke Lee gritted his teeth and popped out of his throat. At least, I can live longer than you. No, White Gap shook his head, both waiting to die. I at least got to choose the last part of my own life. While you, for the rest of your life, are just a puppet on strings. You're living a more pathetic life than I am. Even if you get to live a little longer. Puppet on a string. A person can't do anything they want to do in their life. It's all in someone else's manipulation. Would such a life, even if it were longer, be happy? Is it meaningful? And the purpose of this manipulator is to make it dead. So, White Gap says that Duke Lee is fearful, and that Duke Lee is pitiful. In a sense, it's true. Even if he is honored and rich and enjoys all the pleasures of the world. So what? It's all just poor people. Actually, I know that you want to resist. When Duke Lee didn't speak, White Gap could only continue to speak. You made the Lee family sound so pathetic, described it as a knife for others. These words, I believe you didn't just say them to me alone. Your purpose of saying these words, besides covering up, perhaps, there was also some fluke. You hoped that these words would be heard by more people. That way, maybe the conflict would shift. Maybe you still have a chance of survival. And most of the people who can do that are in the entertainment industry. And celebrities spread the word. Absolutely the fastest. It's just that for so long Mr. Lee hasn't been able to do what he wanted. Too many people don't want you to do these things. Influential artists have companies behind them. They all keep their heads above water. Duke Lee looked at White Gap for a long time, and a cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You guys get out first, he said to the people around him. The few people around them didn't say anything and retreated. No one was around before Mr. Lee said to White Gap. You're smart, and you're right, at least mostly. Since that's the case, let's open up the sky and talk. There's only one purpose for calling you here today. Some things about the Lee family. Can you help me to talk about them? Anyway, you are dying. No one can go against a dead person. I can also guarantee that I will never look for trouble with your girlfriend again, and even the Bai clan. If I can't keep it, I will guarantee the safety of your parents, or at least let them live in honor and prosperity for the rest of their lives. Mr. Lee stated his purpose. This is what White Gap has always wondered. There had been no reason for Mr. Lee to invite him to this meal, and the previous claims of games, of having fun. None of those reasons stood up. Now, finally, it's clear. Duke Lee saw hope in White Gap. A dying man still had so much influence, so it was likely that he could help him do this. So even if there was no such thing as Boss Yang, Mr. Lee would still be looking for him. However, White Gap, who had thought it through, still shook his head. I'd love to oblige you, but all I can say is that you're stupid. Mud, don't you know better? Hearing this, Mr. Lee was a bit tense and directly burst out in foul language. White Gap was unmoved. Foolish indeed. It may work, but more likely it will hasten your death. And as long as you're dead, all the plans can be pressed into action. Even if it's not perfect in the end, White Gap said. Indeed, the ever-present string puppet wants to fight back, and that's most likely to get killed early. Is there a difference between me living and dying? Losing is life. I recognize it. Of course, Mr. Lee understood. Only, he wanted to make a last-ditch effort. Life is the most important thing, White Gap said quietly. It is only when one is about to lose something that one realizes how precious those things really are. I can help you do better, and this is something only I can do. You, Mr. Lee was a bit puzzled. Even if I let you go today, how long will you live? How can a dead man do something for himself? White Gap smiled. I'm dying, but I've done many things before I die. Things that make it easy to whitewash a person. And a man of letters. You have to have a man of letters way of speaking, to make people suffer and still be left alone yourself, and I can write you a song. If that's not enough, I can tell you that I wrote the 2 theme songs for this 4th of July. Mr. Lee frowned and began to think. He had gotten to know White Gap before he came, and he certainly knew some of the things White Gap had done. It would not be a bad move if those things could actually be pressed into their names, especially the 2 songs that were expropriated by the state this time. It's simply too important. As for White Gap's comment about using a new song to make a statement for himself, he was rather skeptical. What song can do that? How is that possible? Doesn't matter though, the first 2 points are enough. When it came down to it, there was apprehension in Mr. Lee's heart, but more than anything else, it was heartfelt. How am I supposed to believe you? He's going to make the final determination. I'm dying, and if these don't have your effect, I can't stop what you're going to do next. White Gap's meaning was clear. He was doing it for Boss Yang, and if he couldn't do it, then Boss Yang's situation would be dangerous, and this was the best guarantee. Duke Lee also figured out the key in an instant and nodded. A man can do this for a woman. I admire you. By Guy. I can promise that no matter if the final outcome of this matter is successful or not, as long as you can do everything you just said, I promise that as long as I, Duke Lee, am around for a day, no one in this Disya can touch Yang-mi. White Gap wants that assurance. Hearing this he laughed, this time heartily, and with a smile picked up the dagger on the table. Thanks, I trust you. Yes, Mr. Lee's face was a bit heavy as he took his cell phone and sent a message. And soon, a bodyguard walked in holding a pile of information. All of Yang-mi's previous contracts are here. You can take them all with you later. And this knife, please. Mr. Lee said heavily. Neither said anything, but both knew it in their hearts. White Gap was not destined to make it out of this room in one piece today. Mr. Lee's reputation preceded him and he had to keep up the persona. If the White Gap is intact, I'm afraid that on the second day, there will be countless people investigating the matter. Then, what's next on the road? White Gap took the knife and played with it with a smile. This cut is the end. Fortunately, he had arranged all of it, and the last thing he did was pretty much perfect. In that case, let's say goodbye. Write a document that spells out what was said. I'll put my fingerprints on it, and then, it's time for me to be on my way. These words made Duke Lee feel bad in his heart, and in the process of having the paperwork done, he once again said very seriously, I guarantee that Yang-mi will be the future entertainment industry, the reddest diva. White Gap smiled. It didn't matter if it was a diva or not. It was good to be free and happy. Today's hyped burst, I counted, owed 5 chapters, a time I'm a little confused. Owed always have to make up. Starting tomorrow, 3-4 chapters a day. Make up until the end of each 2,000 words or so. Never shrink. And then, tomorrow, hyped up more than 1,000. Continue to add more. Just as by Guy and Mr. Lee were engaged in a war of words. In the outside world, all those who cared about Bai Guy had also started a race against time at the moment. First, there's Zhang Ying. He was still uneasy in his mind after hanging up the call with White Gap. This kid, can he listen to himself or not? A dying man can't be deduced by common sense. There was also that Mr. Lee, who was a madman, and even if he did go over there, he certainly couldn't give a face. What to do? Though having known White Gap for a short time, reminding him of it was almost benevolent. But I don't know why. His heart, however, always felt hard. A good man should not be so isolated. It's just. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ying said to himself, think of it as you relieving me of my urgent need. I'll return the favor. Then he dialed Wang Wushang's number. The military, in any era, is a strong party. Followed by Boss Yang, who instantly frowned after arriving home and seeing that White Gap wasn't in his room. The son of a bitch. Your body is like this and you're still running outside. Do you want to die? Although angry, it could be seen that Boss Yan was more worried. She called White Gap first. Shut down. The tone of the phone you have dialed is turned off made Boss Yang's mood sink to the bottom. She immediately dialed White Gap's father's number again. In this world, there are only a few people that White Gap can find. Uncle, did White Gap go to your place? No. He came to see me once during the day, but stayed for a short time and then left. I'm in the hospital now and he's not here. Hasn't he gone home yet? Is something wrong? Do you want me to go over there now? White Gap's father's tone in the back was obviously a bit anxious. Back. Boss Yang hesitated and stammered out the words. Don't let more people worry about it. The old couple aren't too young. I had to go out today, and I was afraid he'd wander off during the day and not be honest with me. So I came to check on him. A reason that doesn't seem too bad. White Gap's father breathed a sigh of relief. Harm. Scared me. But don't worry, Xiao Yang. Xiao Gap has never been that kind of person. My own son knows himself well, and now his body, even if he has the heart, he can't do anything about it. Hey, uncle. I know. I was just kidding with him too. Boss Yang pretended to be relaxed and hung up the phone. And the moment she hung up, her face was immediately covered with sorrow. White Gap, where the hell have you been? Do you realize that you could die out there at any time in your current condition? No doctor, no friends, not even an acquaintance around. What if you have an attack? Can you save your breath? Can you think about the people around you? Can you not be so selfish? Boss Yang thought about it and really didn't know who else White Gap could find. During the daytime at the moment he saw him live, Boss Yang called White Gap and told him very sternly to go back immediately. It's quite a mouthful of promises. But now, heaven and earth are so vast. What else can one do but worry? She dialed White Gap's number over and over again, expecting a different voice to suddenly come out of the phone the next second. She frantically messaged everyone she and White Gap knew, hoping for a different response. However, the stone is sunk in the sea. Everyone except Don Ray said they hadn't seen White Gap. Don Ray also said that they were separated a long time ago. Boss Yang's heart became more and more anxious. The whole person began to think wildly. All the bad images flashed through her mind one by one. She really felt that she was about to go crazy. Just then, a message came back. Sister honey, hurry up and watch Douyin. There's a message from Mr. White Gap in there. I've sent it to you. It's from one of Boss Yang's assistants. Yang Mi didn't reply, and directly opened Douyin, and in the friend messages, tapped on a video. Chance encounter with White Gap. So happy. He ate at the Imperial Hotel today. But what a pity. They are in the private room. Inside does not allow photos. I was taking advantage of the opening of the door to take a picture secretly. To be able to so close contact once. This life is no regrets. It was secretly filmed by an Edison. And the video wasn't very long. Just a few dozen seconds full. White Gap was a blur and it felt like he was standing inside the room talking non-stop about something. Just when Boss Yang wanted to listen carefully, a voice rang out. What are you doing? You're not allowed to take pictures here. Hurry up. It was the voice of a bouncer. Several large and thick figures appeared on the screen. Taking a closer look, Boss Yang, however, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His eyes were particularly wide, full of incredulity with even some fear. The one behind the bodyguard. She recognizes. Is to the chemically strong Xian Huashan, who is now making things difficult for her at every turn. Why him? Boss Yang's mind raced and he was soon in tears. She wasn't stupid. She quickly figured out the key in this situation. And she knew why White Gap hadn't returned by now. All for yourself. Are you stupid? Who asked you to do that? Yang Mi cried out. Seeing the last moments of White Gap's life trying to make the best of her troubles, she breaks down. There was a time when Yang Mi also complained and had a hard time. And also felt that Bai Guy had thought about his parents and his friends before he died. And would even take the time to save a little girl. But the only one who didn't think about her. Perhaps, in White Gap's heart, this love, the position itself is not so forward. Now she knows. She knows it all. It's not a lack of love. It's not putting her last. Rather, he was going to spend the last of his life to be blameless in this relationship. Boss Yan once again looked at the bodyguards in the video. Fierce and vicious. They looked like ruthless people. Thinking about Xiang Huachang's past and what he had done recently, he would not let Boss Yang off easily no matter what. And the White Gap. The body can't take any more damage. So, how will he resolve this matter? Will Xiang Huachang hurt him? Boss Yang didn't dare to think about it. Until now, she didn't even know that Bai Guy was facing Duke Li, who was 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than Xianghua. Doesn't matter though. Whoever it was, Boss Yang couldn't wait for any cleanup and just grabbed the door. She was going to the Imperial Hotel. She couldn't let any harm come to White Gap. If anything comes at her, she'll give anything she wants, and she doesn't care. Hopefully, it's not too late. Boss Yang had just come downstairs, before he could walk to the car. Dropping, a long siren caught her attention. Hurry up and get in the car. I'm a fast driver. I'll take you there. The one in the car was surprisingly Qianlong. Brother Qianlong, one of the most legendary kung fu superstars in China, enjoys a high reputation both at home and abroad. What's he doing here? Yang Mi was a little stunned for a moment. Don't freeze. Be entrusted with something to say in the car. I've known Xiang Huachang for a long time, and when Ta sees me, he'll probably give some face. Qianlong hurriedly urged. Yang Mi didn't say anything and went straight to the car. This is not the time to be polite. We'll have to hurry. Quite a few people should be heading that way by now. Qianlong directly started the car. Brother Qianlong, how did you come? The car started before Boss Yang asked. Zhang Ying called me. I didn't expect that after so many years. It's once again time to go up against Huaxiang. Qianlong let out a bitter smile. This is an old story. Rumor has it that at the time when Xiang Huaxiang was in his prime, He was the one who set everything in Hong Kong and almost ruled half of the entertainment industry. A birthday party, hosted by Xiang Hua Chang, with almost all of Xiang Jiangming line present. Chen Long was over an hour late because something came up. After Chen Long's 100 apologies, Xiang Huashan was still not satisfied. If you want to apologize, get on your knees. Xiang Huashan coldly looked at Chen Long. Men have gold under their knees, and Chen Long has always been famous for being a tough guy, so how could he possibly kneel down? There was a sudden saber rattling. Chen Long big brother is not a wimp. Almost on the spot in Xiang Huashan outbreak of conflict, Chen Long was the first one who dared to get tough with the mobster of the time. In the end, the conflict did not happen on the spot with the persuasion of the crowd. However, Xiang Huashan let out the word that he would make Chen Long have no place in Shangjiang. However, a month after the incident, Xiang Huashan suddenly stopped pursuing the matter, and the matter was left unsettled. From then on, there were numerous speculations about Chen Long's background, which was definitely not simple. Director Zhang? At the sound of the name, Yang Ni was still confused. How could he help White Gap? Chen Long smiled. Zhang Ying just mentioned it. People like White Gap, who can help will all help a hand have. From the name calling, one could tell that Chen Long didn't care much about Zhang Ying. At his level, he doesn't need to care about the vast majority of people anymore. Being able to come here is more about going with the heart. Thank you, big brother. Boss Yang didn't ask too many questions and said sincerely. With Chen Long, her backbone against Xiang Huashan was a little stronger. The car was going fast. When Chen Long arrived at the Imperial Capital Hotel, there were already several people at the entrance. Han Hong, Li Jian, Rain God, Ziki, all the people that White Gap has written songs for and are still in the Empire are here. Seeing Yang Mi, everyone immediately gathered around. Sister Honey, Brother Chen Long, we arrived early, but when the people at the hotel heard we were looking for Mr. White Gap, they all stopped and wouldn't let us in. It's not just the hotel, it's several bouncers, flaunting their weapons and not listening to anything they say. I just got into a fight with them. The Rain God is still in there right now, theorizing with them, and it's all about to get physical. Mr. White Gap is in there, and they've admitted it, but they just won't let us go over there. They must be trying to do something bad to Mr. White Gap. I've already contacted my friends, but it will take a while for them to come over. A bunch of people are talking. After hearing this, Boss Yang's face became even more anxious. Take me up there. Come on. All this is because of me. They're bound to let me through. Boss Yang can't wait. She's giving up everything. Wait. Brother Chen Long called out to Yang Mi and walked forward with a dark face. Don't be in a hurry. Follow me. Mard. Still think it's Xinjiang in the 80s and 90s? This is China. I'd like to see who dares to stop me. Brother Chen Long was still domineering and took the lead, walking in the forefront, leading the crowd in the elevator directly up to the 8th floor. And just as he exited the elevator, he saw the Rain God theorizing in a furious manner. I'm telling you, I've called the police now. Who gave you the right to keep us from going over there? There are our friends inside, our teachers. I now seriously suspect you of illegal detention. If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, get out of my way. However, the bodyguards loomed large, not caring about his threats. No one is allowed to pass without orders. And one step further and I won't be so polite. This bouncer is very dedicated. A few shrimp soldiers and crab generals from Xiang Huashan. You have a big mouth. Come on. I'd like to see how you're not polite to me. The one who said this was none other than Brother Chen Long. Although he is no longer in his prime, but the Kung Fu superstar born Chen Long has real Kung Fu in his body. And after years of stormy weather, the current scene is just a small thing to him. Chen Long took a step towards the front. Those few bodyguards looked at each other and immediately put their whole body on alert. Looking at that posture, it was obvious that they were ready to make a move. Everyone was nervous. Slow down. Just in the nick of time, Xiang Huashang stepped out from behind. He had been hiding in the back just now, and he felt that there were many things that didn't require his presence. Until Dragon Chan showed up. This Tiger Biaozi, just like when he was young, really dares to make a move. Chen Long, we are all Shangjiang people. I advise you not to go any further. What's going on in there is not something that can be solved by your rank. Go back now and pretend that nothing has happened. Xiang Huaqian reminded. Chen Long laughed. Boss Xiang, why are you getting more and more naive as you get older? Am I Chen Long scared? I wasn't even afraid of you when you were in your prime. Now that I'm scared away by your words, can I still mix? Today, I'd like to see what Dragon's Den is inside. Chen Long continued to walk forward without a trace of fear. Xiang Huashan was a bit anxious. Chen Long, think about it. It's not that I'm naive. It's that you've been too crazy these past few years. I've always kept a low profile all these years. I don't care about things big and small when I can. Do you think I'll fight against so many people just for this little matter? Use your brain. Qianlong's footsteps paused. Xiang Huaqiang these years is indeed no longer the boss of the year Xiang. Low profile, scary. And even some people provoke the Xiang family, as long as it is not too much. He can also endure. And something is really wrong with Boss Xiang today. Is it hard to believe that there really is someone else in there? Zhang Ying didn't say just say that it was White Gap who was asked to go to the Imperial Hotel for the sake of Boss Yang. And wasn't this matter led by Boss Xiang? However, as things stood, Qianlong had no outbreak to retreat again. And whether or not the front was a dragon's den, he had to go in for a walk. Fox and bluff. I don't care about you and Yangmi, but White Gap, I've been entrusted with it and I must take it. Qianlong walked forward again. The rest of the Divine Queen followed brother Qianlong with determined eyes. They just don't believe that these people dare to do anything to them. Dasha now is not the Xiangjiang of the past, the way of the road. It does not work. Inside is Mr. Li on business. Xiang Huaqiang sighed and finally shouted the name out. The moment the name was called, the whole world seems to be time stood still. Can. Just now was still walking forward all the people. In the hearing Li Gongzi 3 words at the same time stopped in their footsteps, stupidly froze in place. Mr. Li's reputation. It's really extraordinary. Don't be ridiculous. How could Mr. Li have anything to do with this? After a brief moment of daze, Qianlong said, but the arrogance in his tone was no longer there just now. The name of Mr. Li's Li family, do you think I dare to report it indiscriminately? Use your brains. So, do you all still want to move on now? To advise all of you, your own future is the most important thing. Qianlong, I'm only reminding you this once because you and I are both from Shangjiang. Now hurry up and leave. Everything will be alright. Xiang Huaqiang continued to talk about knives. Qianlong let out a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. A few years ago there were rumors that you followed the Li family. I thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiangjiang mobster. I didn't expect to become someone else's dog even now. Xiang Huaqiang's face was a bit bad. Anyone who was taunted like this would not be too happy. It's not your place to judge what I do. What's the difference between you guys and me now? Does anyone else want to move forward now? Does anyone else dare? Xiang Huaqiang's voice turned grim as he looked at the crowd's stagnation and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was the only way he could feel a moment of that year's glory. If you don't dare to, hurry up and leave. In a moment when Mr. Li gets angry, no one will have any good fruit to eat. Xiang Huaqiang felt that he already had a plan. A name could scare off a bunch of people in the entertainment industry. Even if the Li family was in decline, it was not something they could mess with. I'm not leaving. Just as the crowd hesitated, Boss Yang, whose eyes had never dried up, stepped forward. Inside is my love. It's my husband. I want to see him. I want to take him home. Lover, husband, that's right. Even if it's still only a one-day relationship, even if there's no chance of registering again in this lifetime, that White Gap is also Yang Mi's lifetime and only husband. Either Mr. Li or Xiang Huaqiang, I only know that inside is my only love. Even if I die, I will go in. In the past, he always likes to tell me that waiting for me to come home is waiting for. This time, I will take him home. Boss Yang walked forward, step by step, with a firm pace that, the crowd behind them looked at Boss Yang's back, their hearts sad and full of respect at the same time. Every step she takes now is called love. Miserable yet steadfast love. Xiang Huaqiang looked at Boss Yang and had mixed feelings in his heart. If he hadn't set up a trap for Boss Yang, perhaps, none of this would have happened today. Boss Yang, go back. You're a weak woman. How can you possibly break through the defense of these well-trained bodyguards? He tried to persuade a little more. Boss Yang smiled coldly, and when he was about to walk in front of the bodyguard, he suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from his clothes. I'll stab anyone who stops me. I'll do anything right now. A weak woman plus a fruit knife. Although the eyes are fierce and put down everything, but the deterrent effect, especially for these bodyguards, is really limited. One of the bodyguards went straight forward and reached out to grab the fruit knife in Yang Mi's hand. Don't you come over here. Boss Yang panicked a little, closed his eyes, and regardless, he stabbed forward with the fruit knife. This was the first time she had ever done such a thing, and her hand holding the knife was still shaking in the air. Against this kind of inexperienced and powerless person, the bodyguard couldn't deal with it too easily. With a twist of the wrist, the fruit knife in Boss Yang's hand fell off. You can't get in, the bodyguard said coldly. Boss Yang fell into impotent tears, stood up and still wanted to charge forward. She was difficult not the injury on her wrist, but the unwillingness of her heart. However, all to no avail, just getting knocked out again and again. Those bodyguards were like a wall that Boss Yang couldn't rush through. You guys hurry up and take this woman away. If the people inside are startled in a while, no one will want to be good. Xiang Huaqiang urged. The soundproofing at the Imperial Hotel was good, but it was too long to avoid some accidents. The people behind them also wanted to come over to help Yang Mi. They still end up choosing to give up. People are selfish by nature, and still hesitate to do anything that will hurt them. Everything seems to be beyond help after all. Who dares to touch her? Just then, the elevator doors were opened once more. White Gap's father walked down the elevator in a rage, looking at what was in front of him. Take them all down for me, and whoever dares to resist, just hit them, and I'll take care of the damage. White Gap's father didn't come alone. He also had a dozen bodyguards behind him. The professionalism of these bodyguards might not be as good as Mr. Lee's, but they were better in numbers, and with several of them fighting one another. Soon enough, White Gap's dad took control of the situation. It's Mr. Lee inside. We're all Mr. Lee's men. Xiang Huaqiang, who had also been escorted aside, shouted, "That's my son in there." White Gap's dad just blandly said this back. Xiang Huaqiang stopped talking. Nothing needs further explanation. It's my son in there. That's enough. Any parent can give everything they have for their children. White Gap's father first walked over to Yang Mi and gently helped her up. Boy, it's been hard work. I'm sorry I'm late. White Gap's father was indeed a bit of an afterthought, and after receiving Boss Zhang's phone call, he didn't think much of it even though he sensed something was wrong, and in the end, it was his underlings who made him watch the video. Boss Yang hurriedly shook his head, then looked at White Gap's dad with eyes that were like prayers. Take him home. White Gap's father nodded heavily. We're all in this together. The two people walked towards the largest private room of the Imperial Hotel, the crystal blue and brilliant Grand Hotel. But at the moment, the two people's hearts were dripping blood. In time. Must be in time. White Gap, don't let anything happen to you. However, the very moment they opened the door to the private room, a feeling of the sky collapsing seemed to crack overhead. They see, White Gap was using a knife, thrusting it hard into his shoulder. The knife was deep. The tip of the knife went in and the tip of the knife came out, going straight through White Gap's entire shoulder. The blood was scattered and red, like the tears of a departed man. No! Boss Yang hissed and yelled. White Gap heard the call and looked back with a glance of a million years. White Gap laughed with such spontaneity. 3 chapters, more than 6,000 words, no shrinkage. Tomorrow continue to add 1 to 2 chapters. Then, many people from the next story towards, I can tell you, are guessing incorrectly. There are some people say that too sad. Maybe the author is also in despair. Hope that this book can lead us out of despair. And finally, hyped gifts to give a little it. Hyped more than 1,000 every day to add. It was too late after all. The reddish dagger dripped with white gaping blood as it said its final goodbye to the world. All of them were dumbfounded. Boss Yang pounced over madly, squatted down and hugged Bai Gai, looking at the cruel dagger that ran through Bai Gai's shoulder, not daring to move for a long time. Boss Yang didn't shed a single tear. White Gap, it's all right, I'm coming. I'm taking you home. Boss Yang muttered. The extreme of grief is the inability to cry, and the end of grief is silence. However, her strength was still too small, and she tried with all her might to drag the White Gap, but in the end, she still sat paralyzed and motionless. Perhaps, she had used up all her strength. Yang, get out of the way. Let the doctor take a look first. White Gap's father was also shocked, and great pain surged through his heart, but he couldn't afford to grieve. The first thing he had to do now was to save the people. Luckily, he was prepared, and one of the people he brought with him today was White Gap's family doctor. The crowd picked up Boss Yang, who was dumbfounded, her husband having become unconscious, and allowed them to be pulled aside. The family doctor could only do a simple examination and stop the bleeding, and his face grew worse when he saw the physical condition of the White Gap. What's the point of all this? Is it still necessary? The doctor shook his head gently at White Gap's father. There were some things he didn't dare to say. He could only warn in this way. No way. That won't happen. White Gap's father read it, tears streaming from his eyes, shaking his head frantically. He had thought countless times that his son would leave, but never in this way. How unjust is the heavens? Why should he be made to suffer all the sufferings of this world? Why does even the final death have to be so gruesome? Why can't you just let him go in peace? There must still be hope. There must still be. Contact the hospital. Contact Dr. Zhang. Send him to the hospital right now. There must still be salvation. There must still be. White Gap's father is a little crazy. Boss, actually that might not be necessary right now. The family doctor stood up, slow and heavy. He felt that he, as a doctor, needed to go ahead and remind this one. Although White Gap is still alive now, his vital signs are draining away at an extremely fast rate, and even if he is sent to the hospital, he probably won't be able to hold out much longer. Shut up. However, before he could finish his words, he was heavily interrupted by White Gap's father. He's still breathing, he's still alive, his heart is still beating, he's not dead yet, he's my son. White Gap's father screamed frantically. There may have been some foreshadowing, but everyone saw his desperation and persistence. This was his son, and as long as he hadn't breathed his last, he couldn't give up. Hey, the family doctor sighed softly. Boss, right now your son's condition is not suitable for unauthorized movement. Messing around is likely to cut off the last bit of life. Let the hospital send a car. Professional people doing things might even be better. No one knows if this statement is comforting or true, but White Gap's father still accepted the advice, picked up the phone, and dialed Dr. Zhang's number directly. Imperial Hotel, Box 1. Something happened to White Gap. Take your best doctors, nurses, all the equipment you can carry. Please, save him. I'll give you anything you want if you can save him. White Gap's father took on a pleading tone when he finally spoke. Children are always a parent's greatest weakness. Mr. Lee, who had been standing on the opposite side of the room, was a bit unable to look at the situation and his mood was a bit low. My condolences. It was his choice. He himself was trying to be persuasive. However, this one sentence directly seemed to ignite all the powder kegs. Boss Yang looked at him coldly, his gaze like a knife. You made him do it, right? The voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Mr. Lee smiled faintly. No one forced him, it was his own decision. Yang Mi, you should be glad that you found a very good boyfriend. He used a knife and exchanged it for your freedom. On the table are all the contracts you signed during this time. You can take them away, and I won't harass you anymore in the future. That's my promise to him. Yang Mi looked at the pile of papers on the table and suddenly felt ridiculous in her heart. Was it worth it for White Gap to do all this and get himself into this mess just for this pile of scrap paper? She looked at the White Gap silently. Do I need you to do something for me? Do you? Do you think this will make me happy? Happy later? You're afraid I won't live with the guilt, aren't you? Forget it. It's not necessary. Boss Yang didn't even look at Mr. Lee, stood up, turned around and tried to go out. Until now, she didn't shed a single tear. Perhaps her tears have long since dried up. What are you doing? Wait. Mr. Lee is in a hurry. There is a very important matter that needs Boss Yang. If you want to leave you can. Sign this document. Your boyfriend has already signed it, but it needs one more signature from you. Boss Yang froze and reached out to take a contract handed over by Mr. Lee's bodyguard. She looked at it for a few moments and smiled coldly as everyone realized what was inside. Is that your deal? On the document was the second thing White Gap had promised. All the good deeds White Gap had done before, including some public service zones, all of which were to be hooked up to Mr. Lee's personal company. Boss Yang also understands that what White Gap has done is touching, and getting these things will go a long way in clearing Mr. Lee's name in the future. Although White Gap had agreed to it. Before that, White Gap had also written a will, which also had a clause about giving these things to Boss Yang, for insurance purposes, so now we need Boss Yang to sign as well. We had a deal. Sign it and you can leave. You guys came here uninvited today and damaged my face. I can let it go for the sake of White Gap, and I won't make things difficult for any of you in the future. Mr. Lee was still towering over them, and in his opinion, perhaps, not caring about their rushing this time was already the greatest mercy. Boss Yang shook his head, not answering any of Duke Lee's questions, and crouched down, gently hugging White Gap. Next time, can we still hug like this? Her heart grew colder and colder, as if it had also been completely frozen with White Gap's weakness. Mr. Lee, do you think I'll sign it? Although it was a question, Yang Mi's tone was all mockery. When Bai Guy, who was lying on the ground, heard these words, his originally motionless body unexpectedly trembled extremely slightly, and one of his hands did its best to try to pull the corner of Yang Mi's coat. This was a situation that took everything he had to get to. This was a situation that cost him his life to get to. He didn't want to lose the effort, so he wanted to advise Yang Mi, don't be brave, don't be stubborn, live well, none of this matters. But, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. He hears all men, he sees all men's sorrows, but he no longer had the strength to give comfort to anyone. What do you mean? The voice of Mr. Lee came back to his ears. The meaning is simple, blood for blood. Yang Mi didn't even lift her head, for words that directly caused everyone to tremble, directly causing the entire atmosphere to go to absolute zero. When White Gap heard these 4 words, the sky collapsed in his heart, his eyes went black, and he fell into a heavy sleep. He knew it would be hard to undo. The situation he had traded his life for, perhaps, could not be what he wanted after all. Still not doing enough, White Gap thought in his mind. It's just that he doesn't have time to do any better. It was too late to know what happened to Mr. Lee, and too late to understand the ins and outs, and it was already too late to make more preparations. If he had been given a little more time, he would have discussed it all with Boss Yang in advance. But White Gap also did everything he could, even at the cost of his life. Until the second before he completely fainted, his hand was still trying hard to grab Boss Yang's clothes. White Gap, when will you be able to think about yourself? Blood for blood. Hearing those 4 words from Yang Mi, Mr. Lee smiled. In the entire Great Xia, not many people dared to say such words to him. A showbiz artist, a descendant of a bookish family, a character he felt he could play with. Who on earth gave her the nerve? There was some anger on Duke Lee's face. However, he didn't immediately snap. There are more important things that must be done to get her to sign the contract now. Seeing as your boyfriend is dying, I'll pretend I didn't hear what I just said. Sign this and leave now. Duke Lee didn't have the politeness he had earlier. Boss Yang didn't have any fear at all. And under the great sadness, it was as if she no longer had any feelings. What? Are you scared? If you're afraid, you can kill me today as well. There's nothing wrong with being a pair of underground lovebirds. As long as I can walk out alive today, I promise, I'll tell everyone that you're the one who killed White Gap, killed the person I love most in my life. Maybe these words shouldn't be said now, but Boss Yang couldn't care less in his current mood. To actually die here would probably be a blessing for her as well. In fact, I should thank you. Originally I have no desire. The White Gap is really gone. I do not know how I should live. Can still live? It is you. And gave me a new goal in life. Revenge will be my only color in the future. Boss Young's words speak of desperation. I told you. He volunteered. Duke Lee was already close to madness, forcibly holding back his anger as he gritted his teeth and uttered such a sentence. It had been the last of his patience. Now that he's like this, who's going to believe it? Boss Yang coldly asked back. Lying on the ground, White Gap was dying with a bright red dagger. With a scene like this, who can believe he volunteered? How could it be? Who would willingly stab a knife into their own body? Must have been forced. By this time, the sound of an ambulance had already come from downstairs, and Boss Yang stood up, ready to go out. Her attitude had made it clear that if she could just walk out that door, she would have a new purpose for the rest of her life. Blood will be paid until death do us part. However, this scene today was already destined to not end well. Slow down. Duke Lee's voice rang out coldly. Come when you want, leave when you want. What do you take me, Mr. Lee, for? Seal the field for me. With a command, the few bodyguards that Mr. Lee had just been subdued immediately sent out a signal. And a minute later, dozens of black-clothed men walked up and surrounded this floor. Unable to get in, unable to get out. This was Lee's backhand. A dude with a brain who would never let himself be passive at any time. Hearing the commotion outside and seeing the people who suddenly came up, Boss Yang froze, and was surprisingly a bit overwhelmed for a moment. I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, obediently sign this document. I'll let you go. How you deal with me in the future, I'll take over. Live or die, each to their own. Second, then don't go. What kind of person am I? Mr. Lee, you should know. Don't force me to make a move. Duke Lee's cold voice came out. After all, Boss Yang was just a soft woman, and she was still powerless in the face of all this. Who's really pushing who? White Gap's father, who hadn't said anything, spoke up, addressing the family doctor first. The ambulance is down there. Doctor, please help me direct it. Carry Gap down. Everyone follow me. I don't believe he dares to leave my old man's life here. Saying that, White Gap's father took the lead and rushed over to the dozens of ferocious hulks without a trace of fear. I'm not afraid of anything right now, and if you dare to stop me, I'll dare to stab down. A knife appeared in Boss White's hand at an unknown time, and he wanted to save his son. Boss White, are you sure you want to go against me too? Behind him, Mr. Lee's voice sounded again. Blood for blood. White Gap's father didn't look back, and those 4 words were the best answer. There was no longer any possibility of mediation when it came to his son. Ha ha ha. Duke Lee was furious and happy. Today he had really seen a group of very interesting people. People outside say I'm crazy. If you ask me, you guys are the real crazy ones. Boss Bai. Even Bai's group. Don't you want it anymore? That's the real danger. In his opinion, these people who put so many harsh words in front of him were, in the final analysis, just taking their own lives. Ants shake trees. The difference is just too great. White Gap's dad didn't say anything, just quietly walked forward, facing a dozen big men. The bodyguards he brought with him had long been subdued. These people didn't do anything either. They just blocked it into a wall when White Gap's father tried to break in hard with his knife. Do it! As Duke Lee opened his mouth, in an instant, White Gap's father was subdued. It was too easy to deal with an ordinary person like him. Get off me! White Gap's father's knife fell to the ground, and his whole body was in a hurry. If you have the ability, you can kill me here today. Otherwise, when I get out, as long as I still have a breath, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh even if I put my life on the line. In broad daylight, do you dare to kill me? White Gap's father shouted in exasperation. Mr. Lee remained unmoved, and the situation was surprisingly somewhat stagnant for a while. Irrelevant people can leave. No one related to White Gap is allowed to leave. I'll only give you a minute. Duke Lee's words were still domineering. There were also some other stars on the scene, including Chen Long, who hadn't said anything since they realized it was Mr. Lee here. Now, Mr. Lee wasn't going to make things difficult for them. The men looked at each other, glancing at each other as if they were making a choice. Then, Han Hong let out a bitter smile and was the first to stand up. There are extenuating circumstances for leaving under these circumstances. However, she didn't leave alone as everyone expected. Instead, a man walked up to the White Gap father and, "Count me in." These words, she said to Mr. Lee, "I'm a singer, never wanting to get involved in anything messy, and I've always stayed away from you, Mr. Lee, and the Lee family, but if I leave like this today, I'll look down on myself for the rest of my life. Let all of us go, or, leave all of us behind, or else, I, Han Hong, swear that as soon as I can get out, I will make today's events public. I don't have a great deal of other energy, but this is something that no I can do. It's a naked threat." Han Hong also went out on a limb. "Count me in too." Brother Chen Long stood up second. "A great man has something to do and something not to do. I am indeed old these years, and I am afraid of more things. If I were 20 years younger, you bodyguards, you would have already been lying on the ground." Chen Long also made his attitude clear. He wasn't very familiar with Bai Kai, and it wasn't easy to be able to do this. "And me, Rain God, Ziki, Li Jian, standing up at the same time. I was afraid just now. I don't want to be afraid now. Mr. White Gap is the person I respect the most in my life. If you don't relent today, even if I don't want all that I have right now, I will definitely fight you to the end." It was Li Jian's voice. A few of the men around him nodded as well. They had tears in their eyes, but they were unusually determined. Perhaps, this was the charm of White Gap. Although it hadn't been a long time, everything about him had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. To say goodbye, you have to have the sadness of saying goodbye. Even if this decision of theirs didn't make Duke Lee back down, as long as they could add a tiny bit of insignificant leverage, it would be enough. Let's do it together. Seeing this, Mr. Lee smiled. These former mole crickets were now really clamoring with him one by one. Who gave them the nerve? If you don't want to go, then don't even go. You guys are right. I don't dare to kill all of you here, nor do I dare to detain you for that long. Even the Lee family can't be this lawless. But you can afford to wait. Let's keep you from leaving here for an hour. I can do that. Can you afford to wait for the White Gap you'll be protecting in an hour? This is the voice of Mr. Lee. The voice also made everyone's heart sink. Yeah, it doesn't matter to them, but what about the White Gap? White Gap is dying and needs to be rescued immediately. If time drags on, it might actually get cold. Now the ambulance people can't get up and they can't get down. So, it seems like they lose no matter what. There was a will but no power. Among these people, perhaps the only one who could fight was Chen Long, but he was also getting old. The overall strength is too great. Once again, the scene fell into silence. Boss Young, sign the papers and I can let you go. I'll give you one last chance. Mr. Lee knew that if he didn't press for it at this time, then later on, there would be even less of a chance. White Gap is alive and well. If White Gap died and these people balked at the idea that they had forced themselves, then all the plans would be a mirror image. He wouldn't allow that to happen. You guys talk about it for the sake of White Gap, but one by one, for the sake of your own dignity and interests, you don't even dare to sign a document. Are you the ones who are harming him, or is it me? Everyone's fragile hearts were having a hard time with Duke Lee's words. Signed, based on Mr. Lee's strength, he would soon be able to get everything he wanted. And even if public opinion reversed, he would have a way to quell it, and it would be difficult to deal with him in the future. Not signing. What about White Gap's life? This dilemma. But for Boss Young, it's actually quite a good choice. I sign. Boss Young popped those two words out from between his teeth. She stumbled over and picked up the pen shakily. It was the hardest name she'd ever signed. She was going to hand over everything White Gap had in his life to his enemies. How painful. Mr. Lee looked at all this and smiled slightly and, his purpose, he was about to achieve. All of them were fighting for the fairy, and as long as he could survive, as long as he could get rid of his status as a puppet, What did it matter to him who lived and who died? At best, it's a sentimental statement. White Gap. A real man. Everyone closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch the spectacle. Everything, or nothing. However, just as Boss Yang was about to put pen to paper, suddenly, the elevator rang. The sound stunned everyone. Mr. Lee has had this floor blocked off. Who else can come up? It was only when the elevator doors opened that all of them got a good look at the figure inside. A military uniform and a handsome face. Who is it if not Wan Kwok Chung? The military is on a mission. Idle people, get out of my way. Wan Guozhong's voice was extremely authoritative. Behind the loaded soldiers or even directly in the forefront. Do not need to do anything at all. A few eyes. Let all the bodyguards retreated to the sides. Who dares to go against the military? Isn't this living out of patience? Uncle Wan? Mr. Lee called out in surprise. What brings you here? White Gap is an important person for the National Day show and a key protection target for the military. I'll take him. Wan Guozhong's voice was not the least bit emotional. I know. It's those two songs, isn't it? Those two songs are now owned by our company. The contract will be signed soon. Mr. Lee hurriedly said. He also didn't want to go against Wang Guozhong, so he made an explanation. Signed? Before Mr. Lee could finish his sentence, Wan Guozhong coldly interrupted, and at the same time, his eyes looked at Boss Yang. Boss Yang shook her head slightly before she could put pen to paper. Since I didn't sign it, I'm going to take the person away. And if it turns out in the end that White Gap's physical condition has anything to do with you, I'll definitely be impartial as well. Wan Guozhong's attitude is obvious. That's a face he won't give. After a few soldiers cleared the bouncers, the elevator rang again and the ambulance crew arrived. No longer able to stand in the way, the paramedics rushed to the White Gap at the first opportunity. The patient is the biggest in their eyes. Watching all of this, Duke Lee's face grew icy cold. It was close. Just that close really. He's not happy about it. Uncle Wan, do you really want to go against the Lee family? I'm not fighting against anyone. It's what I'm supposed to do. Wan Guozhong remained icy cold. Ha ha ha. The entire scene resounded with Duke Lee's grim laugh. Can you protect them once? Can you protect them 100 times? All the people at the scene today. I've memorized them. Live well and wait for me. Some may not like this paragraph, but it's a setup plot, and it's the only thing that will trigger the sadness of what's to come. And starting tomorrow, there will be none of these struggles. 7000, 8000, 10, leaving. The whole scene was probably only about half an hour long if you count the time, but all of it was definitely thrilling enough. Doesn't matter though. As the ambulance started, everyone's hearts lifted. What comes next is more important. White Gap, will it hold up this time? There weren't many days left, and now a bloody wound was added to the mix. Shocking to the eye. Yang Mi and White Gap's father followed the ambulance and stayed by White Gap's side for a moment. The ambulance has a limited capacity and cannot fit all the people. However, without leaving, the others drove behind the ambulance. Even if there's nothing they can do, they want to go and say their final goodbyes. There was no more noise, no more saber rattling, and the whole world suddenly became silent. Perhaps quiet is the dominant color of death. This scene, too, was seen by those who were interested in the. 5 minutes later, a video appeared in due sound. What's going on at the Imperial Capital Hotel today? The ambulance came, and many celebrities showed up. Chen Long, Zi Qi, and the Rain God. Is something wrong? Is there anyone who knows? Then comes the video, in which the ambulance can be seen, as well as many celebrities. The picture quality wasn't too clear, but looking closely, netizens could still see that each of them had heavy faces, as if something had really happened. Everyone's curiosity was immediately piqued. The comments section of this video sparked a lively discussion. Did someone suddenly fall ill? How come even the ambulance is here? It should be a big shot and someone from the entertainment industry. Otherwise there couldn't be so many stars. Brushed the microblogging countless times. All kinds of entertainment news. There is no latest news. Now the paparazzi so unprofessional? Do you guys still remember? There was a guy who posted a video of White Gap earlier, and it seemed like it was at the Imperial Hotel as well. Yeah, I just confirmed it's here. Could it be? The netizens at large are powerful and the truth is close. Or rather, the truth has been revealed. It's just that no one wants to believe it, much less say it. White Gap, as the whole internet knows, is itself terminally ill and has very little time left. Now, has it really come to an end? Some have wet their eyes and keep typing on their keyboards. No, it won't be. You guys don't talk nonsense. He also broadcast live during the day. I watched the whole thing. The state is good. He also told us to love life. And also saved a little girl. Surely it won't be him. Hasn't Mr. White Gap always done that? Even if he can't make it, he is still loving the world. He wrote a few songs. People like me tell us that the ordinary is valuable. The dissipation of sadness tells us the meaning of life. The brightest star in the night sky tells us to persevere. As long as the ordinary lets us see that light in the world. He's really a good man. A good man with no good reward. Is there any netizens in the empire who can rush over and tell us the latest? I don't believe it. I really don't want to believe it. People end up holding on to their last illusions. Maybe, everything is just a coincidence. There are so many coincidences in this world. One more is no big deal, right? But, someone soon shattered all illusions. Not to be outdone, the paparazzi hoofed it and used all their contacts after they knew there was big news. Paper can't hold fire. And it didn't take long for many of the paparazzi to realize that it was White Gap who was being carried in the ambulance. However, when they posted this message, they all had a particularly bad taste in their mouths. It was definitely the last piece of news they wanted to post. Mr. White Gap, is the excitement you left to this world really so short-lived? Multiple sources have confirmed that the patient in the ambulance is Mr. White Gap. A well-known paparazzo Saab wrote in his account. This paparazzo has always had a pretty good reputation. And some of the news posted has been confirmed. So he has a lot of fans too. It is said that Mr. White Gap was unconscious when he was carried up there. His father and also Yang Mi have been accompanying him. The specifics of the situation are yet to be further understood, and I will keep an eye on it. I've been having a hard time posting this, thinking about all the things Mr. White Gap did at the end of his life. He was writing songs with his life. He was telling us about all the things we should cherish in this world. He didn't write many songs, but every one of them I'm sure will be circulating 10, 20 years from now, and he subdued the Chinese music scene with a little more than a dozen songs. I've been thinking, if the heavens have eyes and can give him a little more time, even if it's only 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, what would the world become because of him? At least, I believe that the entire Chinese music scene would move forward 10 years, 20 years, at least. He will teach us more things, especially love and be loved. Let us conclude by praying together for a miracle. This article was published, and everyone fell silent. Some of the big men in their 30s and 40s are not as tough as they used to be at this point. The stereo plays the brightest star in the night sky of the White Gap, is as long as ordinary, is invisible wings. And on the balcony they smoked sorrowful cigarette after sorrowful cigarette. Smoke filled the air, and in the smoke, they seemed to see that face again. The face of the man who had tubes all over his body and was still desperately trying to write a song. The face of the man who was in front of the live camera, who was calling out the injustice of his father. The face of the man who was still saving the little girl even though his own days were numbered. This may become the faith of their time. It hasn't been a long time, but this faith will surely live on for a long time. I wonder if there will be a day, some years from now, when their own next generation sings rappers, dances in the streets, and mocks the dirt of the songs they listen to now. Will they remember the touch? Sentimentality is priceless, but no one wants their youth to turn into sentimentality. On the other hand, White Gap was rushed to the hospital. Resuscitation room and other things have long been prepared. Just arrived at the hospital. The White Gap was sent to the rescue in a hurry. The patient's heartbeat is rapidly diminishing. The patient's breathing is weak. Cardiac stimulation has failed. Increase the intensity of the cardiac stimulation to the highest level. He must be kept alive, by whatever means. Things are not looking good in the operating room. Everyone outside the operating room was also waiting anxiously. No one spoke or left. Just like that, looking out the door of the operating room. 2 hours later, the door to the operating room opens for the first time. The patient is still being resuscitated. He suddenly regained some consciousness just now, and he said that he left a notebook for Boss Yang. The nurse didn't say anything, and after White Gap said that, he fell into another deep sleep. The heartbeat is currently barely maintained by the highest intensity cardiac stimulation alone. These were the last words he uttered, bracing himself for sobriety. So it must be important to say that, after getting permission from the attending physician, the nurse came out and told Boss Yang. With those words, the nurse went back into the operating room before anyone else could continue to ask questions. Notebook, notebook. Boss Yang murmured those 3 words. I know, in the White Gap's room, right there. Boss Yang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called and asked his aunt at home to send it over. Half an hour later, the notebook arrived in Boss Yang's hands. When she read the first sentence, she burst into tears. The first page of the notebook is a letter to Boss Yang alone. It reads, Dear, by the time you read this, I should have left this world. Sorry, still lost, after such a long and hard battle, still couldn't beat the cancer, couldn't help it, the opponent was too strong. I left 2 goodbyes for the world. The first one is a video. That's for everyone. It can be played at my funeral, to tell them that I'm fine. Don't be too sad for me. And the second one, is this letter? It's for the one I love the most now. That's you, Mimi. I'm not good at expressing myself in my life. I never said I love you a few times, but I've decided in my heart for a long time that I'd only love you one person. So meaty. I'm still not good at this aspect of things. Suddenly remembered that in the past, I had a while to make a fuss about becoming a soldier, and said that I would go to participate in the most dangerous missions. At that time, really feel that only that is a real man, and even I was immersed in my own world, and secretly wrote a small poem to you. That poem is written like this: if I'm killed, pension to you; if I'm disabled, divorce papers to you; if I come back, give me to you. After writing it, I felt really great about love, great about my own ideals, and now that I think about it, I'm really naive. To be alive and well, that's the most important thing. Well, to get back to the point, the last thing I'm going to do is to get your contract back for this period of time. I want you to live a good life, a happy life, no need to worry about all this, and I wish I could do something for you. You'll be so angry when you find out. I can imagine you'll be cursing me for being a son of a bitch, and whoever told you to do that. I don't have to. Oh, it's a shame I won't be able to hear it. How I wish I could hear it with my own ears. But, whether you curse me or not, I'd like to say, accept this as my last wish. I'm going to die. You should listen to me for once, and then, don't grieve for me for too long. Live a good life. The world is worth fighting for. I know you guys are going to have an event in my honor. I've always been a cool guy, so don't make it black and white, and don't cry and cry. That's too low. All dress me up in my best looking and most beautiful clothes. Sip your drinks, get high, and send me off on my last ride with your revelry. That's going to be so cool. More than 20 years of life. Short, yes, but still wonderful. Have had so many unattainable experiences. Have made genuine friends. Have written many songs. Have had so many people who love me. And I have met my favorite person. And when I think about it, everything is still exceptionally good except for what I owe my beloved loved ones. But still, I can't let go. I love this world too much. There are so many things I haven't done. I haven't married my childhood sweetheart. I haven't had a child. I haven't traveled with my parents once. I haven't had a concert. I haven't seen the unification of China. I haven't seen the end of Conan. It doesn't matter. A life without regrets isn't a life, is it? Finally, I wrote you a song. It's on the back page of this letter. You've said before that you'd like to sing, but your broken voice won't allow it. And this song, dedicated to you, is going to be great. I also wrote a lot of other songs, also in this notebook. It's embarrassing to say. Open a microblogging want to let people about the song. But the result is that no one cares about me. So I'll just lick my own face. Each song I want to think of a suitable person to sing. If there is a chance for me to give these songs to them, if it can bring in revenue, then it is counted as in the name of your company. At your convenience. You can use this money to do some good deeds, and it is also considered that I am still alive. Remember to take care of my parents for me. I used to always like to say wait for me to come home. Then I got sick and it became take me home, I guess. Now, I'd like to say, come home for me and fulfill some of the responsibilities of being a son on my behalf. Thank you. I love the rain. I love the way it feels when it falls. And if one night you see a raging storm, don't be afraid. It must be me coming back to see you. The letter ends here. Tears welled up in Yang Mi's eyes and her trembling hands turned the next page. Song title, Love Offering. Hold you in your hands and burn incense reverently. Cut a piece of candlelight to light up the warp. It's not about swinging, it's about love. I've spent my whole life trying to feed you. Just expect you to stop streaming. Give me the power to love and be loved infinitely. It allows me to be at ease under the bodhi and quietly observe. The power to love and be loved for a lifetime. You did it. You did it for life. But this life? Why is it so short? Boss Yang crouched down in pain, and was alone there, sobbing silently. And at that moment in the operating room, resuscitation is also in its final stages. There is no need for surgery. The patient's vital signs have now dropped so drastically that any means will have minimal effect. And this is no longer a problem that can be solved by modern medicine. The patient is still unconscious, but he can still feel the pain, which is enough to make life worse than death. Normally in this situation, we would advise the family to abandon treatment, disconnect the ventilator and let the patient go. When the ventilator is removed, the patient will soon lose all vital signs. Several of the doctors were discussing it, only none of them were willing to come to a final conclusion. Or rather, none of them could bear to accept the end. After struggling for a while, it was Dr. Zhang who sighed. Tell the families the real situation and let them decide how to make their choices. What a cruel decision to unplug a favorite person from a ventilator. Just 2 chapters today, to organize my thoughts. So many people have had bad plots lately. I'll run through them carefully. I'm sure I won't let you down. There is nothing to be done about it after all. White Gap's body itself was at the end of its strength. Plus a knife. How to live. It's hard to be a dollar goddess. Send it to the ICU. Use the best equipment for all of them. And as much as it pains me to say this, we do our best. Dr. Zhang bit his own lip fiercely and said heavily. It was a phrase he'd said countless times, but none more poignant than this one. White Gap, the most unusual patient he'd ever seen. It was White Gap who made him realize that saving lives is not just on the operating table. Doctors heal diseases, while White Gaps heal hearts. White Gap is greater than him. Perhaps every great man does not live long. The heavens have given them too many favors and so deprived them of life. Dr. Chang glanced at the White Gap again. He lay in the hospital bed, his consciousness blurring, his energy draining away, his body aching but unable to breathe properly. However, he was still holding strong and unwilling to take his last breath. This scene made everyone's heart hard. What are you holding on to? Why don't you give up when it's so painful? Dr. Zhang asked silently in his heart before turning around and leaving the resuscitation room with the crowd. In any case, it's something to deal with. Everyone immediately stood up when they saw the door to the operating room being opened. But none of them spoke. They were afraid to ask. They were afraid of hearing the most unacceptable news. The scene was just silent. Hey, after a while, Dr. Zhang sighed softly. They don't ask. But why would Dr. Chang ever want to talk about it? Only, as a doctor, he could only grit his teeth and say, White Gap is alive and breathing, but it's hopeless. The patient is in so much pain right now that any extra second of life is suffering, and the painkillers aren't helping much. So maybe, unplugging the ventilator and letting him go quietly is the best thing to do right now. 5 thunderbolts. Everyone felt as if their heads were going to explode, and their entire body was confused. No, it won't. It mustn't. Doctor, you're lying to me, aren't you? You've got to be kidding me, right? Tell me. That's it. Tell me. Tell me. Boss Young stumbled and crawled to Dr. Zhang's body, shouting at the top of his lungs. There was no way she could take it all in. Even Dr. Zhang, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't bear to close his eyes. Condolences. Dr. Chang says whatever 3 words he least expects to say. What else could he say? What else can he do? In fact, sometimes doctors are one of the most powerless professions. No, Boss Young shouted madly. What was the difference between making her accept this one fact and taking her life? Leave me alone and go by myself. Definitely not. Boss Yang spoke like a madman, breaking everyone's heart as he watched. Boss Yang's body was getting more and more shaky. Suddenly, her eyes went black and she fell heavily on the ground. The immense pain was finally too much for her to bear any longer. Honey, Young, Boss Young. Several voices shouted at once. Dr. Zhang and the others also immediately squatted down and checked Boss Yang's body. That's right, Boss Yang fainted. Everyone was nervous. Luckily, this is a hospital with some of the best doctors in China. After simple first aid, Dr. Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. It's just excessive grief and a momentary loss of qi and blood. Nothing serious. Hearing these words, everyone's hearts settled a little. If anything else happened to Boss Yang, they really didn't know how to face all this. Should be able to wake up in a while. Boss, bye. You'd better think about exactly what decision to make. The patient may really. Dr. Chang didn't say the last few words, but everyone gets it. No, no. White Gap's father shook his head frantically. Dr. Zhang, you're the top doctor in this area in China. I beg you to save him. Save my son. No matter how much it costs. No matter what kind of price you pay. I'm willing, even if it takes my life. It's a pleading tone. Even if he was rich and powerful. Even if he was a dominant businessman. But to this day, he was just a father. Boss, bye. We really tried our best. Dr. Zhang said silently. The exact decision is still up to you, and we respect that. Dr. Zhang quickly left. He couldn't stand the current scene anymore. No, White Gap's father stumbled a little throughout. He's alive. He's alive now. We can't give up as long as he's alive. There will be a miracle. There will be. If God is in love, God is in love. Please, God, look at this poor man. At some point, Boss Yang also woke up leisurely once again. She held the notebook in her arms for dear life. Perhaps it was the last thing White Gap could leave behind. I've spent my whole life trying to feed you. Just expect you to stop streaming. Give me the power to love and be loved infinitely. It allows me to be at ease under the bodhi and quietly observe. She looked at the lyrics and kept reading them. That kind of loneliness deep into the marrow, along with a trace of sadness into the heart. Gently surplus fall. As if falling on the scabbed net. Want to desperately break free. but the more tightly knotted. If there really was a Buddha in the world, she would be willing to trade her whole life, several lifetimes, for White Gap's life. Buddha, can you see? With a trembling hand, Yang Mi turned the next page of the notebook. Seeing the first few lines made her cry again. This song, I hope, will be sung at my funeral. I know a singer. His name is Park Shu, and if possible, the song could be given to him. The name of the song is Born Like a Summer Flower. When Yang Mi looked down and saw the lyrics of the song, her whole body trembled as if she had broken down. White Gap, is this you? Is this the life you want? Is this the answer you gave us? Live like the splendor of a summer flower. Die like the quiet beauty of an autumn leaf. But, what's a living person to do? Seeing that Boss Yang's condition was not right, the crowd crouched down and tried to comfort. Ziki gently patted Boss Yang's back, and her eyes couldn't help but fall on the notebook in his hand. When she carefully saw the lyrics on the notebook, her whole being suddenly became more sad as well. This is written by Mr. White Gap. Boss Yang nodded woodenly. The crowd's eyes were also drawn to the laptop. The lyrics of Born as a Summer Flower were also seen by everyone that. And I wonder just how long I've been sleeping in the dark. And I wonder how hard it will be to open my eyes. I've come from far away and it just so happens that you're here. Obsessed with roaming the earth. I'm wild about her. Sleeping in the darkness. Eyes open. Far away. Obsessively lingering. What beautiful lyrics. But every one of them was as hard as if pins and needles were sticking out. White Gap, are you already feeling like you're a lonely patient? Did you already know you were going to sleep in the dark? Are you still willing to give up the earth where you are obsessed with hanging around? You're like a shooting star that shines through the world. But that beauty is only for a moment. The lyrics have a second half. I am this dazzling moment. A flash of flame across the sky. I came to see me for you against all odds and I will go out never to return. Oh, here I am. Right here I am. As fleeting as a stunner. As brilliant as a summer flower. It's a world where you can't stay too long. I will go out never to return. Never to return. It's a world where you can't stay too long. Can't stay too long. Where is this a song? This is clearly its own desperate song. Everyone's heart aches and hurts. No one can imagine the courage it takes for a terminally ill patient to then write himself a desperate song. He was strong enough to face death. The people are great. Don't come back next time. Who is Park Shu? Boss Yang cried for a long time, wiped his tears and asked as calmly as he could. I recognize. M.S. Han Hong said. It's a musical poet and a musical madman. Not much of a name. Is working as a wandering singer. I met him by chance once before. I thought he was very good and wanted to help him. He refused. Said he hated the fact that capital couldn't let him do whatever he wanted. He felt happy with his life now. That's right. This is a Park book teacher who will always keep a heart of gold. White Gap said he wants Park Shu to sing this song. Sister Rainbow, get in touch for me if you can. Boss Yang said. Han Hong nodded. It's something she certainly does. Then, Boss Yang stood up and tried to give a smile. Alright, we're all tired. Let's all go back. White Gap won't die. As long as he has a breath left in him, none of us will give up. Right, Uncle? Boss Yang's eyes went to White Gap's father. White Gap's father nodded heavily. Let me kill my son with my own hands. I can't do it. Pulling out the ventilator also means yin and yang. No one can be so cruel as to let a loved one go with their own hands. As long as Bai Guy is still breathing, even one more minute, one more second, for all those who care about him, that is living, that is still hope. The crowd sighed and left without saying anything more. No consolation, no goodbyes. At this point in time, any florid language pales in comparison. An update on the White Gap was soon also posted online. Mr. White Gap is in critical condition. The doctors have given an ultimatum and have advised relatives to unplug the ventilator and leave the patient in peace. The shorter the words, the bigger the thing. When netizens saw this news, they didn't know what to feel in their hearts. Unplugging the ventilator means there's no need for resuscitation anymore? Is there really nothing that can be done? Why? Why should the hospital pull out the ventilator when he's still breathing and still alive? Is the hospital so irresponsible? Shouldn't they do their best to save him until the last moment? Upstairs, you don't understand. When the hospital says that, it's basically saying that it's already at the last step. There's no way to resuscitate it anymore. And that unplugging the ventilator is sparing the patient from pain. And that it's inherently inhumane for a person to have to suffer from an illness in the last moments of their life. Looking at this such a picture so heartbreaking. Disease has taken the lives of too many of our favorite people. But human beings can do nothing about it. In front of the disaster and the disease of human beings, all living things are so fragile and small. The only thing that can be done is to cherish the time. Cherish life. Cherish health. Cherish life. In the morning, I was still listening to Mr. White Gap songs and watching Mr. White Gap's live broadcasts, and even up to that time I would have thought that Mr. White Gap was cured, that he was a healthy person, that he would live a long life, and I didn't expect to hear such difficult news right now. Hang in there, cheer up, and may all lives be treated well. The situation at the White Gap touches everyone's heart. The entrance of the Imperial Hospital had long been surrounded by countless fans who didn't dare to come forward to disturb them. They were afraid that their recklessness would affect Mr. White Gap's condition, but they still want to do something about it. Not far from the hospital, set out hearts with candles and kneel in prayer. Such a prayer, I wonder if it will be seen by the heavens. China is an atheistic country, but at this moment, countless people wished that there really was a godly being who could open his eyes and look at all this. In the small mountain village, Tang Lei smoked cigarette after cigarette, as if by letting the smoke fill the whole room. No one else could see his sadness, his tears, though he had prepared himself mentally during the day. But it all came so fast that it still caught him off guard. Maybe he'll always be caught off guard. Holding his guitar, Don Ray sang at the top of his lungs in front of the statue of White Gap. The flowers that bloom at that grave, how you long for beauty. Look at the hills, do you still feel alone? All the little kids just stood around and didn't say a word. Maybe they don't understand. MS. White Gap. MS. Lilac. Why do all the teachers who were good to them have to leave one by one? Mao Mao was sitting on the balcony, and at the moment he wasn't the same little nurse he had been. And all of this was brought to him by the White Gap. He looked away, not bothering anyone. He knew that now his shushing was rather a burden. Picking up the pen, Mo's eyes moistened. He wrote these words: borrow a glimpse of the lingering slanting sun of the parting twilight to add a ray of light for the rest of this long life. To borrow a phrase that is engraved in my heart, if I have to be on different sides of the world. He who is scattered by this wind says he loves little, and he who is drenched by this rain says he will not be cold. How many more people must the infinite night blind? It is written in the eyes. He dares not admit it. If they have to go their separate ways, then let this night cover the earth completely. MS. White Gap. Thank you. All kinds of people are praying for a miracle in all kinds of ways. These are the people who really care about the White Gap. Though they have mentally prepared themselves for white-scaping death and have told themselves countless times to be strong in that moment. But when death really comes, all people still haven't learned not to be afraid. Time passed by, and White Gap's consciousness drifted more and more. A person, even if they don't want to let go, can't beat the passage of life. But he still held on, grasping hard for the last straw. Even if it hurt, even if it hurt, he wasn't willing to close his eyes forever. Obsessed with staying on Earth. White Gap, who are you really going out of your way for? It's in this struggle, in this helplessness. A long, languid sigh resounded in White Gap's mind. Hey, it was the system. The long sleeping system had finally awakened. Why suffer? Survival and death, both are destined. One cannot fight with destiny. Perhaps by letting go of everything, everything can return to peace, and all the pain will dissipate. The system advised that this time, it was to say goodbye. You awake? Even in consciousness, White Gap's voice was still weak. It really hurt too much. It was a pain of a million ants. A torture more cruel than any torture. So, he can only have gas. Seeing the host like this, the system was also a bit intolerant. I'm just sleeping. I won't die. I come to give every host one last ride the moment they leave. Thank you, for providing me with so much energy again. You're the best host I've ever seen, and the best of the best. I'll always remember you. What the system says is forever may be true forever. It is possible to live forever. Only, White Gap's heart sank. Is there nothing you can do about it? The system was his last hope. How he wished that now the system suddenly said, I have enough energy. I can let you live for a while longer again, even if it's just for a day. Yet all the words were full of parting, full of despair. Hope faded. I can renew my life, but I can't reverse life and death. I'm just a passerby, accompanying each host through a journey of life, but I'm not a returner after all, and I can't exist with the host forever. Your body is no longer strong enough to renew your life, even for me. Perhaps having seen life and death, the system's words were calm. It had experienced such scenes countless times in its long life. Bai Guy was desperate. The pain inside his body was even more intense. If someone was by Bai Guy's side at this moment, they could see that even though Bai Guy was in a coma, his whole body was still trembling slightly, and sweat filled every corner of his body. Ouch! It really hurts too much. But White Gap still gritted his teeth, refusing to give in, refusing to admit defeat in his heart, refusing to swallow his last breath. It's a game against life, and it's one of the most unfair battles there is. What exactly are you holding out for? This scene made the system a little intolerant. Isn't death the best option at this point? Even if you suffer more now, there's no way to change the outcome. Do you have any other attachments? The system asked. Attachment? White Gap endured the pain. There's so much to hold on to. So much I haven't done. I haven't heard those 2 songs I wrote for my country published. I haven't seen those songs on my laptop sung. I haven't said goodbye to my mom. And even, I've never had a drink with my dad. And most importantly, I'm scared. I'm too stupid. I didn't do the last thing right. If I do die, will Mimi do anything to avenge me? Would my dad give everything for me? I'm afraid they'll have a bad time because, no matter who loses or wins, they'll be sad. If I could just have a little more time, it would be so nice. I'd fix everything. I'd tell them it was all my choice. I'd have the best goodbye I could ever have. I'd walk away with peace of mind. Peace of mind of leave. System, can you give me a little more power? Can you let me talk for a few more days? 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. White Gap prayed at last. This might be his last obsession. He refused to close his eyes for fear that his last effort would be in vain. He didn't need to take revenge. He just wanted everyone to be well. The system was silent. It's called the true love system. But what true love is, it's never understood. All the previous hosts had also tried to do good things, but their purpose was to provide themselves with more energy and get more of what they wanted. The energy is there and it feels like that's true love. Only the White Gap, the man who is different. It was as if the man was not thinking of himself from beginning to end, even when he told himself that he was no longer able to do so. In the last moments of his life, he wrote as many songs as he could. In addition to finishing what he was doing, he knew full well that they would not bring him any more profit or renew his life for another day. But he did it anyway. The system may continue to receive energy for some time to come. Just no more hosts. No more White Gaps. Why are you still writing songs for me? The system asked its query. Before that, it was more of a deal with all the hosts. Because we're friends. Friends. The system was silent. This is the only host who truly considers himself a friend. And once this host recognizes that he is his friend, he will be 100 times more kind to his friend, even if it costs him his life. Here at the White Gap, the system could feel that all the energy gained was purer and of a higher quality. Perhaps, this is true love. Still, the system sighed. I can't do it anymore. It really can't do it anymore. Nothing is omnipotent. And it isn't. There's nothing more it can do. Can't do it anymore? White Gap's voice was full of despair. Life is a movie where pain is a beginning, struggle is a process, and death is an ending. I can't do anything to make you talk again, but maybe I can make you feel better, and this energy should make you feel better. At that moment, the system suddenly glowed all over and sent out some energy with all its might, surging into White Gap's body. White Gap's body felt a gush of warmth, and the pain seemed to be instantly minimized, and his entire body relaxed. However, it was only 10 minutes. As the energy faded and the pain of the terminal illness rolled back, White Gap's frown tightened, and for a moment he even wanted to curse. It hurts more. The feeling is like, you've been in extreme cold and suddenly someone gives you a tub of hot water and you feel a little bit of comfort. But when the hot water fades and you're back in the freezing cold, that cold is much more bone-chilling, and a body that has had a hard time acclimatizing needs to do it all over again. It's a bit of a pit. However, the system was unaware of this, and seeing the White Gap, it thought that its energy had taken effect and said leisurely, "This is the last thing I can do for you. The flow of life is irreversible. Even if you hold on, you won't be able to hold on for too long. It's enough to make you comfortable at last." After hearing this, Bai Guy especially wanted to curse the system, but he no longer had an ounce of strength. On the other side, Boss Yang and the others had been accompanying White Gap. They don't want the White Gap to go away. They expect a miracle. Han Hong called and found Boss Yang and told him that Park Shu had found it, and Raw as Summer Flower had sent it to him, and it was great, and really the only one who could sing with that kind of feeling. She also said that now Park Shu is in Magic City, has bought a plane ticket, will come over in the evening. Park Shu said, White Gap is his benefactor, but also the most understanding of this world. He is going to come, regardless of whether Mr. White Gap is alive or dead. Boss Yang said a good word and didn't care much. Mr. Lee also called as well and told her that all of it had nothing to do with her and that it was White Gap's own choice or the contract that he hoped she would sign. Boss Yang smiled coldly, didn't even say a word, and directly hung up the phone. All she had in her head right now was the White Gap. There was no need to hide White Gap's current physical condition from anyone anymore. Naturally, White Gap's mom knew, and it was White Gap's dad who said so. This could possibly be the last of Gap, and I'm afraid if I don't tell her, she'll regret it for the rest of her life. White Gap's mom cried for a long time at her hospital bed, and the doctor just watched over her the whole time. The white-haired man sends the black-haired man away. Forever one of the most painful things in this world. Listening to his mom's cries, White Gap seemed to feel something. His fingers moved slightly, and his pale face hardened to squeeze out a little imperceptible smile, faintly invisible. It hurts too much to make any subtle movement. Every second was torture for him now. The pain is estimated to be something that probably no one but us doctors can understand. At the same time, it is like 1,000 cuts and arrows through the heart, but also like millions of worms crawling under the skin. It is painful, numb and sore. It is simply unbearable. Honestly, death is just a moment, and this pain lasts for a long time. We generally recommend giving up. Some people think that motherhood is not easy and that the pain is the worst during labor and delivery. However, there have been patients who have said that they thought the same thing before they had cancer. And after the onset of cancer pain, they realized that the pain of childbirth is just as bad. How many levels of hell are there? The kind of pain that allows people to break through their fear of death. The doctor said quietly. There's really no point in holding out. Boy, are you in pain? White Gap's mom asked, crying. Of course there was no response. But how can a mom not know what's going on with her child? White Gap's mom gritted her teeth and gently wiped the sweat from White Gap's forehead. Look at the sweat on his forehead. I know. He must be tired. Let him go. What is it like when a mother can say something like that? White Gap's mom was crying uncontrollably because she was going to send her son out of this world with her own hands. No, don't. He's not dead. He's really not dead. When Yang Mi heard these words, her entire body was suddenly dumbfounded, and her mouth kept shouting. She never wanted to admit that White Gap was really leaving. Mimi, can you bear to see him in so much pain? I know you love him and he loves you, but sometimes it's just fate. It's destiny. White Gap's mom cried. Perhaps. Gap is hoping we do, too. White Gap's dad didn't say a word behind him. He didn't want to go into any decisions and he didn't want to cause his son pain. There is no greater dilemma in the world. Unplug the ventilator and the patient will pass away soon. The doctor added. Of course the final decision is up to you guys. You're his family. Unplug the ventilator. Looking at the long tube, White Gap's mom's hand trembled as she reached for it, but she couldn't hold it several times. Although the decision was made, who could do this by pulling out their son's oxygen tube with their own hands? Would it be possible to think of this scene some dark night later and hate the fact that it was you who killed your own son? But what could she do? If she could, she would give 10 years of her life for her son's health. If I could pay with my life, heaven would be crowded with moms. Removing your own child's oxygen tube with your own hands is worse than death for even a mom. White Gap's mom tried several times, but every time she just touched the oxygen tube, her hand was electrocuted and withdrew. She can't do that. I'll do it. A voice rang out. It's Boss Young. The sadness and dismay in her heart was not at all less than that of White Gap's parents. But she knew, it would be really cruel to leave it to the old couple to do this one thing, and perhaps they will live in remorse for the rest of their lives. So let her come. Let her have the pain. White Gap had said to let her take care of herself, her parents. Consider this the first filial piety. Can you guys go out first? I'd like to have one last word with White Gap. There is no excuse. The crowd slowly exited the room, including White Gap's mom, who was helped out. The only two people in the ward were White Gap and Boss Yang. Boss Yang looked at the White Gap and tears flowed again. She was on the verge of shedding all the tears of his life. White Gap, I don't know what else to say to you. I don't want you to die, but can you still hear me? Well, let's not talk about it. It's too pretentious. I love the song you wrote for me, but you haven't heard it yet, and I want to sing it to you. You'll hear me. You'll hear me. Won't you? Yang Mi wiped away her tears and took out that notebook. Flipping to page 2. Love offerings. Holding you in my heart, I closed my palms and silently begged God to show me the way. Don't ask for a long time. Just ask to be beside you. Tired of drunkenness and tenderness. Gently singing in Sanskrit. I have spent my whole life to feed you. There are too many troubles to forget in the world. The sea of bitterness floats you. That old look. I'll look back to find that it has long stepped out of the red dust of 10,000 feet. Yang Mi didn't sing very well, and even had some off-key moments. She's not a singer. She's an actress. It's just that the feelings involved are genuine, passionate, and lonely. White Gap heard it, really heard it. A tear flowed from the corner of his eye, crystal clear. Boss Young saw it, wiped it gently, and then put his hand on the oxygen tube. Just let this end. Like the author can add Eliza to issue 9. Want Avatar. Douyin. Will send some works related. May also live yards. Convenient for you to urge more. In addition to Saturday, tomorrow urge more than 1,000. The day after tomorrow more 4 chapters. White Gap, remember, I'm the one who brought you into the abyss of death. Remember me. Don't forget. Yang Mi thought silently in her mind, her left hand already on the oxygen tube. As soon as she pushes, it's all over. White Gap's suffering is over, and her hang-ups are gone. As for the future, live every moment with thoughts and guilt. Is it important? At least it doesn't matter right now. Yang Mi suddenly felt no pain. A bitter, pale smile set in the gloomiest of gloom. When the heart dies, it doesn't hurt. Yang Mi closed his eyes, his left hand slightly forceful. Does not require much strength of the oxygen tube at this time, as if there is 1,000 pounds. Every little bit of strength. The heart is as hard as a knife cut. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, White Gap. Yang Mi clenched her teeth fiercely, wanting to make a quick cut. However, just at that moment, as if a visitor from heaven, as if a messenger from hell, a voice rang out. Yes, it's the system again. If the sky is the limit, Yang Mi, don't worry. The host still has some things to say to you. Who is talking? Yang Mi looked around in panic. It was empty. What the hell is that? The voice seems to come out of nowhere, without a trace of origin, and all at once it resounds in the depths of your brain. Don't look for it. I didn't have a body in the first place, and I can talk to you because of the host's last plea. The system's voice sounded again as it recalled the scene from earlier, just as Yang Mi and White Gap's parents were having a final discussion. White Gap was also in his mind, begging the system bitterly. He knelt in front of the system. There is gold in the knees of a man. The terminal illness did not make White Gap give in, and the severe pain did not make White Gap bow down. But now, instead, he bent his spine. Host, don't be like this. If it were possible, I wouldn't sit idly by. Really, but there's really nothing I can do about it now, the system hurriedly said. It thought that White Gap was asking for help, begging itself to let him live. Who wouldn't want to live? White Gap shook his head. You misunderstand. I'm not afraid to die. I've been ready to die for a long time. I'm frank. I want to beg you for another thing. I can't speak now. Everyone can't hear me. I want to beg you. Tell Boss Yang, don't avenge me, because I didn't have any vengeance to avenge in the first place. It was all my own choice. Live a good life. I love her. Tell her to accept all this as, consider it my last wish. The system was silent. Why bother? Why can't you let it go until now? Death is like the extinction of a lamp. Once you close your eyes, you know nothing more. And what has all this earthly flurry got to do with you? Why do you have to kneel before you die? System, you can do this, right? The white gaping sobbing voice asked again. It was his last chance. It was his only hope. He was afraid to hear the heartbreaking answer. Hey, you're giving me a hard time. The system sighed. It's true that consuming energy can be done. It's just that the system has been reluctant to do so. It feels like a pointless waste. Getting his voice heard by anyone other than the host consumes lots and lots of energy. As a system, energy was important to it, and it really didn't want to do this kind of money-losing business. So, that's okay? When White Gap heard these words, his entire body was a little surprised. As long as you can talk, you have a chance. The system didn't just say no, it was just difficult. So, that's hopefully doable. Yeah, that's right. System, please, help me one last time. I know I'm going to die and I won't be able to do anything more for you, but for the sake of me working so hard before, for the sake of us still being friends, I beg you, please. White Gap kept kowtowing, and if there was a ringing sound in the space of consciousness, it would have been visible that White Gap was almost kowtowing the ground. Forget it. System held up by Guy. Even in this one void space, he couldn't bear to see by Guy like this. These energies themselves were given to me by you. Only from scratch. Nothing. A little more slumber. A little more time with you. Enough. The system said leisurely. White Gap froze. From the system's words, he heard a deep helplessness. This has never been done before. Is it possible that this will affect you a lot? Doesn't matter. Because, well, we're friends. The system smiled and said, it's supposed to be emotionless. It's supposed to look at all this with indifference. But the word friend suddenly made it something different. If you're a friend, shouldn't you stick your neck out? If we're friends, shouldn't we live and die together? But it's just a matter of consuming energy and slumbering for a while longer. Originally, after losing his host's body, there was enough energy involved within the system to allow him to go and find the next host. It didn't have to slumber either. But now, doesn't matter. It's not like it's alive and it's not going to die anyway. It's willing to do that for its friends. I'll tell this girl in front of me everything I have to say. Don't worry, my friend. I'll miss you forever. It was the last sound White Gap heard. So now, the system came out. Yang Mi's initial panic, it was not surprised. Almost everyone who suddenly realized that there is such a kind of existence as it, will be alarmed. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'm a kind of thing in White Gap's body. And I'm also his friend. He called me the system. Maybe that's a name that you can accept. System? Yang Mi was even more surprised. The name wasn't unfamiliar to her. It was in many web novels, but there were many more that featured her as the heroine. But does it really exist in reality? Yes, the host himself was going to die before. It was my presence that renewed his life and kept him alive until now. Many miracles have happened to him, all because of me. A simple explanation of the system. Yang Mi's mind was also recalling everything and anything that had happened before. Originally White Gap was going to die, and she created a false lie about White Gap being 99 years old. At that point, at the end of the day, the doctors had basically pronounced a death sentence, but White Gap came back from the dead time and time again, and at the time they all thought it was a miracle. But the miracle, once is okay, twice is okay, so many times, they just hadn't thought about it in detail before, but now they were looking back on it. There might actually be a system in place that. Yang Mi got excited. Then there really are magical powers in this world. Then, system, you must have come out this time to save White Gap, right? You've created miracles so many times. It's okay to create one more. Please save him, he's dying. Once again, hope flared up in Boss Yang's heart. That's right. Since you can perform miracles so many times, one more should be nothing. However, the system's sad voice sounded once again. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. Although I am a system and have magical powers, but then I have never had the ability to reverse life and death. The host has already run out of gas. Even if it's me, there's nothing more I can do. You can hear my voice only because my friend has some last words to say to you. What? Boss Yang's entire body was about to collapse. What is the most painful? After seeing hope and then continue to despair. That's what hurts the most. No, it won't. It won't. Boss Yang's entire body was a bit of a maniac. There has to be something you can do. There has to be. You're so amazing. There has to be. Please save him. Let me do anything. Just save him. Boss Yang spoke frantically. All the world's foolish children. With a deep sigh, the system skipped the topic and continued. My friend, the host, your beloved, that last has something to say to you. He said that he always used to think that there was a long time, a lot of future, and a lot of things could be done slowly, but when it all came suddenly, he realized that it was too late for anything. He said that in the past, we've both been too self-centered, both carrying our own ideas, always thinking we're right, so we've both gotten farther and farther down our own paths, with very little time to care about what the other person thinks. But this time, I'm going to die, and I want you to listen to him for once, the last time, and the only time. He said, Mimi, I'm actually quite uneasy about you. You're a person with so many bad habits. You often use sugar as salt, and when you fry an egg in the morning, you occasionally put salt and soy sauce together, and I've eaten it before, but I've never spit it out because I know that would be hard for you, and when I'm not around anymore, I'm so afraid that you're not going to have any breakfast to eat. You like to put chocolate into cola and drink it together. You have the habit of not waking up once you sleep. You love to cry but never like to use tissue paper. You always like to use the back of your hand to gently wipe it off. Don't be like that, and don't cry later on. You're very caring. You like to adopt stray cats and puppies by the side of the road when you see them and then you entrust them to me again. Later on, you'll find another entrusted person? The more I think about it, the more I'm afraid you'll have a bad time in the future. And the most important thing, don't avenge me. I wasn't killed by Mr. Lee, it was my own choice. I won't live long anyway per se. Does one more stab matter? Instead, I can do one last thing for you. I'm happy, even if I die. I'll still wear a smile. Don't let my heart and soul go to waste. Especially the last one. Okay? I beg you. Speaking of which, the system was silent. It thought of the White Gap again. Just now, when White Gap told him this, he laughed to himself at the end of it. It's good to be alive. And it's good to be able to talk. And I didn't put my arms around her for a while. So if it doesn't work, just tell her the last paragraph. But the system still told Boss Yang everything. Word for word. Boss Yang had long been unable to cry and habitually tried to wipe her tears with the back of her hand. The hand had just reached halfway up, as if thinking of something, and stopped in mid-air, drawing a tissue and wiping at the teardrops. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything. I'll listen to everything. Boss Yang choked back a sob. But tell me how I can save you. I can't let you go. I really can't. Ask what love is in the world, and you'll be told to live and die together. It's useless. The patient has reached the last moment. Reversing life and death, this kind of thing, even if it's me, the memory of very few people to do it. Several kinds of forbidden method, has long been lost, and those that can be left behind, are also impossible to do. The system tried to comfort, but the words of comfort he spoke were too clumsy. However, Boss Yang had a bright spot in his eyes. Taboo? Impossible to do? That means there's still a way? Right. No, there must still be a way. Tell me, no matter how hard it is, I can do it. Please tell me. I did hear about it a long time ago, but those methods have long since disappeared, and even if they did, I don't know. The only possible one. Not. Nor can it be done. No one would agree to it. And it can't be done. The system's voice also suddenly became tight. There's no chance you're going to say it. Boss Yang was also in a hurry. Why is this system so abrasive? Say it to know if you can go for it. The system laughed bitterly. Do you really want me to say it? Perhaps it would be the greatest kindness to you not to say anything. I can't watch him die. Isn't he your friend? If you're a friend, shouldn't you do everything you can even if there's one hope in a million? Do you deserve to be his friend? Boss Yang actually started counting down the system. However, the system smiled helplessly. A life for a life. Will you? What do you mean? Boss Yang was a bit confused. It's very simple. Use your life for the host to survive. There will be no free lunch in the world. This kind of thing against the sky itself needs to pay more. This method, there are many restrictions. First of all, what can transcend the life is only love. So the party who needs to sacrifice willingly, there can't be a hint of unwillingness, or else, that's the both of them are ashes and ashes. Secondly, even if the sacrifice is made, it's impossible to truly save the other person. Every human life is precious and unequal. Even if the sacrificer willingly gives all of his or her lifespan, it would only be in exchange for the other person living for a while longer. That's all. How much longer can I live? Boss Yang heard it. What the system meant was to trade her life for White Gap, but it was only White Gap living for a while longer. 3 months, and you need to give it all. In these 3 months, you will only be a vegetable, because the host lives, is your life. After 3 months, you both go to death at the same time. There is no more way, the system said faintly. In its view, this was absolutely impossible. No one would be so stupid as to do this costly deal. Decades of life for another person to live for 3 more months. Even if you love again, it's impossible. However, Boss Yang laughed as he turned his head to look at White Gap. Not a trace of blood on his pale face. What kind of feelings are the strongest in this world? What kind of give and take is the hardest? What kind of gain is the most painful? What kind of loss is the most helpless? I'll tell you with my life. These days have been thinking of a problem. How is the most bitter? Little dragon lady jumped off the cliff of those 16 years. Yang is the most bitter. So if really live over, will it be more painful? The author is not crazy. This 3 months will also be the last time. The last will be beyond the life of love. To death. Pay attention to the author Jitterbug. Will update some extra. Liza to issue 9. Can I still have half a day? I have some things to take care of. Yang Mi asked faintly. But she was at peace with herself at this point. It's good to have a solution. Even if it's only for 3 months. 3 months later, the two were not alone when they went to the Yellow Springs together. It had been the best ending she had felt. White Gap, you must remember that these 3 months are given to you by me. You must see the flowery world, even if, for me, Boss Yang said silently in his heart. Yes, I'll wait. The system answered simply. It was shocked until now. Willingly give up their lives for a brief period of 3 months. How can there be such a foolish child in the world? Is it worth it? Hearing the system's answer, Yang Mi settled down and turned to walk out of the hospital room. Outside the ward, many people immediately looked at Boss Yang, their hearts scared. Did you pull out the oxygen tube? Has White Gap left? No one dared to ask. They were afraid of hearing the most unpleasant answer. But everyone was also anxiously waiting for Boss Yang to speak. Just give me a little more time. Okay? Boss Yang gently shook his head. The words broke everyone's heart. Still can't bear to part with it? Or can't bear it? Indeed. There is no more brutal story than that of personally pulling out the oxygen tube of your favorite person. So, who would have the heart to refuse such a request? White Gap's father nodded, while his face was a bit torn with hard feelings. Xiao Yang, really cannot. I come? No. Yang Ni immediately and strongly refused. Uncle, wait for me. You must wait for me. And make sure you don't touch him until I'm back. Okay? White Gap's father closed his eyes and nodded. He knew that the girl in front of him was probably feeling even worse than he was right now. I know. Don't worry. I promise. White Gap's dad said. Boss Yang smiled. Enough, and gave her a little time. Enough. Meanwhile, more information has appeared online. White Gap was on his deathbed, and the family decided that it was time to unplug the ventilator and let him go in peace. Yang Mi will pull out Bai Guy's ventilator with her own hands. Since we can't end up together, let me take you on your last journey. The scene has been sobbing. A miracle. It didn't happen. With his last voice, White Gap said, please, leave me alone. It hurts too much. Looking at this information, netizens were in tears. White Gap, your loved ones are sparing you, but how long should it take them to spare themselves? This is not pulling out oxygen tubes. This is pulling out their hearts. Are you sure Boss Yang pulled it herself? How desperate she had to be. It's the first time I've cried so much, and it feels like I won't be able to slow down for a while. 2 months ago Grandpa left, I pulled out the oxygen tube with my own hands. His snot kept coming out. There was no way for him to continue the oxygen. I watched him close his eyes in front of me. I was numb in that moment. I felt that he was relieved and didn't have to suffer from the disease. For months my parents left me with my grandparents. He raised me for 20 years. And later on, I believe that every wisp of wind blowing over in this whirlwind is him thinking of me. Just as I think of him every late night. Dear old man, I believe you've been watching over me. I believe you've never left me. I wonder how they will feel when they know the real truth. Boss Yang left the hospital and returned to his home. She hadn't seen her parents in a long time. As adults, they get busy with their careers and have less and less time to get together. Back at home, Yang's father and mother could not contain the happiness on their faces when they saw young me. Mimi, back, Gap. How is he doing now? Look at how thin you've gotten lately. Take care of yourself too. Seeing her parents' enthusiasm, Yang Mi had a warm current in her heart. Warm and comfortable. No matter what, home is one's harbor. Came back to check on you guys. The White Gap is fine. I just missed you guys. Boss Yang tried to say it as easily as possible. However, Yang's father and mother had a harder time. Can they not know what kind of daughter they have? The more relaxed she acted, the more pain she was in. Hey, Mimi, think about everything. Some things are destiny. Half of it can't be helped. Yes, if there's anything you're having a hard time with, just talk to us, cry out if you want to, and mom and dad will always be there, always with you. The older two comforted. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just want to eat fried noodles. Dad's fried noodles. I haven't had them in a long time. Can you make me another bowl? Is there any more bean juice in the fridge? It's also been a long time since I drank it. I want that flavor now. Boss Yang really doesn't seem to have any problems at all. By the way, we haven't eaten together for a long time. Today, let's have a good meal as a family. Yes. How could they not listen to their daughter's rare request? The older two immediately went into the kitchen and began to work. In less than half an hour, the fritters were ready. It's not meal time, but it doesn't matter. The family is at the dinner table and it's fun. Just as he ate, tears fell from Boss Yang's eyes. The familiar smell filled her heart with guilt. Neither of Boss Yang's parents said anything, just watched quietly. Their own daughters are suffering in their hearts, and they know it. So cry it out and maybe feel better. The meal was soon over. Sometimes people are just simple, and their last wish is just a bowl of fried noodles and a bowl of bean juice. Dad, Mom, I've got a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Boss Yang got up and wanted to leave. Just as she had just reached the door, behind her, suddenly came the voice of Yang's father. Daughter, do whatever you want. Mom and Dad can afford anything and want you to be happy. Perhaps it was all the unusual behavior of Boss Yang that made Yang's father and mother feel something in their hearts. Yang's father remembered that when Yang Mi was small, he once asked Yang Mi this question. What are you going to be when you grow up? Young Mimi replied, happy. Father Yang said, you misunderstood the title. Yang Mi shook her head. No, it's you who misunderstands life. So, since you've got to be happy in life, do what you want to do. Mom and Dad always support you. Boss Yang held back his tears, didn't say anything, and pushed the door open. There are a lot of people to apologize to no matter what decision is made. But, she couldn't do it without a white gap in the future. So, I'm sorry. In your next life, don't let this ungrateful girl be your daughter. After leaving the house, Yang Mi once again came to the hospital. A man enters the ward. A song suddenly came on downstairs. Born as a summer flower. What a beautiful and sorry world it is. We just hugged and laughed and still shed tears. I came from afar to meet you on one side. Obsessed with lingering on earth. I'm wild for her. I am this dazzling moment. A flash of flame across the sky. I came to see me for you against all odds. I will be extinguished never to return. Boss Yan laughed. It's the Park Book. He's still coming. He came to sing the last song, which he believed the White Gap could hear. Yes, the White Gap must be able to hear it. Just didn't realize. Boss Yan let out a bitter laugh. The song that turned out to be its own swan song. I'll go out and never come back. System, come out. I'm ready, Boss Young said quietly. System, if White Gap really wakes up, how would you explain all this? Won't something like this beyond science make people suspicious? No need to explain. The system faintly uttered these 5 words. Boss Yang froze for a moment, and then understood as well. Yeah, there was no need for an explanation in the first place. Who can explain love? Love itself is a miracle. Oh, indeed. I was overthinking it. Can we start? Jan Mi added. Any time, but are you sure? Trading your whole life for 3 months is a losing deal any way you look at it. The system still doesn't understand. Ha! Boss Yang shook his head. You're wrong. In fact, it's me who's cowardly. In the past, I once asked White Gap such a question. What's the highest state of love? He said, it should be a person who is willing to die for the sake of another. There is nothing more engraved than this. I said no, it's very easy to die for love. The hardest thing is to live for love. It's me who doesn't have the courage to face the rest of my life alone, so I chose to end it like this. And White Gap, the days after that will be truly bitter. I hope he won't blame me. The system doesn't get it. As far as it's concerned, staying alive is the most important thing. It has seen countless people running for those two words. But now, it seems to have found something different. So is there anything else you want to say? I can tell the host for you. The system doesn't sleep. There's only one person who sleeps. No, I'm sure he'll understand. Yang Ni looked deep into the White Gap. This might be her last look. The system sighed and said nothing more. It's ultimately a choice each person makes for themselves. There's no need to think about whether it makes sense or not. The very existence of the system doesn't make sense. The whole process was smooth. So smooth that even the system couldn't believe it. This approach requires 100% willingness on the part of the other person, and even the slightest hint of reluctance will fail. It always used to think that no one could do that. Today, it gets it. It turns out that there really is a feeling that can make the other person give their life willingly. And so, I don't know how long it took before the door to the hospital room was opened once more. When they saw Boss Yang lying motionless beside White Gap, everyone panicked. What's going on here? Yang Ni won't do anything stupid, will she? A bunch of people rushed around. After a thorough inspection, all directions were confirmed. The result left everyone dumbfounded. White Gap's vital signs begin to return, while Boss Yang becomes a vegetable. Dr. Zhang said, I've been in medicine for so many years. I've never encountered such a situation. This feeling is like, Boss Yang gave his life to the White Gap, while he is close to exhaustion. But as a healthcare worker, I can't say that. It's not a science. I prefer to call this a miracle. The source of this miracle is because of love. Hearing this answer, every single person had mixed feelings in their hearts. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Why is it that good news is always followed by bad news? Can't everyone just be nice? This miracle has naturally been posted online as well. The netizens were even more vocal. My God, this reversal. Why am I suspecting that this is a script? One moment this dies, the next that dies. It's messing me up. Boss Yang's love touched the heavens and Bai Gai came to life. But he himself collapsed due to excessive grief. So perhaps this is the best explanation. If you can't love me to the bone, why should you let me accompany you into the ground? If you love me to the bone, what's wrong with accompanying you into the ground? I believe in love once again. Why can't God give both sides a perfect ending? White Gap lives, but he faces all this. How can he live in the future? No one can explain why. Others think it's all too unbelievable to be just a script. But more than that, it was feeling moved. It's just that no matter how many storms there are out there, there's no one who can truly empathize with them. The White Gap is alive and well. Just the doctor's conclusion. He was just lying still and motionless from start to finish. He doesn't want to wake up. White Gap knew all about it. The system had told him all the story at the beginning of his return of consciousness. Just, how can he take it? By what right? Who are you to decide for me? Who are you to do this? I don't want it. I don't want anything. Give it all back to her. All of it. White Gap shouted hysterically. What was it to live like this? All the energy has been used up. I'm weaker now than when you first met me. Not to mention whether or not it can be reversed. And even if it can, I have no strength left. The system said weakly. So that means if there's enough energy, you can bring her back to life? The White Gap is still hopeful. Maybe, I don't know. The system gave an ambiguous answer. It does not want to lie, and does not want to cut off the last hope of the White Gap. People live. There is always a little hope. It thought that maybe after a while, when the feelings faded, everything would look away. The White Gap didn't speak again either. Every minute, every second he's alive right now is Boss Yang's life. And so, after 3 days, White Gap spent 3 days in bed thinking. Today, he stood up for the first time. He went directly to Boss Yang's home, ignoring his physical weakness, kneeled in front of Boss Yang's parents, and heavily kowtowed 3 times. Uncle, Aunt, Bai Gai, swear that give me a little time and I will return a daughter to you. Small Gap, you are also we watched grow up. Never do stupid things. These are Mimi, their own choice. Do not blame you. White Gap didn't say anything, and after making this promise, he dragged his tired body out of here. Looking at the back of the White Gap, Boss Yang's parents felt a bone-chilling heartache. Gap has changed and is no longer the Gap we used to know. How in the world is this world going to torture these 2 young men? No one knows. Leaving Boss Yang's parents' house, the system looked at White Gap and advised. Once again, host, everything can't be forced. Just do your best. I used to have a host who also wanted to resurrect his beloved, but he was opposed by a lot of people. Almost the whole world didn't agree with this situation. He couldn't do anything about it. White Gap just smiled after hearing this. Then kill the whole world. Won't you? Bone-chilling cold. Maybe from now on, the White Gap teacher that everyone admired before really doesn't exist anymore. Is true love energy still energy when there is no love in the heart? Not to purposely drag out the word count, or to not finish, but really want to express a love in the author's heart. I know there will be a lot of people who are not happy to be reading it, but if you can, read it for another week. You'll see the difference. This 3 months is the last 3 months. There will be no more reversals. The ending will be a happy or a sad one. Keep it a secret. Live for others. What kind of extreme pain is this? However, the awakened White Gap didn't feel bad at all, even if, as the system told him, he only had 3 months to live. 3 months in which he would be as healthy as, if not healthier than, a normal person. After all, it's decades of life for life. White Gap also just calmly returned an "oh." No more words. Incredibly calm. Even, he stood alone in front of the mirror, desperately trying to squeeze out a few tears to prove his sadness. But he still failed. Some people say it's a protective mechanism of the brain and that people don't feel sad when they are extremely sad. White Gap doesn't know. All he knew was that there were still many traces of Boss Yang in this house. Boss Yang's slippers, Boss Yang's dresser, Boss Yang's used water cup, and Boss Yang's note left behind. Small gap. To the mealtime, remember to eat on time. Ah, I know you like to eat fish. Sick for so long, is it a long time have not eaten? Today I will be merciful. Reward you 2 fish, just in the refrigerator. Warm up a little bit can be eaten, but don't eat too much. Oh, I'm afraid that you will turn into a fat person. I will be disgusted. Here's the note from the dining room table. Good night. Isn't it blissful to sleep with my good night? Not everyone has this treatment. But don't just focus on happiness. Remember, no more kicking the covers at night. In case you catch a cold, I still have to serve you. I'm fed up with it. So in the future I must change you to serve me. I'm not a bad idea, am I? Humph. Here's the note from the bedroom. Ah, little Gap. I mistook sugar for salt again. Am I so stupid? I can't seem to do anything right. So I've decided that from now on, the honorable and great task of cooking at home will be given to you exclusively. Don't be touched. I'm merciful. It's for the kitchen. There are such handwriting in every corner of the house. I don't know how much effort Boss Yang has taken. Looking at these notes, White Gap feels as if Yang Ni has always existed and never left. On his Twitter account, White Gap wrote this. From now on, I'm just an actor. No one understands what that really means, but the comments continue to be enthusiastic. White Gap, be strong. Staying alive is the most important thing. And if you stay alive, there's still hope. You still have us. We've been there for you. The meaning of this sentence is that Gap will never be himself again alive, but a walking corpse, just like an actor. Right? Hey, a lifelong wretch. It's hard to bear. Every time I see news of him now, it's like seeing the god of death mocking the god of love's incompetence. White Gap didn't read the comments. Does any of this even matter? Doesn't matter. He wanted something more important. White Gap picked up the phone and called Zhang Ying directly. Director Zhang, have you finalized the singers for those 2 songs I wrote? I'd like to sing it myself if I could. Hearing this, Zhang Ying was a bit torn. White Gap, singing is not songwriting. It requires a high level of professionalism. The release of these 2 songs is very important. You can't afford to make a single mistake. It's kind of a euphemism for refusal. Although White Gap had sung a song as long as it was mediocre, it was not a professional singer after all. Zhang Ying was still a little worried. I can go ahead and audition for the song, and if it doesn't work, I won't force it. White Gap then insisted that he had reasons why he had to do this. Zhang Ying thought about it and agreed. Anyway, it would be better to find a reason to reject it when the time comes instead. White Gap came to where Zhang Ying was the next day. When Zhang Ying saw him, he had a surprised look on his face. He's just getting better. And his girlfriend just had an accident? Don't you need to hold off for a few days? How come you're here so soon? It doesn't make sense. What Zhang Ying also said on the phone was that he would just come over when he had time and didn't ask for a specific time. Good morning, guys. Is this breakfast for me? White Gap smiled and greeted everyone. Everyone's face was incredulous. I didn't expect you to come today. And this is something that doesn't need to be rushed. Zhang Ying walked up and spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. I heard that Yang Mi hasn't. Yet I sympathize with you. Thanks. White Gap returned faintly. This flat tone, as if the others were sadder than he was. Soon, White Gap entered the recording studio and looked at the 2 songs he had written and smiled slightly. As desired. Did you get what you wanted? Yang Mi. In the past, I always felt that I was the most miserable, lying in a hospital bed, alone, facing death alone. Now, suddenly, it seems that it was that time that was the happiest, closing my eyes, knowing nothing, insulating all the sadness and despair. Whitegap tried his best to act calm and behave like a normal person. Yet, at some point, grief still comes out of nowhere, caught him off guard. Whitegap took a deep breath, a melancholy and sad voice coming from his bones. In the midst of the moving, there exists another hope, a strength. In this voice, mesmerize everyone. Yes, that's what it feels like, that's what it is. It's a song for the seniors to be moved and empowered. How do you think he did it? After all he just went through. Perhaps it took more experience to sing the song. It's true, only the writer understands the song better. Everyone in the studio was convinced, and after Whitegap finished his song, he still only smiled lightly in the face of so many compliments. I told you, I'm an actor. There are a lot of people who don't understand this actor, but Whitegap understands it in his own mind. The only way to move more people is to be a good actor. These two national promo songs are great opportunities that will be heard by a lot of people when the time comes, and he has to take advantage of them. Though, he wasn't sure if it was helpful for him to do so or not. He'd asked the system about it, and it always gave an ambiguous answer. Not saying it's okay and not saying it's not okay. Whitegap didn't want to think much about it. He just wanted to do what he had to do. He said to the system, "It's nothing really, even if it's a bad outcome. I think I can accept it. Look at me now. I'm so calm that I don't even believe it myself. Sometimes I wonder if maybe I don't love her, or else how come I can't feel the pain." The system sighed. You humans are interesting. I've studied that when humans are faced with great excitement or injury, your brain suppresses your emotions and pain sensation out of a protective mechanism. And it's only after a period of time when you judge that you're not going to die right away even if you feel pain that your brain doesn't suppress your emotions. Is this science? You believe in science too? You are not scientific yourself. Whitegap was non-committal. After leaving Zhang Ying's place, he remained alone, living everything calmly, eating on time, sleeping on time, and would even exercise on time. Healthier and more normal throughout than ever before. But, it's underneath that normalcy that makes it feel wrong. This morning, Whitegap gets a call from Young Mi's dad. He asked Whitegap to go to a tavern and talk together. Whitegap didn't refuse. Boss Yang is lying in a hospital bed, and Boss Yang's parents are his own family. The two arrived at a tavern. Said tavern, but it was actually a quiet bar. Singers, ballads, everything. Boss Yang's dad, on the contrary, is stylish. The two sat at a table by the window, and Jan's father ordered 2 bottles of wine, worth a lot of money. Dash today for once. Usually your aunt won't let me drink it. Been craving it for a long time. Whitegap smiled as if he hadn't even heard the words, instead looking at the bottle and shaking his head. Why is this wine, you say, so expensive? Yang's father froze. What did these two topics have to do with each other? However, thinking of Whitegap's current situation, he sighed softly. Gap, we've kind of watched you grow up. I've actually never regretted the two of you being together. Honey is like that now. You have to be strong. I know, Whitegap said suddenly, thinking it was his words that did the trick. Jan's father smiled and nodded his head. Yes, I know you're a good boy, and I know you must be a strong boy. I've lived for so many years. I believe in the saying, there's nothing you can't get through. Let's wait for Mimi to wake up together, and be good, and let her wake up. Then every one of us as well. I know why this wine is so expensive. It must be because of the craftsmanship, or because he's in this place. So, as it turns out, all Whitegap has been talking about is wine. Gap. Yang's father was a little angry. We have to look forward. Forward. Understand? What's happening now is something none of us want to see happen. You can't live in the past. Uncle, this tavern has a nice decor. That's why it's so expensive, right? Whitegap is still struggling with the question that started it all. Yang's father froze, and for a moment, he really wanted to take Whitegap to see a psychiatrist. It's not normal. It's very abnormal. Are you running away? Are you thinking that this way everything will cease to exist? Don't lie to yourself. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jan's father was a little hysterical. So you accept this? Whitegap finally said a normal sentence before looking at Yang's father quietly with a questioning look in his eyes. A word that broke Young's father's defenses. It's your own daughter lying in bed and you have to be strong enough to persuade another person. That's a cruelty in itself. Yang's father fell silent and took a heavy drink. Whitegap didn't advise either. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Was it avoidance? Maybe it was. He himself didn't know what he was thinking. It just seemed like his brain automatically filtered those words. The mechanism of pain is really silence. With that, the scene was silent for a moment. Until a voice came from the side. Let's break up. It's a gentle girl. No gaslighting. The girl wasn't particularly pretty. but had reddened her eyes. Yes. The boy across the room let out a long sigh. Remember when you used to? You always asked me to do this and that. Wash my face by rubbing it 3 times with cleanser. Eat without making noise. Play with your cell phone. And go to bed without washing my feet. And I always remembered not to. But one thing I remembered was that you said you couldn't say you were breaking up when you were fighting. And I didn't realize that you forgot. Boys have a lot to live up to. Stop it. I've decided. This is the concentric lock you gave me. I don't want it. Don't come to me in the future. The girl heaved the concentric locks off her chest and threw them to the ground. Decide on it. Who's afraid? In the future, whoever finds whoever first is a dog. The boy, also in a fit of pique, similarly grabbed down the keys to the fondness and defiantly threw them to the ground as well. Both were huffing and puffing, neither willing to give in. Have you really decided? At some point, White Gap walked over to the 2 men's table, crouched down, and picked up the lock and key from the floor. How good are you guys now? You can still fight. You can still bicker. You can even turn back when you've done something wrong. You can still say you're sorry. Shouldn't you cherish that? The girl looked at the white gap in the ground and her mouth suddenly opened wide. You're white? There are still a lot of people who recognize the white gap. White Gap hurriedly made a shushing gesture, then quietly walked towards the resident singer, whispered a few words in the singer's ear, and got a guitar. Wanted to sing a song that tells people not to be sorry. For everyone here, the guitar sounded. White Gap himself was studying music, and his guitar skills were naturally good. The intro is lush and beautiful, with a hint of melancholy. White Gap's voice also came to mind at this moment. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately you were long gone, disappearing into the sea of people. Later, finally in tears, I realized that some, once missed, will never be. It's such a shame to give up on a relationship so easily when you're young and foolish. There are some things that by the time you get it, there's nothing more you can do. The first words went into the heart. The couple from earlier, looking into each other's eyes, gently, uncharacteristically, took each other's hands. It's just that the song isn't just for them, and you're singing it to the white gap itself. Gardenia, white petals, fall on my blue pleated skirt. Love you, you whisper. I lower my head and smell a fragrance. That eternal night, 17 years old in midsummer. The night you kissed me, let me in the time to come. Whenever there is an exclamation, always remember the starlight of that day. Why was it then that love could be that simple? And why, when one is young, must one's beloved be hurt? In this similar late night, whether you are the same, also in the quiet pursuit of regret sentimental, if then we can, not so stubborn, now also not so sorry. How do you all remember me? With a smile or very silent? Has anyone been able to keep you from being lonely all these years? Very straightforward lyrics, very colloquial love songs, no brilliant tricks, no vocal cries. It's like a statement. In its sourness and sweetness, it leaves people with a mixed mental picture. The song is called Later, but the lyrics are all about the beginning. Who hasn't had a heartfelt love? Who doesn't have that one person in their heart that is always hidden? Her or him. Is it okay? Remember me? A lot of people were red-eyed. Don't cut. Really don't cut. Why can't we just get back together? There's no betrayal, no fights, no new love, just no talking between us. It's forever. I had wrongly regarded the aged vinegar as ink, wrote half a lifetime of paper acid, and had wrongly regarded the aged ink as vinegar, drank half a lifetime of heart bitterness, and finally, wrongly mixed the ink and vinegar, half a lifetime of bitterness and half a lifetime of acid. I miss you, Li Yan. Are you still doing well? Everyone showed different things on their mind. Only White Gap, scene after scene of Boss Yan kept echoing in his mind. Why are you so stubborn? Why did you make that choice? Why do you have to hurt the one you love so much? Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately you were long gone, disappearing into the sea of people. Later, finally in tears, I realized that some people, once missed, are no longer. The White Gap song continues. The couple who had just quarreled had burst into tears. Later we all changed. Remember the beginning? You would stay up late at night because you were waiting for my messages. You would stand under the dormitory floor for 2 hours because I had a stomachache just for a packet of stomach pills. You would say good morning and good night to me every day. But now, is it you who have changed, or is it time that has changed? The girl cried. If the past hadn't been so good, how could it be so hard to let go now? Yes, how wonderful it was in the beginning. The boy also began to reminisce. Now that I think about it, I really miss that hesitant, to let me like you 4 words, on the edge of my mouth and swallowed, until I cannot hide it to say out loud. But, the girl was not willing. Why is it different now? Do you know? I manage you because I am afraid that you are hard to bear. I know that after graduation you are very hard and tired. But the middle of the night drunkenness, you will have a stomachache for a few days. Your skin is not good. Your face will always grow so many small pimples. All the cleansers are carefully selected by me. You have not had that kind of situation for a long time. I thought that by doing all this you would understand. However, I was wrong. I do all this in exchange for only your impatience. Perhaps it really should be over. Later, you will understand. What is love? The girl seemed to suddenly look away, but she still felt a tear in her heart when she said the words. Is it true that you don't love anymore? Do you really want to give it up? Or is it love that won't work? By this time, Whitegap had also finished his song and looked at the boy and girl silently. I kind of envy you guys. I think you're happy. At least you can still fight. At least you can still bicker. At least you can still cry and go begging for each other to come back after a breakup. And Whitegap sighed. Something he couldn't say. Don't not know to cherish when you have. Don't wait until you lose to regret. Sooner or later you will understand. The porridge in the early morning is better than the wine in the late night. The person who cheats you is better than the person who loves you will say. The youthful exuberance will only make the person who loves you deeply get hurt. I just hope all of us don't understand in our tears that there are some people who, once you miss them, you are not there. A lot of people get it and are silent. I don't know if they were thinking of the figure in their head or the girl who was now beside them. The quarreling boy and girl bit their lips and looked at each other, tears welling up in their eyes. Thank you, Mr. Whitegap. It's just that. Hey times, forget it. I'd better go. You later, be good alone. Maybe it can't stand the sadness. The girl stood up and turned around, tears falling from her eyes. She counted in her mind. Only 3 counts. After the 3 count, if the boy still didn't call out to her, then she'd give the relationship a period. It was almost 3, but there was still no sound behind him. The girl bit her lip, and the tears could no longer be suppressed, rolling down in drops. I was wrong. It was in a moment of despair that this expectant voice finally sounded. 3 hours of kanji is slow but warm and sweet. 3 minutes of instant noodles is fast but unhealthy and not hunger resistant. I mean, I would like to stay with you all the time to slowly make kanji warm and peaceful. Long time. I won't be like that in the future. Give me another chance, okay? The girl turned and trotted into the boy's arms. Sometimes love is so simple. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Whitegap's mouth on the stage. This is probably most usual love. There have been fights. There have been reconciliations. There have been little goodbyes. And there have been 100 turns. And it's always been you. Just, does someone else's happiness matter to you? Looking at the couple's sweet smile, Whitegap's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain, almost suffocating. He thought of Boss Young again. There was a time when we were as sweet as they were. But now, this sharp pain made Whitegap almost unable to control himself. He wanted to vent. He picked up the stage microphone high up and slammed it down. Pop! The microphone was in pieces, blooming cruelly on the ground. Whitegap couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him about the whole thing from start to finish. Why isn't he the one who made the mistake? When he's the one who walks over the glass slag every day? The scene was stunned. Everyone didn't know what was going on and stayed where they were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. It's a custom in our music industry to drop the mic to signify that the song is over. So thank you for your support. Or the resident singer just now reacted quickly and immediately came out to explain, while saying that he also walked up to the stage, pulling Whitegap, and gave everyone a deep bow. The crowd, though puzzled, accepted this explanation and applauded. Without a word, Whitegap found Young's father backstage and left in a hurry. Young's father was also silent. If others don't get it, can he not get it? The Whitegap is bitter. So let it out. Just let it out. Whitegap's performance at the bar was, unsurprisingly, transmitted online. Then the song, not surprisingly, exploded right out of the gate. How can there be such a beautiful love song? My ears are pregnant. Who sings it? Who wrote it? Whitegap. That's okay. Reminds me of my first love. Are you okay? I stopped believing in love a long time ago. Or rather, I stopped believing in love coming to me a long time ago. And it wasn't until I heard that song and thought of that silly girl in school who liked to look at me stupidly and who wouldn't get mad if I bullied her that I realized that I was the one who missed out. Shaoli. Later I finally learned how to love. But unfortunately you have long been far away. Disappeared in the sea of people. I hope to let you brush to this message. I will certainly go to Poritz I have. To find you. Brothers help me. Thanks. Later, it quickly dominated the charts, becoming the most played song of the day and trending to break records. This achievement, too, shocked the entire music industry. Doesn't this man have limits? How do you sing a song that's on fire? In the group of singers that I was a singer in the beginning, everyone started another round of chatting. And a new person has been added to this group. Mr. Wang Feng, one of the representative figures of Chinese rock. It's normal. I'm a singer is an elimination system. Some people leave. Some people come. Rain God, did you all hear it? And then this song. It's just absolutely amazing. I'd call it a love song ceiling. Lu called. Agreed. Xiaohan, agreed +1. Ziggy, agreed +2. Han Hong, agreed +10,086. Wang Feng, Zi is giving birth today. Rain God, what do you guys say about how Mr. White Gap's brain grows? Why is he so powerful? Those songs he wrote, I'll be able to write one in my life. I'll live up to it. Han Hong, reign at ease. Don't be delusional. Don't go to Guangdong recently. Yan Zhao, you're not welcome there. Ziki, Mr. White Gap is so handsome. Xiaohan, my heart goes out to Mr. White Gap. He's only just gone through so much. Hey, it's a shame none of us can help him. Wang Feng, Zi gave birth to a boy. Lu Ju, in fact, many programs are now inviting by Gap to do programs. His body plus his story can earn a huge wave of tears just by standing there. These people also don't consider by Gap's physical condition. They only do it for their own interests. And I believe that Mr. By Gap would never do such a claptrap. Li Jian, agreed. Han Hong, agreed +1. Ziggy, agreed +10,086. Wang Feng, spitting blood. Today's headline. Shouldn't it be me? Why is it White Gap and later? It's an unwritten rule in the entertainment industry that if you can steal Wang Feng's headlines, it must be a big deal. White Gap, destined to become the man who stands on the shoulders of legends. Meanwhile, White Gap, who was back at home lying in bed, didn't care about what was going on online. Doesn't mean he doesn't know what's going on. That it was a love song to go along with the story of the bar that made more and more people reminisce or believe in love. And some even started chasing it again. The percentage of such people wasn't much, but when placed in Daxia, in front of such a large base, it was an astronomical number. This also provided the system with a lot of true love energy, and the system's entire state was much better. Being famous is great. The energy is much faster this time than before. A song with a story, plus you're now on your own. The system suddenly paused, as if it realized it had said something it shouldn't have. Plus I'm a tragedy in my own right and stand there wanting to make people cry, right? White Gap said with a smile. In fact, it's the biggest miracle that you're standing here alive right now. The system wants to comfort. It doesn't matter. White Gap shook his head. Importantly, I'd like to know, what will all this energy do for you? Will it awaken her in 3 months? Or not? White Gap quietly waited for the answer. A question he had asked countless times during this time. But, every time he was still nervous. I don't know. 1,000 answers. What happens later can only be known later. White Gap shook his head. In fact, sometimes he wondered if the fact that the system evaded every time meant that it really couldn't do this thing. However, White Gap quickly put that thought behind him again. There must be hope. And there must be something you're not doing enough of. I've been invited to a couple of shows that I'm going to go to. Especially these singing ones. And I want to be along for the ride. Are you crazy? Hearing White Gap's words, the system instantly became agitated. Do you know that they are only trying to use your story to attract attention? To win sympathy? To win tears? Which will only set you up with some messy scripts. What with the death of a loved one? 9 deaths. They are capable of anything. Even the promotion is predetermined. Whoever has the money is the master. You are not breaking your own path later by participating in these things? I told you. I'm an actor. White Gap's reaction was calm. So what if there's a script? Wouldn't a more tragic story be more likely to make people feel true love? And your energy will grow. You should be happy. That's different. The system was in a bit of a hurry. I don't want this kind of thing that comes by cheating. And, more importantly, don't think that just because you're on your feet, your body is completely fine to participate in the program. Do you know how tiring it is? Singing like crazy, rehearsing like crazy will only drain your hard-won life. And even I can't save you if something goes wrong. Do you think I'd be afraid? White Gap asked back coldly. The system was surprisingly dumbfounded for a moment. It is the only person who can see the whole process of all the state of the White Gap in the past few days. The extreme normal under, but always inadvertently burst, the bar to smash the microphone, and now to go to the show. There were even more outrageous ones, the system once saw. Late one night, White Gap looking into a mirror and slamming punch after punch until it was a bloody mess. Life is worse than death. Perhaps the life of a White Gap can be described this way. But, the system still won't give up. But think about it, the life you have now, was given to you by Yang Mi, by your girlfriend who sacrificed herself to give it to her. And she wants you to live well and be happy. So, it would mean nothing if two people couldn't be neatly together. White Gap interrupted it directly. System, if you tell me that I indeed just need to work hard, and in 3 months, my beloved will awaken, even if this time is 3 years, 30 years, Then I will definitely protect myself and wait for the moment of occupation. But isn't it true that even you don't know if it's possible? Then let me help you. Mass production produces qualitative change. When you have enough energy, it may produce unexpected changes. White Gap is like a madman right now. But then again, he did need such a hope to keep himself alive. The system was silent. It didn't know how to advise. It also wondered for the first time if its decision to let Boss Yang trade his life for his life was the right one in the first place. My friend, did I put you in this position? The system sighed deeply. I used to write songs with my life, but now I really have to. Well, sing with my life. The news of White Gap's decision to participate in the show went viral. The first to release the news was I'm a Singer. I'm a Singer's last kicker, White Gap, who will go straight to the finals if the kicker is successful. When this news came out, the netizens exploded straight away. My God, really? Isn't White Gap just sick? Shouldn't he be in the convalescence stage now? Why did he suddenly come to the program? Can your body stand it? I have insider information. It is said that it is Boss Yang previously had a contract with Mango to participate in other programs. As a result, Boss Yang had an incident. And finally, after haggling, Mr. White Gap dragged his sick body to participate in the Singers to make up for the loss of Mango. He said that he did not want Boss Yang to owe anything to the world. Upstairs, are you telling the truth? I want to cry when I read your sentence. How can there be such an infatuated man in this world? It's so tragic. Mr. White Gap, go for it. In fact, when I listened to that song later, I had the feeling that White Gap was very bitter in his heart. Especially bitter. The story started before the program even began. Actually, the author knows that writing it that way before might make some people choose to give up for a while. It's just that there's still a lot more the author wants to express and won't let you down. And those who haven't given up hopefully will click a little bit on that reminder button today to let me know that you're with me in coming out of despair together. I'm a Singer, joined by White Gap. This news has many people looking forward to this installment with great anticipation. This is White Gap's first time on the show. Of course, there are plenty of people who don't think highly of the White Gap. Now, it's true that when you're famous you can do anything. I'm a Singer. I've been chasing after it for several years. I've always felt that it's a professional stage, a place where only good singers can go. But White Gap, I admit that I've written a song, but has the singing ability been recognized? Is he a professional? I think it's just a dabbler. However, these comments were immediately countered by the brigade. I'll go. Can you fix your brain? Mr. White Gap himself is a graduate of the Conservatory of Music. It's not your turn to question it here. It's already a miracle that Mr. White Gap can stand on the stage, and it's your turn to talk about it here? Who are you? Never heard of a dear child? Never heard of just being ordinary? Have you never heard of later? Keyboard warriors. They're so superior, aren't they? Life's not good, is it? In any case, the White Gap's debut has already gone unaired. Various celebrities have certainly gotten the news, and many of those who have crossed paths with White Gap have called to inquire. Mr. White Gap, are you really coming? I'll be attending that episode. I'll get to see you again, and I'll be sure to canvass for you then. This is Ziggy calling. White Gap smiled. He still felt good about the impression of this goldfish mouth girl, but it's just good. Thanks, but forget about canvassing. Just a reminder, don't get too involved with me. It's easy to draw fire. Drawing fire? Ziggy was a little confused, but not the least bit afraid. It's okay, MS. White Gap, even if I get horny for you. White Gap blushed instantly. Burning with desire? What's this talk of tigers and wolves? Is this girl serious? Mr. White Gap, did I say something wrong? Seeing that White Gap didn't reply, on the other end of the phone, Ziki asked weakly again. I'm from Shangjiang. I'm a little bad with idioms. Mr. White Gap, don't mind. No, it's fine. The hell with that. Deng Ziki is a songwriter and writes her own lyrics for many of her songs. Bad idiom? Are you fooling the ghost? Hanging up the phone, White Gap didn't think much about it. Other people think that he is on the show for the heat, for the dream. Only he knew that this time, if he was going to play, he was going to play big. Other singers also called White Gap, but they weren't as revealing as Ziki, and White Gap ended the call after a few polite words. Time passes quickly, and before you know it, it's the day I'm a Singer airs. It's 4 hours before the program starts. The program is still broadcast live, except that this time Mango used the highest level of security, and even invited the armed police to help. There's no way around it. There's just too many people. Just like a certain trio of youngsters' 10-year anniversary concerts. Even the trees outside were contracted. This false prosperity is like a clown's farce, ridiculous and pathetic. A White Gap in the background. In his room, sitting alone. He hadn't been idle. He'd been talking to the system. Now they were really like a pair of friends who could talk and be honest with each other whenever they wanted. Is this really necessary? One man's power is too small against such a superstructure and will probably, well, go to pieces. The system was a little worried. White Gap smiled. System, in fact, in the past, every one of our songs was also quite good and hot, but the energy given to you has not been particularly much. Do you know why? The system didn't say anything. It didn't know, or it felt that it was already pretty good. The previous hosts, all of them, did not do as well as the White Gap. It's because it's so niche. Whether it's the mountains, cancer, or those stressed out kids, they're just one group in society, not the majority. How much can we donate and save lives? Only by changing the majority of people. Your energy can be maximized in a short time. White Gap explained lightly. But aren't you rushing things? We can take it one step at a time. Take a risk and the end result could be nothing. The system is still uneasy. There's no time. White Gap sighed. There's another one, waiting for me. Once again, the system was silent. 3,000 famous lamps for you. Flowers blooming all over the city for you. What a word for love. At that moment, the door to the room was opened and the director of I Am a Singer walked in. First time on the show. Nervous? It's okay. It's just, I'll probably have something to say on stage. And the length piece, it needs to be given more. This you don't worry. Even if you don't want to say, the audience on the spot will not agree. Specially arranged for you to come out last. There are considerations in this regard. You just don't want to talk for hours at a time as if you were giving a speech. And there is no problem with the rest. The director patted himself on the back. Thanks. White Gap nodded. After sending the director away, almost back and forth, there was another knock on the door of the room. After opening the door, Lu Calling was in the front, with Rain God, Han Hong, Zichi and a host of other singers behind him. White Gap, I really didn't expect to have the chance to perform with you on the same stage, but it's a great pressure on us old guys. Originally, according to the usual practice, we've gone through so many issues. The last issue will definitely be a kicker of a singer who is not very strong, disguised as a way of bailing us out of the finals. But as a result, you're here, so it seems that we'll have to concede a position. Lu Call said jokingly, which is not true. You're the ones who are all seniors. I'm just here to learn. Besides, with everyone's strength, making it to the finals, that's not a handful. White Gap said politely. Everyone laughed. That's right. Even if the White Gap kickoff succeeds this time, the one who was eliminated will definitely be resurrected through the resurrection match. This kind of subterfuge is understood by those who understand it. It feels like a dream to be able to stand with you. But, White Gap, is your body okay? Don't be strong. Live to do more. Han Hong asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. It's okay. Can't die. Fate is too amazing. Those who deserve to die don't die. Those who deserve to live don't live. I'll take care of myself, even if it's not for my own sake. The innuendos of this statement are many, and it also makes these singers, inevitably, feel a pain in their hearts. Mr. White Gap, there are many things that will pass if you pull through. I've despaired before, but aren't I fine now? You can too. Xiao Han was really quite distressed. Despair? Hope? White Gap repeated the two words, and suddenly, his mind flickered as if he had caught something. Wait, I have a song that would be perfect for you. With this in mind, White Gap hurriedly found a pen and paper, and in less than 10 minutes, a song jumped off the page. It's over. It's over. Seeing White Gap's movements, the rain god spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Another spot is going to be missing. Looks like I'm going to have to go prepare for the resurrection match. He. The crowd was silent. Who of them didn't know the strength of White Gap? This time, a song was written specifically for Xiaohan. So Xiaohan is definitely on the level of the first and second. Moreover, now from the competition time, there are more than 3 hours. Les Han is the penultimate singing. Temporary change of song. Completely in time. People are more angry than people. But they didn't have the cheek to ask White Gap to write one for them too. White Gap is very sick anyhow. This kind of thing, they can't do it. Xiao Han got the song, looked down at it several times, and tears filled his eyes. Mr. White Gap, is this really for me? White Gap nodded. I believe only you can sing the soul of this song. Xiao Han bowed deeply to the White Gap. This song, it's so much like her. Just like her past. Countless tears. Even the brightest star is just an ordinary person who has struggled. Just like the rest of the world. When the crowd saw Xiaohan's reaction, they also knew that Mr. White Gap must have written another amazing song. However, due to the rules, they did not ask more questions. White Gap, what song are you going to sing tonight? Can you reveal it in advance? I'm very curious. Li Jian changed the subject. Alive. White Gap replied directly. A song title? That's not much of a secret. Alive? Everyone chanted those 2 words in their minds. Is this an epiphany from the aftermath of a robbery? Is this the path of the heart in great distress? Those 2 words alone made all hearts tremble. What they don't realize, however, is that what White Gap is going to sing about is not the living of a person, but the living of a people, of a nation. After leaving White Gap's room, the goldfish-mouthed Ziki's mouth pouted even higher. Brother White Gap writes songs for Xiaohan and not for me. Does he not like me? Or does he like Xiaohan more? I seem to be jealous. On the other hand, Xiaohan, who was on the other side, had a strange feeling in his heart. Mr. White Gap only wrote songs for me. Is he treating me differently? Bah! Can't think like that. Mr. White Gap is Boss Yang's. But we don't know if Boss Yang can wake up in the future? Will one? Really? A girl's mind is always hard to guess. Time passed and it was finally 8 o'clock in the evening. I'm a Singer has officially started too. The final installment of the main competition was a great one, with every singer working extra hard and pulling out their killer moves. Brilliant. I don't even know who to pick. After so many installments of this fight, every single one of them is bar none. It's so hard. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Mr. Han Hong and Mr. Lu Ju are still slightly better. As of now, they should be first and second. Li Jian is not bad either. That mid-bass, it's just great. Until now, I still have the image of that song in front of my eyes. Yes, the way things are going, Han Hong and Lu Jiao will be strong contenders for the title, with Li Jian close behind. However, there are 2 others who have not made an appearance, Xiaohan and White Gap. Especially with the White Gap, no one will know what kind of performance he will bring. Everyone is looking forward to it. As the penultimate singer exited the stage, Xiaohan slowly made his way to the stage. After the name of the song Xiaohan sang appeared on the big screen at the scene, everyone was stunned. Name of the song, Diao. Lyrics by White Gap. White Gap came out early in this fashion. The audience got excited. White Gap produces a fine product. Xiaohan, on stage, took a deep breath, and a beautiful song came out of her throat as a child's voice ended. Dio, living somewhere in Daxia, vulture-like, perched on a mountaintop. A Dio, in front of the gate of the Dezhao temple, spread with sunshine, beat a pot of sweet tea. We talk about the past. Dio, you always dress yourself like a boy, can be more tenacious than Gasang. Ah Dio, hypocrites have 1,000 laughs. When you go down the mountain, remember to bring the Zhuama knife under the gray brim of your hat. Sunken cheeks, you seldom speak. Simple answers, where tomorrow is, who cares about you, even if you fall on the road. The audience listened very attentively, as if some point in their hearts had been suddenly pricked. This song, so hard, it's Diao who sings it, but how can it not be everyone? The older I get, the lonelier I get. Hypocrites have 1,000 ways to smile. Behind the daily smiles, one can only wear a gray-brimmed hat and rarely speak. But who's going to feel sorry for themselves? One can only run at tomorrow alone. And even if one falls and sacrifices, no one will care. That's the community. As an adult, you don't have friends anymore either. As Xiaohan sings next, Dio, will you get a full meal tomorrow? You're used to it. Loneliness is a religion. Dio, won't be smoothed out by reality. You're not from this world nah. There's no need to care about the truth. Ill-fated, obsessively bland, waving away youth, countless stations, willing to be ordinary, but not willing to fester in the ordinary. You're Dio. You're a free bird. When Xiaohan sang the last line, you are a free bird, the entire person seemed to have erupted with infinite power, and his voice cut through the sky and penetrated into the clouds, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. What kind of power is it to have such an interpretation? Cried. Xiaohan sang about herself, being strong and no longer afraid to be brave. Fantastic. Everyone laughs at Dio, and everyone is Dio again. And Dio is a poor man, just like every one of us here. Really, when I heard Xiaohan sing the line "You're a free bird," with all her might, there is a feeling of wanting to cry. The heart is trembling, touched. Maybe, I am also struggling like Adieo. Each of the singers backstage were also dumbfounded. They didn't say anything, but they knew that another famous scene of Ceiling God had come. White Gap. Still the same White Gap. Instead, White Gap laughed quietly, watching the reaction of the audience on stage. He knew that he had done it. This song is about Xiaohan, but more so about most ordinary people. Getting the audience into such a state of mind ahead of time will be a big plus for the rest of one's performance. The real bombshell, which has only just begun. Can one singer change the world? White Gap wants to try. Are you all unwilling to click on the hypnosis? Tomorrow's rush will be over 500. 3 more. Here we go. Finally, with Xiaohan's brilliant performance over, the much anticipated White Gap is finally coming out. White Gap slowly walks to the center of the stage, smiles and greets everyone, and utters the first words, "Hello everyone." It was 3 simple words that broke the hearts of many viewers. So skinny, skinnier than it looked on the video. Is it his dream to stand up on stage and sing? Is that why he has to stand up against all odds? No, I heard he was doing it for Boss Young. For Boss Young's contract with Mango, and he said they don't owe anyone. I've heard that too. The real man who dares to love. So whatever he sings today, my ticket is his. This is the image of the White Gap now. He's not just a star. He's more of a fighter, a symbol. Just one appearance touched countless people. When the scene was a little quieter, White Gap picked up the microphone, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "The name of my song, it's called Alive. It is so hard to live. I have read a saying before, it is easy to be born, it is easy to live. It is not easy to live." I didn't understand it at that time, but now I understand. In fact, every person who comes to this world, especially to Dacia, it is a purgatory. It is to suffer. Of course, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about all of you here, and all of the regular people watching the livestream and not watching the livestream. You're suffering more than I am. And next up, this one is alive. For all of you. White Gap's words left many people puzzled. Is there anything more bitter than a terminal illness? Is there anything more cruel than a favorite lying in bed? Why did White Gap say that? With this question in mind, music was played. Just heard the intro and a lot of people knew it. It's a ballad. There are 3 ballads: Love, Ideal, and Far Away. There are 3 types of listeners: lonely, mediocre, and down and out. Must be another hit song. Everyone listened in silence. White Gap's melancholy voice rang out. Every day I stand on a tall building and look at the little ants on the ground. Their heads are big. Their legs are skinny. They're holding Apple phones. They're wearing Nike Adidas. They're going to be late for work and they're in a hurry. My poor Jeep. It's been a long time since I climbed a mountain or crossed a river. He's in this city, living a depressing life. Although he didn't say anything, I know he's sad. I quietly made a wish. Take him to Mongolia. Very simple lyrics. Very simple life. Yet it seems to be everyone's daily routine. But it was as if their hearts were all stabbed. People in various fields are struggling with the hurried pace of life. A state of life where they don't want to live like this but have to live like this. Everyone has everyone's stresses and worries about living a life they don't really want to live. Isn't that life? At that moment, a video appeared on the stage's big screen. A recent hot news story. Chen of a state-owned enterprise, when faced with the leader's unreasonable request to work overtime on the Qingming festival, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and exploded. Here's what he said in the chat transcript. "Leader, are you going to work overtime? Chen Mao, I go to a hammer. I add a hammer. You want to be a pug to lick the leader. Trouble do not bring us. Recently which brother is not tired? A general is incompetent. Tired of the 3 armies. Damn. The equipment craft of the come to find fault when. How you do not dare to dislike them. That surnamed Lu Dickus when. How you do not dare to fart. It's just like a harboring. Chen Mao, angry with me. Now here to flaunt. Go to your mother. After work do not send messages. Do not call. This group itself is everyone chatting and playing P. Just you came then the work. Then your sister? There are many records, but they speak to the heart of each and every one of them. This thing is also very hot. Over all the traffic stars. Chen Mo's words caught the pain point in the heart of every person. 996. Overtime. Endless. And what about wages? What about overtime? Sorry, never heard of it. Just know that you have to work on it so that your boss can replace the car next year. Just give you a big pie and tell you it's your dream. Of course there's a consequence to such a hot story. Chen's incident was quickly resolved, and the solution was simple. Chen is a fake. It's all a forgery. It's a deliberate rumor by the unwanted employees of this state-owned company. It turns out that someone deliberately started a rumor just to work overtime. It turns out that the group of 400 people are all actors. We're all fighters. Don't we know if it's fake or not? The I'm a Singer scene was calm. So calm that the only thing that came out of it was the White Gap song. Panicked and rushed. Why is life always like this? Does it mean that this is how my ideal type spends his life? Unassuming and unhurried. Maybe that's the way life should be, shall we say, after 60, to find the freedom I want. Year by year. Fly by. Or that little bit of small savings. I like a lot of things still cannot afford to buy. Life is always trouble. Until now I have not gotten used to it. They say that money is a son of a bitch, but it's a good looking. The video is still playing on the big screen at the site. A man in his 30s breaks down and cries on the side of the road because of a violation. Man, I really find it so hard to live. Police, you're in your 30s and you're not married? Man, no. I don't dare. Which money? Mortgage $6,000 per month. Car loan $3,000. I don't dare to have other expenses. This clothes have been worn for 5 years. I haven't changed. Adult breakdowns are often just a moment away. 10:21 p.m. Underground parking lot. A man in a suit sits on the floor in tears. The security guard was advising from the side. Don't cry, big brother. I'm just a pack of paper. The man didn't listen. Unable to contain his tears. He must have run into something really hard and that's why he's so out of it. That's when the phone rang. The man instantly looked like a master of face changing. Immediately wiped away his tears and picked up the phone, pretending that nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. 1. Okay, I'll be right back at the office. Hanging up the phone, another deep sigh. It's time to move on after all the crying. With his family in his left hand and his career in his right, he can't fall. It's really not an easy world to be an adult in. There are many more stories like this. The netizens didn't cry, but the bitterness in their hearts was no less than anyone else's. Sometimes it's so hard that it really feels like I can't hold it together. I get up at 5 a.m. Every morning and go home at 10 p.m. Every night. Can strangers give me some encouragement? I really can't hold on much longer. Upstairs. Come on. Don't look down because you'll get a double chin if you do. Why is it that the most tired people are the most bitter? Some people say that origin doesn't matter. But I think that origin is the most important. The end of my life running is just the starting point of others. No, the starting point is not even. Believe me, there are 3, 6 and 9 classes of people. They were spouting off to their heart's content. This is society. This is life. Life is far more bitter than a terminal illness. Or maybe everyone is actually living with a terminal illness. White Gap is a song about the coldness of the world, about life in general, and about the lack of hope. The songs were sung to the hearts of the people. The pop-ups are also getting denser. Hey, a lot of people actually die at 25, but aren't buried in the ground until they're 75. Money is a son of a bitch. Good looking. Ha ha. Well written. You scolded me material. But have you ever thought, I'm only 20. Why do you want to take on a lot more pressure than your peers? You pampered grew up and the baby can know a great northwest ravine out of the boys to go to the south to earn money to sleep on the streets of what feelings? Do you know that I live $19 a week? A day only dare to eat a packet of instant noodles to carry over the days of the days. And now I found a job is also in the now I found a job and I'm working hard to support myself. You don't understand why you're talking about me. Why? There's not a lot of skill or substance to the song. It's quite a bit lesser than the songs that were available before, if not more so. Yet, he truly sang to the hearts of ordinary people. Although White Gap was from a good family, he had felt the coldness and warmth of the world during the time he was away from home. So, a lot of things he understands too. He picked up the microphone and said quietly, live, really hard. Once I also have a dream. Want to make a world with their own hands. I left home. I went looking for a job and I thought that if I worked hard I would be able to achieve all the things I wanted. And it turned out. The job posting said that the salary of $300 to $500. In fact, is to tell you that the salary of $3,000, nothing else. The requirements of practical and willing to work, not afraid of suffering. In fact, it is to tell you. You have to do the dirtiest and most tired work, but also non-stop overtime. You cannot complain. The requirements of 30 years of age, not limited to work experience. In fact, that is to say that we want to graduates, to cut leaks fiercely. The requirements are not afraid of the pressure, courageous and forward. In fact, it is to say that the leadership of the temperament is not good, ready to be scolded. Interesting? It was then that I realized that all the lies that had been told could be described in nice words. And that it wasn't the bosses who were painting the pie, it was this society, this country. In the past, I never felt that buying a house was my dream, and in my condition, I didn't need to buy a house, so I didn't understand those who run around and work hard every day just to buy a house. I thought it was living, until later. I worked by myself for 2 months. I didn't realize that on my own, buying a house is too hard, almost impossible. The average person just goes from having nothing to being in debt. Sad, but not funny. This passage from the White Gap speaks to the hearts of many, but to a lot of people backstage, that's a stone's throw away. Lu Kal opened his mouth wide. Isn't he afraid of trouble when he says that? Han Hong shook her head, but he seems to be telling the truth. Li Jian shared his feelings. One who has even lost his life is fearless. Mr. White Gap, a true warrior. Only Ziki's eyes were full of little stars and she looked like a brainwashed fan. Wow, Mr. White Gap, really handsome. On the other hand, the staff of the program is not so laid back. Boss, these words can be a bit treacherous. Our program is an entertainment program, not so in-depth. Further broadcast may have accidents. I suggest to hurry to interrupt and declare that all the remarks have nothing to do with us. One of the people in charge said with a sweaty head. White Gap's words had scared him. I suggest you don't suggest it. The director looked at the constantly refreshing ratings in the background and said without looking up, he's also a dreamer, and he wants to do an in-depth episode. So, okay, that line above is bullshit. The director has his own channels and knows some of White Gap's background, especially since the next national campaign song is still from him. Such a person should be officially netted, right? Besides, even if something did happen, it wouldn't be too late for him to clarify it. It's not too late. The most important thing now is to earn the heat first. Of course, it was the audience that was most affected by the White Gap passage. They are the ordinary people who have all the heartaches of life. Cried and nibbled the last bite of my buns, then immediately set off to earn money for tomorrow's buns. Can I just say I'm still working late? Stealing a glance at my cell phone. It's going to be another sleepless night today. White Gap continued. Dasha's working hours, in the whole world, are among the top 8 hours of work time. It is simply a nightmare. The bus subway inside the snoring. Death from overwork cannot be prevented. The leader does not go. No one dares to get off work first, and the leader himself, but also to set an example, cannot be the first to retreat. 996. It is a happy thing to do. Work more than 10 hours a day. Sleep time seriously insufficient. The news of sudden death is endless. Dasha has become a big country of overwork death. Of course, there are people noticed such a problem. The regulations do not allow employees to work overtime. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal. The work that should be done is not at all less. The company does not allow to do it. Then take it to the home. The upper has a policy. The lower has a plan. If those who can actually solve the problem can hear me, I'd like to say to you, do some good. Underneath this so-called pomp and circumstance is a bunch of people living and breathing. And remember, my name is White Gap, and I'm not a temp, or a cynic, but just a person who dares to speak up. Applause. Thunderous applause. Regardless of how well the song was sung, just because of White Gap's comments, he deserved the respect of all ordinary people. Live a little happier. Live a little easier. There's nothing wrong with that. White Gap bowed deeply before leaving the stage as well. He didn't know if it would help, but he knew that with the first vocalization, there would be a second and a third. Sooner or later, a star can start a prairie fire, and it is only by providing help for such problems of a broad social nature that the energy of the system increases much more. Even if you may face retaliation, you may face closure, you may face deep water. So what? Mimi, wait for me. This isn't sci-fi. In fact, sometimes public opinion can change things when it gets to a certain point. We have a neighbor, one I don't like much, who once had no overtime allowed written into the law because of public opinion, and is now working less than 8 hours per capita. Clicking down to urge more. Thank you. Backstage, White Gap sat quietly on the couch by himself. It had been a while since he had said so much at once, and White Gap felt tired, really tired. What happened next was none of his business. He just wanted the show to end quickly. As for what will happen later, that will come later. It wouldn't be a bad thing if some people did see it. In the final rankings, White Gap took first place. Maybe his songs aren't the best, but his substance, for sure, is the deepest. This first is not in doubt. The live broadcast is over and the stars can go their separate ways. White Gap simply packed up his things and greeted Lucol, Han Hong and a few other artists he was still familiar with before heading out first. He had things to do. People waiting for him. White Gap teacher. Just as he reached the door, a timid voice suddenly called out to White Gap. Have you got a minute? I'd like to take you to dinner. It's Ziggy. I don't know why, but when she said this, her entire face turned red. Her head was lowered to look at the ground, and her toes were still shaking up and down. Buy me dinner? White Gap is a bit puzzled. What's going on here? Yeah, didn't you help me write a song for me before? I want to thank you. So I want to treat you to dinner today when I have the chance. Ziggy made a wild excuse. White Gap laughed. No, it's not like I wrote it for you for nothing. I've got things to do. We'll talk about it later. It was such a glib rejection, then turned and continued on. Mr. White Gap. Another voice came, followed by the sound of footsteps. Mr. White Gap. Are you going to the hospital? White Gap turned and nodded. Running out after him was Xiaohan. Can you take me with you? I'd like to see Yang Mi. She's my friend too, Xiaohan said with a little gasp. Ziki, who was in the back, pouted when she heard this. Has a love rival appeared? Why didn't you think of such a good reason yourself? Pissed off at this fairy. Forget it, Nini doesn't like crowds. White Gap thought about it, but refused. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just that, with what he was about to do, it wasn't appropriate to be too close to anyone. As for other ideas, don't even think about it. The White Gap is now, long ago, cemented to the heart. When a person has had a serious relationship that didn't end well, then you find it hard to like someone else, and you don't want to take the time and effort to get to know anyone else because you feel as if no matter what you do, the result is the same. Xiaohan seemed to have not expected this answer, and for a moment, he was a bit at a loss for words and froze in place. Is there anything else? If not, then I'll go first. After saying that, White Gap left alone. Ziki, who had been watching all this, was happy. Ha ha, you can't either. You deserve it. Ziki knew she shouldn't be having these thoughts, but she just couldn't help it. Ziki, you have to realize that even if Guy recovers physically, he may always have another person in his heart. Do you want to be another person's shadow? This is Ziggy's agent. Now Ziki is in the wrong state. Kind of like a love brain. Shadow? Ziki smiled. If Mr. White Gap agrees, what does it matter even if I become a shadow? It's over. Total love brain. The broker let out a mental sigh of relief. White Gap came straight to the hospital. All this time, he was afraid to come here. He dreaded the sight of his favorite person lying in a cold hospital bed. Is there really reincarnation in this world? There must be. Otherwise, why did he seem to have switched roles with Yangmi, and the one lying on the bed became her? Turns out, living really isn't the most bitter. It's just that some things must not be faced. White Gap walked in and looked at Boss Yan lying on the bed. Still beautiful. He sat down and told all the medics to go out for now. He wanted to talk to Boss Yan alone. The wind was blowing softly outside the window, and a little bird was squeaking in front of the glass. White Gap's eyes were instantly moist. Well, have you had enough sleep? Time to wake up, White Gap said quietly. Even before, I didn't ignore you for this long. So are you blaming me? Blaming me for breaking up with you in the first place? Blaming me for lying in bed and not being able to go crazy and have fun with you? Blame me for barely saying I love you. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. But can you hear me? Can you give me another chance? They all say I'm living your life. But without you, even if I live forever, what's the point? I'm not an animal. I'm not ungrateful. I just really can't find my way. White Gap cried. He had been afraid to come because he couldn't get over it in his heart. Where can there be sweetness when all the world is bitter? White Gap cried for a while before the tears gradually stopped. Even though I haven't come to see you, I've never forgotten you. You're in every corner of my life. And they say that one's greatest fear is suddenly remembering someone late one night that reminds you of all the fun you had back in the day. And they say that that's just the way life is, and that not getting it is the norm. But they never realize that there are things so deep in their bones that they can't be forgotten. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. I did another capricious thing today. If you knew about it, you'd be furious again and scold me for being too capricious. How I wish you could scold me once. In fact, there are times when I think about it. Life is quite strange. Why is it that the person you love the most who has given you the most happiness is the one who hurt you the most? It's like angels and devils. Behind the happiness is endless sadness. Is this love? So love hurts so much. Wait for me. I never believed that we would end like this. And although none of them have ever given me an answer, I know that soon, very soon we will meet again, whether on earth or in heaven. With those words, White Gap stood up and walked out of the hospital room. The wind was warm in this season, but the heart of White Gap was cold and chilly. Back at home, that night, White Gap fell asleep, and slept well, very well. In his dream, he saw flowers blooming and saw him and Boss Yang dancing. This is heaven, he thought. Woke up the next day to nice weather. White Gap picked up his cell phone and tried to check the time. As a result, dozens of unread WeChat text messages were displayed in the middle of the screen. He frowned and clicked on a few. That fast? White Gap was a little shaky. It's time to come. Yesterday's comments from White Gap quickly festered online. Overtime, death by overwork. Who benefits the most from this thing? Undoubtedly those capitalists. When a person with popularity said those words in public, shaking, but a group of rich people's cake. So, of course, they're not going to sit around and wait for it to happen. Only, White Gap didn't expect their movements to be so fast. Originally he thought that how it would be quiet for a few days. White Gap didn't look at more information. It was all pretty much the same and similar anyway. He directly opened his computer and logged into the major platforms. The movement is really big enough. Wachovia workers posted a message. Don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. Chen's matter. The judiciary has already made a decision. For certain people with ulterior motives to mention it again, we reserve the right to pursue. The Wachovia Chamber of Commerce tweeted. Overtime is voluntary and every business employee in our chamber has no problem with that. So please don't generalize and take one example as the whole story for some people. Young Life released the story. Dacia is in a period of high-speed development. Dacia youth is even the hardest working youth in this world. We catch up with foreign countries. We build a prosperous world together. We use our efforts. sweat to build a better life. This is the meaning of life. Never what some people say. Entertainment, play, live some meaningless life, is life. There's also the Wachovia Enterprise. There are some words that I won't find funny when anyone says them. Even if it's a roadside cleaner or a beggar, I can accept it. Only, when it's said by an entertainment star, I only find it laughable. Do you guys think your income is low? Nowadays, Dasha people don't have time to brush dramas, listen to songs and watch variety shows? Have your incomes lowered? So you're going to say that they have less time for entertainment so that they can go stargazing, right? Who in the end is the tumor of society? There are many more such comments. White Gap is moving their core interests. However, White Gap wasn't unhappy in his heart. Instead he felt happy. The fact that these capitalists are so furious proves one thing instead. That's, their employees are starting to wake up. Their so-called chicken soup is starting to fail. The big pie they paint doesn't care if it's full. So they want to beat the source to death and want to continue their crooked reasoning. White Gap looked to the comments. If young people don't work hard and young people think about having fun, is there any hope for this country? It's really not a big deal to work harder. I love my company. I treat my company as my home. Do something for my family. Do I need to go up that much more? I have a friend who just works day and night and is now senior management, a sales champion, and just picked up a Mercedes yesterday. So hard work works, and he's the positive energy we need. White Gap laughed. Are these words really genuine? Were they really posted by a regular employee? Didn't the boss tell them to say that? What effort pays off? Very much effort pays off. Is this really how the world works? The children of the Cole family, the small town as a problem family. They study night and day to get into college, want to change their fate. Finally, graduating, they thought everything was going to be okay and entered the world with nothing. However, college students' one-day wages are not as good as those of civilian laborers, and they can't even afford to pay the rent even though they are doing the dirtiest and most tiring work. They told themselves not to rush, because the boss had said, don't look at your low starting point, but your ceiling is high, much higher than those civilian workers. If you work hard you will succeed. You believe it. You start working hard, working extra hours, being the conspicuous package of the workplace, all sorts of roles. The boss was right. You make lots and lots of money for your boss through your own hard work, and your boss gives you a promotion and a raise as if he were giving you a handout, and he tells you that this job you have, this income, is already considered good among your peers, and that you already belong in this city. You're happy and want to have a family. Flipping the price of a home, you instantly feel that your otherwise decent income is not worth it. Talking to your girlfriend about getting married. A bride price that comes out of nowhere will require you to go without food or drink for over 10 years. Aren't you a high earner yourself? Why is it so hard to even do something as basic as starting a family? But there's no way around it. The day has to move on. You talked to your parents about all this and they emptied out all their savings to help you get a down payment. You finally have a home of your own. You borrowed all sorts of money from your friends again to come up with enough money for the dowry. You finally have a wife of your own. You think you've sort of reached the pinnacle of your life. But when you look back, the house is owned by the bank. As long as you can't pay the loan, they can take it away at any time. Turns out you've worked so hard for so many years, only to go from having nothing to being in debt. The harder you work, the luckier you get? Or the harder you work, the poorer you get? Not yet middle-aged, but already old before his time, and he can't even pee anymore. Also, those capitalists say that overtime brings greater benefits. Is that really so? Inefficiency brought about by insufficient daily rest. More errors in work. Are these always they counted? Our neighbors, when they wrote into law that overtime was not allowed, they counted. After not working overtime, our economy has not been affected in any way, but has increased. Not working overtime brings not work, and not finishing improves the efficiency of the employees. So, sometimes, what exactly is the truth? At the same time, it was happening in many parts of Dacia. A boss, did you like the White Gap yesterday and send it to your friends? Employee, yeah. Boss, so are you dissatisfied with our company? Have any comments to say out in person? There is no need to engage in these. Backstabbing. Employee, no, I just liked his song from yesterday better. That's why I liked it. Boss, we're a democracy. So if we do have an opinion, we'll definitely consider it as long as it's reasonable. Employee, boss, I really didn't. Boss, then please delete your friend circle and send an apology statement. This matter has a bad influence on our company. Employee, I got it. Boss. How can these people, who have the elderly and the children at the top and who are carrying their livelihood, fight with such capitalists? White Gap continued to browse his computer when suddenly a comment caught the corner of his eye. This is cyber violence. This is a star's cyber violence against a group of corporations. He's using his influence to defame Huaxia. This kind of person is a purely inferior entertainer. It's recommended to block him. The comment was liked hundreds of thousands of times and retweeted tens of thousands of times. Even some big platforms, big entrepreneurs have retweeted it. A bad artist? Blocked? Do we have to be so desperate? White Gap laughed. Perhaps. His road to showbiz is going to end before it even begins. A little hyping. Lower the bar. Tomorrow, Sunday, if the hyping is over 300, add an extra chapter. Let the storm come harder. White Gap doesn't care about the flurry. How can a person care about such nonsense when he doesn't even know how long he will live? So, he tweeted directly. One man's sobriety can't change this earth, even if he puts his best foot forward. In the end, what he gets in return could only be a short-lived light. No, not even a short-lived light. Extinction. Is the destiny of every bell ringer? I'm not willing to be a part of the same stream. I'm more than willing to come out of the mud and not be tainted. The writing is literary and poignant. This is a naked declaration of war. So, the business gods have stepped in. Don't play word games, don't make some messy speeches, and don't mention yourself to a height that you shouldn't have. Look as if you are so great. I think you are just forgetting your roots. Your family is doing business. You are a capitalist. What qualification do you have to say these words here in your status? Before you speak, please go and look at some data. How many families have been changed by those of us who are in business? How many people have realized their dreams? Isn't this the most important thing? These are the words of Chairman Ma, the best of the Chinese entrepreneurs. His passage represents an attitude that they are angry. If a civilian, someone with nothing to lose, had come forward and said those things, they might not have felt anything. After all, the two sides are opposites. But, White Gap is the offspring of an entrepreneur, and their family is also enjoying the benefits of exploitation. Isn't he standing up and saying these things? And it's still a betrayal. Betrayal is never more abhorrent. Huaxia has been a hard-working nation since ancient times. It's because of our hard work that we have our current prosperity. Don't forget our grandparents. What did they go through to get where they are today? Think about them. What qualifications do we have to say we're tired in an air-conditioned house? This is the declaration that Boss Wang has to make. There are many, many more, and the White Gap is a crime against the public. Including the latest tweets under the comments, is no longer the previous piece of comfort screaming good heartache voice. More into. It's true that what goes around comes around. And what goes around comes around. So no wonder you got sick? No wonder your girlfriend can't get it up? People are doing it. God is watching. Once a person becomes famous, he can't tell who he is. He dares to judge some things, doesn't know how much he weighs. Just like some thugs. Disgusting mouth. The company is my home. What's wrong with me working a little overtime for my home? What do you care? What's wrong with my family giving me less money? Is this filial piety? We have to thank the company for giving us work. He makes us valuable. Instead of complaining here, don't you even look at what people's experts say? People are suggesting to pay to work. After all, we are wasting the company's resources by working overtime. Air conditioning doesn't cost money? Computers don't wear out? Hey, your kind of argument is just too selfish. Look at that. What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Brainwashed. White Gap was outright speechless and published a new tweet. AI. That horse household does not know that he is a donkey. And that bird does not know that he is a chicken. The hookah never pretends to be elegant. And the eunuch of Zhegang is so prestigious. First, two demolition words. Magato is the donkey. Another plus bird is a chicken. But then again, they can't see who they are. Or don't want to admit it. It's like, the more bitchy you are, the more elegant you act. And the more unique you are, the more majestic you act. These two white space sentences are not scolding the public. Instead, they are calling out those who manipulate capital and make this society a mess. The comments, he knew, must have been manipulated by them through the waterman. With money, you can really do whatever you want. After posting this, White Gap simply turned off the computer. Out of sight, out of mind. It hadn't been long since he turned off his computer when White Gap's phone rang. It's the director of I'm a Singer. White Gap was prepared. With a storm of this magnitude, it would be unusual for them to make no move. But it's nothing. The big deal is disqualification, match results, and even coding for the issue he participated in. White Gap picked up the phone as if nothing had happened. Hello, director. Mr. White Gap, how are you? How's your rest? Is it alright? Your performance in the last installment was quite wonderful. The number of plays of the edited video has already broken the record. I'm calling this time. Just want to ask, what are your thoughts about the final? Do you need us to make some special preparations? The director didn't even mention the online thing. This left White Gap a little confused. What's the situation? Director, that did you go online today? I look like this. Can still continue to participate? White Gap asked tentatively. Hey, Mr. White Gap, you've still been in the entertainment industry for a short period of time. There are some things that you still can't see through. Those things on the internet are just some jumped-up clowns. What do you care about them? If the officials don't say to block them, who can? It's okay, everyone is forgetful. You just need to ignore them. In less than a week, almost no one will remember this. Instead, the director consoled the White Gap. In fact, he said these things after much thought. As one of the top local TV stations, and as one of the top directors of Mango Channel, he has accumulated so many years of experience. And in addition to his expertise, more than anything else, he has connections. When this story came out, he got someone to go to the official inquiry. Originally he also felt that this time the White Gap 9 deaths. Entertainment stars, entertainment on the line. Do not think of solving any social problems, political problems. This thing is not you can participate in. So, White Gap has broken the taboo and will definitely be made an example of. However, the reply he received from his contacts in officialdom surprised him. Hey, old Hong, some things, because we are friends who have known each other for so many years. I'm talking to you. The White Gap thing, the above sent word, can't let the good man suffer. As for who this good man is, I won't say more. The director was directly dumbfounded after hearing that. Who are the good guys? Who's been wronged? Isn't it just a White Gap? This White Gap, what kind of background does it have? It seems that what was revealed before was only part of it. No wonder people dare to be so arrogant. That's why the phone call was made. This not so subtle attempt to curry favor. Gotta say, this old fox did it. White Gap was a little touched in his heart after hearing those words. Director, don't worry, as long as you still let me sing, I promise to create a better song. After all, it may be his last song. Of course, in addition to I am a singer-director, many stars, at this time, the heart is also incredibly entangled, especially those who were still familiar with the White Gap. The showbiz itself is a lot of demons and monsters in the place. Everyone is adhering to the principle of everyone sweeping the snow in front of the door. This may be affected by their own heat. To avoid, is absolutely not rubbing. So, Lu Ju, Han Hong, Li Jian, they all chose to remain silent. There is no excuse for this. However, in this world, there is always something more important than capital, and there is always something that is more solid than subterfuge. Among these showbiz stars, none are more torn than Xiaohan and Ziki. In the not-so-long contact, their emotions towards the White Gap, without realizing it, are changing subconsciously. In the past, there was Boss Yang, so they hid this emotion in their hearts, in a place that they didn't even know about. But now, Boss Yang is in a coma and the doctor says he may never wake up. They're hard, they hurt, but some other sentiments were also born. Mr. White Gap is suffering so much. Is it possible that he can take care of him instead of Boss Yang? Even if that hope was slim, the feeling was unreasonable and they couldn't suppress it. They want a little bit of red closer to the White Gap. I don't know if that's an ethical violation. Especially Xiaohan. She was older and a bit more introverted, never showing anything different in front of anyone. Even, many times he felt that he should keep this emotion in his heart forever and not say it. No matter if Boss Yang would wake up or not. As long as you're good to the White Gap, that's all that matters. So now she's looking at the comments online and it's hard. The edited words were in the dialogue box. But I never pressed that send button. Xiaohan, have you thought about it? It hasn't been easy for you all these years. Once you've gotten rich, it's likely that you'll piss off the Dasha officials and cut off our path here. Then we'll pretty much have to go back to the kind of days we had in the past. And that kind of days are not easy to live through. Have you really decided yet? The agent advised bitterly. Xiaohan smiled. Honestly, she had been hesitant. Those who have experienced darkness yearn for light beyond measure, but never want to return to it again. That's the mentality of Xiaohan right now. Once upon a time she was set up by her family and went through a dark time. Therefore, she treasures the hard-won situation now. But, Xiaohan said quietly, sisterly, I know, I understand all of these truths, but a lot of what we can have now is due to Mr. White Gap. If we don't help out at this time, if we don't stand up and speak out, can we stand up to him? There's nothing to be right or sorry for. Mr. White Gap is our friend and our partner. Cooperation is about win-win. Friends are about value. He writes songs for us, and we take the lowest share, so we can afford to be right with him. And as for friends, don't you see the point yet? When you're good the whole world is good people and friends. When you're bad, it's all indifference. The agent said more and it's true. However, it was this passage. As if a certain sentence suddenly pierced Xiaohan's heart. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and sent it straight out. It was a tweet in solidarity with the White Gap. Seeing the reminder of the successful publication, Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief. Sisterly. You're right. When a person is bad, they're surrounded by indifference. I don't want Mr. White Gap to go through that again. No matter how it turns out, at least let him know that he's not alone. Ziggy naturally saw what was happening now, but instead of choosing to take sides, she chose to look the other way. She picked up the phone and dialed White Gap's number. Mr. White Gap, I saw the news online. How are you doing? Is it alright? If you're feeling bad, I can come and stay with you. White Gap, of course, refused. It just still felt a rush of warmth. After all, it's kind of caring. For the next few days, White Gap did not respond. There has been no official movement either. It was thought that this thing would just slowly fade away, but it was not to be. 3 days later, a story caught fire. 27-year-old workplace beauty, because of listening to the White Gap remarks, refused to work overtime, resulting in the program did not modify in time. The loss of millions of large orders. Indignation jumped off the building. According to the reporter's interview, their colleagues said, "This young man has been very hard, but also very potential. Is the company's focus on the training object? His family pressure is also very big. Every month there is a mortgage car loan. There is also a daughter. This single bonus is the hope of the next half a year of their lives." Yellow. His mental state has been very poor. His wife and he quarreled. The loan is faced with the overdue, and maybe a moment of thought, only to do this kind of stupid thing. Another colleague said, "In fact, this blunder can be completely avoided." He watched a program, said what not overtime is life, that day, did not listen to the words of the leadership, early to go home, which led to a small problem on the program did not see. Several months of effort is so wasted. Not only their own bonuses are gone, but also to bear some of the company's losses. Hey, life is really not easy. The comments underneath this story point straight to the White Gap. That rich kid. Open your eyes and look at all this. This is a young life. This is the price of blood. Don't think of us in the same way you rich people think. You are the biggest executioner. What's wrong with working overtime? What's wrong with working harder? My dad said that in their time. Our intensity was nothing and we probably wouldn't have survived. So now we're complaining? What are you complaining about? You're just spoiled. You think this society is all your parents? It's funny to think that a man who can make you a lifetime's worth of money by writing a single song, a man who has several lifetimes of unspent money even if he does nothing, moralizing and accusing us ordinary people. What qualifications does he have? What right does he have? If we are not well off, will he give us a penny? Don't take things for granted. This society is not something we can change. It's all such comments. Perhaps. It's not all sailors. White gaps don't solve all problems, and sometimes it's even a mistake to even call for them. Or put it this way, when a man has been on his knees for a long time, he literally can't get up. Out of nowhere a person comes out and says to you that you should stand, not kneel. Instead, he will scold you, attack you, talk to you about not meddling, and desperately defend his master. So, is this society sick, or is the White Gap sick? No one expected this to go so far. No one expected the power of public opinion to be so great either. Even White Gap was not prepared for this. Originally, the White Gap was unconcerned. After experiencing so many things, had long looked away from a lot of things. However, the story is just beginning. At first it was just the comments section of White Gap's microblogging account, which inexplicably came in with a bunch of black people. A blood debt is paid in blood. A young life is lost just because of a few words from you. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Moralistic and animalistic. You really think you're a teacher when people call you a teacher. You dare to point fingers at everything. Now it's good. Why don't you die for him? Scum. Thanks to me I used to like you so much. It's true. Only time can see a person's true colors. You're an executioner in your life. Disgusting. There are countless such words. White Gap just looked at it for a few moments before closing the page. He smiled slightly. Is it important? Does it matter to him? Just stick to what you think is right. As long as you can actually do those 4 words, ask for what you want. Isn't that enough? The big deal is that you won't be online anymore. White Gap left the front of the computer and lay down on the sofa, opening WeChat. He wanted to say something to his parents, to tell them that he was fine and not to worry. However, when he opened WeChat, drip 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 drip, the phone almost jammed at the whole beep. What's the situation? So much news? White Gap fixed his eyes. It was a big surprise. Countless friend ad alerts and accompanied by the vilest of words. Scum. Why don't you go to hell? Bastard. My dogs have more conscience than you. You're an orphan, aren't you? Why didn't you die last time you were sick? What's the point of living? What's the point of living? It's a waste of air. No good deed goes unpunished. No evil goes unpunished. You're so miserable now. Have you ever thought about what it's because of? One can only say that the heavens have eyes. There are even more unsavory words that have no bottom line. Bro, Boss Young feels great. Have you experienced it? By the way, I guess you can't experience it with this body. It's okay, buddy helped you. Ha ha ha. You know what your girlfriend yelled? Where's my husband? Ha ha ha. Son, there's been a secret I haven't told you. I'm actually your real dad. Come on, call daddy. White Gap's brow furrowed in anger. These people, it doesn't matter what they say about themselves, what they call themselves, but why go and insult his favorite person? He's not an executioner. He didn't do anything, but it seemed like all the fingers were pointed at him. Are things in the world so senseless? Immediately after that, White Gap saw a bunch of PS emoticons. There's him sitting on the stage with a serious speech. Only, the head turns into a puppy. There are pictures of him being brutally beaten. There's even the fact that he wears women's clothing, gets sick, and plays pathetic. Only you can't think of it. No, they can't do it. Speechless, White Gap picked up the phone, forced himself not to read the messages, and dialed 911. He was taught from a young age to go to the police if he was in trouble. Hello, 110? I want to call the police. I've been maliciously attacked online, seriously affecting my normal life, reputation. I demand that you stop them from such behavior and apologize to me. Okay, may I ask what specifically you are being harassed about? White Gap patiently told everything he had just seen again. Yes sir, we understand. We'll try to deal with it. And we also recommend that you don't read these things on the internet. It's good for your health. What? Is this something you can't control? I don't see these things and they don't exist, is that it? They've seriously affected my normal life and this is how you guys make peace with it? Mr. White Gap, we'll do our best. It's just that, before this, it's also just that we hope you'll keep an objective attitude and mood, so that it's conducive to the resolution of the matter, the other said still politely. White Gap hung up the phone and a deep sense of powerlessness arose in his psyche. To put it more politely, there's really only one thing to say. Keep yourself in a good frame of mind and there's not much we can do about it. Interesting. Is there really no antidote for these things? Is avoidance the only solution to the problem? Okay. White Gap turned off his cell phone. In that case, is it okay if I don't read anything? What's wrong with being a primitive? After turning off his cell phone, White Gap went out the door alone. It's still nice to get away from that pandemonium of the internet. Or at least reality. A peaceful place. White Gap arrived at a shopping mall, crowded with people. Lots of handsome men and women, every couple holding hands and full of smiles. It turns out that the earth is so much better away from the internet. White Gap walked forward alone, without purpose or direction, but felt a sense of peace in his heart, a long-lost serenity. Hey, isn't that the one that's some kind of White Gap? I watched the last edition of I'm a Singer, and it looks really similar. No way. He's in this condition now and he still dares to come out for a stroll. He's got too much guts. At first, people were just pointing and whispering. Gradually, the sound grew louder and louder. That's right, I confirmed it. It's him, it's White Gap. The brute. If it wasn't for him, that 26-year-old wouldn't have killed himself. He's a murderer who kills without blood. Is his conscience clear? That person who committed suicide. How hard it must be for his family. How much his loved ones must suffer. What about the family's life in the future? And he's still here leisurely strolling around the mall. Ha ha. It's true that a capitalist is a person who doesn't spit out his bones. White Gap frowned. He didn't realize there were so many keyboard warriors in reality. There's still time to explain. Suddenly, a cup of milk tea fell from the sky and hit White Gap directly on the head. The viscous liquid traveled down the top of his head and all over his body. Luckily it wasn't too hot. White Gap laughed, and he didn't reach out to wipe it off, let alone get annoyed. He just stood there, quietly smiling. Am I wrong? White Gap asked to the crowd. Not too loud, but loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Did I break the law? I fought for you to get a reasonable pay for your labor, a reasonable amount of time off. What's wrong with that one sentence? The scene was somewhat silent, and after a long time, a voice sounded faintly. But a life is gone because of your words. Is that my fault? Is that what the truth really wants? White Gap asked rhetorically. When things go wrong, instead of blaming the bosses who drove him to his death, instead of blaming the system which is unreasonable in itself, you blame a person who just said a few words. Just because he is a disadvantaged group? Is it because there are more of you? Or because it's a fad? But we got used to what you said a long time ago, and if it weren't for you saying it, we would have stayed used to it and the tragedy wouldn't have happened. White Gap shook his head. It occurred to him that when he was a boy he was in geography class, and there was a question in it, the correct answer to which was this, that the advantage of this place was his cheap labor. Now that he was standing in this mall, looking at the crowds of people in front of him and behind him, all he could feel was, well, cool. Eventually, it was the mall security that showed up, took away the White Gap and dispersed the crowd. White Gap didn't say another word from this point on. This world was becoming more and more difficult for him to understand. This incident was also quickly posted online. Only, out of context and pinched. The most headlines go something like this. White Gap showed up, still unrepentant, convinced he was right, and said the suicides were to blame. Did I break the law in one sentence? Revealing his iron heart. This kind of murderous knife. The law can't sanction it. We must not let it go. What makes him so justified? Is this a moral failure or a twisting of human nature? Ha ha. It turns out that these people who took up the butcher's knife were the victims. White Gap felt the horror of this world. Until late at night. It was only then that White Gap turned on his cell phone once more. Just a few minutes into the drive, a call came in from White Gap's father. Gap, are you alright? Don't mind those nonsense people. I know you're right about this. I've booked you a ticket to go abroad. Why don't you go abroad for a while these days? How can you be a parent and not worry about your child? White Gap shook his head. It's fine. I don't go online or out much, but it doesn't affect me much. What about you guys? They're not bothering you, are they? What are we old folks afraid of? It's not our business. No one cares about us. Your mom and I are fine. Don't worry. You really don't want to go out for a walk? White Gap's father still wants White Gap to leave. Mimi is still here. Even if I could go out, how could she stand the tossing and turning in her current condition? I'm relieved that you guys are fine. I'll just stay at home for the next few days. Eat what I need to eat. Sleep what I need to sleep. Don't worry. It won't affect me. White Gap assured. White Gap's father had no choice but to give a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. The White Gap has settled down a little. Thankfully, there was no family involved. That's one of his bottom lines. Just relieved. White Gap was ready to lie down on the bed when the phone rang once more. It's Uncle Chan, White Gap's father's partner. Brother. White Gap picked up the phone. Uncle Chen. What's wrong? Gap. How's it going lately? Uncle Chan still asked about the situation first. People who have died once. This is nothing. Thank you Uncle Chen for your concern. White Gap was polite. That's good. That's good. Uncle Chen knows you're a good kid. You're just still too young, inexperienced in doing things, and rather reckless. Uncle Chen sighed. Uncle Chen, just say whatever you have to say. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. White Gap heard something in Uncle Chen's words and asked directly. Ha! Uncle Chen smiled awkwardly. When I was a child, I thought you were smart and spooky. You can't hide anything from you. Indeed, Gap. There are some things that other people may not dare to say to you. And it was only after deep thought that I felt I should let you know. What you did this time. The impact is not small. Those people on the internet, knowing about your relationship with the Bai group. Today, hundreds of people blocked the entrance to the Bai mansion, pulling banners, making your father pay for his blood, and saying that your father raised a white-eyed wolf. A scumbag. Your father got angry at that time. Several people didn't stop him to go out and argue with those people. And in the end, he was splashed with dirty water. Bai's group was affected by this incident, and has also all stopped working. And your mom, out for a walk. People pointing. I heard she went back and cried and never left the house again. White Gap bit his lip so hard that he was almost about to bleed. Everything is whimsical. Everything is too good for you. Mom and Dad. The son is once again ungrateful. One word sprang to mind. Netstorm. Is this Netstorm? It's no wonder some people would be lighter because of him and others would be depressed because of him. It's worse than outright violence. The internet is sometimes more revealing of human nature. Gap, are you still there? Hearing that White Gap hadn't spoken for a long time, Uncle Chen asked with concern. I'm here, Uncle Chan. White Gap tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. It's okay, don't think too much. Uncle Chen knows that you're a good kid. You're also a victim of these things. You don't have to be too sad. I'm talking to you about this because I want you to leave for a while. Don't try to explain. Don't appear in front of any public. I've consulted with some professionals. They said that the cold treatment is the best way. A couple of weeks are not using so long, and the matter will be over. But as long as you deal with it, the heat will keep on coming. And that video from this afternoon honestly made the attacks on the white group even worse. Uncle Chan also hesitated for a long time before saying these words. There was no way around it. Someone needed to stand up and speak up at this time. For the sake of the white group. White Gap's father, when it comes to things about his son, tends to get on top of things. If he doesn't stand up, who will? They do this bad guy who does it. Uncle Chen. I know. White Gap nodded. There's no better way than that. It used to be that I always thought I was awesome and did lots and lots of good things and could change lots and lots of things. In the end, one realizes that nothing will change at all. Those who are in power will always remain in power. Those high and mighty still control the destinies of countless others. In this world, it may be that the only way to live comfortably is to be in the same boat. White Gap laughed. leave overnight. No one knows he went there, except his parents. He didn't want his parents to worry anymore. Turn off your cell phone and go to a place where you are out of touch with the world. And any more flurry will have nothing to do with you. All the reporters, the paparazzi have lost track of the White Gap. The couriers at the door of the White Gap were piled up into a small mountain. But none of them were signed for. It's all a gift from some black fan. White Gap left. He didn't go far either. He just went back to that little mountain village of Tanglei's. The people here are simple and the internet is not really developed. They only knew that White Gap was their benefactor, a figure that they should repay for generations to come, without knowing what a netstorm is. Mr. White Gap, I still can't write that character you taught me well. Can you teach me again? Mr. White Gap, the doggy secretly gave you a nickname and I caught him calling you White Impermanence, saying who let you make him stand in penalty today. Mr. White Gap, if we all score 100 on the test tomorrow, can you teach us another song? That song today was so good, much better than the one Mr. Tang already taught us. Mr. White Gap, I brought you a packet of chili fries. My mom brought them for me the last time I went to the city. I've never been able to eat them. Dog Egg snatched them from me several times. I didn't give them to him. I'll take them to you. They're delicious. The children chattered and gathered around White Gap, who had a smile all over his face. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. At this time, school had already ended, and after sending each child home one by one, it was already dark. So White Gap and Tang Lei were sitting on this dirt playground, looking at the moon that had just risen and was still a little fuzzy. How does it feel to be a teacher for a day? Don Ray asked. It's great. I finally understand why you're stuck here and won't go back to the city. It's really great. Would love to stay here forever. White Gap said from the bottom of his heart. Don't. The temple here is small. Can't fit you this big Buddha. You and I are not the same. You are doing great things. Come here to take a break on the line. The future life still have to live. Don Ray said with a smile. Ha ha, afraid I'll take your job? White Gap joked. It's really a bit. I found that today several children are not close to me. The whole of my heart is still sour. Hey, it's all a bunch of appearance association. Handsome looks terrific. Tang Lei directly lay on the ground, looking at the sky and pretending to be sultry. Virtue, but honestly, I quite envy you. It's just like a paradise. Nothing bothers you, and the children are the most innocent. As if what troubles are in front of them, they disappear in a moment. If only life could be like this every day. How wonderful it would be, White Gap exclaimed. The stars in the sky twinkled as if they were talking, as if they were winking, and the sky was full of stars, a sight not seen at all in the city. As if, too, they were choosing the place, and enjoying the beauty. If life has deceived you, do not be sad, do not be impatient. Melancholy days require composure. Believe it, happy days will come. Donley suddenly began to memorize the poem. Okay, I remember you used to hate this sour stuff. What's wrong now? You really think you're a teacher? White Gap hurriedly interrupted him. Ha! Don Ray laughed twice. In fact, I want to say that life never treats us badly. The last time you came here, I really thought it was the last time we would see each other. That night, I was lying here just like today, and I cried as I was lying here. The wind in the mountains was very sharp and cold, but I didn't feel anything at all. It's as if the whole person was numb. Later, you lived. When I heard the news, I directly jumped up in the classroom. At that time I only had one thought. That is, White Gap, Nyobi, even death can't take you away. In the future you must be especially powerful. You can hold up through anything. Tang Lei knew what had happened outside, and also knew that the current Bai Guy was suffering in his heart. He accompanied Bai Guy to chat and talk with him, just to make him happier. Yeah, it's just that cost. It's too much, White Gap said silently. In his heart he thought of Yang Mi again. If one person's survival, exchanged with another person's life, is it a kind of luck or sadness? White Gap sighed and took out a pack of cigarettes from his pants pocket, holding them in his mouth and gently lighting them with his lighter. The sound of the lighter startled Tang Lei, who turned his head and watched White Gap's movements with some surprise and some sadness at the same time. Even you've taken up smoking? It's ironic how life can be so ironic that a person can actually become what they once resented the most. The old White Gap, who abhorred smoking, said it was a scourge on life and irresponsible to himself and everyone else. However now, do you remember the first time you smoked a cigarette? Alone or just for fun? White Gap didn't answer or say another word. The moon was beautiful, enveloping the melancholy man. While White Gap was missing, no one else was idle. The incident was so big that the paparazzi couldn't find White Gap and turned to find all the artists who had dealings with White Gap. Let them sound off. Let them comment. Whatever it takes to get heat. Most chose to remain silent, pushing off all the announcements he could, and some that he really couldn't, and not answering any of these questions when they came up. There's no way. They can't do anything to start a fire. Of course, there are exceptions. Mao Mao is a newcomer to the entertainment industry and the one star that White Gap has really made a name for herself. Dispelling sorrows, people like me. It changed Mao's life and made him a hit in the entertainment industry. Naturally, the paparazzi won't leave him alone. Mauve had at first followed everyone else's example of shutting down and using silence as her answer. But soon, he was interviewed by some TV station. Moderator, Harry, may I ask how your relationship with White Gap is going? Mauve, it's okay. We haven't been in touch lately, but I'm thankful to him for making me realize my talent and getting me to where I am today. Host, I can see that you are a person who knows how to be grateful. But now, the network for the White Gap. There are some bad comments. For these, what do you think? Momo, look with your eyes. How else? Moderator, what we'd like to ask is what do you think about this? Mao Mao, I think the White Gap is not doing the right thing. We all know. I used to work as a nurse, like our profession. If we do not work overtime, but also all have holidays. So what about the patients? Maybe we take a day off. That's a lot of innocent lives left. Similar to our kind of industry, there are a lot of firefighters rest. What about the fire? The Water Conservancy Bureau rest. Stop the water, how to do? Many. So, I think, no investigation. No right to speak. The White Gap this matter said something wrong. Moderator, and what do you think about the buzz on the internet right now that a young life in his 20s was killed because of something the White Gap said? Mao Mao, public figures should always pay attention to what they say and do. Because every word you say, everything you do, every action you take, there is a possibility that countless people will come to imitate you, and they like you, and they think that whatever you say is right. So it would be a sad thing for the society if you let them go to a crooked path. Moderator, isn't he your benefactor? Aren't you afraid that people will say you're a benefactor if you say that? Mao Mao, maybe, but there are some things that really need to be said. And also, the White Gap, because of some special reason of it, in front of the camera everyone sees a bright and magnificent image. But what the reality of the White Gap is really like, a lot of people may not know. Mauve's words are getting more interesting by the minute. However, he did not continue to talk about it, no matter how much the moderator proceeded to ask. Still, the incident caused an uproar. Mao Mao's popularity, a sudden surge. Social networking sites rose millions of fans a night. This speed is nothing short of a miracle. Just stepping on White Gap's shoulders like that, or even White Gap's corpse to move up. Is this the way of the world? After all was said and done, Harry got a lot of traffic. But of course, there was something more important than traffic. That's capital. Soon, Mauve was getting several commercial and endorsement offers from companies for a lot of money. And these companies are making a big deal out of it. It's putting on a show for all to see. Offend capital. That's what happens to White Gaps. No matter how hot you are, no matter how talented you are, no matter how awesome your life is, in the end it's all going to be a bust. Submissive capital. That's the gross treatment. Money, popularity, heat, all that is so nice. Soon, and someone's heart was set on it. A traffic star. It's a sad thing for this society that artists have no virtues and only believe in what they say. A certain venerable master. Some people are just deliberately clowning around, and from the beginning to the end, they are just playing with their persona and traffic. And now that they have played a big game, that's it. So I would advise everyone to get down to business in the future. Some Another Bird, I've always found his music to be the most earthy. For rural people, more and more people are jumping on the bandwagon. Zeke was in a hurry to cry. These people, how can these people be like this? They didn't used to say this. They used to say that Mr. White Gap was the greatest musician, a treasure given to Huaxia by the heavens. And now how did they all change? How did they suddenly change? That's the way the world is. There may not be many snowbirds, but there's never a shortage of people who fall on their sword. That's what it means when the walls come down. Choosing to be silent instead has been the highest expression of morality. Ridiculous? Xiaohan felt a bone-chilling coldness in his body after reading Mao Mao's interview. How like myself at the time. Betrayed by the people you trust the most. They stab you hard in the back. That desperation. That loneliness. It took Xiaohan more than 10 years to walk out. Now, does Mr. White Gap have to go through one too? Xiaohan's heart was so hard that he opened his social networking site and wrote directly without consulting anyone. It's only after I got a dog recently that I felt some warmth. Because, a dog will always be a dog. While people are sometimes not people. And with a dog he'll still wag his tail at you. And he'll still be loyal to you. But people, sometimes, turn the other cheek faster than they can turn a book. It is self-evident who these words are about. Even though he didn't name names, the sprayer immediately seized the high ground and prepared for a new round of onslaught against Xiaohan. Xiaohan smiled faintly. You guys are still too young. She used only one trick. turning off the comment feature and then turning her phone off. What is the use of all the vicious words as long as you can't see them yourself and others can't send them? Jet was instantly dumbfounded, feeling, for the first time, that a body full of talent was useless. Mao Mao looked at the contract in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. It's so much fun. Sometimes success is really simple. Just stand in line. Choice really is more important than effort. Although, he also knew that many people had already pulled the plug on him. Han Hong, Lu Ju, Li Jian, Xiao Han, etc. All of which had directly put him in a small black room. But does any of this matter? Justice is in the eye of the beholder. Everything now was exactly what he wanted to see. Alright, that's enough. The demons and monsters have all jumped out. And the fact that they did so just proves our guess that the truth of this matter is definitely not simple. Mr. White Gap is definitely being counted on, Mauve said faintly. Mauve, I know. In fact, a lot of people have speculated this, but no one has said anything. Are we, really, going to do this? The one who spoke was Mao Mao's agent and Mao Mao's good friend. The two of them had only had a few days of good times, and now they were about to do something that could ruin their future. And there was still some concern in their hearts. You have to have a conscience to be a human being. All this we have is from Mr. By Gap. We always felt that we didn't have the chance to repay before, but now that the chance has come, we can't back down, Harry affirmed. Hey, forget it, it's not like we haven't been poor anyway. The big deal is to go back to the old days. It can't be worse than the old days. What to do next? You command it. The agent has also been thinking about this for a long time, and was just complaining about it a few moments ago. If you want to know the truth, you have to be in the same boat first, and now that you've basically gained these people's trust, tell them that we can do more. We can interview the victims' family members, and that way, there's bound to be more heat. Also, remind them that it's best to use a live streaming format for this interview. Only then can they plug everyone's mouths and make it impossible for White Gap to turn over completely. Momo had thought of all the plans a long time ago. Will they agree? In case the victim's family tells the truth, then wouldn't they be? The agent was a little concerned that, don't worry, I'm sure they'll take care of everything. After all, they have the money power. Mauve laughed. These cannibalistic capitalists are not going to leave themselves in the lurch. Even if the truth of the matter is that they made it up, they will eliminate all evidence and even their families will be taken care of. So, if there were no surprises, they would definitely agree. And the broadcast, too, would definitely be a vocal one against White Gap. The star who made a name for himself with White Gap completely killed White Gap. Is there anything more interesting in the world? There's nothing wrong with Harry's idea. Soon the show was finalized, using live web and TV simulcasts, with an interesting name for the show. Have a say. The uglier the inside, the more you need the shiny outside. There is a name that seems to mock the incompetence of the world. The program will be aired on day 2 in prime time, and Mao Mao, as the main guest, will have a lot of speeches and footage. It's just that the outcome of the matter is anyone's guess. Since they dared to do this show, it means they have prepared well, and all the people who are on the show have a unified way of saying things. It's too hard to find the truth in this situation and get it out in the open. White Gap still stayed in that small mountain village. However, 2 uninvited guests came to the small mountain village today. Zhang Ying and another person he hasn't met, elder brother White Gap. When he saw White Gap, Zhang Ying greeted him with a smile. This is Director Zhou of the official labor department, who came over specially to have a word with you. Zhang Ying introduced. White Gap nodded, a little puzzled. The labor department? A department that is not even close to your own. What do you want with yourself? Did I break the law by saying those words? Don't worry, we're not like the people out there. I'm here to help you. Seeing the White Gap, Director Zhou hurriedly explained. Help? White Gap was still a little uncertain. Exactly. Director Cho nodded and sat down on the stool in front of him, sighing. Mr. White Gap, first of all, thank you for those words you said before. These things, but also we have been wanting to change over the years. Perhaps many people still do not know. Daxia has become the most serious country in the entire world of overwork death. Just last year, according to our statistics, the overwork death of up to more than 3,000 cases, and other problems caused by the high level of all kinds of psychological disorders, including depression, has become more and more youthful. Workplace, including depression, have become more and more youthful and workplace-oriented. And, because work is just too busy, many young people's attitudes towards life have changed. Unwilling to get married and unwilling to have children, not wanting their offspring to continue this kind of life, which is one of the reasons for the rapid aging of Daxia. Director Zhou said a lot in one breath. Hearing this, White Gap was relieved to understand. It's friendly fire. Taking a life is not a life. preaching a culture of desperation, which is an aberration in itself. And nowadays there is more and more chicken soup online without realizing that those are the capitalists' blood-sucking remedies. White Gap exclaimed. Good medicine? Director Cho laughed. If it really is good medicine, if it really works, maybe we can still give ourselves a reason not to change anything. It's just that we have also done a survey. Nowadays, employees in Huaxia make work errors due to overwork, and last year alone, the losses caused amounted to more than $900 billion, which includes, but is not limited to, product damages, details gone wrong, body collapses, medical expenses, and so on. Also, there are policies at the top, and there are countermeasures at the bottom. When overtime has become a culture, when you need to work overtime no matter whether you are doing well or not, then it is a kind of torture for those employees who are efficient in their own work. And with that comes the rise of another culture, groping the fishes. And now, almost 80% of the companies, there is inefficiency, and groping the fishes is prevalent. And anyway, after work, why do it now when you can't leave after work anyway? Just get enough to get off work. Hearing these words, White Gap nodded vigorously. By no overtime, I don't mean for everyone to not work hard, just like what has been advocated before to reduce the burden. Giving kids a vacation is not letting them not study, rather, doing the right thing at the right time, efficiently accomplishing what is due at the moment, and living and working at the same time. That's the real ideal. So you guys haven't thought about changing anything? White Gap asked again. Why haven't you thought about it? We have made many attempts over the years, enacting some local documents, criticizing some businesses, and even pulling the plug on some office buildings, up to a point. However, little has been achieved. The local regulations are not mandatory. People agree on the surface. Behind the scenes, what should be done? What can we do? As for criticizing the fine, our power is really limited. Those money for these enterprises is one hair of 9 cows, the most ruthless pulling the plug. This is some effect, but the enemy is too cunning. In the company cannot be done. They let the employees take the work to do at home, but also can be reasonable not to give overtime pay to the company to save electricity. Ha, is this to find who to reason to go? Director Zhou's tone was helpless. White Gap nodded. This was China. There were many people and even more smart people. There were heavy difficulties in trying to accomplish something. In that case, is there nothing that can be done? White Gap was also a bit disappointed. No, Director Chow categorically denied the claim. Justice may be late, but it will not be absent. As long as it is the right thing to do, maybe the process will have waves, but the result will surely pay off. I came here this time. I want to say to you, White Gap, your speech will surely have a great promotion to push this matter. No matter how the current public opinion is like, but at least, it will make this issue a concern to the whole society, and it will bring a good result to everyone's heart to plant a seed. Don't worry, although you are temporarily aggravated, but you must hold on. We will strike at the right time. At that time, we still need your help. The purpose of Director Zhou's visit was simple, to tell White Gap that he was not alone, that he was not isolated, and that behind him, there was a group of people who were also working hard for this cause. White Gap's eyes were a little moist. Honestly, with all that's been happening lately, he pretends not to care, pretends it doesn't matter. However, the inner torment was no less than ever. Even the overwhelming comments, the loss of a life, made him once question himself. Was he really doing the right thing? Now he knows. He's not wrong. It's just the darkness before the dawn. That belief, more than anything else. Thanks. White Gap uttered these 2 words very sincerely. For once, he was frank. Frankly staying in this small mountain village. Frankly accepting the tranquility that originally did not even belong to him. Think of it as a vacation. Until, the next night, there's one to say it's going to be official. Harry's battle, too, is about to be fought. In the live room, millions of viewers flooded in just as the program began. The attention this time around is evident. In the guest gallery were seated 3 persons, the parents of the deceased and his brother. Harry is in the commentator's booth not far from the guests' table, and it's not time for him to play yet. Inside the live broadcast room, the hosts were a recently hot beauty host called Ami and a veteran host named Shoei. Shuchi, needless to say, has been the host of this program, and even his name is similar to this program. And Ami, she is beautiful and has a sweet voice. That's what people say about her. As for business skills, anyway, can do the tasks given by the leader very well, day or night. That's enough. Plus the task was simple. The questions were all scheduled long in advance. The lines were right ahead of time, and a dog on a leash could have accomplished it. So, naturally, this good opportunity to show her face went to Ami, who had better night abilities. Uncle, Auntie, and this gentleman, thank you for coming to our interview. I know that you must be in great grief right now. After all, it is your own child who died. So I would like to ask if you have prepared yourselves mentally in advance for this matter? Ami's sweet voice said. Awkward. Beyond awkward. The entire scene, including all the netizens watching the live broadcast, all froze. This is something that there is a mental preparation in advance? Beauty, are you here to tell your fortune? There was a comment that the director backstage was also a bit dumbfounded. This woman, did she read the script properly or not? The first question is clearly, did you guys find something out ahead of time? Not did you prepare in advance? God, kill me. It was Shuchi who, after experiencing a 2-second freeze, hurriedly began to save the day. Ami means, did your children do anything special before they did this heartbreaking thing? Prepare something ahead of time like a postmortem or something like that. The director was relieved. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for an 80. At least, it got the show back on track. The suicidal man's mother then reacted, symbolically wiping 2 tears from her eyes before saying sadly, I don't know. My child is very filial. The left and right neighbors are praising him, saying that I raised a good son. And, the day before the accident, he also called me, and I said, Mom, my big project is going to be successful. I can make a lot of money. You always wanted that massager. I can buy you. Yeah, the suicidal man's father took over. My child is a particularly serious and motivated person. He is very serious about his work and loves it very much. I once told him not to tire himself so much, but he shook his head. He said he never thought of his work as a burden. Instead he felt very happy. Shuchi nodded. The older two had made some good points and finally things were back to normal. He continued to ask, so, your child is a person who loves to work a lot, so can I take it this way, that all your child's overtime work was voluntary, was never forced by anyone, and that he never found overtime work to be a lot of work? Right. Father nodded heavily. Their leaders, supervisors, and even the general manager of the company had said that he should not work overtime, and that it would be the same to do anything tomorrow, but he disagreed. And the boy has had a habit since he was a child of never putting off until tomorrow what he can do today. And what, exactly, do you guys think it is that will make him end up on the brink of extinction? The show is getting smoother and smoother, and aside from a little hiccup at the beginning, the whole thing is still coming together along the lines of what everyone is thinking. Reason? The suicide's mother gave a bitter laugh. What else can there be? My child is stupid. Since childhood. Do anything love to listen to others? Recently their company are discussing that what singer said some words do not work overtime. The whole he also feel that what he did in the past is wrong, and also told us that he will not work overtime in the future. The sky is big, not to deal with it after work. As a result, the big project in his hand, there was a serious mistake, did not check out. The project was lost, causing great losses to the company. All of their own plans are gone. The child stress, guilt, feel sorry for the leadership of the cultivation, feel ungrateful, feel that they are not filial, feel that they are not even the ability to raise a child. A moment of thought, went on the road to extinction. Right. At this, the father of the suicide also shouted heavily, and clenched his fists with a look of righteous indignation. We, the Chinese nation, have always had the traditional virtue of hard work and endurance. And not being afraid of hard work and not being afraid of being tired is what we need to learn from our generations since we were young. And that's why we were able to catch up with the developed countries in less than 100 years. So that no one in the whole world would dare to underestimate us anymore. It's just that, perhaps, people are a little bored nowadays, and ideas we can't figure out, and laziness fills their brains, making them think that working is making money for their bosses, and that any extra work is a loss, but they forget that a loss is a blessing. And that we're building a better country with our values. Look at that. What a noble thing to say. What a high level of awareness. It is simply a model of Chinese citizenship. Are these the words of an ordinary old man entering old age? Mauve laughed and smiled as she took the microphone. Old man, I'd like to ask what you've been doing all your life? I'm just a farmer. A farmer with my face to the ground. A farmer who has suffered all my life. And if I weren't old now and unable to keep up with my physical strength, I'd definitely still be farming. The old man spoke with pride. I can see that you must especially love labor. It's a coincidence that I recently set up a charity fund for crops, and I happen to need some experienced farmers. I see that you're still in good shape. I wonder if you'd be interested in volunteering with us? Mauve asked with a smile. Volunteer? The old man was a little puzzled. Yes, it's the kind that doesn't pay. And because we're in a remote mountainous area, so the work will be very hard. But don't worry, we have a professional medical team that will ensure your health. And this work must be especially meaningful, especially able to utilize your value. Mauve smiled. This. The old man was a bit dumbfounded. That's the way it is with a lot of things. Once it happens to you, It's a completely different story. Mao shook his head and didn't continue to press the issue, and turned to him. Old man, there is another traditional virtue in Huaxia called honesty. It is wrong to lie, and you may even break the law. I have a friend, who is also on the scene today, and he once experienced one such thing. We can let him talk about it. Mo's eyes went to a man in the audience. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, this friend of mine has a nickname, extrajudicial madman, known as Zhang San. Zhang San? Extrajudicial fanatics? Everyone froze when they heard the name. Like a thunderclap. This man is as hot as any traffic star and is known as the first person who dared to go against the law. Of course, that's just internet banter. He still does a great job of popularizing the law. Seeing Zhang San slowly stand up from the audience, the pop-ups immediately boiled over. Holy shit, it's really him, a man of God who claims to be able to commit the perfect crime. It is said that this is the person in the whole of China who dares not offend, because, without realizing it, he can make you enter the trap of the law. One of my favorite Netflix stars. Watching his show is almost as exciting as experiencing a crime solving firsthand. Don't talk nonsense and denigrate us extra-legal maniacs again. We, Zhang San, are in the field of legal literacy and are an excellent lawyer. That's right. He is a legal blogger with a witty and humorous style and a variety of mind-boggling cases that show people that the law is so interesting. Now he's on his feet. Is anyone else going to have bad luck? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. The host, Show E, was also brightened up. With this big internet star? Then this program is probably going to be a big hit again. It's simply the icing on the cake. Shuqi asked immediately. Hello, Mr. Luo Xiang. I'm also a fan of yours, and I'm kind of meeting my idol here today, and I'm happy to see you. Zhang San is one of Mr. Luo Xiang's names in the video. His real name has always been Luo Xiang. Zhang San smiled. Shuqi-sensei, don't say that. I'm afraid you won't be happy for a while. A sentence that left everyone confused. What do you mean? Why does it look so much like you're here to crash the party? Shuqi-sensei was also a bit confused. What makes you say that, Mr. Luo? Zhang San shook his head. As you all know, I am a lawyer. Just now listen to the live interview. I suddenly feel that this matter is not simple. A person committed suicide. Then, suicide this matter is the deceased alone, or other people also have the responsibility? I'm sorry, my occupational disease is guilty of something I can't figure out. It's hard to feel all over. Shou Yi was dumbfounded. He clearly sensed that the visitor was not good, and was hesitating to let Zhang San continue. This guy is not to be messed with. Black can be said to be white, more than a moderator. Clear instructions have been given from above, and the purpose of this program is to promote overtime. Will Zhang San screw up? The rice bowl is still more important than the heat of the show. Shuqi decided to interrupt Zhang San's speech, and his brain spun rapidly, quickly organizing his words. However, as soon as he picked up the microphone, Ami, who was on the sidelines, grabbed the opportunity to speak. The judicial authorities have already come up with the appraisal result that it's suicide. Is there any other possibility? Counselor Zhang San, you can't be credulous. Ami thought she had a good point. Make believe? Ha ha ha. No. The law is serious. Zhang San hurriedly explained. I'm just talking about a possibility. What about the facts? Of course, still need professional people to do professional things. I believe that we must also want to hear more different things. Is there a show that is afraid of me talking? Of course you're not afraid. We are ourselves a platform to speak freely and defend to the death your right to speak. Ami really felt that what she was saying right now was particularly level-headed. Only, Shuqi's face darkened. Done. Can't save the game at all. Zhang San also smiled slightly. A vase is a vase. A little trickery. It served its purpose. Okay, well, thanks for having a word. Zhang San said with a smile. What I'm saying is just a hypothesis. A possibility. And as a lawyer, of course, you have to reason boldly. Be careful with your evidence, and think of all the possibilities. After all, the law is serious. First of all, there are two kinds of suicides. One is when you don't want to live anymore and the other is when someone forces you to not want to live anymore. These two situations are different. The first one is of course your own business and no one can blame you for it. But the second one, well, that's interesting. If it's the second case, I think the first suspect is the deceased's mom. Auntie, take it easy. I've said it's hypothetical. It's not necessarily true. And if it's wrong, just listen to it for fun. Upon hearing Zhang San's words, the dead man's mother immediately stood up, wanting to break into a rage. Zhang San hurriedly gagged her, and coupled with the gentle persuasion of the host and other guests next to him, in the end, it just caused him to give a particularly vicious look and resentfully re-sit down. Why do you say so? Just now, The mother of the deceased said that the deceased earned the money because she wanted to buy her an item. Was this item bought willingly by the deceased or was it requested by the deceased's mother? If it was requested, how was it requested? A normal request, or a cry, a cry, a cry, a cry, or even a death request? Who really gave the deceased the stress? Zhang San asked several questions in a row. However, these questions were not recognized at all here in the audience. This is also a crime. What's wrong with the family asking people to buy something? Even if the attitude is slightly worse, you can't say it's a crime, right? My mom scolds me every day. My mom committed a crime? That's right. No matter what the truth is, I think what this Zhang San said is a bit strong and all nonsense. Hey, I thought I could say something amazing, but it turns out, it's just this. Even the host, Shuchi, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I was still too worried about it. With this kind of nail in the coffin, who can say otherwise? Not even Zhang San. Zhang San smiled. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Of course, it's not illegal. It's disgusting at best. There are always parents who think that when their children get older and make more money, they want everything, but they never realize how much pressure their children are under. And when they report more good news than bad, they really have no worries. Zhang San only sighed. But, I still have one thing do not understand. Just listen to the two old man said. The two old man's family condition should be very general. But, I see ante on the body of each of the jewelry are not cheap. Especially those gold. Look at the color. Look at the weight. Just buy no more than a long time. The child did not have money and also in the mood to buy jewelry. I can only say that. The old lady mentality is really good. I didn't steal or rob anything. What law says I'm not allowed to buy jewelry? Why? Is that against the law? The old lady said with a straight face. No, no, no. Of course it's not against the law. It's your freedom. It's just that. There's one item that might not have occurred to you guys. When I came to the show site, I happened to park with you guys for a piece. Your new car is very nice. If I'm not wrong, the price should be over $500,000. A farmer who has been farming all his life, and one who wants to buy some things, and still has to wait for his children's projects to succeed after the housewife suddenly has the money to buy such luxuries. I have reason to doubt where the money came from. Zhang San coldly looked at the old couple. The older couple's eyes were clearly a little averted. Don't rush and don't deny it. Zhang San continued. As soon as I raise this query, then, naturally, some authority will be able to find out whether you have recently had any large sums of money of unknown origin. And if so, then I will have every reason to think that you have killed your own children. And, then, gained more profit. And to demand that an investigation be made into these funds. If this money is really related to your child's death, then you really can't even wash yourselves by jumping into the Yellow River. In addition, even if you haven't been involved in the murder, however, if you are because you received some money and said something false, the Chinese law is stipulated that rumor mongering is a crime, and more than 500 people can be sentenced. And today we are live broadcasting, and watching this all the people, at least there are millions and millions of people. Then the standard of this sentencing, I don't know. Some people, cleverness is mistaken. Don't end up in the end. The basket is empty, and there may be the bottom of the jail. Of course everything I say is my guess. There is no factual basis, just a possibility. In the end this possibility exists or not, true or not, that depends on the investigation of the relevant departments. Zhang San's words were stone cold. All those watching the livestream could clearly see that the old couple's bodies were trembling. It seems to have proven everything. Holy shit, it can't be true. Can it? Are there really parents who let their children die for money? Why do I feel a little upside down? Zhang San Yobi, I have long said that this matter is not simple. I lose orders every day. I lose performance every day. And I don't want to die. Requesting the judiciary to reinvestigate this matter. The truth must come out and give us all an explanation. Yes, from the beginning to the end of this thing I've felt that someone has been leading the charge. And it's important to find out who's behind it. The internet has been swarming with outrage. Those who had righteously criticized White Gap before now seem to have all suddenly disappeared. Disappearing from the pop-ups. Things are getting interesting. Shuchi also pinched a cold sweat. Martyr. This Zhang San is really here to smash the scene. Can't let him go on any longer. Lawyer Luo. This is a live broadcast site, not your live studio. You need to be responsible for saying something unfounded here. Shoei wanted to use this to remind Zhang San that there were some things he couldn't say. So let's stop in moderation. Zhang San smiled. All that he had prepared for. Ha ha, I said I was just saying what if. And, I have that right. With that, Zhang San took out a piece of paper. I'm a lawyer. I've accepted my client's commission to prosecute against all the rumor mongering, maligning and all the other things that have happened during this period of time. My client has now disappeared. No, It's because of your cyberstorms, your disrespect for the truth, and has left the city. So I'm in full charge of this matter, and I can responsibly say that if this matter is true, the death of the suicidal person is not because of our client's few words, then the loss he caused now. I will file a compensation according to the law. According to incomplete statistics, the direct economic loss of the person's personal has reached more than 7 million. The economic loss of the buy group has been tens of millions of dollars. I'm not saying those two numbers to scare anybody, but I'm trying to say that there are some things, there are some boats, that once you can't pedal them, once the boat leaks, then there's always going to be someone to take the fall, and hopefully it's not going to be yourself. This last part he said to the old couple. He knew that these two would be able to understand. No, we're not harming our own children. The old lady had panicked in front of her and was no longer able to speak. Don't be ridiculous, that money is what we earned. Those things are what we bought. And our kids are in trouble because they listened to that white gap. What does any of this have to do with you? The old man was mentally stronger and shouted as he pulled the old lady back. This raising the volume will embolden itself is only amusing. It's okay, the law will do everyone justice. Zhang San didn't bother to talk nonsense. Fear you, we're not afraid. The old man wanted to continue to put on a hard word. Enough! Before the old man could finish his words, suddenly, a figure stood up and shouted. It's the brother of the deceased. Also the person who hasn't said a word in this show from start to finish. He looked at his father with tears in his eyes. Dad, that's enough. Do you still want to be obsessed? I don't agree with this matter from the beginning to the end. This money is good to take, but is it really good to spend? Who really forced my brother to die? With this money, can I get my brother's life back? Don't you say a word. The old man was instantly anxious and immediately tried to stop his brother. However, the younger brother dodged the old man's attack with a flash and shook his head helplessly. Dad, do you know why my sister-in-law didn't come today? Because they don't want to sing the praises of a bunch of people who killed my brother. And even more so, they don't want to bow down to this dirty world. She said, she doesn't want her child, when he grows up, to think about it later, and ask for his father, and not be able to say it herself. The old couple was silent for a long time. Child, you and your brother are our heart, but your brother is gone. How hard it is to live now. This money can buy you a car, a house, pay the bride price. Not good? Your father and I are fine. We are old. How many days we can live? What we do is not for your sake, and your sister-in-law. How hard it is to bring up a child alone. With this money, she can also be easier in the future. You say, is mom really wrong? After a long time, the old woman said with tears in her eyes. The brother shook his head. Mom, if the money is gone, you can make it again. But if your conscience is gone, you really can't come back. Then, he turned his head to look at Zhang San. Counselor, if we tell the truth now, can we not be held accountable? Zhang San sighed. I will endeavor to do so. It's not easy to live. Every single one of them. Maybe the 18th level of hell is. Indeed. Earth. My brother laughed. And laughed frankly. And it's a relief to finally be able to talk about it. And maybe it's a relief for him. However, this scene scared everyone backstage. The staff panicked. I'm going. Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. Should we cut off the live feed? A staff member quavered. Pinch off your head. The director slammed the table hard and broke into a yell. Look at the heat right now. Look at how much attention is being paid to this matter right now. If we choke off the live broadcast right now, do you believe that the next day this program will have to go off the air? It will be sprayed to death by the netizens. Moreover, wouldn't this be a waste of time here and there? Instead, it confirms that the truth is the same as what everyone thinks. This is the purpose of Mao Mao. He pretends to compromise the whole of such a live broadcast. Invited Mr. Zhang San even cajoled. And to make the program team left and right difficult. Everything is so perfect. What about that? The scolded staff member was visibly more flustered. What else can we do? Raise a bunch of you losers? You can't count on anyone when things go wrong. Through the headset, tell Shuchi to take control of the field. He's the only one we can count on now. The director said helplessly. Shuchi-sensei, okay? Staff felt it was not reliable. If he can't, you can do it? Martyr, let the dead horse be the healer. Let's listen to God's will. The director doesn't have a plan in mind. Live on the air, Shuchi soon heard the voice coming from the director, and a deep helplessness appeared on his face. What an impossible task. The gods can't. But, of course, they all talk, and they can't do nothing themselves. Mud, it's good to be a leader. Shuchi had a heated brainstorming session, then said stiffly, this gentleman, 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. The same thing, each person's opinion is also different. I see that there is also quite a big difference between you and your parents, and our program is also not a debate, so you see whether you want to discuss it with a few people first, and then talk about it. After all, do we have to be responsible for the audience as well? As expected of a professional presenter, the segment was so well reasoned that it was irrefutable. That's a good use of a reprieve. My brother was at a bit of a loss for words and froze in place, saying or not saying anything. Seeing this situation, Mo sighed, picked up the microphone, and just wanted to save the day. However, the beautiful host, Ami, who was eager to show off, but couldn't hold back, directly grabbed the lead and said, "Yeah, it's not like you know anything about it. It's a live broadcast. Millions of people are watching you. If you say something wrong, it's a big deal." My brother's face darkened. "I don't know my brother." "That means you do?" No, I mean, the vase has always been poorly clinical. I mean before we rehearsed." Ami started mouthing off. "What she means is that you didn't say you were going to speak before." Shuchi hurriedly interrupted. "Holy shit, for this to go out in its entirety. There was a rehearsal before this broadcast. Wouldn't that be a solid indication that it was scripted?" It was true that one was not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Those capitalists, do they look at the skin but not the brain? However, we're all about a casual approach to live broadcasting, so if you suddenly have something you want to say, we're certainly willing to listen. Shuchi stopped blocking it. Block it again and even a fool can see that something is wrong. Anyway, one does one's best, even if someone isn't happy in the end. Mamoru takes a look at May next to you. The backstabber has been found. His brother smiled and eased his emotions before speaking slowly. "It's been hard for my brother. It's been hard for me and my brother. I'm 5 years younger than him, and I've graduated, and this is my 4th year on the job, and I didn't get it before, and now, I get it all. When we were kids we were all good students in our families, in the eyes of others, and we used to have a discussion about this when my brother was still alive. When I came across the term, small-town problem makers, and I didn't think it was talking about me at first. After all, I was kind of going to school in a city, and then, it just seemed to be more and more like me, and I asked my brother, are we small-town question makers? He said yes, since childhood we will take the test, we will study, nothing, that time feel young, they must be able to change their fate later, when the pressure is high, read a book, just read a book of the double star, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young poor, really support themselves, look at those masterpieces. The classics are not useful. At that time, write a word, burn, pure combustion. I asked him, well, do you still like to watch it now? He just laughed and said that you can only look at the children now, and that some spend their whole lives in Hedo, while others are born in Hedo. A passage that speaks to how many people go from youth to mature years. A man learns to grow up, not from the night he breaks down in pain, but from the day he holds back from crying. I understand. In fact, a lot of people's ideals are starting to break down from going to this society. Do you want to know what my brother's day is like? Get up at 6 a.m. Prepare breakfast for the children, and then hurriedly rush to the company. First of all, we have to make 100 phone calls, do some customer callbacks, we must finish in the morning. 3 hours, 180 minutes, less than 2 minutes have to finish a calls, a morning down the line, ears are clouded. My brother is not even middle-aged, and already suffers from severe otitis media. Noon dinner, would have liked to buy a roast chicken to treat yourself. Ask the price. 48A. Forget it, the child wants a doll. Still a little money, save it, buns can live. Night off work, the customer's program is not done. Continue to work overtime until more than 11 o'clock to go home. This day, he bought a bottle of white wine. My sister-in-law saw, questioned him, why do you buy wine? Wine is so good. You're not going to pay the mortgage again this month, are you? The child's cram school has not been settled. Other people's children are on. Our children do not fall behind what to do. I could have stayed silent, changed my shoes, went into the kitchen to find leftovers, didn't say a word, and my sister-in-law just kept following him. From the time he walked in the door, on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and then I couldn't cut it out, and suddenly I looked up with tears in my eyes, and he said, it's only $4, don't talk about me, okay? Everyone was silent. $4, don't talk about me, okay? In less than 10 words, how many middle-aged people's sorrows have been uttered? But my brother never gave up on life. On work, the brother continued. He told me that he doesn't like his current job at all, that he knows a lot of what their boss says, and that their boss often gives him jobs that no one else wants to do because their boss knows that at my brother's age, he has an old man on top of him, and he doesn't dare to get sick, or to quit his job. or even to have a temper that can be bullied at will. My brother is not without a temper. As a child in school, at home is a little bit, but in the company, he is a little sheep. The burden on the man's shoulders is heavy. The rest does not matter. In the days before my brother's accident, a lot of things happened in my families. Some time ago, he had been working overtime on a project. He said, the boss of this project promised him, as long as he succeeded in taking it, he could get a bonus of $100,000. For the sake of this $100,000, my brother didn't have a day and night, for a month in a row, working overtime every day until the early hours of the morning. Sleeping time is almost 4 hours a day, just for the sake of the project to be completed earlier. Hours or so, just for the project to be completed earlier. People, sometimes the more you care about a thing, the easier it is to make mistakes. In the end of the project has a problem, a very important data out of the wrong. This data is really my brother to do, but the review, the final check, the 3 procedures, none of them found that things go wrong. There is always the need to have a person to take the responsibility. Has always been the best to bully my brother was lifted out. All his efforts were in vain, and demanded to bear the company's losses. That night, my brother approached me for a drink once. He seemed to have aged a dozen or so years in an instant. He said, he was wrong. He had been working overtime for 2 consecutive weeks at that time when he was doing that data, and was in a trance, and he talked to their boss, that there was something wrong with the state he was in, but their boss said, hang in there, you must hang in there. People are pushed out. As a result, now something has happened. One by one, they all hide far away, as if all the responsibility is his, working overtime day and night, more than 10 years for the company, in exchange for this result. He said he wasn't a careless person, and if he hadn't worked so hard at the time and hadn't put in so many shifts, he wouldn't have gotten tired and probably wouldn't have made a mistake. Silence, the scene remained silent. Many eyes had gotten moist, telling someone else's story and shedding my own tears. These are 2 versions of the story altogether, but this one, however, is much closer to cruelty. Isn't that how most people live their lives? Later, the brother took a deep breath and continued. Then my brother's company really did what they said they would do, and put the blame on him, requiring him to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages. And what was he going to pay for? A laborer, who entered society with nothing, and who had been in debt for so many years. He returned home, listening to his sister-in-law talking about the mortgage, tuition fees, see on the phone. His parents are again asking for pension. He did not know how to open his mouth to say what he is going through. What else can be done? Times are hard enough as it is, but to add to this already difficult family, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. How is he going to pay it off? Forget it. Let it all end like this. He's really tired. Maybe it was with this mentality that he went on a desperate path. I don't approve of what he did, but I hate myself more. If at that time, we could have comforted him more. We could have noticed his state of being, not just asking for what he wanted. Is it possible that some of the tragedies wouldn't have happened? Wouldn't this story be so sad? But how much time can there be in this fucked up life to care about other people's business? But I kind of envy him, choosing to get it over with. It's better this way. No worries whatsoever. Maybe in heaven. No need for endless work. No never-ending loans to pay off. You can rest and get a good night's sleep. My brother cried, silent tears raging in full force. Then why did you guys say before that it was because of White Gap's words that caused him to go off the deep end? Someone asked this. That's the question on many people's minds. The answer is simple though. Money. What else could it be about? The brother eased up and spoke slowly. After my brother's death, we also grieved. Especially after knowing the story. We also used to go to their company in anger. To go and ask for a statement. Of course, at first we got a closed door. It didn't go well. Those capitalists had 1,000,000 ways to stall us. But then, their attitude suddenly changed. They said to us, as long as we follow the way they said to do it, according to the story they gave us, they can give me and very high compensation. That number is I used to think not even dare to think about. Enough for me to buy a suite of rooms to marry a daughter-in-law. Enough for my brother's children to grow up to 18 years old without any worries about food and clothing. Enough for my parents can have a nice old age and be able to do many things. At first we were not happy about it. After all, it was my brother's life and have to go to say something that does not exist. Conscience cannot pass, but cannot resist. They give really too much. My parents compromised. They said, people are dead. Always have to let the living live. They said my brother, if still alive, can still hear, will also agree with them to do so. My sister-in-law and I have never really agreed. But what can we do? What can we do without money in the future? So, we chose to be silent. This live broadcast today was supposed to be my sister-in-law should have come, and it would have been more effective if she had come, but she said that she was already guilty of spending her enemy's money now, and that she couldn't do anything more guilty. The cause and effect finally made sense. The story isn't complicated, but it's such a simple thing that it almost destroyed a man. So why have you decided to speak up again now? Someone else asked. Maybe I'm just scared. The brother gave a bitter laugh. A lot of money, good to take but not good to spend. If this thing can always be peaceful, okay, but once someone check, paper cannot wrap the fire. By then, those capitalists and need to scapegoat when the time comes. We will end up. Will it be the same as my brother? Or worse than my brother? Say it now, at least to your conscience. There was a hint of relief in his brother's last words. Dad, Mom, don't blame me. Those people are all devils who eat people without spitting bones. My brother was forced to die by them. We can't, can we, follow my brother's old path? The dead man's mom and dad bowed their heads, wanting to say something. Are they accomplices? Perhaps it is. For money, even the capitalist who forced his son to die can be complicit in and aiding and abetting the evils of the world. Even with all the reasons in the world, they don't deserve to be forgiven. The pop-ups, at this point, were also deeply felt. Hey, this is the reality. After going to work I realized a problem. 80% of the pain in life comes from work. But what if you don't go to work? Then 100% of the pain in life comes from not having money. It's too hard to be a human being. Every day at work, every day poor. Every day overtime like a dog. Overtime work without pay. Often scolded unnecessary. Work hard, low wages. Something leave is not approved. So many years of work. Let me understand a truth. I work so hard. Is to let the boss live a better life. We can understand the man's choice. A pressure that only those who are in the middle of it can understand. But this reversal of right and wrong is unforgivable. And damn it, how can they spend all this money without fear? Yes, even with all the reasons in the world. It's not an excuse to frame an innocent man. How many consequences did White Gap take for this incident? And how much did the white group lose? It's almost like they're just socially dead during this time. Who can compensate for this trauma? Furry clenched his fists hard at the thought. Why are you slandering Mr. White Gap? He shouldn't have anything to do with this. So why are you guys doing this? Mauve questioned. Things are clear now, and anyone with a little bit of brains can realize, simply by thinking about it, that all of this was done by Momo. He had strongly facilitated this live broadcast and invited Zhang San, with the aim of bringing the truth to light here. He did, even though the truth was so cruel, but he still had a question. Why was Mr. White Gap, such a nice person, being targeted so much? Is it against the white group, or something else? The brothers smiled. Guns to the head. Capitalists for their own interests. Eat people without spitting bones. Kill without blood. What he said caused such a great repercussion in society, so that those who were willingly exploited began to have a sense of resistance. Such a person, who will allow him to live well? My brother is smart and thinks about a lot of things better than anyone else. Because of this, you are willing to be the lackeys of those people and hurt someone who helped you? You are simply animals. Mauve was enraged. And it turned out that the one who'd been trying to get herself killed was the one she'd truly given her life to. How ridiculous. My brother, however, remained still and shook his head. You're right, but are we all the real executioners, now that this is going on? We took the money. We thought it was just an ordinary compensation. We just had to keep quiet and nothing would happen. But things went beyond what every one of us imagined. Those who brought the tempo. Those who believed blindly. Those who really brought harm to Mr. White Gap. Did they do any investigation? Do they have facts to back them up? They just have a quick mouth. They just think that they are righteous. And then they disregard the death of others. And even in the end, they don't have to take any responsibility. Their tongues are soft, but he can kill people. I'm not saying this to try to avoid any responsibility. If we are the ones who started it, we admit it. But those who are actually holding the knives. I'd like to ask Counselor Zhang San, do you have a solution? Zhang San was silent. He can't help it. Those are the ones who are truly extrajudicial. Those are the ones who can truly kill without being held accountable. And Zhang San is a first-hand experience. Back then, he was so excited that he launched a social networking site, and with his witty and humorous style, he was able to do a legal awareness program for everyone, and his energy was instantaneous. But an unintentional coincidence was caught by the netizens, and the overwhelming abuse left him with nowhere to run, and ultimately he could only retreat from the net in disgrace. These cyberbullies are the real extra-legal maniacs. The live show ended hastily with such drama. No one could have imagined that this would be the way it would go. Of course, some will be duly punished. The family that collected the money, for example, will have a place to give them a piece of their mind. But, like the brothers said, What about the really bad guys? What about the capital one? What about the people who drove White Gap to disappear? Who will punish them? After the live broadcast ended, the internet was in another frenzy. Hey, I told you long ago that White Gap is a good person. You guys don't listen. Look, you fools, read more in the future. Upstairs, the internet has a memory. Don't think we can't find the comment you posted the other day when you deleted it and you cursed. We've been lied to, too. They all said that, so we believe them. And besides, can't we have freedom of speech? The reversal was so quick, I was a little overwhelmed. It's all a rich man's game. What's it got to do with us? One and all here with nothing to worry about. Look at all these comments. Not even a sincere apology. Not to mention that no one cares about the death of the missing White Gap. Everyone has every excuse. And everything is just a random thing they say in their head. That's the community. However, the follow-up on this matter has not been without progress. Huaxia official released the news that blood cannot be shed in vain, and legislation will be considered for illegal overtime work in Daxia. The local labor offices have also strengthened their management measures. It is obvious to many that lately their leaders seem to be in a better mood and have taken it upon themselves to tell them that they don't have to work overtime. They were content to enjoy it, but had long forgotten who brought the source. The story continues and the plot is still developing. Everything is starting to wind down again. White Gap returned to the city, and just as he got out of the car, he felt a wave of exhaustion. It's more exhausting than when you're sick. He thought of Yangmi, who was still asleep. Boss Yang, did you do it on purpose? You know this earth is a devil, so you lie there too and let me take a walk. The director of I Am a Singer called and told him that the finale is live tomorrow. White Gap says yes, he's ready, but he looks to the sky and is still confused, because the song, he didn't know who it was for. It's as if there are two sides to every person, one angelic and one demonic. After everything calmed down, White Gap had dinner with his parents. White's group had suffered heavy losses, but fortunately it had gone up in smoke and the losses would soon be made up. They don't care about these things either. After all, they had made enough money for several dozen lifetimes, to eat and drink. Compared to the vast majority of people, they are happy. The atmosphere at the dinner table was good, like all ordinary families, chatting about some of their respective trivialities, TV series, anime, and national events, smiling every now and then, completely abandoning the disguise. It's the only time when everyone is their truest selves. And, of course, they deliberately avoided some sad topics. Life is already exhausting. Why add to it? After spending a blissful 2 hours, White Gap rushed to the I'm a Singer set. Ziggy was still the most enthusiastic one, calling out to MS. White Gap in every breath. White Gap dealt with it nonchalantly. He was no fool, and naturally he was vaguely aware of what he was thinking, but unsure. However, sure or not, he could choose to keep his distance. After all, his heart, long ago, had been in one person, and he could not walk out in this lifetime. Seeing White Gap's lovey-dovey demeanor, Ziki pouted again, her face clearly a little upset. Mr. White Gap, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you this time? Don't be ridiculous, I haven't thought about it. No, Mr. White Gap. Ziki rattled her head. I want to talk to come, but I don't know what I should say. In what capacity to speak? I'm afraid to bring you a bigger trouble. I am now especially envious of Mao Mao. He's so smart, thought of that kind of way. I have been thinking, if the person who does one single thing is me, that would be so good. White Gap was speechless. That's no longer a hint. It's nakedly explicit. Can't you see what's going on with this kid? No, Ziggy, we're just friends. It's enough for you to say you care. There's no need to go any further than that. White Gap was a rejection of sorts, and with those words, he turned around and tried to go back to his lounge. But, Ziki, who was behind him, suddenly said, but I want to do more if possible. White Gap shook his head without another word. It's all young. Time will change everything. This was a great installment, with each singer bringing out their best work. Lu Kal's Song of the Good Man, Li Jian's prose poem of the Father, Han Hong's Road to Heaven. Each one is wonderful. The atmosphere was electric and the audience was in awe. The vote was also close. It's a musical feast. Of course, it was the White Gap that everyone was most concerned about. What kind of show will he bring to the table? The man who's been in the limelight for a while now? With much anticipation, White Gap slowly made his way out. The scene erupted into an even stronger cheer than before. White Gap, go for it. White Gap, you're the best. White Gap, be strong. We'll always be there for you. What heartwarming words and what a heartwarming tagline. In the past, when White Gap saw these, his heart would always be inexplicably moved. However now, he had some mixed feelings. It's like this next song he sings, Angel in the Devil. Dear viewers, are you devils or angels? White Gap didn't say anything, and as the music started, his magnetic voice once again rang in everyone's ears. Would it be better to sleep with the 2 fine nerves cut out? There's a grey prison in my heart, holding a vote of black thoughts roaring. Would it not be better to draw out the 2 hard temper and be made plain that you can knock me down as heavily as you like, but don't even think of me begging for mercy? When these 2 lyrics came out, the hearts of many viewers were heavily stabbed. What is this singing? Is this about us? Associated with White Gap's previous experience, many of them bowed their heads. Of those who support it now, there were not a few who called him out on it at first. I guess. Scum. Animal. Deserves to die. Deserves girlfriend plant. Not even his family. How did it feel for him at the time? It must have been very bitter. So, you have to cut the nerves to sleep. So, put a heavy prison on your heart. However, you may knock me down as heavily as you like, but no one expects me to beg for mercy. The crowd broke defense. Mr. White Gap. I'm sorry, Mr. White Gap. You've saved so many people and done so much good, yet you still have to be questioned. I'm sorry, we were wrong. You must be very disappointed in your heart. White Gap teacher. Strong. From now on I only believe in you. Whoever hacks you again, although there is not a common enemy. These pop-ups exploded the screen. So warm. These fans, they really are both devils and angels. It can put you on a pedestal where no one knows what's going on. You can also be trampled underfoot, ravaged, and killed without bloodshed. You can only be strong yourself if you want to endure this. White Gap sang in an even more heartbreaking voice. You're an angel amongst devils. So the way to send me heartbroken is to make me laugh until the last second before I realize I have a knife in my chest. You're an angel amongst devils. Making hate into something too cheesy. The word thank you flows from your eyes. Call me crazy though. No calling me stupid. Scene after scene of Boss Yang flashed in White Gap's mind. All the bits and pieces of walking together. All the happiness together. Now, however, there was only heartache. White Gap hissed and growled, as if to roar out all the less than ideal things that had been going on lately. Boss Yang, can you see it? Can you see your favorite White Gap being abused, vilified, hamstrung, and ultimately left to hide helplessly in the mountains? You can see your favorite White Gap once again screwing everything up. Even his own parents once again, as if he never accomplished anything. Can you see that he can't even protect you? The words that curse you online stick in his heart like a knife and hurt like hell. You can definitely see it. White Gap shed tears. Boss Yang, even if you are the enemy of the whole world, as long as you are there, then you are not afraid of anything. But, when are you gonna wake up? It's time to wake up after such a long sleep. With a sob, White Gap sings the final lyrics. Let people piece together our story. I'm too lazy to explain it. Explain it however you like. When whoever wants to see me broken, I'm already tenacious again. Born again. I won't fall. Because of you. Because of, well, the people I want to protect. A song that has made countless people cry. In front of the TV, a crew was also watching the show. Only, instead of being touched, his heart had something else in mind. Contact White Gap and ask him if he's willing to come to our The Voice of China to be a mentor. If he can come, then our program will definitely be able to be a hit once again. Before the song was over, there was already another eye on the White Gap. I'm a Singer is over. White Gap unsurprisingly won the song. There's a lot of talk on the internet. To be honest, the White Gap to win the championship is quite unintelligible. He only sang a few songs. What is the reason to win the championship? I think there is a black curtain. People have money, the son of the Bai group. Don't you understand? It's not good. This program is all invested by others. The few songs he sang were good, but they weren't at a particularly awesome level. Did the program see that he was too miserable a while ago and give him a compensation? Don't even think about it. They're both capitalists. It's a win-win situation. One has popularity and the other needs heat. Who gets the title if he doesn't? Ugly people have 1,000 faces, and evil is written on every one of them. They always see the dark side in everything and, perhaps, there is no sunshine in their lives. Of course, the vast majority of people were convinced by the result, and the heat of the White Gap was at its peak, like never before. He did in a few months what the vast majority of people never do in a lifetime. After leaving the program, White Gap first called director Zhang Ying and asked him when the national propaganda song he was most concerned about would be released. After getting the reply that there was still some time left, White Gap thought about it and agreed to the invitation from The Voice of China. This show is great. At least that's what White Gap thought at this point. Helping ordinary people realize their musical dreams and letting their voices do the talking. White Gap knew that this path in music was hard and difficult, and if it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have been able to grow as much as he has today. But it's always a good idea to dream, just in case it comes true. This program is an opportunity. There may also be some tragic stories of selling out and such, but it's kind of harmless, As long as one stays true to one's heart, that's alright. Of course, there's another reason. Participating in I Am a Singer. White Gap's popularity rose very quickly, and more people were touched by him, and the system's energy rose more than a notch faster than before. The more energy the system has, the better the chances of this last boss young. At least that's what White Gap thinks. So, he now needed an equally hot show to energize the system, and the Voice of China 3 Good was such a hot variety show. What's not to like about being able to help someone realize their dreams while saving young Mimi? Radio Blue moved quickly, and after getting a response from White Gap agreeing to it, all the details of the contract and such were taken care of in a day's time. Then there was the overwhelming publicity. Music myth White Gap joins in to help vegetarians realize their dream of becoming an overnight sensation. In 3 months, from patient to superstar, White Gap performs a miracle in the music industry. Want to be the next White Gap? Want to be the next myth in the music industry? Come to The Voice. White Gap will teach you one-on-one. The last dance of the terminally ill. A sad performance. All kinds of titles. Hot. Seductive. Playing the emotional card. Everything. Naturally, these have sparked the attention of many in the entertainment industry. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Lu Call was the first to call White Gap. Elder brother White Gap, do you really want to participate in that program? Yes. Brother Lu Ju, I also want to ask you, is there anything I need to pay attention to when participating in this program? White Gap asked politely. Lu Call was the mentor of The Voice for 2 seasons and was also the patriarch of the first season, so he must have a lot of his own experience about what's going on here. Hey, Lu Call sighed unexpectedly. Older brother, since you have decided, then I will not say anything more, but I want to remind you a word. Sometimes say blind deaf tool people. Quite good. This program is good. Very hot. Give more money, but also tired. Body tired, heart tired. Lu Chang could only point to the end. Brother Lu, that's true. What is there to do that isn't tiring? I feel that since I'm going to be a mentor, I must be responsible for my ments. Maybe other people think it's just a variety show, a showmanship, but the teacher-student bond is real. I'll do a good job, and I'll take care of my own body as well. White Gap was not amused. Go and you'll see. Lu Ju did not speak again. For one thing, there are some things he can't afford to offend. Even with his current position, he has to avoid them. Secondly, there are many things that you will only know if you have experienced them for yourself. And until you have experienced them for yourself, what others say is useless. The White Gap is young. Even if the experience is more, the precipitation is not enough. Perhaps this time is a good opportunity to learn about life. After hanging up the phone with Lu Call, another unfamiliar phone rang. White Gap frowned and picked up. Hello, White Gap, right. I'm that eagle. It's not really easy to find your phone. This time we are going to work side by side. Both are good voice mentors. There are some things you may not understand. I have to talk to you first. When Nat Hawk opened his mouth, it was in that tone of feigned bravado. Okay, then, Mr. Eagle, go ahead. White Gap was a little uncomfortable, but didn't have an immediate seizure. Ha ha, things are simple. The Hawk smiled again. This program is different from the others but simple in comparison. In fact, when you come to participate in this program, you just have to remember a few words. Say what you need to say, do what you need to do, and don't question, let alone doubt the work related to the program. White Gap froze, a little confused as to what it meant. Isn't this program open and fair? What's there to question? Then, Mr. Eagle, there's something in your words. We'll find out when the time comes. That eagle didn't do much explaining. Showbiz, do what needs to be done. Take your own money and be done with it. The arm is always too big for the leg. So, White Gap old man, I'm kind of a senior. I'm just kindly reminding you. Thank you then. White Gap was still polite, but there was already a hint of worry in his heart. He had only just announced that he was going to participate in The Voice of China, and already 2 phone calls had come in, and both of them were talking on cloud 9. It seems that the program is not so simple. However, right now, White Gap didn't feel like anyone was the bad guy. He felt that if 2 people could call to remind him, then they should both care about him. Any tawdry maneuvering should also be the pot of the show's crew. Just, whether it was a man or a ghost, he would soon see. It's only about a week until The Voice of China starts recording. This week, White Gap had been living a good, regular life, going to the sanatorium when he could to spend time with young me, talking, chatting, pushing her around outside. It would be nice if it could stay that way. A week later, White Gap arrived at Blue Terrace. He was warmly received. Every single one of them smiled and took a bite out of Mr. White Gap. White Gap was also happy, feeling as if it wasn't as bad as that eagle Lu Call had said. However, What he didn't know was that the ugly face behind the smile was the most frightening. There are 4 mentors on The Voice this season. White Gap, Na Eagle, Wang Feng, Yang Kuan. Other than White Gap, the other 3 have all participated a few times and are much more familiar with the rhythms and whatnot. The first installment of this recorded blind audition. The rules are simple. All mentors have their backs to their ments, and with only their voices to listen to, they feel that if they hear the voice of their heart, they can press the turn button, meaning they heart this mentee. It's because of this simple format that the show is so hot. Only by voice, only by professionalism, all by strength. What an exciting 3 words. It's as if a group of people with no capital were offered a path to heaven. And even though the path is very crowded and harder than the entrance exam, at least they can see the light. White Gap feels this way. He was even a little excited to sit in the mentor's chair for the first time. What a great thing it is to be able to escort these people on their path to their dreams and leave a wonderful footprint on someone else's life. So, the White Gap is serious. When the show first started recording, it all went well too. The crew didn't say anything messy to White Gap. They just told him to go with his heart in all his choices. It made him feel even more like it was a step in the right direction this time. The contestants were good and White Gap took down 2 trainees. Though during the process, White Gap would also find it a little confusing that there were some that he thought were pretty good that no one had turned to, while there were some that were slightly worse that someone had pressed the button to, leaving him a little confused. But he didn't think much of it either. After all, turnip greens, each to their own. Each person has different tastes and a different understanding of music. So, people must have their own reasons for choosing. No need to think too much. The judges were all great too. After a singer called Tink and a fast-paced song won the 4th turn, every male mentor showed deep appreciation at the sight of the contestant's beauty. Please introduce yourself. My name is Tink and I'm a print model. Sure enough, you have to be pretty to be a model. There was a lot of laughter and a great atmosphere for the program. However, it was soon time for the grab-and-go session and the mentors pulled out all the stops. Yan Kun, you're a young singer. You have to understand what you need most. What's going to help you along the way? Resources. Yeah, what young people lack the most. And I'm going to tell you, I've got 32 concerts this year. So, you know. Yang Kuan revealed a meaningful look. That eagle, no. It's more important to have the money. These days, you can't do anything without money. So pick me. And I can help you sign to a company that will customize the best music for you. That eagle is old and wise. Wang Feng shook his head. In fact, besides funds and resources, there is something more important, and that is seniority. That eagle, I started out before you. Wang Feng, I forgot to tell you guys. I have a daughter-in-law named Z. A sentence that directly dumbfounded the scene. Can we still have fun? Still, the hawk was not convinced. My ancestors were Yahenara, queens and nobles. Wang Feng, the Qing dynasty is dead. That eagle was speechless. Only then did Wang Feng continue. Just kidding. This seniority I'm talking about is actually a seniority common to both the music circle and the acting circle. You choosing me is the equivalent of having both at the same time. With such a good appearance and such a good voice condition, you can surely blossom into an even brighter light amongst both paths. Keep in mind what your dream is, and who can be more effective in helping you to realize your dream. I believe you will have a choice. Tinker's eyes lit up, obviously a bit impressed. Only White Gap side. Money, resources, credentials. These 3, it seems, fund themselves a little bit, but those are his dad's. As for resources, it's only been a few days since his debut. Where did he get any? Seniority is not to mention. Wang Feng Bao daughter-in-law. Himself. But young boss. Forget it. It hurts to think about it. After thinking about it, White Gap ended up picking up the microphone. Those 3 things they were talking about earlier. I don't have any of them. And when I think about it, I think I only have one thing, and they don't have any of them either. Everyone threw him a surprised look. What's that? Is it another song to write? Even if you're a genius, you can't write anytime, anywhere, right? White Gap smiled and said something that made everyone's jaws drop. I have poise. That's what we have in common. We're the best looking people on this stage. I'll go. Juggling. It's not a beauty pageant. All 3 men on the stage made upset noises. White Gap turned his head and took out a small mirror, shining it at each of the 3 men. Isn't that the truth? Ha ha ha. All the viewers were happy. It was indeed true. And it had to be said that White Gap was indeed the most handsome looking among the several tutors. The other 3 had nothing to say but to change the subject and said, Tink, it's time for you to make your final choice. Tink smiled back as she looked at the 4. Slowly. Thank you several teachers. In fact, each of you I particularly like. And the conditions of each of them I am particularly impressed. So hard to choose. It's just that I've had a flaw since I was a kid. And that's the society of appearances. And my mom says every day that I'm a nymphomaniac and can't walk away from the sight of a handsome man. So now, I can't walk away from the sight of a handsome man again. My choice is, aside from White Gap. The other three tutors closed their eyes as if they already knew the outcome in advance. Mr. White Gap. The other three tutors all shook their heads helplessly. They hadn't thought about it in any way. Wasn't this a music program? How could they lose on their looks? They blamed their parents. Of course, these are nothing. Let's just say the show has better variety and the mentors are more interesting and the ratings will be high. Anyway, the recording has not revealed any obvious problems with the White Gap so far. However, near the end of the recording, a trainee came on, causing White Gap to feel a hint of strangeness. The trainee's name is Kim Ji-moon, and he has been a little-known junior in the music industry. Very talented. But a lot of things don't happen just because you're talented. His coming on has given White Gap some excitement. White Gap was once young and foolish, choosing to run away from home and pursue his musical dreams alone. At that time, he knew Kim Ji-moon, an excellent musician who specializes in composing and adapting music for others and has worked with many well-known artists. Although he has been lukewarm on his own, he is actually known to many in the industry. I didn't expect him to be here. A remix of Crazy for Me tore everyone's heart out and sang about everyone's discontent, rightfully earning a turn from all three mentors. Every single person except Wang Feng felt that this was a talent. White Gap was even happier. Being able to see familiar faces on this program, or people he used to look up to, gave him quite a feeling of meeting his old friends in his hometown. When the song ended, Kim Ji-moon was also very emotional and shed tears. It was so well sung. I was moved. Yang Kuan also cried, obviously moved. This is the best arrangement I've ever heard. I love you so much. That eagle started acting young. Please introduce yourself, Wang Feng said with a smile. Only White Gap was confused. Does he need an introduction? Don't these people know each other? Even if Kim Ji-moon is not particularly famous, but many of his songs these people know also participated in many performances, and the opportunity to share the stage with them. Doesn't that ring a bell? I'm a music arranger, currently drifting in the imperial capital. 10 years or so. I'm too bitter. This job is too depressing. I can't hold on any longer. I sleep in the basement every day. I eat instant noodles. Only my girlfriend is with me. No one in the whole world can understand me. Kim Ji-man's voice was in tears, and it broke the hearts of those who heard it. White Gap was even more puzzled, and not understanding the doorway. He shook his head. Hello, Kim Ji-man, do you recognize me? After saying this, the other three tutors fiercely looked at him in unison, their faces full of surprise, as if they were surprised that he would say such a sentence. Without feeling anything, White Gap continued, or, I should call you Mr. Kim Ji-moon. At that time, I just graduated from the university. You were already quite a well-known composer, working as a director in a music company. I applied for the job at that time, but unfortunately, I failed. But I was very impressed. You gave me a lot of professional advice, which benefited me a lot, and I always thought that you were a very, very powerful person in the music circle. It's true that before participating in The Voice of China, Kim Ji-moon wasn't as miserable as he made out to be. He was the music director of a music company founded by a first-tier singer duo, and his income was definitely upper echelon. If not rich, how can the life of a superintendent be bad? Hearing White Gap's words, Kim Ji-man's face became visibly unnatural. I did join some music companies and do some work before. What else could he say? Then you should know a lot of people in the circle, right? Now these four mentors, have you worked with them? White Gap was like a rash, asking the questions in his mind. Kim Ji-man was completely dumbfounded. This is not according to the script either. I'm just a small person, and I don't have any more well-known works. So, a big name like a few teachers. I'm sure I've only heard of the name but haven't seen it in person. In fact, there are times when I'm fortunate enough to have seen it, and that's only by sneaking around from far away. So how could a few teachers possibly recognize me? Yes? White Gap was about to ask. It's time to pick someone. Hurry up and move on to the next one. That's when the cue came on the scene. White Gap looked to the working group backstage with questions, and by now, the eagle had asked his last question. Make your choice. White Gap could only hide any more words in his heart. Kim Ji-moon eventually chose Yang Kuan, and that was the end of the first recording session. While leaving the scene, White Gap stumbled upon Yang Kuan. Quinn, you really don't know Kim Ji-man? I remember, didn't you guys work together before? White Gap was still struggling with the question he had just asked. Yang Kuan shook his head helplessly. The circle is this big. Through a few people. Who doesn't know anyone? It's just that. White Gap, old brother. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you an old brother. It's just a program. The main thing of the program is the effect of the program, and what we want is money. We want exposure. So don't take it too seriously. Yang Cohen had already made it very clear, just short of saying it outright. These are all scripts. The only way to do the show is to have the heat of the words. White Gap didn't say anything. He wasn't flabbergasted. He naturally knew what those words meant. There's still something in the back of my mind. Like I've always felt like I was doing something great. And now, it's not so great. Look on the bright side. This is a variety show. Everything has a cost. As long as we can all get what we need. We need money. We need exposure. These contestants need a stage. And as long as we can do what we need to do to give them a stage, it's not unconscionable. Perhaps seeing White Gap's face, Yang Cohen added another sentence. No, I get it. It just doesn't seem to be advertised to the public that way. White Gap laughed bitterly. Does that matter? Yang Cohen asked a rhetorical question. Not important. White Gap uses affirmative sentences this time. Yes does not matter. What others do cannot be swayed. As long as you do it without guilt. The blue stage recording was tight. And the White Gap guys only had one day off before they started the second set. White Gap was a lot smarter this time. And although his own acting talent wasn't very good, he tried his hardest to go along with everyone saying something crowning. When you take someone else's money, you should do things for them. God forbid. Even if the other person asks to do something he or she is not quite willing to do. As long as it does not violate the principle, then there is no excuse. Earn your money on your knees. Not too shabby. White Gap had gone through so many things, and had already looked away from many things. The recording of the whole program went well too. The directors backstage all nodded their heads in succession, thinking that White Gap wasn't as shafted as rumors had it. And wasn't it all pretty good? When the time comes, do some strong ones in your own editing? This is a program that will surely surpass all music variety shows and become a well-deserved hit. Until a voice emerges. When White Gap had just heard this voice, he felt his heart being heavily gripped. It was a sense of déjà vu, as if this person was having a déjà vu experience with himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't sound like this. White Gap lowered his head and looked at the title of the song. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow. Is there a tomorrow? White Gap suddenly understands that it's really possible that maybe people who can't see tomorrow can sing like that. Music doesn't lie. White Gap quietly listened to each lyric. The sea is endless. I can't see where it ends. It's deep and captivating. My heart. I'm just in the waves. Floating. Love sometimes suddenly high and sometimes low. Pushing me forward. Every day. The voice was soft and gentle. And yet every word is like crying. The unseen end is as beautiful as a poppy flower that leaves you wanting more. Until it drowns you. Sounds good. That eagle couldn't help but comment. The other three tutors even closed their eyes, looking like they were enjoying themselves. However, this is only the beginning. Once I indulged in enjoyment, in the end there was nowhere to relieve myself. The more my heart ached the happier I became. The more I wanted to be happy the lonelier I became. Maybe tomorrow, there will be no one to walk me through the ebb and flow of the tide. Maybe tomorrow, and you, with me at the beginning, until the end. The sea is endless and I'm in the waves. Blow up. The sudden high pitch was like a bomb that quickly set off a huge wave on the calm sea, making everyone's heart instantly explode. It's too high. This voice is simply too high. A height that exploded with life, causing goosebumps to fall all over the place for everyone. The singer was also great, with a thick, breath-carrying high note, rather than relying on his voice to reach it. It's national team caliber. The audience, all of them, had their mouths wide open. Geez, that's awesome. I'm uneducated, so forgive me if I just say bull. Cried. Really cried. At first I always feel that her songs are a little too hard. But listen carefully. Is the expression of emotion is too full? The world may be better tomorrow. But every day there are many people will not be able to see tomorrow's sun, so only love what I love. In order to have no regrets in this life, don't maybe tomorrow, because there may not be a tomorrow after passing through. There has never been a singer whose soprano voice made me feel as if that clear, booming voice penetrated through the clouds straight to the deepest part of the universe, and then reached everyone's heart until their eyes were wet. It's more like an extemporization, and as a lesser white person who doesn't know much about technique issues, I feel like it's an extemporization here, leaving you too breathless to listen to more than a sneak peek late at night by yourself and feel the weight of life. That's right, a masterpiece indeed. All four mentors coincidentally transmogrified without any insider knowledge, just impressed by the sound. My name is Yao Beina and I'm 31. The introductions were simple, even as she was coming up for air a bit. Obviously that song was physically demanding just now. There was another round of applause. That's awesome. You know what's the best thing about you? When you sing high notes, it's not that falsetto, it doesn't bother you at all. Yeah. Before I turned around I was wondering what kind of girl someone who could have that kind of power was, and then when I saw you, I was just amazed at how much energy was in such a small body. I think you have unlimited possibilities. Your future will be better. Come to my team. I'll make you stronger. The three mentors had one sentence each, and had even begun to steal people without realizing it. Yao Beina was happy and kept smiling. It was like the kind of smile that suddenly saw sunlight in the darkness for a long time, and White Gap was familiar with this feeling. Thanks, thank you to several mentors. She kept bowing in thanks. I feel like I'm a lot like you. White Gap was the last to speak. I don't know what the resemblance is, but there's just a sense of déjà vu. It's strange and real, and I wanted to ask if you have any plans for your future, or what your dreams are? White Gap asked for the word Wangfeng. Dreams. At the mention of these two words, Yao Beina smiled even more happily. My dream has come true. My dream is to put on jeans and flats like today, on a big stage like a pop festival, with a teacher, singing my favorite songs, because to tell the truth, it really turns out. Yao Beina suddenly cried, unable to contain her tears any longer. It's really rare to have had a chance to sing live like this before. To sing like this, to sing such great songs. Her tears were for herself, and few people knew, and she didn't want to talk about it herself, that she had been the winner of the youth song contest, the only one with a perfect score. What does this amount to? It's the equivalent of us taking a college entrance exam and getting a first, and a perfect first. It's a great starting point for what should be a great road ahead. Get into the national team and become a professional level singer to represent your country. How many people's dreams? But reality just likes to play all kinds of jokes on people. Just when she thought everything was going great, a serious illness, cancer, was going to change it all for good. Since then, she has been on a long journey to fight cancer. It's been an arduous journey, and the only thing that has sustained her is the belief that she can turn that period into a comma. She hoped that one day she would still be able to go and do what she wanted to do. In an age where monks were a profession and faith was traded for money, she had come so far on that one piece of faith. Now, finally, she has done it and taken the first step. She saw the dream glowing again. The voice of China, where dreams begin. It's a very simple dream, and very realistic. In fact, nowadays, many people with strength, all they need is a chance. But please believe that it's the gold that will eventually shine. Come to me, I will give you a chance. Wang Feng said sincerely. I've got 32 concerts this year, which means you've got 32 more of these stages. Mind? Yan Kuan took out his killer weapon again. Pick me, pick me. That eagle was even more direct. I've brought out champion trainees. Do you want to be champion? Want to go all the way? I can give you help. They all felt that what Yao Beina was talking about was that there was no such stage and no opportunity before. Yao Beina still kept thanking her, but her gaze looked towards the White Gap. She wanted to hear what White Gap had to say. White Gap laughed. I haven't had 32 concerts. I haven't been a teacher. I haven't had a lot of opportunities in particular, but I do know that the work is what makes a person go as far as they can go. And sincerity is what is necessary for two people to connect. Things come together. In fact, from you I see my past. A person who is betting his life on the future. Having traveled the same road to understand each other better. Having experienced despair to think more seriously for others. Yao Beina hesitated. She had wanted to go with that eagle. And that was the result of her weighing the pros and cons. She has been exposed to music since she was a child. And her parents are both in the music business. So she more or less knows things that others don't. It is said that the Na Eagle family, and the good voice of the relationship is very shallow. If in his team, then, the probability of obtaining a good result will also be a little greater. But, White Gap's words made her hesitate. It's a long way to go, and what a blessing it would be to have a like-minded person to go down this arduous road with. Yao Beina knew that she and Bai Gai had similar experiences, and if she could make music with him, then she would definitely find more resonance with him as well. So what to do? At that moment, White Gap added, do you remember Mao Mao? Just a while ago, talent triumphed over capital, and I'm sure in this year's voice, it will be the same story. Talent is king. Yao Beina cried. It may have seemed like a banal statement to others, but to her, it was something she had suffered for years. How many years? How much time has the word wistfulness driven away as if it were made for them? It's clear that they have better voices, better talent, but they just don't get ahead. Now they are being told that talent can triumph over capital. Yao Beina cried. I'll go with Mr. White Gap. She uttered the words with immense conviction. Like Mr. White Gap. I don't know where tomorrow is or which will come first, tomorrow or the accident, but I'm willing, as long as Mr. White Gap doesn't mind, to spend what may be a very short period of time to put up a fight. Welcome. Bai Gai didn't know the story on Yao Beina at this point, but he was still touched. Yao Beina became a student of White Gap. The people want it. That didn't make much of a ripple either. After all, it's just a blind audition. And the real subterfuge hasn't even begun yet. Next, it was quiet. White Gap heard a few more good voices. Some he managed to take down and some who chose someone else. But none of them were as shocking as Yao Beina. Until a gentle heavenly voice appeared. A joyful face is mesmerizing. The voice was one that had never been heard before. Not even similar. It's so beautiful. Ethereal. Remote. Beautiful. There isn't an adjective to describe it. The singer's name is Zhou Shen, a shy older boy who kept looking at his toes out of the corner of his eye as he faced his mentor. The whole thing rattled. It was the sound that surprised us the most. I've never heard anything like it. I like you so much. Pick me. Pick me. What is your dream? I have 32 concerts this year. Each one complimented him in his own way. This is a new force in Chinese music. I would write a song for you. The White Gap uttered the words during the robocall session. There was an uproar. Holy shit. Really? White Gap writes songs. Isn't that hair? A White Gap product is a masterpiece. This kid is going to be a big star in the future. What's the point of hesitating with this promise? Hurry up and choose. White Gap a song. That's how many champions can't compare. The three tutors were also dumbfounded. You can't afford to play. Can you? Play and raise sand. For a song? Do you know how much you're charging for your current deal? It's just a talent show. Is it necessary to send a nuclear bomb? With that, White Gap, victorious, took down the weekly trial. His war party is getting more and more formed. While they were recording, the show aired as scheduled. Quickly, a few popular participants stood out. Zhou Shen and Yao Beina are undoubtedly the best of the best. Shocking, just shocking. Never heard a song that shocked me so much. Yao Beina, God forever. YYDS. Zhou Shen is the cow. Never thought a boy can make that kind of oath. Even that Master Li who was very hot before. He tried to sing in falsetto as much as possible. But Zhou Shen, he seems to be naturally like that. Not a bit of incongruity. Is this the legendary God-giving food? Suddenly, I realized that White Gap's team is very strong, with two major aces. And the strength of the other players are not weak either. It has a great appearance of being a champion. Do you guys think that all these contestants who chose White Gap are dreaming that Mr. White Gap can write them a song? If they can really get a song, then they'll be rich. Rich? What are you thinking upstairs? Don't dream. Do you really think writing songs is like buying cabbages? It's not that easy. So far only Zhou Shen has gotten a promise. Not even Yao Beina. That's not necessarily true. It's a known fact that White Gap's songwriting ability is a 10-minute song. So maybe it's really 1 for 1? The show was hot. White Gap finally had 2 days off after finishing the blind audition phase of recording. During this time he deeply felt the intensity of the work of the blue stage. Treating women like men and men like cattle. Saying that is a bit of a compliment to Randai. They are definitely a bunch of iron men, who incidentally treat their guests as iron men as well. And there's no way they can finish without recording late into the night every day. White Gap was lying on the bed. The taping of the elimination stage would start tomorrow, and it was expected to be another bloodbath. Surprisingly, there was a little fear in his heart. Whoever said big stars were easy, really didn't. Cough cough. Suddenly, in bed, White Gap coughed violently a few times, and a hot stream came up in his throat as he hurriedly reached for a tissue and coughed it out. Not phlegm. The bright red color sent a jolt through his body. Blood. Some blackened blood. What's the situation? White Gap is a little scared. Your life is not your own. It is not to be squandered. It was already strong and overdrawn. So this is not a bad situation. The system's languid voice came in his head. White Gap let out a faint laugh. By the state of your speech, you've gotten a lot more energy lately, haven't you? It's a lot faster than it used to be. Now close your eyes so I can restore some of your body. No need to waste it. White Gap shook his head. Don't waste a single drop. There are more important people waiting for her. White Gap is talking about young me. Trying harder. Fighting harder. White Gap had one ultimate goal in mind, and that was to save Boss Yang. It's got to be possible. It's got to be possible. Without realizing it, White Gap slept. When he woke up on the second day, it was almost time for the recording, so he hurriedly washed up briefly and rushed to the recording site. Today, he's going to have a targeted coaching session with each of the trainees, and it's the first time he's done something like this, so he's preparing extra carefully. However, when he arrived at the scene, he felt a few things were wrong. What's going on? Yao Beina, you're not in the right state today. It's very wrong. Can you keep your mind on this for a bit? Is this your level? What are you thinking? And Zhou Shen. Several pitches. Several majors. How many times have I told you? Why can't you remember? Don't talk to me about being stupid. It's not even a matter of being smart or not. It's attitude. Don't think that everything will be fine once you get here. Your road has just begun. And you guys? What's the matter with all of you? Giving up? There will be wins and losses in the competition. But shouldn't we put in 100% effort to make it? The way you guys are now, Are you worthy of this stage? White Gap cursed. He was really angry. It was the first time he had done this kind of work and he had tried his best to suppress his temper. But now he couldn't take it anymore. These people, of course not all of them, there was a large portion of them. White Gap realized that they were in a very wrong state today, and if it was because of physical reasons or whatever, White Gap could still understand. But the White Gap saw two words in the body eyes of these people. Swinging. They seem to be the ones who have given up a lot of things. And everything is just like going through the motions. Just like the students sitting in the last row in school facing the exams. Not thinking about getting good grades at all, but just wanting the exams to be over quickly and going back to their homes. This was something he could never tolerate. Stage? Is there a stage? Why are you still so serious when the winner is already decided? What dream? What stage for vegetarians to realize their dreams? Is it all a scam? It's all a conspiracy made by capitalists. It's no fun. Listening to White Gap's angry rebuke, a few people muttered in dissatisfied whispers. Although the voice was small, White Gap still heard some of it, and immediately became even more angry and shouted, "What are you talking about? Speak up if you have any grievances." "What? You don't let anyone talk if you're not serious? Are you all children? Being a person should know to seize the opportunity. Now there is such a good opportunity in front of you guys, you don't cherish it." Sure enough, there is a reason for the failure. White Gap's words were quite harsh. During this time, he had been through a lot, and his body had made him more aware of the importance of time. And even more so, because yesterday's vomiting of blood had made him realize that he might not really have long to go, and that everyone was doing something they wanted to do at the last minute. So he was suddenly furious at this lack of effort. If it's really a chance, of course we'll grab it with our lives. But is it a chance? Is there still a chance? Finally, one person became disgruntled and loudly confronted White Gap. "What do you mean?" White Gap was a little confused. "Don't say it. Calm down." People around them were constantly reminding the cadet who had just spoken loudly. "What else is there to be calm about? I just don't believe he doesn't know." This cadet is probably also really disappointed that no one can stop him. "Mr. White Gap, we trusted you in this program to come here, but this place is so disappointing. Since yesterday, every one of us here has received an invitation from the program to sign a contract with each of us, an artist contract for 9 years, with a huge amount of liquidated damages if we default. Of course we didn't want to. At least I didn't. The thing I want most in music is freedom. Even if I sold myself, I didn't want to buy that long or anything, so I said I'd like to think about it. And as it turned out, you know what the people who talked to us about this contract said? He said that if you sign, then we'll all be on our own from now on. Promotion and all that, but if you don't sign, we're in business too. So of course we won't give all the traffic to those who aren't on our own. So think about it. Listen. Isn't this the stage where strength speaks for itself? Isn't this the place to give voice to dreams? Turns out, they want what they call their own people. If this contract is still fair, then we can understand. But, Mr. White Gap, you can ask everyone here, is this contract fair? 9 years? How many more years can a person's youth be? And the share ratio, with the artist only accounting for 20%. What's the difference between this and a vampire? It's true that we were distracted. It's true that we were out of shape today. But, Mr. White Gap, what kind of shape do you think we should be in for a game that we know is hopeless? This player said a lot in one breath, and Bai Guy understood, turning his head to look at Zhou Xin and Yao Beina. Is he telling the truth? White Gap didn't know about any of this, really didn't know anything at all. Yao Beina nodded. It's true, Mr. White Gap. I have some contracts on my own because I used to be the champion of the youth song contest, so I can only turn down this contract for now. I explained to them, but they said, that can't be helped. We can't possibly give the opportunity to someone who has no relationship with us since the show ended. White Gap's face grew darker and darker. However, Mr. White Gap, I know that this matter has nothing to do with you. We are just angry. We also put in a lot of hard work to get to this point, and then realized that this was supposed to be an unfair fight, and we're a little angry for a moment, but we know that it's not your fault, and the words that we said just now were a little bit impulsive, so don't worry about it. Yao Beina hurriedly explained. Zhou Xin, do you feel the same way? White Gap looked at Zhou Xin. I just want to sing well and sing the songs I want to sing myself. Zhou Xin is still introverted, but that doesn't mean he's not smart, and he's not signed. White Gap gently tapped him on the shoulder. I promise I'll let you sing what you want. Then he looked at everyone else, all his own trainees. Excuse me, I apologize for what I just said. I really don't know what happened in the middle. That's why I had that attitude. But please remember, music is sacred. Dreams are sacred. The road to chasing your dreams can't be a straight road. This is just a bump in the road you've encountered. And if you give up on your attitude because of a card, Do you think it's right? All you have to do now is to sing well and give your best. And as for the rest, leave it to us and I'll give you an explanation. Now you guys do what I just said and go practice a few more times properly. And I'll go to the program to verify these things. And as for the results, I'll be the first to let you know. Actually, White Gap doesn't understand these things. He's also a very go-with-the-flow kind of guy. No team, no agency, no contract so far. Not that he hadn't been contacted. Rather, he felt that it was uncertain how long he would be in the entertainment industry. So why put a stranglehold on himself? Isn't it good to do what you want? Of course, some of the best entertainment companies in the world didn't make him an offer. They all know that he is a dying man. Maybe one day he will not be in this world. In case they have invested a lot and in the end, the person is gone. Then isn't it a basket case? So, White Gap can now be considered a loner in the entertainment industry. But that's good. At least you can do whatever you want on your own without so many people pointing fingers next to you. White Gap found the program alone. There was something that he had to ask about. Mr. White Gap, you're here. How's it going? Is work still going well? It's true that I'm a bit tired these days. If you're not feeling well, be sure to say so in advance. We're equipped with a specialized medical team. At this time, the director is still very polite. It's okay, I'm okay. The White Gaps naturally do not allow for direct seizures. I heard from my trainees that they were asked to sign some kind of artist contract. Do you know anything about that? Oh, that no. This little thing, why still let you come to personally ask about it? The director didn't care. This is our normal work. As you know, no one is willing to do the grafting for others. There are good seedlings. Of course, they want to stay themselves. So this is also considered to be close to the water. To give these trainees, but also to give us a chance to each other. Talk about a crown. Even White Gap felt that it made sense. After all, no one was a philanthropist and wouldn't do anything without benefit. And it was only right to sign potential seedlings in advance. Just, what puzzles White Gap is this. Director, I can understand what you said. But there is one thing. I heard my trainees say that if they refuse to sign with you, it would affect their results in the later competitions. Is this true? A naked question, asked too directly. The director's face darkened instantly. Mr. White Gap, there are some things that we all just know in our hearts. There's no need to say them out loud. It's unspoken rules, and probably shady in the vast majority of talent shows. This kind of thing cannot point out. Not point out everyone is still a good friend. Once point out, it is meaningless. White Gap naturally didn't understand this. Or rather, he didn't want to. Director, I can understand that you guys are playing ahead of time. And this thing is normal. But I think the competition is about strength. It's about sound. Not about who is obedient and who has a background. Don't you think so? Ha! The director sneered twice. White Gap, did you go to school? White Gap froze. Up. I've been on it too. My family was average when I was a kid. When I was in high school, I met a few good buddies. We played together all day long, messed around, skipped classes to go to internet cafes, smoked cigarettes in the restrooms together, and felt like we lived a life of ease and relaxation. The director suddenly reminisced about his student days. When I first started high school, my grades were 4th in my class, which was great, but after I got with them, my grades fell off, and slowly, people needed to look for my name in the back cleaner, and I thought nothing of it, that there were more important things in life than grades, and the main thing was that there were still a few good friends with me, who played every day, just as much as I did, messing around every day and doing the same things every day, until one day, I made a mistake. The homeroom teacher got furious and scolded me. He asked me, what the hell do you want to do? Hanging out with a few of them all day. The only person you're ruining is yourself. Do you know that? I didn't care, and I even told him that in my heart. Buddy friends are the most important thing. The class teacher laughed. He said, children, you know what? Joe Xin. People do not study as usual full of homework first, and now there are many universities have contacted the future of the proper guaranteed students. What do you take in others then? Lu Xiang. Sports specialties. Run a 100 meters to leave 3 footprints. Every sports academy are staring at the seedling. The future may represent the country to participate in the competition. What do you take in others to compete? I froze. I was still young at that time, and what the teacher said was really something I had never thought about. But I still had a stiff upper lip, and I said, then there's Zhang Ming? The class teacher smiled even colder. He said, Zhang Ming? Zhang Ming's family has 400 cows. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? I said, I know. And the homeroom teacher said again, $20,000 a cow. And he's an only child. I was stupid. At that time I really froze in place. My mind did not know what to think. The class teacher said even more ferocious, He said, "You can't spell father. You can't spell strength. Now you don't spell hard. Don't spell grades. Don't pass the college entrance exams to change a little bit of your destiny. Now you are fooling around together and playing together. 10 years later, 20 years later, can people still recognize who you are? White Gap, do you know what this story means?" The director looked at White Gap and asked. White Gap shook his head. He sensed a hint of profundity, but couldn't seem to grasp the point. "I want to tell you, there is no fairness in this world itself, even in school, in that ivory tower that thinks it's pure. There is no absolute fairness. Take you as an example. If it's not because of your family lineage, if it's not because of Boss Young, even if you are talented and capable, then what can you do? You're just a dying patient. The whole of China, your kind of people don't have 10 million. There are also several millions. What do you count for? Is it fair to compare with them? It's not bad for a director to be able to take something that is inherently their fault and make it sound so profound and so rightful." White Gap admitted that for a moment. He was even on the verge of being convinced. But, in the end, he shook his head. "Director, you're wrong." White Gap said every word with great care. "We can't deny the existence of light because of the darkness of the world. Is there any darker than my current day? The harshness of living. The walking dead. So I am especially envious of those who have light in their eyes. Their light makes me feel that I am still alive. And during the blind auditions, I really saw that. There is light in every one of their eyes. It's a dream. It's light. And just a moment ago, their light disappeared. We can't take away their right to follow their dreams just because of what we've been through. I can't do anything to make the world fair, but I feel that I should at least give them a fair chance myself." The director was speechless. All that talk for nothing? For the first time he realized how this mentor was so shafted. "White Gap, we signed a contract. There is a contract, and it clearly states that you have to cooperate with us, and that you should do the job when you get paid." Since it didn't make sense, the director stopped being polite and directly moved to the contract. "Cooperation isn't without principle, and if I'm asked to cooperate against my conscience, I'm sorry, I can't do it." White Gap also simply said directly, "Have you seen the huge amount of liquidated damages on the contract? I know you're not short of money, but you can't mess with money either, right?" The director said coldly, "I'm not stupid, and I'm not going to quit of my own accord. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Is it hard to believe that choosing someone according to your own selection criteria is also a breach of contract?" White Gap pinpoints, "It's not as simple as you think." The director completely showed his cards and just sat down and crossed his legs. "If you don't cooperate, then there are 100 ways we can get you to cooperate. Don't forget, we're backed by Blue Channel. Any artist, even if he has a strong background, can't afford to offend a first-tier TV station. This is capital. First-class capital in the entertainment industry, towering over almost everything." White Gap laughed. Those words might have sounded like a threat to others, but to him, they really felt ridiculous. "Director, as you said, I'm a cancer patient. Does a TV station matter to someone who has today and no tomorrow? Important." The director affirmed. "Anyone who wants to go down this path, this matter is very important." White Gap, "Isn't Boss Young the one you care about the most? She's still in the hospital. She hasn't woken up yet. Maybe one day she'll suddenly wake up. If because of your selfishness, she wakes up and realizes that her career is all lit up in red, can you stand up to her? You have to beat the snake." And the director clearly knows what's important to the White Gap. White Gap's face changed. His mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. Yang Mi, always his soft underbelly. Seeing White Gap like this, the director's face slowly eased. "That's right. There's a saying in China since ancient times that those who know what's right are wise. So think about it. Think of it as a play. Life is like a play. Why be so serious about it?" White Gap left, and when he returned to his cadet area, he hesitated before pushing his way in. One by one, the trainees looked at him with eager eyes, waiting for White Gap to give them the final result. "Don't just stand there. Why don't you hurry up and practice? I can't be anyone else's master, but I promise you that on our team, it will be fair." The cadets were all relieved at this, and a few even cheered. As long as it's fair, they're willing to go out and work for it. The rest of the day, to be honest, White Gap was a bit distracted and made mistakes several times. He didn't know why he had said that to the cadets. Maybe it was the expectant looks that left him no choice. But, what exactly do you do with yourself? White Gap has no answers so far. After the training, White Gap left the recording site, and at the door, she saw a familiar face. Ziggy. This girl was waiting here at some point. White Gap frowned. Wasn't the rejection obvious enough last time? He kind of wanted to run away, but Ziki was already there waving at him, and it seemed a little impossible not to go over there. "What are you doing here? Recording a program here too?" White Gap said politely, always keeping some distance. Ziki shook her head. "No, I'm waiting for you. Wait for me? White Gap's head got big. This is really a case of what comes around comes around. Afraid of what? I'm not afraid as a female. And you're a male and you're still wimpy. Seeing the White Gap, Ziki directly covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, I know what you mean. And not to pester you. Feelings this kind of thing rely on fate on the line. Cannot force. I figured it out. White Gap breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you think so. He felt a sense of relief. Hey, give some face. Will you? Why do you look so happy when I say I'm giving up? It makes me lose face, Ziki said with a deliberate beak. No, I was thinking. It's fine. White Gap is really bad at dealing with these things. All written on the face. But also said no. It is true that the man's mouth to deceive the ghost. Okay, not to tease you. We have a thing want you to help. The voice of China is now so hot. Every artist wants to come to get a piece of the pie. Show a face. I'm no exception. I have heard that every elimination, each team will have a dream mentor. Your team's confirmed? Do I have a chance? Ziki was very direct. Perhaps because of the people of Xinjiang, there were not so many twists and turns. It took a moment for White Gap to remember that there was such a thing. The director's office had mentioned it to him before and told him to invite it and then they'd talk about it. It's just that this time is really too tired. And as soon as the White Gap is busy, the matter will be left behind. Not yet. I've heard that this dream mentor pays very little. Are you really coming? White Gap asked. There are some things that are much more important than money. I just came to the mainland to develop. Although I had some fame before through I am a singer. But I must strike while the iron is hot. This program is the best opportunity. So, Ziggy smiled slyly. So, Mr. White Gap, you have to help me more. You don't know. The last time you wrote a song for Xiaohan alone, it made me envious. Now that the entertainment industry in Xinjiang is failing, and I don't know many people, only you can help me. I feel sorry for the poor eyes. What else could White Gap say? It seems like it would be really bad if I didn't say yes again. Let me ask for you. This matter will eventually have to be decided by the director's team, White Gap said, kicking the ball back to the program. It wasn't a big deal to ask, and even if she did come, she'd agreed not to pester and just keep her distance anyway. Okay, I knew you would agree. I'll wait for your call, Ziki said happily. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Ziki offered to buy White Gap dinner, which White Gap declined. There's a lot to think about in the White Gap today. This program is not simple. After the two parted ways, Ziki returned to the car, and her expression, which had been happy and pleasant just a moment ago, immediately changed. Things are going well for Ziggy. As soon as Bai Gap talked to the director immediately agreed, while also saying to Bai Gap, yes, young people should understand things. We make money, make a name for ourselves. And what do other people have to do with you? What does it matter to you if you call you teacher a few times? You've only known each other for a few days. The program is over. The road is facing the sky, and each of you is walking again. Why bother? The director felt that White Gap must have figured it out, and that's why he recommended the dream mentor to himself. Which was good, saving him from having to go through the extra trouble of figuring out how to do it, and even though he had other preconceived notions, it was better to not use them if he could. White Gap didn't explain. Or maybe he was avoiding it. It is always despairing where there is no hope in sight. After finishing these things, Bai Guy came to the hospital where Yang Mi was. There were many things he couldn't say to other people, but he also needed to talk to them. And Yang Mi was the person he talked to? It would be nice if Yang Mi could still hear. No, Boss Yang must be able to hear it. Thinking like this, White Gap quickly arrived at the hospital and walked up to Yang Mi's hospital room when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were a lot of people gathered in front of Yang Mi's hospital room, and everyone's face showed sadness. It's all some acquaintances. There's White Gap's parents, Boss Yang's parents. Their eyes were red, obviously having just cried. What's going on here? White Gap's heart instantly lifted as a sense of foreboding surged through him. He didn't dare to think of the worst possible outcome, and could only keep consoling himself in his mind. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Taking a few quick steps, the first thing White Gap saw was his mom, who was in front of the hospital room at the moment, constantly wiping her tears. Mom, what's wrong? White Gap rushed forward and asked. White Gap's mother had to look up and was surprised to see White Gap, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. What are you doing here? Who told you that? No, didn't I say I wouldn't tell you first? White Gap's mom was a little tongue-tied. Hearing his mother say that, White Gap panicked even more. What are you hiding from yourself? What's wrong with Boss Yang? White Gap heart anxious. The whole world seems to have the feeling of cracking. Too late to ask. Around the mother to rush inside. Entering the ward, there were many people inside, all gathered around Boss Yang at the moment. and when they saw By Guy come in, they all had some surprise on their faces. Only that, under the cover of great sadness, these insignificant emotions, it didn't matter anymore. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened to Mimi? Whitegap asked anxiously. At this time, Yang Mi, pale face lying on the hospital bed. Originally that beautiful face, even more wrinkles, the doctor's face is heavy, looking at some laboratory results, constantly sighing. Don't worry, it's okay, everything's okay. Whitegap's father rushed to comfort him. However, at this moment, where is the Whitegap still listening to it? He directly rushed to the doctor, and grabbed the doctor with one hand, his red eyes as if he wanted to eat people. The doctor, a little flustered by the sudden outburst, took 2 steps back in fear and shook his head hurriedly. The patient's body suddenly appeared to deteriorate. All vital signs showed a state of failure, as if suddenly all the organs are aging rapidly. Less than 30 years old. This body is like 70 years old, and the aging speed is getting faster and faster. Whitegap froze in place, and for a moment, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, each of them breaking his heart into raw pain. Since when? Under the great grief, Whitegap's voice was somewhat calm instead. Has always had this situation. Just before the condition is not very serious. We also used some anti-aging drugs. Many plants will appear this situation. We thought it was normal. I did not expect that since last night. The condition has suddenly worsened. Whitegap didn't say anything and just stood there dumbfounded, tears suddenly appearing in his eyes as if in a flash and flowing down his face. He just cried silently. Blame yourself. Blame yourself. Whitegap thought a lot in this instant, especially thinking about before. How on earth did he wake up? It was Boss Young who traded his life for a life. What one lives itself is the life of Boss Young, trading decades of his life for 3 months of his own survival. That's why Boss Yang is in such a situation. Why? Exactly? Whitegap felt incredibly guilty. He wanted to die, but when he thought that this life wasn't even his own, he felt that he didn't even have the right to die. Is there anything sadder than that? Gap, don't be like this. Your health is not good either. Don't fall sick again. Nini, if she can see it, she will not want to see you like this. Whitegap's mom worriedly reassured. Only, are such words of any use? How much longer? Whitegap asked quietly. If we don't get effective relief, we figure it's only about a month. A month? Whitegap was shocked in his heart. Why so fast? Didn't the system say before that there were still 3 months left? Even if some time has passed, that's still more than 2 months away. Where did the time go? Whitegap questioned the system over and over in his head. Liar, what happened to the promised 3 months? A minute less or a second less isn't 3 months. So why is it getting so fast now? After a long time, the system finally sighed slowly. Host, this can't be asked of me. It has to be asked of you. What have you done this month, don't you know? I told you a long time ago. What you live is her life. What you can stand up now is burning her life force. Originally, if you live righteously and don't engage in any demonic moths, 3 months won't be a big problem. Maybe even longer. But, think about it yourself. You have done what things during this time? Participate in I Am a Singer, by the net violence, and now go to participate in The Voice of China, which is not an extremely consuming physical matter. Normal people may not be able to stand. And now you live a day. The equivalent of other people live 3 days. So now there is such a result, but also unexpected, can also have a month of time, has been considered to be good. Whitegap understood, and at the same time, it was harder in his heart. Turns out, the culprit was himself again. It was you who killed Mr. Young. He is a pest himself, and whoever is touched is in bad luck. Why is it that one just tries to do a good job in a desperate attempt to get a good job, and this is what one gets in return? Is there really a point to living like this? The human world is too bitter. I really don't want to come back in the next life. Why? Why didn't you say so before? Why didn't you warn me before? Again and again? Why didn't you tell me explicitly that there would be consequences? Why? He questioned the system over and over again. He needed an excuse. Needed to go on a rampage. I don't know. The system was silent for a long time before speaking slowly once more. I really don't know what you did. I don't know if it's right or wrong. You participated in I Am a Singer. A song is alive, so that more people start to think about it. You were cyber violated, but promoted the protection of laborers in Dacia. Energy doesn't lie to people. Lately, I have gotten a lot of energy. In this land, there are already more and more people who aren't forced to work overtime and don't have to work as oxen and horses every day. When they think of you after tea, they all say a word of gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. So sometimes, I seem to think that everything you do is right, even if the process is so convoluted. Is it important? Whitegap only felt ridiculous now. I get it all. White Gap seemed to have suddenly figured out a lot of things. Where's the genuine good for me? Where is there any absolute care? Everything in the world is selfish, including me and including you. System, don't talk in such a grandiose manner. I only did those things to save my beloved, and your familiarity is only for you to have more energy. What does it matter if we are dead or alive by then? You're just switching hosts and serving someone else, and continuing to take advantage of those you can. Never ending. But for me, you know what? System, you ruined everything for me. All my meaning of living. Yang Mi is dead. What's the point of me doing all this? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. White Gap is really close to a seizure. Today's news made him feel like the sky was falling. The ground was cracking, as if everything had lost its light. What else was there in the world for him to hold on to? Don't say that. In his head, the system's voice was a little sad. Remember what I told you? You're my only friend. And maybe in the past I was what you said I was. That I was nothing more than a relationship with all the hosts that used each other without feelings. But this time, I really didn't think so. The reason I didn't remind you is because, even if you live well, you'll only have 3 or 4 months to live. Whereas right now, with enough energy, you might actually be able to change your life against the odds. Against all odds? After hearing the system's words, White Gap's eyes lit up. Is it really still possible to reverse everything? No. Not right. Didn't you say before that energy is useless? It's impossible? White Gap suddenly thought of something White Gap had said to him before. The system was a little unsure of how to answer. What he said in the first place was true. He never lied. He did not say, do anything is need to pay the corresponding price? This world never have a free lunch. That price, the system felt, he could never pay in his life. Now, however, it hesitated. There shouldn't have been any such emotion at all. But, for the first time in history, the system really hesitated too. Before, I just thought that it was impossible for you to gain so much energy. And in all the time I've lived, no one has ever been able to accumulate enough energy in a short period of time. So I said it was impossible. The system made a random excuse. To be honest, until now, it hadn't thought about what it would do if that day did come. Take one step at a time and wait until the day. The voice of China is hot right now. As long as you can follow along and have more things that move people, I get a lot of energy with each installment. And in a month, we have 4 opportunities. So if we utilize them well, we might actually be able to get it done. The system added. But you also have to think about it. This program is not simple. If you stick to your own principles, it's likely that it won't even air. And when it does, it'll be hard to find another program with about the same amount of heat, and time won't allow for it. White Gap stood dumbfounded. Of course he knew what the system meant by what it said. It was nothing more than telling him that if he wanted to gain all this energy, all this heat, then he might have to do something that went against his conscience, to go along with the program's crew to do some unseemly hookups. The so-called dream, the so-called fairness, all of it is gone. White Gap didn't answer the system's last words as he turned to look at Boss Yang's parents and deeply bowed to the 2 old men. Uncle, Auntie, don't cry. Trust me. I'll find a way to save Mimi. She won't leave us like this. I promise. Little Gap, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's all life. It's all life. The 2 old men were both kind people, and until now at this time, they were still holding back their grief and comforting by Guy. After settling down the 2 old men and talking to his own parents for a while, White Gap left the hospital. He had more important things to do. Back on the show, he was more attentive to coaching each of his students, but said nothing about his previous so-called contract. Each of the trainees was also very serious, and they all believed White Gap's last words when he left at that time. You guys just work hard and he promises a fair presence on their team. This gives every participant confidence. Just now, is White Gap even a guarantee? White Gap found the program and didn't make any more requests. Just said that they wanted their team's match to be aired first. It's only a month away. Although it was said that the Voice of China would air 1 episode every week, there were 4 teams in total, and if each team had 1 episode, he would only have 1 week where he could show his face. If the first one airs, as long as the content is good enough, then the short videos that follow, the heat, will continue. It also gets more energy. It wasn't a big deal, and the director's team naturally obliged him, but the party group also made their demands. The so-called requirements are actually a list. It had a few people written on it who had to be eliminated, and White Gap knew that these were the people who hadn't signed with them. I still want the song to decide where they end up. White Gap is still trying to work it out. You know, how much exposure we get with each installment of our show. 1 more minute of them staying is 1 minute of our resources wasted. So, I'm sure you're a smart man. The director has made it clear. White Gap didn't answer and walked out alone. Next to the director, an assistant said with some concern, will he listen to us? The director smiled coldly. I don't know. All the choices will depend on him. If he doesn't listen, then prepare a second option. Don't worry people, it will eventually be reversed. I just hope to write something positive and there will be some happy content for all. The elimination rounds are simple. Members of the same team face off 2 by 2, with the winner continuing and the loser eliminated. And the decision is in the hands of their mentors. Others only have the right to give advice, but not to decide. This also means that the so-called fairness or unfairness is entirely in the hands of their teachers. The taping began with the introduction of the dream mentor, who then sang a song for the group. White Gap's dream mentor is naturally Tangziki. However, when Bai Guy saw the title of the song, his face instantly changed. It was a song he knew too well, every word, every tune, because he wrote the song. It was a song that he, at first, felt that he was going to die, and wrote it on his notebook, and then it was gotten by Boss Young and taken back to his own company. And then, White Gap didn't pay any attention to it. How did it get into Ziki's hands? Seeing the look in White Gap's eyes, Ziki smiled. Mr. White Gap, you wrote this song, but I also paid for it. Boss Yang's previous company peddled some songs to the public, and I liked this song when I saw it, but I spent a lot of money to snatch it. White Gap didn't say anything, just a little helpless in his heart. Do you like the song or not? Or are you trying to say something with the lyrics of this song? This woman, she still won't die. The name of the song is Fruit of the Summer. It's a sentimental love song. It's also a song that some people who are in love with each other are afraid to listen to. What is the fruit of the summer? We always think that love is the fruit of the summer, sweet and thirst-quenching. We also always think that we should be happy when we say that we get the fruits of love. But do not know. Love is like the Garden of Eden that a full of temptation apple. Let you eat this fruit. From now on your happiness and sadness will be all out of their control. It can become a case of being in trouble. It can become indistinguishable from a square. So what should be done? Ziggy stood on stage and as the intro played, she gave her answer in a few lines. Maybe give up, to be close to you, to stop seeing you, so you'll remember me. Time accumulates, the fruits of this summer, the lonely scent of memories. I'm going to try to leave you, not to think about you anymore, even though that's not what I meant to do. You once said that you would love me forever. Maybe the promise is nothing more than a promise because you're not sure. Don't use silence to cover up anything more, when the result is so naked. Thought you'd say something before you left me. You just turned your head and didn't look at me. Don't mean to say, you still love me, when watching the tide rise and fall, as long as you remember me. Maybe give up to be close to you and stop seeing you so you'll think of me. What a painful realization. I don't want to give up. It's just my way of letting you know I exist. Don't say I'm scheming. Don't blame me for being tactful. Sometimes we're all the same, just longing for love. There was a large audience on the recording line, and so many people's eyes were moist with this uncomplicated, yet heartfelt song. How many of you really know what the fruit of the summer means? The fruit would have ripened in the fall, but the fruit is also bitter even too early. Suddenly heard this song. The mood seems to return to 2 years ago. 2 years ago the mood to the present is still the same frustration. So far I can't let go of what I can't hide from what I regret, what I cherish, what I like, what I hate are all related to that period of time. And nothing else matters. I've been traveling for 2 years, smoking for 2 years, and leaving you for 2 years. Even if I never see you again, all I need is you. If a person really likes you, he will absolutely come to you because he misses you, never because you ignore him. Friendship or love. There is no such thing as coyness. Fall out of love once and all the lyrics are understood. Everyone has everyone's story, and everyone has that person in their heart that they love but can't have. Ziggy's voice continues. She is a powerhouse singer, and any song seems to swim in his voice. You once said that you would love me forever. Maybe the promise is nothing more than proof of lack of certainty. There's no need to be sad. No need to hide anything when the results are so bare. You don't really have to say anything to get away from me. At least those passages belong to me. Ziki kept looking at White Gap as she sang the song, her eyes full of tenderness. When did she start to lose control of her feelings? Ziggy didn't know. Maybe it was the moment when he first visited the hospital at night and White Gap, dragging his sickly body, wrote about bubbles. Maybe it was because he knew his days were numbered. Yet he still smiled and told her to remember to find me for a song date. Maybe it was the song Just Be Ordinary that made her feel like she couldn't stop crying. Lots and lots. Slowly, she crosses the line, and with Boss Yang in a coma, she feels her chance has come, making frequent advances, wanting to have love, even if it's not understood by the whole world. Ziggy thought that was great, but she was still wrong. After singing the song, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down before looking at the White Gap. Mr. White Gap, how did I sing? You don't fit the song. White Gap looked at Ziki and said quietly, not leaving any face at all. With your voice, You may be able to handle a lot of songs. Each of these songs sound great, but I hope that this song is not just a bitter love song, but more of a longing for the future. A kind of relief. Do you understand? What you can't get you may never get. Walk your own path. Those landscapes along the way are truly your own. White Gap was trying to make his attitude clear with these words. He'd done this many times before, and he really hoped Ziggy would get it. Ziggy wasn't sad at all, and the smile on her face grew even bigger. I felt the same way when I first got the song, but then again, I think that with 1,000 listeners there are 1,000 fruits of summer, and each one can be interpreted differently. Would you like to hear my interpretation, Mr. White Gap? White Gap nodded. He certainly wouldn't refuse. Spring and autumn, the fruit is supposed to ripen in the fall. Picking it in the height of summer, a season where it doesn't belong, is destined to be bitter but beautiful. I was a little girl too, and I used to like someone. A lot. Just the kind of like that you don't think you can do without him. And so I did a lot of things, and I hoped that he'd change for me, and do some different things. But then, I figured it out. Is it the current him that I like, or is it the changed him? If he really changed, would he still be the same person I like? So it would be better to hide this feeling in my heart and slowly forget about it, so that at some point in the future, looking back on this time, he and I will both be beautiful in each other's hearts. When the day comes that we all live in each other's memories, aren't the memories of us all beautiful? Ziggy said a lot in one breath, and a lot of people in the audience were clouded by the fact that really, it was all just a life lesson. Only White Gap heard it. The girl in front of me had finally made the right choice. She had a long road ahead of her and this memory would soon pass. It's good to think of it as a pain in the ass of youth. White Gap nodded heavily. Very well said. Congratulations. You will definitely be on a better path in the future. Ziki smiled back. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Then, Mr. White Gap, do you still think I'm not fit to sing this song? No, it fits. You fit. Thank you, Mr. White Gap. A very successful show. Next, it's the Cadet PK. With two participants singing the same song, it was able to clearly show how good each participant was. At first, everything was fine. White Gap's greatest fear was that the crew would mess up, and he looked over at them several times, consciously or unconsciously. But the good thing is, until now, the show has not made any noise. Everything was going the way the White Gap wanted it to. The singers who were eliminated from the White Gap were also justified, giving their reasons and the direction of their development. However, what comes around comes around. The next group to have a PK is Zhou Shen and Li Wei. White Gap clapped hard. This was White Gap's ace in the hole, and the group that White Gap felt had the least amount of suspense. As long as Zhou Shen played normally, with his unique conditions, he could definitely stand out. As for Levi, it was also a pretty good singer, and White Gap had even figured that if there were any good songs in the future, they would definitely prioritize them as trainees. PK starts. The name of the song is Baikal, a song of unearthly beauty. Both are very strong. Let's put it this way. While Li Wei makes the shores of Lake Baikal feel like a place of faint melancholy, Zhou Shen makes it feel like it's fairyland. This song really suits Levi. The lightness of the telling made everyone comfortable. The White Gap, which already had an answer in mind, suddenly swayed. He knew that if he was talking about the future in talent, Zhou Shen must have more possibilities. God rewarded him and he is a deserving future superstar. But, if this is just a contest, just based on one song, then, Li Wei's performance, at least in the middle of this song, is on a par with Zhou Shen. Wang Feng spared no effort in applauding, and his entire body was also very excited. I'm very grateful to White Gap for identifying these two and finding such a song that can make me hear such a wonderful song in my limited life. As for Li Wei, this is a player who surprised me. At this moment I am so regretting that I didn't recruit him into my team. It's too hard to choose. Fortunately it's not me who made the choice this time. What if you must make a choice? The hosts won't leave him alone. Wang Feng sighed. If I have to make a choice, then I'm going to go with Li Wei. Not that he's better than Zhou Shen, but it's the progress he's made over the course of time that I think impresses me more. Where's MS? Ziki? The moderator asked again. Both of them are great and sing exceptionally well. Even better than me I think, but one of them has a special voice that I've never heard before, and I'd go with Zhou Shen. Ziggy is still straightforward. Then, Na Ing and Yang Kuan also expressed their views. Unsurprisingly, one person chose Li Wei and one person chose Zhou Shen. All the pressure was given to the White Gap again. Although the opinions of the other instructors don't really matter and they don't really have a say in the decision. However, such an equal number of votes still made White Gap feel a little tricky. It's all in the palm of your hand. However, after thinking for a long time, White Gap had an answer in his mind. Just let everything speak for itself in music. His idea is simple. The competition is all about results. You can't just take it for granted because the bully scores 100 points every time. And the scum, who improves by 50 points once and scores 95 points on the test, thinks he's better than the bully. Some may say it's unfair, but that's the game. And results speak for themselves. The GCSEs won't look at how far you've progressed. Whitegap took a deep breath and prepared to give his answer. To be able to enter my battle team, I feel that you are all my students, although it is possible that I am not as old as you are, and to call myself a teacher is more or less a misnomer. But I truly want to be your partner on the path of music, and this choice today is just the result of a competition. And there is still a long way to go for each and every one of you, and believe me, this is just the beginning. Whitegap was still not exempt from saying a bunch of dispensable nonsense, but he felt that it was what he really wanted to say, without a hint of falsehood. Next, it's time for him to make his choice. I'd go with. These words had just been uttered when suddenly, a voice came out of Whitegap's headset. Choose Li Wei and let Li Wei advance. The voice made Whitegap shudder. What's coming is coming. It's the director's voice. Whitegap had wondered what they would use to interfere with the match. Deliberately tampering with the players' equipment? Deliberately changing the race system? But it never occurred to him that they would choose such a direct approach. One is still too young after all. If you want to keep doing what you're doing here, then listen to me and make the choice you need to make. Seeing that Whitegap didn't respond for a long time, the director urged again in his headset. Whitegap felt incredibly torn. If he was by himself, he would not hesitate to choose to refuse and choose to expose out all of this, even if he would lose his name later. But then there's Boss Young. The system said that the only way to collect energy faster is to participate in this program, so that you can do what you want to do before the time arrives. Turns out, it comes at the cost of someone else's dream. As far as these things coming to light, they could have a much worse effect, and the energy would instead decrease rather than increase. It doesn't matter. The masses are stupid and all is true until things come to light. As for later, please believe in the power of capital. The scene fell into silence for a moment, and all eyes looked toward Whitegap. One step forward. I'm sorry for Boss Young. One step back. I'm sorry for Joshin. Originally, Whitegap thought it would be easy to make a decision. After all, Boss Yang's position in his heart was pivotal. However, when it came down to it, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. There is no such thing in this world as a perfect method, and I am not ashamed of my life. Please make your choice, Mr. Whitegap. The moderator prodded again. Whitegap sighed, and on the paper, wrote down a name heavily. My choice is. Whitegap speaks very slowly. Chow. However, the first word Joe had just been exported, and the crowd didn't have time to hear it clearly. Suddenly, there was a loss of sound from the microphone, and no more sound could be made. This sudden situation caused everyone to look at each other in disbelief, and Whitegap's eyes even widened. Originally, he had already thought of choosing according to his heart, and next, he would go and discuss it with the program. The big deal is that you suffer a little bit and try to listen to them in all things in the future, even paying some money. He feels that paying some price should keep this team of his out of the way. As for those out-of-body things, he didn't care. However, what Whitegap didn't expect was this. The program's tactics were really powerful. It simply wouldn't let him make another choice. I'm sorry, we're having some problems with our backstage equipment. The program will be paused for now, and we'll restart later after our technicians fix it. The host received the message from the program and immediately said, while running next to Whitegap and whispering a few words in his ear. Whitegap stood up, helpless, and followed the host backstage. Backstage, the director's face was dark and scary. Whitegap, I thought you were a smart man, but the choices you've made have made me very unhappy. Whitegap shook his head, saw a chair in front of him, and sat down directly. Director, what does it cost to advance? I'll pay for this. I just hope that, at least my trainees, won't be treated unfairly. Whitegap had decided to take a step back, which might also be a form of complicity, but at least it would buy a peace of mind for his conscience. Ha! The director laughed coldly. Is this about money? Whitegap, this is showbiz. This is variety. Every program has to have rules for every program. Rules in the open. Rules in the dark. All of them. How much money can this program make per broadcast, do you know? This money is not because you guests are great, but we manipulate it behind the scenes. Without you, this program is still ace. Do you understand? The director made it very clear that Whitegap was still thinking too naively. They needed absolute control over the show. They needed to follow their script every step of the way. So there are some things money can't solve. So is this a good Chinese voice or a good Chinese actor? Whitegap asked with a smile. The longer I live, the more I think the world is unclean. You can think of it as an actor. It's really quite simple. Everyone does what they're supposed to do. You're good. I'm good. Everyone's good. Isn't that good? The director is unapologetic. What if I said I couldn't do it? White Gap didn't step back either. Sorry about that. The director seemed to be prepared for this. I've heard that Mr. White Gap's health has not been good. Perhaps he needs to rest for a while longer. Our program is too tiring. Such a heavy workload is indeed a burden for you. Following the principle of putting people first, we have to be responsible for your health. White Gap froze. I didn't expect that the program would be so direct, even if they had already thought of a response. If you don't cooperate, then never cooperate and never appear on this program. Of course, White Gap knew that with the influence of this program, there were countless artists who wanted to come to this program as mentors. He's gone today, and it won't take until day 2 for untold numbers of people to fill his shoes. The program is nakedly emboldened. Of course, it's fine for you to leave, but don't think about saying anything out there. You're responsible for what you say. After all, every word you say can affect more than just your own personal interests, as well as every cadet under your stage. The director threatened again. I have to say, he puts human nature into perspective. Those mentors who don't care about their ments naturally won't fall out with the program over this issue, and those mentors who can fall out with the program, in turn, will throw in the towel and choose to remain silent because of their ments. In short, it's not going to be this crew that loses, no matter what. If according to the previous character of White Gap, he would definitely walk away directly now, unable to do anything to make this world clean, then he would be alone, which was also considered an attitude of his own. But, now, the attitude of the director's team proved that what White Gap had thought before was naive. But Boss Yun's situation, again, makes him desperately need the show. Does doing something bad for love count as tainting love? White Gap doesn't know. Okay, all words have been said. I'm going to give you one last chance to return to the stage and make your own choice. And I can assure you that our program will only intervene this one time today. The taping of the show couldn't be stopped for long. And soon enough, White Gap was back in the mentor's chair. He looked at the Zhou Shin in front of him, and his heart became even harder. My choice is. White Gap closed his eyes. He wanted to say that name with his eyes closed. Wait. At that moment, a childish voice interrupted him. Mr. White Gap, can I say something before I hear the answer? It was Zhou Shin, the shy and introverted boy who suddenly raised his head stubbornly. White Gap nodded. He certainly wouldn't refuse. Zhou Shin smiled, a particularly bright and flawless smile on his face. Mr. White Gap, thank you. You're really the best teacher I've ever seen. You're exceptionally responsible for each and every one of us. And of course, each and every one of the players within our team is exceptionally good as well. And whoever goes and whoever stays, I think it's all justified. I especially want to stay on this stage and I especially want to keep singing. But there's one thing that I have to say. Probably, my road to the good voice of China is going to draw a conclusion here. In one's life, there are a lot of things that are more important than the competition. And it just so happens that I have recently had a thing that I felt was more important than the competition. So I choose to withdraw. Withdrawal. As soon as those 2 words were spoken, all mouths grew wide. Zhou Shin, do you know what you're saying? Zhou Shin, you have a good chance to win. This stage could change you for life. A chorus of voices filled the room, even the White Gap. It was unbelievable. Zhou Shin, have you really thought about it? Do you know what this decision means? Did someone say something to you in private about something? I told you to just focus on the music and not think about anything else. Zhou Shin shook his head. He could feel that Bai Guy was genuinely concerned about him. Mr. White Gap, I will thank you for the rest of my life. Don't worry, this is my own decision. No one has approached me. I was torn. When the program suddenly went wrong just now, I thought about it for a long time backstage. And I think that this decision is more important than the result of the competition. And it will not make me regret it. White Gap understood. Who said that Zhou Shindu was smart, and that there were many things that he knew better than himself as a mentor. Cleverly stated. He was thinking about it during the program interruption earlier. Backstage at the show. Thinking about it, what must he have heard? So, he didn't want to make things difficult for himself as a mentor? The program is relentless. White Gap's eyes suddenly got a little wet. Actually you don't have to do that. Sensei, Zhou Shin said heavily. This is my own decision. I want us as a team to get better and better. Not just me, but many others. Yao Beina needs you. All those who are pursuing their dreams need it. So teacher, you can't fall down. He was serious about what he said. He's trying to give the others a fair chance with his sacrifice. Bai Gap looked at Zhou Shin's eyes and, in the end, sadly nodded his head. My choice is Levi. But Zhou Shin, you have to know that there's more than one road to your dream. Leave this stage. With your voice, you'll have a bigger development. You'll become a deserved leader among the new generation of singers, the one that countless singers want to work with. And of course, that includes me. White Gap gathered himself together and rejoined. I've written a song for you. Remember, come see me after the recording. I'm sure soon you'll tell everyone that their decision was wrong. You're a clean and flawless person. This stage, it's not for you. The whole room was in a state of shock. What shocked them was the previous sentence spoken by White Gap. White Gap writes songs? White Gap wrote another song? And what will be the surprise? Oh my god. Is there going to be another song added to my list? Got a feeling another mauve is about to show up. Should I rush up and ask for a few autographs now in case I can't get them later? Isn't this worth more than a championship? Other people's songs don't count for much. But White Gap, that's a hit. The scene immediately murmured. White Gap smiled back as Zhou Shen's decision delayed his plans. Just as well. So let's stay with these kids for a little while longer. He silently crumpled the piece of paper with Zhou Shen written on it into a ball of paper. That was always his choice. Boss Young, wait for me. I will save you and show the world that talent can overcome capital. White Gap already had a lot of plans in mind. It was only Zhou Shen's decision that delayed the plan. The rest of the recording went well and there were no further hiccups. After the recording, White Gap felt a little hungry and went to a fast food restaurant alone. Originally, Ziki was following him, but had to leave first because of other work. It's an international burger chain, McDonald's. However, things just seemed to find the White Gap. While waiting at the fast food restaurant, there were a few small days next to me that were talking loudly in total Japanese with reckless abandon. Listening to their words, White Gap frowned. He had studied the language in college and could still hear basic communication. What these people said made him hate his guts. Baka, the Chinese are just a stick of stupid pigs. Look at them, one by one. Ha ha, they are cheap bones in their bones. Back then we were on this land, killing their men and robbing their women. And now they still treat us like human beings. You say it's not cheap. I'm telling you guys, now I just have to show my little life. There are several Chinese women falling over themselves. I slapped one woman several times yesterday and he still groveled and laughed at me. Ha ha ha, White Gap is crazy. On the land of Huaxia, it insulted Huaxia with impunity. Is this a fucking human thing to do? Don't say beast. I'm afraid to insult the beast. These people felt that Chinese people could not understand Japanese, and their voices grew louder and their words became more and more unpleasant, and even began to rise to the national level. White Gap couldn't hold back. No Chinese person could endure it. You animals, do you know where this is? Don't think that no one can understand what you're saying. I'm demanding an apology now. You must apologize or suffer the consequences. At first, White Gap maintained the proper attitude of a state of etiquette. However, this little bunch of days, seeing that White Gap was the only one, and looking at the large number of people behind them, instead of apologizing, they started to push White Gap. Asshole, what are you saying? Are you insulting our noble little life? With this little body of yours? Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one finger. We are your fathers. What kind of father apologizes to his son? Joke. White Gap couldn't hold back. It's completely intolerable. He thinks he's wrong. Why try to reason with an animal? Will they listen? A state of etiquette. Etiquette is to be spoken with civilized people. Why should it be spoken with something that is even worse than an animal? There is only one way to deal with them. Many years ago, our old ancestors taught us. That's the punch. These bullies will only cower when confronted with their fists. That's why they're still languishing under the wings of their Big Daddy Eagle Sauce. Until now, they didn't have their own army, and Eagle Jam's forces were still reigning over their territory. What right does a country that doesn't even have its own sovereignty intact have to gloat about it? White Gap didn't intend to make any more sense, and directly extended his fist and swung it heavily towards the one who rushed at the front. Ah! With a scream, that little day covered her mouth and screamed. Baka! You! How dare you hit me? Asshole! I'm going to get you! Mud! Stupid pig! I'll fight you today! A small group of daytimers fist-pumped, saw that White Gap was alone, and charged right in. Although the White Gap is brave, but in the end is only one person. The enemy is many and we are few. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. In the end, still lost the wind. Right now, everyone else in the store looked over. What's going on? What's the fight about? Several people fighting one. No wood. No. Why can't I understand what they're saying? Mud. Aren't these beaters speaking Japanese? Is it fucking Kodomo? Chinese people being beaten by a small day? Mad. Can't stand it. Many of the people in the store noticed the situation and rushed for reinforcements. The battle went into a stalemate for a while. In a stalemate situation, it always takes someone to break the ice. At that moment, a Chinese man disguised as a communication soldier ran to the front of the store and shouted, "The little days are hitting people. The little days are hitting the Chinese. This is Wa Xia." Hearing the shouts, the passing Chinese were all awakened by their blood, and decades of national hatred surged to their hearts. joining the battle. But Chinese people have the quality of Chinese people. The good man does not hit the girl. So that small day of female students, lucky to escape. She quickly got the store's attendant to try to stop this. The waitress said with a smile, "Ma'am, would you like an extra meal?" The female international student pointed to the battlefield next to him and gabbled a lot. And although the waiter didn't understand him, he still understood what he meant and said more politely, "I'm sorry, ma'am, that's not within the scope of my services." At the same time, the waiter felt that the hygiene of this piece was rather poor, so he thoughtfully handed the broom to a Chinese man. After all, it is everyone's responsibility to take care of the environment. He did the right thing. At this time, the manager of the fast food restaurant was also anxious and trembling, and accidentally touched the store's surveillance. Then he rushed straight out the back door, changed his clothes, and joined the fight immediately through the front door. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, the female student had no choice but to call 110. The Chinese police are fast. They quickly arrived at the scene and were about to put a stop to it. The onlookers saw them coming and hurriedly shouted, "It's a little fight in there." The police officer froze for a moment, also sensing the seriousness of the situation, and began to patiently ask the onlookers for specifics. "Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. You guys talk to me carefully. What's going on now? It must be careful. Not a single bit must be left out. It's important. And it doesn't matter if it takes longer to say it." After taking their time to get to know each other, the police discussed it and they came to a unanimous conclusion. This matter has risen to the international level. It is not something that they can solve anymore, and they need to ask for instructions from the top before they can make a decision. So they blocked off the battlefield and anxiously asked for instructions from the higher-ups. Due to the seriousness of the situation, they didn't dare to miss every detail, and after half an hour of debriefing, the fighting inside had largely subsided. The police were then immediately mobilized and the situation was quickly brought under control. Everyone was taken back to the police station. White Gap is naturally among them. The police also spoke to the parties and onlookers about the situation. You're Mr. White Gap." A cop recognized the White Gap at first glance. White Gap nodded. "I started it. It has nothing to do with them. I'm coming with you." White Gap is still trying to take the fallout from this one. The policeman smiled. "Mr. White Gap, we can't listen to your side of the story. After all, this is a big deal. Besides, how could you possibly fight 5 or 6 people by yourself? They must have started it and you were forced to fight back, right?" "Right, I saw it. Those assholes hit the guy first. I saw it too. It was those assholes who urinated and defecated anywhere." Mr. White Gap went up to stop them, and instead of listening they made a move. And that's what started the conflict. Yes, and they were particularly rude. Mr. White Gap told them to stand up and they said they were already standing, then flew up and kicked Mr. White Gap in the knee. I saw it clearly. The crowd of onlookers immediately shouted and a dozen or so said they were willing to go back to the police station and help testify. This scene made White Gap look dumbfounded. Is that what happened? Yes, that must be what happened, is what these eager, good-hearted onlookers said. Back at the police station, because it was an international incident, the police handled it exceptionally fast. Then after various investigations and with testimony from onlookers, they quickly made a decision on punishment. Small-day international student provoked trouble and was sentenced to 10 days in detention and fined. Outstanding citizens of Wasia seeing courage. Presenting Courage Award. Great pleasure. The story quickly made its way online. This is the age of the internet after all. Chinese netizens were abuzz. Hey, no matter what, hitting someone is wrong. And luckily it wasn't someone. Upstairs don't talk nonsense. At that time was in the battlefield. Ah bah. At the scene, how can we say that beating people? It was clearly a small day friend accidentally fell down by himself. The enthusiastic guy came forward to help him and gave him a full body massage. Right. Huaxia is a country of etiquette. How can we beat people up? Next time you encounter something like this, leave it to me. I'm Nan Ban. Bah. Upstairs, you guys were Chinese 2,000 years ago. So this kind of thing still has to be left to me. I'm a Hun. It was a counterattack that went down in history as small but equally tragic. The whistleblower who fired the first shot in the battle, White Gap, was instantly called a national hero. What is a star? This is a star. This is a star with flesh and blood. White Gap, from now on I am your brainwashed fan. Oh my god. So Mr. White Gap is so rigid. Now look at my sissy boyfriend. Oh my god. I want to break up. I want to give White Gap a monkey. Positive energy. That's positive energy. I was there. I kept yelling. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Get out of the way. If you fight again, something will happen. I haven't even gotten to it yet. Ha ha. This kind of makes up for the regret of having to fight the Japanese back then. White Gap fans skyrocketed by millions overnight and, received countless phone calls. Wang Guozhong was the first to call, the same army senior who had come to see him earlier. Comrade Whitegap, what you did today, to raise our country's prestige, a great joy. I have ordered the whole army to watch your video. Really raised eyebrows. Singable ah. Whitegap was a little embarrassed by the compliment. I'm just lucky to have come across it. In fact, anyone who comes across it would have made a move. Yeah. Wang Guozhong thought deeply. Chinese sons and daughters, each is a hot-blooded man, just in this peaceful era, cannot do as you wish. Whitegap old brother, what you do today, is considered to fulfill my dream for many years. I only represent my personal, for to pay high tribute. Wang Guozhong is sincere. As a soldier, being born in a time of peace is both welcome and sad. After a few more pleasantries, Whitegap hung up the phone. Next, the phone rang again. It's Whitegap's mom. Whitegap, you've got hardened your wings. Don't you want to get better? Who told you to fight? Who told you to fight? You don't know what kind of body you have. Do you? What if you break it? How can your father and I live? I'm so mad at you. As soon as the call was answered, there was a lot of cursing all over the place. Whitegap hurriedly held the phone a dozen centimeters away from his ear so that his head wouldn't explode. Mom, I know. I will definitely not fight in the future. Do you have anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing. I suddenly remembered that my cooler is getting cold. I have to eat it quickly. Whitegap just wanted to hurry up and end this. Don't try to run. I'm telling you, let me hear any more bad news about you and you won't be living out here alone. Your father has something else to say to you. Wait. The next thing Whitegap heard was the phone being handed to another person. Son, just a word with you dad. Great job and take me one next time. What are you talking about? Old man, kneeling inside the rubbing board is enough? One by one. Old immodesty. Small immodesty. God knows what courage it took for dad to say that. Whitegap smiled and hung up the phone. But in his heart, he felt very cozy. That's what home tastes like. A cozy moment unique to a family. After replying to a few more messages from other people, Whitegap laid down. He was in a really good mood today. The original surprise brought about by Zhoushan had now been swept away. This good mood isn't just about beating the living daylights out of the guy. More because of the mindlessness. After this incident, the system's energies suddenly got a sudden surge. It's more than the voice recording several episodes. And these energies had been far higher than what had been collected before. In terms of quality alone, true love is sometimes graded. Patriotism is always the highest level of moving in every human heart. The violent beating of Little Day raised every eyebrow and brought back more than a few memories of scene after scene of the time when Little Day owed a debt of blood. A blood debt is not something you can ignore just because you don't recognize it. We will not live in history, but we will never forget it either. Today, the motherland is strong and is no longer the same country that was bullied by others. May this pomp and circumstance last forever. Thinking about it, Whitegap laughed out loud again. At some point in time, Guy suddenly felt that these small-time people were still weirdly good. It's like an experienced baby. It would be nice to have a few more battles like this, where all problems are solved. Of course he was just thinking about it. It's a national hero to do this kind of thing once or twice. More than that, it wouldn't be a raised eyebrow. It would really be a burden on the country. Still not strong enough. It suddenly occurred to Whitegap that he had once seen a professor say something earlier. He said that when China is strong, the first thing that should be done is to exterminate the small days. This country, wolves, and is capable of anything nasty. Whitegap deeply agrees. Hopefully, one day in the future, this dream will come true. But for now, Whitegap was satisfied. With all that energy, it doesn't matter if it's to save Boss Young or his next plan about the voice. The Whitegaps could all be a little bolder. For the next while, Whitegap had a rare moment of relative ease. A few of the other mentors' PK matches, while he said he had to participate, he was only saying a few words and wasn't too tired. Whitegap resumed its three-pointed life. Home hospital programs. On the show, he also puts more energy into his trainees. He will do his job to the best of his ability, no matter what comes next. But the fun is always short-lived. On this day, the director found Whitegap and suddenly informed him that he was ready to record their group's semifinal. Whitegap wasn't the least bit surprised. I didn't think you'd be so subdued. I thought it would be sooner? The director was in a bit of a trance. You're not surprised? After all, right now we haven't even finished taping the last set of mentor PK matches yet, and we're taping yours early. Whitegap smiled. You guys always need to leave yourselves some time in case I don't listen again, and you have to leave the new old mentor a chance to re-record. Director, am I right? It's not really that hard to guess. The director also laughed. The last recording. Although in the end, Zhoushan withdrew and there was a resolution. But no one can guarantee what Whitegap will do next. You're smart. So smart guy. What are you going to do this time? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? White Gap asked rhetorically. In fact, I've been harboring a fantasy that you wouldn't come to me ahead of time, and that would at least prove that you wouldn't be doing any tampering this time around, and at least in my group, it would be fair. Unfortunately, I was still wrong. I overestimated the goodness of this world. Once the heart is dirty, how can it be washed clean? It's impossible. I shouldn't have had that fantasy from the start. The director understood, and at the same time was sure of a few things in his heart, but he didn't panic. So you still won't cooperate, right? In that case, there's no point in wasting each other's time. No. White Gap shook his head again. Recording is still going to happen, and maybe, everything will be fine, right? Do you want me to memorize an uncertain answer and expend so much manpower to play with you here? White Gap, do you know how much it will cost to record a session? Once it starts? The director is a bit anxious. So, are you willing to bet? Bet that I'll finish the recording the way you want, and I can guarantee that this time, I'll follow the rules of the game. White Gap said indifferently. When one is fearless, then it is the other person who has a hard time. The director also pulled his face down and thought for a long time. I can make no demands on you, but you must also promise me that you must obey the results of the match. This was the director's last request. He still preferred White Gap to keep recording. After all, this program, through White Gap, the heat had been raised much higher. Coupled with the previous incident of violently beating up Little Day, White Gap is now a national hero, and a hasty replacement would have an irreversible impact on the show's reputation, even if the reasons were more creative. The program has clout, so the director can make more money and control more shady stuff, so that's something the director has to consider. Deal, White Gap said graciously. Of course he knew why the director did that. The mentor wouldn't have absolute power in today's system. The back writing isn't so good anymore, but it's also going to be almost finished, probably in the next few days, so I hope to stick with it and it'll end up being a really high dynasty. Mentors do not have absolute rights, so the director doesn't need to be too intimidated by the White Gap. As long as the other votes are taken care of, then everything can go his way. White Gap, today we'll show you who's really in charge here. Of course, White Gap wasn't daunted. In all honesty, every single one of the students is his student, and what he doesn't like is just this disgusting behavior of the show's crew. Not on behalf of these students. Even if some of the students gave something and followed some of the rules of the program and participated in this blackout. But, essentially they're also just a bunch of people who want to succeed. Which isn't too bad. It's the society that made them that way. The recording began with White Gap acting particularly cooperative. All of it worked well together. He applauded each participant's song hard and then made his choice. Especially when Yao Beina came on. The corners of White Gap's mouth always involuntarily rose. For this girl, he loved from the bottom of his heart. It's as if in his own past, he was just like this girl. Desperately chasing his dreams. Desperately trying to do what he wanted to do. Because they know that once they don't put up a fight, they really don't have a chance. It suddenly occurred to him that last night, he had had a long talk with this girl. He asked Yao Beina, what would you do if you realized that the world was not as clean as you thought? Yao Beina smiled a clean smile. She said, Mr. White Gap, you are talking about tomorrow's recording, right? In fact, we all know, and none of us are fools. Tomorrow's results will certainly not be as fair and just as they say. The reason why I will still choose to continue is not to have illusions, but I cherish every stage. White Gap understood. So go ahead and sing as much as you want. As long as I'm sitting there for a day, I can assure you that it's at least fair. So today, the White Gap has been very calm and what has been decided long ago will naturally not have any ripples in the mind. The show also started out well, with a couple of media votes and not too many discrepancies, until Yao Beina sings, true to his national team prowess, a reserve song that had everyone mesmerized by his performance. However, during the mentor critique session, several mentors said things like, "Nah Hawk, you have a great voice. You have a great voice. I especially like it, but today, I still have some disappointment. I think you could have done better. You should have been at a higher level than this. I don't know what happened, but I do feel in my heart right now, there's so much regret. Wang Feng, you are a mature singer, planting trees to all the techniques you've perfected, but, maybe just because it's too mature. So, I heard 2 blunders in your singing. For other people, they might have closed their eyes and passed it, but for you, I think it's fatal. Yang Kuan, hey, in fact, every time I hear you sing, I have a trace of regret. Why is such an excellent student not my student? You are my eternal regret. Just for this song alone, you still performed great, but I am a person with more sensibility. If anyone can move me more, I don't think you did. All 3 tutors were talking about what was wrong with this Yao Beina, but none of them pointed out exactly what it was. White Gap laughed. He knew that what was coming was coming. The show is out. and they'll try to fix it even if they have to, in front of the TV. After all, the vast majority of viewers don't read music, and there are a few experts who say that the person did make a mistake, and then a lot of people will be human enough to think that it really happened. In that case, the next result would make sense. It's just that doesn't it hurt when these three mentors talk with their conscience like that? Maybe they got used to it a long time ago. Mentor White Gap, what is your opinion? You have 50 points in your hand to vote, and the other 50 points are in the hands of the media. So your opinion matters to the fate of the contestants next, the host asked with a smile. They were emboldened by this. The two cadets on the field were both students of White Gap. Even if White Gap had a bias in his mind, he couldn't make it too obvious. Do too obvious? Then the audience's public opinion he cannot eat. People will not suspect that he and this trainee between a little something? Spittle can kill. So, the spread given by the White Gap will never be too big. The outcome of the match is still under the control of the program. White Gap certainly understands. It's phallic, and the director said from the beginning that he would make him respect all the results, and that was the intention. White Gap can't control everything, but he still wasn't very flustered. Originally, he had no intention of following the rules of the game. Interesting, really interesting. White Gap smiled, looking at each of the mentors sitting on the stage. Life is like a play. Everyone is an actor. I didn't think much of it before, but today I've seen it. 3 teachers, you've been singing and making music for so many years. You really can't tell if a song is good or bad? The faces of the 3 mentors darkened at once. In this showbiz where we give each other face and you are good to me. Few people make such naked insinuations. Mr. White Gap, everyone has everyone's opinion. Can you make your choice now? The host immediately interrupted. Letting him talk any longer without a care in the world would be a recording accident. White Gap didn't care. Anyway, it wasn't these 3 tutors that were targeted today. The accident today is out for sure. I don't want to choose, White Gap said directly. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, White Gap was silent for a moment before continuing. I chose to resign my position as a mentor to get a fair result. One sentence came out, and the whole room was in an uproar. The director backstage was even more surprised and almost dropped his microphone. I didn't expect this White Gap to come up with such a thing. Is there really no one else who can cure him when he says he's quitting in the middle of a recording? The director's face immediately grimaced, and with large strides, he walked toward the front desk. White Gap, even if you have any complaints about this program, you can't trash the show at this time. Are you asking so many people to play house with you? All adults. Grow up. White Gap nodded, feeling even more ridiculous inside. Does it matter if I cooperate or not? Aren't the results already predetermined? What are you talking about? White Gap, the result is not yet out. Who are you to say that everything is predetermined? And, even if the final result is not the same as what you have in mind, but everyone has their own different attitudes towards music. What you like is not necessarily what everyone else likes. So who are you to say that it's not fair if it's not what you want? These 2 questions are ruthless, and the black pot is back directly to the White Gap. There is a reason why the director said this, so that even if any situation arises later, the White Gap and they tear their faces off and make a scene online, all it takes is a brief edit. And that's this new big name White Gap teacher. Out of sight, out of mind, flouting the rules. The showrunners will also be able to rake in even more heat along the way, so it's not a loss by any means. And, one last thing, don't forget what you promised me, the director added. Everyone on the scene was watching the farce and no one said a word. There's no way around it. Almost everyone here is on the show. The audience was invited by the program, and each audience member was carefully screened. All 3 mentors have also been paid to get it done. It could be said that as long as White Gap dared to be uncooperative, then on the second day, all the spearheads of everything would be pointed at White Gap. However, White Gap didn't care. I could care less about the outcome of the game. What about that 9-year contract? What about the explicit price for a turn? Also, which of these so-called music media that came today didn't vote according to your directing team's demands? These things, do you recognize them? White Gap asked coldly. Do you have proof? The director looked at the White Gap like it was a fool. I'll give you one last piece of advice. Finish taping the program honestly and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you regret it. I'm sorry, I have never regretted anything in my life, but I would love to have a taste of this. I can't do it to be in the same boat as you guys, so I'm choosing to keep it to myself. After saying that, White Gap directly stood up from the tutor's seat and walked towards the door. By the way, there is one more sentence for each of you. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the world is in the right place. After saying that, White Gap's figure left the recording site. The director looked at him and now simply hated him. Mad. What the hell does this kid want? If he is not willing to cooperate, at first directly do not record cannot be. Now the whole out of such a big commotion. Just to make himself difficult? What a child's mind. Director. Now. What now? The crew member next to the director asked carefully. What to do? What should we do? If you guys are good at what you do, you'd ask what to do. People are gone. What's the point of recording? Call it a day. The director shouted. At the same time a hint of grimness appeared in his eyes. White Gap, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you are a little famous? Your family has a little money, and people call you a national hero and the godfather of music? Just wait. I'll soon show you why the flowers are so red. There's no way to keep this under wraps. The Wasia sound is also moving exceptionally fast. The next day, the official microblog of the Voice of China directly updated with such a message. The Voice of Huaxia has always served music with the most sincere attitude, and we also hope to enable more people to realize their dreams. Every mentor we pick is representative of Huaxia's music, and we sincerely hope that we can go to the end of the line with every mentor. However, unfortunately, Mr. White Gap, for some special reasons, has left our program, and we will be replacing a music mentor for the entrance, and at the same time, we wish White Gap the best of luck on his future path. Look at that. What a great thing to say. Down in the comments section, folks were also shocked by the news. Oh my god. Really? I watched this show because of White Gap, and with him gone, what's there to watch? Why doesn't this talk make sense? Why did Mr. White Gap quit? Is there something going on? It's exhausting to keep people guessing. Could it be that he's having health problems again? In itself, his health has not been good. I heard that this program is a very tiring program. A recording will take time for 20 hours. Mr. White Gap's body. It must not be able to take it. Holy shit. Upstairs. Are you sure about the news? But don't talk nonsense. A few days ago I watched White Gap. I felt that his physical state was very good. Sickness comes like a mountain. What do you people know? I think that's the most likely reason. This year his team is so strong. It's very likely to win the championship. What's the reason to leave? Unless it's because of his body. There was a lot of talk online about White Gap's withdrawal, but it was fine for the moment. People were more vocal about their concern for White Gap and didn't think too much of anything else. But, of course, the show's tactics don't stop there. On the surface they are bright and magnificent figures who will not denigrate anyone, and even if they leave, they have to send their deepest blessings. But actually, soon, some video from who knows where popped up from the internet. This is a cell phone video from a viewer who was at the taping and had a confrontation with the crew at the White Gap. White Gap is young and famous, playing a big game. As long as the result of the competition is slightly less than what he wants, he breaks out in the scene and curses. And even a few music industry seniors, the other three mentors, have been cursed by him by pointing to their noses. White Gap has a great relationship with a trainee. They were once seen together late at night. My god, is he doing this to Boss Young? I don't believe in love anymore. There are a lot of titles like that. There are also a lot of videos, which are made so blurry that they feel like they were shot on a cell phone. The editing is also masterful. Taken out of context, all of them are images of White Gap being condescending and saying something angry. He pointed at the three mentors and said, "You don't know anything about music. You've all lived all these years for nothing." He pointed at the director and said, "This show should do what I say. And if you don't listen, then don't regret it. I'm just going to quit the show." Lots and lots. The internet immediately exploded with comments. "I'll go. Knowing people, so that's what he is." After all, the three of them are also old-timers in the music industry. You're a 20-something-year-old guy. The minimum respect has to be there. Right. Is that how you were taught to talk to elders since you were a kid? Take off. Thanks to the fact that I used to like you so much, this is too fast to become famous. Drifting. Completely drifting. No one in sight. Feel that the world's sky boss is oldest. This kind of people in reality a lot often can meet. The program group has been whole for so long. It's also considered benevolent. Look at that director. He's still there to persuade. Hey, it's right to let him withdraw from this competition. A logical story with some out-of-context videos. Straight away, most of the netizens think this is the truth. Even, selectively forgetting some of the stories that happened before. It seems like a lifetime ago when the White Gap was cyber-violated and the whole internet apologized for the scene after the facts came out. This is showbiz. This is what is now called the fast food era. Of course, this time around, the internet outcry wasn't nearly as menacing as the last internet storm. It just takes a serious toll on the personal image of the White Gap. In people's minds, he was already a person who was wildly out of bounds when he had a little achievement, who had no respect for his elders, and who was arrogant. This kind of person can't accomplish much. That's the comment that's on everyone's mind. There are only very few that are still holding out for the White Gap. Don't you guys talk nonsense. Do you guys know White Gap? What gives you the right to talk about him like that? He's an exceptionally good and nice person. Really, he's very responsible for each and every trainee. Meanwhile, the voice of China strikes while the iron is hot. They certainly won't have anything clarified by the White Gap. They released the candidate to replace White Gap as the newest mentor. To everyone's surprise, this person's name was Xiaohan. That's right, it's one of the few friends in the showbiz White Gap. Xiaohan. The 2 songs White Gap wrote for her were fundamental to Xiaohan's return to the top tier after her comeback. So, many people are wondering what it means to choose such a singer to replace White Gap. Xiaohan was also the first to be interviewed by a reporter. Inevitably, during the course of the interview, something about White Gap dropping out of the race came up. Hello, Xiaohan. The 2 latest songs you sang, I especially like them both. They've been in my personal song list, and today I finally saw them in person. They're even more beautiful than on TV. Thanks. Also welcome you to the Voice of China. You know, this time you are here to replace the White Gap teacher. The White Gap teacher, because of some special reasons, temporarily left the stage. For this matter, what do you want to say? After a brief courtesy, the reporter went straight to the question that everyone wanted to know the most. Xiaohan smiled, not surprised at all. Coming here, she knew this hurdle had to be passed. White Gap is a very talented person, or he is a genius, and I respect him and any decision he makes. Xiaohan's old-fashioned answer. And what is Mr. White Gap's character like? You must have spent time alone with Mr. White Gap, and in the course of doing so, what kind of person do you think he is? Apparently this reporter wasn't going to just let him off the hook. Actually, in music, the really powerful ones, or the really talented ones, have some special habits, or are cynical, or have a big heart, or feel like they're the best in the world, and I think all of that is understandable, Xiaohan said with a smile, as if answering a lot and as if answering nothing. You mean White Gap also has some sightings? This reporter was clearly up to no good. I didn't say that. Xiaohan smiled deviously. I'm just saying that bullying is common to every talented person. Though Xiaohan didn't admit it. It was enough to get one's imagination running wild though. Soon, all sorts of news came out of nowhere. The people around Bai Gap personally broke the news that Bai Gap, who holds himself to be very talented, is either hitting or scolding the people around him and taunting them in all sorts of ways. Xiaohan himself admitted that he and Bai Guy are just working together, and Bai Guy's character makes it impossible for them to be friends. Is it the pride of talent or youthful exuberance? And does talent entitle you to privilege? What does the collapsed house at White Gap teach us? Modesty is a traditional Chinese virtue, and those who lose this one thing are doomed to not go too far. White Gap is the best example. Various headlines. A flurry of them. Some people even want White Gap to be classified as a bad artist and never appear in the entertainment industry. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Xiaohan, who had finished the interview, came out and dialed White Gap at the first opportunity. All said as you asked. And I don't know what the hell you're trying to accomplish by doing this. Don't you realize that this could destroy you? People talk, Xiaohan said helplessly. Ha, White Gap, however, just smiled indifferently and slightly. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, the richer the fish. Don't play yourself into it. Xiaohan cursed disdainfully. But you are also the most bull I've seen. You just come out for how long? Collapsed room have experienced several times. Other stars experience a time will have to take off several layers of skin. You're good, more and more on fire. According to this statement, I now should not worry about the Voice of China. This program will not be you messed up, right? The only person who can make them disappear is themselves. And the truth may be late, but it will never be absent. White Gap said quietly. After hanging up the phone, Bai Guy still ate and slept as if everything had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until the evening, while the internet was still buzzing with opinion, that an official announcement was made. The theme song for the War to Remember the Protectorate is confirmed, with lyrics and music by White Gap and sung by himself. The fewer the words, the bigger the thing. All the netizens were dumbfounded. What? The lyricist and composer of the national propaganda song, as well as the singer, is actually White Gap? Isn't he all about to collapse the house? How come he's out again? Don't underestimate this message. The war to protect the nation, an event that has been publicized for most of the year. With almost all of the leaders participating, the publicity has reached everyone's heart. At that time, some leaders who are usually not seen at all will appear, and these stars of the entertainment industry, it is already a great honor to show their faces on it. Not to mention the likes of White Gap, the songwriter of the theme song, and having to sing it himself. It's like one of the main characters. Does he deserve it? This is a bad artist. The Voice of China has said so. Why are you still using him? This kind of people with no one in sight, this kind of people with low moral character, do not deserve to represent our Huaxia. Mud. How hardwired is he? This kind of fact is solid, and it's still being used? There are all kinds of voices in the comments section. And the official, surprisingly rare, reply to these comments. Here's what he said: positive energy, a role model for this community, is our primary criterion for selecting artists. It was a message that left many people dumbfounded. Even some of the spammers, for the time being, chose to shut up. What is this? The official downfall was clarified for the white gap, regardless of whether or not the white gap is because of any background. But as long as there is an official this sentence, those who bring the rhythm will all do the head-shrinking turtle. At any time, going against the crown is self-defeating. An official message put the matter to rest for the time being. Only white gap knew that this was only a temporary calm. A bigger storm that's brewing. And the undercurrent under the storm has not stopped. Day 2 of the message. White Gap received such a call. White Gap, I'm the director of The Voice of China. There are some things that I think we can talk about. Is there anything left to talk about between us? White Gap was dismissive. Oh, when the benefits are in place, strangers are friends. When the benefits aren't in place, friends can be strangers. And I'm here to give you money. The director spoke directly to his purpose. Didn't I already return that money to you? White Gap said faintly. The day after the breakup, he gave him a full refund for all the money the show had paid him before. He didn't want a cent of this unclean money. I can give it back to you. Even double it. The director said that in his world, there is no one who doesn't like money. And if there is, it must be because it's not enough. Oh, White Gap came to be interested. Not because of the money, of course, but because I wanted to know what kind of drugs this director was selling again. It must be no small thing for me to need to do if it costs you so much. No, it's simple, the director said with a smile. I'll send you a clarifying message. Just say that you decided to quit The Voice of China because you wanted to participate in the production of the official theme song's MV. Of course, you don't have to say anything, as long as you don't deny it. In fact, the director wanted to say that you retweeted it and liked it. But, fearing that he would annoy this stubbornness, he backed off. In all his years in the business, this big-name director has never groveled so much. Martyr. When was it his turn to curry favor with an entertainer? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. We'll see later. But he cannot help. The official force to protect the person. Now when he is naked against the designated cannot eat any good fruit. It can only be avoided for the time being. Don't. Director. I can show you a clear path. You these money if you earn a loss, you can take out to subsidize the funding of poor mountainous areas. To do some good deeds. So that, in the future, when you sleep at night, you may be able to sleep a little more peacefully. White Gap wasn't spoiling him either. The director had to sound immediately icy. White Gap, don't drink to your honor. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, White Gap was immediately happy. That's right, director. I still like your unruly look. Is there anything else? I'm hanging up now. White Gap, don't think that just because you have official protection right now, you can do what you want. Do whatever you want. We at Blue Stage aren't vegetarians either. No one will be willing to offend us for you. Don't try to steal a chicken in the end. The director began to threaten. White Gap hung up the phone directly, not bothering to talk to him anymore. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. There's no way out. The road is of your own choosing. You have to finish it even if you're on your knees. In fact, the advice White Gap had just given him was sincere. And if he could really do so, White Gap wouldn't mind striking a little lighter when the time came, leaving them a way out. But people don't listen, so there's nothing you can do. The MV for the theme song came out on the third day of the official announcement. The name of the song is As You Wish. As You Wish. Is the world really as you wish it to be? Throughout the entire MV, White Gap didn't have a single second of footage, only his voice echoing. The video just starts with interview after interview. I saved this life from my comrade in arms. The bomb came through and he shielded me. I lost a leg and he lost his life. I've got to live. I've got to live well. I'm not living for myself. I'm living for our 7th company. Over 100 comrades. They're all dead. If I die again, there will be no more 7th company. I was right next to him when he was burned to death. The fire over and over again. He clenched his teeth and didn't make a single sound. There were a dozen other men next to us. We just watched like that. We couldn't do anything. We wept but couldn't make any noise. And when the battle was over, we didn't even find his body. I am the 7th Interpolation Company. 162nd Soldier, Company Commander Chien Chi Wu, the 677th Warrior, Miles Ng, 3rd Battalion Commander, Talon 4. It's been 70 years. Does anyone remember us? These are images that take you right back to those times. Hundreds of thousands of loyal souls are buried. They looked at the land behind them. It wasn't that they didn't want to come back. They were protecting the land. This battle has led to 100 years of peace in China. The expectations of parents who have given their lives for a generation have been realized in the children's generation. That's as good as it gets. You are a distant road, a light in the mountain fog. I am a child. Oh child, walking in your eyes. You're the bright moon and the breeze. I'm the dream you're illuminating, seeing and not seeing all my life. Embracing you, and I will love the earth you love. Wish for the smile you wish for. Your hand I hobble in holding. Please take me to tomorrow. If you have ever suffered my sweetness, I would live to be your wish. May it not be in vain, may it be courageous. Every day of this blooming world, the mountains and rivers are unharmed. The fireworks are ordinary, but you look out as you wish. Sleep peacefully in your dreams, oh children, as you so dearly loved. And I will dream the reunion you dreamed of. Wish the eternity you wished for, and walk the long way you walked. Loving you thus, I too will see the world you have not seen. Write the psalms you have not written. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. With you, a life as clear as your young face. Along with the song, all the stories are deeper. I've single looped the song countless times since it was first released. The lyrics and vocals coupled with this edit are just perfect. It's rare to find such a soft and delicate voice that conveys a sense of grandeur and atmosphere. Singing out the longing expectation for peace in the world. Singing out the firm belief of the fathers and mothers in the past for peace in the world and the mountains and rivers. Awesome. If there's one song that fills both eyes with tears every time I hear it, it's as good as it gets in me and my country. Great. Well written and well sung. How can someone who can write such a song and sing such a voice be the kind of bad artist you guys are talking about? A person's work can best reflect a person's soul. White Gap's soul must be clean. If these aren't enough, please think about all the things he has done before. Finally, a voice speaking up for the White Gap. It's not like these voices weren't there before. Actually, they were just drowned out by the mighty waterworks. Those voices on the internet before. Clear accusations of white gaps. Without the manipulators behind the scenes is impossible. Just now the official hand. The official theme song is also so deep, which behind the manipulation of the people naturally also have concerns. Do not dare to have the next step of action. And it's these voices speaking for the White Gap that have really surfaced. No one is trying to stop this anymore. Neither did the Voice of China program. They didn't send any messages. Their intention was to be silent, to respond to all that followed with silence. I don't know when it started, but it seems like everything in this world has a shelf life of one thing. Food will have one. Drinks will have one. And all the alcohol you drink will have one. Of course, all stories have a shelf life. As long as they remained silent and no one mentioned this matter, soon this matter would be drowned by the river of time. And even if it would be brought up in the future, it would only be a small insignificant wave. They have experience with this kind of thing. However, the story is not destined to be quiet. While the internet was abuzz, White Gap had already arrived at the imperial capital's Ministry of Culture. It was still Zhang Ying who received him. Elder brother Bai, the one who is going to meet you today is our boss. Be polite when the time comes. Maybe after you leave this door, your status will be different after today. White Gap smiled. Don't worry, elder brother Zhang. No matter what time it comes, I'll always be your little brother. After this period of time, the two of them were already on quite good terms, and even had a feeling of being friends for the past few years. Ha ha ha, old brother Bai. I didn't look at the wrong person. I'll remember this. I can't say that I'll really have to ask for your help in the future. Zhang Ying also laughed. He knew what he was looking for in White Gap this time, and more or less revealed it to White Gap. There are all sorts of messes in the entertainment industry that officials have always wanted to control. But it's not a matter of fixing one person or one thing. Once some big decisions are made, it's a lot of hurt and a lot of involvement. Therefore, the officials have never had any vigor, or there has never been a suitable person to come and dare to do the job. The seniority of the person is too shallow, and the seniority of the person is too deep, and he is not willing to offend people. So the matter has been kept on the back burner. Now, finally, there is a suitable candidate. It is natural that the officials are not holding the White Gap in such high esteem without a purpose. When he came to the office, a man who looked to be in his 50s looked at White Gap kindly. Heroes come out of the youth. Ah, I listened to all those songs you wrote. Very good. As soon as he came up, he started praising White Gap. I'm just a pawn. I'm nothing compared to what you do. So if you don't have anything, just order it, and if I can do it, I'll do my best. White Gap made a polite remark, while making it clear that he was willing to do what no one else was willing to do. Hey, originally this matter should not have fallen into the hands of you young people. The old man sighed. As you know, the entertainment industry seems to be booming these years, especially on the mainland. It has probably surpassed Shangjiang, Treasure Island, and become the biggest market. A movie can have a revenue of billions of dollars, and a variety show, a talent show, can make countless people earn a lot of money. Originally these are good things, The entertainment industry is booming, is also one of our political achievements, but this also breeds a lot of chaos, tax evasion, yin and yang contracts, sky-high film fees, under-the-table stories, all kinds of shady, and even among the artists, PC, XD, what kind of things can come out of the entertainment industry needs a major overhaul. This is the view of many people. We can't just look at his market is getting bigger and bigger. These artists, these programs, face all the people in China. Even many are minors. Their imitation ability, values are not yet formed. If we allow this phenomenon to continue to grow, then the harm in the future is great. The old man said a lot in one breath, while there was a deep concern on his face. Obviously, still really feeling that this was a problem. Then why has there been no action? It's the white gap that's questionable. In his opinion, if something is urgent, it should be done immediately. So why wait? He was, after all, still a young man in his 20s, and there were many things he still couldn't fully understand. The old man smiled. It's not that simple. How much interest there is, how much shady business this will be. Once you take the entertainment industry, how many people's cakes will be moved? And these people, one by one, are in a high position of power and have countless power, so it's not easy to talk about. Especially do this thing this person. He must meet two conditions. The first, has enough credibility and absolute personality. After all, to face are the head and face of the people. If casually send a shrimp soldiers and crab generals over, people cannot care about you or to say, casually looking for a few people on the past, and this person cannot be tempted to be able to be in the mountains of gold and silver in front of the face does not change color. Just this one condition, can meet the requirements of very few. The second, that is not afraid of being retaliated against. You destroy people's cake, break people's financial road, put aside in the ancient times of China. That is to kill the father's hatred, even if at that time people can't take how you are. Wait until the wind and the waves are quiet. The day of reckoning, not inevitably won't be retaliated against again. Maybe do this thing. The price is a lifetime of trouble. Or even more horrible, a person, just an upright can. But every person has family and friends, they can't not think about their family. So, there are so few people who can fulfill both conditions that I haven't been able to find one all these years. After saying that, the old man's gaze once again looked deeply at White Gap. White Gap certainly understood, and shook his head helplessly. It's a good thing, but it's also a carrying a bag of dynamite thing. If you don't do well, you'll be pulverized. He does fulfill both of these conditions, is positive, has great popularity among the people, will be believed when he speaks, and is himself a rich kid who can resist most temptations. At the same time, White Gap also understood why the officials had treated him so special before. It is true that there is no love in this world without a reason, and there is no hate without a reason. There's a reason for everything. They want to hold the White Gap in high regard and then go along with it. And then, the political success will be theirs, and everyone will be able to take credit for it. As for the White Gap, doesn't matter, don't have to worry about what will happen to him later. Will there ever be a later for him? As a person? I can do it. Here's the answer to the White Gap, but how it's done, who it's targeted at. I need to be completely on my own. I need to have absolute autonomy. I'm not going to be at the mercy of anyone's rags, and I don't want anyone to be able to tell me what to do. This is a requirement of the White Gap. He didn't count on these people counting on him. It didn't matter. It was a good thing anyway. If we used to do charity, we did small good. Then this thing, if it is really accomplished, is truly a great worldly good. Getting more positive energy out of the entertainment industry will have a much deeper meaning for the children of this world, and for this country. Use the man, doubt the man. The old man said heavily. I've been watching you for a long time, and would never have given you this heavy responsibility if I didn't feel comfortable with you. As long as you can make your own way within the limits of the law, I assure you, there will be no official pressure from anyone. This is the old man's promise. What he needed was a knife, a really sharp, knife-sharp weapon. And this, too, could be one of the last things he does during his time in office, and if it's done beautifully, then there's a good chance it'll be taken to the next level before he retires. So, he'll give the knife his absolute support. Since you agree, then you are the special team leader of this special operation. I will issue you an external warrant. Although it's a supernumerary, the rights that you should have will not be missing at all. You can let go of it, the old man said. White Gap smiled slightly again. What kind of supernumeraries are they? After all, aren't they just temporary workers? This kind of routine is too common in this society. It's fine if nothing happens, but if something happens, it's the temp's pot. This is the old man is looking for his own back things success or failure. He can be alone, but that's okay, every man for himself. None of this matters to someone who doesn't have a future. As for his own family, none of them would be in the entertainment industry anyway, and even if they had their hands full, they wouldn't be able to influence the pharmaceutical industry. After a few more brief words, White Gap left. There's no need to be grateful to anyone. It's all just a matter of using or taking advantage of each other. The old man was utilizing the White Gap. On the flip side, how could White Gap not be using the old man? If this was really done, then it would definitely be another big event that would make people boil within China. The more energy the system will have as well, the better the chances of Boss Yang being saved. Therefore, whether it was from his own conscience or for the sake of Boss Yang, White Gap had to put his best foot forward. The next day, in an inconspicuous location on the official website, there was a small headline announcing that White Gap had become the head of the special team to rectify the morale of the entertainment industry. Many netizens didn't notice the message, or even if some did, they didn't understand what it meant. Anyway, officials often get weird stuff, all sorts of fictitious titles, commonplace, and generally nothing substantial to do. However, this immediately became a bombshell in the eyes of some well-intentioned people. The director of The Voice of China is undoubtedly one of the most scared. Mud. How did this thing pick White Gap? Is he institutionalized? The director panicked and called countless people. There was no way he could not panic. White Gap has participated in The Voice and has been a mentor for the program, and more or less, knows some of the internal rules of the program. The director is unsure as to whether or not there is any evidence and how much evidence there is, but he didn't dare to gamble. If this White Gap is really taking the chickens by the horns and trying to do something about it, the first one to see it will definitely be this program. It can't be helped. Firstly, he's familiar with this show, and secondly, they did have a falling out before, and a personal vendetta isn't out of the question. Hey, Minister Liu, that White Gap became the head of the special operations team. Is there some kind of movement from above? Don't pry. Do what you have to do. Minister Liu, usually we don't have much. Don't be ridiculous. We usually just have a working relationship. Nothing like that. I hope you understand. I understand. That. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. It's best to stay out of touch these days. After saying that, Minister Liu hung up the phone. The director's heart panicked even more. This is obviously the meaning of clearing the relationship with him. Things are even more out of whack. Hey, Director Xia, do you have time recently? I've got a new batch of tea here. It's still of foreign origin. Are you interested in coming over to taste it? I can't. My dog has had diarrhea lately. I have to stay with him. Go ask someone else. I might be a little busy with everything lately. Don't call if there's nothing going on. Hey, President Li, I'm not doing anything. It's not that I've missed you lately. My friend has just brought me some famous wines. I said I'll send them over to you one day. Do you think you'll have time one day? I quit drinking. Don't bother. I've got a meeting later. That's all. A series of 7 or 8 phone calls. Usually those you good I good everyone good so-called noblemen. Now one by one feel that he is the plague in general. To avoid mud, a bunch of white wolves. The director cracked. And at the same time, he knew that things were definitely not simple anymore. These people are all human beings. And when there is a matter of interest, they run faster than anyone else. And once there is some wind and grass, they hide more than anyone else. It seems that someone must have given them the slip. What to do? Just as he closed his eyes and tried to quiet his mind to think slowly, suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Director, it's not good. Something's wrong. What's the big deal? Panic. The sky is falling. The director was already in a bad mood right now. And when he saw this staff member in this state, he became even more angry. Retired. What's the big deal about withdrawing from the competition? 1 by 2. According to the old rules to solve not on the line. In the future give me a calm point. Again so fussy. Give me the calf home. Do not do. The director doesn't take it seriously at all. No, not 1 or 2, but, rather an entire team has dropped out of the tournament. What? The director was alarmed. That's that White Gap's team from before. Today it's as if they've made an appointment. They collectively posted a message on their personal social media, collectively withdrawing from the competition, saying that they want to boycott any unfair treatment. My God, it's already a big mess now, and we can't get in touch with any of the trainees right now. What to do? There's still a recording today. Are we still recording? Record your ass. The director felt a sudden rush of headache. How did it happen so fast? How could something like this happen? It must have been premeditated. Someone must have done it on purpose. He tried to calm himself down, knowing that the more this happened, the more calm he needed to be. Why on earth did this suddenly happen? The director's mind thought of many things in a flash. Quickly, his mind locked onto one person. White Gap. It must be him. The withdrawn trainee was from his battle team, and it was at this juncture. The results are obvious. White Gap. The director said the name with hateful teeth. I'll make him pay. For sure. There had never been an artist who dared to treat him like this, who dared to shit and piss on his head. In this circle, they were the ones who stood at the top of the pyramid, and those so-called artists, even if they were the heavenly kings and queen of heaven, had to put their tails between their legs in front of them. However now, White Gap, you're breaking the rules. Director. Seeing that the director was a bit exasperated, the staff at the side warned somewhat sheepishly. The current White Gap can be different from before, with power in his hands, since he dares to do this thing. Think about it, will there be someone behind him to back him up? Offending him now is not a too good choice. This staff member tried to say it as politely as possible. In fact, to remind the director, one thing led to another. Now people's status is not the same. Since they dare to do so, that hand must have sufficient evidence and preparation. Hard contact is definitely not a wise choice. Mud. I can't swallow this. The director huffed. In the entertainment industry for so many years, he has not seen anything. Just too much on the head. In fact, in his heart also know that the current situation is no longer in his control. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. As long as we get past this hurdle, there are plenty of opportunities behind us, and the real winner is the one who laughs until the end. The staff rushed to reassure him. The director sighed. All right, find out for me where White Gap is right now. I'm going to pay him a personal visit. In fact, by now, this director did not feel the sky is falling. In his eyes, all the things in this world can use two things can be fixed: money and color. Interestingly enough, these two things he also happened to be not lacking. On the internet, the news that the Voice of China was off the air for an installment sparked countless discussions. What's the situation? And do not say a reason. Just like this inexplicable stop. When to resume also do not say. This program is not cool? I've been looking forward to this all week and I'm not in a good mood. I heard that the new tutor didn't coordinate well. Such a big program. One tutor suddenly withdrew. Must have to make some adjustments. Everyone stay calm. It shouldn't be too big a thing. At this moment in time, the crowd didn't feel like something big was happening. At best, they were just spitting and sputtering. However, the next piece of news directly caused a strong shock. All trainees of the White Gap battle team have announced their withdrawal from the tournament. The reason for their withdrawal is unknown. The fewer the words, the bigger the thing. The netizens were outright dumbfounded. This is not April Fool's Day today. What's all this talk about them being treated unfairly? This program has had a lot of blackmail before. What with the swivel chair fee and the audition fee? It's not even about picking the best singer. It's about picking the one with the most money. The Voice of China clearly is the good business of China. I have worked there before. They let us go to the C-election, go to the folk to find singers. We work only halfway. Their side of the recording began, and then we are very strange. After asking them, they said that they are excellent, but also can be sent over to participate in the entry. The conditions to be particularly good. At that time I have not had any too big a reaction. Recommended a few were brushed down, and then realized that it was me who misunderstood. The so-called good conditions of the people refers to the family conditions are good, especially rich, can give sponsorship. Mud. Thanks to me, I think this show is very real. Just listen to the voice, not look at anything else. Why do I feel like my true heart has been eaten by a dog? This kind of show should go to hell. Aren't they breaking the law by doing this? Isn't it fraud? Isn't it false advertising? There's a lot more money to be made doing this than going to the scams in northern Maine. A variety of voices fill the internet. The program didn't make any response. It's not that the director didn't want to respond. He was out of ideas. How to respond? There's only one way to fix the White Gap. As long as White Gap doesn't check up on them, and then have him go and communicate with his own trainees. Just say that the trainees are dropping out en masse because they think he's being treated unfairly. In fact, everything was just a misunderstanding. And now that it was explained clearly and they would play the game normally, the matter would be settled. This is the best solution. If the previous director had thought about bargaining with White Gap, now, he only wanted to humbly kneel down and beg this ancestor to let them off the hook. This world is changing so fast. After many inquiries, the director finally found the White Gap at the entrance of the hospital. The moment he saw the White Gap, the director immediately changed his face, full of humble smiles, and walked his ass to the person. White Gap old brother, long time no see good color. It seems that recently the mood is quite good. A few days did not look at you. I miss you. The director immediately started to get close. White Gap looked at him and smiled coldly. Don't. Just stand there. Don't come over. Just in case I say something wrong and you want to make my life impossible. I'm afraid. I can't afford someone like you. This kind of underhanded tone is clearly not intended to give the director face. Where words, before the matter is my fault. Do people well? Life is inevitable a little stumbling. I came this time as specifically to apologize to you. And that I want to scold me online can be quite a lot. You see you cannot be noble. What requirements you say? If I bargain with you, I am not a person. The director went straight to the point, which means almost directly say clearly, as long as you can let me go, I can agree to anything. Looking at the director's face, White Gap felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. Yeah, even someone scolded you who is so bold, still want to live. But, director, you also look away a little, out of the mix. What thing shall not be experienced? They scolded you, you do not care, as if they are scolding a dog, so think about it as not much more comfortable. Yeah, you're right, just think of them as cursing a line. The director suddenly reacted. Are you calling me a dog? I didn't say that. White Gap rattled his head. You said it yourself. No, you realized it yourself. White Gap, the director shouted heavily. Even if he had a good city, his face immediately darkened when he was scolded by someone in this shady manner. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, the director said to himself mentally, then tried his best to put on a smiling face again. You are right, as long as you can spare us this time, you can be as happy as you want, and I can also guarantee that all of your trainees next, we won't have any meddling, they can sign wherever they want to sign, and the champion of this season can also be born among your trainees. The director is putting his money where his mouth is. It can't be helped. This is not the time to be heartbroken about money. As long as we can keep the show, there will be a steady stream of money later. I've already dropped out of the race. Do you think any of this still means anything to me? White Gap asked rhetorically. People die of wealth. White Gap, even though you've withdrawn from the competition, I can make the decision to give you 1% of the shares. Don't underestimate this 1%. The dividends that you can receive every year is an astronomical amount. Hearing White Gap's words, the director suddenly felt that there was something in it, just not enough leverage. Sure enough, money talks. That's a big deal. White Gap also sighed a bit. It's just a shame. I wanted it so badly, but money earned against my conscience. I'm afraid I don't have the life to spend it. Unlike you, whose conscience was eaten by a dog a long time ago. White Gap, the director was completely enraged. Dare I say that White Gap has been teasing himself the whole time? What does he want? White Gap, I also advise you, don't think that you have won 100% now. How many people's interests are involved in this program? How many people are profiting from it? You can't even think about it. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. Even if you can be pleased for a while and this program is taken away by you, but wait until later to settle the scores in the autumn. Will you still be able to be so proud of yourself? The director said very clear. All things are not black is black, white is white. Even if the White Gap now have evidence, can put this program a pot of end? But what about later? How many people will trip him up? How many people will go behind his back? That's the way the world is. White Gap didn't say anything. Seeing that White Gap didn't say anything, the director smiled again. So, hello, I'm good. Everyone is good. Isn't this good? Even if you dry out this program of ours this time, the Chinese entertainment circle, such a big circle, can you guarantee that there won't be a second Chinese good voice? Where there are people, there are interests, and where there are interests, there is no shortage of this kind of collusion. A person who lives in this world has to learn to get used to it. That's why it pays to be able to fight for yourself. And now that you have this opportunity, feel free to make any offer you want. We'll agree to anything as long as you turn a blind eye. The director even threatened and cajoled, and was gracious. White Gap still shook his head. Yeah, the longer you live in this world, the dirtier it gets. But, that has to go with the flow? The reason why there is still hope in this world is because of a group of people, who are always looking for the light. You're right. In fact, if you want to solve this thing, I do have a solution. I just don't know if you're willing to go through with it. What way? The director's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this kid is still young, and in 3 sentences, he let himself be talked down. You name it, I'm willing to do anything as long as this thing works out. It's simple. White Gap smiled slightly. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. The director froze, then immediately reacted. You fucking playing me? Those 8 words, aren't they only 8 words for the judiciary? No, White Gap explained with a smile. I can mean what I say, and it should be about time now. Look, here comes someone. White Gap pointed ahead, only to see a group of people in uniform walking towards this. Before you came to me, I had already handed over all the evidence I had to them, and with them, these 8 words are absolutely golden. Director, think carefully. White Gap. If you do this, you won't have a good ending in the future. The director was shaking with anger. No matter how smart he was, he hadn't expected that White Gap would do this. That's not something for you to think about. Think more about yourself. As far as I know, there are some things in here that are criminal enough, aren't they? Don't put your whole life on the line because of those people behind you. It's not worth it. Hello? At that moment, the uniformed ones also walked up to the director. Someone has reported to us in real names that you are suspected of tax evasion, backroom operations, bribery, and a series of other behaviors that we will investigate in the future. Things were handled quickly. On the one hand, it was because White Gap did have quite a bit of evidence, and he hadn't been a mentor for so long for nothing. On the other hand, White Gap is the head of the special operation team. This is his first operation. The official gave absolute support. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This chickens must be ruthless. Moreover, pulling out the carrot brings out the mud, and a lot of insider information is revealed one by one. It's a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. While a lot of things aren't publicized, just the fact that they've been released has made everyone's jaws drop. My God, this show is no longer about being black or not. It's a crime. A naked crime. They're using the dream as a front and sucking money out of all the contestants. Every day, they talk about the C election, but in the end, the votes for the C election need to spend their own money to buy, even if they have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to find out in the end that it is not them who are on TV. Is it ridiculous? In the end, so much money for a scrap of paper. The programmed group of people how not to go to death. Huaxia good business. Do really good. Assign and people sign a 9-year contract. 9 years, are catching up with the compulsory education. A person's youth only a few years and after signing you are good training. All day long to let people go to the cave. To take the show, is not to go to the good cultivation. And so the hotness is not. Will leave people there? Do not hear and do not ask. What if whoever is on fire again in 9 years? They're not stupid. And if you look at that split percentage, the higher it gets the further back you go. Doesn't that mean it's obvious? There's no revenue at the back. In fact, after experiencing so much, White Gap had looked down on many things, especially with all these online comments. To put it politely, these people are wallflowers. Fall with the wind. Can hold you up today. Monkey for you. Live for you. Die for you. Swing a sledgehammer for you. Tomorrow you could be stomped into hell for all eternity. The cost of talking on a keyboard is low anyway. It just costs a bit of electricity. That's why, over the years, these traffic stars who set up a persona have become popular fast and collapsed even faster. Even if they don't collapse, their shelf life is very limited. Unlike those old stars, the heavenly kings and queens, even if they don't come out for a few decades, once they do, they will soon have a group of iron fans. June C, due to illness retired from the circle of more than 10 years of Xiaozhang, came out by a variety of Netflix reviews. However, a concert, always crowded. People are exclaimed. Youth is back. You can't see. Back then, one of the 3 giants of the music platform, criticized by some people that the music has no level. As a result, the concert is hard to find. The audience is in tears, and said that your fans have grown up. June C, become an idol for more than 20 years. Lu Tianwang, just announced that the Jitterbug, immediately have tens of millions of fans. Live is a record number of viewers. At all times, in all eras, work is king. These people may be usually obscure, but their work has taken root in the minds of everyone who pays attention, and that's the real bottom line of what keeps them going for so long. The same goes for White Gap, so he can now basically keep a calm mind about the public opinion on the internet. Doesn't matter. Just think of it as a passing fancy. He had his own work to do, and this was his last. The inner workings of the Voice of China were stripped out bit by bit, and people realized that this so-called dream show was actually just good business. More than a dozen people were taken away from the program for investigation, and all the mentors who had participated in the program were all at risk for fear that they would be implicated. Luckily, though, the storm didn't reach these mentors. Officials don't want this to get too big and end up out of hand. But the people who started this, the culprits of the program, one by one, have been filed with lawsuits. It's likely that all are facing not so short prison terms. That's enough. The mess that is the Voice of China has been everyone's favorite for a while. White Gap took over the mess. If anyone else would dare take over the show at this point, it would be him. Anyone who came to take over would be papered with the label of having a shady collection of crappy money. Only White Gap can convince all of them. White Gap said, I can assure you that at least for as long as I've been in charge, the show is absolutely clean and he's definitely serving all the dreams. The folk were immediately abuzz with this statement. Many musicians who despaired of their dreams, many students who wanted to sing, they saw hope again. They packed their bags and set off once again into the distance. This time, they want to charge for their dreams one more time. I love singing, I've loved it since I was a kid. But I also know that this industry is not just about love. You have to have money. You have to have lots and lots of money. And I don't have any money. So I've been hiding my dream in my heart. And this time I want to work hard for once. I'm 35 years old. I've won campus awards for my singing. I've won countless amateur contests. And they all say I'm a very good singer. And they ask me why I didn't develop towards that path. And I say I did. I went to a talent show once. And people asked me for $200. 000. Which I didn't have. And I've been a hired gun ever since. And I thought that's what I was going to be for the rest of my life. But the white gap, it made me think that I could punch it again. Mom agreed to my art exams. Before he said it's not a good path. We don't have a way out for ordinary families. Now he says, kid, study hard. If you do well you can become a big star too. That's probably the point of everything White Gap does. Of course, countless big brands, countless divas and superstars, also to the point of taking to their respective social media, began to support. Zhang Dushan, I never participate in talent shows. I think those things are just used to cheat people. So I don't like it, but if the new Voice of China invites me, I'll agree straight away. And as for the compensation, just take care of the food and accommodation. Zhou Tianwang, I think I should apologize first. I did participate in this program before. I also had some perceptions, but for various reasons, I did not say it. So, no matter how good my trainees are, they have never won the championship. If God can give me a chance to start over again, I'm willing to use all of my strength to seriously do it again. Wang Fei, it's not that I don't like variety shows or talent shows, it's that I don't like all the scripts. White Gap, I'm waiting for you to invite me. Maybe they mean it, or maybe they're just looking at the current momentum and showing the White Gap the door, but at least, things are looking up. At the same time, the officials stepped in and united all the influential artists to form the Entertainment Industry Artistes Supervisory and Management Association. Countless artists have taken an oath on stage to resist all sorts of anomalies. Officials have set up a reporting channel, so that anyone who finds bad behavior can report it, and will be severely punished once it is confirmed. White Gap is naturally the leader. He wasn't afraid of offending people, and he was even less afraid that he would be retaliated against later. Overkill, a word that didn't seem to exist for him, was the way to do it now, and he wanted to make these people, in the future, tremble in their hearts once they thought of all the things that had happened today. That way, maybe the impact of this thing will last a little longer. And, of course, this has been productive. Shady contracts, tax evasion. Several popular artists have fallen into the net. As for other celebrities with lesser problems, at the moment they are also paying out of their own pockets to make up for all their previous taxes. Some of the artists who had been suppressed before also finally dared to speak out again. Many of them are talented, only because they are out of step with this world. They have been depressed. Now, finally see the light. White Gap, from this point on, also got a nickname, White Yama. He is indeed like Hades, giving face to no one. The whole entertainment industry is much better. Han Hong also smiled during the interview. She said, before, it should be many years ago, I also accepted an interview. Someone asked me, what do you think about the stars in China? I answered like this at that time. I said that there are no stars in China. All these people in China don't deserve to be called stars. You guys can go and compare them. Compared to those international superstars, they have love while they have their works and popularity, while there is no such thing in China, and there is money in China. And we can't say that it's because our culture is not the same, the language is not the same, only to say that we do not have international stars. We should see something deeper, the real gap between us and them. In the end, where is it? But now, I can't say that Wasia has changed, but at least in this circle, I see the hope that Wasia will definitely have a star that really still belongs to itself. It's all a testament to the time White Gap has had. White Gap also unleashed the last of his power, and during this time, he was almost too busy to keep his feet on the ground, spending all of his time doing this. Even the visits to Boss Yan were much less frequent. A lot of people are quite vocal about this, especially those around him. Gap, you are busy, but you can't forget your roots as a human being. You have to know who took care of you day and night in the first place and never gave up on you. You can even say that, if Xiao Yang wasn't because of you, he probably wouldn't be lying there right now. We know that your career is good right now, but there are still some things that you have to take care of. These are the words of White Gap's father. Small Gap, we know you are doing a great thing, but you also need to know that your body cannot be so spellbound. Our daughter can wake up. We do not know, but in our hearts, you are already our son. Or rather, this life of yours is my daughter with her life back, so do not take him not seriously. This is the dictate of Boss Yang's parents. White Gap cried, and he made no explanation. But he was tempted to say that he hadn't forgotten, that he remembered every moment, everything he's doing, all for Boss Yang. The ethos of the entertainment industry has been rectified, so that more people have positive energy. Let more people have the courage to follow their dreams. This gives the system lots and lots of energy. The more energy there is, perhaps the more chances there are for everything to start again. Bring everything back to square one, to the moment when Boss Yang was still alive. Take your life and give it back again. As for myself, I was supposed to be the one who deserved to die. It's a godsend to have 3 more months to get through this. What more could one ask for? Now, everything is ready. System, is there almost enough energy? After another busy day until late at night, White Gap lay in bed and asked quietly, "Enough? Have you really made your decision?" The system sounded a little sad. "There's a lot of energy that's been building up for a while now, and several times I've tried to use it and you've refused. And now your body. To be honest, it's a miracle to me that you're still able to stand every day." The system still had a lot to say that hadn't been said, and although there was a lot of energy in this time, no one knew better than he did where it came from. Fight with your life. It's really a little bit of life for a little bit of life. White Gap simply do not give themselves a way back. All things just figure a fast. Everyday sleep time, probably only 3 hours or so. A long time. Do not eat the painkillers. And now back again. Those drugs as if no money. A handful of pouring into the mouth. Several times, he had vomited blood in the bathroom, twisting in pain, and after getting through it hard, he had gone back to work like a person who was fine. It was an ordeal. No, the longer she lies there, the worse it will be for his future recovery. When can we start? White Gap asked directly. There was only one thing he was most concerned about right now, and that was when he could make Boss Yang wake up. The system sighed. This host, I really don't know if he's stupid or smart. Everyone else is trying to do everything they can to stay alive, and he, on the other hand, is trying to do everything he can to die quickly. Several times during this time, the system offered to use the energy to give him some relief from his pain and prolong his life. He refused them all. Now, he is still being pursued as to when the final transfer of life can take place. How can there be such a fool in this world? 10 days or so. The system replied helplessly. This operation, I've never done it before. Just have such a function in my system. What accidents will happen in the middle process? Who knows? But I can confirm one thing. There will be such a possibility that the life transfer will fail, and then both of you may not be alive. The system honestly stated the worst possible outcome. So, are you really sure you want to do this? White Gap laughed. It's not the first time the system has said this. He also had his answer a long time ago. It's actually very simple. The worst outcome is nothing more than I'm dead and Boss Yang is not saved. Is there any difference between that and now? I'm a damned man myself. If I can't save Boss Yang, there's no point in living, so as long as there's a 0.1% chance, I'll give it a try. Okay, the system sighed again. There are still the last 10 days. You can do whatever you want to do in these 10 days. After 10 days, no matter what the final result is, you won't see the world again, and our destiny will be over. White Gap didn't say anything. He was alone, looking at the ceiling, which looked beautiful as the gentle moonlight poured in. What else does he have to do? He also wants to have one of his own concerts. He's sung on stage. He's been a teacher, and he's realized almost all of his musical dreams. That's right, without the system, he would have just been a rich second-generation kid with musical dreams, and he had fantasized about many things about himself. Now it seems like most of his dreams have come true. No, there's another one. He has yet to play one of his own concerts. The kind where you stand on a stage with tens of thousands of people, where you're the only lead, singing all your favorite songs, with everyone on stage chanting your name. Glowsticks flashed and every lyric sung elicited a chorus from the crowd. What a blessing that would be. 10 days, 1 concert. White Gap has a decision to make. The last 10 days, and God gave him the last 10 days back. He decided to really live for himself these 10 days. I want to have a concert, and the name of this concert will be The Last Splendor. I don't regret coming to this world. I just feel that this world is too short, so short that I haven't seen enough of many things, but the end or not, it's all fate. I don't regret to be able to finish this life with a splendid painting. 10 days went by quickly, especially for White Gap. He cared extraordinarily about every second, and tried with all his might to seize his last chance. Each movement of the second hand was a luxury for him. Time is running out. This is the last chance. The news that White Gap was going to have a concert immediately caused an uproar online. Oh my god. Really? Zoon de fake do? I can't believe I'm going to see White Gap in concert in my lifetime. Oh my god. Smashing. Did you guys see that text that White Gap posted? The first and last show. Does it mean this is the only chance to see him in concert? He's still so young. This can't be a publicity stunt, can it? Upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Without investigation there is no right to speak. What is the situation of White Gap, do you understand? His health condition doesn't allow him to continue singing anymore. In fact, now he's already in transition, doing some administrative work. It'll be hard to hear him sing in the future. So it's possible that this is really the last show. In order to realize his own dream, but also for the sake of all our fans. There are a lot of various claims on the internet, but unlike several other times, there are really a lot fewer black people. These days, the image of the positive energy of the White Gap has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, even those who receive money to do the work of the Water Army, in the face of some of the temptation of the capital. But also righteousness will also say that, I'm sorry, this is something we can't do. The money we make isn't clean, but our conscience isn't dirty. Perhaps this is the power of justice. When a person has done a lot of good deeds, his image will naturally be ingrained and rooted in everyone's mind. And it's kind of a persona. It's the best persona. That White Gap ignored the storm outside and focused on his concert. However, he underestimated the craziness of his fans. Tickets to his concerts are cheap, so cheap that they only just cover the cost. But others don't think so. Ticket-grabbing websites crashed almost as soon as the tickets were released, with very few fans getting tickets and the vast majority going to scalpers. This is a great opportunity for them to make money, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get rich. On the black market, tickets for the White Gap concert were hard to come by, with the most marginal seats costing more than 100,000, and the core front rows, even more millions of dollars at the bottom. 100,000. That's how many families make in a year. Many particularly crazy fans, in order to White Gap, will be their own savings for many years to get married, will be the parents of the retirement of the money out of the money. The beautiful name is to give their own youth an account. Ridiculous. Taking other people's money to pay for their own youth. What are these people thinking? Originally, White Gap was unaware of these things, but it's getting bigger and bigger, and the number of people who ate her up is increasing. When he realized what had happened, he shook his head helplessly and, originally, it was just to draw a conclusion to his life, but who knew that it would cost so many people so much? Never mind. White Gap directly made the decision to refund the tickets to all the people. If they have already bought the tickets from the scalpers, they can also contact the staff on White Gap's side to assist in recovering them, and if they can't recover them, White Gap's side can also advance them first. In addition, the concert has been changed to an online broadcast, and only 500 viewers will be invited offline, and these 500 viewers will be drawn through a random lottery. Countless people clapped their hands when this news came out. That's what an entertainer is. That's what a good person looks out for everyone. Live streaming online, so that everyone can see it. May not be the imagined sight of glow sticks flying all over the sky, but it's the best way to go. White Gap has no regrets. 10 days came and went in a flash. The concert was held as scheduled, and White Gap had a smile on her face, but many recognized the heaviness on her face. He sang every song with great care, not just his. Almost all the Chinese superstars came to support the show. He and Lu Tiancheng sang the chorus of The Destiny of the Next Life, and smiled at the end of the song, saying that if there is an afterlife, it must be the most beautiful destiny. He sang with Dr. Chen for 10 years, and he smiled and asked everyone, if in the next 10 years, he leaves, then in 10 years, will you still remember me? He and Liang Jingru sang about courage, and sometimes it's courageous to be alive. He and Park Book sang about being born like a summer flower, as if they were singing about himself. He sang as long as it was ordinary, and later, invisible wings, fading away, lots and lots of. He laughed until the end, when he burst into tears. He said it was time, and this was a new song and a final goodbye, written not as well as the previous ones, but the ones he wanted to say the most. The song is called, Don't Cry, my favorite. Don't cry, my favorite. Tonight I'm like a flower in bloom, fading in the most beautiful moment. Even your tears can't undo the wilting. Don't cry, my favorite. Do you know I won't wake up again? Blinking in the most beautiful night sky. My eyes are the brightest stars. Do you remember when I proudly said, I've been here before? Don't tell me what eternity is. I was destroyed in the brightest moment. Do you remember when I proudly said, I've been here before? Don't tell me what maturity is. I ended the moment I first started. It ends the moment it first begins. When the line was sung, White Gap collapsed heavily onto the stage for all the nation to see. News came from the hospital that Boss Young had woken up. A medical miracle. They said, only the White Gap knows. It's another round.